After crossing over, I discovered that I had a younger sister with innate immortal bones. I thought I could rely on my sister's immortal bones to live a carefree life. But one day I saw my mother planning to extract my sister's immortal bones and implant them in me. It was then that I realized I had become a major villain. At that moment, a girl of about 10 years old was tied to a bed, with a middle-aged man standing beside her holding a short knife, carefully wiping the blade while glancing at the crying girl on the bed. "Why cry?" Nearby, a woman with a disgusted expression said, "I raised you just to transplant the immortal bones to my son." Then he looked at me tied to a chair and said, "Son, I know you have a good relationship with her, but don't blame your mother. You will understand in the future." I remained silent, but couldn't help but think sarcastically, "Great, got myself a villain script." Fortunately, I secretly informed my father, hoping he could arrive in time. I glanced at my sister on the bed in despair. Even if we save her, our relationship probably won't be the same as before. Ding! Detected the host's behavior. The antagonist system has been activated. I can't help but complain. What do you mean by my behavior? Am I still tied to a chair? After understanding, the system knows that as long as I target the son of Chi-Luck, blunt his sharpness, mess with his mentality, etc., I can gain Chi-Luck points and even receive generous rewards. But the bad news is, the higher my Chi-Luck points, the more likely I am to be targeted by the son of Chi-Luck. There is also a function to locate the son of Chi-Luck, but the viewing range is only the size of a city. However, what shocked me was that there are 3 Sons of Destiny in our small town alone. This is too unbelievable. Are the Sons of Destiny coming here for team building? How can we still have fun? I looked at the antagonist system and finally decided to give up. I am from the Bai family. Although my talent is average, I never have to worry about food and drink for my whole life. Why bother targeting the Sons of Destiny? Just then, the middle-aged man had already prepared for the bone extraction. The sharp blade gleamed upright above my younger sister Bayuma's head. But at this critical moment, the array set up in the room was instantly broken, and the middle-aged man holding the knife was caught off guard and slapped away. "Jiayu, you have a lot of guts. Do you still not regard me, the head of this family, in your eyes?" A voice mixed with anger came, and the person was my father by Tianyu. Finally, he arrived, and I breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I felt the rope on me loosen. I looked down and saw that the rope had been cut at some point and fallen to the ground. "Take Yuma and leave. I have something to say to your mother." It was my father. I shrank my neck. Although my dad didn't get angry often, every time he did, it was terrifying. So I quickly picked up Yuma from the bed and walked out of the house. As I walked out of the door, I heard intense arguing behind me. "Are you okay?" I put Yuma down, reached out to hold her shoulder, and asked. Yuma pursed her lips, nodded gently, and I could clearly feel the fear and distance in her tone. With a light sigh in my heart, I knew she would never call me brother again. After the bone extraction incident a few years ago, I sat on a chair constantly doodling on paper. The impact of the bone extraction was greater than I had imagined. My mother was confined. The 3 elders and 4 elders involved in the matter were removed from their positions, and my relationship with my sister Bayuma became distant. In these years, she has also joined the Tianjin sect for cultivation, and we barely see each other once a year. However, she did not hold a grudge against me for the bone extraction incident, which is good news. During these years, I have mostly traveled to various cities. I am increasingly grateful that I did not take action against the Son of Destiny, as I casually passed by a sect and discovered 4 Sons of Destiny. What's going on in this world? Why are there so many children of destiny? After playing a few times, I had to start taking this matter seriously. Although my destiny value is not high and won't provoke the hostility of the children of destiny, after all, I have the antagonist system. Maybe one day some impulsive child of destiny will pick a fight for no reason. I decided not to go to the sect first, and literary works such as novels and poems should not be touched to prevent a clash with a child of destiny one day. So after considering various aspects, I found an area that the children of destiny would not touch. Drawing a sketch, my old profession before crossing over. Now I am a famous painter in Qinghong City, known as the master of spring and autumn. It's not like the son of a lucky one would also draw a sketch. Outside a small shop at this time, a person wearing a black cloak, with a black mask on his face, only revealing a pair of eyes. If he takes off the mask, someone will notice that this person is Lin Yan, the genius of the Lin family who lost his cultivation and is now rising again. At this moment, he is standing excitedly outside the door, waiting for the bookstore to open. He is not worried that his appearance will attract the attention of others, because around him, there are many people dressed like this, and it has even become their symbol. The fans of Master Chuanxiu are wearing supportive clothing, and Master Chuanxiu's new book is finally going to be released. I have been waiting for this day for too long. I dare not even touch it when I go to the bathroom. Yes, Every night when I sleep, my hands have to be placed outside the blanket. It is truly our blessing to have Master Chuanxiu in Qinghong City. While waiting for the bookstore to open, several people in black have already gathered to discuss, and Lin Yan on the side keeps nodding in agreement. Because of his previous decline in cultivation and being dumped by his fiancée, he made a tough decision and set a 3-year agreement. In fact, he also knows that in the current situation, he will definitely lose in 3 years. On that day, he had no intention of practicing, but accidentally saw the book I drew, and the images in the book lingered in his mind. Since then, Master Chuanxiu's works have become his spiritual support. Faced with ridicule from others and stagnant cultivation, he rarely feels angry or blames the heavens, because Master Chuanxiu once said a sentence, "What doesn't kill you will make you stronger." He felt that this sentence was tailor-made for him. It was also with the help of Master Chuanxiu's book that he emerged from that low point in his life. The luck value is increased by 1. As I am drawing at this moment, my brows slightly furrowed. Here it comes again. Within the past year, system prompts have been popping up from time to time. Although each time it's just a small increase, the frequency is hard to ignore. Now my luck value has reached 114. I carefully reviewed the events of the past few years and confirmed that I have not encountered the child of luck. If there is anything different, it's that my younger sister has joined the Tianjian sect. Could it be that she is the one contributing to this luck value? Oh well, I won't dwell on it. Today, a new book is released, so I'll relax a bit and go to the pavilion to listen to some music. I was walking happily on the street when I suddenly frowned slightly. Today, my luck is really bad. I actually ran into the Son of Destiny on the street. I hope he doesn't notice me. At this moment, Lin Yan was walking slowly on the street. Since Dan Lao woke up in the ring, his cultivation speed has soared, and he has become an inner disciple of the Tianjian sect. However, he noticed something in my hand. Isn't this the fan limited edition released by Master Chuanxiu? I knocked. It's so enviable. If I had this fan, I would definitely find a good place to keep it safe and just take it out to look at it every day. Then he realized something else. If the other party owns such a rare fan, doesn't it mean that the other party is also a loyal fan of Master Chuanxiu? For a moment, Lin Yan felt that this person had become much more pleasing to the eye. But at the same time, Bai Feng was instead very uncomfortable and was even sweating a little. What is this son of Qi staring at me for? I only have over 100 points of Qi value. I shouldn't be at the point of attracting hatred yet, right? No, it's better to avoid him by a different route. But not waiting for him to turn around and leave, he saw that the son of Qi luck was actually walking straight towards him. Fuck, it's over. Bai Feng hastily reached out and touched the talisman hidden in his sleeve. This was the reward given by the system after his Qi luck value reached 100 points. Introduction to talismans. So he drew quite a few talismans, and even sought out the family's talisman master for advice. Just for today, is one acceleration charm enough? You should be able to run away with sprint shoes, right? Should I add another transportation charm? Just as he pinched the talisman and prepared to run, the son of Qi walked to a position 1 meter away from him and opened his mouth to whisper. You also read spring and autumn? White maple. I don't just read Springsteen. I'm Springsteen himself. However, seeing that the other party did not make a move and was not aggressive, he was slightly relieved in his heart. Although he didn't know where the other party had learned about the book Spring and Autumn, as long as he didn't come over to look for trouble, it was fine. Well, I'm a die-hard fan of Mr. Chuanxiu. I've been a fan of Mr. Chuanxiu's books since they first came out, and I've collected every single one of them. He nodded without moving, while quietly observing the other. The other party's expression seemed to be a bit agitated and did not mean to be angry. Could it be that there was really a son of Qi mixed in with his fans? Then a comment from the other side proved the same. I'm the same. No, it's still a little different. I've only been a fan of Mr. Springer for the last year, but I still have all of Mr. Springer's books. Bai Feng pulled back the corners of his mouth and forced a smile. But inwardly, I was cursing a bit. What's wrong with you group of sons of Qi? Why are you still chasing after me when I've run off to draw a Shibuya map? You guys are the sons of fortune. Why do you need to look at things like Shibuya charts? Go and cultivate properly, okay? The excited Lin Yan didn't notice Bai Feng's somewhat forced smile as he continued to say to himself, it's a pity that I got to know Mr. Chuanxiu too late, and a lot of the periphery is either speculated at sky-high prices or simply can't be collected. Hearing this, Bai Feng sort of understood why the other party had found him. He glanced at the fan in Self's hand. Had he known that there was a son of Qi mixed in with Self's fans, he would have said nothing to bring this. What's it going to take? Bai Feng calmed down a little. There was no need to think too much. Just be normal like you would be with an ordinary person. The more you cared about the identity of the son of Qi at this time, the easier it would be to make a mistake. Understand. I've often encountered this situation as well. He nodded. But you don't need to worry. Mr. Chuanxiu is also aware of this matter and is considering replicating the previous perimeter. Really? Lin Yan instantly became excited. But then he was a bit puzzled. Wait, how did you know this information? Of course I asked the bookstore owner. Bai Feng said blindly with his eyes wide open. He doesn't have a tight mouth and occasionally reveals some information when he chats. I see. I've been taught. Lin Yan clasped his fists. It's okay, they're all Mr. Chuanxiu's bookworms. They should be. Bai Feng waved his hand, and then he let out a sigh of relief after he pulled a few more words to send Lin Yan away. At the same time he was a little torn in his mind. Was this Shibuya drawing still going on? Never mind. Let's go listen to the song first. At this moment, Lin Yan didn't leave, but looked at Bai Feng's back in thought. During the time he had been chatting, he had also recognized Bai Feng's identity, the eldest son of the Bai family. Rather a bit different from the rumors. He was quite nice and was a fan of Master Chuanxiu. Is this the Bai Feng who was rumored to have dug up his sister's immortal bones? Elder Dan also ventured out after seeing them finish their chat. Master, what do you think of this person? Is it like what the rumors say? Unlike. Even he, this all is deliberately dressed up to show other people. Dude is not so when. Really think change clothes. Walk 2 steps as a dude? Think back then. For the teacher I. Cough cough. Master, what happened to you back then? It's nothing. It's not important. Elder Dan hastily sidetracked the topic. And he hasn't given up on himself like the rumors have it. Although his talent is mediocre, his cultivation is very solid. Lin Yan nodded. Master, do you think he might go dig up his sister's immortal bones? I don't know. The contact time is too short to see. After all, the immortal bone thing is too tempting. But I can see that the other party is not a bully. His attitude towards you, 1, is not overzealous because of your status as an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and 2, is not relying on the family to look down on you. Well, I don't think Brother Bai should have dug up his sister's immortal bones, or maybe even saved his sister as another rumor said. Seeing Lin Yan's confident look, Elder Dan couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Why do you say that? Intuition. Elder Dan didn't want to talk to him and burrowed back into the ring. Lin Yan smiled. Although it was indeed a bit of a rip-off, he felt that Self's intuition was quite accurate. Then he put away his smile and thought of some rumors in the Heavenly Sword sect, and he decided to secretly follow them. He was not the only one who left the sect this time. It was just that he had arrived at Qinghong City earlier in order to buy the book. Counting the time, that group of people should have arrived as well. And Bai Feng, who was walking, inadvertently swept a glance at Lin Yan's location. And although he couldn't see where Lin Yan was hiding, the system had very clearly marked out his location. What is this son of fortune following me for? Bai Feng thought about it for a few seconds before deciding to swing it. What's the point of thinking about this stuff? It's important to listen to the song. He still didn't believe that the other party would follow him into the autumn wind house to listen to the music. Yo, isn't this Bai Xiao? I heard the magpies singing on the branches today, so I knew that there would be a nobleman coming over today. Quick, girls! Without waiting for him to step into the autumn wind building, he heard a voice coming from afar, and he didn't need to look to know that it was Wang Ma, one of the administrators of the autumn wind building. Hey, cut the crap! Bai Feng reached out and interrupted her. I don't like people disturbing me when I'm listening to a song. As usual, who's singing the song today? Wang Ma was also very cooperative in dispersing the girls who had gathered over and quickly walked over to Bai Feng, replying with a smile on her face. It's Miss Chior, guaranteeing that you'll be satisfied. Bai Xiao, it seems that this young man's luck is good today, that he is fortunate enough to hear Miss Chior sing a song. Bai Feng's face also revealed a look of interest. This girl called Chior is nearly a year to join the autumn wind house, and by virtue of the unique singing voice soon ascended to the top of the autumn wind house, becoming the object of the major playboys competing for rewards. It's just that she has a high and cold personality and rarely comes out to sing songs. Even Wang Ma can't command her, and it's the first time he's heard her. Well, luck finally got the better of me. Following Wang Ma to the elegant room on the 2nd floor, the space inside the room was not very large, but there was a very large chair that was more than enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. Obviously not just for sitting and listening to music, but in White Maple's case, it was a chair for listening to music. Casually pinching a grape from the table and stuffing it into his mouth, he then pulled out a pen and paper and began preparing to take the material. Hopefully this famous Miss Autumn will bring him a little surprise and inspiration. And outside the door, Lin Yan watched Bai Feng walk into the autumn wind building, and this time, even he found a break. Teacher, you're really right. Bai Feng is really pretending. Just why is he disguised as a dude? I don't know, but I guess it might be related to those rumors. Elder Dan stroked his beard. This time even he was getting interested in Bai Feng. Well, it's like trying to sit on the rumors. Lin Yan pondered. I remember that Bai Feng's talent is average, And that's exactly why the rumor was that Bai Feng wanted to try to dig up his sister's immortal bones to change his fate against the heavens. This kind of thing, even if it's false, but Bai Feng can't explain it, and it will even affect his sister after a long time. And by acting like a fop now, is he showing that he has already given up cultivation and no longer has any designs on the immortal bones, thus allowing his sister to cultivate at ease and no longer be troubled by the rumors? If this is true, then I can't compare to Brother Bai's chest. There is indeed this possibility. Elder Dan glanced at Lin Yan and couldn't help but tease. Do you want to go in and take a look as well? This Chior girl seems to be very famous. Lin Yan shook his head, not a single thought on his face. No go. These people can't even compare to a hair on Mr. Chuanxio's painting. It's broken. It feels like there's something very wrong with his apprentice's mental state. Achoo! Bai Feng sneezed as he glanced at the son of Qi, who was parked in the doorway without moving, and was a bit confused as to what the other party was thinking. If he had known what the other side was chatting about, he would have cried foul. Not that many reasons. He really just came to listen to the song and take it in passing. After all, Shibaritsu wasn't something you could draw just because you wanted to. You still needed inspiration to draw well. And create this kind of thing. He does not like to be stared at. Also do not want to expose their own vest. Plus with his current vision cannot see the ordinary women here. The head of the card is too expensive. It is better to be alone to hide peacefully in the room to draw astringent drawings. Out. Miss Autumn is out. Miss Autumn, look at me. Quickly, quickly, reward. This young man must not be compared to those guys. Miss Autumn, I'm your dog. For a moment it looked like the following had gone crazy, and Bai Feng's tea drinking movements froze for a moment. Although he had been here many times, he had never seen this scene before. For a moment he was also a little curious. So he walked slowly to the window and looked through it at the woman who was playing the zither. Her face was covered with a translucent veil, and she was wearing a long black dress, which, although it was a long dress, was very different from an ordinary one. Black fabric wrapped around a large half of the chest, above revealing a piece of snow white, two suspenders tied around the neck, revealing a delicate collarbone and white smooth back, while the lower half of the body is completely wrapped up by the hem of the skirt. But the hem of the skirt fabric is with a bit of transparency, just about to vaguely see the inner slender legs, but not really see, hidden to make the heart itch. Although there were no decorations on the clothes, they were worn with a little more noble temperament that made people unwilling to take their eyes off of them. The moment she came out, for a moment the originally noisy hall was instantly quiet. But unlike the dumbfounded crowd, Bai Feng's expression was a bit subtle. I sent this the clothes on my Shibuya map. If you guys copied it, you should at least change it a bit. Don't just copy it. Luckily, when he drew Shibuya drawings, he basically only drew the clothes of this world, and only occasionally would he draw new clothes when he was inspired, such as the one Autumn was wearing. The reason he doesn't paint the clothes on Blue Star is also simple. Those clothes are too exciting for people in this world. Before he had wanted to be taking his time, but now it seemed fortunate that he hadn't drawn them all, or else he, the wool gatherer of the Blue Star, would have been gripped by this group. He hated two kinds of people in his life. Those who wool gathered me and those who wouldn't let me wool gather. I don't care if you're griping. Can you at least give me some money? It's okay to buy 2 more books. And it wasn't just Bai Feng who saw this. The others also noticed it after returning to their senses. This seems to be a dress that appeared in Chuanxio-sensei's picture, right? Sure enough, Mr. Chuanxio has great taste. That's right. I think it was issue 11. On page 4. Mr. Springer, you are my god. No. The point is the clothes. Does Miss Autumn read spring and autumn too? Put NM's fart. Miss Chior is so pure. How could she possibly read that kind of thing? For a while, the people next to him froze for a moment. They first looked back at the autumn windhouse sign to make sure that they hadn't gone to the wrong place, and then glanced at the fans who were full of fervor, and immediately moved a little farther away from him. Fucking psycho. How did autumn windhouse get mixed up with this kind of SB? Stay away. I feel my IQ dropping when I get close. The clamor from below did not affect Miss Autumn, as she placed one hand on the strings of the zither and gently plucked them, and suddenly the sounds of arguing and murmuring disappeared. For his part, White Maple resumed his seat in his selfsame chair as the song played. The playing is really good, and the sound of the piano seems to have a magic power that can make people subconsciously addicted to it. But the other guy wool-gathered him and used the wool-gathering to make him money. Hiya. Still so angry. It's no fun. I'm not listening. I'm leaving. Bai Feng quietly pushed open the door of the room. At this time even the maid was engrossed in the sound of the zither and did not notice a person who was sneaking away. Only Autumn, who was playing the piano on the stage, followed his movements with her eyes and kept her eyes on him as he left. Better go home and get some sun. Bai Feng shook his head, but he had just taken 2 steps when he saw a few people walking over in front of him, wearing the same clothes as the son of Qi just encountered. It seemed that they were all inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Is it the little brother of the son of Chi? Just as he was thinking about it, the other party was on to him. Really a waste, going in and out of such places in broad daylight. I really feel ashamed for senior sister by phone, ? It's none of your business if I go to the hook. Damn it, I'm a villain with a villain system being mocked. Do you have a villain system or do I have a villain system? What, don't dare to speak? The male disciple who spoke was still aggressive. Digging up your own sister's immortal bones for the sake of power, and then degenerating even more into this after things were revealed, is simply discrediting senior sister by. If I were you, I would have found a place to kill myself long ago. Feng saw that the other party was looking for a fight, and the odds were that it was still her sister's licking dog. Damn it, I dare not mess with the son of Chi. But you, a licking dog, dare to jump in front of me? I might have hesitated if it was any other son of Chi's lickspittle, but it's still my sister's lickspittle, so I have to cam him. Where did the stupid bee come from? What bad luck! Feng directly pulled out his long sword without saying a word. Hurry up and get the hell out of here, or else I'll help you do it. Well. The male disciple directly laughed in anger when he saw how Feng dared to talk to him like that. It seems that you, a punk, don't know the gap between us, so I'll teach you a lesson today instead of senior sister by senior brother Chen. This isn't good, right? The disciple who came with him on the side was a bit hesitant. After all, the other party was also senior sister Bai's brother anyways, and it wasn't good for them outsiders to meddle in their internal matters anyways. But senior Chen didn't listen, or rather he had his own set of theories. It's fine. He's the one who's going to dig up senior sister Bai's immortal bone. Do you think senior sister Bai will still recognize him? Maybe senior sister Bai was just in the way of the family and that's why she didn't want to do it. So let him do it instead. The thought that senior sister Bai might look itself one more time because of this matter, and might even start paying attention to him because of it, sent a wave of excitement through his heart. Stupid B****, fighting with someone and leaving it here to chat. Think I'm an NPC who can't get my hands dirty during plot conversations? Feng didn't know when he arrived in front of senior brother Chen and lifted his foot to kick him out. Senior Chen hurriedly made a turn in the air and landed firmly on the ground. His face was filled with anger towards this guy who did not speak of martial virtues, and at the same time, his heart also carried this bit of doubt. It was clear that the other party was just a waste in the early stage of foundation establishment. How did he manage to kick him? A foundation establishment great circle, out of the air? As if he could see the other party's doubts, Feng raised his left foot and rushed to him almost instantly. Spiritual weapon. Boy, although his talent is mediocre, his family has money. Do you understand the gold content of the white family in the northern region? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't use immortal weapons during the foundation establishment stage, or else he would have had to take at least one half immortal weapon for defense. Senior brother Chen hurriedly held his sword to parry. Obviously the other party was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, but he was pressured by the other party to the point that he could barely breathe. The other party's long sword was not only fast, but also powerful, and his hand was almost numb from the shock. And where he couldn't see, the several talismans on Bai Rant's body emitted golden light, constantly increasing his speed and strength, and with the addition of a bunch of spirit weapons all over his body, dealing with a foundation establishment stage perfection was still simple. In the constant retreat, for a moment, senior brother Chen couldn't care less about his face. Lifting a breath, the chi of the foundation establishment great circle erupted, and the powerful aura directly forced Feng backward by several steps. Good. You're good. Senior Chen's face was gloomy. He didn't think that he had miscalculated. The other party was not as wasteful as the rumors had it, and his foundation was even very stable. Not at all like he was relying on elixirs to forcefully bring up his cultivation level. Thinking of this, he instantly narrowed his eyes, hiding it well. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid everyone would have been fooled by you. And those rumors about you being a waste and relying on pills to bring you up were also spread by you, right? It seems like you're still not dead set on senior sister Bai's immortal bones. Phone? Nuts. What am I doing spreading rumors that I'm a loser? And it's true that I relied on pills to bring up my foundation establishment stage. It's just that I digested the medicinal power with all my heart and solidified my foundation. Isn't that what many geniuses in the sects do as well? It seems that just giving you a lesson is not enough. Don't worry. For the sake of senior sister Bai, I will leave you alive. Senior brother Chen drew his longsword. Sharp sword chi surged from his body. Come on. You're not the only one in this world with a spiritual weapon. Feng reached out and rubbed his head. Why do you feel that this heavenly sword sect is collecting some expensive things? This is Qinghong City. What are you barking at? I mean, are you guys just going to watch, not pulling him a bit? He turned his head to look at the heavenly sword sect disciples on the side. If you don't pull, then go together. I'm in a hurry. Do you really think that he, the eldest son of the Bai family, only has low-grade spirit weapons on him? Just as some of them who had grown up in the sect with clear-eyed disciples were at a loss for words, a voice suddenly came to their ears. Don't go help. You guys hurry up and find a few people to go to the Bai family to call senior sister Bai over. At that moment, a few people's faces were tinged with surprise. It's senior brother Lin. Right, oh. Senior Lin's home is also here. As if they had found their backbone, they hurriedly agreed and took a step backward in unison, while separating two of them to rush towards the Bai family in a hurry. Seeing that the person who came with self was such a wimp, the anger on Chen's face grew even more as he turned his head toward the bemused Bai Feng and shouted through clenched teeth. Against a punk like you, I'm good enough on my own. He took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand stabbed straight toward Bai Feng with a powerful sword chi. But without waiting for Bai Feng to use stronger means, a figure suddenly sprang out and blocked the opponent's attack with a sword. Senior brother Chen, bullying the small with the big is no skill. Why don't I play along with you? Lin Yan landed on the ground, the broad long sword in his hand pointing towards senior brother Chen. Why are you here too? Bai Feng asked in feigned surprise even though he had already learned that the other party was hiding in the shadows. Actually, I've been hiding in the shadows and observing, and I apologize that it's only now that I've made my move. After Lin Yan apologized, he then gave a thumbs up to Bai Feng. Brother Bai, I really didn't misjudge you. Don't worry, I understand you. Bai Feng, ? What do you know? What's wrong with the Heavenly Sword sect? How come even you, the son of luck, are starting to act like this? Lin Yan, seeing that his own move was blocked, or by a fellow Heavenly Sword sect disciple, Chen's anger surged. Are you sure you want to stop me? I just don't like the idea of someone not knowing what's going on and bullying them. Although Lin Yan only had a mid-foundation establishment cultivation, he was not afraid of facing foundation establishment perfection. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't fought foundation establishment perfection in the sect. You think you dare to call my bluff just because you've defeated those few losers? Senior brother Chen obviously knew Lin Yan's battle record as well, only to see him raise his sword and point it forward. I'll ask one last time. Are you sure you want to stop me? That's a lot of crap. Fight or get out. Lin Yan also frowned. This guy had really lost his mind. Want to help? Bai Feng asked as he toyed with his longsword. No need. Against him, I'm sufficient alone. Lin Yan let out a light laugh, his face filled with confidence. Then here's this for you. Bai Feng threw over the talisman he had drawn himself. Feel free to use it. I still have plenty here. Seeing that it wasn't a particularly precious talisman, Lin Yan didn't make any pretense and reached out to accept the talisman. I'll be polite then. Good. Seeing this unconcerned attitude of the other party, senior brother Chen smiled on his face instead of being angry. It seems like it's time for you to realize the gap between us. After saying that, he came straight at Lin Yan. Senior sister Bai. Two disciples wearing the clothes of the Heavenly Sword sect stood outside the Bai family's door and continuously shouted towards the house. The gatekeeper on the side had a puzzled look on his face. What were these Heavenly Sword sect disciples standing outside the door shouting for? If they were embarrassed to enter the White House, then it would be fine to have them help inform them. Just as the doorman was planning to step forward and let these two Heavenly Sword sect disciples with clear eyes in, Bai Yuma had already heard the shouts outside the door and walked out of the house with quick steps. What's wrong? She looked towards the anxious look on the faces of her two senior sisters and asked with some curiosity. Aren't you guys shopping? Did someone give you guys a hard time? No, it's Senior Chan and your brother fighting. We met Senior brother Lin, and he told us to come find you. The two of them hurriedly recounted the matter briefly in a single breath, and Bai Yuma's brows furrowed slightly. Where are they? Quickly take me there. At the same time, her mind conjured up Bai Feng's appearance, and her mood was a bit complicated. So many years had passed, and now that she closed her eyes she could still clearly remember the incident where she would be gutted of her immortal bones, and even to this day she was occasionally awakened by nightmares, and that's why she also dreamed of Bai Feng in her sleep. If her father hadn't appeared at that time, the immortal bones in her body would have moved to his body by now, right? Although from the results of the investigation, Bai Feng was unaware of it, and reason told her that this matter had nothing to do with Bai Feng, she still felt scared and fearful, and when she saw him, she recalled the day when she was gouged out of her bones, so she began to consciously stay away from him. Her mind also wondered from time to time if maybe it was a little better for both of them. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Autumn Wind building, and she also saw Bai Feng once again, but he no longer looked the way she remembered. Instead he looked like one of those second-generation people in the clan. After all, ever since she entered the Heavenly Sword sect, she rarely went home, and even when she came back once in a while, she tried to avoid him as much as possible, and she wasn't really sure why Bai Feng had become like this in the past few years. She let out a slow breath and averted her eyes from Bai Feng's body. She thought that after so many years, self had already let go of it, but when she saw Bai Feng again, A few moments of fear still welled up in the bottom of her heart, and at the same time, seeing that her elder brother, who used to be very close to her and even took care of her a lot, had turned into what he was now, there was a little bit of tightness in her chest, making her feel a little bit uncomfortable, but she quickly pushed her emotions down and tried to keep herself calm as she looked over at the two fighting, her face suddenly more than a little puzzled. Wasn't it said that it was Bai Feng and senior brother Chen who fought? How come it's senior brother Chen and senior brother Lin who are fighting now? And senior brother Chen was still on the verge of being defeated by senior brother Lin. I really underestimated you. Senior Chen spat out the blood in his mouth. Having missed twice and even being beaten by his opponent in such a sorry state, he felt that his own sanity was being burned by the flames. But you're no longer strong but only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Performing such a powerful technique, your aura has long since bottomed out. Right, he raised his long sword once again. It's time to end this. Falling under my sword you are proud enough. The huge sword chi surged once again, and it was stronger than each previous move. Not good. Senior brother Chen has liberated the sword pill. Stop him. While facing the panicked crowd, Lin Yan slowly exhaled. I also think it's time to end it. Instead, he put his heavy long sword away, and a flame ignited in his hardened fist. Arrogant. Senior brother Chen seemed to have completely lost his mind as he stared at his bloodshot eyes with a hideous face, and a huge stream of sword chi rushed towards Lin Yan. Inferno fist. Lin Yan just swung his fist towards the front. A few disciples could no longer bear to watch any longer and reached out to cover their eyes. It was as if they saw the future of Lin Yan being torn apart by the sword chi. However, the next second, it made the crowd freeze, only to see the flames covering the fist directly break through the sharp sword chi, and the sword chi was like ice and snow that encountered the flames, directly melting and disappearing. This can't be right. Senior brother Chen was so shocked that he couldn't care about the backlash. He forcefully maneuvered the sword chi that was beyond his ability to scatter in all directions, and killed Lin Yan from all sides. Senior Lin. Senior brother Chen, you've gone too far. We're both disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Why did you have to commit such a murder? Several disciples no longer cared about the danger and went forward with the intention of helping Lin Yan, but they were too far away and the sword chi was too fast, so it was really a bit difficult to catch up. Lin Yan, on the other hand, gritted his teeth, his body not taking a step back. Now that his cultivation was not enough, the flames were only enough to cover the size of his fist, but fortunately he also knew the flaws of his own move, and activated the defense talisman in advance, intending to rely on the talisman to tough it out. Sword chi, I have it too. A discordant sound suddenly rang out as Bai Feng threw out a talisman, followed by him raising the long sword in his hand to instantly pierce it. A large amount of sword chi surged out from the talisman, and each of them was bigger and stronger than senior brother Chen's. Brother Lin, don't worry about it. Use the Inferno fist on him. I've got everything. Lin Yan burst out laughing. Good. I'll leave my back to you. After he finished speaking, he stopped caring about the sword chi shooting around him and instead placed his attention entirely on senior brother Chen's face. A sword chi flew towards him, but in the next second it was struck by another sword chi, and the two sword chi instantly obliterated and disappeared. Lin Yan was like walking a tightrope in an abyss of 10,000 feet. His name was flashing in the book of life and death, and a large amount of sword chi was colliding and cancelling out beside him. The closest one was even close to his cheek, but it ended up taking just a hair away before being stopped by another sword aura. Senior brother Lin, it's too handsome. No, shouldn't the more outrageous one be senior sister Bai's brother? How is it that he can manipulate so much sword chi so easily? Could it be that he's actually a genius? Bai Feng's face was calm. With his cultivation at the early stage of foundation establishment, there was definitely no way for him to manipulate so much sword chi in one go, but he had the knowledge and a bunch of elders who loved him. After obtaining a great deal of knowledge about talismans from the system, he combined some of the knowledge from the blue star and sealed a trace of the divine sense of a sword-using elder into the talisman. Just like the artificial intelligence used as an aid in the 21st century, the role of this trace of divine sense was to assist him in using his sword chi, so that even if he didn't have enough cultivation, he could still make precise maneuvers with his sword chi. Soon, with the help of Bai Feng, Lin Yan walked to senior brother Chen. No, what are you doing? I'm your senior brother, Elder Chen's personal disciple. If you dare to take a shot at me, my master won't spare you. Facing the scandalous senior brother Chen, Lin Yan's face did not fluctuate as his fist burning with flames struck straight towards his face. Bang! Senior Chen flew straight out and fell heavily to the ground into unconsciousness, with reddish fist marks still on his face and even a smell of burnt flesh. Bai Feng looked at Lin Yan, who was standing straight up, and then at senior brother Chen, who had fallen to the ground like a dead dog, and always felt that the characterization was a bit off. A son of Chakra beat up another son of Chakra's lickspittle, and the reason for the big fight between the two sides turned out to be him. The villain. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully instigating the son of Chi to beat up another son of Chi's lickspittle. Rewarding Chi value plus 20 and talent plus 1. White maple. System, you come the fuck out. What do you mean by instigating? You're slandering. This is clearly a voluntary act. Brother Lin. Thanks a lot. Baifeng resisted the desire to spit on the system and walked forward to give Lin Yan a hug. However, Lin Yan didn't say anything and just rolled his eyes to look at him. At this point, Baifeng realized that the other party wasn't trying to be cool, that's why he had been standing in the middle of the road. But because his spiritual energy was exhausted and he didn't have the strength to move anymore, holding on and not collapsing had been his last stubbornness. So he turned around and shouted to the Heavenly Sword sect disciples hanging off to the side. Quickly, someone come and give Brother Lin a hand. Only then did the Heavenly Sword sect disciples wake up as if from a dream and hurriedly came forward to surround Lin Yan. Baifeng also pulled out a bottle of pills from his storage bag and reached out to hand it to the female disciple next to Lin Yan. Here, feed Brother Lin the pills. No need. I'll do it myself. Lin Yan slowed down a little, reached out his hand and took the pills over, directly opening his mouth and pouring a few into it. A huge and pure spiritual energy quickly traveled through his parched body. He couldn't be bothered to run his gongfu and hurriedly poured out an elixir and looked at it. Extreme grade Qi recovery pill? As a Dan master, he was well aware of the difficulty of refining an extreme grade Qi recovery pill, and even if he had the teachings of the Dan Elder, he still hadn't refined an extreme grade Qi recovery pill at the moment. However, he was from the Lin family after all. Just the words of an extreme quality Qi recovery pill weren't enough to surprise him, and he was able to get an extreme quality Qi recovery pill once in a while after he regained his identity as a genius. He was surprised that Baifeng was able to take out a bottle in one breath and didn't care about it. He was able to obtain the extreme Qi recovery pill because he was a genius of the Lin family. But what about Baifeng? He hadn't thought about it carefully during the battle before, but now that he thought about it, those sword Qi that had protected him weren't simple either. It seemed that what the rumors had said, that Baifeng had been abandoned by the Bai family because of this matter of bone digging, thus degenerating into a playboy, was not true. Not only was Baifeng not given up on, he was even valued even though his talent was mediocre. In this regard, he is more sure of his heart's guess really as the white brother saved his sister. In the face of such temptations, as the ultimate beneficiary even for the sake of kinship to give up the immortal bone, white brother's action is really touching. That's a friend he's made. At the same time, he pondered in his heart whether he could send Brother Bai to the Heavenly Sword sect to train. Although Brother Bai's talent was average, he did not lack perseverance. If he had the Heavenly Sword sect to guide him, he might be able to achieve something great. What are you looking at? Hurry up and run your energy to recover. Baifeng felt that the other party was looking at him in a slightly strange way and hurriedly moved a few steps to the side. If he knew what Lin Yan was thinking in his mind, he would have kicked him twice as hard as he could while Lin Yan hadn't recovered. How the hell can you be gracious enough to return the favor? Lin Yan also no longer thought wildly. He quickly sank his mind and operated his gongfu to absorb the huge medicinal power within the elixir. While Lin Yan was recovering, Bai Yuma also walked over. She had wanted to make a move earlier, but she was a step too slow. Back. Ha, Baifeng greeted. He knew that Bai Yuma didn't really want to be near him, so he didn't put a hot face on someone's cold ass. Aha. Bai Yuma nodded. She glanced at Senior Chen who was lying unconscious on the ground and only felt a headache. She didn't expect that just a side trip back from doing a quest would lead to this kind of thing. She hesitated for a moment, but finally turned her head slightly to Baifeng and inquired, "How did you fight?" "Oh, I just came out of the autumn wind house, and I saw him scolding me and wanting to teach me a lesson. Do you think I'm someone who was willing to be aggravated? So I fought with him." Baifeng shrugged his shoulders and briefly recounted the matter. As for Brother Lin, I guess he couldn't stand to see what the other party was doing, so he came to help me beat him up together. Bai Yuma looked at Baifeng, his lips moving slightly as if he was about to say something. "What? It's good that it's okay, and you shouldn't go to places like this in the future." She pursed her lips. Although the two were much more distant, she didn't want to see the other fall so far. "Well, I've been thinking about it too." Baifeng touched his chin, not because he was being sought after, but just because he was wool-gathered by Autumn Windhouse, and even if he was, he still spent money, so he was thinking, since he was going to be wool-gathered by someone else, why didn't he open one himself? Of course it's not something like Springhouse, but a small store like the Maid Cafe. Of course, he was only thinking about it. After all, in case this kind of store would invite the son of Chi over, then he would be in trouble. It's better to feel free to touch the fish. Bai Yuma turned to the others. "Do you have anything else to add?" The crowd shook their heads. "No more. This matter is indeed Senior Brother Chen's fault first." "Well, I know. I'll report this matter to the clan." Bai Yuma nodded. "Are you guys going to continue shopping, or are you coming to my house to sit down?" I've heard that there's a big auction in Qinghong City. I want to go and take a look. You go back first. Senior sister bye. We also need to take senior brother Chen to find a place to rest and relax. They would never dare to bring brother Chen to the White House. In case brother Chen woke up and had another attack, then they would be out of luck. Plus, they hadn't stopped senior brother Chen in the beginning. So naturally, they were too embarrassed to go back to the Bai family as guests. Seeing that the Heavenly Sword sect disciples still wanted to continue shopping, Bai Yuma didn't force them to, and after telling them to be careful and come to the Bai family to look for her if they had something to do, she watched them leave. At this time, Lin Yan had also recovered a lot, and he also planned to return to the Lin family to continue resting. Brother Lin wait. Bai Feng called out to Lin Yan. Although the other party was a son of Qi, but after all, he had helped him, plus the other party was not hostile. He naturally wanted to reinforce the relationship again. After all, if the two were on good terms, it would be the same as having one less potential enemy, and he remembered that positive emotions don't add to the Qi value, so he thought that this friend could be made. Is there anything else brother Bai wants? Thank you for stepping in to help. If it wasn't for you I'm afraid I'd have been locked up for days. Lin Yan understood the other party's meaning after a brief thought. If he didn't make a move, it would be a conflict between the Bai family and the Heavenly Sword sect, but he had chosen to make a move, and the nature of this matter had dropped, and it had become a private matter for the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. He waved his hand unconcernedly. Hey, no need to thank you. I just don't like the other side, and besides, brother Bai, you've helped me quite a bit. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I'd be the one lying on the street. No matter what, the help is real. Bai Feng reached out and handed over the fan in his hand. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and a genius of the Lin clan, you're probably not lacking in heavenly treasures. So take this fan. I hope you don't mind. Bai Yuma on the side had a puzzled look on her face. She clearly felt that the fan in Bai Feng's hand was just an ordinary fan and not a spirit weapon, and it's still used. Would that be rude? She was just about to open her mouth to say a few words of advice, but she saw Lin Yan's face of excitement, as if facing a rare treasure. He held the ordinary fan with both hands. Bai, brother Bai, are you really going to give it to me? This is too precious. Bai Yuma, ? Precious? She inexplicably had a not-so-good association. It only shows how much you have helped me, and only this fan can express the gratitude of my heart. Brother Bai, you really are. Lin Yan really couldn't shrug it off, so he had to accept it. At the same time sighing in his heart, how can there be such a dazzling person in this world? He raised his head and said with a straight face, Brother Bai, if you run into trouble in the future, just look for me. Will do. Goodbye, brother Bai. Bye. White Yum. Had she been in seclusion for too long and out of touch with the world? Why did she feel like she couldn't read the world anymore? After Bai Feng and the others left, the song ended inside the Autumn Wind building, and only then did the crowd come back to their senses from the sound of the zither. Without waiting for them to savor it, Autumn had gotten up and left, and before she left she glanced at the already empty door. I'm going to see my father. Do you want to join me? Back at the Bai family home, Bai Yuma looked at Bai Feng, his tone a little less natural. After all, it had been a long time since they had gone home together side by side and spoken face to face like they had today. No, I'm a little tired from the fight. I'm going to my room to rest. Bai Feng waved his hand. He could feel that Bai Yuma was still a bit distant towards him, so naturally he wouldn't make a fool of himself by sticking up to him. As long as Bai Yuma still recognizes him as his brother, the relationship fades a little. It's a success if you don't get brushed off as a villain by your sister. Looking at Bai Feng's departing back, Bai Yuma sighed in a small voice. In the past few years she had often dreamed of her childhood in addition to having nightmares. Just as nostalgic as she was, she also knew that the two shouldn't be able to go back to the past. Shaking the tedious thoughts out of her head, she turned and walked briskly toward her father's study. Back, Bai Tianyu stood in front of the table, writing on the paper with a brush in his hand. After seeing Bai Yuma knocking on the door and walking in, he put down his quill and a smile was added to his majestic face. Well, my brother had a little conflict with the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and now things are temporarily resolved. Bai Yuma was obviously a bit unnatural when she mentioned Bai Feng's title, but she still recounted the whole story. It was handled well. Looks like I don't need to make a move. Bai Tianyu nodded slightly. This time, I owe the Lin family a favor, and I don't know how that brat got to know that genius of the Lin family. Bai Yuma inexplicably thought of that fan. She instinctively felt that it should be related to that fan, but she didn't know what that fan meant. Right, father, you should also persuade my brother more when you have time. Bai Yuma suddenly remembered something. My brother, his foundation is very solid. Persuade him to cultivate and practice more. Don't let him go to that kind of place again. Instead of answering immediately, Bai Baiyu stared at Bai Yuma with a curious face for a few more seconds, as if to say, how did you start caring about him? Bai Yuma is naturally easy to see the meaning of her father's face. Her expression is a little embarrassed. He is my brother after all. And that thing also has nothing to do with him. She naturally want to persuade a few more words. Bai Baiyu sighed. He knew very well the damage that incident had done to her, and he also knew that she could never get over that hurdle in her heart when facing Mai Feng, who made his good wife digging up the immortal bone was to give it to Fenger. Well, don't think too much. I'll supervise that brat's cultivation. By the way, father, I'd like to access that incident that happened back then. Bai Yuma lifted her head, her face determined. This was one of the reasons why she had come back. The digging up of the bones back then had affected her so much that it had almost become a demon in her mind. Otherwise she wouldn't have been having nightmares. Now that she was at the Foundation Establishment Grand Circle, just one step away from being able to form the Dan, it was time to break the fear within her. Looks like you're finally planning to face that matter. Bai Baiyu wasn't surprised. A big part of the reason he had kept the third elders, those who had failed in the infighting before, was for Bai Yuma. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have slaughtered this group of short-sighted, infighting guys all day long, especially when he saw the estranged relationship between Bai Feng and Bai Yuma. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and if he was too angry to stand it, he would run to the back of the mountain and beat up the third elder and the others severely in the name of a sparring match. He got up and walked over to the bookshelf, picking up a thick book from it. I've already organized that incident from back then, so if there's anything you'd like to ask, feel free to ask me. Thank you, father. Bai Yuma took the books, and instead of leaving, she flipped through them page by page in the study. While her brow was furrowed and her face was thoughtful, a letter suddenly fell out of the book. She reached out and caught it in her hand, the childish writing on the letter seeming out of place in this serious matter, and it seemed to have been sitting there for years, the paper long since yellowed. Father, who wrote this letter? Bai Yuma took the letter and inquired about it to Bai Baiyu, who was practicing calligraphy at the side. Oh, it's written by Fenger. I almost lost it a few years ago. I only found it again recently. Back then it was also him who found out that someone was not harboring good intentions towards you, so I was able to discover it in time. Bai Tianyu looked at the tender words on the letter, with nostalgia on his face. What a good child. To the white feather, Mal is also really like a sister to look at. All the damn blame three elders and his wife, that group of people. No way. So angry. I'll go back to the third elder and the others tonight to spar. Did my brother write that? Bai Yumo froze at once. She lowered her head and carefully read up the contents of the letter. Although it was a letter written to her father, the letter was full of concern for her, especially since the letter also implied, intentionally or unintentionally, that her mother was treating her badly. But after her mother's attitude towards her had changed for the better in the last 2 days, he suspected ulterior motives, which really made her cry a little. But in the end he was proven right. Their mother did have ulterior motives. After reading the last sentence of the letter, she sniffled vigorously. She could clearly feel that Bai Feng truly treated her as a sister. But what has she done over the years? She felt something clogging up Self's chest, making her chest tight. It was clear that Bai Feng was very good to her. But why did she suspect him? Even if Bai Feng was cleared of suspicion in the end, deep down she still felt that the other party had ulterior motives. Her mind felt confused and unsettled. In fact, this is like a poor man who has picked up gold. He carries the gold to see who are like thieves and robbers. Not to mention that the gold in her arms was almost snatched by friends and family, which intensifies this mentality. And even the closest relationship with the people began to suspect. At this time, Bai Baiyu did not know Bai Yuma's chaotic and complicated heart. He saw Bai Yuma looking at the letter and contemplating, so he went along with the situation and wanted to ease the relationship between Bai Feng and the two of her. Don't blame him too much. He's been quite concerned about you these past few years as well. He was the one who told us about the pastries that were sent to you every month before you built your foundation. Bai Yuma nodded. She remembered that after the bone digging incident, Bai Feng had approached her as usual and wanted to take her out, but she had refused, seemingly sensing her estrangement. Bai Feng has rarely come back to her since then, but this is not a childish gamble. Instead of pestering or retaliating, he chooses to respect her idea of distancing himself from her, and even takes the initiative to move out next door to her. Inside her heart, the thick wall built by her insecurity seemed to crack open a seam at this moment. Father, I'd like to wait a little while to see it. She looked up as if she had decided something. Bai Baiyu waved his hand. It's okay, this book is placed here. You want to see it any time you come over to flip on it. Meanwhile, Bai Feng was holding a novel in his hands, but he didn't seem to be reading it. His eyelids kept fluttering as if he might fall asleep on the table at any moment. Just then, the system suddenly popped up a message. Drops. Detected that the son of Qi has developed regret towards the host. Qi value plus 30. Cultivation breakthrough to the middle stage of foundation establishment. By phone, ? Which one of the sons of Chi is harming me? The moment he saw the system notification, By phone instantly came to his senses. Not caring about guessing which son of Chi had a brain fart, he hurriedly sat up cross-legged. A large amount of spiritual Chi surged into his body for a time, and his Chi began to climb until he reached the middle stage of foundation establishment before he managed to stop. Damnable son of Chi, don't let me know who it is, or I'll be sure. By phone gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his tone fuming. Stay away from you. But at that moment, a knock suddenly sounded at the door, and he had to stop his thoughts and get up towards the door of the room. Who is it? Hadn't he moved to a more isolated part of the family? And at his request, the servants would rarely come over to bother him. Did his old man want something from him? He reached out and pushed open the door to the room, and immediately afterward his movements stopped. Standing outside his door was no one else but his younger sister, Bai Yuma, except that her expression was not as distant and cold as before, but more than a little tangled. I'm knocking. Isn't Yumi looking for his old man? Father, why did she come to me all of a sudden? Didn't she never come to me when she came home before? Bai Feng hurriedly put away the surprise on his face and quietly took half a step back to keep a distance from his sister. Cough. Yuma, didn't you go to look for our father? Could it be that father he has something for me? Bai Yuma sensed the other's movement of taking half a step backward, and his eyes flashed with a hint of self-reproach and sadness, but she couldn't blame anyone else. It was all her doing, and if she hadn't deliberately stayed distant, Bai Feng wouldn't have deliberately kept his distance from her. Not. Bai Yuma lowered his head, the face that seems to be breezy about everything. At this moment there are actually more than a few points of nervousness and fear. I would like to invite my brother you to go out and hang out together. After saying that, probably because she was embarrassed or worried about being rejected unceremoniously, she hastened to add 2 more sentences. Because I'll only come back once in a long time, so this time I want to come back to buy some things I need to use for my cultivation. So if you don't have the time, brother, she bit her lip, still not being able to say such things as going alone by herself, and finally changed it to, can you help me mark out the stores in the city? I haven't been back in a long time after all. Bai Feng didn't answer immediately, and the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost. Where's my sister who's so defensive and intent on keeping her distance? Did his sister take the wrong pills or was she possessed by a ghost? Bai Yuma lowered her head and kept waiting for Bai Feng's reply. It was obvious that it was only a few seconds but it was as long as a year. Her fingers kept rubbing the corner of her coat and her body started to tremble slightly as time passed. It seemed that she was going to turn around and flee in the next second. It was a good thing that Bai Feng didn't stay silent as he collected his complicated thoughts and asked with some curiosity. Is there anything that the Heavenly Sword sect doesn't have that they have to come here to buy? If it was someone else he wouldn't be curious. But his sister was an immortal bone possessor, and when she entered the sect she was directly treated as a prodisciple. To say that she lacked cultivation resources, he wouldn't believe it. Although Bai Feng didn't answer her immediately, Bai Yuma's heart was still relieved and her demeanor was a bit lighter. There's still a lot of it. Even though there are a lot of points that a prodisciple can obtain, they aren't used casually. Like ordinary materials we go out and do quests and buy them in the city. Well, Bai Feng nodded as he stared at Bai Yuma, whose eyes were evasive and full of nervousness, and couldn't help but think of how Bai Yuma used to be when she first came to the Bai family. At that time, she was also like this, the first time she saw him, so nervous that her eyes were dodging around. Obviously only 3 or 4 years old, but her mind seems to have already developed and matured. She was careful of everyone. Her demeanor was full of insecurity, and she hid in the side to observe when no one paid attention to her. Not at all like a 3 or 4 year old child should be like. Did he say strange things to you, father? Bai Feng thought of the old man who was good at fighting but a mess when it came to his family, who seemed to have been trying to restore the relationship between the two of them, brother and sister, plus the fact that the system had just popped up a window. 9 times out of 10 the regretful child of Chi should be his sister. Damn it, when have I ever treated you poorly? How dare you do this to me? No, it was me who wanted to see it. Bai Yuma waved her hand in a hurry. Then she raised her head to look at Bai Feng with apologetic eyes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you. Bai Feng blinked and suddenly thought of something. You read that letter? Our dad still has it? With our dad's character. He didn't lose it? Aha. Bai Yuma nodded. But father, he's only recently found out. Very much in line with how I envision my father. Never mind. It's not anything important. Don't take it personally. Bai Feng waved his hand. He really didn't care. Ever since the villain system had appeared, his attitude towards his sister had shifted from hugging his thighs to counting it as a success as long as they were at peace with each other. Especially lately, he noticed that the system seemed to be getting a bit anxious because he was swinging for the fences, stuffing him with chi values for the slightest thing that happened. If he complains a few times, His sister can't stand the thought of dropping her little pearls, and the system is afraid that he'll have to take advantage of the opportunity to wildly stuff him with chi value. He didn't want to be surrounded and beaten up by a group of chi luck sons as soon as he left the house, but it's okay if he doesn't say anything. Once he's appeased, Bai Yuma's heart is even harder. If Bai Feng complained about her a few times, her heart might even feel a little better. But on the contrary, Bai Feng acted like he didn't care, as if he was saying that this was all what he should do as a brother, just like when he was a child. The more this happened, the more she felt self-despicable, and because of her own suspicions and guesses, she alienated Bai Feng. And Bai Feng didn't pester or retaliate. He started avoiding her in order to take care of her mood, and still cared for her even when she misunderstood him. Well, she'll be damned. I wake up in the middle of the night and slap myself hard. I'm sorry. Thinking of this, White Yuma huffed. Then she hastily took a strong breath, her head tilted to the side, as if she was holding back something. And I'm sorry, I don't deserve to be your sister. Wait, just calm down. Bai Feng was instantly confused. Old sister, why don't you follow the rules? I don't even care. Why are you still aggravated? He subconsciously glanced at the system, and as expected, the system began to pop up. Drop. Detected that the host ruthlessly made the son of Chi cry. Chi value plus 50. Because the host took the initiative to play with the feelings of the son of Chi for the first time. Special reward for the immortal technique, forging God technique. I hope that the host will keep up the good work. ITM. Tell me what it means to make someone cry hard and actively play with their feelings? Don't open your eyes. My sister hasn't cried yet. Bai Feng held back his desire to spit. Right now he had a more important thing to do than spit on the system. He couldn't let Bai Yuma go like this anymore. In case he really cried out, the system might have to stuff him with chi values again. So Bai Feng reached out his hand and patted Bai Yuma's back. Okay, calm down. Don't think nonsense. I didn't say anything wrong about you, and I wasn't wrongly accused. And I've had a good life these past few years. Bai Yuma looked at Bai Feng and then at the isolated surroundings. Then she lowered her head and a tear finally failed to hold back and slid down from the corner of her eye. I'm sorry, Bai Feng, ? What's wrong with you, little sister? The more I comfort you, the more aggrieved you get? He was comforted by the fact that he completely failed to realize that it was only within Qinghong City that not many people had wronged him, while in the Heavenly Sword sect, the rumors of White Maple's bone snatching were all over the place, and at the same time, he hadn't yet changed his clothes when he got home, and at this point, he was still dressed as a dude. Saying such words is simply like sticking a needle into Bai Yuma's heart, highlighting a fast and accurate, but also painful, drops. Detected that the host has ridden out the victory and ruthlessly crushed the mindset of the son of Chi. Chi value plus 30, full attributes plus 3. Shut up. Bai Feng felt a headache. Suddenly he thought of the reason why Bai Yuma was looking for him in the beginning, so he hastily changed the topic. Okay, don't you still have to go out shopping to buy things? Let's hurry up and get going. It'll be closed if we're late. Although he had a feeling that something might happen even if he went shopping, but if he didn't, something was going to happen now. So anyway, let's muddle through this first. Well, White Yum nodded with a sob, but the emotion came up which was not so easy to subside. She instinctively leaned in Bai Feng's direction, but stopped midway, as if she was worried about something. Naturally, Bai Feng could see her small movements, and in order to prevent the system from stuffing him with another chi value, he could only sacrifice himself. So his right hand shifted from a pat to a hug, bringing the two of them closer together, and the hand holding her shoulder crept upward, landing on her head and stroking it gently. Well, it's been a while since I've touched Yuma's head, and it's still so nice to touch. He could feel Hakuhum's body stiffen for a moment, but instead of stopping it, he let him do it. Even at the end of the day she buried her face directly in the position of his shoulder with a small sob. Bai Feng didn't move again. Although this scene looked cozy, he just wanted to hurry up and end this right now. It wasn't until Bai Yuma's sobbing stopped that he lowered his hand on her head. Better? Well, so are we still going shopping? Aha! This time, Bai Yuma's tone was much firmer. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with a slightly flushed face, I will go and wash up first. Okay, I'll go ahead and wait for you at the door. Looking at Bai Yuma's hastily departing back, Bai Feng clicked on the system with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He did some simple math, and all the chi luck values he had gained in one day today had reached 100, and the chi luck values had directly doubled. At this rate, why worry about not being pulled out by the sons of Chi to surround and beat? It always felt like Bai Yuma was now covered in thunder, and the slightest mistake would blow up the system notification. He had shopping with Yuma next, so hopefully nothing would happen after that. Although he could have refused, he felt that if he did, he was afraid that something even more horrible was going to happen, like the system giving him the whole big one. Farewell, my one saving sister. Sorry it took a little extra time to wash up. Bai Feng, who was standing outside the door, followed the voice and his movements paused for a second. His expression was a bit odd, and he opened his mouth to say something, but eventually closed it. And in front of him, Bai Yuma was not wearing the green robe of the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples, but a purple dress. The ruffled edges of the dress were slightly blown up by the wind, adding a bit more liveliness, and the purple color of the dress added a bit more flavor to her. Bai Yuma's face was slightly red, and instead of destroying the whole, the shy look made people feel pity and want to hold it tightly in their arms and love it. But Bai Feng didn't have any idea, because the clothes, he also painted it. LMAO, White Yuma wouldn't be a fan of his too, would he? That would be too weird. He was now inwardly filled with the embarrassment of being caught by his family drawing shyster pictures. Nope. A light suddenly flashed in Bai Feng's mind. If Bai Yuma knew his identity, or if she was a fan of his, she definitely wouldn't have worn her clothes out. In other words, she had no idea where the outfit she was wearing originated from. Thinking of this, he coughed lightly and inquired, Ahem, when did you buy this outfit? It's kinda contrasting. It was recommended by a friend. They also make a lot of clothes that are very popular with the female disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Bai Yuma lowered her head and whispered. She felt as if Bai Feng didn't like the clothes very much. It's not bad. I just didn't expect you to wear this style of dress for a while. Bai Feng nodded with a complex mood. Fortunately, this outfit is not the kind that sells meat, but in order to switch tastes painted more serious, on the cute side of the picture. Otherwise, he really a little afraid to look straight at his own sister. Well, I'm a little out of practice too. That said, why did you think of changing your clothes? I thought you would continue to go out in the clothes of a Heavenly Sword Sect disciple. Bai Feng didn't intend to go deeper on this topic. He was worried that he would accidentally slip up, so he changed the subject. Bai Yuma's fingers crossed together somewhat at a loss for words, and after a few seconds of silence, she whispered, just wanted to change the image. She had already made up her mind to repair her relationship with Bai Feng, but she also knew that the damage caused in the past few years was not so easy to repair. So she wanted to start with her self-image first, or at least make a distinction between her image and her former self. It's kind of a teenage girl thing. That's a bit of a big change for you. Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out a sentence. If he hadn't known ahead of time, he wouldn't have dared to recognize Bai Yuma walking down the street in these clothes. Instead, Bai Yuma was a bit happy inside after hearing Bai Feng's tirade. She thought of the scene when the two of them were shopping together when they were young, so she reached out her hand towards Bai Feng's arm, but stopped halfway, while her eyes looked towards him as if she was asking him if he agreed. There's no need to be so careful. It's not like I'm going to eat you and grab my hand if you want to. Bai Feng directly extended his hand over. When a small, seemingly soft and boneless hand took hold of his, he seemed to realize that the two of them were already quite old, and it seemed a bit strange for a brother and sister of that age to be holding hands and shopping again. He raised his head to look at Bai Yuma and noticed that her face was a bit flushed and her eyes kept darting in all directions. She seemed to have realized this as well, but probably because of embarrassment and other reasons, she didn't let go of her hand. When Bai Feng realized this, the corners of his mouth immediately hooked up in a playful manner. Since you caused my chi value to increase by 80 points, I'll make it harder for you for a little while longer. So he pretended not to see it as his hand tightened and tugged her forward. Come on, let's go shopping. Well, Bai Yuma let out a sound as if it was the size of a mosquito's voice, and her face reddened even more. So much so that even her walking was a bit unsteady. Every now and then she opened her mouth, but was too embarrassed to speak up for fear of damaging the relationship that the two of them had so easily begun to repair. She just let Bai Feng pull her along, and it wasn't until she was about to reach the shopping street that she realized she had already walked such a long way. No way, it couldn't go on like this. She had to open her mouth and talk her way out of it. She really couldn't walk in hand anymore. But without waiting for her to speak, Bai Feng was the first to release his hand. How was it? Did you get the feeling of being a kid back? He still had a few smiles on his face and just looked a little beat up. Bai Yuma also realized at this time that the other party was doing it on purpose. She slightly puffed up her cheeks, thanks to her worrying for so long and doing a mental struggle for so long, but eventually she let her breath out, with just a hint of emotion still in her eyes. Is it fun to bully your sister? Sorry, let me buy you a candy cane. Bai Feng apologized very hurriedly and sharply, but if there was a next time, he would dare. What the two of them didn't notice was that in a distant inn, senior brother Chen had already awakened from his coma. He stood by the window, and at a glance, he saw senior sister Bai, who was dressed in a purple dress that was very beautiful, as well as Bai Feng, the waist by her side. Instantly, his red and swollen face twisted up. Bai Feng, you deserve to die. It seemed to him that the two of them, Bai Feng and Bai Yuma, were still on poor terms, and Bai Yuma's face was all angry and obviously reluctant. It must be Bai Feng. He must be the one who forced Bai Yuma to change into new clothes to go shopping with him because of his family. This punk who relies on his family's dog to fight for power. How dare he treat Bai Yuma like this? He must make Bai Feng, this punk, pay the price. There was also Ling Yin, who had even helped this trash Bai Feng. He must not be a good thing either. He would remember the revenge of today's punch in the face. Brother, let's go look over there. Bai Yuma walked side by side with Bai Feng as she looked towards the distant stores selling spirit weapons, elixirs, and other items. I have money now as well. And the gift I said I'd get when I was little can be made up for now. You still remember? I almost forgot. Bai Feng smiled. Then let's go and take a look at it. It just so happens that your birthday is coming up next month. And when that time comes, I guess you won't have time to come back. So I'll give it to you in advance now. When she was a child, because Bai Yuma was brought back by her father when he went out, many people were suspicious of her identity. And although she was not bullied, there were few people to play with her, and his mother seldom gave her money. So on weekdays he paid for Bai Yuma to buy some small snacks and small toys. But at that time her pride was a little strong, and was not willing to accept. Even if she accepted, she had to shout, "Hey, when I have money later, I will send you better things." No need. I don't like things now. Bai Yuma shook his head. You used to be the one to give me things. I haven't given you a gift yet. Didn't you give me 2 little clay figures before? Or you needed them all night to make them? How can you count that as no gift? But that's just made out of clay. And it's not pretty. Bai Yuma faced some embarrassment. Remember when Bai Feng's birthday is coming up? She really do not have the money to buy a gift. So it is a whim self with mud according to her, and Bai Feng pinched 2 small clay figures. Now that I think about it, there was still some embarrassment. At that time she stayed up all night to pinch the little clay figure and got covered in mud, and was scolded by Bai Feng. But seeing Bai Feng's happy face the next day when he received the clay figure, she still felt happy and pleased from the bottom of her heart at that time. Thinking of this, she suddenly also became interested in the clay figures she had pinched when she was a child. So she asked Bai Feng, "By the way, what about those 2 clay figures? I want to bring them back to reinforce them. After all, they were only made from ordinary clay at the time." "It's broken." Bai Feng shook his head. "Don't you remember? When I was changing rooms, I didn't notice the corner and accidentally bumped into you. The clayman fell straight to the ground and shattered, and you were straight away angry and ran away." "Broken?" Bai Yuma suddenly stopped and froze in place. She did vaguely remember this incident. At that time, because the incident of digging up the bones had not happened for a long time, so her mood was still very low, and her brain could not help but think random thoughts, so she did not pay attention to the road on the way back to her room, and indeed she bumped into Bai Feng, who had moved out of the next door. She remembered that self was at a bit of a loss for words, and at the same time in her heart, she didn't want to be alone with Bai Feng, so she quickly ran away. Why didn't self take a closer look at it at the time? She remembered that Bai Feng seemed to like those 2 ugly little clay figures and kept them on the table all the time. But her handmade birthday gift was broken by her. For a moment she bent down and reached out to cover her chest. She felt as if she was in the deep sea being squeezed by the seawater. The position of her chest was as if she was being pressed by a stone. She couldn't breathe even if she opened her mouth. "What's wrong with you? Is everything alright? Don't scare me." When Bai Feng saw Bai Yuma covering his chest with a pained look, he instantly realized that self seemed to have said the wrong thing. "LMAO. I'm afraid I'm going to get caught by the system again." Bai Yuma reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's outstretched arm, slowly raising his head with a forced smile on his face. "I'm sorry. I didn't notice at the time. It's all my fault. Please stop. I really don't blame you." Bai Feng is about to cry. "If I keep going, the system is really going to forcefully stuff me with chi values." Congratulations to the host for striking a bludgeon and causing the son of chi to feel extreme regret. Host's chi value plus 100. As the host's one-time gained chi value reaches triple digits for the first time, the reward is upgraded to the formation grand completion. Ugh, get tired and destroy. "Brother, am I obnoxious?" Bai Yuma lowered her head, and Bai Feng could clearly feel that her emotions were very off. "Obviously you were so good to me, and when I was a child, you thought of me and gave in to me when you had something good. But I still suspected you because of things I had no proof of, and I even simply cut off my contact in the past few years. I'm not blaming you. If it were me I'd probably be more extreme than you. Okay, just stop talking for a minute and let's find a place to rest. Okay?" Bai Feng had already noticed the sights cast by the passers-by around him. The eyes looked as if they were looking at a scumbag. But it would have been better if he was a scumbag. This was his fucking sister, or a son of fortune who was wildly stuffing him with fortune values. "Brother, you know how to comfort me. I know. These years I am like a white wolf. Maybe this immortal bone should not be in my body. Stop it. Come on, let's go over there and rest for a while." Bai Feng spat out a breath as he held back his anger and directly dragged Bai Yuma out of the crowded street without saying a word. He didn't notice that the moment they left, a sight in the distance seemed to spit fire. With his familiarity with the streets, White Maple walked left and right until he stopped at a bridge that had no lights, and at the same time, not many people. He glanced back and realized that Bai Yuma was still in the same downcast mood. His eyes were lifeless, and he was furious in his heart. If he hadn't interrupted in time, I'm afraid that he would have been forced by the system to stuff his chi value again for all sorts of strange reasons. A man of clay, let alone him, especially since his sister had swiped 180 chi values for him all by herself. He really wanted to put her sister on his lap and whip her ass hard. Alright, don't get any ideas. Bai Feng sat his butt on the steps. Do you think I'm doing this for you? I'm doing it for myself. I don't know on other people's side, but for me I don't care about immortal bone at all. Don't take yourself too seriously. I'm still willing to talk to you because you're my sister. 2 words of comfort and you're still crying. What? Do you want me to continue to comfort you in a low voice? When you were a child, you knew how to change when you made a mistake. Now what else can you do but cry? You're still worse than when you were a child. How the hell did I get into this sister of yours? If you don't dare to see me then go away and go to the Heavenly Sword sect. Don't hang around in front of me. I get upset when I see it. The more Bai Feng said, the more angry he became. Even if the system stuffed him with more chi value he didn't care. He was bound to give out his chi today. If Bai Yuma still cried and didn't leave, he'd drag him over and give him a few hard slaps before he did so. But what he expected didn't happen. Instead of dropping his little pearls at the comment, White Yum was staring at him intently. Then she instead wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. Brother, you're really still the same as before. You haven't changed much. Bai Feng, ? After all I've said about you, you come back to me with this? Okay, 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 okay. Brother, you're right. Since you made a mistake then you have to change. Blaming yourself won't solve the problem. Bai Yuma also sat on the steps. She looked up at the stars in the sky. I'm not going back to the Heavenly Sword sect. I'm going to fulfill the promise I made when I was a child. Bai Feng, ? You know shit. Bai Feng recalled for a few seconds. There seemed to be quite a lot of promises when he was a child. For example, Bai Yuma had said that when she grew up, she would treat him to a candy cane until he was full. And then she had also said that she would treat him to a big meal in the biggest restaurant. Why is it all about food? But I'd have to say that's the one she said the most in her promises. I remember it was after dinner when the two of them were sitting in the yard looking at the stars, and then the topic of cultivation came up. Bai Yuma stood up directly from the chair. The cold wind that blew up blew her face red. Brother, even though you have ordinary talent, you still have me. I will protect you for the rest of your life. Bai Feng looked at her with her arms crossed. Her body looked round and cute in her thick clothes, but on the other hand, her small face was determined. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, Bai Yuma puffed up her little face, seeming to have some anger. I'm telling the truth. Let's pull the hook. Bai Feng stifled a laugh and stuck out his pinky as well. Okay, let's pull the hook. In the moonlight, 2 small hands hooked together. Let's just say I'll protect you for the rest of your life. I swear. He could still recall the firm voice of Bai Yuma. At that thought, he glanced sideways at the young girl sitting next to him. Sure enough, she was still cute as a child. Bai Yuma noticed his gaze and raised his right hand with his pinky extended just like he did when he was a child. Let's hook up. I know it's going to be a bit shameless to say this right now, but I'm willing to swear to the heavens that I'm going to protect you. Bai Feng slowly raised his hand and reached toward her pinky. But then, to the puzzled gaze of White Yum, he crossed over to her hand and came to the top of her head, then knocked her on the head. What can you protect? You're not even a Jindan right now. Wait until you transform into a god sometime. Bai Yuma took his hand back and rubbed his own head, muttering in a small voice. I can become a transformation god just as well in the Bai clan, and then become an empty shelf transformation god with no combat experience? Seeing her small mouth slightly bulging, Bai Feng knew that she was still a bit unconvinced, so he stretched out his hand and pinched her face, withdrawing his hand as if nothing had happened in the other party's aggrieved gaze and continued. Don't be unconvinced. You've lived in the Heavenly Sword sect for so long. You should know better than me that the Heavenly Sword sect is much more suitable for cultivation. Perhaps the resources the Bai family can make up for you. But what about combat experience? This was also the reason why many big clans liked to send their own disciples to the clans. There weren't that many similarly talented peers in the clan to compete with. Not to mention that many clans also held such good things as secret realms. Under Bai Feng's mention, Bai Yuma also figured this out, but there was no way for her to do so with peace of mind and go back to the sect to cultivate, so she could only sulk and say sullenly, "Then isn't it true that I can't do anything right now? What else do you want to do as a foundation establishment perfection?" Bai Feng looked at her with eyes like she was looking at a fool. "Anyway, you hurry back to the Heavenly Sword sect and cultivate. When will you transform into a god and when will you talk about protecting me?" "Well, I know." Bai Yuma nodded, but at the same time a vague idea gradually surfaced in her mind. "Well, this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. When she goes home, she will gather information about her brother in the past few years well. She remembers her father mentioning that the talismans made by Bai Feng are quite thoughtful. If Bai Feng's talent for talismans is good, he will be able to enter the Heavenly Sword sect." She remembered that Bai Feng had also gone to participate in the Heavenly Sword sect's trial, and although he was quickly brushed off, she could tell that he also wanted to join the Heavenly Sword sect very much, and just now he had been urging her to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect, so if he wasn't interested in the Heavenly Sword sect, how could he have said so? "Let's not tell my brother about this for now. It's better to give him a surprise afterward." Bai Yuma stared at Bai Feng, and a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. Bai Feng was a bit puzzled. "What are you laughing at? Hey, think of something happy. Your wife had a baby." "Bai Yuma, ? Well, now that you've figured it out, let's go." Bai Feng stood up and stretched. He could be considered to have sent his sister away as a plague. If he really wanted to stay at home, I'm afraid that the system would have to send him several times a day the value of his chi. Bai Yuma nodded and also hurriedly got up from the ground to follow. "Well, let's continue shopping." "Not going home? The presents haven't been bought yet." "No need. Brother, do you want jewelry like necklaces and rings? Or do you want weapons?" "I'll buy you both if you don't say so." Bai Feng glanced at the side of this loser girl, where there is such a gift. "This is learned from who? Oh, so it's from me? That's fine. Send me a set of basic formations for formations. I'm interested in formations lately." Bai Yuma's mouth was tinged with a smile. It was true that it was still Lao's method that worked. When she first came to the Bai family as a child, she was unwilling to accept other people's kindness because of her sensitive and fragile pride, and then Bai Feng used this method to force her to accept it. "Yuma, do you want to eat the sugar gourd, or the osmanthus cake? If you don't choose, I'll buy them both and stuff them in your arms. You don't want such delicious food to go to waste, do you?" She still remembered that she chose the osmanthus cake with tears in her eyes and cried while eating it. But on the contrary, Bai Feng laughed incessantly beside her. Just a shame. She didn't know what she had to do to make up for the mistakes of the last few years, but she wasn't asking for forgiveness either, as long as he was willing to give a chance to make amends. She looked at Bai Feng beside her. He had changed a lot compared to when he was a child, but it was as if he hadn't changed. Gradually the two figures began to merge. In this moment, her heart's demon, too, shattered and dissipated in this moment. If she hadn't strongly suppressed her spiritual energy, she was afraid that she would have broken through to become a Jindan by now. She had more important things to do now than breaking through the Jindan. "Brother, what do you think of this sword formation? It looks like it suits you." "No, I want the basic formation." "Senior brother Yi, I saw all of this with my own eyes." "I saw with my own eyes." Bai Feng, this loser, dragging the reluctant-looking senior sister Bai around. "And it seems that senior sister Bai has been poisoned. I saw her covering her chest with a painful face because she disobeyed Bai Feng's orders." In the remote in-housing, Senior Chen was talking to someone with half of his face swollen. This kind of talisman that could make instant calls was extremely expensive, but at this time, he was already overwhelmed by anger and couldn't care less about it at all. Good guts, there really isn't a single good thing in the Bai family. A furious shout came from the talisman. Digging up the bones didn't work but even poisoned them. I see that the Bai family already has a way to take their deaths. Seeing this, Senior Brother Chen hurriedly continued, and that guy Lin Yan. I wanted to teach that punk Bai Feng a lesson, but he even helped that guy Bai Feng. I don't think he's any good either. Well, you're right, that guy contradicts me from time to time, has no respect for his elders, and simply doesn't care about me as his big brother. Senior Brother Chen's face suddenly beamed with joy. Then Senior Brother Yi, should we first take this Lin Yan fellow? No, the most important thing right now is this fellow Bai Feng. The tone emanating from the talisman suddenly regained its flatness. I can't move him now that he's in the Bai clan, but if he enters the Heavenly Sword sect, the Bai clan won't be able to protect him. Senior Brother Chen had a puzzled look on his face. But Senior Brother Yi, Bai Feng's talent is really crap. It's impossible for him to enter the Heavenly Sword sect. Ha. Aren't there you? Challenging a foundation establishment perfection with an early foundation establishment and still coming back in one piece. That's enough. Listening to the laughter emanating from the talisman, Senior Brother Chen's face couldn't help but twitch as his fists subconsciously clenched. What kind of bullshit scheme? Why should he sacrifice his reputation to allow Bai Feng to enter the Heavenly Sword sect? If this matter got out, where would he put his face? But that punk Bai Feng is using a spirit weapon before. Before he could finish speaking, the talisman interrupted him with a voice. Won't you exaggerate? Do you still need me to teach you such things? Senior Chen's teeth were suddenly clenched. What? You don't agree? No. How could that be? Senior brother Yi really is a good plan. I'll tell the clan about this. Although he was very angry inside, Senior brother Chen could only suppress his anger and curtly returned. At the same time, his heart was also a bit regretful. If he had known that it would be like this, he would not have said anything to contact this shameless guy Yi Tang. See you tomorrow, brother. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Bai Feng waved an expressionless hand at Bai Yuma, and after she left, he pushed open the door to his room and landed on the bed with a splashy leap that bounced a few times. Shopping is exhausting. He wanted to buy a basic array material to try the system to give the array great success. The results of the white feather mal that guy seems to be dissatisfied with him as long as a basic array material, and dragged him a few more stores, until he bought a set of only need to inject the spirit of chi foolproof operation of the white inflammation sword array only willing to give up. Forget it. His sister's leaving tomorrow anyway. Today is just an accident. But it is also limited to today. Today is just a compensation mentality that Bai Yuma felt regret after seeing the letter he wrote. When she returns to the Heavenly Sword sect to cultivate for a period of time, this mentality will continue to diminish until it is completely worn down by time. But this matter wasn't all bad. Although this wave of Bai Yuma had provided him with a huge pile of chi luck values, the relationship between the two of them had also eased a bit. This thigh embrace may not be firm, but more or less also embraced a little. In the future, if he encounters any danger that cannot be avoided, such as encountering the son of Chi who looks at him unpleasantly, Bai Yuma estimates that he can look at the letter sake to help him a hand. Oh yeah, and the system also gave me a set of god forging techniques, so I'll let me Kong immortal techniques. Exactly what's the difference? White Maple struggled to roll over and opened his system to look at it. He carefully read the divine forging law, and gradually, he entered a subtle state. It was as if he was floating in the air, or swimming at the bottom of the sea, followed by a wave of wind that blew his consciousness far away. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and as if he was being squeezed by the sea, he felt his self-consciousness like a dough being constantly stretched and kneaded. It's so hard. Bai Feng felt like he was going to rip apart if he continued like this, so he subconsciously began to clasp his consciousness together and used it to resist the pressure of the gale and the sea. I don't know how much time had passed, but suddenly a sunrise rose from the border, and the gale force winds and the pressure of the sea that had caused him so much pain instantly disappeared. For a moment he felt like he had never been as relaxed as this. The sun shone warmly on his body, like he was being held in a warm embrace. Bai Feng gradually regained his consciousness, only he felt a little dizzy in his own head. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Yuma's anxious face about to cry out, as well as self being shaken by her grabbing her shoulders. What happened? He subconsciously reached out and grabbed Baek Yum's arm, stopping her shaking motion. It felt like self was shaking his brains out and his head was spinning. That said, why was White Yummy in his room? Brother, you finally woke up. Bai Yuma was instantly excited and hugged Bai Feng's neck, almost as if she wanted to bury him in her own arms. I saw that you hadn't gotten up this morning, so I thought about shouting at you to get up, but it turned out that you couldn't wake up no matter what. Bai Feng felt the force of those two arms at his neck. Obviously the arms looked relatively slim, but they were like two steel like deadly jamming his neck. He felt that and so going on since he was going to fall into a stupor again. You first. Let go of me. Only then did Bai Yuma realize that he hadn't controlled his own strength, and quickly loosened his arm. Sorry, I just succeeded in conjugating the Dan, and I still have a bit of trouble controlling my strength. Bai Feng covered his own neck with one hand, wearing a large mouthful of rough air. Oh, so it's Jean Dan. Ah, Golden Dan now? He quickly raised his head to look at Bai Yuma and felt it carefully. Bai Yuma's aura was indeed different, much stronger than yesterday, and he even felt a vague sense of oppression coming from her body. How did he get his Dan? Baek Umo is a few years younger than him, isn't he? Worthy of being a son of Chi with immortal bones. It would be impossible to say that he wasn't envious. Sometimes he wondered if he should simply follow the system. With the system rewards he could also quickly Jean Dan and be a genius. But when he thought of the sons of Chi that were everywhere in this world, he felt that it was more comfortable and refreshing to lie flat and touch the fish for the rest of his life than to be a genius for 3 seconds. Brother, what just happened to you? Bai Yuma looked at him with some concern. It can't be some kind of disease, right? Should we get a doctor to check it out? It's fine. It's just that in order to delve into formations, so I purposely learned an extra gong method to strengthen my divine sense. Bai Feng waved his hand. I just slept too much purely because I was too tired from learning at night. You know that divine sense feats are very mind-consuming. While speaking he also felt it carefully. After being woken up by Yuma he hadn't checked his divine sense yet, and he didn't know how effective the immortal law of forging God was. Immediately after that, his heart was instantly a little surprised. Worthy of being an immortal method, his divine sense had grown more than twice as big. The feeling was like a myopic eye wearing glasses with the right degree of prescription, as if the whole world was clearer. And with the continuous refinement of the divine forging method, in addition to the function of strengthening the divine sense, there are also many wonderful uses, such as expanding the scope of detection, hiding their own breath, and even without the use of spell formations can be used to use illusions and so on. With such a powerful divine sense coupled with the system's Qi-Yun-Z tracking function, he would be able to perfectly avoid the Qi-Yun-Z when he went out. This system is finally giving something useful. At this moment, because he was feeling his divine sense, he didn't notice the expression on Yuma's face, although her face was still a little worried. But more than that, she was elated. It was true that all the rumors outside were wrong. Her brother was the one who had not fallen, and still remained as diligent and hardworking as before. She was a bit worried that Baifeng was used to being lazy and might refuse to enter the Heavenly Sword sect, but now she wasn't worried anymore. She had also made a point of asking her father early this morning, and after learning of Baifeng's talent and talismans, she could pack her bags and let Baifeng enter the Heavenly Sword sect to train. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? Let's go together if you haven't. Baifeng was happy in his heart, and even looked at Yuma in a favorable light. No, Yuma shook her head, although she had long ago already dispelled the grain, and Jin Dan could even eliminate the need to ingest food. But if it was with her brother, then it would be good to eat a little bit. Then let's go. Uncle White, any more dishes? Baifeng came to the kitchen and asked the chef who was preparing the ingredients in the kitchen. Young master is here. I just bought fresh beef. Why don't I get you a bowl of beef noodles to try? Young master? Because Baifeng often came to the kitchen to dabble in food and drink, and the two of them often exchanged food tips. Over time the chef was less restrained in private. Good. Put more scallions. Baifeng turned his head to look at Yuma who was standing outside the door. Just tell me what you want to eat. Uncle Bai's craftsmanship is very good. Yuma shook his head. Just like you. Okay, 2 beef noodles then. Okay. The chef turned around and continued his work. Although he didn't know why the young master and his sister were on good terms again, but it was clearly not something he, the chef, should be concerned about, and it was a good thing anyway. Soon, the 2 bowls of beef noodles were ready, and Baifeng sat at a table in the courtyard, and in addition to the beef noodles, the chef had specially gotten a few extra small dishes and desserts delivered. Eat something, even though you basically don't need to eat after foundation establishment. Life is still a lot less fun if you don't eat. Baifeng picked up a piece of beef on the surface and put it in his mouth and savored it, while he also said vaguely, take whatever you want to eat yourself. I won't help you clip the food when you're all this big. Well, Yuma gently nodded. She thought of when she first came to the Bai family as a child. At that time it was all about Baifeng dragging her to dinner, and even fearing that she wouldn't dare to move her chopsticks. She even personally pinched the rice into the bowl in front of her. Thinking of this, she stole a glance at Baifeng who was drying his rice. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of dry-fried beef strips. After hesitating for a few seconds, she took a deep breath to suppress the nervousness in the bottom of her heart, and then quickly put the beef strips into Baifeng's bowl. Her speed was so fast that it even created a residual shadow. Baifeng suddenly flinched as he looked at the beef strips in the bowl, and then at Yuma, who had her head down eating the noodles, with more than a hint of doubt on her face. Where did you get these beef sticks? He had a feeling that it should have been White Yung who let it in, but he had no proof. Then he had just lowered his head and was about to continue drying his meal when a shadow flashed in front of him, and then there was an extra slice of beef in his bowl. He raised his head once more to look at Yuma and realized that she was taking small bites of the noodles, all the while raising her head to give him an innocent look. After you became a Jindan, you used it for this kind of thing? Eat well, I'll clip my own food when I want it. Oh, after being told off by Baifeng, Yuma finally stopped making small moves and started eating quietly, but halfway through the meal, his old man burst in. Finally I found you. I knew you were eating at this place. Bai Tianyu walked over quickly, with an anxious look on his face. Don't eat first, quickly come with me. Your Uncle Yun is here. Baifeng felt a bit puzzled. Just come, I'm not drinking with you guys. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Baio's face. Ahem. He wanted to ask when you and his daughter will be officially engaged. Baifeng? Baifeng thought hard. If he remembered correctly, Uncle Yun's daughter was called Yun Yumyo, but from the time he was born until now, he was pretty sure he hadn't met with Yun Yumyo. One is that after he obtained the villain system, except for the time he went out to explore the number of sons of Qi, he has avoided going out of the house after that. And the second is that Uncle Yun's wife was injured when she was pregnant, which led to the fact that Uncle Yun's daughter is not very well, and she is forced to stay at home and not be able to go out of the house. So where did this engagement thing come from? Between thoughts, Bai Feng couldn't help but put his sight on his old man. This thing was 80% from his unreliable old man on. So, Dad, what's this engagement thing all about? The expression on Bai Tianyo's face became more and more awkward. Finally he sighed and patted himself on the head in remorse. It was all a mistake of drinking. You were just born at that time. Your Uncle Yun's wife was pregnant, so we proposed to get a baby marriage during the drinking. Then why didn't you tell me about it? I drank too much alcohol and woke up the next day and forgot it. Bai Tianyu scratched his head vigorously, and seemed to be also complaining about how Self could forget such an important thing. White maple. Fuck. How did he end up with such an unreliable old man? Dad, you're the one who made this happen, so it's better if you take care of it. Bai Feng picked up his bowl and continued to dry his rice, not to mention whether or not he wanted to get engaged to someone he hadn't met at all. Let's just say that with all the sons of Qi everywhere in this world and his villainous identity, there might be a hairy guy who jumped out to object when he met with his fiancée. Bai Yu gritted his teeth and stretched out 3 fingers. Triple pocket money. Bai Feng shook his head. No, it's not like I'm short of money. I don't have anywhere to spend my money right now. Then what do you want? Bai Yu sighed straight in his heart. It seems that Self is going to hemorrhage money. In the past few years, he has always felt that he has not handled the relationship between his family well, leading to the breakup of the family. Plus Bai Feng, this child is quite obedient, so he has always felt quite indebted to his son Bai Feng. Otherwise, he would have slapped down and dragged his son to meet. Although Bai Feng really didn't want to get involved with his fiancée, this matter had happened after all, and he was worried that Self's old man wouldn't be able to handle it well. So he nodded. Dad, I want to learn formations. Have you eaten through your talismans yet? Just thinking about learning formations? Bai Yu frowned slightly at once. If Bai Feng was wanting some precious spirit weapon or something like that, he would definitely agree to it immediately. But this kind of thing that would obviously affect Bai Feng's future, he still had to be a bit careful. I feel like I'm quite talented in formations as well. Bai Feng wasn't going to give up. He had to find a way to whitewash himself that formation Dichang identity. Seeing Bai Feng say that, Bai Yu also didn't say anything more. Forget it, I'll arrange this matter of the formation. But if you don't have much talent, give it up for me before it's too late. Thanks Dad. Bai Feng burst out laughing. In the future, he wouldn't need to go looking for excuses when he laid a formation for his house. Alright, now you hurry up and go with me to meet your Uncle Yun. Remember to be polite. Okay. Bai Feng put down his bowl. He glanced at Bai Yuma, who had been keeping his head down without speaking or eating. Yuma, want to come along? Bai Yuma suddenly raised her head. Her face was a little blank, and it took a few seconds before she reacted. So she hastily nodded. Okay, hurry up. Under the urging of Bai Tianyu, the two of them walked quickly towards the parlor. At a glance, Bai Feng saw the middle-aged uncle with a charitable and amiable face sitting on a chair, and the moment he walked in, the other party couldn't wait to get up from his chair and walk over with a smile on his face. Little Feng, remember your Uncle Yun? Oh, Yuma is here too. You've grown so big since I haven't seen you in a few years. You were drinking with my dad last month. How could you not remember? The corners of Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Ha ha, look at my memory. Uncle Yun is not embarrassed. He reaches out and touches the scruff at his chin. The reason I came over today must have been told by your father. Originally I was planning to find a good day to get engaged, but your father insisted on asking for your opinion. That old man wouldn't have forgotten about this matter. Ha ha ha. He wanted to make a joke, but he realized that Bai Feng's expression was a bit unnatural, and even the face of Bai Tianyu on the side was a bit embarrassed. At that moment, his eyes narrowed and he turned his head to look at Bai Tianyu. You shouldn't really have forgotten, right? Ahem. You know, I tend to forget things when I drink too much. And who told you not to mention it for the past few years? Or could I have forgotten for so long? After seeing that he had been discovered, Bai Tianyu was not embarrassed, but instead justified himself by saying back, I am still not, because my daughter's health is not good. Uncle Yun finally waved his hand. Forget it, I knew that this guy is not reliable. Then he straightened his expression. In fact, I didn't want to mention this matter before. After all, my daughter's health is not good. She has not been able to cultivate, and I can't pit you against old brother Bai. But recently my daughter had some strange encounters, and her body's deficiencies have been made up, and she is now in the late stage of qi refining. And that's the reason I'm looking for you to reintroduce the marriage contract. That's quite a thing. Bai Tianyu also knew that Yun Yue has always been a piece of heart disease of Yun old brother. Now the heart disease has been removed. He also feel happy for Yun old brother. However, Bai Feng on the side looked slightly grave, his body was damaged and he couldn't cultivate. And now he met with a strange encounter and set foot on the path of immortal cultivation again. This template is so familiar. He was 10, or even 90% certain that his fiancée was a child of Qi. And even if she wasn't, then she should have a great relationship with a child of Qi. No, this engagement must not go through. However, he couldn't just break the marriage contract, or else that would be giving the opposite Qi Yunzi a withdrawal buff. When he thought of this, his heart burst with ideas. Uncle Yun, can I say a few words about the engagement? Uncle Yun smiled and stroked his scruff. Little Feng, you say it is. Uncle Yun, you also know that my reputation isn't very good. I'm afraid it won't affect Yun Myrtle. So I think it's better to think long and hard about things like engagement. Uncle Yun instantly waved his hand. Hiya. Other people don't know. But Uncle Yun, can I not know what you are like? This you don't have to worry about. Bai Feng had expected Uncle Yun's answer, and he had only asked it to pave the way for the questions that followed, picking a good insertion point. So he continued. There's also the fact that Yun Myrtle has just begun cultivation after all. So a direct engagement is a bit too hasty, and that it's better to ask the two about their views on such a big event as marriage. Well, Little Feng, you have a point. Uncle Yun nodded, but he wasn't going to give up like that. That's why I've come here just to inquire about the engagement as well. The big deal about getting married can be scheduled later. Bai Feng looked up at Uncle Yun with a somewhat hesitant expression. Then he took a deep breath and gathered enough courage to continue. And that is, because I have experienced some things before. So, I think that things like marriage is still better between two lovers. Let me marry a person who has not seen each other, has no emotional foundation, and do not know whether the other party is willing to do so. Forgive me for not being able to agree. Uncle Yun instantly frowned. He naturally could tell that Bai Feng wasn't too willing, but there was no way for him to say anything, because he knew which thing Bai Feng was referring to. It wasn't surprising that Bai Feng would think this way. He had also heard Bai Yu complaining that since the bone-digging incident, Bai Feng had moved to a small isolated courtyard by himself and didn't know what he was doing all day. He sighed, slowly stretching his brows, and nodded gently. I was overly hasty in this matter. Let's do it this way. I'll let you Myrtle meet with you some other day, and we'll talk about the engagement afterward. Bai Feng was instantly relieved. Anyway, let's muddle through the engagement first. As for the meeting, let's see if we can find an excuse to avoid it then. Bai Feng came out of the parlor. After he had finished, Uncle Yun had lost the idea of talking about the engagement, and now the two of them, Uncle Yun and his father, were about to go out for a drink. Brother, don't you want to get engaged to Yun Miao? Bai Yuma followed beside him. Before in the room she had stood quietly without speaking. Until she left she couldn't help but ask Bai Feng about it. Don't want to. Bai Feng shook his head without hesitation. After all, she and I have never even met. We are complete strangers. If I want to get married, I still want to find a woman who knows her roots, who has gotten along for a few years, or at least been a friend for a few years, and, of course, preferably also has an emotional foundation, and gets along personality-wise. It was summarized in one sentence. He wanted to know if the other party was a son of Qi, and if he had anything to do with a son of Qi. Otherwise, with the current pissiness of this system, he suspected that after getting married, he could trigger the system rewards even when he slept at night, stuffing him with a bunch of Qi luck values. Bai Yuma stared blankly at Bai Feng for a few seconds. Then she hastily shook her head, as if trying to hide her own embarrassment. She hastily continued to Bai Feng and inquired, So, brother, do you have a favorite person? Well, no. Bai Feng shook his head. After all, I stay at home all the time and don't go out much, so I don't know many people. So, Bai Yuma reached up and scratched his cheek, his eyes subconsciously looking around. Well, don't worry about your brother's life matters. I'm the eldest young master of the Bai family. It's still very simple to get married. Bai Feng waved his hand. You're leaving today, right? Remember to cultivate well in the heavenly sword sect. There's nothing much to do less to run to home. Well, Bai Yuma was instantly in a somewhat depressed mood, but then she thought of the information she had asked her father for this morning about Bai Feng and instantly regained her vigor. She was looking forward to the day she met with Bai Feng at the heavenly sword sect. At that time, her brother would definitely be happy, right? At this moment, Bai Feng suddenly sneezed, and he glanced around with slight suspicion, always feeling that someone was trying to harm him. Bai Yuma left. Bai Feng stayed sitting in the yard looking at the sky overhead, only feeling cool. Finally, I don't have to be on my toes. Shibuya draws it up. Bai Feng took out a pen and paper, then began to brew. Ever since he saw Bai Yuma wearing the purple dress he had painted, he realized that self seemed to have a rather special group of fans in the heavenly sword sect. It just so happens that recently Shibuya figure he is also tired of drawing, has almost no life, His readers are also feeling a little aesthetic fatigue. It is time to draw something different for a change of taste. Decent pictures should be drawn and shibboleths should be drawn so that they can be called sound. He could even mess around with the same character. One picture with proper clothes and proper poses, and one picture with sherbari clothes and not so pretty poses. A contrast that could definitely drive his fans crazy. Okay. Inspired to start painting. During the few days that Baifeng had been indulging in drawing astringent diagrams, on the other side, a discussion had begun among the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect. The reason for this was the 3 extra letters of recommendation on the sovereign's desk. One was from Bayuma. The first thing she did after returning to the clan was to tell her master about Baifeng and write a letter of recommendation to the patriarch at her master's mention. One letter was from Lin Yan, who was even more enthusiastic about this matter than Bayuma. Not only did he look for his master, but even the alchemy elders who had a better relationship with him shouted up to help. The last letter was from senior brother Chen, but he just wrote a letter focusing on how extraordinary Baifeng was, as well as slightly mentioning a bit of introspection about himself, such as how he shouldn't have acted on impulse and so on. All 3 were inner disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and Bayuma was even the personal disciple of the peak master of the Green Bamboo Peak. Plus with the forceful push of Bayuma and Master Lin Yan and the others, the Heavenly Sword sect elders were forced to face this matter head-on. Even in the end, even ordinary disciples knew about this matter under the push and pull of certain people, and for a time, the sect was divided into 2 factions. One faction thought that since it was proposed by senior sister Bai and senior brother Lin, it meant that Baifeng wasn't as bad as the rumors, so as long as the rules were met, what was the harm in letting Baifeng join the Heavenly Sword sect? On the other hand, the other faction thought that senior sister Bai had obviously been oppressed by the Bai family before recommending Baifeng to join the Heavenly Sword sect, and as for senior brother Lin, their Lin family and the Bai family were neighbors, so it wasn't surprising that there were some exchanges of benefits, and they mustn't contribute to this kind of crooked wind. Even, at the end of the day, there was a small faction between these 2 factions. They agreed to Baifeng joining the Heavenly Sword sect so they could beat him up, but Baifeng had no knowledge of any of this, and only felt that the weather had gotten colder recently. Has Springer's identity been investigated? At Autumn Wind House, the girl with a translucent veil on her face, Xiaoer, was sitting on a chair with her legs crossed, her high split revealing those white and smooth thighs, as she asked the steward, Wang Ma, who was bending over in front of her. St. Before Wang Ma could speak, she was interrupted by the Autumn girl's voice. How many times have I said that my identity is Autumn? Yes, I am sorry. The slave is guilty. Wang Ma seemed to think of something horrible. Her body suddenly trembled, and her legs went soft and directly knelt on the ground. Get up. Autumn's face remained expressionless. If you don't report back you'll be staying at the Red Dust Wall. Yes. Wang Ma couldn't be bothered to get up from the ground. She hurriedly spoke the information she had gathered during this period of time quickly. Miss Xiaoer, it's like this. Chunxiu seems to be protected by some force. All of our investigations into Chunxiu have been hindered. Not a single bit of news has flowed out, and I'm afraid that the only one who can do such a thing is the White family of Qinghong City. The White family again? Xiaoer frowned slightly. Last time there was a person from the Bai clan who had broken free from her influence, although she had not performed any feats in order to prevent exposing her own identity, and had only relied on the sound of the zither to shallowly influence her. But the fact that this person had gone so quickly still made her feel irritated, as well as dangerous. She even guessed that the other party might have discovered something, and for that reason she had even quietly influenced a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, only to have it be a drunkard who couldn't even saw the dude who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment. She hadn't been worried about being discovered by the administrators of Qinghong City in the recent days, and although she wasn't afraid of it, her mission hadn't been completed yet, so naturally she wasn't willing to leave in such a dusty state. Alright, I know. There's no need for you to continue investigating this matter. Autumn waved her hand. Clean the floor before you leave. Yes, it is. After Wang Ma packed up and left, Autumn sat crookedly in her chair, propping her cheek with one hand. She was not surprised by the results of Chunxiu's investigation. Back when she first came to Qinghong City, she had sent someone to investigate, but other than the word Chunxiu, there was no other information, and it was not even clear if it was a man or a woman. The only ones who could achieve this level of success were probably the few groundlings in Qinghong City, and Chunxiu's position within it wasn't low, but she wasn't going to give up, and as early as the first moment she saw Chunxiu's painting, she was determined to get her hands on it. It was too condescending for such a talent to hide in Qinghong City as a Shibui Tui painter, and only by joining the Sacred Heart sect would he be able to utilize his value. It seems that a trip to the White family is in order. Good, I'm a done deal. Baifeng was cupping a shadow retaining stone in his hand, but if he looked closely, he would realize that this shadow retaining stone was a little bit different. There were more formations on this shadow-retaining stone, far more complex than normal shadow-retaining stones. Ordinary shadow-retaining stones only had the one function of recording and playing, but the shadow-retaining stone in Bai Feng's hand he had added an editing function to, but there was only the simplest cut and splice function. But even with the addition of such a function, it took him a lot of time and effort. The formation master who had created the staying shadow stone in the first place hadn't thought about adding other functions, causing him to almost rebuild the underlying formation nodes when he remodeled the staying shadow stone. But it was all worth it. The next limited collector's edition reward is this one. Bai Feng played with the smooth shadow-retaining stone in his hand. He planned to get a small animation of 10 seconds or so to give the otherworldly natives a little animated shock. But just as he was about to burst into painting all day, there was a sudden knock at the door. "Young master, the master wants you to come over." "Good." Bai Feng shook his head. Every time Self wanted to work on exploding his liver, someone would always interrupt. He casually placed the retention stone on the table before he pushed the door open towards his old man's study. And shortly after he left, a woman dressed as a maid came over with a broom and gently pushed open the door to the room and walked in. "What can I do for you, Dad?" Bai Feng pushed open the door of the study room and saw Bai Tianyu lying on the recliner with 2 letters in his hand. The corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a smile. "I have 2 good news to tell you." Bai Yu didn't straighten up, but threw the letter in his hand onto the table casually. "One is from Bai Ma, and the other is written by your Uncle Yun. Which one do you want to hear?" Bai Feng glanced at the letters on the table and felt that neither was good news. "What's written in this letter?" Bai Tianyu didn't sell the story and said directly, "Your Uncle Yun intends to bring Yun Yue immortal over for a trip to meet, and even to stay for a few days." Well, it sure wasn't good news. What excuse would have to be made to hide? Bai Feng pondered while continuing to ask. "And what did Yuma say?" "Yuma told her master about you, and it seems that Lin family brat also proposed that you enter the Heavenly Sword sect." The smile on Bai Tianyu's face had been completely unable to hold back. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning up to his ears. The Heavenly Sword sect happens to be planning to recruit new disciples as well, so they will be coming over in the recent days. White Maple. That's 2 more good news. One is that someone who is most likely a chirography child is going to live in my house, and the other is that I'm going to be allowed to live in the chirography den. Do I have any other options? But if I enter the Heavenly Sword sect, how will Uncle Yun's side explain? He felt it was better to meet with a son of Qi, tentative doubt, than to enter a son of Qi's lair, so he could think of a way to put off the Heavenly Sword sect's business first. Sure enough, Mr. Lu Sun was right. Bai Tianyu waved his hand, not feeling that this was a problem. "Hey, you all are still young. This kind of thing is not urgent. The big deal is to let Yun Yue also enter the Heavenly Sword sect. But the Yun family isn't in the northern region, so having Yun Yue come to the Heavenly Sword sect to train is too strange, isn't it?" "Well, that's also true." Bai Tianyu nodded, but still didn't think it was a problem. "It's fine. You guys just need to meet more often when you have time. Your Uncle Yun and I don't practice in the same clan either. But in the end, we didn't become good friends?" Bai Feng. "Dad, it's so strange to take you and Uncle Yun to explain." "Brat, don't tease me." Bai Tianyu's eyes glared at once. "I'm not doing this for your sake. If it were anyone else, the marriage would have been finalized long ago." Yes, Bai Feng replied very perfunctorily. "But you know about my talent, Dad. I guess it's still the same as last time, so it's better not to expect too much. Then work harder. Stay in your room less to draw that kind of thing, and strive to give me a good cultivation when you enter the Heavenly Sword sect, or else you won't even be able to mix up the seat of an elder." I'll try." Bai Feng was a bit embarrassed after being punctured, although he hadn't said anything about drawing Shibuya diagrams in his family, but he was relatively famous after all, and it was true that he couldn't hide it from the head of the Bai family. Seeing that his old man was going to continue to lecture him, he hastily found an excuse to slip away. Alas, is there no other way to go? Bai Feng sighed and sighed as he walked back. He wanted to hold his sister's thighs, but as a result, he was pitched by his mom and was forced to tie up a villainous system, and then now that he is not easy to settle down, he was pitched by his old dad again. If it wasn't for the fact that Qinghong City's 3rd son of Qi had left and could only be seen returning once in a while on the system map, he would have suspected that Self was being targeted by the Heavenly Dao. Could it be that Self really had to go out and hide for a few days? But it would be even more of a loss if they met a new son of Qi. As he pondered how to get out of the current crisis, he pushed open the door to his room in the courtyard, when suddenly his expression froze slightly. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he felt a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy arise around him. It's the formation. Someone put a formation in his room. If it wasn't for the fact that Self had practiced the God forging method for a few days, I'm afraid it would have been really hard to notice for a while. Pretending not to notice, he continued to walk slowly through the yard, but his mind was racing. This formation should be a trap formation. mainly used to isolate sound and spiritual power fluctuations. It seems like the other party shouldn't be running for his life, but it could be the type that likes to sneak up on people and then kill them and immediately disappear far away, leaving the victim's family to find out the next day that the person is dead. The good thing was that the formation wasn't difficult to solve. It just took a little time. Thinking of this, he did not enter the house, but walked to a stone table in the courtyard and sat down, taking out a book from his storage ring and reading it. Mr. White is really elegant. Or have you already discovered me? A flirtatious voice drilled into his ears, like a feather lightly scratching his heart, making him feel itchy inside. Even his breathing became a few points rougher. Instead of replying, Bai Feng turned to look at the position of the room's door, only to see the door of the room being pushed open by a slender jade hand. Her body was wearing a long black dress. Her face was wearing a translucent veil. Her every move was so eye-catching that one couldn't help but want to push her against the wall, one hand groping towards the hidden thighs, while the other went to unveil the mysterious veil on her face. Bai Feng hurriedly operated the god-forging method, and soon his dull eyes once again regained their clarity. However, he didn't expose himself. Instead, he had a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't perceive the danger. So it's Miss Autumn. What? Could it be that because my sudden departure that day made you worry about not satisfying me? You came to my house specifically to make it up to me? Of course. I wonder which method of compensation you prefer. Mr. Bai. Xiaoer smiled as she walked over to Bai Feng. She slowly sat down and crossed her left leg to land on her right leg, the black silky fabric sliding down like quicksand, revealing that white smooth thigh. Her voice seemed to have a kind of magic, so that people couldn't help but sink into it and fall under her skirt. However, Bai Feng had been running the god-forging method and hadn't been affected by her. What an abrasive little goblin. In that case, how about letting me see Miss Autumn's appearance under the veil? Gonzi is really in a hurry. Xiaoer covered her mouth and laughed softly. If you, sir, can promise me one thing, not to mention the veil, even if you want to look elsewhere, it's okay. Oh. The voice was light and soft, but at the same time it was like a slender hook hooking the other person's heart, constantly teasing. If it was a dude with insufficient determination, I'm afraid that he would have already given up everything he had. Hiss, really meta demoness. Bai Feng obviously felt that the other party's voice wasn't quite right, so he was probably practicing some kind of charming technique, and she had been chatting with him, so I'm afraid she was trying to deepen her influence, or even control him, with her charm. But unfortunately, I'm stalling too. So Bai Feng followed the other's words and continued. Oh, I wonder what Miss Xiaoer needs from me. Only to see Autumn put her hand between the two spheres and pull out a bunch of papers from inside, and at the first glance, Bai Feng recognized it as the Shibuya diagram he had been drawing all this time. Good guy, even if you are pulling my wool, you even stole my manuscript. You be careful from now on out. Don't let me catch you. Who could have known that the famous Master Chun Xiu was the youngest master of the Bai family? Xiaoer shook the paper in front of Bai Feng. An ethereal fragrance emanated from the paper, making one's chi and blood rush downwards. My little daughter has admired you for a long time. Master Chun Xiu, would you like to follow my daughter? What about going to see a more beautiful scenery together? Miss Xiaoer, you've really made an offer that's hard to refuse. Bai Feng's head bobbed along with the paper, and he seemed to be completely just mesmerized. But immediately afterward, he suddenly stood up from the stone bench, his eyes clearing, talismans flashing in his hands, appearing at the gate position almost instantly. But I refuse. As soon as the words fell, the formation that had isolated the courtyard from the outside world shattered violently, and the moment it shattered, Bai Feng also quickly threw the talisman in his hand, and a large amount of sword chi appeared beside him. He took a deep breath. Help! Bai Feng's set of silky little moves directly froze Xiaoer. She completely did not expect Bai Feng to be the least bit affected by her Mei Gong, and even more so, she did not expect Bai Feng to be able to break through the formation. How is this possible? Because of her brief days, she lost her best chance to strike, and by now she had already sensed several lines of sight locking onto her. She looked towards Bai Feng, who was protected by the layers of sword chi, and instead of being annoyed, a flirtatious smile appeared on her face. It said that the Bai family's eldest son is a waste of time and a straw man, so it seems that it's that group of people who are blind instead. Mr. Bai Feng, the place beside me will always be reserved for you. Come to the Sacred Heart sect if you want to come and see me. I'll be waiting. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, a sword chi appeared beside her and quickly flew towards her neck. However, in the next second, Xiaoer disappeared after being cut by the sword energy, which only made a large gash on the ground. Surprisingly, I let her escape. Bai landed next to Bai Feng with a frightening expression on his face. Ah fu, go and investigate. I want to know how this demon girl mixed into the Bai family. Yes, master. The butler who had come with him nodded quickly and then disappeared. Fenger, is everything alright? He then turned to look at Bai Feng, who was protected by the sword chi, and the murderous aura on his face dissipated. It's fine. Luckily I'm skilled and know a little bit about formations. Bai Feng dispersed his sword chi and patted his chest with palpitations. He totally didn't expect someone to break into the Bai family, so he was lazy and didn't rush to lay down a formation for his own room. Or else he would have said anything to lay down a dozen or so spell formations in his own room first, so that the demoness would have no way of coming back. At the same time, he was reflecting on whether or not Self was overconfident in the prestige and security of the Bai family. Dad, our family's security needs to be strengthened. It's not because the place you live is too remote. Seeing that Bai Feng was fine, Bai Baiyu also resumed his usual appearance. Starting today, you'll move in next door to me. Oh, although Bai Feng was a bit reluctant, he didn't object. After all, which one is important to draw a Shibuya map in his own life? He still can tell the difference. After a few moments, Fu returned next to Bai Tianyu. Master, it has been investigated. This demoness is the 100 appearance holy maiden of the Sacred Heart sect. She came to Qinghong City as early as a year ago, and has also taken control of Autumn Wind House. Surprisingly, it's the 100 appearances holy maiden. Bai Tianyu also felt a little tricky for a while. This person's fighting strength was not outstanding, but the cultivation technique was very strange. Not only able to change his own appearance, but even able to read the memories of the person being replaced. He turned his head to look at Bai Feng. What did you do to mess with her? She's got her eye on the things I drew, and she says she's going to take me with her to even more beautiful sights. Bai Feng also felt a bit angry while being embarrassed. What's the matter with this demon girl? Instead of messing around with real-world dudes and dudettes and having a big silver party, what's the point of coming to see the shibboleths I drew? I don't care if you look at a picture. Why do you want to abduct me in person? Handsome gentlemen in reality can't satisfy you demonesses anymore? Bai Tianyu didn't know whether to be angry or laugh for a while. I've told you not to draw that kind of thing. See, now you're being targeted by a demoness. Who could have known that the demon girl wouldn't go mess with a real person and come to see my paintings? Bai Feng muttered in a low voice. The corner of Bai Tianyu's mouth with, if anything, a smile, who said did not screw the real person. Now is not to screw you? Although his own son was almost ho-hoed by the demoness, but at the same time of being angry, there was a kind of inexplicable pride in his heart. After all, not everyone can be targeted by the demoness. What does this show? His son wasn't a waste. White Maple. What kind of a father he's got? Even though nothing happened this time, it was not guaranteed that in the future, with the character of the demoness of the Devil's Path, she would definitely not be able to let go so easily, and it was impossible for the White family to remain vigilant all the time. After all, there was no such thing as 1,000 days of defense against thieves, and once a negligence occurred one day, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape as easily as he did today. But where is safer? Is it really necessary to join the Heavenly Sword sect? The Heavenly Sword sect, as the behemoth of the Northern Domain, was also the head of the Northern Domain's righteous path, with rich experience in anti-devil paths. And if it was said that where was the safest place to go to if you messed with the devil path, it was undoubtedly the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Feng's expression was a bit tangled. This was like picking a pit spot in a toilet full of feces that didn't have as much feces and didn't smell as bad to take a dump. There's been too much trouble happening in the last few days. Is the system firing? Bai Feng couldn't help but mutter a few words as he thought about a whole bunch of things that had happened recently. Drop. This system will not do anything to interfere with the host. Host behavior, please do not rise to the system. White Maple. L. Resisting the desire to spit. He had to reconsider the matter of entering the Heavenly Sword sect when his own life was threatened. First of all, he didn't want to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Purpose was not to hide from the Sons of Qi. Hiding from the Sons of Qi was a means to an end, and his purpose had always been to live until he died of old age. And when his present situation begins to conflict with the purpose, then the self-same situation must be changed. Coupled with the fact that there might be another unfamiliar Son of Qi coming to stay at the Bai clan for a few days in the future, and the thought of having to deal with a new Son of Qi gave him a headache, then entering the Heavenly Sword sect would not be an unacceptable option. After all, the Heavenly Sword sect had two Sons of Qi that he knew and had a good relationship with, and with the help of the Sons of Qi, he could completely go to the Heavenly Sword sect and continue to swing for the fences. Thinking of this, Bai Feng instantly found Bai Tianyu, who was still busy, and told him about Self's purpose. Dad, I'm going to the Heavenly Sword sect. Keep this matter quiet. It's best to arrange a double for me in the Bai family. I'll sneak out on my own. Question mark. As for that, isn't it just that you've been targeted by the Sacred Heart sect's 100 appearances holy maiden? There's no need to sneak off to the Heavenly Sword sect, is there? Or do you think the Bai family can't protect you, and you didn't want to go before? Dado also did not expect a demon girl to bring his son. Stimulus was so great that he even wanted to go to the Heavenly Sword sect to cultivate. If the demon girl hadn't been plotting against his son, he would have wanted to thank her in person. Bai Yu waved his hand. No, I'll personally take you there in a few days. But Bai Feng shook his head. No, I've got demoness PTSD. I look at everyone like a demoness now. Daylight savvy. Do I look like a witch to you? In the end, Bai Tianyu sighed. Who let him have only this one son? It would be good to go to the Heavenly Sword sect, so that he could also let go of his hands to investigate this matter thoroughly. Alright, I'll prepare a carriage for you in a while and have the Grand Elder go with you. No, the carriage is too conspicuous. I'll walk with the Grand Elder. Can you, as my son of Bai Tianyu, not be such a wimp? Outside Green Rainbow City, in a dense forest, a black figure suddenly fell from the sky. Her originally smooth and beautiful back was marred by a hideous bloodstain, making it look exceptionally horrifying. This person was none other than the 100 Appearances Holy Maiden, also known as Miss Chior, and it was clear that although she had escaped from the Bai clan, it hadn't been without cost. A golden talisman in her hand dissolved into black ash and dissipated, and a few more points of gravity were added to her flirtatious eyes. Worthy of being the Bai clan's god of war? Your strikes are really ruthless. Taking out a pill, she opened her rosy little mouth and swallowed it. One hand gently stroked the hideous wound on her back, and soon the wound began to heal, along with the sword chi in the wound, which she also expelled. The 100 Appearance Holy Maiden draped herself in a robe with gold trim, and the moment she changed into the robe, her entire aura changed, seemingly transforming into a shrewd female businesswoman. Still missing a few men, she turned to look behind her, on the main road in the distance, just as a caravan wagon passed by. There you have it. She wasn't going to give up so easily, and she planned to enter Qinghong City again, although the probability was that Qinghong City was already under martial law at this time. But she was the 100 Appearances Holy Maiden, and she liked this kind of excitement the most, so I'm afraid the Bai family wouldn't have imagined that she would still dare to come back, right? Not only this time, but every time she liked to return to the scene of the crime to observe it, while those present could not see her identity in the slightest, or even talk about her to her face, a feeling that made her want to stop. Little Feng, we don't have to leave in such a hurry, do we? An old man walked as if he was walking slowly, but no matter how fast the teenager in front of him walked, he could always easily keep up. You don't understand. Second Grandpa, the way the demoness looked at me before was just too scary. It was a complete look of determination, treating me like a dish of food. Bai Feng shook his head, and even sped up his pace a few moments. I have a feeling that she won't give up so easily. Maybe she's observing outside the Bai family's door right now. You're too worried. The old man laughed. Forget it, you're walking too slowly like this. When will you reach the Heavenly Sword sect? Come over, I'll lead you. Well, Bai Feng stopped his steps. He first looked around, then asked in a low voice, Second Grandpa, do you move a lot when you run? If it's big, we'd better walk for a while and wait until we're out of Green Rainbow City's range before flying over. The old man's eyes immediately glared. What, you don't believe your second grandfather? Back then, I was known as the god and ghost swordsman. It was because I didn't move a bit, and by the time they realized me, the sword was already on their necks. Second Grandpa is so strong. Bai Feng cooperatively snapped his hands. Second Grandpa, can you teach me? Not for any other reason. I just want to experience what it's like to be a ghost. Go go go. How to talk. The old man reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's collar behind him, and then the two of them quickly disappeared towards the distance. Work hard to become a Jindan if you want to learn. Heavenly Sword Sect. A teenager who seemed to be only 14 or 15 years old stood at the entrance of the Heavenly Sword Sect and said to the old man with a smile, Senior is also bringing his juniors to participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect's examination. Right, please also go this way. Bai Feng looked at the gate of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and rather than a gate, it was just a huge broken sword stuck in the mountainside. Other than that, it does look pretty forced at first glance. Although he had participated in the Heavenly Sword Sect's examination before, he, as the White family's eldest son, naturally didn't need to come over in person. It was an elder who was invited to come to the White family to personally conduct the examination. So it was kind of his first time coming to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Bai Feng retracted his sight and quickly followed the teenager's footsteps, and as he continued to move forward, the passers-by gradually became more numerous. These people were undoubtedly all here to participate in the Heavenly Sword Sect's examination. The Heavenly Sword Sect's assessment was rather special, although talent still accounted for a large portion of the assessment, but if one had special skills or possessed great perseverance, they could still join the Heavenly Sword Sect, and wouldn't be brushed down because of poor talent like other sects. This was also because the Heavenly Sword Sect, as the behemoth of the Northern Domain, not only had money, but also held a large amount of resources in their hands, so they could afford to cultivate disciples who were less talented but had a good heart. Please register here. The teenager stopped and turned to Bai Feng with a smile. Next to him sat a young man in his 20s. His face was expressionless, or rather his expression was numb as he looked at Bai Feng. Name: put your hand on this stone to inject a trace of spiritual energy. Don't worry about it if you don't have it. White maple, Bai Feng said as he placed his hand on the stone, and soon the stone emitted a faint glow, which meant that he had an average talent. But both the teenager and the registered young man stopped moving. The teenager's face lost its smile, and the young man was no longer facepalmed. They all placed their eyes on Bai Feng in unison. You're that Bai Feng from the Bai clan? Yeah. What's up? Bai Feng nodded. At the same time, he also surreptitiously surveyed the expressions of the two men. The teenager's expression was a bit hungover. His face was a bit ugly, while the young man in charge of the registration was conversely revealing an interested gaze. Ha! Wasn't Self's reputation in the Heavenly Sword sect bad? That lead teenager is quite normal. What's wrong with you? The disciple in charge of registration? Since it's brother by then there's no need to register. Your situation is rather special. There will be an elder personally assessing you in a while. The young man had a smile on his face. That being said, why aren't you in Qinghong City, brother Bai, instead of running over to participate in the examination yourself? When Bai Feng saw the other party greeting him with a smile, he naturally didn't ask anything more. Maybe he was Lin Yan's acquaintance, so he shook his head and returned with an open-mouthed sigh. Don't mention it. Something happened at home and I had to leave early. When the young man saw that Bai Feng didn't say anything about what was going on, he also knowingly didn't ask. Then you have to visit more often, brother Bai. The tests here are much more interesting than the one-on-one tests of the elders. Will do. After chatting for a few moments, Bai Feng took his leave, and as for the teenager who brought them here, he disappeared in turn. Seeing how the teenager's face had changed earlier, he was probably someone who had heard the rumors and couldn't wait to get away from him. Forget it. Anyway, I'm being assessed one-on-one by the elders. This group of people can't move on the assessment even if they want to. Bai Feng didn't care about the lead teenager who had quietly left, but followed the guidance of his examination senior and came to rest in the temporary living place. There were already quite a few people here at this time, mostly people who had arrived early to wait for the test because of the long distance. Here comes another one. A few people gathered together seemed to be chatting. One of them waved at Bai Feng who walked over. Brother came quite early. What's your name? White Maple. After saying that, several people stopped talking all of a sudden. They glanced at each other, and one of them asked cautiously, are you Bai Feng of the northern regions by family? Right. Bai Feng nodded, and the faces of a few people nearby turned a little green. Excuse me, I suddenly need to use the restroom and leave for a little while. Wait for me brother. Go with me. It occurs to me that my door seems to be unlocked, so excuse me for a moment. I also remembered I have soup simmering in my pot. But there seemed to be others who couldn't figure out what was going on, and reached out to pull a man down to ask, brothers, why are you all running away? Don't yank me. He's Bai Feng, of the Bai family. So what? This is the Heavenly Sword sect. The White family can't put their hands here, right? His sister is Bai Yuma, the Heavenly Sword sect genius who carries immortal bones, and he, ahem. Anyway, I have something to leave for a while. Crap, thanks for the reminder brother. I remembered that my wife is giving birth today. So I'll go first. For a while the people in the neighborhood seemed like the 8 immortals had shown their skills, and within a few seconds, a large chunk of Bai Feng's side was empty. Well, that's right. Bai Feng nodded, not feeling annoyed. Having just chatted with the Heavenly Sword sect disciples for a while, I really almost thought that Self's popularity in the Heavenly Sword sect had improved. The old man who came with Bai Feng just stroked his beard. Going out he would not intervene in the actions of his juniors except when he encountered dangers that he could not solve. But White Maple did have a pretty good heart as his father had said, even a little too good. Well, it's not a bad thing. Master, what is it that you wanted to see me about? Bai Yuma pushed open the door to his room and stuck half his head out to look inside. Inside the room sat a tall woman wearing a light green robe, but even the loose robe couldn't hide the proud bosom. She was none other than Bai Yuma's master, as well as the peak master of Green Bamboo Peak, Shu Ningyan, who at less than 100 years of age was already at the late stage of spirit transformation, and was only one step away from refining the void. At this moment, she was holding a letter in her hand, and when she saw Bai Yuma come in she smiled and put the letter down. There's good news for you. Bai Feng is here, and right now he's waiting outside for the test. My brother is here? Bai Yuma was first a little surprised, but then she looked puzzled. Why did he come over early? With Bai Feng's character, even if he wanted to join the Heavenly Sword sect, he wouldn't be in such a hurry, right? And it's only been 2 days since her letter was sent. Which means that Bai Feng practically hoofed it over as soon as he received it. Well, it can't be because, looking at the change of expression on her own disciple's face, A hint of a smile also surfaced at the corner of Chu Ningyan's mouth. Ever since Bai Yuma came back she had noticed a change in her own disciple's body. Not only had he broken through Jindan, his personality was not as dull as before. This meant that her disciple had already unraveled his heart, and thus the biggest obstacle blocking her disciple's path had disappeared. And I'm afraid that this change has something to do with Bai Yuma's brother, Bai Feng. Regarding the matter of Bai Yuma's bones being dug out, she knew more than ordinary disciples and ordinary elders, so naturally, she would not be hostile to Bai Yuma's brother. On the contrary, she was a bit curious instead. Just what kind of person could refuse an immortal bone? If Bai Yuma's brother was a supreme genius she might not have been curious. After all, most geniuses had pride, but it was just that Bai Feng was another person with very ordinary talent. Would anyone really give up the chance to ascend to immortality because of unseen and ungraspable affection? Seeing Bai Yuma's anxious expression that was almost on the verge of sticking up and asking, Chu Ningyan then replied, "It's because someone from the Devil's Way has their sights set on Bai Feng." The Devil's Way? Who is it? Bai Yuma's expression instantly chilled. Did they attack within Qinghong City? This group of Devil Dao scumbags are really bold. No, it was at the Bai clan. Chu Ningyan slowly said. And the person who attacked Bai Feng was also the Sacred Heart Sect's 100 Appearance Holy Maiden. You should know about this Devil Dao genius with bizarre methods. Bai Yuma's face went a few shades of white after hearing this name. How could she not recognize this lawless demoness? How did her brother mess with her? No, with this demon girl's character. It should have been the demon girl who moved against her brother. My brother, is he alright? Bai Yuma's voice trembled a little. She didn't dare to imagine what the demoness would do to Bai Feng. So much so that it made Bai Feng rush to the Heavenly Sword Sect to hide. Chu Ningyan didn't sell out. This you can rest assured. Bai Feng's talent in formations is very good. He directly broke through the formation and escaped. Your father also made a timely move. But unfortunately, he still let her escape. One can only say that she deserves to be called the 100 Appearances Saint Daughter, and that she was actually able to escape from the hands of the White God of War. After hearing that Bai Feng was fine, Bai Yuma breathed a sigh of relief and her emotions gradually stabilized. Master, I want to go out and take a look. She quietly looked at Chu Ningyan. I'm suddenly a little curious about the new disciple's examination. If you want to go see Bai Feng, just say it straight. There's no need to be so abrasive. Chu Ningyan reached out and knocked Bai Yuma's head. But I'm also a bit curious. It just so happens that Elder Jean is going to conduct an examination. So you'll come with me to take a look. Thank you, Master. Surprisingly, he ran away. The 100 Appearances Holy Maiden was hiding in the crowd. Only this time, the expression on her face was not as pleasant as before. I don't know whether to call the other side timid or decisive. It wouldn't be a big deal if she was just ready to enter the Heavenly Sword Sect and other sects after being scared by her. But the other party had gone so swiftly and decisively. It was almost as if the other party had run away after she had just left in the front foot. Didn't they feel ashamed? Ugh. No fun. Let's go. After losing her greatest pleasure, the 100 Appearance Saintess walked out of the crowd and gradually disappeared into the street. She could guess where Bai Feng had gone, and it was none other than the Heavenly Sword Sect's righteous sects. Although she dared to break into the Bai family to arrest them, she didn't dare to go to the Heavenly Sword Sect to have fun. That place is easy to get in, but hard to get out. However, it was possible to pay more attention to the news of the Heavenly Sword Sect. She didn't believe that Bai Feng would keep shrinking in the Heavenly Sword Sect and not come out. Is there a way to stay in the Heavenly Sword Sect all the time without having to go out? Although Bai Feng hadn't entered the Heavenly Sword Sect yet, he had already started thinking about how he was going to lie down and swing for the fences. With his understanding of the Heavenly Sword Sect, no matter if it was an inner or outer disciple, they all needed to go out on missions every month. Even special talents such as alchemy, artifact refining, and array formation also needed to carry out missions. It was just that the difficulty was a little lower. Unless it's really special. So special that the clan won't let you go out, or become an elder. The former was too sharp, and coupled with his identity as a villain, he would be easily targeted by the Sons of Qi, which was not in line with his purpose, and the latter was simply out of the question. No, self in the Heavenly Sword Sect is not much of a good reputation, was originally to be targeted, then a little more targeted seems to be not unacceptable. Bai Feng instantly realized something. He was already famous in the Heavenly Sword Sect, his reputation was already bad. Being more famous didn't seem like much. It's like not having an umbrella on a rainy day. At first, you'll look for a place to hide from the rain when your clothes are still dry, but once you're drenched, you're fearless, and the rain won't interfere with getting home even if it's a little heavier. It just so happened that with his formation mastery strength, it was still easy to mix up a quota where he didn't have to go out and do missions, right? When the time comes, he closes the door and stays at home every day. Even if he wants to target him, he has no power to do so. Just as Bai Feng was sitting on a rock contemplating how he was going to lie down and swing for the fences in the Heavenly Sword sect, the elder of the Heavenly Sword sect walked over and looked at him, as well as the old man beside him. Elder. The elder arched his hand at the old man. The old man merely nodded, his eyes looking behind the elder instead. Compared to an ordinary elder, it was obviously still the Heavenly Sword sect's peak master that was more worthy of attention, and she had white yummers with her. Elder Bai's body is still very tough. Chu Ningyan smiled and greeted the old man. For the Bai family's grand elder, who was also a strong person of the harmonization stage, she, as the Heavenly Sword sect's peak master, had to give some importance and respect. It's not as good as it used to be long ago, just playing a little bit of residual heat. The old man waved his hand. You guys can assess how you want. Don't worry about me. Ha ha ha. With Bai Feng's special talent, passing the examination should be a breeze. The two of them exchanged a few polite words, and Elder Jean on the side didn't dare to interject at all. After all, he was just a common elder. He glanced sideways at Bai Feng, who needed him to conduct the examination. It seemed that the rumors were not necessarily accurate. To be personally escorted by the Bai clan's grand elder, how was this the appearance of being abandoned? At the same time, he also saw Bai Yuma sneak up to Bai Feng, and the two seemed to be chatting about something. Apparently the relationship between the two isn't as bad as rumored, and the fact that Bai Yuma was forced to write a letter of recommendation is even more nonsense. Well, it's time to water down the test a little bit after that. Elder Jean stroked his beard and gradually had an idea in his mind. Brother, are you okay? Bai Yuma kept surveying Bai Feng's body until she was sure that there were no injuries, and then she completely put her heart down. No, I was just taken by surprise. Luckily she didn't know that I had studied formations. Otherwise it would have been really hard for me to escape. Bai Feng wasn't surprised that Bai Yuma knew about this. After all, if he was going to travel to the Heavenly Sword sect ahead of time, his father must have had to talk to the Heavenly Sword sect, and it was assumed that his father had written the letter and sent it over after he left. This demoness is truly detestable, and I don't know why she would want to deal with you. Although Bai Feng hadn't suffered any injuries, Bai Yuma still couldn't help but mutter. Bai Feng was a bit embarrassed. He couldn't say that it was because he drew Shibuya diagrams that the demoness had taken a liking to him. Could he? His father knew that he drew astringent diagrams even though, after all, he was the head of the Bai family. But drawing astringent pictures was known by his sister. That kind of thing don't. We'll have to wait at least 10 years after my death to find out. Brother, what's wrong with you? Bai Yuma looked at Bai Feng's expression that was a bit off and hurriedly asked with concern. It's fine. Bai Feng waved his hand. I'm just regretting about going to listen to the song by myself. Bai Yuma instantly felt like she understood the reason why the demoness was staring at Bai Feng, only to see her small mouth bulging slightly. Well, in the future, brother, when you enter the Heavenly Sword sect, you should cultivate properly and stop hanging out in places like this. Yes. Bai Feng nodded. Just kidding. He still went to listen to music? In the future, he wouldn't even leave the door. Ahem. Can we start the test now? Seeing that the two had finally finished chatting, Elder Jean hurriedly uttered a cough. Bai Yuma hurriedly nodded and somewhat embarrassedly retreated to Chu Ningyan's side. Alright, please start. Senior. Bai Feng was already prepared, and as someone who had gone through the test once, he naturally knew the process. However, this time was different from the last time. Last time he was incidentally assessed along with the other disciples of the Bai family. One was that his own talent was already average, and the second was that he didn't think of passing the assessment either. And this time, he was already a great success in formations. So passing the test wasn't simple? I've heard that you're quite good at making talismans, so the content of this test will be related to talismans, alright. But at this time, Bai Feng extended his hand. Senior, I also have a slight understanding of formations. Oh, in that case, let's just switch to the formation. Elder Jean nodded and didn't feel displeased. Instead he very simply replaced the test. The test is divided into 3 parts. One is to break into the 100-sword formation, one is to create a primary formation, and one is to repair the remnants of the formation. You only need to pass 2 parts to enter the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Feng nodded. At the same time he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This time the elder is quite good at talking. I thought I needed to show my own array technique in order to change the assessment. Let's go. The 100 Swords formation is over here. At the same time, the news of Bai Feng's arrival at the Heavenly Sword sect gradually spread among the disciples. Where is Bai Feng now? I'm going to go beat up. Ahem. I'm going to make friends with him. Ha, so eager to join the Heavenly Sword sect? It's just as I suspected. He's relying on his family to force senior sister Bai to write a recommendation letter. Alas, someone is going to be disappointed. According to the news coming from the front, Bai Feng and senior sister Bai's relationship isn't as bad as the rumors have it, and right now they're still chatting outside. Humph, That must be because of the Bai family's oppression, causing senior sister Bai to have to feign familiarity so that Bai Feng, this punk, could smoothly enter the Heavenly Sword sect. That's a good point. And how can it be called a good relationship when all they did was meet and say a few polite things? 100 Sword Formation. This formation was not composed of 100 swords even though its name carried the word 100. This formation was also a relatively special formation. As small as 5 swords could form it, and as many as hundreds, or even thousands, all depending on how strong the formation master was. While the 100 sword formation was mainly used to trap the enemy, although it also carried a not weak killing power, it was still much worse than a real killing formation. This formation doesn't have a controller. The formation is completely against the enemy by virtue of its self-defense mechanism. Elder Jean stood in front of the 100 swords formation and explained to Bai Feng, if you want to get through either by breaking through with your own strong strength, or you can only look for loopholes in the formation to break through this formation. But I don't think the former adds up, does it? Hearing Bai Feng's question, Elder Jean froze slightly, but soon he reacted and nodded. That's right, because this is a formation test, so using brute force to break it open is instead equal to failing the test. I see. Senior, open the formation. Well, if you can't hold out be sure to say so and I'll stop in time. After being instructed on a few more precautions, Bai Feng was looking a bit impatient before Elder Jean let him into the formation. Why does it feel like this elder is so wordy? That said, shouldn't this sort of thing be left to the disciple's own realization? Isn't it a bit too much to give so many hints? Bai Feng muttered something in his mind, and as the formation opened, he quickly put away his distracting thoughts and began to focus on thinking of a way to break the formation. Although he had the strength of a formation de Chang, his heart was still a little panicked at the sight of hundreds of swords hanging brightly above his own head within the formation. At that moment, the sword above Bai Feng's head swiftly chopped downward, and instead of putting out his sword in response, he took a step backward. Immediately after that, the second sword also fell swiftly, and once again, Bai Feng stepped backward to avoid the longsword's chopping attack. Outside the formation, Bai Yuma clenched her skirts a little nervously, her heart a little anxious. Why did Bai Feng keep dodging? As the 100 swords formation continued to activate, the more long swords that were swung, sooner or later there would be nowhere to hide. Unlike the anxious Bai Yuma, her master Chu Ningyin gave a light leap instead. Although it looked difficult for Bai Feng to keep dodging and moving within the formation now, he wasn't dodging carelessly, and every step he took landed on the nodes of the formation. However, she couldn't see what Bai Feng was trying to do. If he was trying to leave the 100 swords formation, there was absolutely no need to be so troublesome and complicated. Meanwhile, the disciples within the Heavenly Sword sect had sneakily sought out Bai Feng after receiving the news that he was going to begin his examination. Some wanted to see Bai Feng's jokes, some were tired of the real and fake news and wanted to see for themselves what kind of person senior sister Bai's brother was, and some even just had nothing better to do than come over and join in the fun. Chu Ningyan discovered these hiding disciples at the first moment, but she didn't drive them away. Instead she let these disciples watch. Although she was the peak master of the Heavenly Sword sect, she had heard about the rumors circulating among the ordinary disciples, so she planned to take this opportunity to help clarify those rumors. Ha! I told you that Bai Feng is a waste. A small 100 sword formation is so hard to dodge, and with that he still wants to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Shucks. Why doesn't he come out of his sword? Probably worried about exposing self's wasteful strength. Ha ha. No, he's not hiding. He's this. Ding. A disciple who was proficient in formations instantly realized something, but without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the sound of metal clashing and mingling suddenly resounded within the formation. The crowd quickly looked towards the 100 sword formation, but Bai Feng still hadn't made a sword strike. At this point he had stopped dodging and let the longsword fall towards him. Outside the formation, Bai Yuma had already placed her hand on her longsword, and if it wasn't for Chu Ningyan placing her hand on her shoulder, she was afraid that she would have rushed in. Just at the moment when the longsword was about to land on him, a longsword within the formation suddenly crashed into it, knocking the slashing longsword out of the way. The collision was like a match that lit a fuse, and in the next moment, a large number of longswords began to lose control and turn their heads to slash at their teammates. Fuck, he's not hiding. He's reconstructing the formation. Is this guy a monster? The disciple who was proficient in formations immediately cursed out, feeling that he had learned half of his life from a dog. For a moment, the disciples who had just been continuously clamoring fell silent, their faces very ugly. The scene certainly made them look like clowns who don't know anything, worthy of being senior sister Bai's elder brother. This talent isn't much worse than senior sister Bai's. It's true that the rumors were wrong. The Bai family is hiding their clumsiness. Meanwhile, Bai Feng was already nearing the end, with 300 of the 333 longswords within the 100 sword formation already under his control. and it was only a matter of time before he could control the remaining 33. It was the first time he had ever pushed a formation backwards, and he was still quite satisfied with the result. He should be able to get a high score this time, right? At the same time, he also discovered that the forging spirit method was far more than what was described. This time, he was able to find the nodes of the formation so easily thanks to the forging spirit method. Under the blessing of the forging spirit method, he was able to quickly find out where the nodes were with a single sweep of his divine sense. Without the god forging method, he was afraid that he would have to retreat and find the main key node to close the formation. Soon, the last longsword was also buelled over by him, and now the 100 sword formation had become his shape, and the command was buelled right over by him. Elder, I should count this as passing, right? Bai Feng maneuvered his long swords into a line and turned to look at the dull-eyed Elder Jean. At this moment, Elder Jean only felt that he was dreaming. Was this something that a human being could do? Although it is not true that no one has ever made a reverse control formation to kill the enemy before, but that is a long-established formation master. Bai Feng, this kid is only at the foundation stage. The 100 swords formation is not a low-grade item that is rotten on the street. How can he? Elder Jean didn't reply. He instead turned to look at Chu Ningyan. Elder Chu, I don't think there's a need for the test to continue. Chu Ningyan also nodded. Even though she hadn't studied formations, she could see how outrageous Bai Feng's behavior was. Didn't you see the formation disciples were carried down 3, and there were 2 more with lifeless eyes, their mouths muttering over and over again. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everything is fake. Fake. I will tell the patriarch about this. Just let him. First, Chu Ningyan glanced at Bai Yuma, who couldn't help but bring a smile to the corners of her mouth. Let him live in my green bamboo peak first, and then see what the patriarch arranges after that. Yes. Elder Jean nodded his head and then retired. This matter was no longer something that he, an ordinary elder, could meddle in. Chu Ningyan walked over to Bai Feng's side and said with a smile, "Congratulations on passing the test. From now on you are a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Aren't there 3 tests?" Bai Feng blinked, then he glanced at Bai Yuma and quickly waved his hand. "No, I have to take all of them. Even if you're Bai Yuma's master, you can't break the rules." Chu Ningyan felt a bit amused and stretched out her finger to flick Bai Feng's forehead. "Don't be a good boy when you're getting a bargain. You're able to reconstruct formations. Is there any point in the next 2 tests?" This. Bai Feng really didn't think of this. So the 2 exams in the back don't need to continue? Let's go. You'll first stay on my green bamboo peak, and after that the patriarch will help you make arrangements. Bai Feng followed Chu Ningyan to Qingju Peak, and the first thing he did when he arrived at Qingju Peak was to first open the system to scan through it. Good luck. Didn't see too many other sons of Qi besides Bai Yuma. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of the son of Qi going out. At the same time, Bai Feng also quietly looked towards the surroundings. Just like the name of the green bamboo peak, the most abundant thing on this peak was the emerald green bamboo. Your situation is rather special, so I need to inquire about the patriarch, and you'll be staying at the green bamboo peak for the next few days, Chu Ningyan said while glancing at Bai Yuma, who was trying to straighten her expression. You can stay next door to Yuma for now. It's just as well that you 2 siblings can chat. Bai Feng's movements lurched. After learning that Self was going to stay at Qingju Peak temporarily for a few days, he knew it would be like this. Not a bad thing though. In a dangerous and unknown environment, a well-connected child of the chakra is rather a help. Yes. Many thanks to Elder Chu. Well, I'm going to go find the sect leader to report, so I won't bother you guys anymore. Chu Ningyan nodded with satisfaction and instructed Bai Yuma. Yuma, take Bai Feng around the Heavenly Sword sect more often and get to know the various regions of the Heavenly Sword sect. She had asked Bai Yuma to bring Bai Feng to get to know the clan, not only because Bai Yuma was Bai Feng's sister, but secondly she also had the intention of putting an end to the rumors. After all, Bai Feng had already joined the Heavenly Sword sect, plus his talent in formations was very demonic, so naturally those rumors that were created out of nothing were better off disappearing. Bai Yuma also understood what his master meant and hurriedly nodded his head in response. Yes, master. After Chu Ningyan left, Bai Feng turned his head to look at Bai Yuma, then realized that she was also looking at him. Let's start by taking me to where I live. Bai Feng sighed in his heart. Nowadays he didn't look at Bai Yuma that bad, especially in this unfamiliar environment. Bai Yuma gave him a bit of security. On top of that there was his vestigial fan, Lin Yen, which was also a son of Qi that provided security. Well, it would be nice to go say hello sometime. The houses on Green Bamboo Peak were all very simple, mostly constructed from bamboo with a few wooden boards. The interior was also decorated with only the most basic of living supplies, a bedroll, a couple of tables, a few chairs, and futons for meditation. It's pretty nice to get up close and personal with nature. White Maple commented so. It's a little sketchy. Bai Yuma scratched his face with some embarrassment. Her master was inclined towards the classical category, disliking fancy decorations and advocating cultivation of the mind and enlightenment in a natural environment. This also led to the peak where the master was located, as well as her disciples being more or less influenced by her as well. It's okay, this is fine. It's just a change of scenery. Bai Feng waved his hand. Anyway, he would only stay for a few days. It would be like an outing vacation. Right, brother, let me take you for a stroll around the clan. Bai Yuma had a hopeful look on his face. But if you're feeling labored, tomorrow is fine. I've been quite available lately. Then let's stroll around. It just so happens that I'm also a bit curious about the Heavenly Sword sect. It just so happened that he also needed to probe the number of Heavenly Sword sect sons of Qi. After all, this was the place where he was going to live in the future, and he couldn't afford not to investigate. Aha! Then let's start with the quest hall where we receive quests. The quest hall is located near the main peak. It's still easy to find. Bai Feng, on the other hand, listened to Bai Yuma's introduction while staring at the system's Son of Qi Explorer. He had thought that the Heavenly Sword sect would have a lot of Qi-Lux sons, but unexpectedly, he didn't see a few Qi-Lux sons all the way. Could it be that the sons of Qi have gone out en masse, or are they all busy cultivating and not hanging out? Or is it that the sons of Qi prefer small clans and don't like to stay in big clans? Bai Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But this was good news for him. Whether it was because the sons of Qi were busy cultivating, or simply because the number of sons of Qi was scarce, it meant that he could have a much easier time in the Heavenly Sword sect. This is the Dan Peak. If you want to buy pills you can come here. Bai Yuma didn't feel bored even after walking for a long time, a smile still hanging on his face. Brother, where else do you want to go next? Well, no, we'd better get back. The expression on Bai Feng's face was a bit unnatural. He always felt as if the nearby Heavenly Sword sect disciples wanted to eat him alive. It was really a bit frightening. What did I see? Green Bamboo Peak's senior sister Bai is actually smiling and laughing so happily. Damn it, could the rumors really be false? Senior sister Bai must have been forced. She must have been. Damn it, Bai Feng you bastard. Quickly hand over what's controlling senior sister Bai. And in addition to the disciples who still don't want to believe in reality, there is a small group of disciples who are playing hindsight and pretending to be reasonable. Alas, I actually felt that the rumors were a bit too outrageous before. If the bone-digging matter was really like the rumors, how could senior sister Bai still be so attached to the Bai clan? Indeed, I saw it a long time ago, only that public opinion was so completely one-sided at the time that I didn't dare say anything. Where's the after-the-fact know-it-all brother from? Crawl for me. I don't believe it. This must be faked. I know with my ass that this bone-digging thing has nothing to do with Bai Feng. As the person concerned, Bai Feng could only pretend not to hear this. After all, human prejudice is a big mountain that is not so easy to move away. Anyway, when the Heavenly Sword sect patriarch had made the arrangements, he would stay at home and not go out, directly eliminating the possibility of being picked on by extreme disciples. As for Bai Yuma, she didn't care what the disciples around her were saying. She knew very well that under the influence of the deeply rooted rumors, even if she stepped forward to explain, it would be interpreted as being forced by Bai Feng. Then it would be better to focus more on Bai Feng, and over time, the rumors would go away. Let's go back then. Bai Yuma swept a glance at the few disciples who were yelling the loudest, then reached out and took Bai Feng's arm, and when Bai Feng looked over, she playfully spat out her tongue. Let's go. Brother, what do you want to eat tonight? I don't remember there being a kitchen in the house, do you? We can get an easier one. For Bai Yumo's behavior, Bai Feng didn't stop it, although he could ignore the comments around him, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper. Since other people can't see him and Bai Yumo being close, it's better to act a little bit closer. If other people feel bad about it, he's cool with it. As expected. As he thought, most of the disciples around him had shocked and unbelievable faces, especially those who yelled the loudest. Their faces were already somewhat broken, but without waiting for him to leave the Dan Peak, a disciple suddenly drilled out and blocked his path. Bai Feng, you're really good at this. That disciple narrowed his eyes, anger contained in his eyes. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Then he turned his head to look at Bai Yuma. Senior sister Bai, this is the Heavenly Sword sect. You don't need to care about the Bai clan. Even if he did something to you, we can still help you out. You have to trust the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Yuma? Although Bai Yuma was a little angry inside, she still replied flatly, thank you for your concern, but I don't understand what you're talking about. Senior brother. I'm just bringing my brother to familiarize himself with the Heavenly Sword sect. After seeing that he had hit a wall with Bai Yuma, that disciple viciously turned his head towards Bai Feng. Good. You even attempted to fool me? Don't you dare force me to tell you what you did to senior sister by that night. Bai Feng? What night? What did I do to White Yuma? Is senior brother hallucinating from overwork in recent days? But I just joined the Heavenly Sword sect and have never seen senior brother. You really don't see the coffin. That disciple was about to be exasperated and laugh. Then I'll give you a little hint. That night, senior sister Bai was forced to wear a purple dress and bent over in pain on the street. How are you going to explain that? As soon as the words fell, there was a murmur of surprise from a few disciples. Hiss, the Bai family is really not something. Even if Bai Feng didn't receive punishment, he even attempted to control senior sister Bai. I knew Bai Feng wasn't a good thing. Don't be afraid. Senior sister Bai. This is the Heavenly Sword sect. The Bai family can't do anything to you. Their voices were so loud that almost everyone present heard their murmurings, and some disciples who were already unwilling to believe that Bai Feng was a good person joined them at once. Bai Feng didn't care about the comments of the people around him. Being reminded by the other party, he did remember. Isn't this the time when the system stuffed me with my chi luck value? He was angry just thinking about it. That's clearly White Yuma screwing me over. I'm the victim here. Just as he was about to open his mouth to defend himself a bit, Bai Yuma, however, had a displeased look on his face and answered before him. Senior brother. At that time, I failed to impact the Jindan, so I was physically ill. So please stop brainstorming. Seeing that he didn't get the answer he wanted, the disciple became a bit anxious. Senior sister Bai, why are you still speaking for him? What do you mean I speak for my brother? Bai Yuma's face had regained its calmness, but her eyes were icy cold that made people feel afraid. I'm not feeling well. You can brainstorm that the Bai family is controlling me. And I'm chatting and joking with my brother. You can brainstorm that I'm being forced. So may I ask, what do I need to do for you guys to feel that my behavior is coming from my will? Senior sister Bai, this is not. That disciple felt a coldness, and even the coldness was mixed with a hint of killing aura. He was a bit flustered and his speech was a bit incoherent. Scram! Don't let me see you again. A strong aura instantly erupted from Bai Yuma's body. It was clear that he had only just been promoted to Jindan a few days ago, but this aura was no better than a strong person who had stepped into Jindan for many years. The next time I see you rumor mongering, try to see if my sword is sharp. Although this disciple was at the same Jindan stage, he was completely unable to resist Bai Yuma's murderous aura. He tried to clench his teeth, but his body couldn't help but tremble. His entire body was like a deflated balloon, and after holding on for a few seconds, he ended up slinking away without uttering a single word. Bai Yuma turned his head again and swept towards those disciples who spoke the loudest, the coldness in his eyes undisguised. At that moment, several of them were like ducks with their necks pinched, and they suddenly lost their noisy voices, and their foreheads constantly left cold sweat, and they felt as if they were in the middle of winter, with only a single piece of thin clothing on their bodies, and Bai Yuma's line of sight was like a bone-piercing cold wind, which was intolerable to the human beings. Roll! Those few disciples immediately felt a lightness in their bodies and hurriedly rolled and crawled out of the crowd, almost disappearing into the crowd's line of sight with the greatest speed they could muster. Only after doing this did Bai Yuma exhale a breath of cold air. She turned to look at Bai Feng, a smile reappearing on her face. Brother, problem solved. Let's go back. Looking at Bai Yuma, who had changed her face so quickly, Bai Feng couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. You're changing your face a little too fast. I really didn't think his sister had such a scary side to her. Kind of reacquainted with her. Drops. Congratulations to the host for driving away the little brother of the son of Chi with the plan of driving away the tiger and swallowing the wolf, rewarding the host with 30 Chi value and plus 3 cultivation speed. After seeing the system pop up, Bai Feng's eyes instantly narrowed. It wasn't because of being stuffed by the system again with Chi value, but rather the words little brother of the son of Chi caught his eye. I thought that I had just encountered an extreme disciple, but now it seems as if it is some son of Chi who doesn't like him. That's right. If it was just an ordinary extreme disciple, how did he know about his evening stroll with Bai Yuma, and who had told him about this matter? What a trouble, to be targeted by the son of Chi so quickly. It seems that it would be best not to go out in these few days as well, staying on the green bamboo peak and waiting for the patriarch's arrangements to be made. I know. Go ahead and go down. A slightly taller man played with the teacup in his hand and nodded before motioning for the man in front of him to step back. If Bai Feng was also here, he would have realized that this reporting disciple was the same Jindan disciple who had previously slandered him for forcing Bai Yuma. After the Jindan disciple retreated, he turned his head to look at the other man standing beside him. Senior brother, it seems like you didn't observe closely enough. You couldn't even tell if senior sister Bai was injured or poisoned by the Bai family. His voice was cold, and immediately after that, he suddenly erupted a powerful aura, directly sending the man closest to him flying out and directly hitting the wall. If Bai Feng had been present, he would have realized that this person was none other than senior brother Chen, with whom he had clashed. The man coughed out a mouthful of blood. He covered his chest with one hand. His face was filled with fear and trepidation. Eldest senior brother. I am not. Shut up. I'm not interested in hearing your explanation. His eyes narrowed and he directly interrupted him with a voice. But then his eyes softened and he reached out and pulled out a bottle of pills from his storage bag and threw it to him. Here, eat it and rest. Yes, thank you, eldest senior brother. The man hurriedly received the elixir and swallowed it. His pale face instantly got better. Eldest senior brother. So is this matter just going to be forgotten? Just let it go? How is that possible? He let out a light laugh. But his eyes didn't have the slightest hint of amusement. Since Bai Feng still dares to approach senior sister Bai, then he must die. Others might not be too clear, but as a member of the Yi family, he still knew some of the hidden news of the Bai family. Bai Yuma could have nothing to do with the Bai family by blood, and Bai Feng's behavior had undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. In his opinion, the only one who could be a Taoist couple with senior sister Bai was him, and it had to be him. However, Bai Feng was indeed a threat. In his opinion, Bai Feng definitely took advantage of Bai Yuma's immature thinking when he was a child to approach to take advantage of the situation. As for the Bai family's defense of the matter of digging up the bones, he did not believe in any of it. Something like immortal bones was difficult for even him to resist the temptation, let alone a young master of the Bai family with mediocre talent. As a descendant of the same great family, he knew very well how many cold stares disciples with average talent had to suffer in the great family, and these people's desire for power was greater than anything else. I wish I could just stay in bed and slowly develop rot. Like a salted fish, Bai Feng jumped on the bed and bounced. Now that he had returned to Green Bamboo Peak, his social energy was almost exhausted after experiencing so many things today. But he couldn't rest on his swing just yet. He still had to find a way to watch out for the son of Qi who had somehow set his sights on him. Is there a way to stop the son of Qi from doing it without having to gain the Qi value at the same time? For this reason, Bai Feng had to think about it. First of all, this Qi Yunzi was different from the ones he had encountered in the past, being the first Qi Yunzi that had taken the initiative to mess with him. It's just that this tactic is really a bit underhanded. But come to think of it, apart from upright sons of Qi like Lin Yan, there were naturally also selfish and self-serving sons of Qi who were even completely indistinguishable from villains, such as a certain San. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he guessed that 9 times out of 10, the new son of Qi would be a selfish and self-interested type of guy. This kind of son of Qi is undoubtedly much more difficult to deal with because they have no morals or bottom line. However, this was all still his guess, and he was very hopeful that Self had guessed wrong, and that maybe the new son of Qi was someone similar to Lin Yan. Let's get some means of self-preservation first. For example, setting up a few layers of formations first, especially after having his home stolen by a demon girl. He now felt substantially less safe staying at home. If this new son of Qi was as inappropriate as the demon girl, she might actually sneak into his house to get him. Although he was currently only temporarily staying at the Green Bamboo Peak, he must not give up just because he was worried about wasting it. And the lesson of the demon girl was enough to eat once. So Bai Feng took out a smoothly polished jade stone and placed it on the table. Then he kept pulling out new materials. Setting up a killing formation? No, it's too conspicuous. Let's put a layer of trapping and illusion formations on the outside, and then camouflage it with a spirit gathering formation. Bai Feng played with the materials in his hand and began to set up the formation while pondering. The following days Bai Feng stayed at home in the house reading, occasionally going to the book depository with Bai Yuma to borrow a few books related to formations. It had to be said that the Heavenly Sword sex heritage was indeed much deeper than that of the White family, and he had thought that the White family's collection of formations was already a lot, but it was still much worse than the Heavenly Sword sect. The main thing is that the rewards given by the system are only the most basic formations, and if you want to learn other formations, you have to find them yourself. I don't know when the Patriarch and the others will finish their deliberations. Bai Feng put down the book and stretched his back. He thought that he would just stay at Qingju Peak for 2 or 3 days, but it turned out that it had been almost a week and there was still not a single result. If it wasn't for the fact that he could borrow all formation-related books in the book depository for free, except for the highest tier, he would have felt that it was Self who had been forgotten by the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, in the small room where the Heavenly Sword sect's Patriarch was meeting with the major peak masters, a big mess was being staged. A lanky bald man touched his own smooth head. I think that Bai Feng should enter the body forging peak. Bah, shame on you. You're a fucking body cultivator and you're robbing an array genius? Are you planning to carve formations on your own body? Why not? Maybe Bai Feng can start a new school in our forging peak. I remember that Bai Feng also has some talent for talismans, so why don't we enter the talisman peak? Putting aside your more genius array talent to learn your ghostly runes? Since the forging peak thinks it can do it on its own, I think our Dan peak can do it as well. Maybe we can start a school of inscribing formations on pills, an old man said smilingly as he stroked his beard. Then, we, the alchemy peak, also have something to say. Shut up, You guys, less of you are here to lead others astray. A middle-aged man with a serious face frowned and said, if you ask me, you should still enter our divine sword peak. Sword formations are also a type of formation. Then in that case Bifeng should go into the main peak. Heavenly Sword Peak. Playing with swords you can still play with Heavenly Sword Peak? Don't you fucking pick on my relationship with senior brother? Our Divine Sword Peak and Heavenly Sword Peak are complementary and indispensable. If you enter our Divine Sword Peak, you can enjoy the same treatment as Heavenly Sword Peak. In my opinion, it's better to have a fight. Whoever wins will go wherever Bifeng goes. The bald man moved his neck. He was already tired of this endless discussion every day, and at this rate, it wouldn't even be a year before he could come up with a result. The other man, however, shook his head and said, I think we should respect the disciple's opinion and ask Bifeng where he wants to go. The elder of Green Bamboo Peak, Xu Ningyan, looked towards the patriarch who hadn't said anything, her face somewhat helpless. Patriarch, do you have any plans? The patriarch stroked his beard and shook his head. I've been keeping an eye on Bifeng these past few days. His talent for formations is terrifying and he's also very studious. Every day he hides in his house and reads books related to formations. I'm afraid that each and every one of us here won't be able to teach him. Speaking of which, the patriarch couldn't help but let out a sigh. Their Heavenly Sword sect, as the #1 sect in the northern domain, was quite powerful in body forging, and even alchemy, weaponry, and talisman drawing, in addition to sword techniques, with the only thing missing being formations. This is not to say that the Heavenly Sword sect formation is very poor. On the contrary, the Heavenly Sword sect's formation is not weak, also possesses a lot of formation disciples, just at the top level lacks the role of carrying the beam, like the Dan Peak and the Refining Peak. These peaks were not there when the Heavenly Sword sect was founded, and it was only after a few amazing disciples came out that the Dan Peak and the Refining Peak were established. Therefore, Bifeng's appearance seemed like an opportunity to him, an opportunity to perfect the Heavenly Sword sect system, but it was likewise a challenge. After all, Bifeng was not an ordinary disciple, but the eldest son of the northern regions by family, and it was definitely quite difficult to leave him behind. Xu Ningyan obviously understood the sovereign's meaning as well, and after pondering for a few seconds, she proposed, since that's the case, let's let Bifeng be at the main peak, so that the others don't have any opinions. But the patriarch shook his head. No, as I said, none of us can teach him, and neither can I. Then he turned his head to look at Xu Ningyan. I remember that Bifeng's sister, Bai Yuma, is your disciple, right? Yes. Xu Ningxian nodded. Their relationship is still very good, not like the rumors. Well, the patriarch nodded, and soon had an idea in his mind. Then let Bifeng continue to live in the Green Bamboo Peak, and don't send out missions to bother him on weekdays. It's quite good to let him study formations, and sometime I'll go look for my old friend for a chat and see if I can abduct a formation master back. Yes, Xu Ningyan naturally wouldn't object. After all, it was equal to picking up a formation genius for nothing. She wouldn't do nothing though, it was just that she really didn't know anything about formations, and she would have to turn to her best friend for help in that regard. Bifeng didn't realize what kind of turmoil his self-exposed formation talent had caused in the higher echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect, and while he was studying formations, he suddenly realized that the radar of the Sons of Qi was reacting, and the location is right on Green Bamboo Peak. Who is it? Is it the Son of Qi that has targeted me before? Or is there another Son of Qi on Green Bamboo Peak besides Bai Yuma? Bifeng put down the book in his hand. He quickly walked to the window to look out and realized it was a guy with a fallen face. Only his face was haggard, with faint dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for a long time, and he had a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth, looking like he had some kind of tragic story. Is this also a son of fucking luck? Abuse of mainstream chirography? Bifeng couldn't help but spit. But by the looks of him walking towards the other side, he shouldn't be looking for him, so it's none of his business, as long as this Son of Qi doesn't die on his doorstep. If it was an ordinary person he would still be curious enough to come up and eat the melon, but the Son of Qi still let it go. He was worried that he would be eaten by the melon halfway through the meal. Just as Bifeng was about to continue reading, he realized that the Son of Qi had folded back and was walking towards the building he was in. Is it really coming for him? Should we pretend we're not home? Just as he was thinking, he saw the Son of Qi looking towards where the window was. Why don't you follow the rules? What kind of person doesn't knock first to see if there's anyone inside? I should have closed the curtains. Although Bifeng wasn't standing at the heel of the window, he wasn't hiding in the dead center of the window either. So naturally he saw someone inside the house at a glance. The Son of Qi was also very dry. He stopped and turned around and came straight to the window. Excuse me, may I ask, is Senior Sister Yu Yao not at Green Bamboo Peak? Senior Sister Yu Yao? It seems like I've heard Bai Yuma mention it. Bai Feng pondered in his mind while he sized up the other party. Could it be that this son of Qi was senior sister Yu Yao's licking dog? But seeing that the other party wasn't coming at him, he was relieved. So he shook his head. I'm sorry, I've just arrived a few days ago, and I'm not really sure about senior sister Yu Yao. In that case, the son of Qi was a little lost, but then he lifted his spirit and returned. I am Luo Chen of the Violet Peak. If senior sister Yu Yao comes back, can you let me know? I will have a heavy thank you in the future. Perhaps I didn't make it clear before. I just entered the Heavenly Sword sect and am still only temporarily staying at the Green Bamboo Peak, so I'm afraid I can't help you. Bai Feng instantly waved his hand. 4-1. It was true that he only knew his sister Bai Yuma on Qingzhou Peak, and secondly, he didn't really want to get involved with the sons of Qi. I'm sorry, it was me who was abrupt. The son of Qi gave a bitter smile. In that case, I'll wait a little longer. Well, sure enough, there's a 10 or even 90% chance that the other guy is a lickspittle. The son of Qi is a licking dog. Really fresh. Oh, also not fresh. According to the normal development of the plot, this son of Qi may be traversed afterward, or reborn, or even came to his senses? At this time, Bai Yuma opened the door to Bai Feng's room as usual, with fresh spirit vegetables and meat in his hands. Brother, let's eat. Today, Bai Yuma had not yet finished. She saw the two people standing in the window. For a moment her brain a little spinning. What is this? Why are you talking through the window? Seeing this, Bai Feng casually explained. He's here to find senior sister Yu Yao. So it's senior brother Luo. Bai Yuma walked over to Bai Feng's side and looked out the window at the downtrodden sons of Qi. Senior sister Yu Yao has gone out for the time being. I'm not sure when she'll be back. Thank you senior sister Bai for informing me. Luo Chen clasped his fists and arched his hand. Then he hesitated for a few seconds, reaching out and pulling out 3 bottles of pills from his body. Can you give this bottle of pills to senior sister Yu Yao? I would like to ask her to help me give this bottle of pills to senior sister Ji, and tell her that junior brother Luo has already known his mistake. Why don't you give it to her yourself? Facing Bai Yuma's question, Luo Chen let out a bitter smile. Senior sister has been unwilling to see me recently. Bai Yuma nodded as she continued to look at the other 2 bottles of pills and asked, then what are these 2 bottles for? Were they given to your senior sister? No, after all, I can't let senior sister Bai and senior sister Yu busy themselves over a small matter for me. Please accept these 2 bottles of pills. The elixir is not necessary. Bai Yuma waved her hand. I'll tell senior sister, but I can't guarantee if she'll agree. Thanks, senior sister. That's good. Luo Chen was visibly relieved, handing over the elixir before thanking him and leaving. Bai Feng looked at Luo Chen's faraway and downcast back and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Still a real lickspittle? Just a licking dog for that senior sister Ji. So much so that it made him feel that this son of Qi was no longer much of a threat, the kind that he didn't need to be wary of at all. After he finished speaking, he looked at Bai Yuma. Does this person often come to Green Bamboo Peak? Well, it's a very difficult person to evaluate. Bai Yuma briefly talked about it. The plot was quite understandable. It was nothing more than that he had been framed for stealing his senior brother's pills before, but his senior sister and elder sister felt that it was him who was in the wrong, and this time, it was estimated that a similar thing had happened, which is why he had cornered the corner to look for senior sister Yu Yao to help him out and say a few words. Bai Feng had a strange expression on his face, always feeling that there were a bit too many slots. A very strange relationship, right? Bai Yuma couldn't help but shake his head. I remember that senior brother Luo has a good reputation and treats the disciples of the Violet Peak well, but he has met such a senior sister, probably emboldened by favoritism, and there's something wrong with his character, which is so lickable. Bai Feng touched his chin and said, then he glanced at Bai Yuma. By the way, don't be like him in the future. There's no good results from giving in your feelings. You'll only be looked down upon like him. Well, Bai Yuma lowered her head. She was just talking about others. Was Bai Feng an explanation after she suddenly realized that self-before seems to be the kind of person who has no fear of it? Sure enough, her brother still had a grudge, and self still wasn't doing enough. Drops. Detects that the son of Qi has developed fear and regret under the host's lesson. Ruthlessly striking down the son of Qi's gradually rising arrogance. Gains 20 points of Qi value. Spirit power +2. Bai Feng, ? What's wrong with you, little sister? I'm teaching you not to be a lickspittle. Why are you still returning the favor? What's wrong with you? You couldn't have been like this before, right? Bai Feng's face was skeptical. Although the system often exaggerated small things to stuff him with Qi value, it was indeed justified, which meant that Bai Yuma had indeed produced some mood swings. No, Bai Yuma hastily shook her head as she peeked at Bai Feng. Just thought of something. Oh, and if it's someone who insists on licking you, just ignore it and don't be psycho about it. Some people can't be persuaded. Bai Feng nodded. He almost forgot that Bai Yuma was very popular in the Heavenly Sword sect, so I guess there should be a lot of licking dogs. White yum. What the hell does her brother mean? Bai Feng was still planning to say a few more words when a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Who? Bai Feng got up and walked to the door of the room, pushing it open to find that it was Peak Master Chu Ningyan. At that moment she was looking at him with a smile. Won't you invite me in? Peak Master please. Bai Feng hurriedly stepped aside, while still muttering in his heart, had the results finally come out? I don't know how the patriarch is going to arrange him, whether he's going to the main peak or where. Yuma's here too. Chu Ningyan looked at the two with a smile. Sure enough, the relationship between their siblings was quite good. Master. Bai Yuma hastily greeted. Then she had a curious face, even mixed with a few hints of hope. Could it be that you guys have already decided? Master? Chu Ningyan smiled and nodded. Well, after fighting for days, it's finally over today. Bai Feng and Bai Yuma, ? Then Chu Ningyan looked at Bai Feng. She didn't immediately announce the results, but first inquired a few words. Bai Feng, are you still accustomed to living in Green Bamboo Peak in recent days? Well, it's quite nice, and it's a quiet place where no one bothers me. Bai Feng nodded. It was just that the house was a little sketchy. That's good. Chu Ningyan's smile slightly retracted, and her entire aura became a few points more serious. I wonder if you are willing to worship me as a teacher. Although I don't understand formations, I will help you find elders who are proficient in formations. But, if you have your own ideas, you can also choose other peaks. Bai Feng instantly pondered. He really didn't expect this outcome. He had thought that he would enter the talisman peak or the main peak. After all, he still had a talisman initiation, and Bai Yuma had recommended him to enter the Heavenly Sword sect also because he had a good talent in talismans. He did not feel that the outcome had been decided arbitrarily. On the contrary, after so many days of discussion, it should have been decided after consideration by a number of parties. Well, it couldn't be because he showed too much talent for formations, so the others didn't dare to take him, could it? Chu Ningyan didn't rush. Instead, she sat on a chair to the side, glancing at the array-related books that had been flipped through on the table, and was quite satisfied inwardly. After all, who doesn't like a disciple who has talent and also works hard? If Bai Feng was willing to worship her as a master, she would say anything to capture a few formation masters to teach her disciples. On the other hand, Bai Yuma's face was a bit anxious. Although she wanted Bai Feng to stay in Qingju Peak, she didn't want to interfere with Bai Feng's choice because of herself, especially since she owed too much already. Soon, Bai Feng made his decision. He raised his head and bowed to Chu Ningyan. Apprentice Bai Feng, greetings to Master. Good. In the future, you will cultivate at ease at Green Bamboo Peak. There is no need for you to worry about tasks or anything else. Chu Ningyan, with a smile on her face, reached out and took the prepared bamboo sword out of the storage bag. I think you can't look at those ordinary spirit weapons. This bamboo sword is the sword that I used before I became an infant. It was warmed up by me for a long time. Thank you, Master. Bai Feng reached out and took the bamboo sword. Although the appearance was emerald green bamboo, it exuded a warm luster, as delicate and smooth as jade. The bamboo body showed a translucent texture, and although the connection between the bamboo joints was slightly raised, it was as delicate as a jade texture, which made people fall in love with it. It's good that you like it. Chu Ningyan slowly stood up. I'll leave you guys alone. If you have any problems you can look for me. If I'm not around you guys can go to the patriarch. Yes, take care, Master. Bai Feng watched Chu Ningyi leave, and at the same time, his heart was vaguely excited. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle of the process, and the patriarch's meeting took several days to make him feel apprehensive, but no matter what, the self's purpose was finally achieved. In the future, he would just need to stay at Green Bamboo Peak, directly isolating himself from all troubles. As for why he chose to stay at Green Bamboo Peak, if it was when he first entered the Heavenly Sword sect, he might have chosen another place, but after learning that Self had been targeted by the son of Qi, then he had few options left. Although his sister, Bai Yuma, would occasionally stuff him with a little bit of Qi luck value like before, but compared to being targeted by the son of Qi luck and having to be stuffed with Qi luck value in order to fight back a little bit in order to save his life, giving a little bit of Qi luck value once in a while became acceptable, and it's safer here too. After all, to borrow a phrase from Pops, only the sons of Qi can deal with the sons of Qi. When he thought of this, he looked to the side at Bai Yuma, whose face was about to hold back a smile, and his eyes were suddenly filled with love. Sister, from now on, my brother's life depends on you. 1 month later, Bai Feng hid in his study with a paintbrush and scribbled. Even though he had now joined the Heavenly Sword sect, he couldn't forget his old ways. Formation is work, painting is life. Someone's coming? Sensing that the formation he had laid down was triggered, Bai Feng stopped his brush and put the painting on the table into the drawer engraved with the mini illusion formation. After it was all cleaned up, he then stepped out of the study and pushed open the door to his room. Brother Bai, you came to the Heavenly Sword sect without telling me. I didn't know until today. A complaining voice rang out, and the one who came was none other than Bai Feng's vestigial fan. Lin Yan, I heard that you were in seclusion. That's why I didn't bother you. Come, let's come in and talk. Bai Feng smiled and explained a few words and went inside with Lin Yan to chat. Looking at you like this, you should have broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment, right? A fluke. It's nothing compared to you, the formation genius who escaped at the hands of the 100 Appearances Holy Maiden. Lin Yan smiled back. Then he sighed. Alas, after being in seclusion for a month, I don't know how many books I've missed out on from Grandmaster Chuanxiu, and this time I'm going to have to charge a high price again. Every time he heard Lin Yan talk about spring and autumn, Bai Feng's heart felt a bit odd. Although he had already spat it out many times, he still couldn't help but spit it out in his heart. How in the world did this son of Qi become his fan? However, Bai Feng did not show a trace of color on the surface. Instead he shook his head somewhat sadly. This is something that Brother Lin can rest assured. Recently in January Teacher Spring and Autumn did not publish a book. Why is that? Lin Yan immediately faced surprise. Could it be that Teacher Chuanxiu has gone ashore? Not really. Bai Feng pretended to hesitate for a few seconds. Then he lowered his voice. It's like this. Teacher Chuanxiu has some relationship with our Bai family and would occasionally make a trip back to the Bai family. But some time ago the 100 Appearances Holy Maiden got this news from somewhere and broke into our Bai family. And I was affected by the ripple effects of this and rushed to the Heavenly Sword sect early. What? Lin Yan instantly clenched his fists. He simply couldn't wait to go and fight the 100 Appearances Saintus. Brother Lin, calm down. Don't worry. Master Chuanxiu wasn't injured. It's just that the manuscript was robbed. And that's why it's been dragging on for some days. Bai Feng hurriedly explained. At the same time he whispered, don't tell anyone else about this matter. Master Spring and Autumn isn't willing to reveal his own identity. That's good. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Bai Feng with some curiosity. Say, how did you get affected by the waves? I heard that you were also almost captured by the Demoness. Don't mention it. Bai Feng sighed at once. Let me ask you, if Mr. Chuanxiu came to the Lin family as a guest, what would you do? Lin Yan instantly had a pensive look on his face. I should find a way to meet Mr. Chuanxiu and tell him that I'm his fan. Right. Bai Feng nodded as if he had seen his soulmate. I was thinking the same thing, and I even brought Mr. Chuanxiu's latest work to get him to help me sign it. But, who knows? I was attacked by a demon girl while I was talking to Mr. Chuanxiu. Lin Yan brought Self in. Self was disturbed by the demon girl when she asked for an autograph. Which is really. He immediately struck the table and gritted his teeth. This Demoness is truly damned. He swore that even for the sake of Brother Bai, he would make the 100 Appearances Holy Maiden pay. The Holy Virgin of the 100 Appearances, Achu. Alright, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Bai Feng waved his hand. Have any interesting things happened within the sect recently? Speaking of this, a gloating smile suddenly appeared on Lin Yan's face. Other than some people shouting break into Green Bamboo Peak, save senior sister Bai, capture Bai Feng alive, there really isn't anything interesting. This group of people hasn't stopped yet? Bai Feng was also a bit speechless. Am I that much of a hate magnet? It can't be that someone is deliberately messing with me, right? Originally, he was just saying this casually, but he didn't expect Lin Yan's face to become serious. This is also one of the reasons why I'm looking for you. I found out that there is indeed someone pushing for this matter. It's just a pity that I'm not strong enough to find out who the person in question is. Can't even Brother Lin find it? That seems a bit troublesome. Bai Feng wasn't too surprised. After all, he had long since learned that Self had been targeted by the Sons of Qi. It was a pity that he didn't know who this Son of Qi was. Times. This system is such a waste too. It doesn't even show the name. Drops. The name display function can be enabled when the Qi value reaches 1000. White maple. It's better to forget it then. Seeing that Bai Feng was silent, Lin Yan thought that he was worried about the matter. So he patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, Brother Bai. With me here, I guarantee that I will catch this person's little tail. Then I'm really grateful to Brother Lin. Bai Feng didn't refuse. But if Brother Lin finds a clue, make sure you don't make the first move. He didn't want a message popping up every now and then instructing the Son of Qi to beat up the Son of Qi's little brother. Don't worry, I will definitely tell you first, Brother Bai. Lin Yan nodded. It was obvious that Bai Feng was planning to do it himself, so all he had to do was to find information about the person behind the scenes as soon as possible. After the two of them chatted for a while longer, Lin Yan excused himself. Before Bai Feng could return to the study, Bai Yuma pushed the door in again. Sister, if you don't knock on the door as a brother, I won't say anything. But can you work hard on your cultivation and not come to my place every day? Bai Feng was a bit speechless. Although he did need security, but he didn't need you to drill into my home every day. Simply take my place as your home. He had a feeling that if he had invited Bai Yuma to stay with him, she would have said yes. I can cultivate here as well. The speed is still faster than my side. Bai Yuma very skillfully put the ingredients in his hand into the kitchen. Brother, what do you want to eat today? I've been eating a bit oily lately. Have something light. Bai Feng looked at Bai Yuma's busy back in the kitchen and always felt that something wasn't quite right. When did his relationship with Baek Umo become like this? How does this sister of his feel crooked? Not like a sister, but like an old mother to take care of his living. By the way, if you think my side cultivates faster, then I'll install a spirit gathering array for your house as well. Bai Feng spoke while watching Bai Yuma tie on his apron and skillfully turn on the Reiki stove to stir fry and cook. His eyes subtle. If you like this kind of thing, I can also match you with a set of them when I install the spirit gathering array. Let's talk about it later. Bai Yuma casually changed the topic. By the way, senior sister Ji of the Purple Peak invited us to be her guest for dinner. Ah, senior brother Luo Chen got married? No, it's Purple Peak's junior brother who broke through foundation establishment. And it just so happens that senior sister Yu Yao has a good relationship with them. So she invited us to go celebrate together. Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds. Is this, as far as it goes? As the eldest son of the Bai family, he didn't even have a celebration banquet after his success in building the foundation. Only the kitchen added an extra chicken leg for him. So are we going? Hakuhum asked, turning around. Not going, not interested. Bai Feng shook his head. Although he likes to eat melons, but he doesn't eat all melons, especially the dog-licking melons. It is easy to eat too much heart attack, and having to go to the purple heavenly peak. Who knew if a few minions of the Sons of Qi would be mixed in to target him? Alright, then after that I'll talk to senior sister Yu Yao. Bai Yuma nodded, and then she skillfully put the fried vegetables into the plate. Bai Feng had thought that this matter would pass like this until, a few days later at night, Bai Feng sat by the window, resting his chin on one hand and listening to the cheerful sounds outside, but he only felt the noise. So why did the celebration banquet run to Green Bamboo Peak? Junior brother, don't stay in your room, come out and play. A cheerful voice came from outside the door. White Maple didn't pay any attention to it, and a few seconds later he saw a small head peeking out from outside the window. It was a little girl who wasn't even taller than his chest, only to see her hands propped up on the windowsill and her little short legs stomping hard. Junior brother, I knew you were here. Bai Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the little dot in front of him. This was senior sister Yu Yao. Only her brain seemed to have stopped growing along with her body, so she often acted strangely, seemingly seeing that Bai Feng wasn't in high spirits. Yu Yao snapped and laughed a few times with an apologetic smile on her face. Sorry, I originally saw that you've been hiding in your room and hardly going out, so I thought of organizing a party together to cheer you up. Oh, I said why I came to Green Bamboo Peak to organize a party. So it's because of you. I wanted to take her by her short little legs and throw her down the hill. Is there a possibility that I don't go out because I'm studying formations? Bai Feng sighed. His perception of senior sister Yu Yao was actually okay. In the month that she joined Qingju Peak, she often helped him and Bai Yuma, and was indeed a good and nice person. It was, thinking a little too much for her height. Yu Yao smiled awkwardly. Sorry, do you have anything you want? Senior sister will buy it for you. I'm a junior brother only because I joined Green Bamboo Peak late, not because I'm young. Bai Feng sighed again. He felt that Bai Yuma was even more frugal than senior sister Yu Yao when he was a kid. Let's go. I've also invited the senior sisters of the Purple Peak. If you're interested, I can introduce you to them. Oh. Yu Yao lowered her voice, her eyes sneaking towards the surroundings like a thief. No, I'm not interested in the Purple Peak senior sister. Bai Feng waved his hand without any hesitation. Jokingly, the Purple Peak was the territory of Luochen, the son of Qi, especially since the Purple Peak was still being licked by Qi-licking dogs with brain problems. He would not want to get involved with the Purple Peak unless he was tired of living. Well, then if you go, I'll give you a good thing. I guarantee you'll like it. Yu Yao once again sneaked a look around, this time to be more careful. Don't tell anyone. Oh, this is something I had a hard time getting. After saying that, she pulled out a book from her storage bag, and the cover of the book was very familiar, especially the floating words spring and autumn, which gave him a feeling of going home to catch up on his work. Bai Feng looked at Chen Xiu, who was stuffed into his own arms, and then at Yu Yao, who had an expectant look on her face. At this point, he didn't know what expression to put on. You're damn well giving a junior disciple who's just been initiated for a month a little royal uncle? What disciple can stand this kind of test? But he, the author of the little royal uncle, can. Senior sister, why do you have this kind of book? Bai Feng sighed. because I've heard that if you give this to a boy, they'll be happy. Yu Yao had a smile on her face, and looked like I know what I'm talking about. Not to mention that the book is just about wearing less. It's not like it's the kind of book where men and women get together, but it shows everything that can be shown in there except those 3 spots. Yu Yao instantly looked surprised. Ha, you've seen it too? Bai Feng was expressionless. Didn't Bai Yuma tell you? My family is in Qinghong City. After hearing Bai Feng's reply, Yu Yao instantly came into the spirit. She directly climbed onto the windowsill and asked with an excited face. Then can you help me bring a few books? Bai Feng, ? Is it decent to let him? The junior apprentice brother. Bring the little royal uncle? Seemingly also noticing that Self was a bit too excited, Yu Yao hurriedly straightened her body, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. I actually love making clothes, and Ms. Springer's book gives me new inspiration every time. Oh, so White Yuma's clothes were made by you, and it was you who gripped my wool in the Heavenly Sword sect. Today I'm going to settle old scores with new ones. Yu Yao suddenly clenched her teeth. If senior brother you're willing to help me, I can share a portion of the money I make from selling my clothes with you. Fine. As for wool gathering, what wool? Never heard of it. But without waiting for Yu Yao to come closer to share her self-same business plan, a voice suddenly came from the side. Brother, sister, what are you guys doing here without the party? Bai Yuma stood next to her, and she cocked her head, a curious smile still on her face. It was just that Bai Feng always felt that the smile seemed a bit dangerous, and as Bai Yuma focused on Yu Yao's body, he quietly stuffed the book in his hand into his storage bag. Cough. Yu Yao was also thick-skinned as she coughed twice and said with her eyes wide open. I just saw that junior brother had been in the house and didn't come out, so I came over to persuade him to come out and play. Then why so close? Bai Yuma still wore a curious smile. Why? Yu Yao was instantly stuck. She looked at the sky and then at Bai Feng, but all she could see was him gloating. Instantly she felt her teeth itching to bite. Of course it's because elder sister is trying to trick me into going out and using the poor excuse of customizing an outfit for me and you. Bai Feng still helped Yu Yao round up a bit. After all, the two might develop into partners in the future. It was better not to embarrass the partners too much. Yu Yao saw this and also went along with the snake. Yes, I had wanted to give you a surprise. After she finished speaking, she even gave Bai Feng a grumbling look, as if to say why did you bring this matter up? So what are you guys doing? So close together? Yu Yao explained with her eyes wide open. Of course I'm measuring the body, otherwise the clothes made won't fit. Really? Bai Yuma had a suspicious look on his face, but in the end, he didn't dwell on the matter. She said to Yu Yao, whose back was already wet with cold sweat. Senior sister, the people from the Violet Peak are looking for you. Oh, I'll go right away. Yu Yao breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Then she looked at Bai Feng and Bai Yuma. You guys come along too. We've prepared a lot of good food and fun. Bai Feng was back to his lazy self at this point. Can I not go? Come along. Just think of it as senior sister begging you. Yu Yao clasped her hands together and pleaded. Looking at Yu Yao in such a humble manner, Bai Feng eventually didn't make things too difficult for Yu Yao. After all, he wasn't a devil after all. So with a smile on his face, he whispered to Yu Yao outside the window. But the clothes thing. Here, make you an extra one. Yu Yao gritted her teeth and spoke black words that Bai Yuma couldn't understand. Okay. Bai Feng said it was okay. After all, the two still have to work together. They can't gripe too hard. And in the end, in order to prevent Bai Yuma from seeing something, he also added, give the new clothes to Bai Yuma. I've got one that's enough. Okay, let's get going then. Bai Feng followed behind Yu Yao. He was willing to attend the party for one thing because after a month of researching formations, he realized that researching formations was really costly, so he was really in need of a source to provide a constant flow of funds. Secondly, it was also because the Chi-Lick dog was not a threat before his awakening. If it was any other son of Chi, he wouldn't come even if he added money. The result was just as he thought. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw Luo Chen, the Chi-Lick licking dog, busying himself, constantly handing over the roasted meat to his senior sister. And then not only did he not get a thank you, the roasted meat that had just been handed over was instead handed over by his senior sister to the youngest junior brother on the side again. If one could ignore the licking dog behavior of the Chi-Lick lickers, Luo Chen would really be too reassuring. Yu Yao, you've finally come. At this time, a rather well-built woman from Purple Peak walked over with a smile on her face, and judging by her familiarity with Yu Yao, she should be senior sister Ji from Purple Peak. You guys just sit and play around. Don't be too formal. After Yu Yao spoke to Bai Feng and Bai Yuma behind her, she opened her short legs and walked over quickly, looking like she should be discussing some matters for the party. Bai Feng was indeed not polite, and directly found an empty seat with no one in it and sat down, while Bai Yuma followed beside him and sat down together as well. It's pretty crowded. Bai Feng scanned around. Quite a few senior sisters and brothers he hadn't seen before had come over and greeted him with smiles, and he returned the greetings one by one. "Yuma, does Green Bamboo Peak often engage in such activities?" he asked Bai Yuma with some curiosity. Bai Yuma shook his head. "No, this is the first time. So everyone feels fresh too, so they all came over to take a look." "That's good." Bai Feng sighed in relief. He didn't want to be dragged to this kind of party every so often. "Brother, is there anything you want to eat? I'll go get it for you." Bai Yuma saw that new spirit beast meat was being brought over, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Come along." When Bai Feng saw that the meat of the spirit beasts that had been transported was fresh, a variety of cooking methods instantly appeared in his mind. He then took Bai Yuma and walked quickly towards the location of the spirit beast meat. On the way, he passed by where Luo Chen was, but he didn't greet him and went around. At the same time, he also saw up close the party who was going to organize a celebration for him at Purple Peak because he had broken through the foundation establishment. Lin Yu, the junior brother of Purple Peak. At this moment, this little senior was being stuffed with roasted meat by a few senior sisters, and the plates in front of him were piled high. It's a sweet mouth, but it's just TNT. Hey, dang, a son of Qi can be taken by this little guy. Worthy of being one of the most wasteful Qi lickers. Bai Feng spat in his mind. But after that the son of Qi didn't look for trouble, and this little villain who took the son of Qi didn't seem very peaceful. Lin Yu's eyes lit up when he saw Bai Yuma. Even though he was already 16 or 17 years old, he still put on a childish look and shouted to Bai Yuma, "Senior sister Bai, please wait a moment." Bai Yuma stopped and turned to look, his expression somewhat cold. She didn't have a very good impression of this person. Plus the other party had interrupted her and Bai Feng's meal. If the other party wasn't a young junior brother who was favored by the senior sisters of the Purple Peak, and she didn't want to get into a conflict with the Purple Peak, or else she was afraid that she wouldn't have even looked at him. Seemingly startled by Bai Yuma's cold look, Lin Yu hurriedly lowered his head and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, because I heard senior sister say that it was you, senior sister Bai, who helped to give senior sister Yu Yao's elixir, and that's how I relied on the elixir to break through to the foundation establishment stage, so I wanted to thank you for it, and I was just too excited just now. Oh, I'm just helping with the delivery. If you're thankful, go thank senior brother Luo Chen." Bai Yuma returned flatly, and after saying that, he intended to continue following Bai Feng. "But it's also you who helped deliver it, senior sister." Lin Yu's face was a little embarrassed, but he quickly hid it. Then he picked up the plate full of roasted meat. His face seemed to be a little embarrassed as he said, "There's nothing I can thank you for. Senior sister is asking for roasted meat, right? I haven't touched any of these and I can't eat them, so why don't you take it, senior sister, and eat it?" Bai Yuma frowned slightly. This person's stalker character made her quite unhappy, especially since it also disturbed her and Bai Feng from roasting meat together. Not waiting for Bai Yuma to snap, but Bai Feng stepped forward and pinched a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into his own mouth. Well, the roasting fire is just right. The outside is charred and the inside is tender, fat and juicy. Bai Feng nodded rather admiringly. "Yuma, let's roast this kind of spirit beast meat as well. I wonder if this senior brother can tell me how he roasted such delicious meat." Lin Yu's expression seemed to be a bit untenable as he lowered his head and whispered, "It was given to me by senior sister. I don't know how I baked it." "That's a shame." Bai Feng shook his head, then walked over to Bai Yuma's side. "Let's go. Let's pick out a few pieces of meat as well. Barbecuing this kind of thing is still best when you do it yourself." At the same time, he also glanced at the young master of the Violet Peak if he had any. "Selling green tea at the Violet Peak, even if it's not enough. You still want to sell tea at the Green Bamboo Peak? Thinking that everyone else in other places are just like the Chi-Luck licking dogs? Aha!" A smile reappeared on Bai Yuma's face and he followed Bai Feng as he quickly left the location where the Purple Sky Peak was located. At this moment, Lin Yu raised his head as he looked at Bai Feng's back with a bit of resentment in his eyes. A waste with no cultivation talent dared to disturb him. "Junior brother, don't stare at the roasted meat that's already cold. Come and try this piece of roasted meat." Instantly, a coy smile resurfaced on Lin Yu's face. "Okay, senior sister. Senior sister, you eat too. This roasted meat is really delicious. Well, these pieces should be enough." Bai Feng picked out a few pieces of spirit beast meat that looked pretty good, when a note suddenly fell in front of him with words written on it. He turned his head and realized that it was Chi-Lick dog Luo Chen. Luo Chen's face wore a faint smile. "It's the method of roasting meat. It's true the chakra lickers basically have a rotten persona until they change. Thanks a lot." Bai Feng didn't make any pretense and directly accepted the son of Chi's grilled meat secret. And after he accepted it, Luo Chen turned around and left to continue picking out good spirit beast meat for his senior sister. Bai Feng picked up the note and looked at it twice, memorizing the contents before lighting a fire and burning the note. It was better not to keep this kind of item from a son of Chi who didn't have much to do with him. Brother, what did senior brother Luochen come over for just now? White Yuma held the selected spirit beast meat and glanced with some curiosity towards Luochen who had already left, delivering the secret recipe for roasting meat. Bai Feng picked up the spirit beast meat that was placed on a plate. Come on, let's go back to roasting the meat as well. Aha! Bai Yuma glanced at where the purple heavenly peak was located. Then he tugged on Bai Feng's sleeve. Brother, let's take the other side to go back. Stay away from the people of the purple heavenly peak. Okay. Bai Feng and Bai Yuma's behavior of choosing to go around was naturally seen by Lin Yu, and his hands that were squeezing the chopsticks were quite a bit harder until they instantly snapped with a pop sound. Ah! Junior brother, are you alright? The senior sister on the side saw this and quickly asked with concern. Why are you so careless? No. I just promoted to foundation establishment. I'm still a bit out of control. Lin Yu blushed slightly, with an embarrassed expression on his face. I'm sorry for making senior sister worry. It's because I'm too useless. I still can't control it well after such a long time. Don't talk about yourself like that. You're a genius of the violet peak. Senior sister picked up her chopsticks and picked up the roasted meat and put it to his mouth. Come, open your mouth and eat a piece of roasted meat. No, I'll just help myself. Despite saying that, Rinyu opened his mouth. Not far away, Bai Feng only felt a little sick to his stomach as he watched the scene. Good tea. It's really good green tea. If I remember correctly, the one who fed Lin Yu should be Luochen's senior sister, right? One more look at Raken. And oh, he's still grilling. Not bad for being recognized by me as the safest son of Qi. Bai Feng withdrew his sight and hurriedly accelerated his pace to leave this disgusting place. After that, Bai Feng and Bai Yuma weren't disturbed again while they were grilling, and at most, they just said hello to him and Bai Yuma when they passed by. Seemingly influenced by the Green Bamboo Peak master tuning in, the disciples of Green Bamboo Peak were all relatively easygoing, and there was no situation where a group of senior brothers and sisters gathered to ask him various questions. After all, his reputation in the Heavenly Sword sect, whether it was good or bad, was quite big anyway. At that moment, Bai Yuma quietly picked up a piece of roasted meat and sent it towards Bai Feng's bowl. I have more here. Don't keep sending them my way. Bai Feng looked at the few extra pieces of roasted meat that had appeared in his own bowl at some point, and then looked at Bai Yuma who quickly withdrew his chopsticks and pretended to be flipping the roasted meat. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. You're really here for the barbecue. No wonder the roasted meat in my bowl got bigger and bigger. I thought it was the Sky Sword sect's roasted meat that reproduced itself. Brother, you're only at the foundation establishment stage. You should eat more. Bai Yuma wasn't embarrassed to be found out, but instead justified himself by saying back. This spirit beast meat contains many nutrients. It's good for cultivation. Don't give me a diversion. Bai Feng reached out and flicked his hand on Bai Yuma's forehead. I'll roast my own if I want to eat. If you're full, just sit and rest, or simply go back to your cultivation for me. Well, yes. Bai Yuma covered his forehead with some dissatisfaction on his face, but he still honestly sat next to him and just watched Bai Feng eat the roasted meat. Bai Feng, if you're fine, go back to your cultivation and don't keep staring at me for dinner. It always felt as if Bai Yuma was getting less and less concerned about him as his older brother. Could it be because he had been too nice lately, resulting in the loss of his majesty as an older brother? Oh, like he wasn't majestic in the first place. That's fine. Bai Feng looked around while eating the roasted meat, then realized that his senior brothers and sisters were all chatting about cultivation issues for the next mission they were going to carry out, and the one who was really drying out the food seemed to be himself. It always feels a bit out of place. Despite this thought, the movement of his hand did not stop. Just as Bai Yuma said, spirit beast meat was indeed rich in nutrition. Especially the spirit beast meat transported over was not of a low quality. After he ate a few pieces of it, he could feel his body getting a little hot and sweaty, and the operation of his aura was a few points faster. In that case, that's even more reason to work on dry rice. I'm exhausted, but I'm finally done. Yu Yao directly sat on the chair, nonchalantly picked up the chopsticks, and pinched the freshly roasted barbecue meat from the iron plate and stuffed it into her mouth. And then her eyes shone. Well, you roasted it well. Bai Feng glanced down at Yu Yao, who didn't look at himself as an outsider. What are you doing running to me to grab my roasted meat? Of course it's to see little Yuma sitting alone and not eating meat. Yu Yao nonchalantly grabbed another piece of roasted meat. Someone doesn't know how to take care of it either. It's a shame that you're still the elder brother. I advised. She didn't listen. Bai Feng quickly grabbed the third piece of roasted meat before Yu Yao could lay his hands on it. Then he extended the roasted meat towards Bai Yuma. Don't believe me. Yuma, eating roasted meat? Bai Yumo first looked at Yu Yao, who was sitting across from Bai Feng, and then at the chopsticks that Bai Feng had extended over. She gently nodded her head and then lowered her head to eat the roasted meat in one bite. Yu Yao blinked at once, Are you siblings not playing a bit big with each other? Bai Feng looked at his own chopsticks and then at Bai Yuma, who was chewing on the roasted meat with a slightly red face, and for a moment even his brain got stuck. Was it his action of sticking the chopsticks straight through that caused the misunderstanding? Sister if you want to eat barbecue meat, just tell me, don't be so anxious. Bai Feng quietly put the chopsticks back. He looked at the tip of the chopsticks, and for a moment, he didn't know if he wanted to continue using these chopsticks. If he didn't use it, it appeared that he disliked Bai Yuma. In case Bai Yuma was hurt inside and the system stuffed him with chi values, that would be bad. But he felt strange in his heart if he continued to use it. Well, elder brother taught me a lesson. Bai Yuma straightened his posture and looked like he was being lectured. Forget it, just keep baking. Bai Feng didn't put down his chopsticks, but continued to pick up the roasted meat and sent it towards Bai Yuma's bowl. Since it's not good to change chopsticks, let's scrub them over with the grease from the grilled meat. After having Yu Yao join him, Bai Feng had a very enjoyable meal at this party. After all, it does taste a little better when two people grab a bite than when one person eats. Even Bai Yuma was driven to eat a few more pieces of roasted meat. It just always felt like something wasn't quite right with her eyes. But when he looked closer, Bai Yuma was no different than usual. I hope it's just my own illusion, but don't let it go wrong again. He really can't afford to be caught by the system to wildly plug the value of luck. What a great meal this time. Thanks for the hospitality, junior brother. Yu Yao patted her own little tummy. I'm going to continue to go and get busy. I'll treat you all to roasted meat next time I have the chance. After saying that, she left quickly. The party was already near the end. She also needed to hurry up and clean up. Otherwise the next day by the elders to see the mountain is a mess she will suffer. Bai Feng also felt a bit propped up from eating. He stood up and stretched. Let's go. We'll go back and rest as well. Aha. Ugh. It smells like barbecue. And I have to shower and wash my clothes when I get back. Hearing Bai Feng's muttering, Bai Yuma's eyes seemed to flash with a glimmer of brightness. Then why don't I come and help you do the laundry, brother? Bai Feng waved his hand. No need. I'm not really a dude with clothes on my back. I'll do this kind of thing on my own. It doesn't matter brother, you have the time to do laundry, why don't you cultivate more and try to enter the Jindan stage as soon as possible? It doesn't take much time to do a load of laundry, does it? But Bai Yuma is still reluctant to give up. It doesn't matter. Just leave it to me. I guarantee it will be washed as good as new. Forget it. We'll talk about it afterward. And you should hurry back to rest. Bai Feng always felt that Bai Yuma seemed to be a bit overzealous. And now that his meals had been wrapped up by Bai Yuma, if he wrapped up things like laundry, Bai Yuma would really have to evolve into a mom. 10 minutes later, Bai Feng stepped out of the water-covered bathroom, then saw that the clothes that Self had put outside were gone, leaving only a note. He picked up the note with an expressionless face and glanced at it. Brother, I'll take your clothes back to wash them, so work hard on your cultivation. White maple. In the end, did Self fail to stop his sister from moving toward the evolutionary path of his mother? Purple Peak. A slightly shrill voice came out of the house. Senior brother. Haven't you thanked senior sister Bai? That was a young girl who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, only that her good-looking face was covered in frost. If it wasn't for junior brother wanting to ask me to send the necklace as a thank you gift, I wouldn't have even known that there was such a thing. Isn't that disgracing the face of the Purple Peak? Although Luo Chen was the eldest senior brother of the Violet Peak, he kept his head down and didn't say a word when facing the young girl, and it wasn't until the young girl finished that he whispered a few words of explanation. I thanked you, but senior sister Bai refused. After he had explained, the young girl seemed to get even angrier as her tone of voice became higher once more. Then can't you deliver them a few more times? Even if senior sister Bai doesn't need these things, then her ill-talented brother will always need them, right? Can't you just give them to him? Can't you even think clearly about such a small matter? At this time, Lin Yu was on the side with a face of self-blame to defend Luo Chen. Senior sister, don't talk about senior brother. This matter is not senior brother's fault. It's all because I accidentally lost the elixir. Alright, senior brother, don't explain for him. This matter is in senior sister's heart. Senior sister's eyes softened up. She turned around and comforted Lin Yu for a few moments. Then she continued without looking back. Senior brother, why don't you go to Green Bamboo Peak to make up for the thank you gift? You're not as thoughtful as junior brother. Yes, don't be angry senior sister. I'll go now. A few minutes later, Bai Feng looked at Luo Chen, who stood in front of his own door expressionless. What bad luck! Seeing his son of Qi standing at his door early in the morning. Why does senior brother Luo have the time to be my guest today? With Bai Feng's understanding of the Qi-licking dog, the other party was definitely not simply coming over as a guest, and he was afraid that he was in some kind of trouble. It's like this. Last time senior sister Bai helped me so much, yet I only verbally thanked her. It's really a bit inappropriate. Luo Chen had an apologetic smile on his face. This time, It was still senior sister who reminded me. Otherwise it would really be rude. Bai Feng was puzzled. If he wanted to thank him, shouldn't he give it to Bai Yuma? Why did she come to his door to give him a gift? Seemingly seeing Bai Feng's doubts, Luo Chen hurriedly explained again. Senior sister Bai doesn't seem to be at home, and it's really inappropriate for me to go knocking on the door and disturbing senior sister Bai, so I'd like to ask senior brother Bai to help me accept it. After hearing the explanation, Bai Feng subconsciously glanced towards the house. It's true that White Yuma wasn't home, because she ran over to make breakfast while he was still sleeping. No need. Didn't senior brother give me the secret recipe for grilled meat yesterday? That one is already enough. He felt that this matter was a bit fishy. If he really wanted to say thank you, it would be best if it should be from yesterday's party, especially since they had made contact yesterday and gave him a secret recipe for barbecue. And coming over early this morning was just a bit out of place. He felt that there should be someone else who was pushing for it. Could it be that the tea man from the Purple Sky Peak hadn't given up on growing tea in the Green Bamboo Peak? So it's better to refuse. No, that kind of simple thing really doesn't count as a thank you gift. Luo Chen, however, shook his head and took out the prepared necklace and handed it over. Please also accept this. Bai Feng stared at the necklace for a few seconds. The necklace as a whole was silver white, in the shape of a flower he hadn't seen before, and there was also a hidden fluctuation of spiritual energy on it, indicating that it was still a spiritual weapon. You can see that the person giving the gift has put some effort into selecting it, and it shouldn't have been picked by Luo Chen. After all, Luo Chen looked like an honest child who grew up from the clan, which knew how to please women. Otherwise he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. As he pondered, Luo Chen's next reply did confirm his thoughts. This necklace was prepared by my junior brother, so I as a senior brother am really a bit ashamed. Sure enough, if he didn't know what kind of goods most of the people of the Purple Peak were, and only listened to Luo Chen's description, he might have really thought that the Purple Peak were all a bunch of good people. It's not too good to give such expensive things just to help deliver something. To say that if you are contributing, senior sister Yu Yao is the one who is mainly contributing, right? Luo Chen, however, shook his head. I'll thank senior sister Yu Yao again when the time comes. Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds, and instead of picking up the necklace, he raised his head to Luo Chen and asked, what if I don't want to take it? Facing Bai Feng's unceremonious inquiry, Luo Chen let out a bitter smile. Please accept it. It's also a small token of appreciation from me and my senior sister and brother. If I don't take it, you won't be able to explain it back? Luo Chen didn't reply, but only laughed bitterly. Bai Feng looked at the embarrassed and humble Luo Chen, and in his heart, he didn't feel pity. He only felt a little disgusted. He held back the nausea in his heart and refused several times again, but Luo Chen still refused to give up. Then, White Maple gave up. Since you disgust me, I'll disgust you too. So Bai Feng boarded up his expression, no mockery, no sarcasm, and asked with a very serious look, I don't mean to be abusive, but don't you feel like you're a dog? Senior brother Luo? Don't you feel like a dog? Senior brother Luo? In the face of Bai Feng's earnest, but nonetheless nonchalant inquiry, Luo Chen didn't get angry the first time, but only frowned slightly and asked in a somewhat exasperated tone, I'm kind enough to thank you, so why are you insulting me like this? I'm sorry, I'm not insulting you. Instead, Bai Feng shook his head with a serious demeanor. Senior brother Luo, please look back at your experiences over the past few years, and you don't feel that there's anything wrong? He wasn't worried that this move would arouse the hostility of the Chi Lickers. As long as he didn't make a move against the Lickers' senior sisters and brothers, he would at most be scolded a few times, and it wouldn't hurt at all. There is no need to worry that the other person will be scolded to wake up. After all, such a person has a set of logical self-consistent worldview belonging to himself. How can he be scolded to break the defense and be scolded to wake up just because of one sentence of licking the dog? If that were the case, how could there be so many lickspittles in the world? Luo Chen naturally saw that Bai Feng wasn't mocking or satirizing him, but the more this happened, the more angry and scared he felt, as if his inner self had been pierced and peeked through, and as if the shroud covering his pathetic self-esteem had been uncovered, allowing the crowd to see that it was empty underneath. He feebly defended, or was defending himself. This is my responsibility as the Purple Peak's eldest senior brother. Bai Feng didn't stop. He was still outputting, but I can't see the other Peak's eldest brother is also like you. Humble, not like a eldest brother, but rather like a servant, a dog that is being called around. Luo Chen fell silent. In the face of such an insult, growing up in the clan he wanted to retort but couldn't find a suitable reason. At the same time his upbringing had made him reluctant to make a move even if he was annoyed, especially since he could sense that the other man didn't actually mean any harm. After cursing, Bai Feng took a long breath. He was suddenly refreshed and much more comfortable, so he waved his hand. Forget it, Just pretend that I didn't say it. If the people from the Purple Sky Peak ask about you, just say that you sent it out. That's all. However, Luochen still didn't leave after being abused and stubbornly shook his head. No, this isn't right. What I promised my senior sister must be done. Bai Feng is also convinced. How can you lick it to such an extent? I called you a dog with a straight face. Can you have some temper? An adult, by the self-brother and sister to pinch into this way is really wimpy. Is it a woman to see less? In that case, don't blame him for coming down hard. So Bai Feng reached out and took the book that Yu Yao had given him out of his storage bag. Here's the deal. I'll take the necklace, but I don't want it. So I'm entrusting you to help me get rid of the necklace. And this book is the payment. Remember to read it where there's no one else. It's quite an interesting book. Hey, little disciples who grew up in the clan haven't seen Shibuya before, have they? Let's give you a little Shibutsu shock and then immediately fall in front of Shibutsu. Even if the other party threw it away after seeing the contents of the book, Luochen would definitely think that Bai Feng was insulting him. Given the conservative concepts of this world, maybe they'll even make faces at him and stay away from him in the future. It doesn't matter even if the hate value rises. It doesn't matter if you are judged by the system to be striking the sons of Qi. It doesn't matter if you are sickened by it. Anyway, he was now disgusted by the sight of this chakra-licking dog, especially if he didn't listen to advice. It was damn disgusting. He can't eat well for a month without coming back disgusted. Luochen didn't realize that there was a big pit waiting for him ahead. He accepted the book with only the word spring and autumn printed on the cover. His face was still a bit hesitant. Is this okay? What's not to like? It's your business to give the gift, but what to do with it is my business. That's all. Goodbye. After saying that, Bai Feng didn't wait for Luochen to respond before directly closing the door. Luochen opened his mouth, but seeing that the other party had already closed the door to send his guests away, he had no choice but to lower his head and return to the purple heavenly peak with a downcast look. Brother, who was that just now? Bai Yuma asked with some curiosity as she walked out of the kitchen with her meal. It's Luochen that lick. Cough. It's senior brother Luochen. Bai Feng coughed lightly. He came to thank you for your help in delivering the pills earlier. It's already been a month, right? Bai Yuma's face was also a bit puzzled. And didn't I explicitly refuse at that time? Who knows? He might have gotten screwed by his senior sister and brother again. Bai Yuma nodded and said thoughtfully, well, I felt that the people from the Purple Peak were a bit strange during dinner yesterday, and didn't treat senior brother Luochen as a human being at all. Forget it, leave people alone. Maybe senior brother Luochen is still enjoying himself. Bai Feng, who was nauseated early in the morning, was naturally nonchalant. No more talking. Eat. He's got some catching up to do after dinner. Formations were just too costly, and he had to work up to it. It just so happened that his improved shadow retention stones had been able to achieve mass production, and it wasn't too much to ask for a little more money to sell such a high-class item, right? Luochen didn't know how Self returned to the Violet Peak, and only after he came back did he remember that the necklace hadn't been dealt with and was still in his storage bag. What will I tell my sister next? He returned to his own room. After being sprayed by Bai Feng, his mind was now very messed up and he was even a bit overwhelmed. If an ordinary disciple had said that about him, he probably wouldn't have taken it to heart. But that was the array genius Bai Feng, who was also an elder brother recognized by Bai Yuma. In his mind, the other party was on the same level as him, which also made it impossible for him to simply ignore it. Am I wrong? He pondered it, but had trouble figuring it out. I'm just taking care of my senior sister. Why would it be wrong? He couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't one to take the bull by the horns. And since he couldn't figure it out, then he didn't think about it. It was just that right now, his thoughts were still very confused, and naturally, he didn't have the heart to cultivate, so he took out the book that Bai Feng had gifted to him. He was expecting a novel or a play, but when he turned the first page, his face instantly turned red. How can the women in this book be so indiscreet? What a scandal! This is simply. He closed the book instantly, his face already red as a red ass. As an honest disciple who grew up from the sect, he had never seen anything so exciting, and even at the first sight of this book, he planned to burn it. But thinking that this was a gift from senior brother Bai, he stopped burning the book again. Although senior brother Bai was direct and unforgiving in his speech, he shouldn't have sent him such a boring book. Could it be that he sent it to the wrong person? Or does senior White have some deeper meaning? Although the outside world had a poor opinion of senior brother Bai, he naturally wouldn't just listen to true and false rumors as the senior brother of the Purple Peak. During his exchange with the disciples of Green Bamboo Peak, he was clearly told that Bai Feng was someone who was not only gifted, but also worked very hard, learning and mastering a large number of formations in a month's time. XL. How could someone who was so diligent and dedicated to seeking the Tao possibly collect this kind of book? Master by phone was definitely trying to tell him something with this book. In Luo Chen's barren conception, entertainment didn't seem to exist. He lacked an obvious perception of entertainment. In his opinion, entertainment that all belonged to unmotivated disciples, and hard-working disciples like him and senior brother by phone obviously wouldn't have any interactions with entertainment. Thinking of this, Luo Chen once again raised his spirits and reopened Spring and Autumn to read it carefully. Luo Chen had already seen the last few pages without realizing it. From being embarrassed at the beginning and forcing himself to look down, to skillfully turning the pages later on, he had gained growth in such a short period of time. A feeling of nothing more than that even arose in his heart. It's pretty, but it's just a picture. The paintings could only affect his body, but they could not shake his spirit. But what exactly does senior white brother mean? Luo Chen was still puzzled. He still couldn't figure out what the meaning of Master by sending him this kind of book was. Could it really be a mistake? Holding his doubts, he turned the last page of Springer. Unlike the previous picture that showed most of the skin, the last page changed. Instead of women in various poses on it, there are several little people separated by grids having a conversation. At first he was a little nonplussed, but after one look he stopped suddenly, as if he had been hit with a time pause. The story above was simple, but he couldn't stop thinking about it, and he felt like the points that Self had just been unable to figure out were now finally getting through. If by phone was here, he would have found that the last page was a small comic he drew when he was idle and bored, based on his memories of his last life, and it was all localized, and then he felt that it was a waste to put it away, so he put it on the last few pages as a giveaway, and he didn't expect it to be quite popular. There's even been a small group of people in his fan base who have been urging him to go ashore and draw comics. Luo Chen gently turned his neck and once again read it word for word, very attentively. On the screen were two people, a man and a woman. The man had a tired face as he placed the elixir on the table, while the young girl stood in front of him and scoffed. Senior brother, your strength is poor again. Redheart, you can't refine elixir. Well, either Redheart, it's been such a long time and you still only know how to refine low-level elixirs. Don't you feel ashamed to stay in the clan, Redheart? The man didn't reply. He just sat back and lowered his head to receive the young girl's mockery. After the young girl had scoffed viciously, she had a sudden thought and decided to go to the place where Senior Miscellaneous Fish was refining pills the next day. And then she would find another opportunity to scoff viciously at him. The scene shifts to the next day, where the young girl hides behind a wall, only to see a fierce-looking old man reprimanding her senior brother. Why didn't you refine the chi-gathering pill today? Elder brother weakly defended. Yesterday, elder, you said that there is no need to refine this elixir anymore. But after he explained, the old man was even more angry. You don't have a brain? Yesterday is yesterday. Now is now. If you delayed the order, you fucking money to compensate me? Listen to me well. Come to my alchemy here to think a little more considerate. Don't think anyone will be like your parents spoil you. Senior brother's body trembled a little as he hurriedly nodded his head and apologized. I'm very sorry. I'll go and refine the pills right now. Waste of a man. You're out of pills for the day. And if you don't do well again, get the hell out of here. Yes. Elder brother was once again busy, while the young girl hiding behind the wall was trembling, with an expression as if she was about to cry out. So scary. And the last picture is no longer a scene of a teenage girl mocking her senior brother, but a teenage girl reaching out and hugging her senior brother in apology. I'm sorry. You've been great, senior brother. Luo Chen's sight was fixed on the last scene, and he felt something shatter away inside himself. It was obviously just a very simple, small comic with only a few sentences, but it directly triggered his pent-up emotions. He lifted his head and struggled to keep his eyes open. Although the man in the manga was a badly gifted disciple, what happened to the man in the manga was so similar to him, yet completely different. After being tortured by white maple and experiencing self-doubt, he is eventually awakened by a simple comic strip, where he finally realizes exactly what is wrong and finds out where he went wrong. Just then, without even a knock on his room door, it was pushed open directly from the outside. Luo Chen smoothly closed the book and turned to look at the uninvited guest who had barged in, none other than his senior sister. If it had been before, he might have been a little flustered, but now he felt as if it was okay. Elder brother, have you sent out the gifts yet? Senior sister's inquiry did not exceed his expectations, as if he, senior brother, was just a tool in her eyes, even in the case of him being falsely accused. His senior sisters preferred to believe a disciple who had just been initiated not long ago rather than him whom they had been together for many years. Seeing Luo Chen's delay in replying, the senior sister frowned and shouted, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Seeing his senior sister's impatient look, he suddenly wanted to laugh a little. What Bai Feng said really hit the nail on the head. It turns out that he was really a humble dog that couldn't bark and could kick anyone on the head before. Luo Chen stood up from the ground, looked down at his senior sister, and replied in a flat tone, It's already been sent out. Senior brother Bai Feng has already received it. If there's nothing else, please go back. I'm going to rest. You. The senior sister stared, as if she couldn't believe that the other woman was talking to her like that. Senior sister, please return. And remember to knock next time. Luo Chen waved his hand, and a force pushed his senior sister out of the room and closed the door tightly in the process, leaving only a dumbfounded senior sister standing outside the door. What's wrong with you? Senior brother. Senior sister's questioning voice came from outside the door, but Luo Chen didn't respond. Eventually she stomped her foot. I won't forgive you even if you kneel in front of me later. Listening to the fading footsteps, Luo Chen couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, but at the same time, he couldn't stop the tears from flowing out and dripping onto the ground continuously. Is this what you've given yourself in exchange for? It's so funny you can't help but laugh. Luo Chen looked at the book on the floor. He carefully picked it up from the floor and gently wiped away the dust that was staining the book. It was really thanks to senior brother Bai. Otherwise he was afraid that he would never realize how ridiculous his actions were. He thought of the rumors about senior Bai within the sect, and if he had a little doubt before, now, he was even more convinced that Senior Bai Feng was not that kind of person, and these rumors were also very wrong. He remembered that senior brother Bai had been studying formations at the Green Bamboo Peak and rarely even left his room on weekdays, but the heat of the rumors didn't diminish, but instead intensified, which was obviously not normal. I'm afraid someone behind this wants to target Senior White, since senior brother Bai had given him a new life today. Let him take out all these people who were trying to misbehave with senior brother Bai. Achoo! Bai Feng suddenly sneezed as he felt the air around him get a little cold. Have the temperatures dropped again recently? He tightened the clothes on his body while still glancing at the system. Well, it was fine. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Even when he cursed the Chi Lick Dog he didn't even stuff the Chi value. It was true that the Lick Dog wasn't that easy to break the defense. Only then did Bai Feng completely let go of his heart as he continued to look at his self-made masterpiece, feeling very satisfied. As used to promote the retained Shadow Stone change. No, now it should be called the Animation Stone. In order to promote the Animation Stone, Bai Feng deliberately chose a small animation that had spread widely in his previous life, the rabbit hole. Nothing was revealed, but it was astringent. It suited him as a Shibuya graphic artist. He was already looking forward to the day when the Animation Stone would sell out. Okay, keep catching up. It's finally done. Bai Feng stretched as he reached out to play with the Animation Stone in his hand. Too bad there's only pure music, but he's not capable of translating the lyrics credibly is all, and he had gone to a lot of trouble to get this music alone. Although his memory had been strengthened after cultivating immortality and he remembered the melody. As someone who had never studied music, trying to write out the melody would be impossible. So he asked Bai Yuma to help him find a senior sister who was well versed in music, and he hummed out the melody and asked the senior sister to help play out the tune. By this point he was left with a Kodo version of the rabbit hole that was 8 or 9 times similar to the original, which was a bit monotonous, but adequate for this world's level of entertainment. The next step is to get help getting the animation stones and the next installment of Spring and Autumn back to the White House. It's almost time to do the math. At that moment, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Bai Feng quickly got up and pushed open the door to his room. A young girl with long white hair and no expression on her face was standing peacefully in front of his door. Her bland expression finally had the slightest fluctuation when she saw Bai Feng, and her lips moved slightly as if she had a lot of things she wanted to say. But in the end she called out in a restrained manner. Young master, Shao Qi, don't you give me this whole name-calling. Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Then he looked around and didn't see anyone else. Say, why are you here? Are you also practicing in the Heavenly Sword sect? Where's the messenger? Knock. What is this person in charge up to? How do you pick a little girl to help deliver a Shibuya picture? Seemingly seeing the doubt on Bai Feng's face, Shao Qi's tone seemed to fluctuate little as she returned. I applied myself to come. You. Forget it and come in. Bai Feng eventually waved his hand and didn't dwell on this matter. He was well aware that there was a demoness out there eyeing him, so naturally he wouldn't risk his life to personally send Chuanxiu. So he found the White family disciples who were practicing in the Heavenly Sword sect and asked them to help deliver a letter. Only he didn't expect that it was Shao Qi who came. Young master, are you doing well in the Heavenly Sword sect? Seven asked in a whisper after him. It's okay, not much different from being at home. Except the cooking changed from the White family cook to his sister. And don't call me young master. You can call me brother or sir like before. Brother? Seven carefully raised her head to look at Bai Feng. Aha. Bai Feng smiled and reached out to rub Shao Qi's head. Then he asked with some curiosity. When did you pass the Heavenly Sword Sex examination and enter the Heavenly Sword Sex cultivation? Shao Qi tilted her head in thought. It has been cultivated for a long time. Brother, didn't you know before? Although her tone was flat and her face didn't have much expression, Bai Feng could still hear that the other party was complaining a bit about why he only found out now. Bai Feng was also a bit embarrassed about this. He couldn't say that because he was addicted to drawing Shibuya diagrams and because there was the Bai family taking over, he had set aside the orphanage. This is indeed my negligence. Bai Feng didn't have a stiff upper lip. He casually sat on a chair and poured a cup of tea for Xiaoqi. After all, you've all grown up and have your own ideas. It would be a bit inappropriate for me to intervene and ask questions. It was also many years ago, not long after he obtained the villain system. He was thinking about how to avoid the Sons of Qi. Considering that orphans were a high incidence of the Sons of Qi, he built an orphanage called the End of the Line Orphanage. In the future, if he found out about the Sons of Qi, he could just find an excuse to transfer the orphanage's Sons of Qi to other cities. The process of building the orphanage also went very smoothly. Although the Bai family did not pay much attention to him building the orphanage, but he was the youngest master of the Bai family anyways. Even if the Bai family only provided a little bit of power, it was enough. With this, he smoothly opened the orphanage and netted all the orphans in Qinghong City, and 7 is one of them. At that time, because the Bai family didn't pay much attention to it, he was the one who was busy at the very beginning, taking care of the orphans' food and drink. So they had a very good relationship. Later on, because of the emergence of a genius like Xiaoqi, the Bai family started to pay attention to it, so Bai Feng didn't have to be so busy anymore, and would only go to check on them every few days. Even after 7 and the others grew up and left, he went to the orphanage even less often, especially since he was still playing the dude listening to the song at the time. Plus he had a little bit of idle baggage in front of this group of orphans, so naturally he was reluctant to meet them. But Xiaoqi shook her head. Xiaoqi is very willing to listen to her brother. Then you can cultivate well in the future so that you can protect me, Bai Feng said with a smile. Then he pulled out the sealed Chuanqiu and animation stone from his storage bag. Well, since you are the one who took the task, it should be completed properly. Give it to. Forget it, you directly send it to your family's academy. Anyway, the printing of Spring and Autumn took place in the Bai family academy. Otherwise, how could the identity of his vest be hidden so well? Aha! 7 nodded as she accepted the items to be transported, though she didn't leave immediately and instead brought her head over to him, her large eyes blinking. Well, hard work. Bai Feng somewhat helplessly reached out and gently stroked her head. Although 7's face was still expressionless, it was clear from the corners of her mouth, which were curled up a little, and the slight narrowing of her eyes that she was enjoying being stroked by Bai Feng. Like a kitten, Bai Feng's hand slowly slid down on her long, silver white hair, which was like silk. Very silky and smooth. You can see that 7 is well maintained. It seems 7 has finally accepted her own hair. Bai Feng's heart was a bit emotional. He remembered that the reason Xiaoqi became an orphan was because of her white hair. And because of her white hair she had not been bullied by others. He remembered that in the beginning, when 7 had first entered the orphanage, he had seen her often pulling out her own hair with her hands, and would even take scissors and click them to make a mess of her hair. For this reason he had to think of many ways to get 7 to stop this self-injurious behavior. Touching her head was a habit left over from that time, because neither encouragement nor making up stories to scare her worked at the time. White Maple had no choice but to resort to it. At that time, he reached out his hand and gently stroked 7's white hair that had been cut into a mess, and said with a slightly regretful expression, "I like your hair a lot, 7. Oh, even if it's just for me, can I trouble you to treat your own hair well?" Every day after that, he stroked her hair and even washed, combed and trimmed it. By this point 7 had finally stopped persecuting her hair. And although she still didn't like it very much, she was starting to take it seriously. And because Bai Feng was the director of the orphanage, as well as the most prestigious being among the orphans, his words also affected the others. At least there were a lot fewer people mocking Xiaoqi's white hair in the orphanage. 7's hair is so well maintained. I love it. The corners of 7's mouth rose a little bit once again after receiving Bai Feng's praise. She had been treating her hair with care just for today, and her heart was full of satisfaction at that moment. At that moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. "Brother, I got fresh green beef. Let's make it, eh?" Bai Yuma looked at Xiaoqi, who was almost burrowing into Bai Feng's arms, and the expression on her face froze. "Brother, is she?" With a forced smile on his face, Bai Yuma asked, reaching out to point at Xiaoqi in Bai Feng's arms. "Oh, let me introduce you." Bai Feng's hand gently patted Xiaoqi's head and introduced her with a smile. "She's Xiaoqi, an outstanding student in the orphanage I run." "An orphanage?" Baek Yuma's eyes carried a great deal of confusion. How come she has never heard of it? Oh, before, she didn't even want to see Bai Feng, nor did she want to hear any news about him. Woo! At once, her aura became much weaker, and she even averted her eyes somewhat sheepishly. Bai Feng didn't notice Bai Yuma's change of expression and still said to himself, "Yes, The largest end orphanage in Qinghong City was opened by me, although I don't care much about it now, but at that time, I brought up the orphans in the whole city all by myself. Now that I think about it, self is really great. Although the purpose was to be able to discover the son of Qi in time and send the son of Qi out. Bai Yuma nodded, and although her aura was much weaker, she couldn't help but ask, so what are you guys doing here? Oh, this matter is a bit more complicated to say. Bai Feng quietly wagged his finger at Bai Yuma, telling her to ask again later. Then after he once again touched Xiao Qi's head, he carried her off of his own lap. Xiao Qi, let me also introduce you to him. He is my sister, Bai Yuma. Xiao Qi stood next to Bai Feng and seemed a bit scared and constrained as she nodded. Hello miss. Ah. Bai Yuma also responded subconsciously. Well 7 please deliver my things. You can find me when you get back and I'll give you a little gift. Well, see you later brother. Xiao Qi waved her hand at Bai Feng, then quickly pushed the door of the room open and left. And Bai Yumo couldn't even maintain his forced smile after hearing Xiao Qi address Bai Feng. That which should have been hers, her only sisterhood, was it to be taken away from her as well? And the two looked so close. She inexplicably thought of the novel plot that elder sister Yu Yao had mentioned to her, like it was some kind of stand-in literature or something like that. So she was being replaced? But, having done all that self could think of, all that she could do, what more could she do? What should she do? Drops, detected that the host struck a fatal blow, and the Taoist heart of the son of Qi has a tendency to collapse, rewarding the host with 300 points of Qi value. Yin and Yang tattoos, residual. Bai Feng's expression suddenly froze as he stared at the system notification with his mouth slightly open. Unico, what the fuck are you talking about? Who's having a breakdown? Speak up. He first thought of Luo Chen, that Qi-licking dog, but on second thought it was unlikely. After all, a day had passed since he had finished spraying, which was the reason for the delay in breaking the defense. And there was only one son of Qi that was in contact with him right now, and that was his sister, Bai Yuma. Bai Feng lifted his head to look closer and realized that Bai Yuma was in a somewhat depressed mood. Why? He didn't say anything weird just now. Is it the orphanage thing? The more Bai Feng thought about it, the more likely he felt that it was possible. Bai Yuma seemed to have been quite concerned about the cold relationship between the two in the previous few years, and it was probably the fact that he had opened an orphanage that had reminded her of that time, causing it to irritate her. Ah. Yes. Bai Yuma raised his head in a hurry. Only his expression was still a bit evasive. Sit. Bai Feng didn't comfort, and his tone even carried a few hints of command. However, Bai Yuma wasn't the least bit dissatisfied, and even relaxed a bit inside as she sat on the chair next to Bai Feng and secretly stared at him. You're curious about Seven's identity, aren't you? Bai Feng didn't mention the orphanage. Instead he went down on Xiao Qi. Bai Yuma raised her head momentarily, but then she lowered it again and shook her head very carefully. No. But instead of caring about her answer, Bai Feng continued, do you know what she was doing when I first saw her? She was pulling out her own hair, one by one, and kept pulling it down, and the floor was covered with strands of her hair, and her head was pulled bare, and it was really ugly. Under Bai Feng's description, Bai Yuma imagined that scene and immediately winced, even as her scalp ached a little, and the reason for that is that she was abandoned by her parents at a young age because of that white hair, and because of her white hair, she was treated like a monster, kicked and beaten, and when I found her, her body was covered in bruises and her face was red and swollen. Bai Yuma pursed her lips. She no longer dared to think about it. That's why I decided to open an orphanage. Bai Feng's tone suddenly became lighter. Since I have the ability, then, at least within Qinghong City, I should help them. Of course, the above is to fool Bai Yuma. He has a little bit of kindness, but not much. He is not so noble. The purpose of building an orphanage is always to be able to send the children of the Qi to other cities in time. But the matter of Xiao Qi is true. Bai Yuma stared blankly at Bai Feng, the flurry of cluttered thoughts suddenly disappearing. A hint of a smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth once again, her tone more than a little wistful. You really haven't changed much. When Self first entered the Bai family, it seems to be the same. Because she was alone and lonely, she dragged her around, and it was because of Bai Feng that she came out of her self-absorption. Bai Feng? Although he couldn't figure out why Hakuhun would say that, he continued after seeing that it was effective. 7 is in a bad way. Not physically, but she has a big psychological problem. Even when she was in the orphanage she kept pulling her own hair from time to time, even taking scissors to cut it, so I told her that I loved her gray hair, and to prove it, every time I saw her I would touch her hair. Kind of like a pervert, isn't it? No, brother is great. Bai Yuma shook his head and replied with great certainty, if it was me, I would have been very happy. It's not just her. The others have more or less the same mental problems. While I'm not much older than they are, so I let them call me Big Brother. I let them think of the orphanage as their own home and I'm the older brother they can count on. After saying that, Baifeng picked up his teacup and moistened his throat, and at the same time, he also took a look at the system to make sure that there were no new notifications before he was completely relieved. At this time, after Bai Yumo had finished listening to Baifeng's narration, she also no longer cared about Xiao Qi's name for Baifeng. True to form, she felt a little ashamed of what Self had just thought. Compared to Baifeng, Self was really a despicable person. But, Bai Yumo wrenched his body upright and made up his mind in his heart, in this world, noble people don't live long, so let her, a despicable person, protect her elder brother and open the way for him. Brother, I will always protect you, Baek Yumal said in a firm tone. Baifeng was a bit puzzled. What was wrong with Bai Yumo? Never mind, it's not a bad thing anyway. After Bai Yuma's emotions stabilized, she went into the kitchen and started cooking, while Baifeng looked at the system's rewards. Yin Yang Tattoo Remnant, a corner of the Yin Yang Tattoo was dropped, but it still has a subtle effect. Prolonged enlightenment will gain unexpected benefits. Baifeng stroked his chin with a feeling of uncertainty. However, it looked like it shouldn't be an item that could directly boost combat power. He closed his eyes and a very subtle pattern, or symbolic text appeared in his mind. He couldn't tell what the yin and yang pattern looked like. At first glance it seemed like a fish-shaped pattern, but upon closer inspection he realized that it didn't have anything to do with a fish. Instead it looked like a meaningless symbol made of lines piled up. It is an abstraction that is detached from appearances and is at a deeper level. Baifeng felt more and more calm within himself, and the unintelligible questions that had once piled up during his cultivation were instantly cleared at this moment. If one were to observe from the outside world one would notice that a large amount of spiritual energy was surging towards him, and his cultivation level was beginning to rise rapidly. Brother, out of what? Bai Yuma, who was in the kitchen, sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy outside and appeared beside Baifeng almost in the blink of an eye. But the next second she hastily covered her own mouth, afraid of making the slightest sound. She looked at Baifeng, who was still in the midst of his epiphany, and patted her chest somewhat fearfully before she gingerly walked out of the living room and re-entered the kitchen. Only this time she had no desire to cook, and every now and then she would turn her head to look at Baifeng. After a long time, Baifeng's rate of drawing in spiritual energy decreased, and his cultivation had reached foundation establishment perfection. Only one step away from Jindan, he opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with a black and white light, while the symbols of a black and white fish were hidden inside his eyes, and in the next second the light turned inward and the symbols disappeared. Phew! Baifeng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He felt like his self had never been so relaxed. Brother, you're awake? At this time, Bai Yuma tiptoed over and inquired in a very soft voice. Well, has a long time passed? Baifeng turned his head to look at the sky outside the window which had already darkened a bit, and realized that self had only looked at the yin and yang pattern, and as a result, a day had passed. At the same time, he also found that his own body seemed to be stronger, and when he took a closer look, his cultivation had become foundation establishment perfection at some point. Even the forging god technique, whose progress had been slow, had become a minor success, and the forging god method seemed to have a slight connection with the yin-yang pattern. I'm sorry, I guess I made you worry. Baifeng didn't immediately go to explore the forging god method that had undergone a mysterious change, but instead looked at Bai Yuma with a concerned face. It seems like I even disturbed your cultivation today. No. Compared to something unattainable like an epiphany, my matters are not important at all. Bai Yumo shook her head in a hurry. Then she turned around and walked into the kitchen. Brother, you're hungry, right? I'll go heat up the dishes. I'll help too. Baifeng also planned to get up. After all, he was making Bai Yuma wait for a day, and he was a little bit overjoyed in his heart. No need. Bai Yuma came to his side almost instantly and reached out to press him back. What you should do most at this time is to consolidate yourself, even though the epiphany is over. The period after the epiphany is also a very important golden time. Just leave the cooking to me. Seeing the force of Bai Yuma's pressure on his shoulders and the firm tone, Baifeng had no choice but to nod and give up the idea of helping. Looking at Bai Yuma's busy back in the kitchen, Baifeng simply studied the changes in the forging god method. The first thing was that the range of his divine sense had doubled, and compared to even Dan cultivators and talisman cultivators who majored in divine sense, his divine sense was much stronger, and could even be comparable to an ordinary Jindan stage cultivation soil, and that was just the range. Nowadays his divine sense was also more solidified. Before he had at most used his divine sense to probe his enemies and observe the formations, but nowadays he could even use his divine sense to impact his enemies and cause a short period of disorientation to them. Since divine sense could have an effect on the enemy, it also meant that he could directly use an illusion without the aid of a formation. Of course, this kind of illusion technique was still much worse than an illusion array. and it was not as efficient as a direct divine sense impact in battle, but if it was used with an illusion array, then the two stack would not be as simple as 1 plus 1. On top of that, there was the most important of all, the fusion of the god forging method with the yin-yang patterns, or the fusion of him who had cultivated the god forging method with the yin-yang patterns. Bai Feng took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy in his body quickly surged into his eyes. In the next second his eyes took on a black and white color and the symbol of a black and white fish appeared faintly. In this state, he could almost see the flow of spiritual energy. He looked at the formation that he had set up for himself, and the structure of the formation was invisible in front of him, as if he had turned on perspective. He even had a feeling that if someone were to cast a spell in front of him, not only would he be able to crack it instantly, he could even copy it perfectly and cast it with the other party. I knock. Sharingan? Bai Feng's eyes returned to their original state, with a few moments of shock still on his face. This thing is a killer when used properly. It wasn't even just jutsu, like sword techniques, fist techniques, alchemy techniques, and various other techniques he could directly copy over 1-to-1, but only if his aura could support him to perform them. And there was no way to replicate something like sword chi or fist momentum, which required a long period of time to sense before they could be cultivated. But even that was pretty scary. No, you can't be complacent. That group of sons of Chi can't be viewed by the standards of normal people. What they like to do most is to push the limits and kill people, then take the other side's good things and use them even better than the villains. Bai Feng tried to suppress his complacency. He must not give up his planning just because of a small eye. In the future, it is still necessary to avoid the son of Chi, and stick to the meticulous life for the rest of your life without wavering. But just a corner that fell off from the yin-yang pattern is this powerful. What would the complete yin-yang pattern be like? It was really hard for Bai Feng to imagine. That said, the rewards given by the system this time were too rich. Was it tempting him to target the sons of Chi? Don't even think about it. He would never joke with his own life. Drop. Detected that the host borrowed a knife to kill a man. A son of Chi had a conflict with another son of Chi and successfully resolved the opponent's minions. Rewarded with Chi value of 50. Full attributes plus 5. Bai Feng, ? Who the hell is setting me up? When he saw the system's notification, Bai Feng was confused. Why was this happening? He first glanced at Bai Yuma, who was currently walking out of the kitchen with her meal. White feather mist was almost always with him, so obviously it couldn't be her. That would be Lin Yan. He told you not to do it. You don't listen, do you? Rip. You're out of springtime for the rest of your life. At this moment, Lin Yan, who was still investigating the person behind the scenes, sneezed. Trouble for the senior brothers. Luo-chan arched his hand at a few disciples from the law enforcement hall, while beside him lay a disciple who had passed out. It's not troublesome. We also have to thank senior brother Luo for helping us pull out these flies. To be honest, we also have a headache with these rumor spreaders, but we haven't been able to make much progress. One smiled back. At the same time, his heart was vaguely surprised that Luo-chan was a bit different from before, even though he still maintained a courteous attitude. In the past, Luo-chan didn't have much of a stance, and to put it bluntly, he was even a bit weak and humble, but now he had a bit more of a stern aura, like a sword out of its sheath. He also didn't know what had happened to Luo-chan during this period of time, and had gone so far as to strike out against these guys who were spreading rumors about Bai Feng. Though curious, he knew it wasn't his place to pry into such matters, so after giving his thanks, he left carrying the unconscious disciple. Luo-chan watched them leave, and he naturally sensed something strange about these law enforcement hall disciples. In fact, it wasn't just them, it was all the people who had seen him during this time, and it made him feel once again how stupid self had been before. Nowadays, he no longer focused on his senior sisters and brothers, and rarely even bothered with the affairs of the Purple Peak anymore. Right now, he just wanted to take out all the people who had framed Senior White. At the same time, he realized something else. The people from the law enforcement hall had just said that they hadn't been able to make any progress, but these people spreading rumors were ordinary disciples, so how could they not have discovered it? I'm afraid there's a mole within the law enforcement hall, and the person spreading the rumor is not of low status. But so what if his status wasn't low? He, Luo-chan, swore that he would bring the person who framed Senior Brother by to justice, and even the Heavenly Sword Sex Senior Brother wouldn't be able to stop him. He straightened his clothes and stepped away. Who's next? Damn Luo-chan, instead of going to lick your senior sisters and brothers, you came to go against me. Yi Tang raised his fist and punched the table to pieces. He had just asked his men to stop that meddling fellow Lin Yan, but he didn't expect to be targeted by Luo-chan on the back foot. What makes these 1 and 2 all help that punk Bai Feng? And White Maple? Thinking about this person made him even more angry. He had prepared a whole bunch of plans to target him, but it turned out that Bai Feng, this punk, never came down after he entered the green bamboo peak. Even if he had a good plan, he couldn't use it. Even though he had asked his men to spread all sorts of unfavorable news about Baifeng, he acted like he was deaf and didn't care. How can there be such a wimpy person in this world? Why don't they come out and respond when they're pointing their noses at us? Especially when he thought of Baifeng and Bayuma chatting and joking at Qingju Peak every day. He was burning with rage. I can't wait to climb up to Green Bamboo Peak to slap this trash to death. Eldest senior brother. That senior brother who was arrested into the law enforcement hall. At that moment, a voice rang in his ears. Yi Tang glanced at the disciple who had opened his mouth to speak, and that disciple immediately lowered his head and closed his mouth. He didn't pay attention to his own whereabouts, and as a result, he was caught in the act. And he still wants me to go and rescue him out? He snorted coldly. I'm the Heavenly Sword Sect's senior brother. Let him go reflect in the law enforcement hall. Yes. That disciple nodded in a hurry. Go down. Remember to find someone to block that Luo Chen fellow. Yes. Yi Tang narrowed his eyes slightly. Dare to go against me. Sooner or later, I will make you all pay the price. It just so happened that the Heavenly Sword Sect's clan competition was about to start, and he didn't believe that this trash Baifeng would still dare to harbor in the mountains and not come down. Brother, the Heavenly Sword Sect's grand competition is coming up in a few days. Do you want to participate? Bayuma sat beside Baifeng and quickly picked up a piece of meat and put it in his bowl when Baifeng wasn't looking. Can I set up the formation in advance? Baifeng looked at the extra meat in his own bowl and reached out his hand to flick Bayuma's forehead. Eat properly. Don't chuck food into my bowl. I guess I can't. Bayuma covered his forehead, but he acted as if he hadn't heard the latter sentence, still shoveling things into Baifeng's bowl while he wasn't looking. Then I won't participate. Baifeng shook his head. I'm a student of formations. All my skills are in formations. Going to fight against that group of disciples who are proficient in combat. Isn't that looking for abuse? But, brother, don't I see that the sword technique is being used quite skillfully? It's almost catching up with me. In the morning she happened to see Baifeng practicing his sword in the courtyard. Although he only used the bamboo thrust move, he was very skillful. His power was almost catching up with her casual strikes. Obviously not something he could do in a day or two. Baifeng shifted his eyes away somewhat unnaturally. Of course I'm almost caught up with you. I opened the yin and yang tattoo to peek at you practicing your sword. It was just a little more consuming, and after learning one move the spiritual power was almost at the bottom. He guessed that it might be because Bayuma was a Jindan, plus still a sword cultivation genius. His understanding of sword techniques far exceeded that of an ordinary Jindan, so it was much more difficult to learn, and replacing it with a foundation establishment shouldn't be so consuming. That's the only trick I know. Baifeng waved his hand. And how can one use one's shortcomings to compare with someone else's strengths? Well, that too. Hakuhum nodded, and it did make sense as she thought about it for a moment. At the same time she sighed in her heart. Recently the rumors about Baifeng within the sect have become more and more numerous. There are those who say that Baifeng is cheating by breaking through the array. There are also those who say that Baifeng's talent for the array is a fake. All because of the White family's unspeakable and dirty dealings with the Heavenly Sword Sect's elders. In short, it meant that Baifeng was a liar and that he had no talent for formations at all. She also found her master, Shu Ningyan, but her master just laughed and told her not to rush. But how could she not be anxious? If she wasn't worried about affecting Baifeng, she would have already sent all of these guys who had slandered her brother to live in Dan Peak. So angry. Ha! Baifeng picked up the sect disciple's token and a ringing came from it. Come to my cave. Is master looking for you? Bayuma curiously came over. Well, I wonder what master wants to see me about. Baifeng nodded as he ate the last mouthful of rice and prepared to get up to meet his master, Chu Ningyan. Ever since he entered the green bamboo peak, his master Chu Ningyan rarely looked for him, and he heard that she had been outside during this time and had only recently returned to the sect. He was on the verge of thinking that self had been forgotten by his master. When Bayuma thought of what her master had told her not to worry about earlier, she was instantly a little curious, so she opened her mouth and proposed. You haven't been to master's cave yet, have you? I'll go with you. Okay, let's go then. Baifeng didn't refuse, and soon the two of them were walking towards Qingju Peak's cave. Walking into the cave, it was clean, with only the simplest of furniture such as tables and chairs, and Shu Ningyan was located in front waiting for them. Shu Ningyan looked at Baifeng and realized that he had actually completed foundation establishment, and a hint of surprise flashed across the bottom of his eyes. For the last while she had been trying to figure out how to abduct her friend back to teach her apprentice, Baifeng, so she wasn't really sure what had happened to Baifeng. But looking at his solid foundation, he shouldn't have been affected by rumors and forcefully raised his cultivation level. What can I do for you, master? Baifeng was a little less comfortable being stared at and quickly opened his mouth to ask. Only then did Chu Ningyan withdraw her gaze, and she had a smile on her face. I want you to participate in the clan competition. Without waiting for Bai Feng to open his mouth to refuse, Xu Ningyan reached out and interrupted him early. Don't be so hasty to refuse. It's not for you to fight the other disciples. So who am I going to fight? Bai Feng was instantly a bit confused. If I don't fight the other disciples in the clan competition, then who do I fight? Did you fight the formation? Don't worry about it. If you want to get into a fight, I won't agree to it yet. Xu Ningyan had a smile at the corner of her mouth and slightly sold the idea. How's the formation study going these days? It's not bad. I've read almost 1/10 of the formation books in the book depository. And with my current level of arrangement I should be able to barely set up a 5th grade formation. But I'll need to swallow an elixir halfway through. Bai Feng had slightly hidden his true strength. If he had someone to assist him, or if he had a method to constantly replenish his spiritual energy, he could even set up a 7th grade formation. Do you know what it means to be a great success in formation? After hearing Bai Feng's reply, Xu Ningyan was a bit silent. A foundation establishment stage disciple actually arranging a 5th grade array. This could be a bit scary to spread out. Although the grade of the formation was not strictly based on the cultivation level of the cultivation soil, it was still possible to determine the power based on the grade by and large. For example, the previous 100 sword formation was a 3rd grade formation that could trap a successful foundation establishment or even block an early stage Jindan for a period of time, while a 5th grade formation would be able to deal with Yuaning stage cultivation soil. Even the simplest trap or kill formations in the 5th grade would be more than enough to deal with Jindan stage cultivation soil. It was evident that her disciple's talent for formations was truly quite terrifying, especially since he also worked very hard. She remembered that there were many books on formations in the book depository and they were all hard to read, and an ordinary disciple reading 2 or 3 books a month was considered diligent. But it turned out that Bai Feng had read 1/10 of them in a month. Even if there were quite a few low-level formations within this 10th, this learning speed was still very terrifying. You, rest more on weekdays, don't tire yourself. Xu Ningyan is still the first time to persuade self-disciple to rest. She really is a bit scared. Right, can you read all these books? She knew that Bai Feng wasn't a credulous person, but she couldn't help but ask one more question because the matter was too outrageous. Bai Feng nodded. Well, I've grasped it about 8 or 9 times. Master, if you don't believe me, I can set up a formation for you on the spot. No, I trust you. Xu Ningyan waved her hand. Now she was sufficiently confident in the agreement she had set a few days ago. It's time to give her best friend a little genius shock. Then she recounted her self-same arrangement. I'm asking you to participate in the sect competition to compete against another formation genius. She's my friend's disciple. If you can win against her, my friend will teach you formations for a period of time. Bai Feng was puzzled. So it turned out that his master was doing this when he went out all this time. Even though he was already a great success in formations, he wasn't so complacent that he thought others couldn't teach him. And he did need a reason to slowly show off his array strength. So he nodded his head and agreed. Yes, I'm also looking forward to competing against other formation geniuses. Good. Xu Ningyan nodded with satisfaction. In these few days, you should rest well and raise your spirit for the competition afterward. Don't waste your sleep and food reading books anymore. Bai Feng thought of the fact that he had been drawing astringent diagrams since recently, and couldn't help but reply somewhat sheepishly. I'm not that wasted. But Xu Ningyan didn't seem to believe it, as she looked at the thoughtful Bai Yuma and instructed her. Yuma, remember to keep an eye on him and let him rest. Yes, master. White Yuma nodded in a hurry. At the same time, she understood why she had looked for Xu Ningyan earlier, but her master had told her not to rush. If Bai Feng could defeat another formation genius in formation, then the rumors that were circulating outside would go away. Master, are we there yet? A young girl was sitting on the flying boat, looking at the scenery speeding by outside with a bored look on her face. Soon. If you're bored, read more. A tall woman said somewhat helplessly. If there were any Devil Dao human soil here, they would have realized that this woman was none other than the Ghost Duke who had stirred up the Devil Dao into a bloody mess a few decades ago. Born in the Devil's Way, but with her own strength, she overthrew her own clan, and hit several Devil's Way clans hard, with countless Devil's Way geniuses dying in her hands. However, nowadays, she was just a loose cultivator named Lu Meng, and had a good relationship with the Heavenly Sword Sect's Chu Ningyan Peak Master in private. It's been read several times. It's not interesting. The young girl seemed to have thought of something. She made a gentle leap and directly jumped onto Lu Meng's lap with a sparkling light on her eyes. Master, I want to read the book you bought earlier. Willow Dream was a little confused. Did I buy a book before? Yes, I have seen with my own eyes, Master, that you are holding a book at night and reading it. I think it's called something like Spring and Autumn. Hearing this, Lu Meng immediately darkened her face. Why didn't I see you so active when I read formation books on weekdays? She reached out and gave the young girl a direct hit on the head. Kids don't look at stuff like that. But why is Master allowed to watch? The young girl was knocked back a bit, but her face still wore a defiant look. Because I'm an adult. Speaking of which, Lu Meng was actually a bit helpless. She only looked at the name of the book before she bought it, and thought it was some kind of serious reading material, intending to show it to her self-disciple. It turned out to be that kind of stuff inside. Luckily, Self flipped it open and read it, and didn't give it directly to her disciple, or she would have lost her face as a master. But it does draw quite nicely, so I'll just buy a couple more next time I'm passing through. The young girl also gave up for the time being after seeing that her pleas were fruitless. She simply lay on her master's lap to get back at him for patting her on the head. Master, do we have to go to the Heavenly Sword sect? I don't want to go to a place like that. There are too many rules over there. I've already promised Ningyan. How can I go back on my word? Lu Meng reached out and lifted the young girl from her lap. And I'm also somewhat interested in the array genius she talks about. I think Auntie Ningyan is just bragging. How could someone reconstruct a third-grade formation at the middle stage of foundation establishment? I guess that person is 80% cheating. You know, she, who had spirit pupils, couldn't even do it. We'll see if it's true when we get there. Lu Meng also had a few moments of disbelief, but that was, after all, what her best friend Chu Ningyin had said herself, and had even made a pact with her for it. She wasn't at a disadvantage anyway, so it would be good to go over there and take a look. It was just as well that she could dabble in a few meals. She had heard that the ingredients of the Heavenly Sword sect were all quite good. Humph. Let's see me poke through his true colors when the time comes and make this liar ashamed of himself. The young girl had already defined her future opponent as a liar, with a look that she couldn't wait to immediately rush to the Heavenly Sword sect and fix this liar severely. Willow Dream looked at the young girl and couldn't help but shake her head. At this rate, it's a loss for the future. Although she was also a bit unconvinced as all. As a formation master who had been famous for a long time, she was well aware of the difficulty of reconstructing a formation, especially when it was overstepping the boundaries. Brother Lin? Bai Feng pushed open the door to his room and saw Lin Yan standing in front of his door. Thinking about the system's notification earlier. You're the one who shot at the Son of Fortune's little brother without authorization, aren't you? Although there was some dissatisfaction in his heart, Bai Feng still pretended to be unaware on the surface and asked, could it be that you've already found out something, Brother Lin? Mentioning this matter, Lin Yan instantly shook his head with an ashamed face. I'm really sorry. It seems that my investigation into the rumors was discovered by the other party, and I didn't find out anything at all. Bai Feng immediately frowned slightly. Wasn't it Lin Yan? He believed that Lin Yan, as a righteous son of Qi, would not lie to him about such a trivial matter, which meant that there was someone else targeting the little brother of the son of Qi. Fuck, that's a lot of trouble. Who the hell is setting me up? After learning that it wasn't Lin Yan, Bai Feng was also polite as he waved his hand. I'm thankful that Brother Lin is willing to help me, but from this point of view, I'm afraid that this person's status isn't low. That's what I thought. Except that the news is too confusing at the moment for me to guess who it really is. There's no rush. Sooner or later he's going to show his chicken feet. Bai Feng didn't care. It was just some painless rumors. Lin Yan nodded, but there was still some frustration in his heart. Obviously, I had made all the promises before, but it turned out that I didn't gain anything at all, and I didn't help Brother White at all. Drops. Detects that the host is aggressive, causing the son of Qi to become frustrated. Host Qi value plus 10. Fire resistance plus 1. Bai Feng, ? What's wrong with you, Tatsuko? Could you have made it up any worse? And you, the son of luck. I don't even care. Why are you so fucking frustrated? Are the rumors targeting you or me? Lin Yan didn't realize the change in Bai Feng's mood as he continued to ask. By the way, the clan competition is in a few days. Is Brother Bai going to participate? My master has other plans, so you'll know when the time comes. Bai Feng shook his head, still remaining polite and smiling on the surface. He always felt that the system was giving him a lower and lower standard for stuffing his Qi luck value. Well, I'll be cheering for Brother Bai when the time comes. Lin Yan smiled and gave a thumbs up to Bai Feng. It was obvious that the Chu Peak master was ready to make a move. In that case he wouldn't have to worry about the rumors affecting Brother Bai. At this time he thought of something and hurriedly spoke of business. By the way, I have received news that the new issue of Spring and Autumn is coming out soon. Do you need me to bring a copy back for Brother Bai? No need. Have you forgotten the relationship between teacher Chuanqiu and the Bai family? Bai Feng waved his hand. That said, it's almost the clan competition and you're still going out? There's still a couple days to go, so a round trip will be enough. Lin Yan smiled unconcerned. The competition also missed. With his Dan cultivator status is not much lack of cultivation resources, but the Spring and Autumn teacher's new book did not buy that can be regretted for several years. Forget it, whatever. Bai Feng shook his head somewhat helplessly. By the way, I remember that this time, Mr. Spring and Autumn came out with a new product called Animation Stone. because it's the first time that it's being sold, so there's not a lot of it and the price is a bit expensive. So remember to go and grab it in advance if you want it. Lin Yan immediately brightened up as he solemnly arched his hand at Bai Feng. Thank you for informing me, brother Bai. I'll go now. After saying that, in the blink of an eye he disappeared from Bai Feng's sight. White maple. It doesn't have to be this early. But looking at Lin Yan's reaction, the animation stone should sell well. And on the day of the sale, it was even more outrageous than Bai Feng expected. In less than half an hour, the expensive animation stones were sold out. The crowd of colorful batches praised the novelty of animation stones, and it was even speculated at a high price in the black market on that day. Even the 5-star critic Yen Lin commented that a person's life is incomplete if he has not seen the animated stones of Master Chuanshou. However, Bai Feng, who was far away in the Heavenly Sword sect, was unaware of all this, and as he looked at the constant +1+1+1+1 chi value with a dull face, he really couldn't figure out where exactly the problem was. The day of the clan competition. After many days of resting, groping for fish, Bai Feng had also slightly put away his lazy demeanor, only still grumbling about the constant +1 chi value that day. Brother, have you brought all the materials and stuff for setting up the formation? Bai Yuma kept admonishing from the side, and at this time, she noticed that Bai Feng's hair was a bit messy, so she hurriedly took out her own comb and stood on her tiptoes to help clean it up. All brought. Bai Feng looked at Bai Yuma who was fiddling with his hair and always felt a bit weird. Alright, no need to take care of it. This will do. No, brother, you're competing against the disciple of the formation master, representing the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Yuma didn't stop moving her hands, and even straightened Bai Feng's clothes after brushing her hair. She then nodded in satisfaction. Well, that's much better. Sister don't you think your behavior is a bit beyond the position of a sister? Bai Feng finally realized what was wrong. How this was like a wife giving a tie to her husband who was going out. What do you mean? I'm worried about you making a fool of yourself. Bai Yuma's mouth slightly bulging retorted. And there is no clear position between brother and sister. Do you think it's a drama? Well, that too. Bai Feng nodded and didn't dwell on the matter. Let's go then. He reached out and pushed open the door of the room, taking a step towards Chu Ningyan's cave. For her part, Bai Yuma was a step behind him, and instead of walking side by side as usual, she followed him. If Bai Feng turned to look at her at this moment, he would realize that although her face had little expression, her ears had turned completely red. It seems like I accidentally overdid it a bit. Bai Yuma slightly lowered her head, her face finally failing to hold back an extra hint of red. Be sure to hold back next time. Bai Feng, Yuma, you're just in time. Chu Ningyan stopped talking with the woman beside her and smiled as she waved at Bai Feng and Bai Yuma. She first looked at the woman beside her and introduced her with a smile. This is the array genius I mentioned to you, Bai Feng, and beside him is his younger sister, Bai Yuma. The woman gently nodded, but she didn't sense anything extraordinary about the array genius in Chu Ningyan's mouth. Instead, his sister carried a stern sword intent, and she could even detect a huge force hidden within her body. This is the formation master Lu Meng that I mentioned to you, and next to her is her disciple Su Lan Shallow. Bai Feng hastily greeted him. Hello, Master Lu. At the same time, he also opened his system to check it up, and he was relieved when he was sure that Lu Meng's disciple was not a son of Qi. Before he came, he was a little worried that he would go up against the son of Qi. It was true that even if there were more sons of Qi, it was impossible for any random disciple with good talent to be a son of Qi. Alright, let's go to the competition venue first. Chu Ningyan waved her hand and a flying boat appeared in front of them. As the group boarded the flying boat, a crisp voice rang in Bai Feng's ears. You're the one who reconstructed the 100-sword formation during the battle? Bai Feng followed the voice and saw the young girl beside Lu Meng, Su Lan Shallow, looking at him with a provocative face. It's me. He nodded, his expression narrowing slightly. The visitor was not a good one. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Su Lan Shallow walked up to Bai Feng's side with a smile on her face and slightly raised her head to look at him. After learning that you were able to reconstruct the 100-sword formation, I was really looking forward to meeting you. Then I'm kinda flattered. But then, Su Lan Shallow's smile retracted, revealing a disgusted look as she reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's shoulders, standing on her tiptoes and leaning over to whisper in his ear. Don't think that I don't know that you're cheating. Reconstructing formations in such an outrageous way is a loss for you to be able to think of. Something that I can't do can be done just by you with your mediocre talent? You're just waiting to be poked and prodded by me in the competition. After saying that, a cute smile appeared on her face once again, and she gently waved her hand at Bai Feng. Well then, I'll see you in the next competition. I'm looking forward to your performance. Oh, White Maple, how dare a guy who is not even a son of Qi to be arrogant in front of me? Originally, he had planned to stay his hand, but now it seems that he must severely punish this arrogant brat. The contest is divided into two parts. Chu Ningyan stood in front of Bai Feng and Su Lanxiao and introduced the rules of the competition. The first part is to break into the formation. Just pass it. As for the formation, I'll keep it a secret here. You'll know when we get there. The second part is then confrontation, where you each lay down formations and then the other person goes through them. This is also one of the most common methods of competition between formation masters. Bai Feng nodded. It just so happened that he hadn't used it on a formation after obtaining the yin and yang tattoo, so it was a good time to try out the effect when breaking into the formation. And he was more concerned about the second part than the first part. What kind of formation would he have to set up to make this arrogant brat cry? Su Lanxiao didn't have a problem with it either. She looked at Bai Feng with a smile at the corner of her mouth. That's so nice, I can't wait for the genius senior white brother to instruct me. Ha! You'll be crying when the time comes. Bai Feng didn't bother with her. For this kind of person, the more you bothered with her, the more she came on. So just ignore it. Soon, the flying boat flew to the competition site. It seemed to be a deliberate arrangement by Chu Ningyan as well as the other elders of the sect. Bai Feng and Su Lanxiao's match wasn't far away from the sect competition. Instead, it was right within the grounds of the sect competition. They didn't force a halt to the rumors and the disciples' talk. That was a very inefficient method. The best method was still to let them see Bai Feng's strength so that all the rumors would go away. When Bai Feng got down from the flying boat, he saw a group of disciples who had arrived early looking at him and talking. Look, it's that white maple guy. This guy finally came down from the green bamboo peak. I've never seen such a timid person, like a shrunken head turtle. But I've heard that senior brother Bai is wasting his sleep studying formations, and even his meals are delivered with the help of senior sister Bai. You believe in this kind of rumor? You might as well believe that I'm the immortal emperor, VI 50, and I'll make you the immortal sect's great general after I recover my memories. I've heard that senior brother Bai is going to compete with another formation genius, so won't we know if it's true or not by then? I just hope that Bai Feng, this liar, doesn't disgrace our heavenly sword sect. Well, his reputation had really gotten worse, and the decision not to leave Green Bamboo Peak had really been the right one. I hope these guys are still this tough after the competition. Yuma, aren't you joining to go to the clan competition? He retracted his gaze and asked Bai Yuma, who had been quietly following him. Bai Yuma shook his head. I don't need to participate in the preliminaries. No wonder you're in no hurry at all. Bai Feng wasn't surprised. With Bai Yuma's strength, he could indeed obtain a seated spot. As a seated player, you don't have to compete with ordinary disciples in the early stage, and wait until the top 100 disciples are selected. For one thing, it would eliminate the need for geniuses to waste their time on meaningless battles, and secondly, it would give ordinary disciples a little less frustration and a little more engagement. Well, stop staring and get over here. The contest between you two is about to begin. After Chu Ningyan finished exchanging words with the other peak masters and elders, she said to Bai Feng and the others, that fast? Bai Feng was a bit surprised. He had thought that he would have to wait until the disciple competition below started. The elder on the side who had finished inspecting the formations helped to explain. Because the second part of the competition is for you to set up formations, and setting up formations takes a lot of time. So we put breaking into the formations at the start of the clan competition after discussing it. Bai Feng nodded and understood. The opening ceremony of the clan competition. The elders of the Heavenly Sword sect were quite thoughtful. Then start. Chu Ningyan looked towards her best friend, Lu Meng, with a smile at the corner of her mouth. I'll be troubling you to help start it. Xiao Meng, wouldn't it be better for you guys to do this kind of thing? Willowdream shook her head a little helplessly, but she knew her self-same best friend's little mind. Apparently Chu Ningyan could see that she didn't really believe in Bai Feng's talent, and asking her to help start it was also to let her check it over and convince her that no one had tampered with the formation. It's not like I'm the kind of person who can't afford to lose. Lu Meng cannot help but mutter in her heart. She is and Chu Ningyin together born into death over the comrades and is not the kind of trickster. Well, it shouldn't be, and she hadn't even been so cared for by Chu Ningyan, for a disciple as far as that goes. Still, she took over control of the formation and injected her spiritual energy to activate it. Immediately, in the unoccupied open space, a flame shot up into the sky, even as fire rained directly from the air. Immediately afterward, in the midst of the roaring fire, a fire dragon made of flames rushed out from the flames, ferocious flames burning on its huge body as it opened its mouth, revealing horrifyingly sharp teeth, and let out a dragon roar towards the crowd. For a while, some disciples with lower cultivation directly covered their ears and squatted on the ground, their bodies vaguely trembling a bit under the dragon's might. It even used dragon materials, and looking at this power, it shouldn't have used a few drops of dragon blood, but put in at least one dragon bone. Lu Meng was also a little surprised. If it was just an ordinary fire dragon formation, the fire dragon was not as alive as this. Not to mention that this fire dragon even carried a little dragon power of the dragon race. If the ordinary fire dragon formation was already the best of the 4th grade formations, then the fire dragon formation that used the bones of the dragon clan was one of the strongest of the 4th grade formations, and could even trap Yuaning for a period of time. This doesn't look like it's prepared for foundation establishment disciples. Lu Meng glanced at Chu Ningyan, who had a smile on her face on the side. She really didn't expect the Heavenly Sword sect to play so big before she came. Don't worry about it. It's just that the aura is a bit intimidating. Chu Ningyan did not feel worried. What's more, we can stop at any time, and we don't have to worry about getting hurt. Actually, she hadn't planned to use this kind of powerful formation, but after hearing Bai Feng say that Self could barely set up a 5th grade formation, she changed her mind. After a brief inquiry and discussion with the formation elders, they believed that this formation, which did not arrive at the 5th grade but was close to it, could maximize Bai Feng's talent. I believe that even her high-minded best friend would be convinced after seeing Bai Feng break the formation. I'm just worried that the new apprentice you've taken on won't be able to carry it. Lu Meng looked at the fire dragon weaving through the clouds. This kind of formation would be tricky even for her disciples with spirit pupils. I'm afraid. What's more, her disciple had already stepped into Jindan, while Bai Feng was still only a foundation establishment, even though he had become a foundation establishment perfection at some point. Don't look at the foundation building consummation and the early stage of Jindan, only a little difference, but between the two is a watershed. The difference is not a little bit. If Bai Feng could really break through the fire dragon formation, what would be the harm in teaching him everything she had learned in her life? Don't worry about it. Why would I choose this formation if I'm not sure? Chu Ningyan didn't continue chatting with Lu Meng. Who will start next? Let my apprentice start. Lu Meng patted Su Lan Shallow's head, just so that Chu Ningyan and Bai Feng could also see the power of the enhanced version of the fire dragon formation, and it would be best to make them know what to do. Yes, master. Su Lan Shao nodded as she looked at the fire dragon with a grave expression on her face. Even from a distance, she could feel the terrifying heat emanating from the flames, and if it had been anyone else she might have started to get scared, but she wouldn't. She was the northern region's recognized #1 formation genius, Su Lan Shallow. Even if she looked elsewhere, there were few who could compete with her. She took a deep breath and walked straight towards the formation. As she passed by Bai Feng's side, she glanced up slightly at the other party. If you feel scared, you should quit, or you'll look bad if you get burned out of your hair and clothes later. Thanks for reminding senior sister. I still have a few extra clothes on my storage bag. If senior sister has burnt her clothes, she can come to me to receive one for free. Bai Feng glanced at the arrogant Su Lan Shallow and returned in a salty manner. Ha, you can talk more while you can. Su Lan Shao snorted coldly and walked quickly towards the formation. Brother, what did she tell you? Bai Yuma on the side was a bit curious. She told me to be careful, and I told her to be careful. Bai Yuma pondered for a moment. Just now Su Lan Shao did not look like a kind reminder, but instead looked like he was looking down on people, and that was provocative. Brother, do you need me to step in and teach you a lesson? Bai Feng silently turned his head to look at the leaping Bai Yuma. How did his well-behaved sister become like this? No need. You're making me look like an unreasonable villain with this look, though he does have the villain system is all. Oh, Bai Yuma nodded weakly, but her heart still marked Su Lan Shallow. Bai Feng didn't care, but that didn't mean she didn't care either. She held a grudge. If the other party still dared to insult Bai Feng, then don't blame her for not being polite. At the same time, Su Lan Shallow had also entered the fire dragon formation. The raging flames quickly surged towards her from all directions. Su Lan shouted, "Not panic." A barrier made of spiritual energy stopped the flames while her eyes radiated a light blue light. Her eyes were no longer a sea of fire, and she could feel the spiritual energy constantly converging towards several areas. This is it. Su Lan Shao quickly locked onto a node as she picked up a brush, raging spiritual energy coalescing in her hands. The next second, the quill zoomed through her hands until it was about as tall as she was before she managed to stop. She picked up her quill and swept it lightly. The flames that surged over were shattered straight away while she took the opportunity to rush towards one of the nodes. The brush was like an eraser. The nodes were quickly broken under her swing, and the flames that surrounded her suddenly dissipated partially. It's not too late to regret now. Oh. With a smile on her face, Lu Meng explained to Chu Ningyan, or rather she was showing off. Su Lan Shallow is a disciple that I have searched for a long time to find. Not only is she extremely talented in formations, but she also possesses spirit pupils that are capable of observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy. There are not a few formations in the world that can trap her yet. No, I trust my apprentice too. Chu Ningyan shook her head. Although Su Lan Shallow's performance had surprised her greatly, she was equally confident in Bai Feng. After all, Bai Feng was able to reconstruct the 100 sword formation within just a few days of being exposed to formations. And this kind of talent wasn't even remotely inferior to Su Lan Shallow, who possessed spirit pupils. On the other hand, Bai Feng on the side was staring at Su Lan Shao rather seriously. Spirit pupil, listening to the description, is a bit similar to the yin and yang tattoo, but it only possesses the function of observing spiritual energy. There are so many strange and weird abilities in this world. You still can't underestimate them. Looks like it's almost over. Bai Feng stopped his thoughts and focused all his attention on Su Lan Shao. At this time, multiple points of the fire dragon formation had already been broken by her, and the overpowering attack of the fire dragon had weakened a lot. Although Su Lan Shao had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, it was already enough to do this extent, only to see her grip on the brush tightened. Her calves tensed, then leapt forward, straight toward the fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon roared with rage and charged at her with flames burning all over its body. However, only to see the brush once again become a few circles larger in her hand. The seemingly soft brush was like a long metal whip, directly smashing the small half of the fire dragon's body. Taking advantage of the opening in the fire dragon's reorganization of its body, Su Lan Shao once again broke a node. So far there was a loophole in the originally solid spell formation. Su Lan Shao turned to look at the fire dragon that had already reorganized its body and let out a gust of fury. She stuck out her finger and spat out her tongue and made a face at it. Then the moment the fire dragon rushed over, she took a step and disappeared into the formation. So fast. Is this really something an early Jindan stage can do? I'm a loser compared to her. Next up is Bai Feng. Can he do it? If you ask me, Bai Feng should just admit defeat before it's too late, so as not to lose our face. This senior brother. Why are you always helping outsiders? What? Did I say something wrong? A guy who isn't even a Jindan. What can he do even if he has a bit of a Ray talent? Not to mention who knows what means that guy Bai Feng used to get in. Just based on a few unfounded rumors. You dare to conclude that senior brother Bai is a liar? I hope you'll still be so tough talking after senior brother Bai breaks the formation. Bah! If he can break the formation, I'll just stand upside down and eat Shang. While the crowd was arguing, Su Lan Shallow had already broken away from the formation long ago and appeared outside of it, leaving the fire dragon to rage impotently within the formation. It's still good as a warm-up. She lifted and stretched her body, then as she passed by Bai Feng, a playful smile appeared on her face. Senior brother, cheer up, don't lose too fast. What an arrogant brat, but she does have arrogant capital is all. Even though it looked like Su Lan Shao had only broken a few nodes, as well as heavily hitting the fire dragon once, the formation still hadn't suffered any major damage. However, the fire dragon formation was a 4th grade formation, and it was quite difficult to break the formation from the inside, especially as formation masters. After all, combat power was not their strong point. Or the competition between formation masters is like the hacker in Bai Feng's previous life. The attacker has to try to find and even create loopholes, and the formation being broken naturally means that the attacker has won. What's more, she had quickly broken the key node of the fire dragon formation with her early Jindan cultivation and successfully got out of it. I'm afraid that even Yuaning stage formation masters would find it difficult to do so quickly. With Lu Meng's assistance, the fire dragon formation was quickly repaired, and she once again injected spiritual energy into the formation while inquiring of Bai Feng. Are you sure you still want to break into the formation? Well, let's start. Bai Feng nodded and walked quickly to the front of the formation. Brother, go for it. To the side, White Yum waved a fist at him. Seeing that Bai Feng wasn't going to give up, Lu Meng quashed any thoughts of continuing to persuade him. Then, please enter. If you feel uncomfortable, bring it up as early as possible and I'll stop. As soon as he entered the fire dragon formation, Bai Feng felt an unbearable heat wave coming towards him, and in here, it was as if the space was being baked and distorted by the heat. It was worthy of being a formation that could trap a Jindan and forcefully stop a Yuaning for a moment, and he, a foundation establishment perfection, was indeed a bit of a stretch. Since this was the case, it couldn't be as leisurely as the last time he broke into the 100-sword formation. Yin and Yang tattoos, activated. The black and white colors flashed in the bottom of Bai Feng's eyes, and the pattern of black and white fish surfaced in his eyes. Even though he had long known the role of the yin-yang pattern, he still couldn't help but marvel in his heart that it was too clear. Every channel of spiritual energy flow in the formation was presented before his eyes, and almost instantly he locked onto a few of the most important nodes. In the next second, Bai Feng began to move, only to see him raise his right hand, which had a few more talismans in it. As if he had opened a perspective hanging, the talisman thrown out of his hand accurately hit every important node of the fire dragon formation, and the raging fire dragon looked like it had been splashed with water, and the flames on its body disappeared for the most part. With the loophole in the formation wide open thus far, Bai Feng could leave at any time, but he didn't intend to end it so simply. There's another one. Where is it? Bai Feng was holding the last talisman in his hand, and his eyes, which were faintly radiating black and white colors, kept scanning the surroundings, until he fixed his eyes on the fire dragon. So here it is. Bai Feng's mouth was tinged with a smile. What a subtle design, surprisingly placing one of the most important nodes on the fire dragon. The person who laid down this formation must have had a deep study of the fire dragon formation. He drew his bamboo sword and raised his hand to point at the wilting fire dragon. But even though the vital nodes were broken and most of the flames on his body were lost, the dragon's might still could not be violated. Only the fire dragon roared, flames forcibly emerging from its body as it charged straight at Bai Feng. Good timing. Bai Feng exhaled a breath as Bai Yuma's figure practicing with his sword came to his mind. In the next second, his movements seemed to overlap with Bai Yuma's figure in his mind. As he took a step forward and rushed in front of the fire dragon in the blink of an eye, the bamboo sword in his hand fiercely stabbing towards the fire dragon. Bang! The ferocious flames engulfed Bai Feng and the fire dragon. And outside, Bai Yuma had already placed his hand on the long sword at his waist, his fingers starting to turn white from the excessive force. However, Lu Meng, who was responsible for activating the formation, was not the least bit worried, and she even sighed. Lost, master, has that guy lost already? Sulan Shao, who was on the side, asked curiously. No, it's you who lost. Lu Meng shook her head. Apprentice, we'll be staying at the Heavenly Sword Sect for some time next. Ha! Sulan Shao slowly opened her mouth wide. She hurriedly looked at the formation wrapped in flames again. She, actually lost? She had actually lost to a guy who only had a perfect foundation establishment. As if he had long anticipated what this high-minded and arrogant disciple of his would ask. Lu Mengyi shook his head in advance and replied. He didn't cheat. Just now Chu Ningyan asked me to commission me to modify a part of the fire dragon formation when I was repairing the formation. She had just thought it was because her best friend couldn't trust her. But now it seemed that she didn't know Bai Feng well enough. If she hadn't modified the formation herself, after seeing Bai Feng's formation breaking maneuver, she might have actually thought that her opponent was cheating. What kind of talent was this to be able to see through all the nodes within the formation with a single glance? Even an important node hidden in the fire dragon was seen through, which was something that even her disciple Su Lan Shao had not noticed. Did he also possess eyes similar to spirit pupils? At this moment, the flames within the formation finally began to dissipate. The fire dragon within the formation had long since disappeared, leaving Bai Feng standing unharmed, while the flames around him were dissipating towards the surroundings with him as the center. As if the flames were fearing him, he turned around and looked at Yanamaman and the others. This should count as a pass, right? What a terrifying talent. Even I have no way to discover all the nodes within the formation so quickly. A formation elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect secretly smacked his lips. Originally, as one of the few people with the highest level of formation in the Heavenly Sword Sect, he was still a bit self-complacent inwardly, but now it seemed that he wasn't even a fart when compared to a true genius. Even if we don't even talk about Bai Feng, the demon, even the first female child that appeared on the scene was able to finish off his younger days. Another formation elder also couldn't help but ask the elder who had taken charge of the formation. Oldly, you didn't tell that disciple about the node, did you? How can that be? I also need a face, okay? Not to mention that Master Lu changed the node locations when he repaired it. I don't even know where a few of the important nodes of the Fire Dragon formation are since I've been there. Listening to the exclamations of the elders below, the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch couldn't help but smile and stroke his beard. Perhaps he would be able to see a new peak appear in the Heavenly Sword Sect in the near future. Well, it has to be more rewarding. Before, he hadn't had any good excuses for wanting to give Bai Feng some extremely high-quality elixirs, but now the excuses weren't coming. Pills and herbs must be slammed and stuffed. On the field, the moment the formation was broken, Bai Yuma appeared beside Bai Feng almost instantly. With an anxious face, she circled around Bai Feng for a few times, making sure there were no injuries before letting out a sigh of relief. Although Bai Feng had successfully broken through the last important node, the flames that erupted from the fire dragon before it died had her heart in her throat. That power was already far beyond what a foundation establishment perfection could withstand. Don't look, nothing's going on. Bai Feng waved his hand as a feeling of weakness came towards him. Although he was not injured, his spiritual energy was literally exhausted. He glanced down at his own bamboo sword. The moment the fire dragon erupted, the talisman he had prepared in advance was directly burnt to ashes. Although he was wearing a spiritual armor and didn't have to worry about endangering his life, it would more or less burn him to ashes. But just as the flames were about to burn him, the bamboo sword that Chu Ningyan had gifted him suddenly emitted a soft, faint white light that looked like a piece of warm jade. The white light blocked the flames out and didn't come near him in the slightest. When Bai Feng noticed, he hurriedly increased his spiritual power output and injected all the remaining spiritual power in his body. And after receiving a large amount of spiritual energy, The white light emitted from the bamboo sword became even more dazzling, settling down like a rock in the flames without even a trace of the flame's temperature coming in. "Brother, let me help you back." Bai Yuma naturally noticed Bai Feng's weak appearance, and she couldn't help but reach out and place her hand on his body. "No, it's just that I'm a bit off my feet after running out of spiritual energy." Bai Feng shook his head, but Bai Yuma acted as if she hadn't heard him, placing Bai Feng's arm on her other shoulder and helping him walk back to Chu Ningyan. Bai Feng could do nothing about it. He could not beat Bai Yuma in the first place, not to mention that he was still a weak human earth with no spiritual power and no strength, so he could only let Bai Yuma help him walk. "Good job. This elixir is for you. Yuma, you take him and hurry back to rest." Chu Ningyan encouraged the weak Bai Feng. Then she turned her head to look at Lu Meng on the side. "How was it? What I said is true, right? Times. Rather, it's me who is narrow-minded." Lu Meng shook her head. "There's no need to compete in the contest afterward, I promise you." But without waiting for Chu Ningyan to reply, Sulan Shallow, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but shout out, "No way, it must be compared. I haven't lost yet." Her little face was a little red because of her emotions, especially when she thought about how she had looked when she had taunted Bai Feng earlier. It undoubtedly made her look like a clown. Shame, regret, anger and all sorts of other emotions converged in her heart, and as her master was about to give up the last contest, the emotions in her body reached their peak, and the string called sanity suddenly snapped. The young girl who grew up in the praise of the crowd, a talented girl with a strong talent in the formation path, even with the aid of her spirit pupil, she never thought that she would lose in the formation path to someone whose cultivation was lower than hers, and the pride in her heart was like a piece of waste paper that was rubbed and torn to shreds. She was like a losing gambler, placing her own last hope in the self-confidence of the genius called Formation Dao on the last competition. Su Lan Shao turned to look at Bai Feng, who hadn't left yet. Her face was no longer as calm as it used to be, her eyes staring at Bai Feng with a deadly stare. "You shouldn't be backing out of a battle like a coward, should you?" Bai Feng looked at Su Lan Shao, who had become somewhat hysterical, and frowned slightly. He really didn't expect this reaction from his opponent after losing. At this time, Lu Meng came out and rounded up the scene. She reached out and placed her hand on Su Lan Shallow's shoulder, tugging it behind herself. "I'm here to apologize for her, and from today onwards I will teach you everything I know. Master, I haven't lost yet." Su Lan Shallow bit her lip. Tears had begun to gather in her eyes. "In the next competition, I will definitely win back." Seeing this, Bai Feng, who was on the side, didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt in his heart, and even wanted to take a picture of it with a staying stone. Quack, that's the mouth and teeth I want to see. Lu Meng couldn't help but sigh when she saw her self-same disciple in this state. She was also doing this for Su Lan Shallow's sake. She could see Bai Feng's terrifying talent that was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. If the match continued, with Bai Feng's cultivation level of foundation establishment perfection, even if he won, it wouldn't be honorable, but once he lost, I'm afraid that her protege would have to rise up with a heart demon, or even a damaged Dao heart. But now it seemed that this disciple of hers who refused to admit defeat, I'm afraid that she had begun to develop a heart demon. Was she protecting Su Lan Shao too well? After reflecting for a moment, Lu Meng looked at Bai Feng. "I wonder if you are willing to continue the competition with my disciple. Win or lose, I will teach you my life's work. Disciples are allowed." Bai Feng arched his hand, although his purpose has been achieved, especially also saw the picture that self wanted to see. But, as soon as he thought that he would have to take classes with Su Lan Shallow, this arrogant brat, in the future, he felt that it would be better to continue to compare. Otherwise, Su Lan Shallow, this arrogant brat, was afraid that he would not keep pestering him to compete. But if he won the next competition, maybe Su Lan Shao would avoid him in the future. Trouble for a moment, ease for a lifetime. What's the choice? Lu Meng nodded as she turned to look at Chu Ningyan. "Since that's the case, then I'll trouble you to continue preparing the competition venue." "Well, leave it to me." She turned around and commanded the matter, while also announcing the results of this competition to the disciples who couldn't wait. "This match is won by Bai Feng of Green Bamboo Peak." At once, some of the disciples raised their hands and cheered, although most of the disciples already had an answer in their hearts after seeing the match between the two. But nay, some people's mouths were really hard, and they wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin. "Where's the guy who just said he's going to eat a shang upside down? Come out. This is cheating. How is it possible to discover the array node so quickly? Why not? Wouldn't the senior sister who just came on be okay?" "That's because of the spirit pupil. Our senior white brother might also have spirit pupils, and there's a possibility that it's an advanced version of spirit pupils." No. In my opinion, it must be because senior white spirit pupil is male and the opposite side is female, so it doesn't work when it sees senior white. I don't believe it. This must be a play they're putting on. They must be forced by the Bai family. TSK. This senior brother. How much are you looking down on our Heavenly Sword sect? Even if the Bai clan were stronger, it's impossible to force our Heavenly Sword sect's peak master, elders, and a formation master to accompany senior brother Bai in his act, right? Maybe it's a spy from the devil's way, unable to see that our Heavenly Sword sect has produced a genius of formation, and suggests a strict investigation. Under the urging and molestation of the crowd, those few disciples who had made a poisonous oath turned red, and without even competing in the next match, they directly squeezed out of the crowd and ran away as if they were fleeing. Whelp! Coward! Don't go away! Brother Sun Eater! I've never seen an upside-down Sun Eater before. For a time the air was filled with rapture among the disciples. Damn it! Yi Tang clenched his fists and pounded the table. After many times of destruction, the table was finally overwhelmed and fell apart. The teacups on top of it directly shattered on the ground, and the tea flowed all over the place. The atmosphere of public opinion he had managed to create was so simply shattered. Originally, he had planned to use public opinion to force Bai Feng to step down in the sect competition, but he hadn't expected that the sect would attach such importance to Bai Feng, and had even invited Master Lu Meng to come over and teach him. But even if he knew that he wouldn't give up, eldest brother is not well. At this time, suddenly a disciple barged in. Yi Tang frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was his beloved, he would have kicked this unruly fellow out. What's with the frizziness? What happened? Eldest senior brother. All of our people have been captured by that guy Luo Chen. What? Yi Tang suddenly stood up from his chair as he reached out and grabbed his men by the collar, his eyes glowing red as he asked, "What the hell is going on? Didn't I ask you guys to keep an eye on him?" Although the disciple was a bit scared, he still spoke out the news he had gotten. Because Bai Feng won so smoothly, those of us who spread the news and questioned Bai Feng were noticed by Luo Chen. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. Yi Tang simply wanted to throw his little brother straight out, but in the end he held back, and reached out to straighten his little brother's collar. Alright, I know. Go down. That disciple couldn't help but ask before he left. Senior brother. Then our people. What? Still want me to bail them out? Yi Tang glanced at his little brother. I'm the Heavenly Sword sect's senior brother. Do I have to tell them that I instructed them to target the sect's disciples? Drop. Detected that the son of Qi bribed by the host destroyed the plans of another son of Qi and took out most of his minions. Rewarded with plus 300 Qi value and a companion technique to the Forging God Law Illusion Technique chapter created by Master Thousand Illusions. White Maple. Son of Qi, you deserve to die. No, it can't go on like this. Although this kind of hiding in the green bamboo peak and burying his head in cultivation by self can indeed avoid most of the troubles, but it also means that self can't find out the situation in the outside world in time. Looks like he needs to build his own intelligence system. Who would be a good place to start? Brother, have you thought about what formation you want to set up? Bai Yuma poked his head out of the kitchen and asked Bai Feng, who was sitting at the dining table waiting for dinner to start. Bai Feng paused in his thoughts as he shook his head. There are a bit too many choices. Haven't decided which one is better. Because the second match was to lay down separate formations for the other side to break into. The time given was ample. A full 5 days. It just so happened that it was also the last day of the clan competition. Anyway, there's still time, so take your time and think about it, and it's best to pick one that will make the other person suffer a little. White Yumal walked over with the rice. The thought of the other party's arrogant appearance, she was a little angry, and in the end could not afford to lose. Even if it is cute to look at, it makes people not like it. Well, Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds. He felt that it was better not to strike too hard. After all, how to say that the other party's master still has to teach him? Plus Su Lan Shallow's mood seems to be a little unstable. In case he really accidentally strikes the other party too hard, resulting in self-imposed isolation, he can't be able to explain it to his master and Master Lu. In that case, some formations that were too dangerous would have to be removed. Well, how about setting up an illusion array? With the system rewards, he now knew more about illusions, so when the time came, he'd turn down the intensity a bit, keeping it at a level that would allow the opponent to find a break, but not so much that he'd break it right away. Alas, he had gone to great lengths to take care of his master and Master Lu's face. Hopefully, Su Lan Shallow, this arrogant brat, would recognize reality after this and come to bother him less. Knock knock. Who's here? Bai Feng got up from his chair and pushed open the door to his room while thinking. Outside the door was a white figure who raised her small fist and waved it at Bai Feng. Go for it, brother! Go for it, brother! Seven waved her little fist. Only her face remained expressionless. It's Shao Qi. Bai Feng smiled and reached out to touch her head. You're finally here. I was wondering why you didn't come to me earlier. Because I heard that you were trying to prepare for the war. Brother, I didn't come over to bother you before. Come in first. Bai Feng sidestepped and brought 7 inside. At this moment, Bai Yuma, who was cooking in the kitchen, naturally noticed the new guest. And although she didn't have that much of a misunderstanding about Xiao Qi after Bai Feng's explanation, she was still vaguely a little hostile. It was as if that sole identity of self had been taken away from him by someone else. "Good day, miss," Xiao Qi greeted Bai Yuma with some restraint. Bai Yuma's grip on the spatula suddenly hardened. This was one of the things she hated. Why did Xiao Qi call Bai Feng a brother and her a miss? While it was true that the two hadn't seen much of each other, that kind of name-calling still left her with a feeling of exclusion. "Xiao Qi, don't be so formal. Just call me sister," Bai Yumo corrected with a smile on her face. Xiao Qi shrunk her head slightly. A hint of danger surfaced in her heart for some reason, and she hurriedly nodded. "Okay, sister." Only then did Bai Yuma nod in satisfaction and turn around to continue to be busy in the kitchen. "By the way, brother, this is something the academy asked me to bring you." Xiao Qi was slightly relieved. She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out a very tightly wrapped item. From the feel of it, it should be a few books. "Oh, hard work." Bai Feng received the item and directly stuffed it into his own storage bag. This parcel was naturally the books he had promised senior sister Yu Yao, so he couldn't be seen by Xiao Qi. Although Xiao Qi was curious, she didn't ask. She sat beside Bai Feng holding a small sip of tea. Recently those who spread rumors were arrested. I also contributed. Oh, she had heard a lot of rumors about Bai Feng long ago. It was just that nothing she did at that time worked. And then when Bai Feng entered the Heavenly Sword sect, the rumors not only didn't stop, but instead intensified. And even she, who was helping Bai Feng, was sidelined. Now that she'd finally gotten her chance, she was going to fall hard. "White Maple, that's quite a thank you." He somewhat helplessly touched Seven's head. The other party was caring for him after all. He couldn't say anything, and it was also true that he was fed up with the group of guys who were deliberately spreading rumors. His master hadn't even said anything, so what's the point of a bunch of you disciples whining about it? But the fact that the rumors could get up did have something to do with his lack of presence and response, directly contributing to the soil for conspiracy theories to grow. After all, a lot of people don't bring their brains with them when spreading rumors, and as someone who used to be a regular online surfer, he knows this all too well. But if he responded, he would fall into the trap set by the son of Qi. Then it would be better to let someone scold him a few times, and it wouldn't affect him anyway. He was still eating his sister's cooking as usual, reading the books in the book depository, and sleeping in the bed of the green bamboo peak. Right, Bai Feng suddenly remembered something, and he pulled out an amulet from his storage pouch with a few small pieces of warm jade on it, which was very nice to look at. He handed the amulet to Xiao Qi. "This is the promised gift. It's an amulet made by me that can carry the full force of a late Jindan stage strike." This amulet was also one of the fruits of his research during this time, a product of his miniaturization of the formation. Because he was constantly worrying about being targeted by the sons of Qi, he was thinking that it would be good if he could engrave the formation on his body. So he looked into miniaturizing the formation. While studying it, he could sort of understand why the formations in this world would only get bigger and bigger, not smaller and smaller, because it was really too difficult to shrink them. Don't look at the fact that this amulet could only carry a strike from a late Jindan stage, but it was made with all of his energy. He was even born with the idea of going to learn refining, and then refining a photolithography machine out to specialize in engraving mini formations. "Thank you, brother." Xiao Qi received the amulet, holding the amulet's hand on her own chest. Satisfaction could be seen on that almost expressionless little face. At this time, Bai Feng noticed a line of sight. He subconsciously turned towards the kitchen to look, but at this time, Bai Yuma still had her back to him to fry, but he believed that he had not created an illusion. As someone who had been set up by his sister many times, he certainly wouldn't make such a cheap mistake. Before the system could notify him, he took out a second protective amulet. "By the way, Yuma, I made one for you as well, but since you're already a Jindan, I didn't make a protective function for you." Bai Yuma's ears twitched slightly, and she felt a few moments of shyness and embarrassment after her own little thoughts were seen through. Although she knew that she shouldn't ask for too much, after seeing that scene just now, her heart still couldn't help but emerge, the strong thought of wanting the amulet. So much so that she was a little too out of her element just now. She didn't even take off her apron and jogged all the way to Bai Feng's side with an uncontrollable smile on her face. "Thank you, brother." Bai Feng saw the crisis lifted, then slightly relieved. At the same time he could not help but mutter in his heart, "How Bai Yuma is so big or like a child?" And he's a little confused about what Baek Yuma is thinking right now. Although the relationship between the two of them seems to be reconciled, the effects of the previous years are still there, causing the relationship to seem a little bit deformed. He couldn't even pinpoint whether Bai Yuma's attitude and behavior was out of guilt or out of concern and dependence on him. Alas, the system also does not come out with a favorability function, so that he knows what image he is in the eyes of Bai Yuma. and it can be easier to deal with it. Drop. This system is a villain system, not a love system. Please stop the host's unrealistic imagination. This system talking cold is really scary. Usually I can't even shout at you. Why are you talking now? But once again, the system fell silent, as if the keyword Al had been triggered. But after being trolled by the system, Baifeng stopped his rambling and continued to explain to Bayuma. But while there's no protection, I've added a couple of little features. It can present the current time and date, and even set an alarm, and it'll alert you when the time's up. If there was a biggest gain from miniaturizing the formation, it was that it allowed Baifeng to detach a bunch of gadgets from the formation, such as the time and alarm clock functions on Bayuma's amulet. These things can be found in the Heavenly Sword sect prototypes, such as the semi-punitive nature of the sword test tower, the internal placement of the function of recording time, only time to open, and then there is also the public alchemy room of the Dan Peak. The use of the time of the array will remind the time to the time, and you want to continue to use must be added to the money, and so on. Well, I'll treasure it. Instead of putting the amulet into a storage bag, Bayuma chose to keep it close to his body. Alright, let's eat. 7 will eat with us too. The day of the contest. Baifeng had begun setting up the array formation early, and as the clan competition began, the sounds coming from the distance caused him to pause from his busyness. Ha, it's already started? Go for it. He looked up and saw White Yummy make his way to the ring, so he stopped what he was doing and cheered her on from afar. And it seemed that Bayuma had also seen Baifeng, who was far away from the field. She took a deep breath and held back her excitement and waved her hand at Baifeng as well. Then, Baifeng saw Bayuma turn around and knock his opponent off the field with a single sword strike. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The other party seemed to be in the middle Jindan stage, right? Although he wasn't a very strong disciple, it was still quite outrageous to be directly seconded by Bayuma. If before he only had an impression of Bayuma as a very strong concept, now he had a clearer understanding of her strength. There's really no comparison to genius. Baifeng shook his head and continued to work on his own formation. What he was going to do was a triple illusion formation, one of the formations that certain old SAXS were particularly fond of. The first phantom formation was relatively simple, even for an ordinary disciple, as long as he possessed a more delicate mind and firm beliefs. It was possible to easily detach from it. But after he broke away, he would enter a second illusion formation. The second one would be even more real. Plus his mind would be slightly relaxed after he had just broken the illusion formation, so it would be even more difficult to discover the truth of the illusion formation. Even if you find out, it doesn't matter. There is a third one. The third one is the core of the triple illusion array. Not only is it more realistic, it will be re-evolved based on the second one. Except for a very few geniuses, most of the people will have a hard time waking up from the illusion array if they don't have any help from the outside world. In fact, after reading the chapter on illusions, Baifeng had given birth to a better idea. It was just that time was rather tight and it was too late to study it. For example, if two illusions are embedded in each other, even if they break free from the illusion, they do not stop but vanish into the background, while the second illusion evolves based on the current situation of the intruder. If the intruder still managed to break the second illusion formation, then the first illusion formation would reappear in a continuous cycle, and the scenes within the illusion formation were continuous. If he couldn't break free of the two formations at once, then he would be trapped in them forever, which Baifeng named the Fire Vigorous formation, and then add a couple little bugs. Baifeng started adding bugs to the illusion formation after making it. If Su Lan Sha was still relatively normal, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. But a few days had passed, and not only had Su Lan Sha not recovered, but she was getting more and more out of sorts. Then he saw Su Lan Shala walk out from the site where the array was set up. At this time she no longer had her usual calmness. Her hair was not combed, her face was gray, and her eyes were covered with blood, and she kept muttering something in her mouth. It was as if this competition was the only thing left in her world, and she didn't care about anything else. Baifeng just watched the other party leave, and couldn't help but worry inwardly. This Su Lan Sha guy isn't planning to die in my formation, is he? How about a couple more new bugs? Baifeng looked at the illusion formation that had been set up and fell into deep thought. Time quickly came to the last day of the sect competition. Bayuma unsurprisingly entered the top 10. As for Lin Yen, after all, he was only at a successful foundation establishment cultivation level, and after defeating an early Jindan disciple, he fell to a late Jindan disciple. But even so, Lin Yen still reaped the cold breaths of the crowd, as well as comments such as "This sun is as terrifying as this." Today was also the last competition between Baifeng and Su Lan Shallow, but it wouldn't start until after the winner of the sect competition had been decided. Simply put, it's the closing ceremony. This sect competition was sort of understood by this group of elders, and the ones who were competing at that moment were Luochen, the eldest senior brother of the Violet Peak, and Yi Tang, the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect. Luo Chen stood on the stage and stared at Yi Tang. In his investigations over the past few days, he had already found out that this matter and Yi Tang could not be dissociated. But this person was very cunning and did not leave a single piece of evidence. But that didn't mean he would give up. It just so happened that today he was very lucky and was directly matched with Yi Tang. So it would be good to collect some interest for senior brother by first. Yi Tang said with a smile at the corner of his mouth and a kind face. I've long heard that senior brother Luo has changed. And now I see that he's simply a different person. It's all thanks to senior brother by phone. Without him I'm afraid I'd still be in a muddle. Luo Chen's face was expressionless, his eyes staring dead on the opposite side. The whole person seemed like a sword out of its sheath. I haven't had a serious match with anyone else after my epiphany, so I'd like to ask senior brother Yi to give me a lesson. After hearing the word by phone, the smile at the corner of Yi Tang's mouth obviously became a little more unnatural, but in front of outsiders, he still had to maintain a glorious image. So he said with a happy face, then I'll have to thank senior brother Bai. It's something to be thankful for. A hint of a smile finally surfaced at the corner of Luo Chen's mouth. Only Yi Tang felt that this smile was a bit chilly. At the same time, Yi Tang's heart was also a bit annoyed. This guy couldn't have discovered something, right? I was going to keep a hand, but now it seems better to let you lie in bed for a few months. Senior brother Yi, be careful. Luo Chen's long sword was drawn. His moves were severe, and he pushed straight towards Yi Tang. Yi Tang also drew his long sword to parry, but in the next second he felt the force coming from the long sword, his face carrying incredulity. Senior brother, don't daze off in the middle of a battle. Thumbs up. Even though Yi Tang hastily dodged, his sleeves were still cut through by Luo Chen's sharp longsword. His face darkened. He hadn't expected Luo Chen's strength to have grown so much at all. Could it be that this guy was hiding his clumsiness before? At the same time, he also realized that the sword technique Luo Chen used was different from before. And he looked grave. Emotionless sword? I didn't realize that you had cultivated this sword technique. Senior brother Luo? There's no such thing as sentient or unfeeling. It's just that I can see a little bit of the human heart now. Luo Chen remained expressionless, holding his long sword and pointing it straight at Yi Tang. Senior brother Yi, be careful. In the face of Luo Chen's life-threateningly harsh attack, Yi Tang couldn't help but curse in his heart. He didn't care about the face of his eldest senior brother, and hurriedly reached out to touch the concealed weapons in his sleeves, using all the means he was good at in his head. Meanwhile, Bai Feng, who was watching the battle from a short distance away, was originally watching the two sons of Qi fight in high spirits, but after he heard the conversation between the two of them, he seemed to guess what was going on, and his face suddenly darkened. Could it be that it's you? This fellow, who's trying to harm me? That fellow who had ruined the plan of the son of Qi was 80% this person. Knocked out. What's the matter with you Qi lickers? Why did you have an epiphany after I scolded you a few times? Is it the villain's bonus system? Why didn't you tell me when he had an epiphany? Don't you like to keep an eye on small things and give me notifications? Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Drops. Because the host cursing the awakening of the son of Qi is good for him and does not plunder the Qi value. White Maple. So angry, he redirected his eyes back to the field. At this moment, the battle between Yi Tang and Luo Chen had already entered a white heat, and both of them could lose at any time. I hope that our Heavenly Sword sect senior brother will give it a go and not let Luo Chen win. He bet that if Luo Chen won, then the system would definitely let go of this great opportunity to wildly stuff him with Qi luck values. Speaking of which, where was that son of Qi who had been targeting him? Didn't come to the sect competition? He placed his gaze on Yi Tang. It can't be you guy, right? Damn it. Suddenly I don't want this Yi Tang guy to win either. The two of you should both lose and die together. Things seemed to be starting to veer in the direction that Bai Feng was expecting. Yi Tang kept on pulling out that almost constant stream of concealed weapons and projecting them towards Luo Chen. Even though Luo Chen had cultivated the emotionless sword technique, he still suffered a considerable amount of injuries from the concealed weapons attacks. But Yi Tang wasn't much better. His body added many sword wounds, and even some of the wounds still had sword chi raging in them, as if he was being torn by bugs. Luo Chen wiped up the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stood with his sword in his hand. The sword momentum on his body began to climb. Eldest senior brother, you're obsessed with calculations and hidden weapons every day. I'm afraid that you've long forgotten the core philosophy of the Heavenly Sword sect, haven't you? Can the current you still lift a sword? Shut the fuck up. I haven't lost yet. Yi Tang's eyes reddened, panting like a cow. He couldn't accept that self had been forced into such a sorry state by a licking dog. And even more so, he couldn't accept that a trace of fear had surfaced in the bottom of self's heart. No, he wasn't afraid. He was the Heavenly Sword sect's senior brother. He had to win this battle. After saying that, He raised his longsword while the concealed weapon hidden underneath it flew straight towards Luo Chen. You can't defeat me with these trails alone, eldest brother. You've lost. The concealed weapons were stirred up by the sword chi that came out in all directions on the way. And at this moment, Luo Chen's sword power was at its peak. Chop! The longsword was constantly enlarging in Yi Tang's eyes, as if it was an insurmountable mountain. And all of his means were useless in front of the mountain. His body trembled as he used the last of his strength to try to raise his longsword to parry. But at this moment, the longsword in his hand was like 1,000 pounds. No matter how hard he tried, he could not lift it up. Is it true that I can't lift my sword anymore? At the moment the longsword fell. This was the only thought that remained in Yi Tang's mind. In the end, Luo Chen's long sword was stopped by the elders. After all, this was a competition, not a life and death duel. However, Yi Tang's legs and feet went limp and he directly collapsed on the ground. He didn't know when he had closed his eyes, and his entire body directly passed out. Luo Chen didn't expect to be able to solve him in the sect competition. Seeing that his own purpose had been achieved, he used the last of his strength to arch his hand at the elder. Thanks for stopping the elder. It's because I was too serious. The elder, however, cheerfully stroked his beard. Swords and knives have no eyes. It's inevitable that we can't collect our hands in a competition. Otherwise what are we doing here? Watching a show? Alright. You also hurry down to rest. Although he also heard that the cough of the purple peak had changed. He realized that it had become a bit big today. But it's a good thing. Our Heavenly Sword sect is going to add another sword Dao genius. It was also time for the Heavenly Sword sect's eldest senior brother to change. Previously, there were many elders who suggested that Yi Tang's indulgence in concealed weapons instead of practicing the sword was really a bit inconsistent with the Heavenly Sword sect's name. But it was delayed due to the fact that there was no suitable candidate. But now it was time to consider it. Luo Chen nodded, and after his tense mind loosened up, a sense of weakness quickly came towards him, and the soles of his feet went limp. And the moment he was about to fall to the ground unconscious, he was lifted up by the elder with his spiritual power. At the same time before he passed out his ears heard the elder shouting urgently for the people from Dan Peak to hurry over for treatment. On the other side, Bai Feng expressionlessly withdrew his gaze and watched the notification that popped up from the system in silence. Drops. Detected that the Son of Qi was used by the host as a tool against other Sons of Qi, and managed to knock another Son of Qi to the ground and humiliate him severely. Rewarded with plus 1,000 Qi value. Breakthrough to Jindan cultivation, which can be claimed at one's own discretion, and plus 1 fragment of the sword Dao. Drop. Detected the host's luck value exceeding 1,000. Open the name display function. Fuck. Why is Yi Tang, the son of luck, such a loser? Try harder. At least get a draw. It was so close. Damn it. My hate level's gone up again. While Bai Feng was cursing Yi Tang for surely stepping on dogshit when he went out, the second match also started. However, there was little suspense in the latter match. Yi Tang was seriously injured and unconscious. Luo Chen was directly deflated, and both of them lost their ability to fight. And without the other Sons of Qi, the other Jindan stage disciples were simply no match for Bai Yuma. And the might of the immortal bone finally began to unfold at the Jindan stage. Brother, I got first place. After the contest was over, Bai Yuma couldn't wait to trot all the way to Bai Feng's side, looking like he was expecting a quip. Aha, that's great. I knew you could do it. Bai Feng was really not in a good mood after being hit by 1,000 points of Qi value, but he couldn't afford to ignore it in the face of the expectant Bai Yuma, so he subconsciously reached out his hand and touched her head. Only after touching it did he realize that it was wrong, not to mention the fact that the two were no longer children, let alone the fact that this was still in public, or in front of other people's eyes. It was just a little bit inappropriate. He looked down, and sure enough, Bai Yuma's little face was already a bright red, but she didn't look like she was stopping. Bai Feng withdrew his hand as if he didn't know anything. He coughed lightly. Alright, I should get on the field next. You just finished fighting, go rest first. Well, Bai Yuma lowered his head and made a mosquito-like sound. Goohee brother is touching my head again. Although she was very shy, she also noticed that Bai Feng wasn't in a very good mood. Could it be that Bai Feng had seen her fight and thought of his own ordinary cultivation talent? Sure enough, Bai Feng still cared about self's talent, didn't he? What's the best thing to do? Bai Yuma began to brood. Hey! A voice rang out and Bai Feng turned his head to look. Not only did Su Lan Shao not clean and freshen up after setting up the array, but she was even more haggard than the previous days. The hair that hadn't been combed and allowed to fall in all directions had lost its previous luster, and instead of wearing a nice dress, she was wearing a very monotonous green-colored robe, and the pair of heavy black circles under her eyes on her face made people worry that she might just pass out. I will win. She reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's shoulder, revealing a pair of sharp tiger teeth, like a tiger or leopard that had set its sights on its prey. The depths of those tired eyes seemed to carry a few moments of madness. Bai Feng looked at Su Lan Shallow's appearance and suddenly felt that it was quite pointless to get serious with her. If you'd feel better if I lost, then. Don't joke. Su Lanxian opened her mouth to interrupt him, her grip on Bai Feng's collar getting harder and harder. Dang it, compete with me? I'll beat you. I'll prove that I'll always be on top of you. Then cheer up. Bai Feng reached out to hold Su Lan Xiao's slender wrist and separated her hand from his collar. I'm afraid this guy's got a demon in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. This is too fragile, isn't it? How could one ascend to the peak of the immortal path with this kind of mentality? But when you think about it, it's like being a master programmer and getting run over by someone who thinks they're a middle schooler. It really isn't that easy to accept. Su Lan Shallow didn't seem to have recovered her senses from this as she took a few steps back. Then she turned around and rushed towards Bai Feng's formation. Without waiting for Willow Dream to say start, she rushed right in. Alas, Lu Meng naturally had long seen that Su Lan Xiao was out of sorts, but unfortunately her persuasion wasn't of much use. Her face was apologetic. I'll say sorry on behalf of my apprentice. The period of time that she entered ahead of time I will record it additionally. It's okay, it's just for a few seconds. Bai Feng waved his hand. He wasn't so serious as to get into a fight with someone who was in a state of mind demon. He quickly walked over to the formation laid down by Su Lan Shallow and walked straight in as well. As the formation was activated and started, the final match of the clan competition began. Surprisingly, it's a 5-element formation? Bai Feng stood within the formation in contemplation. His surroundings were so dark that even his own hands were hard to see, as if he was trapped in a cave that didn't see sunlight. He remembered that the 5 elements formation was a rather special trap formation, just like the spirit gathering formation, which possessed different grades. For example, this current formation should be a 5th grade 5-element formation, and because the materials used were very good, coupled with the fact that Su Lan Shallow had also remodeled this formation, now this 5-element formation was already infinitely close to a 6th grade formation. For a cultivation of only the early Jindan cultivation soil, to be able to set up such formations, can indeed be deservedly called a phrase of 10,000 years of rare array genius. Unfortunately, he opened up. Well, the array pattern is still a bit rusty. It shouldn't have been long since I learned it, and I even accidentally left a few small loopholes. Bai Feng opened the yin and yang pattern, and the veins of the 5-element formation were clearly presented in his eyes, and in his heart. He commented on the 5-element formation laid down by Su Lan Shallow. At the same time he pondered how he was going to crack it. The 5 elements formation, as a trap formation, was relatively poor in terms of attack power, but it was very strong in terms of defense. It wasn't like other formations where breaching a few important nodes could cause the formation to collapse directly. Even if the 5 elements formation attacked the nodes, it would not cause the formation to collapse, and the damaged nodes would slowly recover. Unless it was possible to attack all 5 important nodes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth at once. But this is easier said than done. For ordinary array masters, just finding a node is difficult, let alone finding 5 important nodes that have been hidden. Coupled with the fact that the 5 elements array is famous for its defense, even if you find an important node, it is even more difficult to break through 5 nodes at once. It was obvious that Su Lan Shallow had already utilized everything she could in order to win, targeting him for only having a perfect foundation establishment and not enough outbursts to lay down the 5-element formation. But on the side, Su Lan Shallow did treat him as an opponent in the same realm, and didn't underestimate him again like before. It does get a little tricky. Bai Feng picked up the bamboo sword and stabbed at one of the nodes. Unsurprisingly, with his current strength he couldn't even destroy the node, but he could have chosen to breach it from the small loophole, but that would have taken too much time and been more troublesome. Forget the complications. He shook his head as he took out an elixir from his storage pouch before placing it in his mouth, while his heart murmured to the system, claim your reward. Drop. The host has received the reward. Please break through in a quiet environment. Bai Feng directly sat on the ground, and the elixir in his mouth that he had used for camouflage was directly swallowed into his stomach, while a large amount of spiritual energy began to pour into his body. At the same time, Chuning Yan and Lu Meng outside the formation also noticed the difference within the formation. Is this a breakthrough? Chuning Yan smiled somewhat helplessly. This is still in the middle of a competition. I really don't know if I should say he's reckless or has a big heart. However, she wasn't surprised. After all, the spiritual energy within Bai Feng's body was already quite solid, and there was really only one step away from Jindan. It was just that she didn't expect Bai Feng to choose to break through within the formation. It's probably because he saw that it was difficult for self to break through the node's defenses, so he planned to break through within the formation. Lu Meng also commented from the sidelines. But your disciple is indeed bold and careful. The 5 elements formation is known for its defense and only has the most basic ability to counterattack. So I guess he dared to break through within the formation because of this. Shu Ningxian nodded. At the same time she asked with some curiosity, will there be any effects of breaking through within the formation? Some formations will. For example, I know of a formation that can isolate the outside world's spiritual energy, but those kinds of formations are all of the 7th grade or higher. Lu Meng shook her head and explained. And this 5 elements formation is only of the 5th grade, plus it's still mainly a competition, focusing on breaking formations, so it doesn't hinder the connection with the outside world. At the same time, her heart couldn't help but conjure up Bai Feng's eyes just now, before in the fire dragon formation, because the spiritual energy was too violent under the influence of the flames, causing her not to see clearly at that time. But now that there were no flames in the way, she instead saw the strange flash of brilliance in Bai Feng's eyes. It seemed that Bai Feng also possessed similar eyes like her disciples, and Su Lan Xiao hadn't lost unfairly. While the two were talking, Bai Feng also opened his tightly closed eyes. Jin Dan. It's done. At this time, all the spiritual energy within his dantian had already condensed, turning into a golden Dan suspended in the center of his dantian. And this Jin Dan was very solid, looking nothing like it had just been promoted to Jin Dan. Bai Feng stretched his arms and felt the power contained within his body. Jin Dan was indeed a watershed on the way to cultivation, no matter whether it was power or spiritual power, or even divine sense. It was far beyond the foundation building consummation. He closed his eyes, recalling the moves he had stolen from Bai Yuma. If he had only imitated before, then now he had a whole new understanding of the bamboo thorn move, gradually integrating it into himself. At the same time, the sword Dao fragment within him began to tremble slightly, and the sword techniques that he couldn't understand in the past all had answers at this moment. Bai Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He still didn't open his eyes, but placed his hand on the bamboo sword. In the next second, sharp sword momentum erupted from his body, and the bamboo sword in his hand violently stabbed out as it reached its peak. The body of the sword, and even the arm, turned into a residual shadow. It was clearly just a simple bamboo thrust move, but in his hands it had a different flavor. Bai Feng exhaled once again as he opened his eyes. The originally incredibly sturdy 5-element formation began to collapse, and the sunlight shone down from the top of his head. If someone looked closely they would have noticed that all 5 key nodes of the 5-element formation had been pierced through by a sword, churning them to pieces. At this scene, even Bai Feng's master, Shu Ningyan, was somewhat silent. The sword he had just stabbed out was very wonderful even to her eyes, and could be described as a sentence of swordsmanship genius. Shu Ningyan turned to look at Bai Yuma who had her mouth open. Obviously her disciple didn't know about the sword Dao talent in Bai Feng either. Yuma, does Bai Feng usually practice his sword a lot? Bai Yuma came back to her senses. She first subconsciously shook her head before nodding. I've only seen it once. My brother he's only ever used the bamboo thorn move and it was almost on par with me. Oh yeah. The time I saw it was after my brother's epiphany. Maybe my brother comprehended it during his epiphany. Shu Ningyi nodded, and she returned her gaze to Bai Feng, who at this time had already put away his overpowering sword power, and his entire person had once again returned to a somewhat lazy appearance as he walked slowly towards this place. What an interesting little guy. She couldn't help but laugh softly. The best decision Self had ever made was to take Bai Yuma and her brother Bai Feng as disciples. Suddenly I realized I was missing a chapter yesterday. I posted 47 as 46. Sorry. The previous chapter has been replaced. Brother, how did you use that move you just did? The moment Bai Feng came back, Bai Yuma quickly rushed up and surrounded him, chattering and asking questions. At the same time, Shu Ningyan also looked at him with a curious gaze, as if she was waiting for his answer. When I was breaking through Jindan, I suddenly thought of the way you practiced your sword before and had a few epiphanies, Bai Feng said half-heartedly with his eyes wide open. But I only know this one move as well. And the others aren't very skillful. Shu Ningyan nodded. She did hear that some people would suddenly realize something when they were making a breakthrough. One could only say that although Bai Feng's cultivation talent was average, his perception was excellent. You can enter the Dao even with only one move. Is the Dao of the sword not such an inconvenient thing? Shu Ningyan smiled and encouraged. In the future, you will come to me every week to learn sword techniques. Don't waste your talent for sword Dao. Yes, master. Bai Feng nodded in response. If it was before, he might still have a headache, but now that he knew sword techniques as if he had opened up the 2 chakras after obtaining the sword Dao fragment, it was not too easy to learn, and it's good to have an extra means of defense. Then as if he thought of something, he turned to look at the illusion formation he had laid. Has senior sister Sunat come out yet? Willow Dream shook her head with some concern. No, she moved a little at first, but after a while she went quiet. Why don't I go and disarm the illusion formation? Bai Feng secretly said in his heart that it was bad. It really made him anticipate. With Su Lan Xiao's mentality it was not suitable to break into the illusion formation at all. I just don't know what exactly Su Lanxiao had seen that she was so deep in the illusion formation that she couldn't extricate herself? Although Bai Feng was the one who had set up the illusion array, the logic of the illusion array's operation was constructed based on the subconscious mind of the person who broke into the array, which would also reduce the probability of being discovered. After all, it's like dreaming and playing a game. It's hard to find out that the former is fake even if it's outrageous, and you can tell it's a game and not reality even if the latter is real. Well, please. Willow Dream nodded, not refusing. It didn't matter even if Su Lanxiao's Dao heart broke a little bit. At this rate, Su Lanxiao was afraid that she would really fall deep into it and never wake up again. In the phantom array, Su Lanxiao stood in the crowded square. The black and dark clouds above her head resembled her state of mind. Depressing, agonizing, and on the verge of collapse. She did lose after all. She managed to break 2 illusions, and in the first one she returned to her own home, saw her parents, and saw her childhood playmates. Although it seemed real, she vaguely remembered that self was competing. So when she opened her spirit pupil, the first illusionary formation broke. Then she saw self appearing in the square where the competition was taking place, and the disciples around her were cheering for her, while her biggest rival, Bai Feng, was trapped in the 5 elements formation and couldn't escape. She won. She finally won. She had managed to guard her pride. Su Lanxiao looked at the crowd's admiration for her, looked at her master's praise for her, and even Bai Yuma walked up to her without stinting on his praise. The loser, Bai Feng, stood alone and ignored by the crowd as she watched her opponent turn away in despair. But instead of feeling excited, her heart was more than a little skeptical. Had she really won? Did the other party just set up a simple illusion formation? Was his level really that low? Did she really win that easily? Can she really win? Su Lanxiao looked at the smiles of the crowd, at the smile on her master's face. This moment felt so false to her. Ka Chao. The scene in front of her was covered with cracks like broken glass until it shattered completely. Tick-tock. A few drops of rain fell on her face, and her gaze numbly looked towards Bai Feng, who had broken the formation a step earlier than her, and who was currently enjoying the cheers of the crowd and the praise of her master. And she was like white maple in the illusion, ignored and isolated by everyone. Even her master didn't even look at her. If she had been in her right mind, she would have already noticed the violation even if she had lost. There was no way her master would ignore her or even abandon her. But her heart had long been filled with the words "I lost." She looked away from the man she had laughed at and finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on her knees, not knowing if it was rain or tears sliding down her face. The downpour got heavier and heavier. Her hair, her clothes had long been wet with rain. She watched as her master held up an umbrella for Bai Feng and laughed, while none of her cared, and even the pedestrians passing by bypassed her. She'd never felt rain that was actually so cold that she shivered and ached inside. Her self-confidence, her pride, gradually disappeared under the rain, and she could no longer maintain her expression as she fell to the ground and cried out. At that moment, she suddenly felt the rain stop and looked up only to see a nasty face. Bai Feng crouched in front of her, umbrella in hand, but with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. He reached out with his other hand and picked her chin up, then slowly slid his slender fingers upwards, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Would a genius who calls others liars with his mouth be so wretched? Or are you planning to poke me with this method? Su Lanxiao inclined her head away in silence, but was forced to square up again by Bai Feng pinching her face with his fingers. Under her shameful gaze, however, she saw that Bai Feng resembled a plot from a play she had once seen, suddenly taking on a 3-part smug, 3-part flamboyant, 3-part mocking, as well as 1-part excited demeanor. You're still somewhat talented. Do you want to be my personal maid? Maybe I'll give you a little bit of formation knowledge as a handout for the sake of your hard work. Su Lanxiao pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Ha. I advise you to better say yes. Your master has abandoned you. What are you left with now? White Maple's body was gradually radiating a black aura, but Su Lanxiao hadn't noticed it at all. With a rueful look on her face, she slowly closed her eyes. Crap, what the hell is this? An abrupt voice broke the quiet atmosphere. Bai Feng looked at the blackened self and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Was this what he looked like in Su Lanxiao's heart? What extraterrestrial demons? Then he saw the black self raise its head and stare at him with scarlet eyes. Why were you allowed in? I built the illusion formation. Why can't I enter? Bai Feng touched his chin. Strange. How could the self in this illusion still communicate with him? Could be the devil in the heart? He glanced at the shrunken Su Lanxiao, whose face was also a bit confused at this time, as if she couldn't understand why 2 white fonts had appeared. Yo. What kind of white maple hell is this? Die. At that moment, the heart demon White Maple lunged towards him, but in the next second his body directly collapsed into black mist. Bai Feng's eyes flashed black and white, and a single divine sense impact directly crushed the heart demon. However, The next second the heart demon coalesced once again. Only this time its appearance became Su Lan Xiao. Well, the same black version. It's no use. She's me. I'm her. And as long as she still has fear in her heart, I won't go away. I don't care if you disappear. Bai Feng once again flushed the heart demon into mist. Then he turned to look at Su Lan Xiao, who was still in a daze, crouched down and stretched out his finger to flick it on her forehead. Don't look. This is an illusion. Return to reality for me. Su Lan Xiao felt a pain in her forehead. She reached out her hand to cover her forehead. Suddenly she felt her self-vision suddenly became clear. Her brain was no longer muddled, and the scenery around her began to shatter. In the next second, she came back to her senses, and the first thing she saw was Bai Feng sitting cross-legged across from her. Her eyes were still a bit dazed, and she didn't seem to have woken up immediately from the illusion. She subconsciously looked around and saw the Heavenly Sword sect elders who were talking about something, and saw her master Lu Meng beside her with a worried look on her face, and that was when she already understood what had happened. I'm sorry. She lowered her head, the dry ground stained with falling droplets as she sobbed in a small voice. Master, I lost. It's okay. Win or lose. Just try again if you lose. Lu Meng hurriedly reached out and took Su Lan Xiao into her arms, softly comforting her. At the same time, she turned her head to look at Bai Feng, who had gotten up from the ground, and gave him a grateful look. Bai Feng waved his hand, and after satisfying his own curiosity, he didn't continue to disturb the master and disciple and turned around to go back. The reason he appeared in Su Lan Xiao's illusion realm was also very simple. After obtaining the illusion technique chapter of the Forging God method, he was able to enter other people's illusions to exert an influence. Plus he had a little bit of curiosity. Earlier, after he withdrew the illusion formation, he realized that Su Lan Xiao still hadn't woken up, and at that time, he knew that something was going to happen. It was just as well that he took this opportunity to use his skills from the chapter on illusions to see the effects. And in the meantime, he also went into her illusions to find out what she had seen that she refused to wake up. I just didn't expect to see Su Lan Xiao's heart demon. The God forging method is even stronger than I thought. Bai Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There were methods in this world to influence the heart demons, but without exception they were all very cumbersome and difficult, and there had never been one as simple as the Forging God method. Let's just say it's worthy of being an immortal law. Although the illusion technique chapter was a subsidiary technique created by a later generation based on the divine forging technique, it further expanded the wonders of the divine forging technique, and it was assumed that Master Thousand Illusions was also an unexceptional immortal. This match is won by Bai Feng of Green Bamboo Peak. As soon as the result of the match was announced, the disciples below who were watching and eating were abuzz. Oh hoo! I knew from the beginning that senior brother Bai would win. Say, how come there's no chorus this time? It seems like there were people maliciously spreading rumors about senior brother Bai, and then it happened to be seen by senior brother Luo. So those spreading the rumors were arrested. Good death. These rumor spreaders should have been arrested long ago. Ahem. This senior brother. It seems like you were also spreading rumors a few days ago, right? What words? I am a pure passerby. Melon. Eating thing can be called spreading rumors? This senior brother. Our investigation found that you have dealings in spirit stones with those who created the rumors. Come with us. Now that Bai Feng's public opinion in the Heavenly Sword sect had been completely reversed, I'm afraid that if anyone else wanted to spread rumors about Bai Feng in the future, they would have to hesitate more. But all of this had nothing to do with Bai Feng. He was more concerned about what he was going to eat for dinner than his own reputation. He. Congratulations on junior brother's victory. At this time, the physically tiny Yu Yao drilled out from nowhere. She stood in front of Bai Feng and Bai Yuma with her arms crossed. Want to celebrate? Forget it. I don't like crowds. Bai Feng waved his hand. Although his image in the Heavenly Sword sect was now reversed, that didn't mean there was less trouble. The thought of chatting and blowing each other up with his senior brothers and sisters gave him a headache, and the son of Qi who targeted him was only seriously injured. His mouth was still able to move, and he was still able to instigate his little brother to target him, so it was better not to get too carried away. Don't worry, I don't want to make that big of a party event again either. Yu Yao shook her head, then she reached out and pointed at Bai Feng, Bai Yuma, and herself. Just the three of us. I've been craving your barbecue meat for days. And there's also the fact that I need to ask what type of clothes you guys want as well. After saying that, Yu Yao even winked at Bai Feng. Instantly, Bai Feng understood what senior sister Yu Yao meant. Alas, it turned out that he had come to ask for the little royal uncle, and he had thought that he had sincerely come to congratulate him. However, Bai Feng still nodded. Okay, then let's find a place to have a good meal tonight? Alright, I'll contact Spirit Beast Peak and ask them to leave me a few good pieces of meat. After saying that, Yu Yao took off her short little legs and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Forget it, let's go back too. Bai Feng shook his head. Anyway, the competition was over, and there was nothing for him to do behind him, so it was better to go home and continue reading. Yuma also hurriedly followed. Only on the way she kept her head down and didn't speak, as if she was pondering something. She always had the feeling that senior sister Yu Yao and Bai Feng were both hiding something from her. Surprisingly, its eldest brother? Lin Yan sat in front of the hospital bed with surprise. Yes, I also had a hard time believing it when I was investigating. Luo Chen on the hospital bed nodded. I can only make him suffer a loss this time, but it's very, very hard to completely bring him down. No matter how hard it is, we can't give up, even if it's not for the sake of brother Bai. With this kind of duplicitous behavior of the eldest senior brother, maliciously targeting other disciples, we can't allow him to continue to stay in the seat of the eldest senior brother. Well, that's why I overwhelmed him with my sword at the competition. So I guess he should be down in a few more days. Brother Luo is indeed thoughtful. Lin Yan nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't thought of this layer before and thought that Luo Chen was not used to seeing the other party's use of concealed weapons. Then, after Yi Tang comes down, the clan should let you be the senior brother Luo, right? No, I'm not interested in the position of Heavenly Sword Sect's Grandmaster, but I have a better candidate. Luo Chen shook his head. His heart already had an idea. Lin Yan instantly understood Luo Chen's meaning as well. Senior sister Bai? Indeed. Alright, let's not talk about such things that can't be determined yet. Luo Chen waved his hand. Then he asked with a straight face, how many of Yi Tang's men are left? Speaking of this, Lin Yan suddenly let out a light laugh. There aren't many left. Most of them have entered the law enforcement hall. You can rest assured that I'm doing something. It was both a coincidence and a necessity that the two of them met. At that time, he was still investigating the person who spread the rumor, but ran into Luo Chen, who was also investigating the rumor, and the two of them talked for a while and met at first sight, and were ready to cooperate in the investigation. Although Luo Chen was the eldest senior brother of the Purple Peak, he hadn't been living like a senior brother for the past few years, and didn't have many friends, and had the empty status and reputation of being the eldest senior brother of the Purple Peak. Lin Yan was different. Although he was only an ordinary inner disciple, he had climbed up from the bottom bit by bit, and had friends all over the place, but he was only in the way of his current status, and his actions were restricted everywhere. Thus, after the two collaborated, Lin Yan was in charge of the main investigation while Luo Chen stepped in to set things right. Up to this point, they were able to capture most of Yi Tang's men into the law enforcement hall. Luo Chen suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to Lin Yan, right, don't tell senior brother Bai about this matter first. Wait until you have completely brought down Yi Tang before you tell him the good news. Otherwise I would be a sinner if I disturbed senior brother Bai's cultivation. I know, just don't worry brother Luo. Lin Yan nodded. Then he remembered something and hurriedly took out a few books with the words spring and autumn written on the cover from his storage bag. By the way, I've brought the books you wanted, brother Luo. Luo Chen immediately looked excited at the situation. Fine, fine, Mr. Luo, thanks brother Lin here. If you encounter anything in the future, you must remember to look for me. Strange, it always feels like someone is doing me harm? Bai Feng touched his chin and pondered, but there wasn't much notification when he clicked on the system, and that guy Luo Chen was hospitalized together with serious injuries and couldn't act for the time being. Who else could harm him? No, it wasn't necessarily the son of Qi. To say the least, he had quite a lot of enemies, not to mention the other son of Qi who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries and Sulan Shallow who had given birth to a heart demon. There was still a demoness outside of the Heavenly Sword sect who was eyeing him. Surely it was better to hurry up and build an intelligence organization. Otherwise he wouldn't know even if something happened. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, there was a sharp knock at the door. Based on the location of the knock on the door, the probability was that senior sister Yu Yao had come. Elder sister, you came quite fast. Ah, Bai Feng pushed open the door to his room and saw Yu Yao tugging on a young girl with long silver white hair with an excited look on her face. Junior brother, look what I picked up on the road. She wants to go home with me. Bai Feng subconsciously looked at the white-haired girl and saw Xiaoqi looking at him with tears in her eyes. Brother. So he pulled Xiaoqi over and held out his hand to protect her as he stared at Yu Yao with a wary look on his face. Elder sister. First things first, human trafficking is against the law. Just kidding, Yu Yao said with a smile. Obviously she already knew the relationship between the two of them, but she's really cute. Can you let her come home with me? I want to change a few outfits for her. When it comes to matching with this beautiful white hair, it'll be so cute. Then you'll have to ask Xiaoqi if she's willing. Bai Feng didn't let his guard down. It was like he was watching out for Yu Yao, like he was watching out for a weird uncle. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine if you don't want to. I'll make the clothes then. It's fine if you help her change into them. Yu Yao waved her hand with an expectant face. As long as I'm allowed to take a look, I'll be satisfied. White maple. This person really doesn't fit in well with Green Bamboo Peak. How in the world did their masters take such people as disciples? At that moment, Xiao Qi, who was hiding in Bai Feng's arms, reached out and grabbed a strand of white hair and looked at it. Her hair was well taken care of by her and carried a faint scent of flowers. Is it pretty? She stared carefully at her own hair, but in her heart she still couldn't like it. The wounds from her childhood were indeed filled a lot by the white maple, but they still hadn't healed all the way, and she was still very concerned about her own gray hair. Speaking of which, I also have a little idea about Xiao Qi's clothes. Bai Feng walked into the house and poured 2 cups of tea for Yu Yao and Xiao Qi. Let's exchange ideas when the time comes. Yu Yao did not feel happy, but instead asked with some skepticism, can you do it? Designing clothes is hard. Bai Feng wasn't annoyed, but instead took a sip from his teacup without slowing down. To tell you the truth, Master Chuanxiu is actually a member of our Bai family. I happen to have exchanged words with Master Chuanxiu, and I heard Master Chuanxiu mention that he wanted to come up with a book with the color white as the theme. Snap! Only Yu Yao directly stretched out her body and grabbed Bai Feng's right hand with both of her hands. Her eyes seemed to be sparkling with stars. Please, senior brother Bai, you must communicate with me properly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. That's a bit of a cheap request. Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out. By the way, that book thing. I'll bring you a copy when it comes out. Thank you, senior brother. From today onwards, you are my righteous father. You call me senior sister. I call you righteous father. We'll talk about each other from now on. Bai Feng suddenly had a new understanding of senior sister Yu Yao's mischievous character. How on earth did she get into Green Bamboo Peak? Right, the thing you asked for. Bai Feng set out the tightly encapsulated book from his storage bag. There's also an animation stone inside. Don't lose it. It's very expensive. Muah, righteous father is so nice. Yu Yao picked up the packaging of the book and kissed it. And then he couldn't wait to stuff it into his own storage bag. The material for tonight has a fall. Refers to the material from which clothes are designed. On the side, Xiao Qi cocked his head. Do we have a person named Chuanxiu in our family? There is also this book. 7 decided to stop thinking about it. Since Bai Feng hadn't said anything, she shouldn't think about such irrelevant things. Right. Where is senior sister Bai? Putting away her books. Yu Yao only remembered that she seemed to be missing someone, changed clothes to go, and counted the time to come. As soon as Bai Feng's words fell, he saw the door to the room being pushed open from the outside. Wow, it's so pretty. Yu Yao looked at the door and couldn't help but exclaim. It's true that my vision was right. The color purple really suits senior sister Bai. Bai Yumo smiled a little embarrassed. What she was wearing was exactly the lavender robe that Yu Yao had designed. The overall color of the upper body was white, but at the collar and sleeve position there was a purple pattern. The lower body was mainly purple with a nice flower pattern engraved on it. Especially since the clothes Bai Yumo wore on weekdays were rather monotonous. But now that she had changed into this, it really brightened up her eyes and set her off even better. Not bad. Not bad. It's pretty. Bai Feng followed suit and complimented him. But after seeing the short ruffled skirt Bai Yuma had worn earlier, this ordinary style of robe could no longer bring him impact. Xiao Qi, on the other hand, looked at Bai Yumal thoughtfully, not knowing what she was thinking, and after being praised by Bai Feng, Bai Yumal was also a bit secretly happy in her heart. In fact, if she hadn't considered the fact that senior sister Yu Yao was also there, she would have actually wanted to change into a more daring couple of dresses, but thinking that there were other people besides Bai Feng there, so she held back. Bai Feng retracted his gaze after a few glances. He turned his head to look at Yu Yao and lightly clapped his hands. Alright, let's get ready to eat. Please invite the spirit beast meat brought by senior sister Yu Yao to make an appearance. Clothes are not as important as eating. From today onwards I will teach you formations until you have mastered all the knowledge I have. In the future you can always look for me. As long as I have the time, I will patiently teach you. Lu Meng stood in front of Bai Feng while Chu Ningyan watched with interest. Yes, Master Ryu. Don't call me that. You can call me master just like Lan Xiao. Lu Meng shook her head. This is also your master's proposal. But you can stop shouting if you don't want to. I'll teach just as attentively. Bai Feng subconsciously glanced at Chu Ningyan who was encouraging him with her eyes. And upon careful thought he understood what it meant. After all, Lu Meng intended to teach him his life's work, so he should recognize this master. And his master Chu Ningyan was also happy to see this matter. Whether it was to bring in Lu Meng or to give him an additional layer of master and disciple relationship with the formation master, this was not a bad thing for him and the Heavenly Sword sect. In that case then naturally there is nothing to hesitate about. Bai Feng nodded. Okay, master. Well, since I don't really know how far you've learned, let's start with my best killing formation. And remember to ask me in time if there's anything you don't understand. Lu Meng stood in front of Bai Feng, explaining some of the difficulties in the formation. Bai Feng, on the other hand, sat down and pondered. Lu Meng was worthy of being a long-famous master. Her level in killing formations was really hard to reach bystanders. Even though she was talking about theories that were on the basic side, the thought patterns that flowed out and her original techniques made him gain something. Alright, that's all for today. If you don't understand anything, you can come to my cave to find me. Well, thank you, master. Bai Feng watched Lu Meng leave, and as he was planning to go home and organize to put today's harvest in order, he saw Su Lanxiao walking towards him with her head down. Wait, that. Su Lanxiao called out to Bai Feng, who was ready to leave, her eyes subconsciously looking towards one side, her expression a little less natural. Anything? Bai Feng stopped and asked somewhat helplessly. Could it be that he's still not convinced and has come to find him to compete in the formation again? I'm sorry to you. Su Lanxiao bit her lip, her voice a little small. I shouldn't have said that about you before. Not waiting for Bai Feng to continue to answer, she raised her head and tried to make herself eyes stare at the other party. If it is possible, please allow me to accompany you. Before she finished speaking, her face reddened at a rate visible to the naked eye, and Bai Feng was worried that she was going to faint on the ground the next second. Although he didn't know what Su Lanxiao's reasons were, he refused. The two were already on somewhat less than stellar terms, not to mention the fact that this sort of thing sounded troubling, and he couldn't really think of a reason to agree. So Bai Feng shook his head. Haven't you changed a bit too much? I still like your perky look before. I am really sorry. Su Lanxiao completely lost her previous arrogant appearance. Instead, she looked like she was about to cry out. As long as it's something I can do, I'll do anything, please. Your words are easy to misunderstand. The corner of Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Can I ask why? I gave birth to a heart demon. Su Lanxiao shrunk her head and reached out to hold her arms. Now, as long as I touch a formation, I will think of your appearance, and there's absolutely no way I can become a formation master anymore. Is it that bad? Bai Feng's eyes widened. I'm afraid that this is already an advanced stage of heart demon. I'm afraid that it's only one step away from being devoured by a heart demon. How fragile is this guy's psyche? Well, Su Lanxiao nodded. She reached out and tugged on Bai Feng's sleeve, lowered her head, and said in a thin voice, I want to find a way to lift my heart's demon, so even if it means letting me be a stick-on. Pasted. Stop. Bai Feng directly interrupted the other party. I have no interest in that. Su Lanxiao was a bit anxious at once. Shut up and listen to me first. Bai Feng didn't treat her politely, and directly reached out and popped Su Lanxiao on the forehead of Su Lanxiao, who was leaning over. Possibly sensing the forcefulness in Bai Feng's words, she instantly quieted down. For the sake of our master, I'll allow you to follow me around to find a way to lift your heart's demon. Not waiting for Su Lanxiao to thank him, he then turned his tone. But only during class. Don't during my break time disturb me. Is that okay? Su Lanxiao hurriedly nodded. Aha, thank you, senior brother. I will listen. Don't take the liberty of bringing yourself into a maid's position. Bai Feng rubbed his forehead, and to be honest, he was now very sorry for setting up the illusion array. I was planning to teach this arrogant brat a lesson, but I didn't realize that this guy was so fragile that he couldn't do it after a little blow. Plus, the two of them didn't have any life and death hatred. It was just that the words of more than one classmate who listened together in class was nothing. Well, I'm going to get some rest now, so don't bother me if there's nothing important. Okay. Su Lanxiao watched Bai Feng leave. In fact, she had just lied. She didn't just think of his appearance when she touched the formation. Ever since she came out of the phantom formation, there had been voices ringing in her ears, as if another her was talking to her. Occasionally, she would still see Bai Feng when she closed her eyes, and the moment she saw him break through the fire dragon formation was also the moment she lost. That's when the voices in her ears became more cumbersome, giving her brain a headache. But as she was led by the voice, her popped forehead would suddenly ache for a moment as a voice broke through all of it. This is an illusion. Bring me back to reality. Su Lanxiao reached out and touched the forehead that had just been bounced on. Her mood was a little complicated and she didn't know what kind of mindset she should use to face Bai Feng. She clearly lost to him and should have felt upset or angry, but after being awakened by Bai Feng, she couldn't think such thoughts about the person who had saved herself. Grateful? It seemed like a little bit, but more than that, it was helpless. It was probably because the other party had saved her from the hands of the heart demon that made her, who was suffering from the heart demon, subconsciously move closer towards Bai Feng. Right? But it was true that she wouldn't be disturbed by her heart demons next to him, and she didn't understand why. Did her heart demons have nothing to do with Bai Feng? Look at how weak you are now. Do you still have a bit of the spiritedness you once had as a genius? Let go of your mind and body and give everything to me. I'll help you defeat him and take back everything that belongs to you. A voice rang very appropriately in her ears, but she turned a deaf ear to it and walked towards where she lived. Oh, That's right. You've lost your heart. You're no longer the genius you once were. You're now just a waste that can't withstand a blow. Instead of being so muddled, why don't you just let go of your mind and body, and just leave everything to me, and you won't feel any more pain. This is an illusion. Su Lan Shao reached out and placed her hand against her forehead, following the tone of Bai Feng's voice that day and reciting in a small voice. I don't know if it was Self's fault or not, but she felt that the voices in her ears were indeed a little bit smaller. Young master, White Maple, who was home from school, was just about to push open the door to his room when he saw a short creature charging towards him. At this point, it was too late to dodge. His legs subconsciously exerted force, and the mini formation on his body instantly opened. But the expected impact didn't come, although Yu Yao directly hit his body, but it was soft without a bit of impact. Don't know what method was used to unload the inertia. What do you want, elder sister? Bai Feng reached out and picked up Yu Yao, who was glued to him, resting his hands under her armpits and subconsciously lifting her up high. Junior brother, even if you're my righteous father, I'll still be angry for hugging me like that. Yu Yao lowered her head and stared expressionlessly at Bai Feng. The small foot below her was already shaking, as if she was hesitating to kick up a notch. Cough cough. Sorry. Bai Feng hurriedly put Yu Yao down before he continued to ask in a low voice. What is it that senior sister is looking for me for? It's nothing. It's just that I'm too excited and want to find someone to share it with. Speaking of this, Yu Yao directly took out a set of clothes from her storage bag. Look, it's not restored. Bai Feng looked down at the clothes in Yu Yao's hand and instantly felt very familiar. Wasn't this the clothes of the rabbit girl in the animation stone? You made it in one night? While Bai Feng was shocked, Yu Yao was still chattering. Worthy of being Master Chuanqiu. I can't help but blush a bit just from the memories. Obviously it's just a very simple villain, but it's just very astringent. There is also this dress. I really is unheard of. Too bold. And this compared to the Acacia sect, that group of colorful batch-made clothes is simply spicy chicken. How on earth did he come up with such interesting clothes? Bai Feng looked at the excited Yu Yao and couldn't help but spit out. Is this kind of thing something you can tell me? Junior brother, could it be that you're shy? Yu Yao's mouth was tinged with a playful smile as she reached out and placed the clothes in front of herself and gestured. Unfortunately, it's not made according to my body type, so you won't be able to see it for the time being. Junior brother. Bai Feng looked down at Yu Yao's figure and couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. I'm not horny to that extent. Senior sister, I heard you. Yu Yao glared at Bai Feng. Being small has its benefits. Okay? Saving fabric? Hearing Bai Feng's tirade, Yu Yao clenched her fists. Senior sister me. I'm really getting angry. She held up her small fists threateningly before unclipping the storage pouch at her waist and throwing it to Bai Feng. Here, the promised split. Didn't I just spring for you yesterday? Do clothes sell that fast? Bai Feng hurriedly took the storage bag. He opened it and looked at it. It was full of spirit stones. It's what I earned from selling clothes in the past. After all, I used the contents of the spring and autumn book, so these spirit stones are just to make up for it. Yu Yao explained, while not forgetting to admonish. By the way, you can't keep it all to yourself. Oh, this is my thank you gift to Master Spring and Autumn. Don't worry, I'll definitely hand it over to Master Chuanqiu myself. Bai Feng patted his chest with an air of I'll take care of it. When the time comes, he will give his right hand to his left hand, so it is also considered to be given by his own hand. By the way, if Master Chuanqiu comes out with a new book, remember to tell me about it. Yu Yao nodded. Alright, I'm going to go back and continue making clothes. Talk to you again sometime. See you later, sister. Bai Feng waved his hand, only to see Yu Yao, just as she had come, take up her short legs and disappear in the blink of an eye. He withdrew his gaze and turned to the storage bag in his hand, reaching out to remove a spirit stone from it to examine it carefully. Hey, there's money again. You can buy the formation materials you were looking at earlier. Bai Feng didn't notice that the scene of him and Yu Yao chatting happened to be seen by Bai Yuma, who was hiding behind the house. She had counted on the time to cook when Bai Feng returned, but she didn't want to see such a scene. Why was senior sister Yu Yao holding clothes like that in her hand? Why did senior sister give Bai Feng a spirit stone? Bai Yuma bit her nails lightly, and although her reasoning told her that she shouldn't be prying into Bai Feng's private relationship at the moment as her younger sister, she couldn't help but have all sorts of thoughts popping up. Day 2. Bai Feng arrived early in front of Lu Meng's temporary cave residence, and it wasn't long before he saw Su Lan Shao walking over as well. She lowered her head and moved very carefully to take a few steps closer to him, and after seeing that he didn't react, she then stood aside from him with a slight sigh of relief. 10 minutes passed. Bai Feng looked at Su Lan Shao, who had her head down. After another 10 minutes had passed, he walked into the cave to start today's study, and Su Lan Shao just followed behind him in silence. Lu Meng seemed to have known about this matter for a long time, and had even placed a new table for Su Lan Shao in advance, right next to Bai Feng's. with only 20 to 30 centimeters separating the two tables. Bai Feng didn't continue to observe Su Lan Xiao as he began to study hard. By the noon break, Bai Feng stretched his back. Then he turned his head and realized that Su Lan Xiao was sitting motionless on the chair like a statue, and there was nothing on the table. That, you, okay? He couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire. Ha? Su Lan Xiao suddenly raised her head, then she quickly lowered it again. No, don't care about me, just treat me like a weed. That's a pretty bad state of affairs. Bai Feng stroked his chin, feeling that Su Lan Xiao's heart demon didn't seem to be him, but something else, otherwise it shouldn't be like this. However, he glanced at Su Lan Xiao, who had her head down and was constantly chanting "I'm a weed," and silently swallowed the words he wanted to ask. This state is clearly not like being able to communicate, so it's better to ask later. After a month of following Lu Meng to learn about formations, Bai Feng had gradually gotten used to having a colorful sculpture in class, but he wouldn't be able to see it today. The clan had something important to announce today, and Lu Meng had given him a day off as well, so he stayed in bed for a rare moment until the sun was high in the sky. He yawned and walked out of the bedroom. Then at a glance, he saw Bai Yuma, who was busy in the kitchen. Brother, you're awake? Please wait a moment. It's almost ready. After Bai Yuma greeted Bai Feng, she continued to be busy in the kitchen. White Maple, on the other hand, sat on a chair and waited for the meal to start. Wait, when did Self get used to this life? He couldn't help but get lost in thought. Having thought that in time, as the guilt subsided, their relationship should have gradually returned to normal. But why has it gotten worse instead after all this time? By the way, brother, I've washed your clothes and put them in your closet. Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds. Then he couldn't help but spit out. I'm already Jindan. You don't need to wash my clothes anymore. You're making it seem like I'm a villain who's bullying my sister because I'm jealous of her talent. Know what I mean? No, even if it's Jindan, the clothes will definitely be stained. Bai Yuma frowned slightly and retorted to Bai Feng. And I have to wash my own clothes, so washing one more won't waste much time. When Bai Feng saw Bai Yuma being so tough, he couldn't say anything. After all, he wasn't at a disadvantage in this matter. By the way, Yuma, what did you use to wash your clothes? Every time you wash them and send them in, they are as good as new. Nothing like when I used to wash them. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Bai Yuma's face. Then her expression returned to normal and she softly explained. A very expensive soap was used. I heard it was produced over in Central State. No wonder your clothes smell faintly of flowers every time you send them. But it's a bit of a waste to use this kind of soap on my clothes. It's not like they're expensive fabrics. So next time I'll just wash them with regular ones. Bai Feng nodded, seemingly just casually asking a question and not pursuing it further. It's okay, I bought a lot of blocks. I won't be able to use them all. Bai Yuma shook her head. At the same time her heart quietly sighed in relief as she hurriedly dished out the rice from the pot and brought it to the dining table. Speaking of which, is there an important announcement from the clan today? Bai Feng savored his breakfast. Although he already had Jindan no need to eat, he didn't intend to stop eating. For one thing, he had gotten used to it, and for another, savoring food could put him in a happy mood. Well, it seems to be related to eldest brother. Bai Yuma nodded and continued to sneak in dishes for Bai Feng. Suddenly I have a bad feeling. Bai Feng subconsciously swept a glance at the system. After the clan competition was over, the system even notified him a few times that it was that guy Lin Yan who was beating up Yitang's men and took the opportunity to stuff him with a bunch of chi luck values. It wasn't that he hadn't contacted Lin Yan, but Lin Yan said it was because the other party was looking for trouble and he had no choice but to fight back. Originally, it was hard for him to believe such an outrageous thing, but considering that the other party was a son of Qi, matter-forcing physique, such a thing was not impossible. In the end, Bai Feng could only curse this Yitang who couldn't manage his little brother in his heart. Brother. As Bai Feng cursed Yitang for choking on the elixir, Bai Yuma suddenly moved her chair and leaned over. Her expression seemed a bit hesitant. What is it? That, I've seen senior sister Yu Yao coming to you a lot lately. Is there something going on? Bai Yuma asked with a puzzled face and a rather curious tone. Bai Yuma had a curious look on her face. She had been secretly investigating this month, but could only ascertain that the two had transactions in spirit stones. And occasionally Bai Feng would bring something to Yu Yao. Looking at the packaging, it seemed to be a few books. Although it looked like it was just senior sister Yu Yao asking Bai Feng to help her buy something. The clothes that Yu Yao took out from time to time were just too shameful. Oh, this. Bai Feng was a bit surprised. He remembered that every time Yu Yao looked for him she purposely chose a corner where there weren't many people. After all, most of the clothes she took out weren't suitable for bright viewing. He just didn't expect that they were still discovered by Bai Yuma. It couldn't be that he misunderstood something after seeing the clothes in Yu Yao's hand. Could it? He pondered for a few seconds before explaining briefly. Because I have some business dealings with senior sister Yu Yao. To put it simply, I invested in senior sister Yu Yao's clothes, and in the future when senior sister Yu Yao sells them I can share a little bit of the profit. After all, learning formations is very costly. Well, Shibuya investment is also an investment. Oh, Bai Yuma nodded. That did make sense. Only her heart was still a bit puzzled. Then why would senior sister Yu Yao take out clothes like that? So can I see it together next time? Facing Bai Yuma's inquiry, Bai Feng suddenly got stuck. What did you go to see? To see Yu Yao having a seizure over the Shibuya drawing your brother made? After thinking for a few seconds, Bai Feng decided to kick the ball to Yu Yao. Who made this guy not make good clothes, but like to make shibori clothes? He didn't even dare to talk to Bai Yuma about it. Just ask senior sister Yu Yao. After all, she's in charge of this matter. I'm only in charge of splitting the money, but I guess it shouldn't be a problem is all. She should be happy to let you see the new clothes she made. Refers to the all-ages version. Well, I will. Bai Yuma took in the change in Bai Feng's eyes. She nodded. It was true that the relationship between the two was not that simple. Bai Feng didn't want to continue chatting on this matter, and hurriedly picked up a few mouthfuls of rice and said, "Alright, counting the time it should be almost time. So let's also hurry and go and see what the patriarch and the elders are going to announce." A wide square. That's a lot of people. Bai Feng scanned the circle. At this time the square was already full of people. Many disciples gathered together in twos and threes, exchanging the gossip that they didn't know where they heard from. And as public opinion reversed, he didn't see any of the other disciples pointing at him when he arrived, but instead smiled and greeted him. It's a bit uncomfortable to be honest. Junior brother, senior sister Yuma, come here. Not far from the empty seat, Yu Yao stood on her tiptoes, vigorously waving her little hand at Bai Feng and Bai Yuma, even jumping a few times every now and then. With so much commotion, it was hard for Bai Feng not to notice. Ignoring the sight of the surrounding disciples, he led Bai Yuma to quickly walk to the area where the disciples of Green Bamboo Peak were located and approached Yu Yao to ask in a low voice, "Senior sister, do you know what the reason for the clan to gather all the disciples this time is?" "I don't really understand either." Yu Yao shook her head. "I only heard that it seems to be related to the secret realm that was discovered some time ago. Oh yeah, there's also the fact that the sovereign seems to want to replace the eldest senior brother based on the rankings of the last sect competition. To be honest, I don't like that guy too much either. Even though the person seems to be very kind, the tone of his voice always gives off a feeling of being very condescending." Well, Bai Feng nodded. If it was true, then it was really a good thing. Without the identity of his big brother, it would be hard for this son of Qi to target him again. It was that he was worried that the system would take advantage of the opportunity to stuff him with Qi luck values. "Brother." At this time, Bai Yuma beside him suddenly reached out and tugged on his sleeve. "Can I say a few words to senior sister Yu Yao?" "Ha?" Bai Feng's brain suddenly stopped for a moment as he looked at Bai Yuma with some confusion. "You guys talk just what's the point of asking me? You need a report for such a trivial matter? Are you a kid?" "Thank you brother." Bai Yumo quickly nodded, then grabbed Yu Yao, whose expression was a bit unnatural, and walked towards the side. And at this time Yu Yao's heart had a little panic. Fei Mo senior sister shouldn't have found out about her trade with Bai Feng Shibu too, right? Don't do that kind of thing. At least wait until 30 years after I'm dead. Pak Feng saved me. And not long after Bai Yuma dragged Yu Yao away, a silhouette came to his side right on time. Bai Feng turned his head to look at Su Lan Xiao standing beside him, only to see that she had her head lowered and didn't speak, just like a colorful sculpture. So he moved a step towards one side, and then Su Lan Xiao also moved a step after him, living as a little tail following him. It's the same as in class except it moves. To be honest, it was pretty damn strange. He simply couldn't understand Su Lan Xiao's brain circuits. He even began to suspect a little. South actually did not save Su Lan Xiao back, but Su Lan Xiao died as a ghost to haunt him. Ahem. Bai Feng coughed lightly, and only then did Su Lan Xiao raise her head slightly. Don't mind me. Just think of me as a weed or air. How can I not care when such a big guy is standing next to me? It's just that I'm already a Jin Dan. Or else you'd have to follow me when I go to the restroom? Bai Feng took a deep breath. He felt that he couldn't go on like this. He had to make a little change. I say, you're not a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, are you? What are you doing here? I can only quiet my heart next to you. Su Lan Xiao slightly averted her eyes and said in a very small voice. Then she seemed to be afraid that Bai Feng would misunderstand. So she hurriedly added, it's because of the heart demons. I don't know why, but when I'm by your side the heart demons won't appear. Bai Feng's heart was a bit surprised. He had never heard of such a thing. Could it be that he was actually a special physique that blocked the heart demons? As he pondered, he suddenly thought of the scene where Self had needed the heart demon in the illusionary realm. Was it because of this dim sum demon that he dared not appear near him? It seems that Su Lan Xiao's heart demon is an arrogant brat with an arrogant mouth just like her original self. But it's not okay for you to keep following me. right? Bai Feng looked at Su Lan Xiao and stroked his chin. We'll separate sooner or later. Well, if there are any intimate items for you. Su Lan Xiao buried her head even lower, even as a blush had begun to appear on her face. I can buy, no matter what kind of personal items are available. Clothes are fine too. White Maple, you're suspected of being a bit of an obsessed woman, but as perverted as it sounded, he also knew that the other party was just trying to minimize the effects of his mind's demons. Clothes are impossible. Bai Feng waved his hand, but the rest can be negotiated. But more than money, I want some weird and strange array discs. The weirder the better. Recently he had also been dismantling formations, and in the process he had discovered that many chicken ribs or formations of unknown significance could be dismantled for more interesting functions. These functions are almost useless in a normal formation, but if they are put in a shrinking formation, they are still useless. For example, Bai Feng had dismantled a formation function that could record the number of steps, and could see how many steps you had taken each day. But what's a cultivator looking at this for? Other than using it for nostalgia, Bai Feng couldn't think of any use for it for a moment, but even so he was happy to do it. Rare and strange array discs. Su Lan Xiao instantly got in the spirit. She hurriedly pondered over it. A few seconds later she pulled out an array disc from her storage bag that was already broken in several places. Is this one okay? I found it when I was shopping. It's broken in a few places, but it doesn't prevent it from being used. What can this formation do? Bai Feng picked up the array disc and surveyed it for a few moments. The array pattern on the array disc was quite complex. He estimated that it was at least a 4th grade array disc, and it was also the most complex of the 4 grades. But Su Lanxiao said that self was plucked, which means that this array disc is afraid to be of little use to immortal cultivators other than to be used to comprehend formations. It can materialize images. Su Lanxiao reached out and scratched her face, a little embarrassed, and it can only materialize the content of the shadow retaining stone, which simply means that it can play the picture of the shadow retaining stone for other people to watch together. White Maple, so curious about the mental state of the person who created this formation. Alright, I'm satisfied with this formation disc. I'll take it. Bai Feng reached out and put the oddball formation disc into his storage bag. Then after he pondered for a while, he handed Su Lanxiao the charcoal pen that he had used half of himself. This is the pen that I use to take notes on a regular basis. Does it meet your requirements? Su Lanxian hastily reached out and took the charcoal pencil. It was a strange one with a black quill on the inside and wrapped in wood on the outside. And because it seemed to have been sharpened quite a bit, the rest of it was already quite short, though the wood on the outside was smooth to the touch and seemed to have been often coiled by its owner to play with. She took the pen, then gently took 2 steps towards the other side, making sure that the voice of the heart demon didn't appear as she moved away from Bai Feng. Her face flushed with excitement. Thank you, and in the future, if there's anything you want to get rid of, be sure to let me know. White Maple, okay, and keep your voice down, even if he didn't look. He knew that the people around him were staring at him and Su Lanxiao. Hopefully there won't be any weird rumors tomorrow. Su Lanxiao also noticed the sight of the other people around her, and her face instantly turned red. She hastily lowered her head and didn't move a muscle, turning into a red-faced statue. Bai Yuma also mixed in the sight of the surrounding people staring at them. She didn't expect that since she was just chatting with senior sister Yu Yao, there was another one beside Bai Feng. It was the same arrogant Su Lanxiao from before. Bai Yuma walked over quickly. She looked at Bai Feng and then at Su Lanxiao, who had her head down and didn't speak, so she inserted herself into the gap between the two. She looked up with a curious face and asked, "Brother, what's wrong with her?" "It's a bit more complicated to say. It has to do with heart demons. I'll tell you more about it when I get back." White Maple responded in a small voice. He didn't really like to talk about people in front of them. After all, the two didn't have any deep hatred, even if there were some small conflicts in the beginning, but she also paid the price. And the two also had the layer of relationship of senior sister and brother. Or don't reveal people's scars is better. Well, Bai Yuma nodded and didn't pursue any further. Then she put on her smile again. "By the way, senior sister Yu Yao promised that we can design clothes together. And senior sister Yu Yao also told me that wants me to help try on the clothes. Brother, you come along too." Bai Feng instantly thought of Yu Yao's clothes that were designed based on the Shibuya drawing he made. He looked at Bai Yuma, then silently averted his eyes. "Well, okay, it's quite good. Yu Yao shouldn't have the guts to try that kind of clothes on his sister, unless she wanted to be confined by her master." The disciples didn't have to wait long in the square, and soon the Heavenly Sword Sect Patriarch walked over with the Peak Masters. But strangely enough, Bai Feng didn't see the son of Qi, Yi Tang, and didn't know if it was because his injuries weren't healed or for some other reason. Ignoring the chicken soup that motivated the disciples to work hard in the beginning, the things that the Patriarch was going to say weren't too far off from the news that Yu Yao had gotten. We've discovered a secret realm near Autumn Leaf City that will open in just the last few days, so we're planning to gather a few disciples to go and practice. The training quota is prioritized to be selected based on the ranking of the clan competition, but exploring the secret realm is not just about competing in battle prowess, so we'll also have a small test, so as long as you pass it you can also go forward to the training. Bai Feng yawned a bit bored. He didn't have much interest in the secret realm. He might as well be in the sect following Master Lu Meng, and based on our probing, this secret realm seems to be related to the Thousand Formation sect that suddenly disappeared a few hundred years ago, so we'll prioritize disciples who are proficient in formations. The patriarch reached out and stroked his beard, and intentionally glanced toward Bai Feng. White maple. Knock. It looks like he can't hide. After all, he had used a lot of the clan's resources, like the rare formation materials that were hard to buy outside. The clan had prioritized giving them to him, and now that he was needed, he naturally couldn't afford to push back. However, the current him was no longer the same as before, and with the efforts of all the sons of Qi, his combat power had been raised. Gnashing of teeth. It would be good to prioritize the formations down a bit for the next few days, and find a master to learn more about swordsmanship. By the way, Bai Feng will come with us later. Seemingly worried that Bai Feng wasn't on board, the patriarch even specifically named him. Yes. Although Bai Feng was still a bit reluctant, he still nodded, but in his heart he wasn't really too worried. Since the sect dared to send him to the secret realm to practice, it meant that there wasn't much danger. Plus he has the son of Qi to assist. No, why does it feel like it's getting dangerous instead? This secret realm won't collapse in the middle, right? Just as Bai Feng was rambling on, the patriarch began to announce the second thing. After the clan competition, I had several discussions with the other peak masters and elders. And now that Yi Tang is already at Jindan perfection, it's time to prepare for the impact on Yuaning. Bai Feng instantly understood something when he heard that Yi Tang was going to come down from the seat of the eldest senior brother. No wonder he didn't show up. As for the impact of Yuaning, this kind of thing is purely an excuse. The Heavenly Sword sect was once not no Yuaning stage of the eldest brother. Only most in the Jindan consummation then began to concentrate on cultivation, chose to resign the eldest brother of this matter much position. In that case, Yi Tang, the son of Qi, shouldn't have any extra energy or minions to target him. Hiya, what a great thing to do. Not waiting for him to be happy for a few seconds, he suddenly thought of something and hastily reached out to open the system. As expected, a notification popped up directly from the system. Drops. Detecting that the host yanked Yi Tang from the position of big brother with a slight trick, rewarding the host with 666 Qi luck values, and the unknown immortal's writings, terrain formation traps, remnants. Forget it. I'll put up with it for the sake of a peaceful life in the future. Bai Feng took a deep breath, trying to tell himself that this is not a loss, before so much of the value of Qi added. Still short of this 600? And as long as the son of Qi didn't mess with him anymore, then he was earning. Fuck, still so pissed off. And judging from his understanding of the son of Qi, this guy Yi Tang would never give up, and would most likely be even more hostile to him after this experience. Long pain is better than short pain. Should we find a chance to chop him up? Bai Feng couldn't help but start thinking seriously about this. After much consideration, we have decided to choose Bai Yuma as the new senior sister of the Heavenly Sword sect. Ha! Bai Feng subconsciously looked at Bai Yuma and saw that her face was also very surprised and did not seem to expect it to be self. However, after careful consideration he also understood the clan's decision. Luo Chen's senior brother has also been Jindan consummation, obviously not very suitable, and Bai Yuma has only become Jindan not long ago, and is still strong. With the cultivation of the early Jindan in the big competition to beat the late Jindan, and succeeded in winning the first of the clan's big competition. And the other factors were even more. Possessing the immortal bone, having the white family at his back, and being his sister, a formation genius, both in reason and conscience. Bai Yuma should be chosen as the Heavenly Sword sect's senior sister. Congratulations, eldest sister. Thinking of this, Bai Feng smiled and joked to Bai Yuma. Brother, don't call me that. Bai Yuma's cheeks bulged slightly. Otherwise I'll address you as senior brother. Ha, how about a shout out? Looking at the smirk on Bai Feng's face, Bai Yuma instantly puffed his little face out even more. Brother, you. Seeing Bai Yuma's look of anger and aggression, but not daring to snap, Bai Feng burst out laughing. Clan Hall. After the patriarch finished the rest of his speech, Bai Feng and Bai Yuma followed their master, Shu Ningyan, in. At this moment, in addition to the patriarch, the peak masters of the other peaks were all present in the hall. Little Feng and Yuma are here. The patriarch greeted Bai Feng and the two smilingly. Don't be nervous, feel free to sit down. Bai Feng. Thank you, patriarch. He had thought that the Heavenly Sword sect patriarch should be a very majestic person, but how did he feel that your old man seemed to be a bit too gracious? Only when the two were seated did the patriarch put away his smile and said in a slightly serious manner, "I'm sure you should have guessed the reason for having you come. Although the secret realm should not be too dangerous after our many observations, there are no absolutes in this world. You don't really know which will come first, tomorrow or the accident." He sheathed a jade token from his storage pouch. "This is a jade that stores my spiritual energy. As long as the opposite party is not above the void refining stage cultivation, it can help you withstand 3 attacks. Thank you, Sovereign." Bai Feng reached out and took it. There was naturally no reason for him to refuse such a life-saving item. "And me, these are a few pills I refined." The old man at the side also pulled out a few bottles of pills. "This one can help you quickly recover from your injuries. This one can increase the speed of your spiritual energy operation. And this one will weaken for a period of time after using it, but it can increase your battle power by 30 to 40%. Thank you, Peak Master. I don't have anything I can take, so I'll give you 3 instant movement talismans, 3 extreme grade sprinting talismans, and 3 extreme grade shield armor talismans. Thanks. I just happened to make a set of inner armor recently that no one wanted, so I'm giving it to you. I don't have anything else here. Just a lot of spirit beast meat, when you're out and about. Little Feng, you mustn't starve yourself. Come check me out on this one." Bai Feng looked at all the peak masters who kept stuffing him with things, and suddenly had a feeling of being stuffed with candy by his relatives when he was a child returning home to pay New Year's visits. Ahem. Well, Little Feng is just going out to explore the secret realm. It's not like he's not coming back. The patriarch coughed lightly twice, interrupting the group of enthusiastic peak masters, but for the crowd's thoughts he also understood. After all, a good array master on the clan's help is not a little bit, such as the most common used to accelerate the cultivation of the gathering of the spirit array, and some high-level array, but also can achieve the effect of like a tiger to add wings. Bai Yuma, I'm counting on you for this lead. The patriarch looked towards Bai Yuma, who was located beside Bai Feng. He wore a serious face as he took out a long sword from his storage bag. This is an imitation of the heavenly sword, but don't underestimate its power just because it's an imitation. With your power urging this sword, it's enough to cut down a late-stage Yuaning cultivator, but it also consumes a lot of energy, so remember to use it with caution. Thank you, Sovereign. Bai Yuma reached out and took it, and even through the scabbard, she could detect the sharp sword intent contained in the sword. What a great sword. Well, you guys hurry back and get some rest, and remember to make sure you get your spirits up. The patriarch waved his hand. And only after Bai Feng and Bai Yuma left did he look at the other peak masters. Do you guys think the secret realm exploration will go smoothly? We've given so many items to save our lives and injure our enemies. There shouldn't be any accidents. I hope so. The patriarch shook his head. If the Thousand Formation sect's inheritance wasn't of great benefit to Bai Feng and the Heavenly Sword sect, he really didn't want to send out a formation genius who was still growing. After all, the Thousand Formation sect was not an ordinary small sect. It was rumored that they had obtained the immortal sect's inheritance in order to rise rapidly in just a few hundred years, nearly shaking the strongest formation sect in the northern domain, the Fengling sect. However, he thought that the immortal sect inheritance was the Thousand Formation sect's way of putting gold on its own face, but the Thousand Formation sect's formation inheritance was indeed a bit of a thing. It's just a pity that it had incurred a force that it shouldn't have, and even the secret realm collapsed to the point that it could only accommodate the entry of Jindan disciples. Time quickly came to the day of entering the secret realm. Bai Feng was sitting on the flying boat heading to the secret realm, and he was still contemplating whether or not Self's preparations were sufficient. In the last few days he had sought out his master, Shu Ningyan, to learn a few sword techniques, and at the same time made a few simple array discs. Although it was not as good as an elaborately arranged formation, it was convenient and quick, and it could be quickly formed by throwing it to the ground, which was very suitable for hindering the enemy and then taking the opportunity to escape. There are quite a lot of acquaintances. Bai Feng glanced around, not to mention Bai Yuma who was following him. Lin Yan and Luo Chun were also on the flying boat, and even Yi Tang, who had lost his seat as the eldest senior brother, was there. The Heavenly Sword sect's 4 great sons of Qi had all arrived. I'm afraid this secret realm is going to be unprotected. On top of that, Shao Qi and Yu Yao also came. And even, Bai Feng silently looked sideways at Su Lan Shao, who was a sculptor on the side. Why are you here too? I am also a bit interested in the Thousand Formation sect. Su Lan Shao replied in a small voice. And then there's the fact that she is literally going to go crazy, literally, if she doesn't see White Maple for days. But having learned from the last time, she didn't say such words that could easily cause misunderstanding. Can you do it in this state? Bai Feng expressed some skepticism. Forget it, stay close to me or Bai Yuma after you. If something happens to you in the secret realm, I won't have a way to explain it to Master. Since Su Lan Shao was able to board the flying boat, it also meant that Lu Meng and the Heavenly Sword sect had made some kind of deal. And this kind of thing was not something that he, a junior disciple, could probe into. Aha. Su Lan Shao nodded. Then she asked carefully, can you sell me another item of your personal belongings? Okay, but you take out the word close next time. Bai Feng could already feel the gazes being thrown from the sidelines. And Beck Umo. What are you looking at? Haven't I already told you the whole story? What are you doing with that curious baby-like expression? He held back the desire to spit, and pulled out a brush from his storage bag, which he used to draw talismans. It wasn't any expensive pen, just one that had been used for a long time and had been soaked by his spiritual energy for an extended period of time. Is this okay? Thanks. Su Lan Shallow took the brush and took out a formation disc from her storage bag as per the deal. This is the amplification formation. It's a 4th grade formation because of its small size. It can be attached to other items. And I heard that it was created by a formation master for the purpose of reading a book. Bai Feng couldn't help but twitch a little at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the array disc that was at least a 4th grade. These array masters are really good at the whole job. Can't you guys grind a piece of glass and use it as a magnifying glass? In the remote corner, Yi Tang pretended to look at Bai Feng without thinking. A few threads of resentment flashed in his eyes. Lately, for some reason, the more he looked at Bai Feng, the more unpleasant he was. Apart from Luo Chen, it was this guy who was the most annoying. I didn't expect you guys to finally give up coming down from the green bamboo peak. Wait until the secret realm can't be yours. I can't beat Luo Chen, but I can't beat you? Outside the secret world. This time, in addition to the Heavenly Sword sect, there were a few other clans in the northern domain that were exploring the secret realm. After all, although the Heavenly Sword sect was a behemoth in the northern domain, it couldn't do it with one hand. In addition to the Heavenly Sword sect, there were 3 other sects whose strength was only a little worse than the Heavenly Sword sect, the previously mentioned Spirit Sealing sect, the Red Peak sect that excelled in playing with fire, and the God-refining sect that revered the weakness of the weak and the strong. As for the Devil's Way, because it had been heavily injured by Lu Meng before, there was no longer any that could fight against these 4 sects today. On top of that, Bai Feng also saw a few sects that he didn't recognize, and only after inquiring did he learn that these 3 small sects happened to be located near the secret realm. So the Heavenly Sword sect and the other sects gave them a few slots after some deliberation. This plot, it's almost like it was tailor-made for the son of Qi. Bai Feng muttered a few words in his heart. It seemed that he would have to include these 3 small sects in his observation. Brother Bai, do you want to join us when we enter the secret realm later? At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly walked over. I have an appointment with Brother Luo. Exploring this secret realm shouldn't be a problem with our strength. It had to be said that Bai Feng was actually a bit moved. After all, this was the blessing of the son of Qi. However, there was a crisis in addition to the chance for the son of Qi, and it was difficult for him to determine whether it was dangerous to act alone or to follow the son of Qi. Let's wait until we enter. This kind of secret realm is usually randomly teleported. Bai Feng didn't say the words to death. In case if something did happen, he definitely wouldn't continue to act foolishly alone. Also, Lin Yan nodded. After entering the secret realm, Brother Bai must be careful. I heard that the people of the Spirit Sealing sect seem to have a problem with you. And on top of that, a certain man with the surname Yi doesn't seem to be dead in the water. Yet Tang, just say my name. The Spirit Sealing sect? I see. Bai Feng was slightly contemplative. No wonder he always felt like there was a group of people looking at him in the wrong way. Is it because of the reputation he's spreading? Or is it because of his master, Lu Meng? However, the one thing he wasn't afraid of right now was formation masters. Thanks for reminding Brother Lin. Bai Feng nodded his head and thanked him. But you also need to be more careful, Brother Lin. After all, you seem to be the only one of us here who is still at Foundation Establishment Perfection. Lin Yan, however, smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, that's it. I'm prepared. Bai Feng nodded. It was right. After all, he was a son of Qi. Even if he died, the son of Qi would not necessarily die. Right. Where's senior Brother Luo? Talking to the people from the Purple Peak, I think. Recently Brother Luo has been spouting off to me that the people from the Purple Peak have been pestering him for some inexplicable reason. Lin Yan pointed smoothly and Bai Feng looked in the direction he pointed, only to see Luo Chen's senior sister and senior sister stopping him seemingly to say something. Only unlike before, the status of the two sides seemed to be reversed now. Luo Chen had an impatient face, but his senior sister was whispering something. Brother Lin, do you want to get closer to eat melon? The corners of Bai Feng's mouth suddenly brought on a gossipy smile. He liked to see this kind of thing, mouth and teeth. Lin Yan was a bit hesitant. This is not good, right? What's wrong with that? Maybe senior Brother Luo is waiting for us to relieve him. After saying that, Bai Feng put his hand on Lin Yan's shoulder and dragged him towards Luo Chen's neighborhood. He took a few steps and realized that Su Lan Shao had also followed him, and quickly reached out for her to stop. Stand here and wait. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, Su Lan Shao nodded and stopped very obediently. Lin Yan on the side had a slightly strange expression. He remembered that this person wasn't quite proud and arrogant. What had Brother Bai done to make her so obedient? Senior sister, didn't you guys want me to stay away? I've already done as I was told, so why are you still refusing to let me go? Luo Chen's face was expressionless, while the senior sister across from him had an awkward expression. She lowered her head and defended in a small voice, I don't have that meaning, I was just a little angry at that time. Who let you steal the little master brother's pills? As long as you apologize it's fine. Aha! Senior sister suddenly raised her head and looked at him with some surprise. So senior brother, you've agreed? No, when I go back, I'll apply to quit Purple Peak. Luo Chen didn't even look at her. He directly turned around and left. This is the last time I'm going to call you senior sister. Please go back, or else your beloved junior brother will be in a temper when he finds out that you guys came to see me. Senior, you. Senior sister's face seemed incredulous, while the senior sister on the side hastily reached out her hand and tugged at him. Senior brother, how could you do this? Get loose. I don't. Bunch of epileptic women. Luo Chen cursed in a small voice, but the sound happened to reach the ears of the two men, whose faces instantly became slightly embarrassed and angry. Scram! His spiritual energy stirred, directly flinging his senior sister aside as he coldly glanced at the two. Before questioning me, why don't you think about what you've done? I would lack an elixir for the foundation establishment stage? Elder brother, you really are still jealous. Luo Chen looked at his junior sister who was muttering in a small voice. He sighed. Alas. I'm sorry, I actually expected you guys to be able to communicate. I was wrong. From this day forward, you have nothing more to do with me. As he severed the last bit of emotion from the purple heavenly peak, the long sword at his waist let out a long, metallic, interlocking chant, and his entire aura seemed to be further advanced. It was only then that the senior sister remembered that Luo Chen had switched to the emotionless sword. No, elder brother, I didn't. The senior sister's tone was a bit flustered, but by now Luo Chen had already walked away. Elder sister, stop it. Let's go back. Elder sister sighed with a gray face as she shook her head and yanked her elder sister away who wanted to chase after her. She pondered in her heart. When exactly did they start treating senior brother Luo Chen like this? That's it? Bai Feng smacked his lips. It was true that he was a disciple who had grown up in the sect and could still keep his mind calm in the face of such an unreasonable guy. I didn't expect brother Luo to have such an experience. You don't know? Bai Feng instantly looked at Lin Yan. You've all called each other brothers. Why do you feel as if you don't know anything at all? Lin Yan was a bit curious. Know what? So, Bai Feng told Lin Yan what he knew about himself. LOL asterisk. What kind of shit is this senior sister? How come brother Luo didn't slap them twice just now? This group of people, still have the face to come to brother Luo? At that moment, Lin Yan's little mouth began to spit out fragrance. What are you doing here? A voice rang out behind them. Lin Yan, who was spitting out fragrance, came to a screeching halt. His face became embarrassed, and Bai Feng turned his head to find that it was Luo Chen who had found his way over. We're here to take a shit. Lin Yan? Luo Chen naturally didn't believe Bai Feng's lame excuse. He sighed. Sorry to make you guys laugh. No matter. Lin Yan suddenly stood up. He reached out and put his hand on the other man's shoulder. Brother Luo, this matter can't just be left alone. If you can't bear it, let me do it. Don't worry. I'm not trying to waste them. I'm just letting them see reality a little bit and accept a little bit of social beatings, which is also good for them. Looking at the two of them, Lin Yan and Luo Chen, who had begun to climb up, Bai Feng couldn't help but feel 0.01 seconds of silence for the purple peak. Surprisingly, you can be targeted by two sons of Qi. You really deserve it. After eating Luo Chen's melon, it was finally time for the secret realm to open. Bai Feng followed the back of the group and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm with the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. The moment he stepped into the entrance, he felt a spinning of the sky, as if gravity had been confused, and when he opened his eyes, he had arrived at a ruin. The ruin was not a luxurious structure, though, but rather a pile of ordinary houses built of wood, dirt, and stone. Sure enough, it separated from the others. Bai Feng surveyed the surroundings, not surprised inwardly, because such secret realms that were abandoned for various reasons were many times unstable. It was easy to be transported to strange places when entering. Let's wander around first. Bai Feng picked a random direction and stepped forward on the collapsed houses. At the same time, a young girl with an innocent face looked towards the surroundings, her body wearing the clothes of the Feiha sect, a disciple of a small sect located next to the secret realm. The corners of her mouth hooked up slightly, and a flirtatious smile that didn't fit her innocent face surfaced on her face. To think that they really blended in. It seems that the righteous sects are nothing more than that. Bai Feng, I'm here for you again. I hope you remember me. The aura over here is relatively dense. There should be some kind of treasure. With the yin and yang tattoo on, Baifeng looked for treasures in the secret realm as if he had turned on his perspective. And in just 1 hour he had harvested a bunch of spirit herbs, spirit stones, and a few array discs. He quickly stepped into the cave and found a huge bear residing inside. And as he stepped into the cave, the bear instantly opened its eyes and looked at him. Good boy. Let me con what you've been guarding. Baifeng had no fear on his face as he stepped around the giant bear and traveled through the narrow cave. And the giant bear in front of him acted as if it didn't see him, its eyes still staring deathly into the cave entrance, a threatening roar coming from its mouth every now and then. It's a white spirit ginseng. Good luck. And it was of high quality, very suitable for refining recovery-type elixirs. Baifeng carefully put the white spirit ginseng into a piece of wooden box and put it away. Then he turned around and waved his hand at the giant bear. Thanks. Go back to sleep. I won't bother you. After saying that, he left the cave with quick steps, while the giant bear guarding the white spirit ginseng was still staring at the entrance of the cave with a deadly stare. It wasn't until Baifeng had completely walked away that it cocked its head, its eyes somewhat suspicious. Then it turned to look inside the cave, clearly understanding that the spirit ginseng had been taken away, leaving only a small mound. But it didn't rage. Instead it turned around and continued to sleep. Illusions are still really good, especially when dealing with this kind of spirit beast that didn't have much of a brain. It was practically a squeaky clean use. Baifeng's eyes flashed with a black and white light. He had only thought of it out of the blue while fighting a Jindan stage ferocious beast, but he hadn't expected it to work unexpectedly well. He even wants to learn a handful of hairspray hands now. Just as Baifeng was pondering where to go next, a group of people suddenly surrounded him in front of him. Alone. Little brother? The one leading the way was a burly man with a kind face and a rather concerned tone. But judging from the clothes he was wearing, he should be from the God Refining sect. Baifeng swept a glance at the other alchemy God sect disciples who were constantly approaching. Not only was there no fear on his face, instead he looked at them with a smile on his face. Robbers? Don't say it so hard. It's called. The man in the lead shook his head, but suddenly he pulled the machete out of his pocket, and his kind smile became instantly grim. Seeing is believing. Worthy of being the God Refining sect, they're going to make a move at the drop of a hat. Baifeng wasn't surprised inwardly, and it was bad luck to meet this group of lunatics in the secret realm. Facing the approaching blade, he didn't dodge, only to see that in the next second, the man suddenly withdrew his hand and looked behind him with a surprised expression. Good boy. Good stance. Looks like I have to get serious too. After saying that, a blade aura surfaced on the large sword and slashed the air towards the back with force. As soon as the blade went down, the ground was cut out with a deep crack. Take your time here. See you later. Baifeng circled past the man as if he were shopping, and behind him, the disciples of the Refining God sect were all writhing together. As early as the first moment he saw the Alchemy God sect's disciples, he activated the illusion technique. If someone could see the divine sense, they would notice a huge wave of divine sense, spreading out in all directions with Baifeng at the center, like twisted tentacles. These tentacles wrapped around the Refining God sect's disciples and twisted slowly, like manipulated mannequins. Spiritual energy consumption is indeed greater than that of a spirit beast, and the higher the cultivation level the more spiritual energy consumed and the higher the probability of waking up. It seems that even if one obtains the illusion technique chapter, it is still necessary to use it with the illusion formation. Baifeng pondered over the information about this battle, and shortly after he left, the people from the God Refining sect finally stopped. Instead of the disorientation of waking up from an illusion, they clenched their fists with a look of exasperation. Damn it, you ran away really fast. Don't let me catch you next time. Senior brother, are we still chasing? Chase my ass. Go find the others. Don't waste your time with this mudslinger. The temporary stronghold of the Spirit Sealing sect's disciples. Did you find that white maple guy? No. I'm guessing he's probably in hiding, or there couldn't be no trace of him at all. A few disciples of the Spirit Sealing sect gathered together, discussing the information about Baifeng. Damn it, where the hell is he hiding? A man couldn't help but pound the trunk of a tree. Increase the search area. I still don't believe he can keep hiding and not come out. That's right. We must give him a good beating after catching him. How dare he make a move on senior sister Sue, whom senior brother Song adores. He's simply tired of living. While they were angrily cursing Baifeng, their target was sitting with them at the moment, even holding a freshly roasted chicken leg in his hand. Baifeng sat cross-legged next to the fire. He was originally exploring the treasure at ease, but in the middle of the process, he was shouted at by a group of Spirit Sealing sect disciples. Luckily, the illusion technique worked well on disciples with lower cultivation levels, and after escaping from the pursuit, he directly blended into the small group of Spirit Sealing sect's disciples for exploration. He quietly listened to the discussion of the disciples on the sidelines, and soon figured out why they wanted to arrest him. The reason was simple. Lu Meng, as a formation master, had a good relationship with the Fengling sect, and the Fengling sect had always wanted Lu Meng to join them, who had thought that it would be abducted by the Heavenly Sword sect. And the reason for the abduction was still that the Heavenly Sword sect had produced a genius of formation. On top of that, Lu Meng's disciple Sulan Shallow also knew a genius disciple of the Sealing Spirit sect and had once exchanged tips on formations. And this genius disciple seemed to have been ruffled by Sulan Shallow's mischievous personality. And when this genius disciple learned that Sulan Shallow had been forced to stay at the Heavenly Sword sect, and had even been bullied at the Heavenly Sword sect, he took the opportunity to organize the disciples of the Sealing Spirit sect, preparing to teach the so-called array genius Bai Feng a lesson. I knew that a talented disciple like Sulan Shallow, even if he wasn't a son of Qi, he would definitely be a trouble. Bai Feng nibbled on a chicken leg and couldn't help but mutter in his heart, I hope that this so-called genius of the Spirit Sealing sect would not be a son of Qi. Hey, why don't you say something? Have you found any new clues? A man suddenly turned his head to look at Bai Feng. Bai Feng took a bite of his chicken leg, then shook his head and replied vaguely, No, he's too cunning. Damn it, where the hell is he hiding? One couldn't help but slap his thigh. Bai Feng wiped away the grease stains at the corners of his mouth and casually threw the leftover chicken leg bones into the fire. Then he got up and left the small group of Spirit Sealing sect disciples. And this was done without anyone noticing that anything was wrong. Ha ha, with the help of this divine weapon. Bai Feng, you're dead. Yi Tang cloaked himself and propped up a stone slab, crawling out of an underground ruin. His eyes were crimson and his upper body was nearly naked and covered in hideous wounds. But he didn't notice it in general. His eyes staring mesmerized at the halberd in his hand. The halberd emitted a faint golden glow in his hands, and a massive power seemed to be contained within it. However, more than obtaining the divine soldier, he was happier that Self's luck seemed to have returned. Ever since he had faced Bai Feng, he had been in a bad way. A random kitten or puppy had dared to target him, and he had even lost in a competition where he had demonstrated his own power, which he had found hard to accept until he had recovered from his injuries. If Bai Feng were here to hear his inner ranting, he wouldn't be able to help but spit out, You're alone against 3 sons of Qi. If you're not unlucky, who is? Jia. I can't wait to see Bai Feng kneel at my feet and beg me. Then, give him a little hope to live. And then crush it. Ha! That's really cool to think about. Yi Tang gripped his halberd tightly. Just taking a step he suddenly turned to look at the exit that Self had just drilled out. Then he raised his halberd and swung it hard, directly burying the passage completely. If an onlooker was here to observe, he would see a faint trace of evil aura emerge from the halberd and circle around him twice, seemingly satisfied, before drilling into his body in the blink of an eye. Strange. Why don't we see any disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect? Bai Feng reached out and picked a spirit fruit. He had traveled for so long that he had seen disciples from even small sects. Only the Heavenly Sword sect was missing. It's not like something happened, is it? He wiped the spirit fruit and lightly bit into it. Inwardly he wasn't very worried. After all, this time the Heavenly Sword sect had come with 4 sons of Qi all at once. It would be strange if something didn't happen. Anyway, with the son of Qi, if something happens, it can be solved. There seems to be something going on over there. Bai Feng suddenly detected a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from the northwest, and after opening the system to make sure that there were no sons of Qi, he then finished the spiritual fruit in 2 bites and hurried over at a fast pace. A few minutes later, he looked at the Heavenly Sword sect disciples who were being attacked from both sides by the Jindan stage demonic beasts and the Sealing sect, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Fuck, you're eating on your own head. Fortunately, it's all a group of ordinary disciples with low cultivation levels, so it's easy to deal with them. While he was observing, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples were already gradually losing their stamina under the 2 sides' pincer attack, and could fall at any time. Seeing this, Bai Feng threw out a few simple array discs, and instantly an oval-shaped translucent light film enveloped the heads of the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, and the attacks of the demonic beasts and the Spirit Sealing sect landed on the light film and only set off ripples. The Spirit Sealing sect disciple was infuriated when he saw that he was being blocked when he was about to get his hands on him. The hallowed Spirit Sealing sect has even teamed up with demonic beasts to bully people. Do you want some face? A voice came out from the dense forest, but no matter how much the Spirit Sealing sect disciples tried to distinguish it, they were unable to locate the direction of the speaker. What kind of skill is it to hide in the shadows? Come out. If you guys are so capable, then I'm sure you can find me easily, right? After ening and yanging the Sealing sect disciples, Bai Feng also transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples. You guys go in the direction of the demonic beast. It won't hurt you. The Heavenly Sword sect's disciples looked at each other somewhat blankly, but seeing that the demonic beast had indeed stopped its movements, they carefully circled around it. While gripping their weapons with both hands, ready to resist the demonic beast's attacks. But until they left, the demonic beasts didn't move a bit. Saved? Did any of the senior brothers help us? Isn't it obvious at a glance? Although there are many senior brothers who are proficient in formations this time. But in terms of instantly forming a formation or being able to carry the attack of a Jindan stage demonic beast, other than Master Lu's disciple, it should only be Senior Brother Bai. That's right. And the reason why Senior Brother Bai doesn't show up is also very simple. The people from the Spirit Sealing sect have been searching for him, and he definitely won't appear in front of us openly and honestly. I just didn't expect that apart from formations. Senior Brother Bai actually knows how to deter demonic beasts. Then aren't we harming Senior White? It's all our fault for being useless. Let's go. We can't let down Senior Brother Bai's good intentions. Let's go find eldest sister first. Then try to help Senior Brother Bai divert his attention elsewhere. When Bai Feng saw the Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples leave, he stopped affecting the demonic beasts, only to see the demonic beast roar, directly charging towards the Sealing Spirit Sect disciples who had yet to leave. There was a burst of anger from the Spirit Sealing Sect's disciples. Don't let me know who you are. I $% at hashtag. In the face of Fan Feng's blessings, Bai Feng wasn't annoyed at all. Instead he smiled and waved at them. Good luck. After saying that, he took a step forward to follow the Heavenly Sword Sect disciple. Boom! A huge roar came from outside the cave, and the raging spiritual energy almost tore apart everything around it. I can do it. Just set this up. Su Lan Shao extended her trembling hand and guided the spiritual energy to sink into the formation. But the closer she got to the formation, the harder it became to control her spiritual energy. Look at you now. You can't even do a formation right. Hurry up and give up. Only I can save you guys. You don't want you and the people of the Heavenly Sword Sect to be devoured by demonic beasts, do you? Shut up. Ha. What are you left with now? Not only have you lost your title of genius, you have disgraced your master. And you have disgraced your family name. You're like a clown. Proud and arrogant. Looking down on others. Thinking that only yourself can rebuild the Su family and the northern region's glory. And in the end, but you fell into the hands of the liar you looked down on. And now you even have the face to approach him. Could it be because you're no match for him in the Dao of formation? So you're planning to rebuild the glory in a different way? For example, with him. Shut up. Su Lan Shao picked up the brush that Bai Feng had used, and although the voice in her ears had disappeared, her heart was having trouble quieting down. Another roar spilled dust overhead, and she hastily shielded the brush in her hand as she continued to work on drawing the formation. Outside the cave, Yi Tang stood on the treetop with his halberd in hand. Two Yuaning stage demonic beasts were not far away from him fighting with the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples inside the cave. At the same time there was a Yuaning stage demonic beast standing beside him in a well-behaved manner. It seemed that these demonic beasts were obeying his orders. He glanced at the Spirit Sealing Sect disciple on the side. Has the news gotten out? Sure. The Spirit Sealing Sect disciple's brow furrowed slightly as he felt disgusted by this person's betrayal of his own disciples. But it couldn't be helped. The eldest senior brother named Bai Feng to be captured. And the other party wanted to search for Bai Feng. And not only was he powerful, but he had also trapped the disciples of the Sky Sword Sect's Green Bamboo Peak, which was why the two parties were working together. Don't worry, he will definitely come out. Most of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect have already been restrained by us. Even if someone manages to break through and come out, I'm sure they're still at the end of their strength. It's just a good thing for us, not a bad thing. When mentioning the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, his tone did not fluctuate for a second, as if he was talking about an insignificant person. Let's hope so. The Spirit Sealing Sect disciple snorted coldly. By the way, is there still no news from Senior Sister Su? I've been here the whole time. How could I know about Senior Sister Su's news? Yi Tang replied with a smile. He naturally noticed the way the other party was looking at him, and a hint of hatred flashed under his eyes. Look down on me, right? When I use you to get rid of Bai Feng, then I'll use Su Lan Shao to blackmail you hard. With sufficient resources he would definitely be able to break through to Yuaning, and then he would settle Luo Chen and return to his position as the eldest senior brother. The black aura flickered in his eyes, then with a smile on his face, he continued to urge the people from the Spirit Sealing Sect. Alright, hurry up and go find someone to spread the news again. Soon we'll be able to see him. Is the Heavenly Sword Sect being targeted? Bai Feng frowned slightly. He had already saved several waves of Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples, and the number of disciples gathered together was gradually increasing. At first, he needed to secretly make a move to help, but later on, he didn't even need to move, as a group of disciples wailingly rushed up to beat away the people from the Spirit Sealing Sect. It's good to blend into the Spirit Sealing Sect to see what's going on. After seeing that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect didn't need his help, Bai Feng was ready to act on his own. and there was little use for him to continue to follow in this situation. As the number of people increased and the target became larger, it was instead easier to be exposed and tied up. What do you guys say? After we spread the news that the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples are besieged by demonic beasts, will that guy by phone really come? Isn't this a trap at first glance? A spirit-sealing sect disciple stretched his labored body as he couldn't help but spit out to his teammates to the side. This is a clear conspiracy. Bai Feng waved his hand and explained to the spirit-sealing sect disciple. We've trapped most of the disciples from Green Bamboo Peak. If he doesn't go, what will his senior brothers and sisters think of him? How will he be able to gain a foothold in the Heavenly Sword sect in the future? Senior brother has a point. The spirit-sealing sect disciple nodded. And he must not have imagined that we have laid layers of traps. Even Yi Tang of the Heavenly Sword sect is cooperating with us. If he dares to come, he will definitely be left with no return. Bai Feng nodded his head quite agreeably. Yes, even if he grows wings, he definitely won't be able to fly out of our hands. Come on, senior brother, let's go back and recuperate. And when we've recuperated enough, we'll continue to search for White Maple. Good, senior brother, let's go. Thus, Bai Feng smoothly blended into the sealing sects group and headed towards the location where the trap was located. At the same time, a hint of killing intent flashed under his eyes. He really didn't expect that this guy Yi Tang would be so unscrupulous that he could strike out at his fellow disciples without any psychological burden, which also meant that this son of Qi was afraid that there was no morality at all to speak of. And if he didn't settle it here, he was afraid that he wouldn't have any peace of mind in the future. Even if he was stuffed with a large amount of Qi value by the system, he still had to get rid of Yi Tang. After all, he didn't want to be missed by a bottomless son of Qi. Along the way, Bai Feng encountered many disciples of the Fengling sect, and it was estimated that the Fengling sect disciples who had entered the secret realm had all converged here. One could see how much the spirit-sealing sect valued him. This doesn't seem like something a talented disciple can do. Bai Feng smiled and responded to the approaching spirit-sealing sect disciples, but in his heart, he was constantly thinking. He didn't believe that a genius disciple could have this kind of calling power, that he could make everyone willingly and diligently look for him together. Even a son of Qi would find it hard to do so, unless the higher echelons of the spirit-sealing sect also have thoughts about him. He just didn't know if the sealing sect was planning to treat him, behead him, accept him as a dog, or if they were planning to just get rid of him. Bai Feng opened his system and took a look at it, and instantly discovered two sons of Qi symbols not far away. One may be Yi Tang, and the other is afraid that it is the son of the sealing spirit clan S Qi. It's a little tricky. However, Bai Feng was not surprised. If such a large clan as the sealing spirit sect didn't have a son of Qi, that would be really strange. It was just that he didn't know if this son of Qi was the one that he knew with Su Lan Shallow. The sealing sect's elites should all be here. And on top of that, there are a large number of formations set up around them. Bai Feng observed the surroundings and gradually got an idea in his heart. It's possible to utilize it. As the yin and yang lines in his eyes opened, the structure of the formation clearly emerged in front of him. Senior brother, let me tell you I just received a message from my friend. Just not far away there is a building that no one has explored. There is also a layer of formation protection on the outside. There must be something good hidden inside. Let's go over together in a while and take a look. Then thank you, senior brother. Bai Feng smiled and nodded as he slightly lowered his head and a talisman fell from his sleeve. He had already strolled through almost all of the camps of the disciples of the sealing sect, leaving quite a few traces behind. And he had even quietly embedded a simple illusion formation in the sealing sect's formation to increase the range of influence of the illusion spell. Otherwise, even if he exhausted his spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to affect too many people. Hey, senior brother Chen, who is that person beside you? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in the ears of Bai Feng and the others. Bai Feng looked up, and a young man with a cold face was standing at the top of a tree, staring at him condescendingly. At the first sight of this person, his radar of a son of Qi went off. Obviously this person was the other son of Qi in addition to Yi Tang. It really is someone from the spirit sealing sect. I just don't know if it's that genius disciple. Bai Feng pondered in his heart. He wasn't surprised that the other party was able to spot him. After all, illusion magic seemed powerful, but the higher the cultivation level the more difficult it was to exert influence. Plus he was still exerting influence on a group of people. It was definitely not as fine as one-on-one. And the other party still had the identity of the son of Qi. It wasn't that easy to muddle through. However, he didn't intend to muddle through as all. He didn't have the delusion that self could avoid the other son of Qi while resolving Yi Tang. He dared to come means that he had already prepared himself to go through with the other son of Qi. He then revolved the god-forging method once again, extending more tentacles of divine sense toward the son of Qi than the next person. He's a senior disciple. The disciple who was called Senior Brother Chen had a bit of confusion on his face as he replied blankly. The son of Chi in the tree furrowed his brows and continued to ask in a strong tone. I'm asking you, who is he? Who else could he be? He's the senior brother of the spirit sealing sect. I've even seen him in the sect. Senior Brother Chen was still dumbfounded as he turned his head to Bai Feng. Senior brother. Hurry up and explain this to eldest brother. No need. Bai Feng waved his hand as he looked up at the son of Chi in the tree with a smile on his face. Do you need me to reintroduce myself? No need. Even if you cover your face I can still recognize you. Bai Feng, the eyes of the son of Chi in the tree narrowed. I really didn't expect you to dare to break in by yourself. I'm starting to admire your guts. I just don't know if your strength can support your guts. What? You're Bai Feng, Senior Brother Chen, who was on the side, immediately shouted with his eyes wide open in disbelief. How come? Is like an urban Dragon King drama when you yell at it? The corners of Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly and the expression on his face felt a bit taut as he held back the desire to spit and continued to look at the son of Chi. Are you so sure you can take me down? Your petty tactics are useless on my side. To be so reckless with such tactics and directly break into the formation we laid down. I doubt you're a formation genius who relied on deception to mix it up and deceive Senior Sister Su. The tone of the son of Chi's voice was obviously much heavier when he said the three words Senior Sister Su. He raised his hand and the formation around him began to operate. You'll regret what you've done in the formation first. Bai Feng's face remained unperturbed in the face of the array's oppression. When did you create the illusion that you weren't hit by my illusion? What? Under the unbelievable expression of the son of Chi on the opposite side, Bai Feng turned into a pile of bamboo leaves and disappeared in front of everyone. He hurriedly looked around, but no matter how much he observed and scanned with his divine sense, he couldn't spot Bai Feng's figure. He then hastily activated the formation in an attempt to cover the entire area, but at that moment, he realized that self could no longer control the formation. His face could no longer maintain its composure, and he couldn't help but clench his fists and slam them against a tree stump to the side. How is it possible? His face was gloomy. Was the formation secretly sabotaged by someone, or am I still inside the illusion? Meanwhile, Bai Feng had seized some of the array control rights and easily traveled through the sealing sect's camp. However, because of the relatively short period of time, he didn't cow the entire grand formation, only part of it, but it was enough. Oh, Yi Tang is here. Bai Feng stopped in his tracks. His brows slightly furrowed as he felt that the aura on this person was a bit off. And Yi Tang was accompanied by a Yuaning stage demonic beast. No, it was an empty shell. It was a demonic beast that was almost 2 people tall in size, with sturdy muscles contained under its grayish-white fur, and 2 long ears on top of its head that looked like rabbit ears, but it had sharp pointed teeth, and saliva dripped down its mouth onto the ground. It was just that this demonic beast's eyes were godless, and Bai Feng hadn't detected the other party's divine sense, so it was like a puppet being manipulated, and he couldn't exert any influence on it. He shifted his eyes to the place where the Heavenly Sword sect disciples were trapped, and 2 Yuaning stage demonic beasts were engaged in a fierce battle with the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. One was a black python and one was a silver-backed gorilla, and just like that rabbit-eared demonic beast, all of them had no divine sense. However, because of this, these 2 demonic beasts could only use their physical strength and were slow to take down the Heavenly Sword sect disciples hiding in the cave. No, it might be that Yi Tang didn't intend to directly attack this place. Otherwise, he would have sent out the rabbit-eared demonic beasts around him, and this fragile equilibrium would have been broken at the touch of a button. There's no way around it. Just continue to transform the spirit sealing sect's grand formation. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to rush up and duel with the son of Chi. Not to mention that his cultivation was going to be a cut short of the other parties, and that what he was best at was still formations. So naturally he would have to make use of the big formation that the sealing spirit sect's disciples had set up to deal with him. He also had to thank the spirit sealing sect. If it wasn't for the large formation they had laid down, he really wouldn't have dared to do it on his own. With this great formation that could trap Yuaning, he had a great certainty that Yi Tang would fall on the spot even if he exploded. If Yi Tang had only used formal means to deal with him, he probably wouldn't have gone too far. But unfortunately, this person was clearly a self-serving, bottomless son of Chi. Then, even for the sake of a peaceful life in the future, he had to finish off Yi Tang. His unwillingness to be systematically stuffed with Chi luck values was for the sake of survival. And now, since his survival was threatened while still possessing the means to resolve the threat, it was only natural to resolve the source of the threat. Bai Feng swallowed an elixir and continued to nibble away at the large formation laid down by the sealing spirit sect's disciples and remodeled the formation. If an ordinary formation master was present, his jaw would definitely drop in shock when he saw Bai Feng's maneuver. After all, after the formation was molded, modifying a little bit of small functions had to be done carefully. How could it be directly and drastically transformed like him? But this impossible thing became possible with the addition of the god-forging method and the yin-yang tattoo. Meanwhile, the spirit-sealing sect son of Qi was still searching for Bai Feng. Only this time, when he looked at the others, his eyes were more than a little skeptical. Did you find out? Why did the formation malfunction? Was it destroyed? No. No. An unbelievable look remained on one disciple's face. It's part of the control that was taken away. But that's impossible. A hallucination? Or is this real? The son of Qi was silent. He found it hard to believe that the other party had managed to take over a portion of the control right under his nose. How in the world had this been done? Big senior brother. It's not good. At this time, a disciple hurriedly ran over and said in a frightened tone, "Our formation is being modified by someone, and our people tried to enter to stop it, but all of them couldn't be contacted after entering." The son of Qi turned his head to stare at this disciple, then suddenly laughed out. "Ha, is this your tactic? It's a loss for you to come up with such an outrageous illusion. I've now begun to suspect that you're a genius of formations, that you've become using illusions. Don't hide anymore. Get the hell out." The two disciples on the side looked at each other with confusion and shock on their faces. What happened to Big Brother? No, I don't know. It was fine just now. Could it be that the shock was too much and he went crazy? Drops. Detects Yu Pingan being ruthlessly teased by the host. Unable to distinguish between illusion and reality for a short period of time. Rewards the host with 100 chi value and plus 10 spiritual power. Bai Feng swept a glance at the system notification. No expression on his face as he continued to modify the formation. Almost there. The formation is activated. Bai Feng clapped his hands together, and the formation behind him operated rapidly. A stone wall was erected, and a tree kept growing and extending, pushing straight towards Yi Tang. Who? Yi Tang snapped his eyes open. He gripped his halberd tightly and made a horizontal sweep against the trees that came jutting in. Wood chips flying. In the next second, he saw a drastic change in the environment around himself. One stone wall divided the otherwise flat terrain like a labyrinth, and the trees seemed to be alive as if they were constantly stretching towards him. Spirit sealing sect? No, I shouldn't have been set up with an array here. Yi Tang's eyes kept looking towards the surroundings, and the halberd in his hand kept swinging, smashing the trees that came close to him into crumbs. At the same time, he also noticed that the demonic beasts around himself had been bound by the trees and kept dragging them towards the ground. So it was obvious that they couldn't help him. No matter who you are, prepare to pay the price if you dare to mess with me. Yi Tang pulled out a few concealed weapons from his storage bag and threw them directly at the trees. The moment the concealed weapon touched the tree, there was a violent explosion, and along with the explosion, there were flames. Almost an instant later the trees ignited, but the tree didn't stop after being burned. It continued to surge towards Yi Tang with the flames. Damn it! Yi Tang hastily dodged a flash to avoid. He did not think that the self actually dug a hole for himself. Flaming trees can be more threatening than ordinary trees. He landed on the ground and charged directly in one direction. Even if there was a stone wall in front of him blocking the way, he directly blasted a large hole with his halberd. But the stone wall seemed to be unending, and he had already run for who knows how long. Yet he still hadn't gotten out of the stone wall's range. His expression had become a little numb over time. He subconsciously swung up his halberd, and when he swung it at the approaching trees, the trees were a bit different this time. Most of the thick branches were shattered by him, but a tiny branch came at him at a much faster speed, while he was instantly surrounded by a bunch of spikes, and his feet were stuck in the ground and unable to move. Faced with such a change, Yi Tang froze for a moment. Just as he was about to be hit by the branches and spikes, the halberd in his hand suddenly erupted with a furious aura, directly forcing the branches and spikes back, and at the same time awakening Yi Tang from his illusion. Yi Tang instantly felt his brain clear, only to see Bai Feng holding a bamboo sword with a grave expression on his face. Instantly his eyes turned crimson. Bai Feng, surprisingly, it's you. How dare you send yourself to the door? I will kill you today. TCH, it's true that the sons of Qi aren't that easy to kill. Bai Feng did not expect Yi Tang to wake up in the middle of the day, and thought he could stab a sword. However, he had also long predicted that the main purpose of this attack was to resolve the Yuaning stage demonic beast beside Yi Tang, and during the period when Yi Tang was under the illusion spell, he used the formation to successfully drag the demonic beast underground to resolve it. Just when Yi Tang's weapon was about to touch him, he suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, golden chains suddenly drilled out of the ground and attacked towards Yi Tang. Yi Tang hastily raised his halberd to counterattack, but the halberd hit the chains instead and the chains took the opportunity to bind him. Ah! Yi Tang let out a loud roar as a large amount of spiritual energy was poured into the halberd, and the powerful force that erupted directly shattered the chains on the halberd. He quickly turned around and smashed towards the white maple behind him. The black and white light flashed in the bottom of the white maple's eyes. Yi Tang suddenly felt as if his own head had been hit by a heavy hammer, and for a moment his eyes went black. Pust. When he woke up, he saw that a bamboo sword had already stabbed into his chest, and berserk aura raged in his body, while a talisman that floated down ignited into a large amount of sword chi, and the soles of his feet emitted a glow, and more chains directly bound and entangled him, while the rooted ground thorns that appeared along with the chains also stabbed directly towards him. You asshole, I'll kill you 1,000 times. Yi Tang's eyes were crimson, the violet aura poured out with him as the center, and even his body was hovering with silk black chi, which added a few points of evil to him. F***CK. How many times is this son of chi going to explode? Why is it so hard to kill? Bai Feng couldn't help but curse out as well. However, he could also see that Yi Tang was very wrong nowadays. Yi Tang definitely didn't rely on himself to come back from the dead many times, but what exactly did he use? Weapons? The weapon in Yi Tang's hand was indeed unseen, and it was the weapon's outburst of spiritual energy that forced back his attack in the beginning. While Bai Feng was sizing up Yi Tang was also staring at him dead on. Yi Tang's blood-covered body was constantly spewing out dense black gas, gradually wrapping him up, while the spiritual energy in his body began to burn, and his aura continued to grow stronger. Just when Bai Feng thought that he was going to charge up, he saw him turn around and fly directly in the other direction with the help of this massive force. The son of Qi unexpectedly ran away. Still wanting to run, if I let you run away, wouldn't I have eaten so much Qi luck value for nothing? Bai Feng didn't have the slightest hesitation. He had also counted on the possibility of this self-serving type of son of Qi escaping. As a formation master who was the most skilled in illusions, how could he have made just one illusion formation? At the same time, the other formations began to overload, with chains, terrain alteration, 5 elemental cages, ground spikes, sword chi killing formations, and other means surging towards Yi Tang in unison. Damn. In that case, Yi Tang looked towards the 2 demonic beasts that were still attacking the cave. Originally, because the battle happened so fast, he didn't have time to let them help, but now they had a new use. Only a hideous smile could be seen on his lips. Bai Feng, if you don't want to go back with the corpse of your senior sister and brother, keep coming, explode for me. Finished? A tear of blood flowed from the corner of Bai Feng's eye as he held an empty bottle in his hand, and all the pills inside were swallowed in one gulp. And at that moment, the scene they were in was no longer a dense forest, but on a Gobi beach with a bright red moon hanging overhead. What? Where is this place? Yi Tang suddenly realized that self had been nailed to a wooden cross at some point, and the halberd in his hand had been thrown aside. His face was horrified as he kept struggling on the cross. You people are even more disgusting than I thought. Bai Feng picked up a sharpened green bamboo, then ruthlessly stabbed it into Yi Tang's heart. Welcome to hell. Enjoy yourself here. Ah, you can't. I'm a genius of the Yi clan and the senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect. How can I die in the hands of a punk like you? Yi Tang's body once again radiated a black light, and the halberd that had fallen to the ground suddenly appeared in his hand. Oh, so it's this thing that's helping you. At that moment, he heard a cold voice ringing in his ears, and immediately afterward, he suddenly felt a lightness in his own right hand. His right arm was directly chopped off and fell to the ground. Goodbye. Yi Tang raised his head, and the scenery in front of him began to blur, reality and illusion interacting and until they overlapped in front of him. It was a beautiful bamboo sword, emitting a faint white light like a falling meteor. As the bamboo sword continued to zoom in front of his eyes, he was finally coming back to his senses, but he couldn't use a bit of strength when he wanted to struggle to escape his body, as if he was still nailed to a wooden cross. I can't die here. I still have. This time, his strong desire to survive did not give birth to a miracle as his eyes widened and a bloody hole was added to his forehead. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of Qi. Yi Tang, based on the comprehensive judgment of the son of Qi's cultivation and strength, the host will be rewarded with 888 Qi values. Immortal Flame, Burning Spirit. Drop. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 10,000 in the value of Qi, rewarding the host with a Yin Yang Tattoo Remnant *1. And the system will soon begin upgrading. Please don't worry. It won't affect the host's use during the system upgrade. ? I hope you can influence it. Bai Feng let out a breath, not bothering to look closely at the contents of the system notification. He took out an ordinary longsword from his storage pouch and directly chopped off Yi Tang's head, making sure that the son of Qi was dead through and through. Then he looked to the halberd on the ground, his fingers still clutching it even though his right arm had been severed. Apparently this was the reason why Yi Tang was difficult to kill. A very demonic-looking halberd. It's better to destroy it. This kind of weapon that looked ominous and had an unknown function. It was better not to keep it around. Not to mention that he didn't lack weapons. It was just the right time to try out the immortal flame rewarded by the system as well. Bai Feng summoned flames, and the throbbing red flames directly covered the halberd, which suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. Sure enough, there's a problem. He increased the firepower, and the halberd immediately emitted a large amount of black gas, and then the black gas also stained the flames and began to burn. Seeing this, Bai Feng thought of the black qi that had risen from Yi Tang's body earlier, so he simply burned it along with Yi Tang's body, and he didn't breathe a sigh of relief until only a pile of ashes remained. It was only after doing this that he felt exhaustion welling up and sat down on the floor with a sudden blackness before his eyes. He reached up and rubbed his eyes, always feeling like they were blurry, like he was highly nearsighted. F***ck. It's not possible that the Inyan tattoo has the same side effects as Sharingan, right? I won't become blind if I use it too much, right? Drop. The host is just overconsumed and will recover after a few days of rest. Please don't compare the rewards of this system to something from an animated work. White Maple. Unico, are you really upgrading? How come even the troll function isn't affected? Never mind. It's good that it's okay. At this time, Bai Feng suddenly heard a footstep. He turned to look, but he could only see a few blurry silhouettes walking towards him. Are you okay? Junior brother, what's wrong with you? What happened here? Two voices sounded at the same time, and as Bai Feng tried to distinguish them, the timid voice should be Su Lan Xiao, and the other person who had been chattering on and on was obviously Yu Yao. Why is your eye still bleeding? Yu Yao hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped Bai Feng's face, but at that moment, she realized that Bai Feng's eyes were a bit off, they were a bit gray and as if he couldn't see her yet. Little master, your eyes. It's fine. Overconsumption. Just can't see things for a while. Just rest for a few days. Bai Feng waved his hand. Now please let me rest for a while. Oh, okay. Let's go back to the cave first. Yu Yao raised her hand to try and support Bai Feng, but realized that her own height was a bit less than adequate. So she looked to Su Lan Shallow who was on the side. Senior sister Su, please do me a favor. Okay. Su Lan Xiao nodded in a hurry as she reached out her hand, somewhat trembling, to take Bai Feng's arm. Meanwhile, Yu Yao was worried about accidents and had been holding her longsword to warn the surroundings. The good thing was that no new enemies appeared until they entered the cave. Outside the cave, Yu Yao looked at the demonic beasts that had stopped moving, with Yi Tang dead and the halberd destroyed by Bai Feng, and with no one to manipulate the order. The two demonic beasts that were only empty shells naturally stopped their attacking movements. Could it be that someone is manipulating these two demonic beasts? Yu Yao had a contemplative look on her face. She had thought that she had left the cave before because she had been lucky not to be discovered, but now it seemed as if there was another reason. It seems that senior brother Bai had fought off, or even solved, that person. Alas, she was really useless as a senior sister, to the point that she still needed the protection of her junior brother. The more Yu Yao thought about it, the more angry she became, and she directly raised her longsword to decapitate the two demonic beasts with a single stroke, before coming back to the cave. At this time, Bai Feng had already been settled down by Su Lan Shallow, and there were still curious disciples gathered outside the door, while underneath him lay bedding and clothes brought by who knows who, and a bunch of pills sent by his senior sisters and brothers were set up on the side. Junior brother, I'm coming in. Yu Yao walked in with light steps and saw that besides Bai Feng, there was only Su Lan Xiao sitting on the side in the room. She cocked her head. Had she come at a bad time? Speaking of which, it was Su Lan Shallow who was the first to spot Bai Feng before and had rushed straight out. Senior sister. Bai Feng greeted the blurry silhouette. He might not recognize anyone else, but he recognized senior sister Yu Yao at a glance. Say, how did you guys find me? Yu Yao didn't know what Bai Feng was thinking. Instead she was happy that Bai Feng recognized her right away. He. Actually, we just detected someone fighting outside. Or did senior sister Su say it was you fighting and rushed out in a hurry, which is why I rushed to follow? Say, did you give her something that can be localized? I didn't even know it was you out there, or else I wouldn't have said anything to let you fight alone. Su Lan Shallow on the side had a somewhat awkward expression. In fact, the reason she knew that Bai Feng was nearby was simple. As the battle fluctuated more and more, the heart demon that had been making a lot of noise suddenly stopped squeaking. Right, I saw that the two demonic beasts outside stopped moving. Was someone manipulating them? Yu Yao suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth to ask Bai Feng. Were you the one fighting the person who was manipulating the demonic beasts before? Pretty much. Bai Feng nodded. This matter is a bit more complicated to say the least. Yu Yao pondered for a few seconds before her face revealed a dangerous look for the first time. Who is manipulating these demonic beasts? You don't want to know. Wait until after you leave or meet White Yum. Bai Feng shook his head and didn't answer. After all, Yi Tang was still a reliable big brother image in the eyes of ordinary disciples. Saying that was really hard to believe. It would be better to wait for the clan to announce this matter after leaving. It would save a lot of trouble in explaining. He didn't mean to hide it. After all, Yi Tang and the spirit sealing sect had engaged in cooperation. This matter couldn't be hidden. However, he was a bit curious as to why Yi Tang dared to cooperate with the Fengling sect. This kind of behavior that dared to strike out at his own disciples for his own selfish desires, completely failing to treat them as fellow disciples. In addition to the devil's path, putting it into any of the righteous sects was to be removed from the list. Or did he have other means to make the disciples of the spirit sealing sect conceal this matter? There are also demonic beasts manipulated by him that are obviously not normal. However, it was also thanks to Yi Tang choosing to cooperate with the Fengling sect to victimize his own disciples, disregarding their deaths and lives, that he dared to directly take action against Yi Tang. And this kind of inappropriate behavior, even if the clan knew about it, they wouldn't say anything. Yu Yao pondered for a few seconds and didn't continue to pursue. She smiled and reached out her hand to touch Bai Feng's head. Alright, junior brother, rest in peace. Senior sister, I won't bother you anymore. Don't take advantage of me when I can't see. After touching her head, Yu Yao smiled and ran all the way out of the room, and even brought the door with her hand. Thus, in the room that was temporarily chiseled out, only Bai Feng, who was lying down, and Su Lan's shallow sculpture, who was sitting on the side, were left. Forget it, take a break. Fengling sect's big formation had been changed by him. After completely losing the control of the formation, now the disciples of Fengling sect had all been trapped in the self-built formation, and I am afraid that it would take quite a lot of effort if they want to come out. And now this place is still safe for the time being. After he closed his eyes, physical and mental fatigue sent him into a dream. Bai Feng let out an even breath, when Su Lan Xiao, who was sitting on the side, suddenly turned her head slightly to look at him. She reached out her hand and grabbed the clothes at her own shoulder and sniffed gently. She had helped Bai Feng along the way and her body seemed to be covered in his scent. Even she could feel that at this time, the heart demon was at its least active, which was much more effective than just standing next to Bai Feng. The smell, it's reassuring. Su Lan Xiao swallowed as she looked at the sleeping Bai Feng, but then she hastily shook her head and twisted her head to the side, forcing herself to close her eyes to stop her fluttering thoughts. Damn it, why did our formation turn out like this? Who the hell did this? Don't think about it. Think of a way to break the formation first. Where's eldest brother? Quickly ask eldest brother to come and help. Eldest brother is still muttering about hallucinations and whatnot. What exactly did eldest brother encounter before? Inside the spirit sealing sect's great formation, the camp was in direct chaos. Back when Bai Feng and Yi Tang were fighting, they realized that the formation had been altered by someone, and they had lost almost all control. Even the back door they had left had been deleted. Currently, if they wanted to get out, there was no other way but to break the formation. Shame. This is simply a shame for the spirit sealing sect. Don't let me know who it is. While the spirit sealing sect disciples were incapacitated and furious, Yu Pingan, the eldest senior brother of the spirit sealing sect, had been standing on a tree muttering something. Eldest brother, come and help. In the face of his disciples' cries, he also pretended not to hear them. Illusion. This must be an illusion. How is it possible for someone to be able to change the formation midway, even if it can be changed? It's not something a Jindan stage disciple can change. Don't even think about messing with my mind. Wake me up. On the other hand, the person in question, Bai Feng, sat on the bed and yawned. He slept well this sleep. His body and mind were much less tired. Even his eyes were slightly better, although he still couldn't see as all. That. Want to drink kanji? I added quite a bit of spirit beast meat and herbs to recover a bit faster. At that moment, a somewhat timid voice rang in his ears. He subconsciously turned his head to look, but he could only see the silhouette of a person, as if he was covered in a layer of fog. But even if he couldn't see it, Bai Feng could tell from the voice that it was Su Lan Xiao. You still know how to make kanji? He nodded. Put it here. I'll drink it myself later. But this time, Su Lan Xiao didn't obey like before. Instead, she gathered her courage and whispered back. Your eyes can't see clearly yet. Right. Let me feed you. As she said that, her face turned red, and even her hands that were serving the porridge trembled a little. Even White Maple, who couldn't see clearly, could see the figure in front of him turn red. You don't have to force yourself if you don't want to. Bai Feng shook his head, his eyes looking at the reddening silhouette, feeling that this scene was quite interesting. No. Su Lan Xiao quickly shook her head as she scooped up a spoonful of rice porridge mixed with spirit beast meat and put it to her mouth and lightly blew. That, please open your mouth. Bai Feng didn't think much about it and directly opened his mouth to drink the rice porridge in the spoon. After drinking it he remembered one thing. Was the sealing spirit sex son of Qi Luck courting Su Lan Xiao? He wouldn't be stuffed with Qi Luck value by being fed kanji by Su Lan Xiang, would he? But he opened the system for a moment, and it was as clear as ever, not clouded in a white fog. and there were no new notifications on it. XL. Strange. The system has changed its nature? Or does it have to be in the presence of the son of luck and let him know before the system stuffs the luck value? So, please open your mouth. Forget it. I've eaten it all anyway. It's not that bad. Just don't let the spirit sealing sex Chi Yunzi know about it. Wait, is that a bad idea? Am I getting a little puffed up? Bai Feng was in deep thought. No, that's not good. This time we got lucky and only messed with one son of Chi. What if we mess with two next time? After all, the last thing this world lacked was sons of fortune. It's still important to continue to be from the heart and to continue to be steady. You go ahead and rest. I'll do the dishes. Sulan Shallow lowered her head and walked out of the room quickly with the empty bowl in her hand. She looked around quietly, then picked a direction where no one else was walking. Go to get there. In an unoccupied corner, Sulan Shallow picked up the spoon and the bowl that had been used by Bai Feng and subconsciously swallowed. She reached out with one finger and touched it lightly to the spoon as she brought her liquid-stained finger to Self's face. Just as she thought, even though she had moved away from White Maple, the heart demon still hadn't appeared. If you don't touch it with your finger, use, Sulan Shao subconsciously thought, but then she hastily shook her head. Her ears had become red. No, you can't do that. Anyway, put it away first. She hurriedly took out a wooden box from her storage bag and carefully placed the spoon inside. Only after this was done did she step out of the unoccupied corner, only the blush still on her face. When Bai Feng woke up, although his eyes still couldn't see clearly, his injuries were almost healed. So the disciples who were originally trapped in the cave were ready to leave to look for eldest sister. So, when you were entering the cave in search of treasure, you were blocked by two Yuaning stage demonic beasts that suddenly appeared in the cave? Bai Feng followed Yu Yao's side and inquired about the reason why they were trapped. Yu Yao nodded with some exasperation. Yes, but I suspect that this cave is a bait. There are only a few broken rocks inside, and it's hidden extra deep. The good stuff was taken away long ago. It was only after being told this by Yu Yao that Bai Feng suddenly remembered something. He didn't seem to have touched the corpse, and he ended up burning it all in a fire. Fuck. Loss. It's the first time I've done this kind of thing, so I'm sure I'm not skilled. Bai Feng reflected in his mind for a few seconds, although he felt very shortchanged. But after all, they were all burned to ashes and could not be restored to their original state. The big thing was to pay attention next time. Is that the formation you said the spirit sealing sect put up over there? Yu Yao suddenly saw light flashing in the distance, and shouts could be vaguely heard. Yes, but I changed it a bit, and now they're trapped by the selfsame formation instead. Bai Feng nodded. Although his eyes couldn't see clearly, he still had no problem sensing the formation. They're actually coming out soon? Worthy of being the spirit sealing sect, it really did have a couple of tricks up its sleeve. It's not a good time to let you guys out. Let me put another clock on you. The corner of Bai Feng's mouth flashed with a hint of a smile as he took over the control and directly maneuvered the formation to change some of the traps. This small change instantly caused a fragrant sound to resound within the formation. Alright, senior sister, let's go, otherwise they'll be in trouble if they run out. Damn it, if we weren't so outnumbered, I'd teach them a lesson. Yu Yao ground her teeth. She had also learned from Bai Feng that the people from the spirit sealing sect were also targeting them, and were also cooperating with the one who was manipulating the demonic beasts in an attempt to use them to force out Junior Master. What a bunch of scumbags. This revenge. She made a note of it. Sulan Shallow, who was on the side, also raised her head to look at where the formation was located. Then she withdrew her gaze. In the past, she did make a few guest appearances in the spirit sealing sect with her master, Lu Meng, and only remembered that the dim sum was delicious. Other than that she had no other impression. However, this time she had a new impression of the spirit sealing sect, a despicable sect that liked to play small tricks. When you go back, tell your master to have less dealings with them. Boom! A huge, massive eagle landed on the ground, most of its hard feathers having fallen off, and one of its wings had been chopped off. Eldest sister is so strong. Yes, to have beheaded a Yuaning stage demonic beast with an early Jindan cultivation. This strength is too terrifying. Bai Yuma landed on the ground. She listened to the surrounding disciples' exclamations without the slightest expression on her face, and even frowned a bit slightly. Still not a single word from White Maple. Not only that, it was as if she had been targeted after entering the secret realm. First several Jindan stage demonic beasts had attacked her, and now a Yuaning stage demonic beast had attacked the team. Even if she had the assistance of the heavenly sword, imitation, it would take quite a bit of time and effort to kill this kind of flying demonic beast. Rest for an hour. White Yuma finished speaking, then directly sat on the ground and began to meditate to recover. She had to race against time. 1 second less to find Bai Feng. Then Bai Feng would be in a little more danger. Its eldest sister. At this moment, several Heavenly Sword sect members came from afar. And when they saw eldest senior sister and the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples behind her, they hurriedly rushed over with surprise on their faces. Seeing this, Bayuma also stopped meditating and opened her eyes to look at the Heavenly Sword sect disciples who were rushing towards her. These people were all carrying a bit of injuries on their bodies, and their clothes were covered in dust, looking quite distressed. "What's the matter? Have you met the enemy?" Facing eldest sister's inquiry, several people hurriedly said, "It's the spirit sealing sect. That group of people seems to have been targeting us. They still seem to be looking for senior brother Bai." Hearing this, Bayuma slowly stood up from the ground, and although he didn't leak a trace of his aura, he still made the people on the side feel a few chills. "I know. I'll make them pay for it afterward." She nodded. Then she looked at these disciples and asked softly, "By the way, do you have any news about Bai Feng?" A few disciples hurriedly said, "We did meet senior brother Bai, but he didn't come out to meet us and quickly left. But I've heard that there are senior brothers and sisters trapped in caves by Yuaning stage demonic beasts, and most of them are still disciples of Green Bamboo Peak. We wanted to go over there at first, but there are a lot of people from the spirit sealing sect gathered over there. It should be a trap." Bayuma was silent for a few seconds. Even though these disciples didn't say anything, she could guess that Bai Feng might have gone to save the disciples from Green Bamboo Peak. "Why didn't you come to me first? We clearly agreed on this." She clenched her fists as a massive power gathered within her body, and the disciples standing on the sidelines couldn't help but gulp. Obviously they were both at the Jindan stage, but why was there such a big difference? But soon, the power in Bayuma's body dissipated, and she turned her head to look at the other disciples. "Now, I'm going to save the people. Those who are injured will recuperate here first, and the others will come with me. Yes, I'm finally out. It's the first time I've personally experienced a formation that I've laid down myself, even though it's been altered beyond recognition, that is. Wait, is there someone out there?" The few disciples who had just come out raised their heads and instantly saw a group of Heavenly Sword sect disciples staring at them with fierce lights on their faces. Their cheering came to an abrupt halt. "Why don't we just go back? I feel quite comfortable inside the formation." Agreed. They were just about to turn around and run back, but the next second a sword was across their path back. "Are you the ones looking for senior brother Bai Feng?" A Heavenly Sword sect disciple's eyes narrowed slightly, and his sharp longsword just hovered at the neck position of the Fengling sect's crowd. "It's me." "What?" A disciple who didn't have much eyesight still wanted to let out a few harsh words, but immediately had his mouth covered by a quick glance from the side. At the same time he laughed sardonically. "We are looking, but haven't seen him at all." "Didn't see him?" The other person walked up to them, revealing those sturdy and huge muscles, with a grim smile on his face. At a glance, he was a disciple of the Body Forging Peak. The people from the Spirit Sealing sect nodded their heads in a hurry. Yeah. Seeing the crowd's eyes grow more and more unkind, one of the disciples hastily raised his hand tremblingly and said, "Wait, I have the latest information. Senior brother Bai Feng did come over, but he's already left and teased us." In order to prove that he was right, this disciple even pointed at the formation behind him and said, "Look, he even changed the formation we laid down, and we almost didn't even make it out." The Heavenly Sword sect disciple at the side nodded. "It doesn't seem like he's lying. One last question then." Bayuma stepped forward, his tone cold and icy. "Where are the Heavenly Sword sect disciples trapped by you?" "It's there at." After pointing in the direction, the Spirit Sealing sect disciples couldn't help but defend themselves a few times. "It wasn't us who trapped him. It was your clan's Yitang. And it was him who wanted to cooperate with us to force out senior brother Bai Feng." Hearing this, Bayuma frowned slightly. She remembered that Yitang was a guy who liked to show off in front of her. Quite annoying. However, Yitang's popularity among ordinary disciples was not bad, so why would he target Bai Feng? He even dared to take action against the Heavenly Sword sect disciples? At the same time, the Heavenly Sword sect disciple on the side also frowned tightly with a hidden anger on his face, obviously not quite believing the words of the Sealing Spirit sect disciple. "Don't you guys lie. What am I lying to you guys for?" The Spirit Sealing sect disciple hastily shook his head. "If you guys don't believe me, I can swear on the Heavenly Tao." This was also a ploy by Yu Pingan, the Sealing Spirit sect's senior brother. Although he chose to cooperate with Yi Tang to force out Bai Feng, he didn't intend to let Yi Tang off the hook either. Although the Fengling sect and the Heavenly Sword sect were both righteous sects, they were just as competitive. Especially since the Heavenly Sword sect had stood at the apex of the northern domain for too long, they naturally would not let go of the opportunity to strike the Heavenly Sword sect. Using ordinary disciples to publicize what Yi Tang had done directly made it impossible for Yi Tang, the former Heavenly Sword sect senior brother, to gain a foothold in the Heavenly Sword sect, and it wasn't even impossible for him to be expelled. And after the Spirit Sealing sect disciple finished swearing to the Heavenly Tao, The crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect was somewhat at a loss for words while being angry. They completely did not expect the once senior brother to be such a person. Come on, let's go find the others first. Bayuma tried to suppress the anger in her own heart. More than the spirit sealing sect, she was more concerned about Bai Feng's safety. But at that moment, Yu Pingan, the senior brother of the spirit sealing sect, walked out from the formation. He was already on fire after being teased by Bai Feng, and now that he saw that the people of the Heavenly Sword sect were so arrogant, he couldn't hold back and yelled, "You guys just want to walk away like that after you've bullied and humiliated our disciples?" Ding! Yu Pingan's feet suddenly stopped in place, and the pupils of his eyes instantly narrowed. He turned his stiff neck, only to see a short sword stabbing the tree behind him, which almost grazed his face. A few sliced-off strands of black hair still floating in the air as it slowly descended. One more word and the next time this sword stabs you in the head. Bai Yuema turned his head slightly, his expressionless face revealing a pair of almost godless eyes. Yu Pingan swallowed. It was the first time he felt that death was actually so close to him. This bunch of lunatics, the Heavenly Sword sect is full of fucking lunatics. The people have left. There are traces of battle over here, and it looks like the fight should be fierce. There are two other demonic beasts here, but both had their heads chopped off by a sword. It seems they should have left safely. According to the traces they left behind, they should have gone in this direction. A few disciples examined the traces on the ground. These were the special traces that Yu Yao and the others had left behind specifically for the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples before they left. Bai Yuma stood at the mouth of the cave, his fingers white from the force of the pinch. Still a step too late? Obviously Self had made a pact with him and said he would protect him. Too lax because life is too comfortable? I'm so useless. Bai Yuma withdrew her gaze as she lowered her head, following the traces left behind by Yu Yao and the others as she walked quickly towards the front. There was one last bit of hope in her heart. She hoped beyond hope that up ahead on the road, White Maple was standing waiting for her. And shortly after Bai Yuma left, a woman's figure appeared in the woods behind the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples. Humph, what a way to make me look for you. Finally, I'm going to see you again. Bai Feng. In the meantime, drop. Detecting that the host's scheme is superb and Yu Pingan was scared out of his wits by Bai Yuma's sword, rewarding the host with 100 points of chi value and plus 10 spiritual power. Bai Feng, ? What's going on? White Yuma's looking for us? And it looks like it's even going up against the spirit sealing sect? What does this have to do with me? Where did I get the scheme? But after experiencing this so many times, he had begun to get a bit used to the system finding ways to stuff him with chi luck values. And he was even a bit curious as to what excuses the system was going to come up with next time. Since Bai Yuma has already met up with the spirit sealing sect's disciples, it also means that they should have heard the news and found their way over. Should we find an excuse to take a break and wait for Bai Yuma to come over? Just as Bai Feng was thinking, a small dot suddenly appeared in the distance. Then this small dot kept enlarging, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a human figure, and it was still rushing towards this place at an extremely fast speed. Bai Feng sensed the wild fluctuation of spiritual energy coming from behind him and subconsciously gripped his bamboo sword tightly to look back, only to see a blurry but familiar face lunging towards him. Brother! Before the voice arrived, the man had already pounced first. Fortunately, Bai Yuma didn't lose his mind because of his excitement, and promptly unloaded in the middle of the road, not knocking Bai Feng out along with him. But although she managed to dislodge the force, she didn't stop because of it, and instead jumped straight onto Bai Feng's body. Brother! You're not hurt, are you? Why didn't you come to me after what happened? She gently gripped Bai Feng's clothes, her head slowly lifting, her tone somewhat complaining and worried. It's Yum! Bai Feng reached out and patted her head, signaling her to hurry up and get off of him. The others were still watching. Bai Yuma did not leave, but stared closely at his somewhat gray eyes. She subconsciously reached out her hand to touch the location of Bai Feng's eyes. Brother, your eyes. Excessive consumption. I'll recover in a few days. Right now it's just a bit hard to see things. Bai Feng waved his hand, not caring about this matter. Is it Yi Tang? Bai Yuma's voice went cold. The heavenly sword, imitation, was already in her hand. Where is he? Bai Feng quietly glanced around, and as expected, the other disciples' originally avoided eyes looked over when they heard Yi Tang's name. Never mind. Since Bai Yuma asked him this, it also meant that she also knew about Yi Tang's cooperation with the spirit sealing sect. He's dead. He shook his head and whispered. Bai Yuma, however, did not feel happy. Although Bai Feng said it was simple, she had seen the venue where the two fought, and it was definitely a bitter battle. Even he had paid for it with his eyes as the price. She pursed her lips, lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, obviously we all agreed. It's all because of me. After being stuffed by Bai Yuma many times with the value of chi, Bai Feng was alerted almost instantly, and he put away the expression on his face, his voice flat but with a few hints of seriousness. White Yum. When her name was called out in full by Baifeng, she looked up with a jolt, only to see two large hands on her face. Brother. Brother? Bai Yuma's little face suddenly turned a little red. Would this action be too intimate? But Baifeng didn't give her time to think. His face was vaguely angry. His fingers directly pinched her little face. Kneading hard. Can you save me some heart? Less crying here. This thing is your fault? Ha? Or do you want to be scolded by me? Well, sorry. In the face of Bai Yuma's apology, Baifeng didn't stop and continued to ravage her little face. At the same time, he felt that Bai Yuma's emotions were a little too unstable. In the event of any stimulation, feeling will be born with the same heart demon as Su Lan Shallow. He guessed that Bai Yuma should still be affected by the previous years. Not just feeling indebted, but even judging from her almost ingratiating behavior. It was highly likely that she was worried that he would alienate her because of his experience in the previous years. Something must be done to cure her of this. Su Lan Shallow on the side looked at this scene. She subconsciously reached out and touched her own little face. If the one whose face is being pinched is... No. What was I thinking? Yeah, I just thought that if you get pinched like that, it should keep the mind demons at bay for days. Baifeng didn't notice Su Lan Xiao's suddenly shy look. After kneading for a while, he let go of Bai Yuma's little face that was already reddened by the kneading, and he let out a breath, feeling relieved all of a sudden. And he opened the system to take a look, and the system didn't stuff him with chi luck values. That means he managed to stop the system from stuffing the chi value. Finally won the system for once. I'm sorry for interrupting your exchange of brother-sister feelings, but can you tell senior sister what's going on with Yi Tang? At this moment, Yu Yao, who was on the side, finally couldn't hold back her inner curiosity and walked over to Baifeng and Bai Yuma's side to ask. Baifeng turned his head to look at Bai Yuma, and just as he was pondering who would be better to open his mouth, those Heavenly Sword sect disciples who couldn't keep up with Bai Yuma's speed finally rushed over. Great! Senior brother Bai is safe and sound. Where's Yi Tang? Isn't that guy on the team? To dare to strike out at a fellow disciple, and to collaborate with the Spirit Sealing sect to force senior brother Bai to appear. He must be escorted into the law enforcement hall to be punished. Should be expelled from the sect. This kind of person doesn't deserve to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect. Hearing the voices of these disciples who were filled with righteous anger, Yu Yao was also finally able to understand what had happened, and instantly her heart ignited a few points of anger as well. What happened to their group was actually designed by Yi Tang. One must know that these trapped disciples of theirs had almost died at the hands of those two Yuaning stage demonic beasts, and if it wasn't for her sparing her injuries to bear the impact of the Yuaning stage demonic beasts, I'm afraid that there were already a few disciples with weaker cultivation that couldn't make it back. Don't let me know what you're waiting for. Yu Yao suddenly remembered what Baifeng had just said to Fei Mo. He seemed to say that Yi Tang was dead. Is junior brother so strong? She subconsciously looked at Baifeng, whose face didn't have any expression on it, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. She reached out and poked Baifeng's waist, and asked Baifeng in a very low voice, Junior brother, how did you do that? Aren't you a formation master? Yeah, I'm a formation master. Yu Yao was a bit anxious. Don't sell yourself short. How the hell did you do it? Have you forgotten what the Spirit Sealing sect did? It's still thanks to the great formation they laid down. Otherwise I wouldn't have dared to make a move against Yi Tang. It was only after hearing Baifeng's reply that Yu Yao remembered that the people from the Spirit Sealing sect had set up a large formation nearby. She reached out and scratched her head. So, this is the Sealing Spirit sect lifting a stone and smashing their own feet, and also smashing Yi Tang to death in the process? But there really is no better explanation than that. So she stuck out her thumbs to Baifeng. Well done, junior brother. What a good death. As a victim, she didn't have an ounce of sympathy for Yi Tang. But why don't you get a few more people to help you? Junior brother, that way you won't be temporarily blind, right? First of all, I just can't see well. I'm not blind, Baifeng explained simply. Secondly, I realized it too late. This was indeed one of the reasons. After all, he hadn't found Lin Yan or Luo Chen and the others. And there was another thing, he was worried that Yi Tang's fate would change from death on the spot to being escorted to the law enforcement hall, which to the Sons of Qi wasn't much different from directly releasing a tiger to the mountain. Yu Yao nodded, but still muttered in a small voice. Well, it always feels like it's not worth it to let this kind of person cause you to briefly lose your eyesight. Junior brother. Especially if it's still in the secret realm. Isn't this dragging down the growth of junior brother? Alright, since we've already found eldest sister, let's find a place to rest. Baifeng waved his hand. More than anything else, he wanted to find a place to rest now. Temporary camps. As the Heavenly Sword Sect senior sister, you should have quite a few things to do, right? Just don't stay on my side all the time. Baifeng was lying on a simple wooden bed and said somewhat helplessly to Bai Yuma, Who was taking care of him on the side? There's nothing to do. Bayuma shook her head as she reached out and patted herself on the thigh. Brother, please lie down here. This is the bright eyes dew that I obtained earlier. It can heal the injuries of the eyes. You don't need to be lying on your lap if you're medicating, do you? This is very expensive. I've only obtained a total of 6 drops. Bayuma frowned slightly and retorted very seriously. What if I accidentally waste it? At least you should be closer to me. Does Jindan stage still have shaky hands? Bai Feng spat, but he leaned over and lay on Bayuma's lap. Although his eyes recovered after a period of recuperation, he naturally wouldn't refuse if he could speed up the process. After all, not being able to see is really a bit hard to bear. Bayuma didn't do anything strange. She placed one hand near Bai Feng's eyes and gently dripped bright eyes dew on his eyes. A cool sensation came at his eyes, and Bai Feng could feel the yin and yang lines at his eyes begin to slowly operate, constantly absorbing the bright-eyed dew. It's still really effective. Bai Feng felt that it was indeed a little clearer, and if he did it a few more times, he should be able to see the 5 senses clearly. Say, Yuma, can you get your hands off my face now? He opened his eyes, and though he still couldn't see much, he could tell by White Yum's posture that she was supposed to be staring down at him, and that her small hands were not being honest about touching his face. Okay. Bayuma hastily moved her hand away, her eyes dodging around, and even her ears reddened a bit. She first removed Bai Feng's head from her lap. Then she hurriedly stood up from the edge of the bed and said in a quick tone, the rice congee I cooked should be almost ready. I'll leave for a little while. Brother, you need to get some rest. With that she left the room at a brisk pace, with only a soft slam of the door. Shy. Bai Feng turned his head to look at the closed door of the room. He had just thought it was Yuma playing a prank on him. He had just pondered this for a moment when he heard the door to his room being pushed open again. From the shape of the body is not Yu Yao, wearing the clothes of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, and it is not Su Lan Shallow. Just as Bai Feng was pondering who had come in, a slightly familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Brother, are you better now? I just looked at the porridge and it's not cooked yet, but I've got a bit of spirit fruit. Brother, do you want to eat the spirit fruit first to pad your stomach? White Yuma, didn't she just leave? She's back so soon? And the tone wasn't quite the same as usual. What was different? Just as Bai Feng was thinking, Bai Yuma at the doorway spoke again. Brother, are you asleep? I'm coming in. That's when he finally figured out what was different. How was it that this tone still held a little bit of respect for his older brother? It was a tone he hadn't heard in years. Where was the current Bai Yuma to show any respect for him as an elder brother, other than the fact that he would call him brother on his lips? You're not White Yuma. Who the hell are you? Bai Feng was inwardly skeptical. It was like a mother who had been calling you by your nickname since you were a child suddenly calling you by your first name one day, and with a tone of voice that carried a few hints of politeness. It had to be suspicious. Was someone playing a joke on him? Who's got the nerve? Sister Yu Yao? Have the guts, but the conditions don't allow it. When Su Lan Shallow was next to him, she couldn't even say a complete sentence. Someone from another clan? Leaving aside the fact that how many people would dare to disguise themselves as Bai Yuma? Even if someone did disguise themselves as Bai Yuma, what was the point of risking so much to get close to him? When you think about it, there are quite a few reasons. Could it be that the people from the Spirit Sealing sect were unwilling to fail, so they were planning to capture him in a different way? Do they have it in them? Wait, what am I rambling on about here? Why don't I just open the system and take a look? Bai Feng simply wanted to slap his own head. How could he even forget such an important thing? Yuma, I'd like some water. Can you get me a bowl of water? He asked, sitting up from the bed first, to White Yum, who was approaching him. At the same time, he opened the system and directly tapped on the Son of Chi search function, only to see that the icon representing Bai Yuma was outside and appeared to be heading his way. This White Yum is really a fake? Bai Feng was a little confused in his heart, but his expression didn't change much. Then the most important thing now is to stall her. Of course. Bai Yuma nodded. She directly pulled out a bottle of Spirit Spring from her storage bag and poured it into the bowl on the table. After doing so she turned to look at Bai Feng. Brother, do you need me to help you up? No. It's not like I'm too badly injured to get up. Just put it on the table. Bai Feng waved his hand while he forcefully mobilized his divine sense to slowly approach towards Bai Yuma. Suddenly, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes and couldn't help but frown. Is it a yin and yang tattoo? Although the divine forging technique was also strengthened after fusing the yin-yang patterns, it wasn't all favorable. The connection between the yin-yang patterns and the divine forging technique was deeper than he had imagined. An excessive depletion of divine consciousness would affect the yin-yang patterns, which in turn would affect the eyes that had been fused with the yin-yang patterns. Although it can be moved as well, your eyes will hurt and it will also affect the speed of your recovery. Brother, what's wrong with you? Bai Yuma noticed Bai Feng's strange condition and leaned over with a concerned face. She held the bowl in one hand and reached out to him with the other. It's fine. It's just that the eye injury hasn't fully recovered yet. Bai Feng waved his hand, while the forcibly mobilized divine sense tentacles started to touch Bai Yuma. Alright, you can give me the water first. Brother, you're in such a state. It's better if I feed you. The corners of White Yuma's mouth hooked up into a smile, and her hand kept moving closer towards Bai Feng. Just as her hand was about to touch him, suddenly the door to the room was opened from the outside. Brother, the porridge is ready. Bai Yuma suddenly froze in place as she saw someone who looked exactly like her sitting on the edge of the bed with one hand reaching for Bai Feng. The White Yuma by the bedside looked towards the door. Her expression was not panicked, but instead carried a bit of anger. Who are you? Why are you disguised as me? But Bai Yuma at the door didn't respond, and she gently placed the porridge in her hand on the floor. Then she slowly raised her head. Her face was expressionless, but her eyes lost their luster slightly. Unforgivable. Boom! Powerful sword chi erupted from her body as she gripped the hilt of the heavenly sword, imitation, and slowly pulled it out of its scabbard. Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouth of the White Yuma on the bedside twitched slightly. She could no longer care about the disguise, and hurriedly reached out and grabbed the white maple on the bed. If you don't want him to get hurt. White Yum suddenly felt a wrong feeling in her hand, and turned her head to find that it was actually a pillow. She looked surprised. Then she frowned and looked at the door again, only to see that Bai Feng had covered his eyes and walked over to Bai Yuma. Illusion? Surprisingly it can affect me. I'm really getting curious about you. Bai Yuma licked her lips. It was clear that it was all the same face, but she was a bit more flirtatious. Bai Feng, come to me. With your talent in the Heavenly Sword Sect, it's just too much of an honor to be in the Heavenly Sword Sect. You're practically a natural-born saint's son. Bai Feng didn't answer her. What answered her was the sword in Bai Yuma's hand. The violent sword chi directly tore the bed together. But White Yuma dodged this move. She landed in the air and sat steadily on the chair with a smile on her face. Don't be so rough, no one likes your temper. Then she turned her head to look at Bai Feng, her fingers slightly hooking up her collar. But I'm different. I can become whatever you like, even if it's your sister's appearance. Oh, instead of answering, Bai Feng asked rhetorically, you're the 100 Appearances Holy Maiden? I can't believe that, mister. Bai still always remembers me in his heart. I'm so happy. The 100 Appearance Holy Maiden's mouth was tinged with a smile as she reached out and lifted the hair around her ears. Don't take care of this violent fellow. Come join me. I'll take you to do more comfortable things. Die. At that moment, a long sword suddenly appeared above her head and swiftly chopped towards her. The 100 Appearances Holy Maiden dodged in a hurry as she stared at the expressionless Bai Yuma. Her expression a few degrees of gravity. Worthy of being someone who possesses immortal bones, he really does have a few degrees of strength. Unfortunately, she is not a Jindan stage, although she used a secret method to suppress her cultivation at the Jindan, but the combat power she exploded can reach the late stage of Yuaning. Boom! The pupils of the 100 Appearances Holy Maiden shrunk slightly as she reached out and touched her scratched face with disbelief on her face. At this moment, only to see Bai Yuma's body has a trace of strange color. A power different from spiritual power slowly rose in her body. She slowly raised the heavenly sword in her hand. Her tone was flat but a little bit gloomy, stabbing crooked it. Next time I won't miss. After saying that, she once again charged towards the 100 Appearances Saintess. Is this the power of immortal bones? It's too unreasonable, isn't it? The 100 Appearances Holy Maiden didn't have the ease and comfort she had just had, and hastily put up her spirit to deal with it. Her moves were easily shattered, and when she tried to counterattack, she was overwhelmed by the stormy attack and could only dodge. It was obvious that she could burst out with the strength of a late-stage Yuaning, but why was she the one being suppressed? No! At this rate I really want to be planted in the hands of a little guy at the early Jindan stage. White Maple. Next time. The 100 Appearances Holy Maiden had just flashed a flirtatious smile at Bai Feng, but the next second the heavenly sword was chasing after her. She could only curse in her heart, not caring about her self-image, and directly broke through the wall. There was still a long time to go. She preferred taking her time than fighting to the death in a battle. If not this time then next time. Bai Yuma stared at the other parties fleeing back and didn't choose to chase after them. Her body swayed twice and suddenly fell backwards. Careful! Bai Feng hastily stretched out his hand to catch it, and she seemed to have no strength at all as she generally collapsed into his arms, completely unrecognizable from her strong appearance just now. Brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have left the room. Bai Yuma lowered his head, his hands unwillingly grasping his own clothes. Alright, take a good rest first. Thanks to you this time, or else I wouldn't necessarily be able to escape at the hands of the demoness this time. Bai Feng picked up Bai Yuma in his arms as he scanned the room, and even though his eyes still couldn't see clearly, he could tell that the room was no longer habitable. Beds, chairs, tables and whatnot were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Even the walls had several more sword marks and large holes in them, but the rice porridge sitting on the doorstep was still in good shape. What's wrong, junior brother? Yu Yao slowly poked out a head. In fact, as early as when the battle first started, they had already discovered it. But the problem was that the fighting was too intense for them to get close. Was this really a battle that could break out at the Jindan stage? The 100 appearances Holy Maiden snuck in just now, but she's already been fought off by Fei Mo. Bai Feng explained briefly. Please trouble senior sister to prepare a new room. Yu Yao was instantly shocked. What? 100 appearance Holy Maiden? Do you need my help in lining up ordinary disciples? Trouble senior sister. Bai Feng took a look at Yu Yao's height and was very relieved to hand the job over to her. That. Sulan Shallow also slowly poked his head out, carefully said, "To, or not come to my room. It just so happens that I'm in the next house. And I don't need to rest." That's fine. Then I'm sorry to interrupt. Bai Feng nodded and carried Bai Yuma in his arms as he walked quickly towards Su Lanxiao's room and gently placed her on the bed. He sat on the edge of the bed while Su Lanxiao stood in the corner with her head down like a statue. Looked like he was being bullied. That, or you're still. Bai Feng couldn't even look at him for a bit, but without waiting for him to finish, Su Lanxiao hurriedly opened her mouth and interrupted. No, I'm fine where I am. Don't mind mine. And also, and please don't kick me out. White Maple, aren't you being a little too humble? Never mind. It's good that she's happy. Bai Feng shook his head and glanced at Bai Yuma, who was resting on the bed. Speaking of which, it seemed like it was the first time he'd ever seen Bai Yuma weak. After feeding Bai Yuma the elixir for recovery, he pointed to the porridge on the table and asked, "By the way, I brought over the porridge you cooked. Want some?" Bai Yuma, however, shook his head. Or not. Your eyes aren't healed yet. I can ask senior sister Yu Yao for help. No need. You, stay with me for a while. Bai Yuma slowly grabbed his hand. Just for a while. Bai Feng looked down as Bai Yuma's hand reached out from under the covers and grabbed him, and held it tightly as if he was afraid he would leave. It seems that even a genius like Bai Yuma wants to have loved ones with him when he's injured. But that being said, wasn't White Yum's reaction a bit too much earlier? He was all a little bit freaked out. That's when he noticed that White Yum still seemed to be staring at him, with a few moments of nervousness on his face. He instantly laughed helplessly and held her hand hard as well. Don't worry, just the way I am now. It's not convenient to go out even if I want to. Well, Bai Yuma nodded lightly, a not so obvious smile at the corners of his mouth. It always feels a little mean to ask for attention or something from White Maple while he's weak. But inside, I feel so much more at ease. With this sense of reassurance, she slowly closed her eyes, letting out even breaths, only her hand still gripping Bai Feng tightly. Sleeping? Bai Feng glanced at Bai Yuma, who was already asleep, and didn't leave, but instead sat on the edge of the bed and pondered on how to prevent the demon girl from sneaking in. This time it was Bai Yuma who was okay. After all, he could verify the other party by checking the identity of the son of Qi through the system. But what if it was someone else? For example, Yu Yao. Oh, this is not to worry. Yu Yao Sis's height cannot be imitated. Sulan Shallow, for example, was even disguised as an ordinary disciple. The ability of the 100 appearances Saintess was indeed tricky, and it was no wonder that she had been active for so long without being caught. Well, add a few more formations to the camp. It should be enough for a short period of time. After all, if we wait a few more days, we will be able to leave the secret realm, and after that, it will be safe to return to the Heavenly Sword sect. It was just a pity that because of this guy Yitang, he didn't even get to enjoy exploring the secret realm. Brother, don't. I'll change. Don't leave. Bai Yuma suddenly sat up from the bed. She looked around a bit blankly. After a few seconds she remembered that self had exhausted her spiritual energy fighting with the demoness, and was now lying on the bed resting. It felt like ages since I'd slept like this, and I had nightmares when I managed to get a good night's sleep for once. She tried to raise her hand to rub her drowsy head, but the next second she realized that she was holding Bai Feng's hand, who was resting on the edge of the bed. Brother. The fear that the nightmare brought to her in Bai Yuma's heart instantly dissipated. She slightly lowered her head. Suddenly she thought of something and hurriedly raised her head to look towards the corner of the room, and then realized that Su Lanxiao had also fallen asleep sitting against the wall. She once again put her eyes on Bai Feng. Feeling herself's heart beating fast, she slightly bent her body down, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she ended up just kissing the back of Bai Feng's hand. Thanks. Her cheeks blushed slightly as she hurriedly straightened up and placed Bai Feng on the bed to rest. Looking at Bai Feng who was lying beside herself, she couldn't help but bring a trace of a satisfied smile on her face. Although she wanted to enjoy this moment, it would be bad if Bai Feng woke up in the middle of the day, and there was an outsider in the house, so it wouldn't be good for an outsider to find out. let's reheat the porridge. Bai Yuma quietly got down from the bed. Learning from the lesson of the last time, this time she left a sword in tent beside the bed. Only then did she quickly walk out of the room with the already cooled porridge on the table. And after she left, Sulan Shallow suddenly opened her eyes. And then she lowered her head with a trembling body. How did it feel that the relationship between this pair of siblings was a bit strange? That said, if Bai Yuma found out that she hadn't actually fallen asleep, she wouldn't be killed by the other party, would she? Senior Sister Su, can you set up the formation now? Bai Feng was standing on the ruins of a building, and after he woke up, he started working on preparing the array. Although this was their temporary camp, he saw that the terrain was good and planned to set up a few formations to transform the temporary camp into a stronghold. After which, if any of the disciples were injured while exploring the secret realm, they could also come here to recuperate. Most of all, with the formation it would be possible to prevent the demon girl from sneaking in again. If it's near you, it should be fine. Su Lan Shao lowered her head, looking no different from before. Well, then I'll trouble you to help carve the formation. Bai Feng nodded. I'll take care of the overall formation. You help me carve the details. After all, I can't see too well right now. Although he could also use his divine sense to assist in inscribing formations. Since his eyes had yet to recover, it was better to try not to use his divine sense for a long period of time. And because of this, there was no way to fuse any of the yin and yang tattoo remnants that he had obtained, and he had previously expected to be able to recover his eye injuries after the fusion to come. Good. After Su Lan Shallow agreed, Bai Feng told her about the formation that Self was going to lay down. The formation was a composite stacked formation, inlaid with each other with multiple 4th grade spell formations and a 5th grade formation, the most important function of which was to recognize the identity of the entrant. On top of that, he also planned to refer to the terrain formation trap remnants to modify the formation. Okay, let's start. Bai Feng stretched his body, and in order to motivate Su Lan Shao, he also drew a pie in passing. When it's done, I can promise you one thing that I can do. Su Lanxian froze for a moment, then she lowered her head and made a very soft sound. Aha! While Bai Feng was concentrating on constructing the formation, a sudden clamor resounded in the camp, and several disciples carried a person into the camp at a fast pace, and the person being carried was covered in horrible wounds, and the robes of the heavenly sword sect on his body were almost dyed red with blood, seemingly because of the bumps. He woke up in a stupor and opened his eyes with great difficulty, shouting in a hoarse voice to the people in the camp, "Quickly go save senior brother Lin Yan and senior brother Luochen!" Roar! At that moment, a roar came from outside the camp. It was a black and white tiger with 2 tails. His sharp claws were stained with black and red blood, and there were even a few strips of cloth hanging from them, so it was obvious that the injured disciple had been injured by it. It's a Yuan-ing stage demonic beast? Sinful animal, how dare you hurt our heavenly sword sect disciples? No good. It's charging over. Stop it. Only to see the demonic beast charging directly towards the camp, and the target was the injured disciple. The crowd saw this and blocked it. For a time, sword chi was flying, and the roars of the beasts mixed with the shouts of killing. This demonic beast. Yu Yao stood not far away with a grave expression on her face. How is it so similar to the 2 demonic beasts that blocked us? Again, only the power of the physical body was used, and not even aura was invoked. It was reasonable to say that a Yuan-ing stage demonic beast could already spit out human words and was no different from the human race. But why was it still just like an ordinary beast? Did Ji Tang not die? At the same time, Bai Feng stopped setting up his formation, and he naturally noticed the demonic beasts that had broken into the campsite, and instantly furrowed his brows. How come this Yuan-ing stage demonic beast doesn't have divine sense either? It couldn't be that Gai Yi Tang had resurrected again, could it? Then he would really have to curse. No, it could also be that strange weapon. If Yi Tang had obtained it in the secret realm, I'm afraid there was more than one in the secret realm. Brother, there's an invasion of demonic beasts, please follow me around. While Bai Feng was thinking, Bai Yuma also rushed to his side. This demonic beast is the same as the ones Yi Tang commanded. Bai Feng opened his mouth. What? Bai Yuma froze slightly as she frowned slightly. Did Yi Tang not die? Bai Feng shook his head. It's highly unlikely. He's already been burned to ashes by me. I'm worried about something else. Bai Yuma had a grave expression on her face. She knew exactly what Bai Feng meant by what he said. It was very likely that there were other people who knew how to manipulate demonic beasts and had their eyes on their heavenly sword sect. Yuma, please go and help deal with the demonic beast. Try not to use the heavenly sword. I'm worried that it might not be the only one, but the demoness may still be around. There was some hesitation on Bai Yuma's face. If she went to deal with the demonic beasts, then it would be difficult to ensure Bai Feng's safety. Just tell the other disciples to stay away from me. Bai Feng didn't come any slower but joined the team carving the formation as well. I can recognize you, but I can't necessarily recognize the other disciples. As long as the other disciples don't come close to me, I won't be in danger. The most important thing right now is that I have to hurry up and build out the formation." There was no response for a long time after he finished speaking, and he subconsciously looked up, only to find Bai Yuma staring at him somewhat dumbfounded. "What's wrong?" "Ah, well, no." As if waking up, Bai Yuma hastily shook her head. She lowered her head and felt herself's cheeks slightly burning. "Just do what you said, brother." After saying that, she turned and left at a quick pace. "By phone? ? He didn't say anything weird, did he?" On the other hand, Bai Yuma also passed on the message. Bai Feng was building a formation and was now in a critical period. Other disciples were forbidden to approach. She glanced back at the direction where Bai Feng was, and with one hand slightly placed on her own chest position, she felt her heart beat a few points faster. Although it seemed like a normal sentence to Bai Feng, after all, he was able to recognize the sons of Qi through the system. It carried a bit of other meaning to her instead. Did this mean that she was more special in Bai Feng's heart? And would she not be replaced by someone else? Meanwhile, outside the camp. I didn't expect to find an unexpected discovery. Which devil's way Senior left this behind? The 100 Appearances Holy Maiden looked at the dull-eyed demonic beast with more than a little playfulness on her face. She turned to look in the direction where Bai Feng was. Although at this moment, Bai Yuma was fighting a Yuaning stage demonic beast, and Bai Feng didn't have a bit of protection around him, so it looked like the best time to approach. But instead, she felt that times like these were the most dangerous, especially as a demoness who often teased others. She knew very well that the more times like these, the more careful she had to be. And that white maple guy was also very cunning, so maybe this was a trap to lure her out. It's better to go and see which senior it is first. The 100 Appearance Holy Maiden pondered for a long time and decided to give up this seemingly tempting opportunity. Anyway, there was still a long time to go. Now let's go and see which senior is bursting with gold coins first. It seems to have failed. A man in black with a black cloak and even a mask over his face said to a similarly dressed man to the side. Another person's tone was a bit dissatisfied. The Yuaning stage demonic beasts weren't even stopped? It's not like you don't know that within the 4 clans. It's the Heavenly Sword sex people who have the strongest fighting power. Not to mention that the demonic beasts that we manipulated all only have their fighting instincts left, with a large portion of their abilities gone. If it wasn't for that arrogant Gai Yitang borrowing 3 Yuaning stage demonic beasts, how would we be so passive? What's the use of talking about this now when the people are dead? What a waste. He can't even defeat a junior disciple at the early Jin Dan stage. I really don't know how he was chosen by the Divine Sovereign. Stop arguing. The storage bag Yitang left with us is enough to make up for our losses anyway. The black-clothed man who spoke at the very beginning stopped the crowd from arguing. Let's speed up and hurry to get the 1000 Formation Sect's inheritance in our hands. Don't worry. This is the 1000 Formation Sect's most famous formation. The 1000 Formations. Although it can only exert the power of a 5th grade formation today, and can only activate one form at a time, it's still more than enough to deal with a few Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Inside the formation, the flames seem to be more powerful. Is the opponent getting impatient already? Luo Chen's brows furrowed as he swung his longsword to slash the incoming fire dragon with a single stroke. At this time they were surrounded by a circle of semi-transparent film, blocking the courageous flames from the outside. But as the flames became more and more ferocious, the film had already begun to hold on a bit, and even the temperature inside began to slowly rise. Don't hold on. Switch immediately if you can't carry on, and seize the time to recover. He shouted to the Heavenly Sword sect disciples behind him, while in his hands, he kept chopping the constant stream of fire dragons out to prevent them from destroying the film separating the flames. Senior brother. You too. The Violet Peak's senior sister gathered her courage and raised her head, wanting to say something to Luo Chen, but Luo Chen spoke directly to interrupt. Go and change when you're rested. The senior sister's face was bitter. Before, when she saw Luo Chen come to their rescue, there was still a little fantasy in her heart, but now it seemed like she might just be along for the ride. It was also at this point that she finally determined that there was no going back to the old days between them. Luo Chen didn't bother to pay attention to her, but instead looked at Lin Yan, who was located outside the film. Unlike them, Lin Yan didn't seem to be able to feel the temperature of the flames at all, and was even absorbing the flames in reverse for cultivation. Brother Lin, go for it. Under the siege of the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples, the demonic beast's body was already covered in wounds and its movements were not as swift as at the beginning. Only to see Bai Yuma easily dodging the demonic beast's drawn tail, raising his long sword, and chopping off the head of the Yuaning stage demonic beast with a single stroke. The demonic beast's huge body collapsed with a loud bang. Sheathing her long sword, she directly turned around and left, not bothering with the dead demonic beast. She quickly ran next to Bai Feng, and after seeing that nothing had happened to him, she let her heart drop a little. Brother, it's settled. Well, I'm almost done too. Bai Feng nodded, and as he carved the last formation pattern down, a translucent film rose above the temporary camp. Because of the suddenness of the incident, he had simplified many of the steps, and nowadays, although this formation could barely reach the 5th grade, its function was much more singular. He only kept the recognition function, and added all the rest to his defense. For now, Bai Feng nodded as he looked at the formation, so that if he encountered another demonic beast invasion, he would be able to carry it for a while. He turned to look at Su Lan Xiao, who had made a great effort in the formation. Senior sister Su, thanks. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can ask me for help, provided it's something I can do. Su Lan Xiao hastily nodded her head. In fact, there was one thing she wanted White Maple to help her with right now, and that White Maple could definitely do. But she was just too ashamed to ask. Brother, there are a few disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who are trapped by a group of mysterious guys, and I, as the eldest sister of the Heavenly Sword sect, need to go and help. You. Bai Yuma's tone was a bit torn. Now that Bai Feng had not recovered from his injuries, it was not suitable for him to follow her, but she did not feel comfortable if she left Bai Feng in the camp. Suddenly, it felt that the seat of the eldest senior sister wasn't that good. If she wasn't the eldest senior sister, she could have avoided dwelling on this issue and just chose to stay with Bai Feng in the camp. I'm coming along. Bai Feng didn't intend to stay in the camp, although the camp was supposed to be safer with the formations he had set up. But according to the law of the Sons of Qi, it was generally safer to be around the Sons of Qi. If all 3 Sons of Qi were absent, something might happen to him if he stayed in the camp. And because this kind of behavior was beneficial to the Son of Qi, he didn't have to worry about being stuffed with Qi value by the system. On the contrary, if he was not moving in the camp, instead, he might be labeled by the system as seeing death and wildly stuffed with Qi value. Well, I'll protect you. Seeing this, Bai Yuma no longer dwelled on it. Since Bai Feng also wanted to go, then all she had to do was protect him. After Bai Yuma announced that he was going to rescue Lin Yan, Luo Chen and the others, the camp quickly got busy, and Su Lanxiao hurriedly entered the room where she was resting to pack her bags. First of all, put away the bowl that Bai Feng used to eat kanji yesterday, and then there is the most important bedding. She stared at the bedding on the bed and swallowed. It had been the best decision she'd ever made that night when she'd worked up the courage to let White Yummy rest in her room. She slowly reached out and gently folded up the bedding. Lying on her back, she could even smell the scent left behind by Bai Feng as he lay on it. She couldn't even begin to imagine what it would look like if this quilt was over herself. It should be like being held by a white maple. Well, what kind of stuff are you thinking about? Su Lanxiao reached out and knocked on her own head to stop herself from continuing to think wildly. It's time to get a grip. Trying to keep her brain empty, she stuffed all the bedding, along with the sheets and other items, into her storage bag, before she took a somewhat reluctant look at the bare wooden bed and quickly walked out of the room. A few minutes later, a disciple who had stayed in the camp because of his injuries was planning to find a place to rest for a while. Then through the half-open door of the room he saw a room with only a bare bed. No one lived here before? The people from the Heavenly Sword sect are almost here. Are they still not ready? The black-robed man has been a little impatient. Obviously just a few Jindan stage disciples. How is it the same as a small force that cannot be killed? It's strange. The flames within the formation seem to be being absorbed by something, and even their power has decreased somewhat. One replied, his face under the mask full of wonder. At this time, a sudden rattling came from within the formation, and the formation, which was already in disrepair for many years, added a few more breaks. I made it. Inside the formation, Lin Yan spat out a mouthful of flames, and although he sat in the fire, the flames didn't dare to approach him in the slightest. He slowly raised his right hand, and a flame fell onto his hand, gently pulsing like a docile puppy. Brother Luo, it's been hard work. Leave it to me next. Lin Yan turned around and said to Luo Chen with a smile. Then he waved his big hand, and the flames that made Luo Chen and the others unable to do anything about it suddenly dissipated into thin air. Luo Chen also wore a happy face when he saw this. Congratulations to Brother Lin for furthering his cultivation. It's only just become a Jindan. It's still far inferior to you guys. Lin Yan rubbed his nose, not to mention Luo Chen, a veteran Jindan. Even Bai Feng, who originally had a lower cultivation level than him, had become a Jindan a day earlier than him. However, he was not discouraged. Others had other people's chances and he had his own. He just needed to continue to make steady progress. What's more, Bai Feng had entered Jindan earlier than him. He would only feel happy. After all, Bai Feng had mediocre talent. Even if he had a chance, he still needed to work hard constantly on weekdays. And for that, he had sincere admiration. You guys did surprise me a little. At that moment, a voice came from outside the formation. and Lin Yan and Luo Chen and the others were immediately like enemies, gripping the weapons in their hands. I wanted to give the Heavenly Sword sect a face and let you slowly spit out the Thousand Formation sect's inheritance, but now it seems that it won't work without a bit of a hard hand. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the flames around him dissipate, and what appeared in the formation immediately afterward were countless swords and knives. Enjoy yourselves, but if you can hand over the inheritance of the Thousand Formation sect, I might spare your lives. Bah, don't think that a few broken swords can threaten me, Lin Yan pooh-poohed, still wanting an inheritance. Dream on. Well, I hope your mouth is as hard next. After saying that, the swords in the formation quickly rushed towards the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Good timing. Flames flared up on Lin Yan's body, directly transforming into a large flaming hand as he crushed the flying swords. At the same time, Luo Chen also gripped his long sword once again, his sharp sword chi battling the swords within the formation. Look out! Someone! Bai Yuma suddenly stopped in his tracks, only to see that in front of them, there stood two black-robed men with black cloaks. How about we sit and have a cup of tea? A man in black sat on a tree stump with a pot of tea floating in front of him. Get out of the way. Bai Yuma gripped the hilt of her sword, her eyes slightly glued as she felt that there was something odd about the enemy in front of her. There seems to be a strange power in them. That won't work. The man in black shook his head. The front has already been occupied by us. You guys can go over there after we've taken the treasure. Just the two of you? Of course not. I don't have the guts to fight against the Heavenly Sword sect's senior sister. The man in black shrugged. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly a large group of demonic beasts drilled out of the forest behind him. With varying cultivation levels, there were Foundation Establishment, Jindan, and even a Yuaning, conservatively estimating that the number of the combined number was at least 300 or more. Only that these demonic beasts all had dull gazes, and were basically the same as the Yuaning stage demonic beasts that had been eliminated earlier. Bai Feng stared at the other black-robed man who hadn't spoken, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. How did we meet another son of Qi? Is this a villainous stream of chakra children? Drops. The system has been upgraded and completed. New function of querying the information of the son of Qi is added, and new marking function is added. Query function, you can view the basic information of the sons of Qi in advance, allowing the host to formulate a plan for the identity of the sons of Qi, and as the host's Qi value increases, the information gained will be more detailed. Marker, can mark a son of fortune. Even if the son of fortune is far away from the host can still get the direction of where the son of fortune is by marking. Can also be used on non-sons of fortune, but can't get the direction of the marker's position. Currently can mark number of people 0/1 person. Bai Feng suddenly froze for a moment because the system upgrade hadn't affected usage. He'd almost forgotten that the system was being upgraded. System, can you check the favorability? Can't. Repeat again. This system is a villain system. Please don't have unrealistic delusions. White Maple smacked his lips a little sadly. If you can't, you can't. Let's first see what the opposite side of the Qi Yunzi is. He threw out array disks and built a simple array while using the query function on the black-cloaked son of Qi. Soon, the person's information appeared before his eyes. Zuoqiu, female, middle Jindan stage. When she was young, her family suffered a change. Her parents died tragically, and then she joined the God Refining sect by chance. And now she is an ordinary disciple of the God Refining sect, and she is very eager for power. Ha, it's even a female? Bai Feng was slightly surprised in his heart. He sneaked a glance at Zuoqiu. If it wasn't for the system reminding him, he really couldn't tell. As for the rest of the information, it was quite in line with his stereotypical imagination of a son of Qi, and at the same time, Zuoqiu also noticed Bai Feng, but it wasn't because of the other party's identity. She just inexplicably felt a little upset in her heart when she saw this person, especially with the other person sneaking glances at her. It made people angry. Do you despise her? Don't look. Let's do it too. Zuoqiu turned his head to look at his teammate who was sitting on a tree stump sipping tea. His voice was very husky, and it was impossible to hear that the person speaking was a woman. Wouldn't it be good to let them fight the demonic beasts? How long do you think this group of demonic beasts can stop them? Zuoqiu glanced at the battlefield. The Heavenly Sword sect was indeed living up to its name. It was clear that the number of demonic beasts was superior, but instead, they were beaten back by the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. If it wasn't for the relatively large number of them, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Sword sect disciples had already rushed out of the encirclement of the demonic beasts. Ugh, if I had known, I wouldn't have taken this hard job. His teammate shook his head somewhat helplessly. Then he drew a fan from his arms, and wisps of black air floated out from it. And Zuoqiu also drew out his long sword covered in black lines. I'll deal with the guy who set up the formation. You help me stall the others. No problem. His teammate opened his fan. and a black wind swept towards the heavenly sword sect disciples, especially near Bai Feng. Careful! Bai Yuma instantly kicked the head of the Yuaning stage demonic beast, and when she wanted to turn around and return to Bai Feng, a fan stopped her in her tracks. I'm sorry, this way is not possible. Facing the black-clothed man who blocked the way, Bai Yuma didn't say anything, but only drew the heavenly sword at his waist. Berserk spiritual energy poured out at once, towards the black-robed man holding the fan. Fuck! The black-clothed man was instantly unable to maintain his elegant stance as well, and he hastily raised his fan in a panic to parry, while at the same time he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! What kind of person starts out with a big move? Dog day right, old man. 80% knew that the relationship between the Heavenly Sword Sect's eldest sister and that formation master was not ordinary, so he threw this hard job to him. At the same time, Bai Feng, who had been paying attention to the movements of the Son of Qi, instantly sensed the other party flying towards him. He dropped a few array discs to instantly form a formation, but the other party didn't seem to intend to dawdle with him, only to see the long sword in her hand instantly erupt with powerful spiritual energy, easily breaking open the simple formation. Sure enough, it's the same type of weapon as the halberd in Yi Tang's hand. Bai Feng didn't expect a few simple formations to stop the Sons of Qi, as long as they could block them for an instant. Suddenly, only a black shadow was seen flying towards Zuoqiu. Zuoqiu also quickly retracted his longsword when he saw this, and turned around and slapped his palm towards the flying black shadow, only to see the black shadow spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood and crash into a thick tree and pass out. The dark figure was no other than her teammate, but Zuoqiu couldn't be bothered to be surprised. The berserk sword Qi had already swept towards her. She hastily raised her longsword to fend it off, and it erupted with furious spiritual energy. But the once invincible eruption lost its effect at this point, and was easily torn to pieces by the sword Qi. If she hadn't sensed the danger ahead of time and kept dodging back and forth, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be just spiritual energy that would be torn to shreds. But even so, the clothes on her body were torn in many places, revealing the pale skin inside, as well as hideous wounds, worthy of being the Heavenly Sword Sect's senior sister. It's me who lost. Zuoqiu quickly took out a new cloak from his storage bag to cover the torn clothing. With such a large gap in strength, she already had little hope for the inheritance of the Thousand Formation sect. She looked deeply at Bai Feng and without leaving any harsh words, she directly turned around and left. As for the unconscious teammates, they were just a temporary team that happened to share the same heritage and formed in the secret realm. So what did the deaths and lives of these people who already had bad intentions have to do with her? However, White Yuma naturally wouldn't let the other party leave so easily, only to see her raise her heavenly sword and chop at Zuoqiu with force. 2 ordinary-looking sword Qi appeared beside her almost instantly. A strong sense of crisis immediately surfaced in Zuoqiu's heart. She did not hesitate and directly threw out the long sword in her hand. The long sword chopped at the 2 flying sword Qi, but in the next second, the long sword was chopped and flew out, with 2 more deep slits on it, and the sword Qi was still following her closely. So with a fierce heart, she once again maneuvered her longsword to fly towards the sword Qi, and as she was about to collide, she shouted in a small voice, "Explosion!" A violent explosion rang out behind her, while she used the aftermath of the explosion to pick up speed once more and quickly disappeared in mid-air, and those 2 sword Qi were consumed in the explosion. Surprisingly, he ran away. Bai Yuma clenched her fists, so close she could have left this guy who attempted to make a move on Bai Feng. Just as resentment and anger rose in her heart, a hand was gently placed on her shoulder. "Yuma, thanks, I knew you'd get there in time." Bai Feng gave her a thumbs up. "Brother." The anger in Bai Yuma's heart suddenly dissipated. And if she wasn't still on the battlefield at this time, and there were other people around, she really wanted to jump into Bai Feng's arms and pamper herself. She raised her head to look at Bai Feng. The smile at the corner of her mouth simply couldn't be suppressed. After all, it's our agreement. After a few compliments, Bai Feng didn't continue chatting. He once again threw a few array discs onto the battlefield to form a simple spell formation to assist the other disciples in the battle. At the same time he glanced at Bai Yuma, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground grasping for time to recover his spiritual energy, and slightly nodded his head. The effect of this method seems to be okay, at least the mood is much more stabilized, and it would be good to praise her more in the future as well. Drop, detected the host. In short, it is very despicable. Using the white feather mal to injure Zuoqiu, rewarded 200 Qi value, all attributes plus 20, white maple. Tatsuko, you're not going to pretend anymore, are you? Damn, it's not over yet. Lin Yan once again crushed the flying swords with his big flaming hand, but no matter how many he crushed, the swords were still being generated in the formation in a steady stream. The others can't hold out much longer. Isn't there a way to break the formation? A few drops of sweat slowly trickled down Luo Chen's face. As the highest cultivation amongst the disciples, He had to deal with the swords rushing towards him in addition to helping the other disciples to fend them off. The pressure could be said to be the greatest. Lin Yan shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. I'm not brother Bai. It's fine to let me refine pills and stuff, but I really can't understand this array formation stuff. At that moment, an ordinary disciple suddenly made a mistake and a long sword flew straight at his face. Luo Chen quickly shattered the flying longsword when he saw this, but this disciple's mistake was like triggering a chain reaction, and mistakes continued to occur among the disciples. However, this couldn't be blamed on them. After holding on for so long, they had reached the point where they were close to running out of gas, no matter whether it was physically or mentally, and now it was all up to their wills to hold their bodies strong. Seeing this, Lin Yan couldn't help but bite his teeth. His eyes shifted as if he was communicating with someone. Eventually he closed his eyes. A second later he opened his eyes with a few more points of determination and sadness in his eyes, as if he had made some kind of determination. He looked up at Luo Chen. Brother Luo, let the senior brothers and sisters come behind me. I have a due. But without waiting for him to finish, a sudden shout came from outside the formation. At once, Luo Chen's face was beaming with joy. Someone has come to save us. Everyone hold on. Just hold on a little longer and we'll be able to get out of this damn formation. Did they fail? A black-robed man turned around and looked at the Heavenly Sword sect disciples who were rushing towards here. Granted, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could stop the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, but wasn't this a bit too fast? And the two people who went out to stop them didn't come back. Did they escape? Or were they caught by the Heavenly Sword sect disciples? At the same time, Bai Feng was sizing up the three remaining black-robed men from afar. He glanced down at the system and was completely relieved. Finally, there are no more sons of the air. If there was another son of Qi, he would really not be able to top it. I advise you that you had better not act rashly. A man in black stood in front of the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples, and although they were already surrounded by the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples, their voices did not show any fear. He slightly half-sidestepped his body and raised his right hand to slowly point at the formation behind him. If you guys don't want to go back with a pile of rotting meat, hurry up and back off. Bai Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he quietly reached out and touched Bai Yuma. Yuma, help me stop them in a moment. Aha. Bai Yuma didn't inquire about anything as she quickly nodded and placed her right hand on the hilt of the Heavenly Sword. What? Do you want your dear senior brothers and sisters to be sliced into rotten meat? Don't retreat yet. The man in black let out a rampant laugh. He could know too well about this group of disciples from the righteous sects. This group of people would never give up on their fellow disciples until they had no choice, and this also gave him an opportunity to do so. Do it! Bai Feng charged straight towards the formation, while Bai Yuma also drew his heavenly sword and slashed at the black-clothed man who stopped in front of him. The man in black hurriedly picked up his large sword to parry, but was sent flying by the other party with a single sword blow, until he tumbled several times in the air before landing firmly on the ground. Fine. Great. The black-robed man clenched his teeth, anger almost on the verge of spewing out of his mouth. Since you guys are so ungrateful, then wait to collect the corpses for your senior brothers and sisters. He raised his right hand, and under the impetus of his spiritual energy, the formation instantly accelerated. Bai Feng, I've heard of you. The formation genius who defeated disciple Lu Meng. He turned his head to look at Bai Feng who was rushing towards the formation. But what can you do if you're here? This is the Thousand Formation sect's famous formation, named Thousand Formations. Regular people can't break through it from the outside, so you'll just watch your senior brothers and sisters get torn to pieces by the formation. Or, if you guys promise me a request, I can choose to let go. Bai Feng turned around. He glanced at the black-robed man who had let out a cruel laugh, his face puzzled. What were you just saying? Only to see that behind him, the formation that was supposed to be operating at full power suddenly came to an abrupt halt. In the next second, the formation began to collapse from his side, like dominoes being pushed over, the collapse rapidly expanding to the entire formation. How is that possible? The man in black stared at the eyes hidden under the mask. He couldn't believe why the formation that was claimed to be the most difficult to break through would crack and collapse so easily. This formation has been placed for too long and no one has maintained it. The interior has long been in disrepair. Bai Feng kindly explained a few words to the other party. As long as you destroy a few small nodes, the entire formation won't be able to function any longer, and it's only a matter of time before it collapses. No, that's impossible. I can't even see through the internal structure as a manipulator. And you can see the internal structure with a single glance from the outside? The black-clothed man instantly thought of something, only to see him grip his long knife tightly and directly slash at Self's arm. I remember. You guys are still proficient in illusions, right? You want to rely on illusion to stall for time? Don't dream of it. How could anyone mistake themselves for being in an illusion? Unlike the black-clothed man who refused to believe, Su Lan Shao, who possessed spirit pupils, clearly saw what Bai Feng had done. Just as Bai Feng had said, he had really only used his spiritual power to block the operation of a few nodes, and immediately after that, the 1,000 formations collapsed one after another. It seemed simple, but she was well aware of the difficulty involved. This was not something that could be done by just destroying a few nodes. Even the array masters who had set up the 1,000 array might not be able to do it. After all, nowadays this array was in disrepair and many of the nodes had already failed, and even the logic of its operation had changed. Unless, Bai Feng could see the structure of the formation and also had to have a solid and thick foundation in order to find the key node at a glance from the complicated nodes. But was that really possible? If the former relies on talent, the latter can only rely on its own efforts. Su Lanxiao's fingers clenched slightly harder, but relaxed after a few seconds. She really didn't lose at all. Whether it was talent or effort, she was abused to the core. The old me who had no one in sight is still ridiculous. Su Lanxiao lowered her head. Perhaps self wasn't as talented as self thought. At this moment, she felt that her self's heart was suddenly much lighter, and even her heart demon seemed to have become a little weaker. She suddenly froze for a moment. Is that what's gotten into me? Why aren't we out of the illusion yet? Must not have cut hard enough. The black-clothed man's arm was already covered with stab wounds, and blood was dripping down, but he still kept swinging the large sword. Instead, it was now like he was caught in a phantasmagoria. Bai Feng was also a bit helpless at this. He couldn't wake up someone who thought he was deep in an illusion. So he turned his head to look at Bai Yuma. Where are his two teammates? Ran away as early as the beginning. The ones who stayed here were the two puppets. Bai Yuma shook his head. Like rats, they run really fast. Seeing this, Bai Feng waved his hand and consoled. Forget it, counting the one with the fan. Catching two people is enough. Bai Yuma nodded her head and didn't say anything more. She could just tell that she was still a little upset. At the same time, as the 1,000 formations collapsed, Lin Yan, Luo Chen, and the others who were trapped within the formations walked out from within the formations. And then the first thing I saw was the black man who kept mutilating himself. Lin Yan was instantly confused. What's wrong with him? What tactics did Brother Bai use to force him into this state? It wasn't just him. Even the other disciples who had witnessed all the proceedings were just as dumbfounded. Since then, the rumor that Bai Feng had made his enemies go crazy with a single word had begun to circulate among the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples. In underground caves that are hard for regular people to find, a young girl with white hair walked through the narrow passageway, holding her sword in one hand, with black blood dripping down from it. Snappy snappy, congratulations on passing the test. At that moment, a pleasant voice rang in her ears, and in the next second, the narrow passageway in front of her suddenly moved to the sides until it formed a wide underground cavern. There was no joy on Seven's face. Instead she stared at the female figure that had appeared in front of her. It was a very blurry figure, as if it had been taken with a frosted lens, and she could only vaguely see the delicate figure. Where's the exit? She raised her long sword and pointed it at the blurry silhouette, a bit more impatience in her originally flat tone. But the woman acted as if she hadn't heard it, still saying to herself, since you passed the test, you must be rewarded. But before I give the reward, I have one more question for you. The woman suddenly appeared in front of Shao Qi. Shao Qi hastily swung her long sword, but only swung an empty one. The shadow was indeed cut off, but the next second it was together again. You hate the world, don't you? The woman's voice was like a devil's whisper, easily passing through her eardrums and piercing into her heart. It was like a ramble before sleep, and she couldn't help but remember what had happened to her since she was a young child. Hated and hated by his parents at home, beaten as a monster when he was kicked out of his house, and only dared to hide in a corner during the day where no one was. To this day she still loathes her own hair, and if it hadn't been white, she wouldn't have been abandoned by her birth parents. She also hated the world, which had brought her no warmth since her birth, only endless pain. But, Shao Qi's mind floated to Bai Feng's figure. This was the first time she felt warmth. She remembered that it was a morning when she was curled up in a corner with no one there, and because she had not eaten for many days, she was so weak that she could even feel that she was dying. But even though she didn't have the slightest bit of strength, she was still tugging at her own hair, and even as she neared death she still hated her gray hair. At that moment, a steaming bun suddenly appeared in front of her. She subconsciously looked up. It was a teenager who was a bit older than her, but very good looking. Want some? Perhaps because of her hunger, or perhaps because she had given up hope as if she were giving up on herself. She didn't consider the consequences and just grabbed the bun and ate it. And the teenager just looked at her until she finished the whole bun before he continued to ask her. I'm opening an orphanage. Want to come with me? You're guaranteed to get a bun every day, until you're full. She stared blankly at the teenager, not feeling the teenager's gentle smile was harsh or anything like that. The only thing in her mind was that she wanted to have a full meal, even if it was purgatory behind her. It didn't matter. She wanted to have a full meal before she went on her way, and she didn't want to go to hell on a hungry stomach. Then she entered the orphanage, and the teenager entrusted her with cleaning her body and toning her weak body with elixirs whose price she didn't know at the time, as well as literally eating buns every day until she was full. And instead of loathing her gray hair, the teenager often complimented it, even touching it intimately every day, to the point of making the other children in the orphanage a little jealous. That warmth that she had never felt in either of her biological parents, she finally felt in a strange teenager. Wounds in the heart don't go away, but they can be filled with something else. She still loathes her own gray hair, and her heart still hates this world that brought her full of wounds. But, because of Baifeng, she accepted her own loathed gray hair, and once again, she has a little more expectation for the future. Ha ha ha, I see it, I see the hatred in your heart. The woman's figure suddenly let out a pleasant laugh. It's really been a long time since I've seen such a suitable person. Get out. Seven snapped out of her memories, a frown creasing her expressionless face as she stabbed her sword at the woman's blurred figure once more. In the next second, the woman's figure coalesced once more, and she was not the slightest bit annoyed. Had, I like your character. The key is yours. Looking forward to the day we meet again. Under Shao Qi's attack, the woman's blurry figure dissipated, but her voice did not. Suddenly, a black aura rushed towards her, and even though she realized it in time and quickly dodged it, the black aura still wrapped around her sword and left a black, lotus-like mark on it. Seven frowned as she felt the sword in her hand had an extra indefinable connection to her. She wanted to drop her sword, but then she would have no weapon to use, and there was no telling what dangers she might encounter behind her. And she had a premonition in her heart that the sword might not be able to be discarded and would always follow her. After much hesitation, she decided to take the sword and get out of here first. Seemingly because of the end of the inheritance, there was suddenly an additional passageway slanting upwards in the cave ahead. Without hesitation, she walked straight into the passageway and upward. So, you were fighting with the spirit sealing sect when you accidentally fell into a cave, only to discover that this is the place of inheritance of the Thousand Formation sect? Baifeng reached out and rubbed his forehead. Together, while I was trying to figure out how to take out Yi Tang, you guys triggered the main quest? One could only say that it was worthy of being a son of Qi. And this way of obtaining the inheritance was also in line with his stereotypical impression of a son of Qi. Lin Yan nodded. Well, I managed to pass the trial and obtain the Thousand Formation sect's inheritance, and the spirit sealing sect's disciples outside were also taken care of by Brother Luo, but I didn't expect to run into those black-clothed men, who didn't know what method they used to gain control of the Thousand Formation sect's formations. Trapping us. Yeah, if it wasn't for senior brother Bai and eldest sister and their timely arrival, we would have been in danger. Luo Chen also thanked from the side. I really didn't think that a simple exploration of the secret realm would result in something like this. Baifeng subconsciously glanced at the three sons of Qi in front of him. The Heavenly Sword sect alone had come with three. No, together with the dead ones there were a total of 4 sons of Qi. Not to mention that there were several from other sects as well. So it would be strange if something didn't go wrong in this secret realm. Thinking about this, Baifeng couldn't help but mourn for this world's secret realm for a second. With so many sons of Qi, this world's secret realm was afraid that it wouldn't survive much longer. By the way, Brother Bai, this is the inheritance of the Thousand Formation sect. At this moment, Lin Yan pulled out a formation disc that looked like white jade from his storage bag. None of us know anything about formations, so the inheritance is better given to you. I'm knocking, so I'm getting a legacy for doing nothing? As for Hao Ling Yan, a person who doesn't know anything about formations, obtained the inheritance of the Thousand Formations sect. Hiya, don't get too clear about the miraculous encounters of the son of Qi. Maybe Lin Yan has an old grandpa who is helping him. Baifeng didn't make any pretense and directly reached out to accept the Thousand Formation sect's inheritance array disc. Many thanks, I won't say anything more. In the future, if you guys need anything in terms of formations, just feel free to look for me. When Lin Yan saw Baifeng accept it, he immediately opened his mouth and smiled as well. Don't worry, I won't be polite when I need to use you. After obtaining the Thousand Formation sect's inheritance formation disc, Baifeng didn't rush to enlightenment. Now after obtaining the inheritance, they wouldn't be able to stay in the secret realm for a few more days, so it was better to go back to the sect and find a quiet and safe environment to enlightenment. And he was more worried about Seven's well-being, which he didn't know where the boy had run off to explore. In the meantime, Seven had just stepped out of the cave passage when she saw a woman standing near the entrance of the cave, who was now staring at her playfully. Surprisingly, it's the inheritance of the Black Lotus. It seems that person was also involved in the overthrow of the Thousand Formation sect. The woman saw the Black Lotus pattern on Shao Qi's sword at a glance, coupled with the Heavenly Sword sect's clothing on Shao Qi's body. Her face was even more surprised. Huh? I can't imagine that the Heavenly Sword sect is really a hidden tiger and dragon. Little sister, do you want to go with sister? The Heavenly Sword sect is not suitable for you. Roll. Shao Qi could see at a glance that this person was unsuspecting, and from the information and attitude revealed by this person, he was afraid that it was not the same clans that had come to explore the secret realm this time, and it was highly likely that it was because of the so-called Black Lotus inheritance secret infiltration of the Devil's disciples. Ha ha ha. Sis, I kinda don't like your attitude too much. The smile at the corner of the woman's mouth added a point of coldness. Bai Feng had Bai Yuma's protection, and it was true that she couldn't do anything about him. But you're a tiny Heavenly Sword sect disciple, and you can't beat me? In the next second, the woman rushed towards Shao Qi, but just as she was about to approach Shao Qi subconsciously raised the long sword in her hand to block. But at that moment, only Shao Qi's long sword in her hand suddenly erupted with huge spiritual power, directly forcing the woman back. Hiss, that one is really willing to shed blood. The woman's face was grave. With just a single inheritance mark, she was able to erupt such a powerful force. It seemed that that person really liked this Heavenly Sword sect young disciple. But the more you do, the more interesting it gets. A smile surfaced on her face once again, and spiritual energy that far exceeded that of a Jindan erupted from her body. Be careful, little sister. Next I'm going to get real with my sister. Shao Qi couldn't care less about being surprised at the situation, and once again raised his longsword to block and strike back. It was then that she realized that she no longer felt rusty when she swung the sword, as if the sword suddenly had a life and was guiding her on how to strike it. In the face of the woman's overwhelming attack, she was surprisingly able to fight back and forth. Boom! The woman hit a tree and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. She stared at Shao Qi with a shocked face. How is this guy so strong? No, it's not her that's strong, it's the sword. At that moment, only Shao Qi's light-colored pupils seemed to be tinted with a layer of red, and the moves in her hands became more and more powerful. After a few hard moves, the woman was instantly disheartened. She took one look at Seven, who seemed to be losing her mind, and all of a sudden jumped high into a tree, pulling the two of them apart. Sister, I won't accompany you to fool around. Before leaving, I'll give you a piece of advice. The people of the Heavenly Sword sect won't let the person who obtains the Black Lotus inheritance to continue to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect. However, if you're pursued by the Heavenly Sword sect and can't survive, you can come to find my sister Mio. After saying that, she hurriedly dodged the flying sword chi and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And after the woman disappeared, the red color in Shao Qi's eyes did not disappear. She wanted to vent the anger in her heart. She wanted to. No, it's not right. She reached up and covered herself same forehead. She couldn't do this. White Fawn would hate her. Gradually, the red color in her eyes disappeared, and the tyrannical aura of her body vanished into thin air. She let out a breath and looked down at the long sword in her hand. Having realized one thing during the battle just now, the sword's connection to her was far deeper than she had thought. I'm afraid that even if I destroy this sword, I won't be able to get rid of the so-called Black Lotus inheritance. She wanted to go back to look for Bai Feng, but the woman's words just now reminded her that she was afraid that going back like this would bring trouble to Bai Feng. Now that Bai Feng had managed to get the attention of his family and even the clan because he had shown a talent for formations, she would definitely drag him down with her when she went back. What am I going to do? 7? At that moment, a voice that she was incredibly familiar with and at the same time missed came from the distance. She subconsciously turned around to look, only to see that Bai Feng was rushing towards this place, and along with him there was also Bai Yuma, whom she didn't really like. Brother? Shao Qi subconsciously hid her sword behind herself, like a small child who has done something wrong with her head lowered. Why are you here? No. How did you find me? Because the battle moved so much. Of course. Bai Feng reached out and rubbed her head. It was coincidental, because he was worried about Shao Qi's safety. So in addition to entrusting other disciples to help look for him, he also brought Bai Yuma out to look for him. And he happened to come across the fluctuations of a battle that far exceeded the Jindan stage coming from the distance. Although it was unlikely that Seven would appear there, taking a chance, he sneaked over with White Yuma to check it out. It turned out that Seven appeared in the least likely place instead. It seems that you have gained a good chance to be able to burst out with such a strong power. Bai Feng smiled and sized up Shao Qi before noticing her small movements and the long sword hidden behind her back. Ha! This scent? It's a little familiar. After being discovered by Bai Feng, Shao Qi didn't hide anymore, but took her sword out and looked downcast. I'm sorry, brother, I might not be able to go back with you. This is, Bai Feng carefully surveyed. The breath on this can be much stronger than the weapons of Yi Tang those people. Is it the Pro Max version? He looked to the side at Bai Yuma, but Bai Yuma shook her head as well. She didn't know what it was either. Shao Qi, don't worry, can you tell me what you've encountered? Bai Feng stroked Shao Qi's silky white hair and gently soothed her. Xiao Qi felt the warmth coming from the big hand on top of her head. The uneasiness in her heart dissipated a lot. She nodded her head and whispered, "When I was exploring, I accidentally fell into a cave and met a female ghost inside. She said that I was very suitable for her inheritance and wouldn't let me leave, and the way back was blocked by her, so I could only keep going forward. After I managed to kill the demonic beasts that blocked the way, the female ghost reappeared to say that I passed the test, and then my sword was attached by her with this thing." Bai Feng nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, "Then do you know what kind of inheritance it is?" Xiao Qi first shook her head, but then nodded. "That female ghost didn't say, but I met a very strong woman when I was coming out. She said that I was obtaining the Black Lotus inheritance, and tried to grab me away, but was beaten away by me. No, by this sword. A woman with great strength? It couldn't be the 100 appearances saintess, could it?" Bai Feng's face was contemplative, and she was probably the only one who could know such things. This guy is really shady. However, as a devil genius who suppressed his own cultivation to come in, the result is that he suffered 2 consecutive defeats, which is really a bit miserable. Hopefully her mind would be a little worse, preferably going off the deep end, so he wouldn't have to worry about the demon girl continuing to trouble him. This thing is going to cause a lot of trouble, isn't it? Let me leave if it doesn't work. I can't cause you trouble. Xiao Qi lowered her head and stared at the Black Lotus on the sword. Although her tone was calm, judging from the hand that gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, her heart was not as calm as it appeared. Bai Feng reached out and knocked her on the head. "What are you talking about? Where can you go after leaving? Just leave this matter to me." But, Xiao Qi looked at the sword in her hand and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. This world never seemed to show her a single ounce of kindness. Whenever she was living peacefully, this world would tear her beautiful life apart. Instead of continuing to persuade her, Bai Feng took out a handkerchief from his storage bag and wiped the corners of his eyes, pretending to be very sad. "Or is it that you, Xiao Qi, are already disgusted with brother me and want to go out and live on your own?" No, I would never loathe you, brother." Seven was flustered, but didn't wait for her to explain a few things when a large, warm hand was placed on her head. "Then, will you do as I say? Let me take care of the difficulties." Bai Feng rubbed her head, his tone carrying a meaning that could not be refused. Seven lifted her head slightly and looked at Bai Feng's serious demeanor, as if it was just like the day she was discovered and adopted by Bai Feng. Her eyes reddened slightly and she nodded softly. "Aha, good," finally coaxed. Bai Feng was relieved in his heart. He didn't let Seven leave, 1 because he really didn't want to let go in his heart, and 2 also because he could obviously see that Seven had gotten the villain script. If he really let her out, he might face off with the son of Qi at some point, and with Xiao Qi's relationship with him, wouldn't the system go crazy stuffing him with Qi values at that time? It's fine to stuff the Qi value. What if Seven is brushed by the son of Qi as a boss? In short, it was that he had to keep Seven, and at that moment, Bai Feng didn't notice that Bai Yuma, who hadn't said a word, was looking at him and Xiao Qi a little less than right. She couldn't help but clench her fists. The title of brother was supposed to be something only she could shout, but in the end, she loosened her fists. Perhaps this was her punishment for avoiding Bai Feng in the previous years. At least he still recognized her as his sister now, so that was enough. "Right, Seven, show me your sword." Bai Feng suddenly remembered something after he had finished off Yi Tang. The system had rewarded him with an immortal flame, and it was also by relying on the immortal flame that he was able to burn out that strange weapon, as well as all of the black chi inside. Maybe he could use immortal fire to destroy the inheritance. "And please be careful." Xiao Qi nodded and carefully handed the long sword with the black lotus pattern to Bai Feng. Once the sword was going to be used against Bai Feng, she would immediately seize it. Bai Feng didn't hold back. He directly summoned the immortal flame and attached it to his own hand to receive the long sword. The long sword, which was honest in Xiao Qi's hands, trembled uneasily when it came to his hands, as if it was about to break free at any moment. "Be honest." Bai Feng frowned and immediately increased the fire, and under the scorching of the flames, the longsword actually emitted an ear-piercing metallic clanking sound, as if it was screaming in agony. But after burning for a while, he suddenly stopped and got lost in thought. The first thing was that immortal flame could indeed burn the sword, and even the inheritance within. But the problem was that this inheritance was different from the black chi in Yi Tang's weapon, and it would flee when it encountered danger. And since he hadn't learned how to control fire, there was no way to stop it with precision. So he couldn't really guarantee what would happen if he let this inheritance run out. Should we take a gamble and expand the range of the immortal flame scorch, burning the weapon along with the inheritance in one breath? But there is also a chance that it will escape too quickly, resulting in a poor burn. Bai Feng turned his head to look at Xiao Qi. "I can't guarantee that I can destroy it 100%, but I can help you seal it up. And when I go back I'll learn a few fire control techniques before I come back to help you destroy the Black Lotus inheritance." "Well, Let's do what brother says. Seven nodded, and her heart felt much more at ease. Since my brother said it could be done, it could definitely be done. Then we'll just have to keep it for a few days. By phone planned to ask Lin Yan for the secret of fire control when he returned. With the imitation and learning ability of the yin-yang pattern, it shouldn't be difficult to master a few fire control techniques. As for now, although he had no way to burn the inheritance, it was still possible to seal it with immortal fire. After all, this thing only had instincts, and would only dodge the immortal flame without involving its own well-being, rather than forcibly trying to break through the blockade of the immortal flame with damage. Still, he made a few extra layers of blockades to prevent accidents. Alright, the sealing is complete. When we go back I'll learn a few hands of fire control techniques before I help you out completely. This sword will be placed here with me for now. Bai Feng put the long sword into his storage bag. At this time, the black lotus pattern on the long sword had been covered by a red flame pattern, and when he got close, he could only feel the rich fire attribute spiritual energy, and would not notice anything different on it. And Seven could feel that the connection between the long sword and her had also become very weak, and she couldn't even notice the connection with the sword if she didn't feel it carefully. Thank you, brother. The corners of Seven's almost expressionless face seemed to be working their way upwards, giving her a little more of a smile. Unlike Xiao Qi, who wasn't at all curious about the immortal fire, Bai Yumo on the side was looking at the immortal fire in Bai Feng's hand somewhat blankly. She could feel the tremor of the immortal bones within herself. It seemed that the flame was extraordinary. I'm afraid that it was at least an immortal-related flame. However, she didn't inquire about anything, and she was even happy that Bai Feng had this immortal fate. Although Bai Feng had shown great talent in aspects such as formations, after all, his cultivation talent was mediocre. And now that Bai Feng had obtained an immortal artifact, he might be able to make up for his shortcomings in this area. Brother, you should not show the flame in your hand in front of others in the future. However, she still opened her mouth and reminded. This kind of immortal object was extremely tempting to immortal cultivators, and unlike immortal bones which had great limitations, the flame in Bai Feng's hand was obviously something that could be used directly after taking it away, and if other people found out about it, I'm afraid that even some of the old guys would be unable to hold back from making a move. Don't worry, I know. Bai Feng put away the flames in his hand. Of course he knew how tempting immortal objects were to other immortal cultivators. If there were other people present besides Bai Yumo, he wouldn't have directly pulled out the immortal fire to seal Xiao Qi's inheritance. Well, go back. Bai Feng rubbed Xiao Qi's head. When he went back he guessed that he would have to get a special bit of spirit fire so that he could find an excuse to learn fire control techniques. Returning to the temporary camp, the first thing Bai Feng saw was Su Lan Xiao standing at the entrance of the camp looking around, and after seeing him, Su Lan Xiao instantly quieted down. Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds. This guy shouldn't always have to follow him if his heart's demon wasn't removed, right? He resisted the desire to spit and walked into the camp after greeting Su Lan Xiao. Then with a glance, he saw the Purple Peak disciple who was pestering Luo Chen about something. This senior sister seems to be the one who was trapped in the formation before. Bai Feng instantly brainstormed a big scene. Speaking of which, isn't a son of Qi like Luo Chen tied to those senior sisters of his? Why does it feel like we often see him being pestered by people from the Purple Peak? Could it be that in the future, Luo Chen would encounter people from the Purple Peak every time he acted, and then put on a show of regret? One could only hope that Lin Yan would help Luo Chen finish off the disciples of Violet Peak soon. When Luo Chen saw that Bai Feng and the others had returned, he directly shook off the hand of the Zishao Peak's senior sister that was grasping his sleeve and turned towards Bai Feng, leaving the Zishao Peak's senior sister standing dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Senior brother Bai. Senior sister. The results of the interrogation of those two people have come out. Bai Yumal was instantly energized. She nodded at Luo Chen. Tough work. Have you already asked about their identities? Well, those two people, one from the God Refining sect and the other from the Spirit Sealing sect, they both got together because of the Divine Sovereign's inheritance in an attempt to gang up and split the Thousand Formation sect's inheritance. Luo Chen's tone suddenly intensified, and his expression also gained a few more points of anger. And, senior brother Bai, you guessed correctly. Yi Tang, he is also one of them. This human-faced and beastly fellow is simply ashamed of the cultivation of the Heavenly Sword sect. It could be said that the information provided by the two black-clothed men completely solidified Yi Tang's guilt, and if Bai Feng might have been punished by the sect before, he might even be honored a bit now. Don't mention that obscure fellow. Bai Feng waved his hand. He was more curious about what the Divine Sovereign was than the dead Yi Tang. Let's talk about that Divine Sovereign's inheritance. I feel as if the aura of that thing is related to the Devil's Way. Luo Chen nodded. Yes, despite the name Divine Sovereign, they're actually a demonic organization in Central State. Only this organization is very mysterious and I don't know much about it. How did the Devil Dao organization in Central State come to the northern region to throw their inheritance around? Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out a comment. At this time, White Yum opened her mouth and asked, "Did you ask for news of the others?" Unlike Bai Feng, she cared about the man in black who had escaped. This kind of guy who dared to take a shot at Bai Feng was no longer an ordinary enemy and had to be punched hard. One can only learn that of the people who escaped. One is from the Refining God sect. One is a disciple of the small sect Feiha sect. And the other has protected his self-information so well that he is only known as Right Old Man. Luo Chen shook his head. But apart from Right Old Man, the other two can more or less be guessed. After all, those who can enter the secret realm and explore it are not obscure disciples. There's just no evidence to prove it. Bai Feng suddenly looked a bit odd. So, only Yi Tang exposed his own identity? Well, this is also the point that I'm puzzled about. Yi Tang didn't hide his self-identity at all. But according to one of them, Yi Tang obtained a general level inheritance while they are all soldier level, so he might have special means to deal with it. And secondly, unlike the others, Yi Tang is too famous. Even hiding his self-identity is easy to be seen through. That's a pretty fine legacy hole. Bai Feng spat in a small voice. But when it came to fighting, Yi Tang's weapon was indeed more powerful than a few others. Actually, I have a guess. At this moment, Luo Chen looked at the crowd with a serious face. I found a few dried corpses at the place where they received their inheritance. It's highly likely that Yi Tang did this. Yeah. Why does this feel familiar? Is that a spider's leg? The weapon that sucked it into a dry body? Are you saying that Yi Tang might be planning to settle all the disciples within the secret territory? No. It should be the intention to only tackle the Sealing Spirit sect. Luo Chen shook his head. I specifically looked for someone to inquire. Sulan Shallow is hiding in a cave along with Yu Yao and the others. And it just so happens that the Sealing sect's eldest senior brother is searching for her. So it's highly likely that Yi Tang will use her to threaten the Sealing sect. And after that, after resolving the Sealing sect, he will then save Yu Yao and the others with the appearance of being the savior. This way, even if the Fengling sect spreads out the news about Yi Tang cooperating with the Fengling sect to victimize the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples, it will not be broken. And you can even publicize the fact that Self has thwarted the Fengling sect's conspiracy and saved the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples from the Fengling sect's hands. After all, one of them is the Fengling sect who is against them at every turn. And one of them is a former eldest brother, so there is no need for the guys to say who they believe in naturally. As for why he wants to show his true face, I guess it might be because he is too famous to hide his identity. And secondly, if he hides his self-identity, the Fengling sect might ignore him, and even he might have calculated his self-reputation. After all, he had a very good reputation among the ordinary disciples before this. Even if the rumor spreads out that Yi Tang is cooperating with the Fengling sect in victimizing the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples, everyone would probably only view it as a joke. When the people of the Sealing Spirit sect died, it was even more deathless, and even if Yi Tang turned them all into dry corpses, the people would only suspect that they were mixed up in the devil's way, and not suspect him, the icy clean former eldest senior brother. After saying that, Luo Chen smiled again and shook his head. But this is just my guess. It might be that I'm over-brainstorming, and how the actual situation is, only Yi Tang himself knows. Bai Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was probably largely like Luo Chen said previously. He was still a bit curious as to why Sulan Shallow was right under the nose of the Spirit Sealing sect, but it turned out that none of them had found out. But now it seemed that it should have been Yi Tang who deliberately didn't tell them. Forget it, people are dead anyway. It's useless to say so much. This matter is better to wait until we go back and hand it over to the clan to deal with. Let's not worry about it. Bai Feng stretched his back. After working for so long, he just wanted to go back and rest now. This kind of major event involving the demonic path of the central state. It was better to let the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect have a headache. The last day of the secret world, most of the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect began to rush towards the stronghold, waiting to leave the secret realm. Although the most valuable Thousand Formation sect inheritance in the secret realm was already in Bai Feng's storage bag, other than that, there were quite a few other valuable items in the secret realm. So the other disciples were still happily exploring. Lin Yan had also gone out to explore once and had reaped a great harvest, pocketing the Thousand Formation sect's Dan formulas, Dan furnaces, materials, and other alchemy-related items. Although the Thousand Formation sect was not known for alchemy, it was after all the legacy of a large sect, so naturally, it would not be too bad. Brother Bai, I've heard that you've suffered an injury to your eyes. This is a bright eyes pill that I've refined. It can cure the injury to your eyes. Lin Yan pulled out a bottle of elixir from his storage bag, placed it on the table and pushed it in front of Bai Feng. Thanks a lot. Bai Feng took the elixir. Although his eyes had almost recovered, there was just a little blur when he looked into the distance, but after all, it was someone else's goodwill, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. After receiving the pills, he suddenly thought of something, so he asked Lin Yan, by the way,
Brother Lin, can you recommend a few fire control techniques? Of course there's no problem, but what are you learning fire control techniques for? Brother Bai, could it be that you're interested in alchemy? Bai Feng shook his head inside. Alas, it's not because formations are really too costly, especially some processed materials. The price is several times more expensive than before processing, so I'm thinking of learning fire control techniques and buying raw materials to process them myself, more or less saving a little. Brother Bai Yu, the young master of the Bai family, are really thrifty. Lin Yan smiled and joked, but it's quite a coincidence that you asked, Brother Bai. I just happened to obtain a complete set of fire control techniques, so I'll give them to you. Thanks a lot. Not waiting for Bai Feng to finish thanking him, Lin Yan pulled out another small jar from his storage bag and pushed it over to Bai Feng. Brother Bai should still be lacking in usable spirit flames, right? This is what I obtained from exploring the secret realm, and it just so happens to be unusable, so I'll give it to you too, Brother Bai. White maple. Ha? Aren't you being a bit too generous as a son of fortune? Brother Lin, this is too expensive. Bai Feng waved his hand in a hurry, just like the cat pictures he had once seen on the internet, where the cat went from being happy at the beginning to constantly backing away as the cat food kept increasing. This giveaway was just a bit too much, and he was even worried if Lin Yan had other plans. Brother Bai, don't worry about accepting it is. In fact, I also want to entrust Brother Bai with a favor. Lin Yan put away his smile, and his face became a bit more serious and earnest. What is it? I obtained a Dan furnace in the secret realm, but it's hard to drive it with my current strength, so I want Brother Lin to help me build a formation. Lin Yan took out the Dan furnace and it landed on the ground with a tremor. This is it. I want a formation that can control the fire, have a function to gather aura, as well as there. Bai Feng nodded and wrote down Lin Yan's request. Okay, no problem. Wait for me for a few days. I'll figure out a design first. Then thank you, Brother Bai. The last day of the secret realm had no more waves, and soon Bai Feng walked out of the secret realm with the other disciples. Only unlike the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, the Sealing sect on the side seemed to be rather miserable, with almost most of them carrying injuries. Without having to ask, he knew that it was definitely those disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who did it. After all, who made them target the Heavenly Sword sect in the first place? However, just as the group was about to leave, Yu Pingan, the Spirit Sealing sect's senior brother, suddenly walked over. Long time no see, senior sister Su. He walked straight to the position 2 meters in front of Su Lan Shallow. I was often worried in the secret realm, but now that I see that you're safe and sound, senior sister Su, I'm relieved. Su Lan Shao frowned slightly. Which one of you are? The smile on Yu Pingan's face immediately became a bit untenable, but he still braced himself and said, it's normal that senior sister can't remember. After all, I was just an ordinary disciple before, and it was only thanks to senior sister's guidance that I succeeded in becoming the big brother of the Spirit Sealing sect. Oh, Su Lan Shallow wasn't interested. When she and her master were guests in the Fengling sect, the group of old guys from the Fengling sect didn't rarely bring their disciples to find her to cut formations, and then she would go along with bullying the group of disciples who were called geniuses. Now that I think about it, self was quite childish at that time. Perhaps she felt that it was a bit too bad to return a sentence, so she added, please go back if you're fine. I'm going back to the Heavenly Sword sect. The expression on Yu Pingan's face was literally about to become untenable, and he could only wear a forced smile. Senior sister Su, wait. If senior sister you are uncomfortable staying in the Heavenly Sword sect, especially if you are bullied by someone, you can come to the Spirit Sealing sect, and I can step down from the seat of the eldest senior brother. Su Lan Shao saw that she was blocked multiple times, and her face became more than a little annoyed. No need. Not interested. Elder sister, if you are being threatened by someone, I can help. This time, before Yu Pingan could finish, he was interrupted by Su Lan Shallow, who stared at Yu Pingan and opened her mouth to spit out a single word, scram. At that moment, the last bit of smile on Yu Pingan's face could not be maintained. When Su Lan Shao saw that he still refused to leave, she directly bypassed him and quickly followed Bai Feng, who was waiting in the same place. She quietly looked up at Bai Feng and seemed to see the odd look on his face, so she explained very quietly, I can't be blamed. It's because he's so annoying. Then she felt that this might give Bai Feng the impression that she was capricious, and hastily added, if you don't like it, I can change it. White maple, what do you want to change? Don't say something so misleading. Can't you see Yu Pingan's eyes are on fire? Drop. Detected that the host utilized Su Lan Shallow to strike a murderous death sentence, ruthlessly striking down Yu Pingan's arrogance, rewarding 150 points of chi value and a spiritual power absorption speed of plus 15. Ha, I knew it. As early as Bai Feng saw Yu Pingan approaching, he knew that the system wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It wasn't once or twice that he'd had various reasons imposed on him by the system, and it always felt like he was getting used to it. And just as he was spitting on the system, he suddenly noticed that the rejected son of Chi seemed to be staring at him with a very angry look. It made him feel like Self had cowed someone else's yellow hair. But the problem is that Su Lan Shao doesn't even know you. You're purely unrequited. It's none of my business. Even if the system forced me to take the blame, you're still hostile to me. By phone. At this time, Yu Pinggan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted at him. If I find out that senior sister Su has been wronged, I won't let you off the hook. Just you wait. I will definitely defeat you. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the ceiling sex group, leaving only Bai Feng standing in place feeling baffled. Fuck, I don't think I've met a dog-licking son of luck. Have I? Did I get you into trouble? Su Lan Shallow lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, looking as if she was a little scared. No, it's him who has a brain problem. Bai Feng said expressionlessly. Let's go. We're going back. As for the challenge under the Son of Chi, what could he do? It wasn't like he could pinch his opponent's mouth to prevent him from speaking, right? It was good that the other party was from the Spirit Sealing sect, so there was no need to worry about the other party being unfavorable to him in a short period of time. When we get back, we'll find someone to help collect Yu Pinggan's details to see how to deal with it. Although the system also had a query function, the information given was too rough. It was fine to face a son of Chi who didn't know his identity. Like Yu Pinggan, it was better to gather information in a more traditional way. After leaving the secret realm, the crowd did not immediately return to the sect, because it involved the Central State's Devil Dao, or one of the most tricky of the devil organizations. It directly made the various sects as if they were on the verge of a great enemy. At the same time, the appearance of the 100 Appearances Holy Maiden also caused various sects to line up their own disciples to prevent any demonic maidens from mixing in. Feng, can you tell me what happened? Inside a firm and comfortable room, a middle-aged man with a short hard beard asked Bai Feng with a kind face. He was an elder of the Heavenly Sword Peak, and the strongest of the elders leading the group this time, and was still in a master-brother relationship with the patriarch. Elder sister has already written and handed in what happened, right? Bai Feng's face was slightly puzzled. Then he seemed to have thought of something, so he asked the elder. Could it be that the elder is referring to Yi Tang's matter? The elder nodded. Well, Yi Tang is no matter what. He is also the former senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect. We can't pretend we didn't see it when something like this happened, but there isn't much written in the report. That's why I want to ask you about what happened before Yi Tang died. Bai Feng was not surprised. After all, Yi Tang had been the Tianjian sect's eldest senior brother, and now that he had died in the secret realm, it would be strange for the sect to ask nothing. Actually, the Sealing Spirit sect knows more about this matter than I do. He pondered for a few seconds. I don't know much either. I only know that Yi Tang and the Fengling sect are cooperating to target us. After I learned about this matter, I wanted to go and save senior sister Yu Yao and the others, and found out that Yi Tang was really cooperating with the people from the Fengling sect, and also controlled a Yuaning stage demon beast to attack senior sister Yu Yao and the others. And you should know about the things that happened after that, elder. Well, I'll ask them later. The elder nodded. This matter has witnesses and material evidence. He naturally will not suspect others indiscriminately for no reason. It is just that this matter is really a bit big, so he asked a few more questions this time. Seemingly worried about Bai Feng's messed up thoughts, he explained a few more words. You go back to rest first. Don't worry. Swords and knives have no eyes in a battle. Not to mention that you're still at an early stage of Jindan cultivation. It's only normal that you can't stop. The clan won't indiscriminately penalize a disciple who cares about his fellow disciples. Then he pulled out a bottle of elixir from his storage pouch and handed it to Bai Feng. I heard that you were still injured in the secret realm. This bottle of elixir is for you. Recuperate. The rest of the matter is out of your hands. Thank you, elder. After Bai Feng collected the pills and left, the elder stood still. It was only after a few seconds that he reached out his hand and rubbed his somewhat stiff face. What kind of monster did senior brother take in? An early Jindan stage can actually defeat a complete Jindan stage, and it's also a genius like Yi Tang who can fight against an early Yuaning stage for a few moves. Although Bai Feng explained that Self had utilized the Sealing Spirit sect's grand formation to defeat Yi Tang, in a sense, it was only more terrifying that he was able to utilize the grand formation laid down by the Sealing Spirit sect. The Spirit Sealing sect was not a small sect. Formations were their specialty. Did this mean that Bai Feng had left all the younger generation disciples of the Sealing sect far behind? Thinking of this, the elder couldn't help but touch his solid stubble and couldn't stop bringing a smile to his face. Their Heavenly Sword sect's formation Dao was finally going to rise up. In the future, if something went wrong with the Heavenly Sword sect's formations, they wouldn't have to look at the faces of that group of people from the Sealing Spirit sect, while the higher-ups of the various sects were busy as a pot of porridge. Bai Feng and these disciples instead had nothing to do.
and were sent straight back to their sex after the exhaustion to make sure there were no problems.
Ah, my big bed. I really missed you.
Bai Feng directly flung himself onto the soft bed. He missed not only the bed, but also the smooth life of the self.
In just one trip out,
he had encountered so many sons of Qi, encountered a whole lot of troubles, and was forced into so many battles. It is true that self's previous plan of staying at home was right, and I will continue to carry out the home plan in the future as well.
But even though it's back, there's still a ton to do.
Bai Feng couldn't help but sigh as he lay on the bed.
Let's first see how to use the newly acquired yin-yang tattoo remnants.
Bai Feng opened his system, and the remnants of the yin and yang pattern stored in the system quickly flew out. He could feel that the two yin-yang pattern remnants were attracting and fusing with each other. Gradually, the view in front of him changed from his self-same room to a wetland,
and he became a small tree.
He drew in the nutrients and tried to grow,
and as time went on,
the surroundings began to change.
Sun, wind,
hail, blizzard. In the midst of a succession of bad weather, the little tree remained upright.
The drought forced him to put down his roots deeper.
The winds bent him, the hail continued to strike the leaves and branches, and the blizzard buried him.
But in the end,
the little tree was still strong and survived.
The trunk became thick and strong,
and kept growing new branches, and even the branches that were broken off took root in the soil and turned into a sapling erected beside him.
Phew!
Bai Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the aura in his body continued to climb until it came to a halt at the middle Jindan stage. He turned his head to look out the window. It was long dark outside.
Cultivation has gone up again.
Bai Feng checked his own body, and just like the last time he fused the yin and yang tattoos,
his cultivation level had once again risen a notch. Now it has surpassed Bai Yuma. On top of that,
his divine sense had grown so much that nowadays, even the divine sense of the Yuaning stage was not necessarily comparable to his.
There seems to be a new ability.
Bai Feng quickly sat upright and began to gather his divine sense. Soon, he separated a small piece of his divine sense from his own. This small piece of divine sense, even if it was far away from him, he could continue to manipulate it until the energy ran out.
Insert eyes?
Bai Feng instantly thought of the game that Self had played in his last life, where he separated his divine sense and could completely act as an eye to observe.
And that's just the simplest usage, if you add the illusion. In this way, even if the enemy escaped the range of his divine sense, he would be able to fall into the illusion just as deeply. Even more, he could make the separated divine sense hidden, reduce the consumption of the divine sense, and trigger the illusion again under some special circumstances. Had to learn about hairspray hands now. Want to see what Yuma's doing? Most people were always eager to try out new toys when they acquired them, and White Maple was no exception. So, he walked over to the window and wrapped a trace of his divine sense around a talisman. Then he let the talisman fly next door to Bai Yuma's house. However, with Bai Yuma's character, he was probably still cultivating at this time. He muttered in his mind as he maneuvered the talisman to fly to Bai Yuma's window. Just as he thought, Bai Yuma was sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating at this moment, and his aura was still climbing. He didn't stop until he broke through the middle Jindan stage. White Maple. Well, it's not bad for the son of Qi, and he was just a few minutes ahead before Bai Yuma caught up with him. Bai Yuma instantly opened his eyes to look out the window. Then he saw a talisman floating in mid-air outside the window. With a puzzled look on her face, she walked over to the bed and pushed open the window, only to see the talisman floating in mid-air land in her hand. The talisman carried Bai Feng's aura, and judging from the symbols on it, it should have been drawn by Bai Feng himself as well. Brother, isn't he usually asleep at this hour? She subconsciously looked at Bai Feng's house next door, and as if in response to her, a faint light was lit up in the house. Bai Feng put away the finger that lit the lamp and was not surprised that Bai Yuma was able to discover his talisman. For one thing, Bai Yuma had been very sensitive to his environment since he was a child, as if he was insecure, and for another, he hadn't deliberately hidden it. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed, and through the divine sense wrapped around the talisman, he could easily see Bai Yuma's every move and even subtle expressions. It would be nice to communicate. Bai Feng shook his head. It was a bit hard to only be able to look and not be able to talk. Wait, he suddenly thought of something. He remembered that the chapter on illusions had a technique of pulling the opponent into a self-created illusion. Only that it was more difficult because it was forcefully dragged in. But it might work if the other side doesn't put up resistance. Just as Bai Feng was pondering, should he try to find Bai Yuma? He saw her suddenly appear by his window. Brother, what are you doing instead of sleeping? Bai Yuma reached out and propped himself up at the windowsill and tumbled right in. Bai Feng looked at Bai Yuma, who had rolled over the window, and always felt that this action wasn't a bit skillful. Could you have asked me, the owner of this house, before you rolled over the window? He couldn't help but sputter. Bai Yuma cocked his head and thought for a few seconds. So I'll flip out again? Forget it, Just be honest. Bai Feng waved his hand somewhat helplessly. By the way, you've come at the right time. I have a new idea that needs your help. Bai Yuma blinked, more than a little curiosity on her face. What is it? You know, I learned a little bit of illusionism before, and now I've learned a new trick. So, before Bai Feng could finish his explanation, she spoke up early and asked, "You're going to cast an illusion on me?" "Pretty much." Bai Feng nodded. "But if you don't want to, forget it." "No, I'm very willing." Bai Yuma shook his head in a hurry, and even spoke with some hidden anticipation. "Brother, what kind of illusion are you going to inflict on me? Even if it's just a little over the top, there's no problem. It's not something excessive." Bai Feng waved his hand. "You take this, and in a moment you don't resist." He pulled out a new talisman. The previous one had too little divine sense wrapped around it, not enough to drag the others into the illusion. Bai Yuma reached out and took it, and somewhat curiously surveyed it for a few moments, but didn't see any difference, and only vaguely felt that the white maple's aura on it was thicker than the previous talisman. Then, she noticed the talisman emitting a fluctuation, and she subconsciously wanted to resist, but thinking of Bai Feng's request, she hastily held back. Gradually, she felt a layer of fog cover herself, and the scenery around her began to gradually distort. When she reacted, the scene around her had already changed from Bai Feng's bedroom to the study where they used to play together as children, and in the middle of the study, Bai Feng was sitting on a chair watching her. "Brother, is this an illusion?" Bai Yuma slowly walked over. She reached out and touched the table in front of her. The feel of it was real, yet false, as if she could break free from it if she pushed hard enough. "Right." Bai Feng nodded, a rather satisfied smile on his face. Then he muttered in his heart, "It's just that there isn't much divine sense wrapped around the talisman. It won't last more than a few minutes and it seems to increase in consumption due to the distance." Unlike normal illusions that triggered the subconscious mind, this one pulled the opponent into the illusion he had created, while he himself would also enter the illusion, so it would be difficult to trigger once the distance was too far. However, it should be possible to increase the distance by a phantom formation. Well, it's kind of like a signal amplifier. Isn't it possible to build a few more phantom arrays as staging areas? Bai Feng's thoughts couldn't help but flutter. As for Bai Yuma, who was in the illusion, she was like a curious baby, constantly touching the objects around her, feeling that everything was interesting, while she also couldn't help but ask Bai Feng, "Are we meeting in the illusion now? Is there a distance limit?" "Yes, but I have a little head start on improvement now, so maybe in the future, even if we're in the northern and southern regions respectively, we'll be able to communicate." White Maple nodded and drew a big pie in passing. "Well, I'm not going to leave. After all, we agreed that I would protect you." Bai Yuma muttered in a small voice. Then she looked at Bai Feng, a few moments of curiosity and anticipation surfacing in her eyes. "Brother, can I touch you?" She had already touched all the other items in the illusion, except for the most anticipated, the white maple, which she had yet to touch. "Brother, can I touch you?" Before Bai Feng could answer, Bai Yuma hurriedly explained a few more words. "I'm just more curious about what it's like to be touched by other people in the illusionary realm. In case I fall into an illusionary realm in the future, I can rely on this to find out." "Oh, you've reminded me. I'll make you an amulet against illusions tomorrow." Bai Feng quickly had a few options in his mind, especially after being able to separate his divine sense. There were even more means he could use. Seemingly sensing Bai Yuma's somewhat anxious look, he then smiled and stood up from the chair, and opened his hands. "Come on. Feel free to touch it. Come and see how the me in the illusion is different from the me in reality." If he put it in the past, he might have refused, but ever since he experienced something in the secret realm, he noticed that Bai Yuma's emotions were a bit unstable, and once they were unstable, he might get his chi value stuffed by the system. He guessed it was probably as insecure as the insecurity in Bai Yuma's mind, and it seemed to have worsened as she continued to grow up. Presumably it has something to do with the bone-digging incident, and the alienation from each other in previous years, in order to not give the system a chance to stuff the chi value in the future. So he planned to cure Bai Yuma's unstable emotions. The first thing is, to show the generosity and tolerance of an older brother, to give Bai Yuma an image of an older brother that can be relied on, like when he was a child. When Bai Yuma realized that she had an elder brother who tolerated her to rely on, I'm sure the insecurity in her heart would be drastically reduced, right? And when Bai Yuma heard Bai Feng's reply, she subconsciously swallowed. She was ready to be rejected, but it turned out that Bai Feng had agreed. So do I really have to touch it? Nope, it's inside an illusion, not in reality, so it doesn't matter. She reached out her hand slowly, like she was a little scared, and a little shy. Then she took a deep breath, lifted the courage in her heart, and placed her slender fingers on Bai Feng's shoulders. It feels like it's just like the real thing, as if she had discovered some new continent.
Her mouth couldn't help but marvel as her fingers kept gently squeezing on Bai Feng's shoulders.
And once the first step is taken, the second and third steps are much easier.
So she stretched out her other hand and carefully touched Bai Feng's arm. At the same time she also raised her head and sneaked a glance at Bai Feng to make sure that he didn't reject it. So she continued to touch other locations.
How does it feel? It's a wonderful feeling. Bai Yuma withdrew her small hand. Still, I can feel it's a bit false. But if I were to fall deeper into the illusion, I shouldn't be able to notice such a small difference. Aha! Bai Feng nodded. Then he didn't move as if he was stuck. And it was a full 10 seconds before he moved again. Now what? Bai Yuma once again reached out his hand and touched it. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Ha! It's just like the real thing. Brother, how did you do it? As she said that, she brought her head over, only to see her almost pressing her head to his chest position and sniffing. Even the smell can be so real. So your illusions are actually this strong? Brother, can I get a little closer? Bai Yuma's eyes glittered. This was inside the illusion, not in reality. Even if she overdid it a little it shouldn't matter. If she missed it she would regret it. Better not. But Bai Yuma acted as if she didn't hear it, as she directly reached out and hugged Bai Feng, her head pressed tightly against his chest position. Even she reached out her hand to slightly pull open Bai Feng's collar, and her fingers fell on his exposed skin. The smell, the temperature, the heartbeat, the sense of touch, surprisingly, all so real. It's almost as if it's really holding brother Yue. Kind? She lifted her head, then suddenly froze, only to see that her surroundings had changed from the study to her bedroom, and that white maple, who was now in her arms, was wearing an awkward but not rude smile. Brother? Bai Yuma only felt that her own little face became very hot, and her brain directly went blank. It took a full dozen seconds for her to come back to her senses. She slowly loosened her arms holding Bai Feng, her eyes staring tightly at her own toes, and even her tone of voice became a little stuttering. Is the actual experiment over? Ahem. It's over. Thanks for your help, Hamo. After the joke was recognized, Bai Feng was also a bit embarrassed. He saw Bai Yuma just pinching his arm or something, so he had the whim to make a joke to tease her. And as a result, Bai Yuma, this guy, even because of the real feel of the hand, directly pasted up. I'll leave you to it then. With his head bowed, White Yum reached over the window in a hurry and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After seeing her leave, Bai Feng shook his head somewhat helplessly. Forget it, it's over. Let's sleep first. Meanwhile, in White Yum's bedroom, she rolled over the window and jumped right into her own bed, grabbing a pillow and covering her head. What a bad heart. The mouth grumbled, but the curved corners of his mouth were completely suppressed. It always felt like she was back in her childhood. When she was a child, Bai Feng would occasionally tease her and play little jokes on her like he did now. She slowly removed the pillow, but she couldn't help but have that touch when she just hugged Bai Feng in her mind, and she reached out her fingers that touched Bai Feng's skin and subconsciously rubbed them a few times. It was decided that this touch had to be etched hard into Self's mind. The next day, as if nothing had happened last night, Bai Yuma customarily came to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Bai Feng. Here, as promised last night, Bai Feng yawned and handed Bai Yuma a circular white jade. With this, you don't have to be afraid of normal illusion formations. This was made with his own divine sense, and it wasn't just a few strands of divine sense that he had casually separated out last night, but rather, he had separated out a trace of his divine sense from his original source to make it. But it wouldn't hurt him. It would only take less than half a day to fully recover, and at most, he would be a little mentally exhausted during the recovery time. This is what makes the yin and yang tattoo so powerful. On top of that, he also planned to give a few to other people as well, such as Shao Qi, and his partner Yu Yao. As for the side of the Sons of Qi, he could also give one. After experiencing the journey to the secret realm, he realized that there were still benefits to befriending the Sons of Qi, and there was no harm in maintaining the relationship between the two parties. However, he wouldn't deliberately make good friends with the Sons of Qi for this reason. Not to mention anything else, just the increase in hate value due to the rise in Qi value alone. By the time he walked over, he wouldn't necessarily be making good friends with the Sons of Qi. Thanks, I'll keep it. Bai Yuma hastily took the white jade. Only his eyes were still a bit unnatural as he looked at Bai Feng. The hand placed behind him couldn't help but rub his fingers, and even his ears showed signs of starting to redden again. Fire control is easy to learn. Bai Feng slowly opened his eyes, and next to him was a jade slip with the Xian fire technique written on it, the same fire control technique that Lin Yan had given him earlier. He summoned the spirit fire that Lin Yan had given him, and according to the jade slip, this spirit fire was called the Xian flame, and when it burned there would be vague flashes of blurred images within the fire, which looked very mysterious. Such an extraordinary spirit fire, casually given away. It seems that Lin Yan should have a better flame than the Xian flame on him. He stared at the spirit flame in his hand. It's not possible that he really has an old grandpa in him, right? Forget it. It's none of my business. Bai Feng stopped rambling as he summoned the immortal flame, and the temperature in the room seemed to have risen a few degrees, and that Xian flame of his that he didn't put away, as if it was very afraid to quickly shrink. The original fist-sized flame was only as big as a peanut meter. It's true that immortal flame isn't that easy to manipulate. Bai Feng frowned slightly. Unlike the Xian fire, which could be easily pinched and shaped like Play-Doh, the immortal fire burning spirit was like a hard marble that he could only slowly carve. It was as if the Xian fire was a bicycle. Even if he didn't know how to ride it, he could still push it, or even carry it and run. But the immortal fire was like a big truck, and one needed to master the skill of driving it in order to make it move the way he wanted it to move. Instead of stepping on the gas pedal and charging forward, to get the truck up and running, you either have to be a good boy and familiarize yourself with the operation, or you have to transform into an Ultraman and hug the truck. And obviously Bai Feng couldn't transform into Ultraman, so he had to choose the former. Luckily, there's a yin and yang pattern to help. In addition to mimicking and learning your opponent's moves, yin-yang tattoos can also speed up learning in normal studies. Bai Feng once again ran the Xian fire skill to catalyze the immortal flame, striving to become proficient and destroy the Black Lotus inheritance in the shortest amount of time. With the help of the yin and yang tattoos, all the details of the Xian fire technique seemed to be laid out directly in front of him, and in just less than a day's time, he had already mastered it, and the immortal flame, which was originally difficult to catalyze, began to slowly change into different shapes in his hands. Then, without hesitation, he took out Shao Qi's sword from his storage bag. This item becomes more dangerous the longer you leave it and must be disposed of as soon as possible. At this moment, only a red glow was faintly seen emanating from the sword's body, and it was even trembling, which indicated that the sealed inheritance inside was beginning to be dishonest. Is it because you've been away from 7 for too long? Bai Feng muttered from the corner of his mouth. But it's okay. Soon, you'll be able to leave 7 for good. Burning spirit, give it to me. One could only see the flames transforming into fine threads that directly wrapped around the top of the sword. Immediately, the sword emitted an even more violent tremor, and the collision of the two forces directly caused the sword to begin to be covered in cracks. Click! Bang! The long sword, which was originally an ordinary spirit weapon, was finally unable to support itself and directly crumbled into pieces under the clash of the two forces. It's now! Bai Feng opened his eyes as the burning spirit split into more thin filaments, completely binding the Black Lotus inheritance within. The intense flames began to burn, and the tightly bound Black Lotus inheritance could only watch as itself was burned away a little. And just as the last bit of the Black Lotus inheritance was burned out, a fluctuation suddenly emanated from the Black Lotus inheritance. A nice voice rang out in the room. It seems you're the one she cares about the most. How about we talk? Bai Feng didn't say anything, or rather he answered with his actions, directly increasing the fire. The flames continued to incinerate the last traces of the inheritance. It's useless. Even if you can destroy the legacy I left behind, you can't protect her for the rest of her life. It is not that I have chosen her, but that she is bound to join us. It's her destiny. Pleasing sounds continued to resound in the room, but Bai Feng turned a deaf ear until the immortal fire burned out the last traces of it, and the sounds resounding in the room came to an abrupt end. Only after doing so did he slowly exhale, reaching out to wipe the sweat off his forehead, and poo-pooed the broken long sword. Talking shit. Nothing good will come from talking to a villain like you. Then he raised another fire, which burned cleanly along with the shattered sword. After doing all this, he was slightly relieved. He didn't expect that in the end the Black Lotus would come to his door, and listening to what she said, it seemed like she hadn't given up yet, and he might even have been targeted by the other side. In the future, you'll be even more unable to leave the clan. After taking a long breath and calming down a bit, Bai Feng put away the immortal flame and took out the 1000 Formation Sex Inheritance Formation Disc. This was the thing that he had risked so much to enter the secret realm to obtain. I hope it's worth the risk I took this time. Let me see what the inheritance that made the 4 major clans of the Northern Domain chase after it is. Middle states. Surprisingly, they were able to destroy the inheritance I left behind. A woman wearing a black silk dress lay on the bed, revealing that white arm on her own forehead and sighed softly. Ugh, if only they were in the central state. I really didn't expect that the inheritor that Self had found with great difficulty would be protected by someone who had also destroyed her inheritance. But this was quite interesting, wasn't it? If the person who destroyed her inheritance was allowed to die, then what would become of the inheritor she found? I'm looking forward to it. The woman licked her lips. She couldn't wait for that day to come. It just so happened that among the few who had received the low-level inheritance, there was a nice little one, so let her go. Alchemy sect. Zuoqiu sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated. She was also considered to be blessed by the misfortune, because the long sword was destroyed by Bayuma, so she escaped the search instead, unlike the others who were pulled out. It was just that nowadays she couldn't help but clench her fists whenever she remembered that scene at that time. Still too weak and powerless, the other party had repelled her with just a sword. Was this the Heavenly Sword Sect's senior sister, the possessor of the immortal bone? Even if she had obtained that kind of inheritance, she would not be an opponent at all. She had encountered some more strange encounters in the secret realm, but it was still not enough to defeat Bayuma. No, it's better to avoid her. With her talent she can't catch up with that perverted monster. Unless, do you crave power? At that moment, a pleasant voice rang in her ears. Who? Zuoqiu was instantly alert. Ha ha ha, I can give you power. More power than that sword. Zuoqiu instantly understood something when he heard the sword. The one talking to her was the Divine Sovereign Organization of the Central State Demon Road that the Elder had spoken of? How did the Divine Sovereign's men find her? Seemingly seeing the doubt in her mind, the voice laughed and explained. Ha ha ha, did you forget that you had infused spiritual energy in the inheritance land? Zuoqiu was instantly shocked and furious. You moved against the spiritual power? Damn it, she shouldn't have been blinded by the power to touch an inheritance that looked ominous at the time. Don't be so harsh. It's just a small observation method. Zuoqiu fell silent. She knew that self probably couldn't get rid of the Divine Sovereign's people. So, what's the price? She lifted her head, not immediately agreeing. After the inheritance, she also knew that gaining power came at a price. Hey, it's simple. I want you to take out Bai Feng of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Zuoqiu suddenly froze for a second and stretched out his finger to point at himself. Ah, me? Bai Feng put down the array disc and reached out to rub his somewhat swollen head. The Thousand Formation Sect's inheritance was indeed something, and even if he had already attained great success in formations, he still looked rather overwhelmed. No wonder some people say that the Thousand Formation Sect has gained the inheritance of the Immortal Sect. This subtle design truly doesn't seem like something a normal person could think of. He reached out and lightly tapped his forehead. The Thousand Formation Sect's formations were actually quite simple to summarize. It was just stacking formations on top of each other. Generally speaking, the stacking of formations would lead to formations clashing with each other, and it would be difficult to increase the size of the formation more than 10 times, even if it increased the size of the formation. However, the Thousand Formation Sect can superimpose formations dozens of times, and even theoretically the superimposition of formations can completely reach more than 1,000 times, which is where the name of the Thousand Formation Sect comes from. It was a pity that it was only a theory. At the peak of the Thousand Formation Sect, there were only more than 200 formations stacked on top of each other, and most of them were still simple formations with a single function, and it was difficult to continue to make breakthroughs. But while the stacking array looks good, it's also more costly. Bai Feng's side, since he had started researching formations, his small treasury that he had been saving for years had almost bottomed out. Plus this big money eater, he really can't carry it anymore. Is it time to take on outsourcing? Bai Feng couldn't help but start thinking seriously about this issue. Before he didn't rely on helping other people build formations to make money. One reason was because he had just entered the Heavenly Sword Sect. He didn't have much of a reputation and not many people would look for him to build formations. And the second reason was that there were people in the sect that had been targeting him all along. And now that the Sons of Qi targeting him were gone, and his reputation had grown quite a bit while exploring the secret realm, if he now revealed that he could help build formations, there should be quite a few people willing to pay money to find him, right? Just help Lin Yan build the formation in the next few days. Then see if we can get him to help publicize the wave. Bai Feng had made a plan in his mind. After all, the matter of the formation was also related to his survivability. He had to seize the opportunity to become stronger. And there were also far too many creatures like the Sons of Qi. And dodging could only reduce the number of encounters, not completely eliminate socializing with the Sons of Qi. He even had a premonition that even if he hid himself in an uninhabited deep forest, he would be able to encounter a Son of Qi descending from the sky and smashing into him. So, strength is also essential, at least to the extent of being able to defend yourself. Even during the White family's most swinging period, he had not given up cultivation, and it was even more unlikely that he would give up now. As Bai Feng picked up the inheritance formation disc once more and studied the internal knowledge of the 1,000 formations, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. This 1,000 formations. It seems to be more suitable for mini formations than stacking them with normal formations. Multiple formations stacked together could completely make up for the shortcomings of the low power of the mini formations, and could even be stacked together with a bunch of single function but simple formations to form a complete formation. Even can be used to improve the animation stone and take it a step further. It might be able to make a small dent in the world's civic industry. Elder sister, the new installment of Spring and Autumn has arrived. Bai Feng knocked on the door of Yu Yao's room. Normally he wouldn't come over so directly, but rather the two of them would meet at a location, deliver the goods face to face, and then leave quickly. But today was different. Today was payday and he had a money-making plan that he needed to discuss with Yu Yao, so he came straight over with Springer. After a few seconds, Bai Feng heard a rush of footsteps from behind the door. Immediately afterward he saw the door of the room being suddenly opened. Shoo, keep it down, Yu Yao said and even poked her head out to look around, making sure no one was there before sighing in relief. What's wrong? There shouldn't be many people who know what spring and autumn is, right? Especially in Green Bamboo Peak. None of the senior brothers and sisters seemed to care about it. Facing Bai Feng's doubts, Yu Yao sighed and her face was also a bit depressed. Alas, this I also wonder. I don't know who spread the spring and autumn amongst the ordinary disciples. Now so many people know about this book. If her best friends knew that the clothes she made were actually based on Chunshou, she would definitely not be able to hold her head up in front of them. Ah, damn it, don't let me know who's spreading the spring. Also, if you disciples don't go to cultivate, why do you want to spread spring and autumn? Can't you be more like a righteous sect? Well, get your ass in the house before someone sees you. After complaining in her heart for a while, Yu Yao also hurriedly pulled Bai Feng into the house. You're saying this like we're sneaking around doing bad things. Before he could finish spitting, Bai Feng saw Yu Yao locking the door to his room and couldn't help but jump a few times out of the corner of his eye. Elder sister, don't be like this. I'm a bit scared. It's useless to be afraid. So for the sake of senior sister's reputation, you'll have to condescend. Wouldn't that make it easier for people to misunderstand? Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out a few words. Also, why do I have the feeling that if you were to be seen afterward, senior sister, your reputation would become even worse? Then just don't get caught. Elder sister, the person who says that will definitely be found out by others in the end. Don't say such things. I don't want to be misunderstood as a lolicon. It always feels like you're saying some bad words. Yu Yao glanced at Bai Feng, grabbed him and headed to the inner room. Right, where's Bai Yu Ma? She even approached me earlier about helping try on clothes. Didn't she come along? How dare I let her come to such a thing? She's gone out on a mission. I'll come over to give you the spring while she's away. I think that's even easier for you to misunderstand. Junior brother. Many fabrics could be seen on the road, almost crowding the floor entirely, and even the walls were hung with well-made clothes. All the way to the inner room, there was a slight bit of space, but the floor was just as well laid out with piles of fabric or clothes half finished. Say, since you've paid a personal visit, that means you have other things on your mind besides Chunshou, right? Yu Yao sat on a small chair and spoke while tearing off the cardboard that had wrapped Chunshou. White Maple nodded. Well, I'm here to pick up the money. Don't worry about it. You'll get less. Yu Yao couldn't help but sigh. This young master is good at everything, but he likes money too much. Logically speaking, as the Bai family's youngest master, he shouldn't be lacking in money. I don't understand the hobbies of the disciples of the great families. She got up and walked to a side table, picking up the storage bag she had prepared earlier and tossed it to Bai Feng. Here. Bai Feng hastily took the storage bag and opened it to look at it. It was full of top-grade spirit stones. So many? He looked up with a little bit of confusion on his face. What kind of clothes could go for so much money? Well, lately, all the clothes drawn by Teacher Spring and Autumn are very pretty, and quite a lot of people are willing to shell out money to buy them, especially those rich people from the big families, who often buy several of them at once and have to buy them every few days. Yu Yao nodded. There are even merchants from the southern region looking for us to order. I'm thinking about adding a few more hands. Bai Feng was silent. He had originally thought that Yu Yao was a single fighter, but how did it sound like a capitalist factory owner? So he asked in a whisper, Sister, what kind of work does your family do? You don't know about it. Junior brother? Yu Yao froze for a moment. She thought that Bai Feng's willingness to cooperate with her was due to the fact that he was looking at the family behind her. My family is a lot worse than your Bai family, but I'm still considered to be slightly accomplished in business. And Jade Linglong is run by my family. That biggest auction house in the northern region? The Jade Linglong that claims to be able to buy anything? Yu Yao nodded. Yeah. Bai Feng lapsed into silence, not realizing that the rich woman was by my side. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Yu Yao reached out her small hand and waved it in front of Bai Feng. It's okay, just slightly startled. Bai Feng looked at Yu Yao and always felt that her body constantly emitted the light belonging to spirit stones. So blinding. So you really don't know? Yu Yao didn't know what expression to make. She didn't realize that the Bai family's young master didn't choose to cooperate with her because of the family behind her. While complicated, she was also a bit happy. How did you become the Bai family's young master? I thought you recognized me from the start. I'm more of a loner, I guess. Bai Feng smiled a few times. His mind was previously focused on avoiding the son of Qi, coupled with the fact that he didn't leave the Bai family at all, and at most, he would just go out and listen to tunes. So naturally, he didn't pay much attention to the other forces in the northern domain. Never mind. I'll let it go for the sake of you giving me a spring break, Yu Yao said as she flipped open Chunxiu and looked at it in front of Baifeng. TSK, 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 worthy of being a Chunxiu teacher. The drawing is really good. Just as she was mesmerized, an ill-timed voice interrupted her enjoyment of spring and autumn. I mean, can you wait until I leave to look at it? Yu Yao raised her head and glanced at Baifeng. Oh, you're still here. Hey, we're all old fans. It's not like we haven't read spring and autumn before. What's there to be shy about? Yu Yao waved her hand and continued to read with spring and autumn on her end. But you can't look at it in front of me either. Baifeng couldn't help but spit out. You're really not afraid that I'll make a move on you? It's not a loss for me to be touched by the White family's youngest master. Yu Yao raised her head and looked at Baifeng with a smile, but ended up seeing his eyes with aggression, instantly dropping the book in her hand and clasping her hands around her own barren body. Wait, I'm just kidding. Ha! Baifeng withdrew his sight and pulled out a new book from his storage bag. Originally, I wanted you to help me design clothes, but now I've changed my mind. Did Teacher Spring and Autumn come out with 2 books this time? Yu Yao's eyes immediately widened and she instantly slipped to a knee and grabbed Baifeng's hand. Righteous father, I'm sorry. Senior sister, I'm making amends to you. Make sure you let me help design the clothes. Starting to call your righteous father now? Baifeng held the books aloft with one hand, and with the other, he held down Yu Yao, who kept jumping around and attempting to snatch the books. After playing around for a while, he didn't continue teasing her, but said with a serious face, "It's not that I won't let you make clothes, but I have a plan to make money." A plan to make money? Yu Yao was a bit skeptical at first, then nodded seriously. Tell me about it. Senior sister, I can use my rich experience in business to help you improve it. It's like this. I exchanged a few words with teacher Chuanxiu. He was very interested in the matter of making clothes. Not only did he give me full authority over the matter, he also gave me a book of designs. Baifeng handed the book in his hand to Yu Yao. Originally, I just wanted you to make a few sets of clothes for sale, senior sister, but now I think I can be a bit bolder. Yu Yao blinked and asked very cooperatively, what do you want to do? Authorization. Baifeng spoke out his self-same plan. I guess, right now, besides elder sisters Jade Linglong in your house, all the other merchants are launching similar clothes one after another, right? Yu Yao nodded. Right. We don't have any very good solutions. So, I will propose to Mr. Chuanxiu to give you authorization. You only need to print Mr. Chuanxiu's icon to prove that you are authentic and other merchants are imitations. At the same time, Mr. Chuanxiu will provide you with picture albums that are not on sale outside the country. Even if some people don't care about authenticity, but they can only come to Yulonglong to be the first to buy the new styles of clothes. This was also one thing he had discovered from observing the stores in this world. The goods sold in the stores did not have a brand name to speak of. The closest thing was just an elixir or spirit weapon produced by a certain master. Even the big chambers of commerce only relied on high grades and having a full range of items. But he wasn't sure Self's plan would work. After all, the environment was different and he didn't know much about business in this world. Thus, Baifeng looked at Yu Yao after he finished speaking. Senior sister, do you think it will work? Are there any improvements that need to be made? Only to see Yu Yao staring at him with wide eyes, almost motionless in death. Sister, hello? Only after Baifeng's repeated shouts did Yu Yao blink her eyes, and then she reached out her hands to hold his head and kept sizing him up. Quickly let senior sister see how your head grows. Baifeng, ? Junior brother, you really are a genius. Yu Yao was inwardly excited. With the authorization, we can stand at the high point of public opinion and point our fingers at other stores, and that group of rich people care about face the most. Even if other stores are selling it cheaper than us, the rich people won't choose to buy imitations. This method may seem similar to the pills produced by the masters, but in reality it is completely different, because the pills are made by the masters themselves, and they, the chambers of commerce, can only sell them instead. But authorize this thing without the master's involvement in its production and with the same anti-counterfeiting effects of the master. Or even thinking a little more open-mindedly, are other goods not? No. It's not necessarily that no one has thought of this method, it's just that they've all failed and that's why no one knows about it. Take your time first. As for the plan proposed by Baifeng, she felt that it could work. She was well aware of how popular the clothes designed by Master Chuanxiu were. Thinking of this, Yu Yao looked at Baifeng excitedly. Now I suddenly feel that it's a good thing for people to find out that the two of us are watching spring and autumn together. Baifeng, ? I've been kind enough to make you rich. Why do you want to return the favor? Just kidding. Yu Yao smiled and waved her hand. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that I can make you and teacher Spring and Autumn rich. By the way, let's change the split as well. Senior sister can't let you suffer. How about we just split it 50-50? Okay, I trust senior sister. Bai Feng nodded without hesitation. After all, he had only put out a picture. The rest of it, whether it was making the clothes or channeling them for sale, all of it was handled by Yu Yao. So it could be said that the split was simply too generous. I believe that in a short time, he may actually be on his way to wealth freedom. Well, when he realized his freedom of wealth, he wouldn't need to tire himself out building formations for people. Under the sun, Bai Feng sat under a tree at Dan Peak with a tired face and rested. Originally he had only casually mentioned that Self wanted to rely on building arrays to make some money when he was constructing them for Lin Yan, but as a result, the next day his orders were bursting at the seams. It's also all orders from Dan Feng. Luckily they're all low-level formations. Bai Feng activated the formation for a bit to make sure there were no problems. Then he was ready to go back to rest. Then he saw that Su Lan Xiao seemed to be hiding not far away and secretly staring at him. Why does it feel like I've encountered her more often lately? Su Lan Xiao couldn't be stalking him, could she? Just as Bai Feng was contemplating how he was going to get rid of her, he suddenly had an idea. The recent orders are just a bit too much for him to handle alone. Should he recruit a Paru to help? And there happens to be one readily available. Thinking of this, he walked directly towards Su Lan Xiao. Su Lan Xiao wanted to escape when she saw him coming, but the next second she was blocked by Bai Feng. That, me? I didn't mean to follow you. Su Lan Xiao lowered her head, her voice trembling like a little girl who had done something wrong. With a smile on his face, Bai Feng let out a light suspicion. Ha, so you're following me? I didn't. No. Su Lan Xiao immediately stammered even more, feeling like she was going to dig a hole to hide her head in the next second. Instead of continuing to tease her, Bai Feng began his own flim-flam. By the way, have you gotten better lately? Can you build formations yet? Seeing that he didn't pursue the matter further, Su Lan Xiao was relieved in her heart and hastily nodded. It's a little better. How about trying rehab? How about building formations with me together? Bai Feng wore a smile. Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. I'll give you the personal items I used. Su Lan Xiao raised her head at once, her eyes carrying unbelief. Being able to get close to Bai Feng as well as obtaining Bai Feng's personal belongings. Was there anything so good in this world? Although she had vaguely discovered the reason for the birth of herself's heart demon, she didn't have much of a clue on how to get rid of it, so she still needed Bai Feng's help in suppressing her heart demon. So she hastily nodded. Aha! I'll do it, please do let me. The smile on Bai Feng's face grew great. A free paro had arrived. Go for it and do it right. Under the sun, Bai Feng gave Su Lan Xiao a thumbs up. Of course, he hadn't crumbled to the point of sitting on a chair by himself and watching Su Lan Xiao get busy, but really the two of them were working together. That one. Want some water? Su Lan Xiao was holding a jade bottle in her hand, and she didn't know if it was because of her exertion, but her face was a little red. Oh, thanks. Bai Feng didn't think much about it and picked up the jade bottle and took a few sips. Su Lan Xiao received the empty bottle. Her eyes stole a glance at the mouth of the bottle, then hurriedly stuffed the bottle into her self-storage bag. It's a great job. I wish I could keep doing it. She placed her hands on her chest and crossed her fingers, unable to stop herself from praying in her mind. Bai Feng didn't know what Su Lan Xiao was rambling on about. All he wanted to do now was to hurry up and finish building the formation and then go back to study his own mini formation. With the mini formation, his safety when he went out in the future would be greatly increased. After all, before this, although he had the strength of a great formation, he suffered from the fact that the formation could not be moved, and the simple formation disc that he could carry with him could not utilize his formation strength. However, the appearance of the 1,000 formations gave him a glimpse of light. Not only did it solve the problem of formations not being able to be carried, but it also allowed him to fully utilize the strength of his formations, and even if he encountered a son of Qi looking for a fight, he was sure that he could leave. However, because of this, he was very short of money right now, and even if he had gotten a cut from Yu Yao it was completely insufficient. It's true that formation masters are just as big money eaters as Dan masters. Bai Feng sighed, although he seemed to be earning a lot, nay spending a lot as well. Even Lin Yan, the son of Qi, had begun to desperately refine pills to make money. After a busy day, Bai Feng exchanged his hard-earned money for a small pile of materials. He sighed and collected the materials into his storage bag. Although the Bai family was also supporting him, providing him with a large sum of money at the beginning of every month, it was still not enough. After all, he wasn't learning about formations. He was researching new formations that required trial and error. Why don't we wait until the mini formation is researched and make a few castrated versions to find senior sister Yu Yao to help sell them? Bai Feng pondered. He felt that this kind of mini formation should be able to sell at a high price. After all, the big families had many young disciples. He believed that these rich people would definitely be willing to buy one for their own children. Just as he wanted to go home and continue working on the mini formation, he saw that Su Lan Xiao had still been following him. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Bai Feng stopped and pulled out a square jade disc from his storage bag. This is what I used to carve the formation recently, and even though it failed, it still retains some of the spiritual energy inside. Thanks. Su Lan Xiao hastily reached out and took it. She could feel that a portion of the spiritual energy belonging to Bai Feng did remain inside. Well, I'll just polish it up and make it into an amulet to hang around my neck when I get back. And while the two of them were talking, a few disciples passed by, and when they saw this, they quickly took a few steps backward and bypassed them with a tacit understanding. Does it feel like senior brother Bai and senior sister Su's relationship seems to be getting better and better? Yeah, I even saw the two of them building formations together today, and senior sister Su even handed senior brother Bai water to drink. Speaking of which, didn't senior sister Su ask senior brother Bai for personal items before? Worthy of being a genius of the formation Dao, flirting is different from us regulars. As a result, strange rumors about white maple increased. Even this rumor spread to the spirit sealing sect with great speed. Have you heard? Bai Feng of the Heavenly Sword sect and Su Lan Shallow are together, and Su Lan Shallow even fed Bai Feng water to drink with her mouth in public. Well, I've also heard that someone saw Su Lan Xiao's intimate clothing in Bai Feng's pocket, and Su Lan Xiao is afraid that she has. Already. Shu, keep it down. Don't let Big Brother hear you. Yeah, let's talk on the other side. But the rumor eventually reached Yu Pingan's ears. He clenched his fists, his eyes red. He couldn't believe Su Lan Xiao would be with someone like that. This must be because Bai Feng threatened her. Bai Feng, I'm at loggerheads with you. Drops. Detecting that the host's slight trick allowed Yu Pingan to break his defense, rewarding him with a plus 360 value of chi, and the 1000 formations supplement. Bai Feng, who was in the middle of drawing formation patterns. What did I do? When did I execute the plan? Why don't I know? System, you make it clear. Why did the chi value go up again? So angry. I really want to punch Yu Pingan. Just ask Seven about it later. After his anger had passed, Bai Feng sighed with a despondent look on his face as he opened the system and glanced at the current reward. Then he froze. This 1000 formation sect, it really is related to the immortal sect inheritance. He couldn't help but mumble. There's not a lot of system patching, but it's an important part of the system. When he was studying the 1000 formations, he had a feeling that something was missing. After all, in theory it was claimed that he could stack 1000 formations, but in reality the best he could achieve was only more than 200. And when he was stacking the formations, he also always felt that the conflict between the formations was relatively large, and would become larger and larger as the formations increased. It was hard to imagine what it would take to stack the formations to more than 1000. And this part of the system's complement was a way to resolve the conflict, a technique for drawing fairy patterns. The complete form of the 1000 formations required immortal patterns for assistance. The reason this part was lost was simple. Because drawing immortal formation patterns either required an extremely strong formation Dao talent to be able to comprehend immortal patterns, or it required special immortal objects to assist, such as Bai Yuma's immortal bone, or his yin-yang patterns. Bai Feng couldn't resist taking a look at the immortal patterns, and after 3 seconds, he hastily closed his eyes. No wonder it was lost. It really isn't something that regular people can observe. He reached up and rubbed his distended forehead for 3 short seconds, but it was as if he had been studying for 3 days and 3 nights one after the other. After resting for a few moments, he directly opened the yin-yang tattoo. This time, he lasted 10 minutes. He didn't stop until his eyes were sore. Phew, it's hard even with the assistance of the yin and yang tattoo. Bai Feng closed his eyes. Although it was called an immortal pattern, the patterns and symbols of an immortal pattern pointed to a more essential and abstract great Tao. He even felt that the immortal patterns were the focus of the 1000 formations, and the other formations were conversely like incidental things. Rest up and carry on. Bai Feng once again turned on the yin and yang pattern and began the grueling struggle against the immortal pattern. As long as he could learn the immortal patterns, then his mini phalanx would definitely be able to go further, and he would be a little more secure. While Bai Feng was trying to learn the immortal patterns, Su Lan Xiao was lying on the bed resting. The effect always feels a little bit worse. Her body was almost wrapped tightly in the quilt, revealing only a head, but there was some distress on her face. Being wrapped so tightly is not as effective as burying your face in the covers. Is it because of the clothes? She lifted the corner of the quilt with some hesitation in her mind. Her little face instantly turned red at the thought of self being undressed, her skin clinging to the quilt stained with Bai Feng's scent. What's the difference between this and sleeping with white maple? However, if she didn't undress, her mind kept whispering BB in her head, and there was no way to rest. Just take off a little bit. She gently removed the clothes from her body, keeping only a belly band. As expected,
The voice of the demon in the center of his mind was almost on the verge of disappearing.
Just for now. Sulan's shallow red face reached out and picked up the square white jade, and in the past was only used to stick on the forehead to suppress the heart demon. Different. This time she rarely placed in front of her own eyes to scrutinize. It could be seen that multiple formations had been carved within this jade, but because of a slight mistake that caused the formations to clash, the entire jade was directly scrapped. Gradually, she stared at the scrapped formation within the jade in a daze. How did this happen? For the first time since the birth of the heart demon, she, who had not studied or even thought about the knowledge of formations for a long time, thought about it. Bai Feng and Su Lan Shao are together, drinking water mouth to mouth, and Su Lan Shao still sneaks away in the middle of the night wearing Bai Feng's intimate clothes. Bai Yuma's face was bewildered. She was only going out to do a mission. Why did such an outrageous rumor appear? What had happened in the 2 days she'd been gone? Even though she knew it was obviously fake, she couldn't help but go back much faster. Soon, after submitting her sect quest in the quest hall, she hurried to Bai Feng's door. Instead of pushing open the door to her room like before, she stood in the doorway a little hesitant. Even though she knew that the odds were that it was a rumor, there was still a little fear in the back of her mind. "Yuma, what are you standing in the doorway for?" A familiar voice rang out from behind her, and she was almost startled as she hurriedly turned around, only to see Bai Feng looking at her with a puzzled expression. Instead of answering Bai Feng's question, she asked with some curiosity, "Brother, why are you outside?" "I've been spending a bit too much lately, so I've been helping people build formations to make money for the past 2 days. Bai Feng reached out and pushed open the door to his room. "Good thing the results are out, so I can rest tomorrow." "So, brother, you know about the recent rumors?" Bai Yuma followed behind him and asked in a very low voice. If he wasn't already a Jindan, I'm afraid that he wouldn't necessarily be able to hear what she was saying. "Of course I know." Bai Feng's face was a little dark. Because of this matter, he didn't even dare to ask Su Lan Shao to help. Even Yu Yao ran over to ask if he had done shy things with Su Lan Shao. He kind of knew why Yu Pingon had broken his defense, and he, the person in question, couldn't hold it together. "Brother, aren't we going to respond to veto the rumors? You think I don't want to? But it's no use." Bai Feng rubbed his forehead. He had long ago asked Shao Qi to help dispel the rumors, but the effect couldn't be said to be very effective. It could only be said to be completely useless. "Let's not talk about it. They'll get their attention taken away by other things in time." He waved his hand. There was no way to debunk this kind of gossip rumor. It would only get blacker and blacker. Then he inquired about another matter. "Isn't the Devil's Way a bit less honest lately? It feels like the disciples going out on missions in the sect have become more numerous." "Well, those Devil Dao clans don't know what happened and suddenly joined together. And there are devils coming out to cause trouble in many places." Hakuhum nodded. That was one of the reasons she was out on a mission. It always feels like it might have something to do with the Divine Sovereign, a devilish organization in the central state. Bai Feng muttered in a low voice. "Black Lotus, that old bitch wouldn't really be killing over here, would she?" "It's very likely. I've also recently heard the news that the Devil's Way of the central state is going to intervene in the northern region." Bai Yuma nodded. "But the righteous sects in the central state won't sit back and do nothing, so there's no need to worry too much." And Bai Yuma flashed a smile at Bai Feng. "I'll protect you." That sounds pretty reassuring. Bai Feng looked at her confident look, and he couldn't help but smile as well. At the same time, he also intended to speed up his research on mini formations. Not only could it enhance the means to save his life, but at the same time, if the Heavenly Sword sect and other righteous sects really went to war with the Devil's Way, the mini array could also greatly reduce the casualties of the disciples of the righteous sects, and he could take the opportunity to make a small profit as well. However, he guessed that at most it would be a small fight. It was impossible to really fight. After all, the northern region Devil Dao had not slowed down at all due to being heavily injured by his formation master, Lu Meng. Even if he had the help of the central state Devil Dao, he wouldn't dare to fight the righteous sects openly. "Right, brother, you haven't eaten yet." Bai Yuma hurriedly picked up the apron hanging on the wall and quickly walked into the kitchen. "I got a nice piece of spirit beast meat. Do you want to eat it fried or boiled?" "Cook it." Bai Feng smacked his lips. He hadn't eaten Bai Yuma's cooking for 2 days, and was still missing it a little. "You're learning faster than I thought you would, and now it's the cultivation that's limiting you instead." Lu Meng shook her head with some regret. During the time she had been teaching Bai Feng, she had practically felt the terror of Bai Feng's talent in formation Dao. If it wasn't for his average cultivation talent, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long to surpass her. It was also well taught by the master. Bai Feng smiled back. He wasn't being polite. A lot of formation geniuses didn't know how to teach their disciples, but Lu Meng was different. She was very good at teaching her disciples what she knew in an easy-to-understand way. And Lu Meng also knew a lot of cold knowledge and techniques that Bai Feng lacked. By the way,
I've heard some rumors lately that you and Lan shallow her. Before Lu Meng could finish her sentence,
Bai Feng grabbed the answer ahead of time. It's a rumor. Senior sister Su and I are innocent. Isn't that right? Senior sister Su.
While he said that, he also looked at Su Lan Xiao. But Su Lan Xiao didn't nod her head in response like he wanted, but instead lowered her head with a red face.
Bai Feng, ? You're blushing a bubble teapot. At this moment,
Su Lan Xiao was filled with items she had secretly obtained from Bai Feng's side, such as the spoons and bowls she had used to eat kanji, the jade bottles she had drunk water from, and the quilts she had slept under, especially when she thought of self hiding under the quilt without clothes for the past few nights.
Wrapped in Bai Feng's scent, she was so shy that her body was hot. She's probably not clean anymore. Okay, I'm just kidding. Seeing the reaction of the two of them, Lu Meng couldn't help but laugh.
But to be able to spread such outrageous rumors also shows that your relationship should be good, and I feel much more relieved in my heart.
Is it a good relationship?
Bai Feng subconsciously glanced at Su Lan Xiao, thinking carefully, although Su Lan Xiao often followed him. In reality the two didn't have much interaction and even had a strange trading relationship. That's not exactly a good relationship, is it? Right.
One more piece of good news for you. Lu Meng pulled out a wooden token and threw it to Bai Feng.
I'm now a guest elder of the Heavenly Sword sect,
so if you have any problems in the future, you can come to my cave to find me.
Yes, Master. Bai Feng hastily reached out and took it.
He really hadn't thought about it. After all,
Lu Meng was the kind of free and accustomed to loose cultivator.
Facing the other sects, especially the Sealing Spirit sect's vigorous invitation, she didn't even agree to it.
And he also didn't know what price the Heavenly Sword sect had paid to allow such a formation master to stay. Lu Meng was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something, so she turned to Bai Feng again and said,
I almost forgot something important. You've learned almost everything now.
So I'm going to take you to Xianguang City 3 days from now to build a big formation.
Big formations aren't quite the same as ordinary formations.
You'll encounter a lot of unexpected things.
You don't have to worry either. Your master Chu Ningyan will also follow.
The Peak Master of Divine Sword Peak is also there.
On top of that there are many elders who will also be traveling together.
Yes, Master. Having said that, Bai Feng naturally couldn't refuse. Nor did he have a suitable reason to do so. Not to mention that the opportunity to build a large formation was indeed rare. He remembered that Xianguang City seemed to be located to the south of the Heavenly Sword sect,
far away from the Devil Dao sphere of influence.
The only thing to worry about if you look at it that way is the possibility of encountering a new child of Qi.
Done.
Bai Feng's body leaned back, leaning against the back of the chair and lifting his arms to stretch. The day before he left for Xianguang City, after expending countless resources and energy, he finally made the mini formation. No, it should be called a portable array now.
1000 formations, activate.
He picked up the circular array disc on the table, which emitted a gentle white light.
In the next second,
a spell formation almost 100 meters long quickly unfolded in all directions with him at the center. This mini formation was one that he had crafted at no cost, and its defense could reach the 6th grade, completely capable of carrying the attacks of a transformation god powerhouse, and it had both offensive and defensive capabilities, and it also contained an illusion formation inside. However, the disadvantage was that it could not be moved and there was only one important node, the array disc, which disappeared if it was destroyed, and he could not move the array disc unless it was turned off after it was activated. Although it was also possible to make movable array discs, that would be much less powerful. Therefore, Bai Feng planned to prepare a few more array discs, both the ones that could move and the ones that couldn't. He wanted. There's still a little bit of material left, so it's good to make a few more castrated versions to take out and sell for some money. Bai Feng put away the array disc and had just been busy for a while when he heard a knock at the door.
Is Junior Brother here? He pushed open the door to his room, and a second later he looked down, and as expected, standing outside the door was Senior Sister Yu Yao. What's the matter? Senior Sister? Fantastic. What? Teacher Chuanxiu's diagram is just fantastic. Yu Yao looked excited, but because she was afraid of being heard by the others, she kept lowering her voice again, her head almost about to stick to Bai Feng's body, her little mouth constantly exhaling hot air. I feel like this time, the clothes will definitely be a hit. I'm really curious about what's in Teacher Chunxiu's head. Did you come to me just to have someone watch you have a seizure? Bai Feng reached out and pushed Yu Yao's little head away. Also, it's too close. I don't want to hear another rumor about a senior sister. Yu Yao panting at my door the next day. This kind of thing doesn't matter. Yu Yao directly reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's wrist. Let's go. You must come and see the new clothes designed by Mr. Chuanxiu. I stayed up for several nights to make them, but just as Yu Yao turned around and tugged Bai Feng away, she very coincidentally encountered White Yuma, who was walking towards here. She looked at Yu Yao and then at Bai Feng, who was being tugged by Yu Yao. Her face was puzzled. Senior sister. What are you guys doing? Yuma, you're just in time. We're together. Yu Yao's eyes instantly glowed as her other hand directly grabbed Bai Yuma's wrist and continued towards the room she was residing in. Bai Yuma was a bit confused at once. What were they doing together? Well, it sure looks good and fits. Yu Yao was very satisfied as she looked at Bai Yuma. At this moment, Bai Yuma was wearing a black and white maid outfit. The tedious and delicate lace of the skirt fell to the knee position, while the white silk underneath showed the curves of her calves perfectly. You've made all of this dress. Bai Feng did kind of not expect it, and his eyes shifted down slightly, surprisingly. Even white silk had made it. Oh yeah, and that move. You really still need that move to wear a maid outfit. Yu Yao was just about to put his hand up his skirt when he noticed a very dangerous sight staring at him, and the excitement in his heart instantly subsided. She hastily retracted her small hand under Bai Feng's gaze and laughed twice with some embarrassment. Ha ha, better not. But if she didn't recreate the actions in the book, she was unwilling to do so, so she crossed her heart. It's better to let elder sister me do this kind of thing. So she ran into the small room, clutching her even smaller maid's dress. What's wrong with senior sister? Bai Yuma looked at the already closed door of the room with some curiosity. Don't mind her, just having another seizure. Bai Feng waved his hand. Senior sister Yu Yao is pretty good everywhere, and is prone to going overboard from excitement on top of clothing-related things. A few minutes later, Yu Yao walked out from the small room wearing a maid outfit. I don't know if it was because of her height or if Yu Yao did it on purpose. The skirt of the maid outfit was obviously a bit longer than Bai Yuma's. It was already about to cover her ankles. How? Elder sister, I look good in it too, don't I? Yu Yao stood and spun around in front of Bai Feng, and it had to be said that even though both of them were wearing the same maid outfit, they gave off completely different feelings. Bai Yuma was going to look more youthful, like a young girl who had just become a maid, still with shyness and nervousness, while Yu Yao was going to look more adorable, like a daughter with a lively personality who had a sudden idea one day and changed into a maid's outfit to call out to her parents to wake up. And this, Yu Yao climbed onto the table with a single push of her hands, her small hands reaching for the sides of her skirt as she lowered her head and looked down at Bai Feng, her face hiding her smile and adding a few more points of disgust and impatience. At the same time her small hands began to slowly lift the hem of her skirt upwards, slowly revealing her slender calves wrapped in white silk, and as the skirt continued to lift upwards, white silk thighs revealing a hint of flesh color surfaced in front of him. At the top of the stocking was a delicate lace pattern, and a white band connected the white stocking reaching further up. Bai Feng subconsciously looked upward, because he stood higher. The hem of the skirt that was only covering the position of the root of his thighs did not play the role of self-covering. A touch of white appeared in his line of sight, surprisingly. It was still lace. Elder sister even took care of such small details? But without waiting for him to admire it carefully, suddenly a pair of small, somewhat cold hands quickly covered his eyes, only to see Bai Yuma tightly covering his eyes, while saying in an urgent tone to Yu Yao who was standing on the table, "Elder sister, quickly come down. You're standing too high, you can already see that." Yu Yao, who was standing on the table, froze. The next second, her face turned red, as if a cloud of steam had exploded in her head. A few minutes later, Senior sister, are you alright? Bai Yuma looked at Yu Yao who had buried herself in a pile of fabrics and asked with some concern. Not good. Yu Yao's voice was muffled as she hid in the pile of fabric. I'm not going to be able to get married. White Maple, how come you weren't so innocent when you made those kind of clothes and when you were looking at Springsteen in front of me? Junior brother, Yu Yao suddenly burrowed out of the pile of fabric, revealing that still reddish little face. Since you saw that, shouldn't you? This is senior sister you playing yourself off, right? The corners of Bai Feng's mouth pulled slightly, not to mention that he only saw a white color before his eyes were covered by Bai Yuma. Then you saw it too, so what do you want to do? Senior sister? Yu Yao instantly stood up from the pile of fabrics, with a tricky smile on her face. Recently the auction under my name of senior sister was sniped by other chambers of commerce, and I need a few more interesting items to auction off. Don't worry, the money won't be short of yours after selling them out. That's it? Bai Feng looked at the smug Yu Yao. He thought what an outrageous request. But this? As for Bai Yuma on the side, she was also slightly relieved. It seemed that Bai Feng and senior sister Yu Yao were really just business partners, and this time should just be a small accident. So Yu Yao took 2 steps forward, then, directly pounced on Bai Feng. Junior brother, help. You're the only one that senior sister can rely on. Quickly use your invincible array talent to think of a way. White Maple, I did make a new thing recently, but I'm not sure if anyone will buy it. Bai Feng first reached out and pushed away the Yu Yao who pounced on him. Then he pulled out the mini array disc from his storage bag. This was a neutered mini array, or it would be more appropriate to call it a portable array. There was only one formation inscribed on it. Not like the one he had used on himself, which was a composite formation. What is it? Yu Yao received the array disc. Some curiosity to get in front of their own eyes to scrutinize up. The appearance is like those portable simple array disc, but the pattern on it is obviously a lot more complex. A truly portable formation. Bai Feng opened his mouth and explained. This is a 5th grade Xian Turtle Formations array disc, which can be opened by injecting spiritual energy and is consistent with the normal Xian Turtle Formations defense. Only the range is much smaller. Only half of the normal array's range, and the array disc can't be moved after it's opened. Ha! Yu Yao immediately froze. She looked at Bai Feng. The expression on her face did not look like a joke. Then she looked at the array disc in her hand, and hurriedly put it into her own arms and held it tightly for fear that it would fall off and break if she was unsteady. Don't just throw something so important at me. She felt that her palms had already begun to secrete sweat. If the array disc fell to the ground, the fall would not be the array disc, but a large pile of spirit stones and her fragile little heart. She discovered the value of this portable formation at the very first moment. In terms of practical value, with this thing, it was completely possible to directly throw it to the ground into a formation to stall for time after encountering an invincible enemy. Even this array disc is even likely to impact the existing group of array masters. After all, with this kind of portable array disc, those who do not know the array cultivators cannot have to go to ask the array masters to help set up the array, but just need to buy a few array discs. Junior brother, you've really made something extraordinary. Yu Yao could already imagine what kind of impact this array disc would cause when it was taken out. It might even directly change the system of array masters as well. Bai Feng shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. Arranging formations also needs to talk about the terrain to match. This array disc is fine for emergencies. If you really want to build a formation, it's still better to have the formation master do it himself. No, this is already enough. Yu Yao held a different opinion. It's true that those medium-sized and above forces don't need it, but those people make up too small a percentage of the population. Those small forces that are the most numerous. And even ordinary immortal cultivators that don't have a backstage are in great need of this. After all, it's very hard for them to meet a formation master. And sometimes they can't even find one to build formations for them even if they have the money to do so. She picked up the array plate as if she was looking at a highly valued piece of jewelry. But with this array plate, it also means that they don't need to go through all the trouble of searching for an array maker. And they also have to put a hot face on other people's cold asses, and beg for their help in constructing the array formation. Junior brother, do you know what this means? Means I'm going to be on the must-kill list of other formers. Bai Feng also had a trace of gravity on his face. So was he still selling this portable array disc? It's not that exaggerated. Yu Yao suddenly laughed. After all, there's only one right now, and as long as it doesn't appear on a large scale, this kind of array disc will basically only converge in the hands of a few big powers. There's actually more than one. This one isn't that complicated to make. Bai Feng pulled out another new portable array disc. I also have a 5th grade spirit gathering formation array disc. Just like the Xian Turtle formation. Once it's turned on it can't be moved unless it's turned off in order to take it away. Wait, what were you just saying? This array disc can still be reused? Yu Yao froze once again as she stared at Bai Feng, feeling that what was sitting in front of herself wasn't a person, but a mountain of spirit stones that she couldn't see the edge of at a glance. Well, it was a lot of work to be able to recycle. Bai Feng nodded. After all, the formation was engraved on the array disc. Plus this was what he used for defense. If he couldn't recycle it, he would have to bring a whole bunch of array discs just to go out. Not to mention anything else. He couldn't afford to cover the production price alone. However, Yu Yao's words also reminded him that he could absolutely make a few portable array discs that could not be recycled for sale, which would also reduce a production cost. It can even be segmented to further compress the production price. I suddenly regret it. Yu Yao suddenly reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's shoulder. Her eyes were on fire. Why don't I change the terms? I don't want the array disc anymore. How about you take responsibility for me? Bai Feng didn't say anything, just raised a middle finger. Don't be so heartless. My conditions are also very good. Consider it. Bai Feng raised another middle finger. Even Bai Yuma on the side couldn't sit still and hurriedly squeezed into the middle of the two, forcing them apart. Senior sister, stop it. Sigh. Okay. Yu Yao shook her head with great pity. Then these two array discs, senior sister will take them both. I'll give you the money after the auction is over. Bai Feng nodded. Then he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to Yu Yao. Right, senior sister. Remember not to say my name during the auction. Why, you're still worried that you'll be rewarded by other formation masters? Don't worry about it. If you're the only one who can make it, not only will they not reward you, but they'll pull you in instead. Not to mention that you shouldn't forget that behind you stand the Bai family and the Heavenly Sword sect. Yu Yao explained to Bai Feng. After all,
This was a good opportunity to expand his reputation.
Ahem. There's a little bit of that aspect too, I guess. Mainly because I think I've got enough of a reputation without adding to it. Baifeng coughed lightly. Although it sounded a bit Versailles, he really didn't want to add to his self's reputation. And it was easy to be targeted by the sons of Qi if his reputation was too great. Well, with junior-senior brother your current strength, it really isn't good to have too much of a reputation. Yu Yao nodded, and didn't force herself. Then senior sister, I will help you conceal your name. Thank you senior sister. I can also make some other types of array discs. Senior sister, you can find me if you still need auction items. I also happen to need to make some money. Yu Yao stared at Baifeng and burst into tears. Junior brother, if you keep talking like that, I'll really regret it. Aren't I looking for you to help with the auction now? Baifeng was a bit unable to stand being stared at by Yu Yao's big tearful eyes, so he hurriedly changed the topic. Right. Senior sister, where is that auction house of yours? Yu Yao also knew that this kind of thing could not be forced. She could only sigh and replied somewhat breathlessly. In Xianguang City. And I heard that recently the city lord is inviting formation masters to build a large formation. The security should be much higher, and the Xianguang city should be more prosperous in the future. That's quite a coincidence. Baifeng was instantly a bit surprised. I'm going to Xianguang City with Master Lu Meng tomorrow, so I might even be able to participate in the construction of the grand formation. Sure enough, the Heavenly Sword sect was invited. Yu Yao was not surprised. She muttered a few words in a low voice. Then she said to Baifeng with a smile, then welcome young master brother to come to my family's auction house to play. I will treat you well. Baifeng quickly waved his hand. It's better to forget about it. Building the grand formation will probably be quite hectic. There shouldn't be much time to go to the auction. This kind of place was obviously one of the areas where the sons of Qi frequented most frequently, and he would not come one step closer to the auction even if he said anything. Baifeng boarded the flying boat heading to Xianguang City. Only, there were so many familiar faces on this flying boat, aside from Bai Yuma, who would definitely follow him, and Lu Meng's disciple Sulan Shallow. He looked at Yu Yao, who was sitting not too far away, and Yu Yao turned her head to give him a smile. Well, since senior sister Yu Yao's auction is about to start, I'm traveling with them on the way to Xianguang City. Then, Baifeng turned to look at Lin Yan and Luo Chen, who were sitting together and chatting, with eyes that seemed to say, why are you two here as well? Seemingly sensing Baifeng's line of sight, Lin Yan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. Cough. Brother Luo and I planned to come out of hiding, so we also took on the task of escorting. You guys blew up Dan Peak? There was some doubt on Baifeng's face. He had been busy with portable formations in the last few days, so he hadn't paid much attention to what these two sons of Qi had done. No, it's those people from the Purple Peak. Lin Yan didn't know what to say. He had even kind of regretted meddling in this matter now. The group of people from the Purple Peak were really too epileptic. I'll say it. Luo Chun sighed. I applied to the Sovereign to join Divine Sword Peak before, but there was a little accident halfway through. Baifeng's mind flashed through a large number of novel plots that he had read since before, and he instantly understood what was going on. The people from the Purple Peak won't let you go? Yes and no. Lin Yan shook his head with a skeptical look on his face. Some people don't want Brother Luo to go, but those led by that little disciple from the Violet Peak want Brother Luo to hurry up and go. Before we can do anything, they're messing up on their own. Originally things were nothing up to here. At most it's just a little bit of trouble. But, I had my hands full at that time as well. Lin Yan reached out and covered his forehead with a look of regret. That little disciple didn't think things through enough. I found out the evidence that he framed Brother Luo, and then Purple Peak blew up. Baifeng was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head to Lin Yan and Luo Chen and asked, and then, Senior Brother Luo was forced to stay at the Violet Peak? No, it would be simple if it was like this. Lin Ya shook her head. This matter ended up alarming the Peak Master of the Violet Peak who had been in seclusion for a long time. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with Brother Luo's behavior and wanted to punish him, but was stopped by the Divine Sword Peak Master. Well, it fits my stereotype of a son of Qi like Luochen, where most of the people close to him are white-eyed wolves. And then what? Having developed to this extent, Baifeng was also more than a little curious. Then the Patriarch was alarmed, and after the fact that the Patriarch understood the truth, he was very dissatisfied with Zishao Peak, punished the Peak Master of Zishao Peak, and also made Brother Luo join the Divine Sword Peak. I guess things aren't over yet. Baifeng was really a bit curious. How did the Heavenly Sword sect give birth to this thing called the Purple Peak? How did it look like it was intellectually deficient from top to bottom? Or was this the power of the Sons of Qi? Lin Yan nodded. Well, there are people who still want Brother Luo to return to the Violet Peak, standing at Brother Luo's doorstep every day. And there are even people who have found me, so much so that I don't dare to come into contact with Brother Luo. Bai Feng didn't know what to do with his expression for a while, and it was no wonder that these two would board the flying boat with an anxious face. So he comforted, "Look on the bright side. At least they didn't break away from Purple Peak to join Divine Sword Peak." Luo Chen shivered at the thought of the senior sisters beside him switching back to those from the Purple Peak. "Senior brother Bai. Stop it. I'm already getting scared." Lin Yan also looked at Luo Chen with a look of pity. "Brother Luo, I'm sorry for your loss. Let's just talk about a little bit of happy topics." Luo Chen rubbed his forehead. Then he came closer to the two of them, Bai Feng and Lin Yan, and said in a very small voice, "Speaking of which, recently, Teacher Chun Xiu's book has spread amongst the ordinary disciples, which is both a good and a bad thing." "Not bad, after all. Many people hold great misunderstandings about Teacher Spring and Autumn. Spreading it too widely would easily be targeted by those elders." Lin Yan nodded rather approvingly. "Let's stop recommending lately, and wait until this fad has passed." Luo Chen nodded as well. "Good, that's exactly what I want." As Bai Feng listened to the exchange between the two of them, there were more than a few moments of confusion in his eyes, more than a few moments of surprise in his confusion, and even a few moments of anger mixed in with his surprise. "It turns out that you are the culprits for spring and autumn spreading up among ordinary disciples. Can't you two sons of fortune do anything?" Lin Yan, this already incorrigible guy, even if it's not. "Luo Chen, how come you've also contracted Chuanxiu?" "Oh, it's from me. That's okay." Bai Feng rubbed his forehead, always feeling that if this continued, his vest would have to be stripped out sooner or later. "That's right, brother Bai." At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly turned his head to Bai Feng and said, "When I was out on a mission recently, I saw quite a few stores selling the clothes in Master Chun Xiu's diagram. Does this matter known to Teacher Chun Xiu?" Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds. Of course he knew that, and was still the one who personally sent Chun Xiu there. If you're talking about Jade Linglong, Teacher Chun Xiu has a collaboration with them, and all the other stores are just rubbing it in. He explained briefly. Then he suddenly thought of something. "Wait, I remember that the clothes that Teacher Chuanxiu drew aren't any normal clothes, right? You have a Taoist?" "No," Lin Yan hurriedly denied. "It's those stores that didn't hide it at all and hung it brightly in the store." Bai Feng has not yet expressed the doubts in his heart. Luo Chen grabbed the first to open his mouth to help explain. "It's normal. After all, the clothes that Teacher Chuanxiu draws are not like the harmonious sect or the exposed clothes worn by certain demonic demonesses of the Devil's Path, the vast majority of which can even be worn out normally. And although Teacher Chuanxiu's drawings are astringent, they are more from some small details that draw people's reverie rather than being brightly exposed." Brother Luo is extremely right. Lin Yan looked as if he had met his soulmate. "I'm more willing to call it art than the Shibuya or Imperial books those people talk about." White Maple. "No, I'm really just drawing little royal pictures." Drop. Detected that the host drew a small yellow cough. The art painting convinced Lin Yan and Luo Chen, the two sons of Qi. Rewarded Qi value plus 233. 100 kinds of fire control tips. Unity, you do know how to see the wood for the trees. Also, what do you mean by this Qi value? Are you mocking me? Bai Feng hardened his fists, and if the system had an entity, he would have pulled it out and thrashed it. Bai Feng seems to have gone to Xianguang City, so you should know what to do, right? In a cave residence of the Refining God sect, Zuoqiu slowly opened her eyes. After returning from the secret realm, her cultivation had made breakthroughs one after another, and now she was already at the Jindan perfection, and if paired with the weapon given by the Black Lotus, she could even defeat the cultivation soil of the early Yuaning stage. However, although she had obtained the power she had dreamed of, she was not happy at all. For this power, she had lost her freedom, and had been reduced to a pawn in the hands of the Black Lotus that could be discarded at any time. "I absolutely have to get rid of you guys. Absolutely get rid of you." Zuoqiu gritted his teeth in his heart, but nodded on the surface. "Well, I'll go to Xianguang City right away." Bai Feng and the others had just gotten out of the flying boat when a group of people standing not far away walked towards them. At the head of the group was a woman who appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing only a loose robe, but her dimpled figure still held up the loose robe, giving off a mature flavor. And behind her were several Earth soldiers in thick armor, which looked like they should be the guards of Xianguang City. Then, the one at the head should be the city lord's wife. Bai Feng guessed in his heart. "Master Lu, welcome, welcome, welcome." The city lord's lady greeted her with a smile. She first exchanged a few words of courtesy with Lu Meng as well as Chu Ningyin and the other Heavenly Sword Sect elders and others, and then looked at the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples following her to the side, until she fixed her eyes on Bai Feng. She lifted up the fine silk hanging down by her ears and smiled amiably. "I think this is the new array genius of your clan. I have heard about it for a long time. It's not often that you can make that group of guys from the Sealing Spirit sect that have their eyes on the top suffer, and it's really extraordinary when I see it today. I'm flattered." Chu Ningyan said with a smile. Then she introduced Bai Feng. Feng she's the city master of Xianguang City. You can call her City Master Gu or Senior Gu. City Lord? Not the City Lord's wife? Bai Feng was a bit surprised in his heart, but his face remained calm. Good day, City Lord Gu. City Lord Gu laughed at once. It just so happens that my daughter has also returned recently. Let her entertain you then. You young people will have something to talk about when you get together. Daughter? If it's not an adoption, it means that the other party is already married. This situation is really rare. Could it be that the man is a member of the family? Speaking of which, the Gu family really doesn't seem to be a small family. Bai Feng was ruminating in his mind. And then he saw City Lord Gu walking towards Yu Yao. Little Yu Yao is here too. City Lord Gu seemed to be very familiar with Yu Yao, directly bending down and picking her up. Come, quickly let Auntie see if you've grown taller. Auntie, stop. I'm not a child anymore. Quickly let go of me. My master, sister and brother are all watching. Yu Yao instantly struggled, and it took a great deal of effort to break free from the City Lord's clutches and hide far away. City Lord Gu didn't care either. She turned to the crowd with a smile and said, by the way, you guys must be tired after rushing from the Heavenly Sword sect. I've already set up a banquet in the City Lord's mansion, so after everyone has eaten, drunk, and rested, we'll have a chat about constructing the grand formation. Yanamaman nodded without refusing. Then I'm sorry to bother you more. On the way to the City Lord's mansion, Bai Feng first glanced at City Lord Gu, who was chatting with his master and the others in front of him. Then he quietly moved to Yu Yao's side and asked in a low voice, the City Lord is your aunt and uncle? Yu Yao still had a few moments of anger on her face as she nodded. Well, I'd still like her if she didn't constantly treat me like a child. Well, Bai Feng looked around, then inquired very quietly, I'm a little curious. How did your aunt become the City Lord of Xianguang City? And what about your uncle? If there's some special reason, it's fine if you don't tell me. I'm just a little curious. My uncle died, passed away when I was young. Yu Yao shook her head and didn't hesitate much. She directly told Bai Feng, it's not a secret. I heard that he bullied a loose cultivator when he was young, and made the other party's family die. It was quite tragic anyway. As a result, that Xiao too joined the devil's path, and also gained some opportunities. And after his strength became stronger, he came to seek revenge, and he died together with the other party in order to protect his wife and daughter. Bai Feng didn't know how to answer. The slots were just a bit too many, and if he really wanted to say it, he felt that this matter was kinda inspirational, referring to the revenge-seeking Xiao Tu. Yu Yao could tell what was going on in Bai Feng's mind at a glance. Her reaction was actually similar to Bai Feng's when she first heard about it. She waved her hand. Laugh if you want to. I don't like my uncle who causes trouble either. It's just a pity that my aunt, who married such a lousy person because of the family union. My uncle was not able to return from his prodigal son and clean up his act, only to be approached by his enemies again. But fortunately, my aunt's cultivation talent is good, and she became the lord of Xianguang City by chance once, and is now living a much better life than before. That does seem pretty good. Bai Feng nodded his head in agreement, and he couldn't say anything in the face of other people's family matters. Fortunately, Yu Yao's aunt was a city lord and not some bullied woman. Otherwise her daughter would have to more or less dabble in the Son of Qi. Then he would definitely have to run far away. Wait, Bai Feng suddenly fell into deep thought. With this configuration of widows with daughters, especially since City Lord Gu was still in a high position, there was always a feeling that they would be targeted by the Sons of Qi. If City Lord Gu was still experiencing very difficulties, then a new Son of Qi would have to make an appearance next. Or even, should there be a new Son of Qi hidden in the current City Lord's mansion? Bai Feng hurriedly opened the system and scanned the small map provided by the system. He was instantly relieved that he didn't see any other Sons of Qi on the mini-map except for White Yuma and other Sons of Qi beside him. It seemed that City Lord Gu's plot hadn't begun yet, and there was no need to worry about encountering new Sons of Qi for the time being. At the banquet, Bai Feng also met the daughter of City Lord Gu. The other party did not inherit the genes of the Yu Yao family, but instead inherited her mom's figure very well. The two were almost about the same height. It was estimated that they should be about 5 feet 7, and had similar looking faces, only slightly smaller in a certain two places. Because immortal cultivators did not age easily, the two stood together not like mother and daughter, but rather like a pair of sisters. Well, the more I look at it, the more it looks like the type that would be raided by the Sons of Qi. I hope nothing will happen during this time of building the big formation. At least, wait until I'm gone. Junior brother, do you want to come to my auction house as a guest when you're done eating? At this moment, Yu Yao reached out her hand and tugged on his clothes. You and Yuma come along. I'll treat you guys to some good food. Bai Feng stopped rambling at once. He had almost forgotten that there was this dangerous place. That said,
He hadn't thought about it so much before when Yu Yao said that her auction was lacking auction items, but now that he thought about it carefully, how come it felt like a plot that would also involve the Sons of Qi? If he avoided the Son of Qi on his side, but ended up bumping into it on senior sister Yu Yao's side, in case the two of them made another good friend, and returned to the sect and were introduced by Yu Yao like that, wouldn't he have wasted his efforts in avoiding it? However, if we were to go to the auction house with senior sister Yu Yao because we were worried about her meeting with the Son of Qi, wouldn't that be tantamount to setting off the thunder in advance? There's no difference. Bai Feng found himself in a dilemma. Why is this happening? What went wrong? If you really want to trace the root of the problem, it was because he drew the Shibui diagram, which attracted the demonists and forced him to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Abominable. I just wanted to draw Shibuya. What's wrong with me? Why are you doing this to me? Junior brother? Yu Yao felt that Bai Feng's mood wasn't quite right and asked with a concerned face. What's wrong with you? Not feeling well? No. Bai Feng waved his hand. At this point he already had an idea in his mind. I just suddenly remembered that I'm short of a few formation materials, so if senior sister doesn't mind, then I'll just go and bother. Yu Yao instantly smiled. Hey, don't worry, that's it. I'm Yu Linglong's big miss. I can give you a discount for buying materials. Oh. The reason why Bai Feng changed his mind about going to the auction house was simple. He still preferred to be more proactive than passively accepting without knowing anything. This way, he would also be able to grasp more information, and even if something unexpected happened, he would be able to prepare for it earlier. Just as Bai Feng and Yu Yao were chatting, City Lord Gu walked over with her daughter, her face smiling. Didn't interrupt your exchange of feelings, did it? Auntie, please don't say such strange things. Yu Yao was instantly alert with a jolt, and just wanted to move over to Bai Feng's side, but as soon as she thought that this would again appear to be smearing more and more black, she simply squeezed over to Bai Yuma's side and stared at City Lord Gu very vigilantly. Don't be so shy. City Lord Gu was not saddened by Yu Yao treating her like this. Instead, she added a few more smiles. She turned to look at the young girl beside her and introduced the crowd. This is my daughter, Gu Yuqing. During this period of time, let my daughter take you guys to familiarize yourselves with Xianguang City, and if you encounter any trouble you can also look for her to help you deal with it. I know. Auntie, hurry back. I'll help if there's really any trouble. Yu Yao quickly waved her hand. She was now really afraid that her aunt would suddenly rush up and hug her like a small child. Isn't she just a little bit shorter? Why should she be treated like a child? I'll leave you to it then. City Lord Gu wasn't annoyed at being driven away like this. She smiled at the crowd and turned back to her own seat to continue chatting with Lu Meng and the others. Hello guys. Gu Wuqing seemed to be a bit constrained. After all, she had one in front of her. Almost all of them were geniuses that she could not hope to meet. Even without mentioning Bai Feng, who made the Foamling sect suffer a loss, there is still a Bai Yuma with immortal bones by his side. Sulan Shallow, who is also a genius of formation, and then Luo Chen, who is a little further away, is said to have practiced the relentless sword path, and defeated the last senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect with a single sword, and she has heard of even the male disciple next to Luo Chen, who is a genius of alchemy of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lin Yen, and apart from alchemy of the Dan. The strength of his body is also no less than that of the Shotu, who is a specialist of combat. He was a great talent in alchemy, and although she was also praised as a genius, within such a group of people, she was much worse. Sister Gu, don't just stand there, quickly sit down. Without City Lord Gu, Yu Yao also became bold once more as she directly moved over a chair and placed it beside Gu Yuqing. We shouldn't have seen each other for a long time, right? Thank you, Gu Yuqing said gratefully as she reached out and pressed the robes on her hips as well as her thigh position, almost revealing the rounded curves before she slowly sat down on the chair. It's been a few years already, hasn't it? We've barely seen each other since we entered the sect to cultivate. Saying that, she shook her head with some loss. It's a pity that my talent was a little bit worse and I didn't manage to enter the Heavenly Sword sect. It doesn't matter anymore. Cultivation is a self-sustaining matter. And aren't you joining the Piercing Cloud sect? Sister Gu, the difference between these big sects isn't that big. Yu Yao opened her mouth to comfort a few words. Bai Feng, who was beside him, pondered for a few seconds and quickly searched in his mind. The Piercing Cloud sect was a large sect second only to the four major sects in the northern region, proficient in Bao techniques and good at cultivating herbs, and had dabbled in alchemy as well. Although it was not as good as the Dan Peak of the Heavenly Sword sect, it was still far superior to the other sects. Under Yu Yao's guidance, the crowd sort of opened up, and the tension on Gu Yuqing's face decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. Senior sister Gu is a Bao cultivator? Bai Feng subconsciously glanced at Gu Yuqing's protruding pecs. It was indeed a bit difficult for her to go Bao practicing with this kind of figure. I'm still a bit curious about how Bao cultivators fight. If senior brother Bai is interested,
He can come to the practice field in the morning and find me.
And I can demonstrate for senior brother Bai.
Gu Yuqing smiled back. If there's time, yes.
Bai Feng politely said a few words.
He didn't dare to get too close to the other party.
In case he accidentally provoked the new son of Qi,
he would be in trouble. Junior brother. In fact, senior sister. I also know how to use a bao. At this time,
Yu Yao suddenly shook her wine glass and said,
her face still a little red. I was very good at playing with bows when I was a kid, but unfortunately, when I grew up, there were no bows that suited me, so I gave up. Facing the familiar Yu Yao, Bai Feng's tone wasn't as polite, and he directly spat out, well, indeed, if senior sister wants to draw a bow, she'll probably only be able to use her feet to assist. You're so smart. Junior brother, I can use my feet to draw the bao, but Yu Yao, who was already a bit drunk, didn't seem to notice the meaning of Bai Feng's words, and even complimented them. We've made a deal. I'll see you tomorrow morning at the training ground, and I'll let you see how junior sister draws a bao with her feet.
Then I really need to get up early and visit the training ground. Bai Feng's heart was filled with anticipation at the thought of Yu Yao using her feet to assist in drawing the bao and shooting arrows.
This scene is going to be interesting.
It would be nice to have a few more leave-behind stones tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it too. Gu Yuqing let out a light laugh,
and the bad smile on her face didn't seem as innocent as what she had just shown.
Despite the anticipation, senior sister me. I will definitely amaze you all.
Seeing Bai Feng and Gu Yuqing snubbing the drunken Yu Yao like this, Bai Yuma on the side couldn't stand it anymore.
Elder sister, you're drunk. Rest for a while first. Well, it seems like there is a little bit.
Yu Yao rubbed her head. Then you guys take your time to chat. Senior sister, I'm going to lie down and sleep for a while.
When she finished, she fell headfirst onto the table and passed out. Alas,
senior sister Yu Yao is just lame. She's drunk after just one sip.
Bai Feng looked at the almost unchanged drink in front of Yu Yao and couldn't help but scoff. Gu Yuqing, who was on the side,
smiled along with his words and asked,
so, elder brother Bai, you're very capable of drinking? Just kidding, I'm super drinkable. Not.
White Maple suddenly stopped.
So close, almost about to get into the drama of being Yago repoed.
So he waved his hand.
Ahem, it's actually just a normal amount of alcohol, and I don't like the feeling of being drunk as a formation master. Well, I know how to do that, and when I get drunk my head gets so dizzy I can't draw a bao right.
Although Yu Yao had already fallen asleep due to her drunkenness,
Gu Yuqing had already let go of her constraints during the exchange just now, and the atmosphere didn't get cold as a result. Even, Bai Feng asked the talented disciples of the Piercing Cloud sect on the side, and it really gave him a lot of news. For example, there was a genius disciple from the Piercing Cloud sect who had just risen to prominence and originally had mediocre talent. But then he didn't know what kind of trick he had opened up and suddenly soared to the heavens, and had a chance encounter with Gu Yuqing and helped her solve a problem. And that instantly aroused Bai Feng's alarm. This look is a son of Qi. It was fortunate that this son of Qi was not in Xianguang City nowadays, or else he would have wanted to hide somewhere else. Sleep well. Yu Yao opened her eyes and yawned. She hadn't slept for so long in a long time since Golden Dan. Speaking of which, did she say something weird yesterday? She sat on the bed and recalled. Gradually, her brows furrowed and her small hands clenched into fists. Junior brother, you're fucking punking me. What does it mean to draw a bao with your feet? Why didn't Self realize at the time that Bai Feng was secretly mocking her height? Just then, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Elder sister, are you up yet? Didn't you say you wanted to show us how you drew the bao and shot arrows when you were young? Young master. Yu Yao slowly turned her head to look at the location of the doorway, and in the next second, she directly leapt up from the bed in a hungry tiger pounce. And without even changing her pajamas, she rushed towards Bai Feng who was outside the door. At once, there was a shouting and begging outside the door. Senior sister, I was wrong. Stop hitting. This one pretending to cry out in pain for mercy was Bai Feng. Drawing a bao with your feet? I'm going to use my feet to pull you like a bao today. This one who didn't even have shoes on her feet and raised her little short legs to kick someone was Yu Yao. Senior sister, calm down. This one who was on the side to discourage was Bai Yuma. Training ground. Bai Feng reached out to straighten his somewhat disheveled clothes. He hadn't really been beaten up, just kicked in the calves a few times by Yu Yao and had his clothes tugged a few times during the scuffle. Yu Yao, on the other hand, walked ahead with a refreshed look on her face because she had finished venting her inner anger. Don't look at elder sister, I'm like this now, but I used to be very good at playing with bows. None of the young masters and young ladies of the big families I know can compare to me. So you still want to try archery? Bai Feng continued to ask in a deathly manner. He left the Shadow Stone already, and also received a beating. If he did not look back it would be too much of a loss. Yu Yao slanted a glance at Bai Feng, but this time she didn't make a move. Senior sister, I'm in a good mood right now, so I'll let you guys see the elegance of senior sister's archery. With that, she walked over to where the weapons were laid out and took a very miniature bow. Always feels like a loss. What? Yu Yao took her bow and arrow and walked quickly to the archery target as she glanced back at Bai Feng, who was muttering in a small voice. No, go sister. Bai Feng shook his head while quietly taking out the shadow retaining stone hidden in his clothes. Although I didn't get to see a bow being drawn with my feet, it was quite interesting to see Sister Yu Yao shooting with a small child's bow and arrow, and it's worth documenting. Bai Yuma on the side wanted to say something, but at that moment Bai Feng turned his head to look at her and put his finger to his mouth in a silencing gesture, while his mouth moved slightly and he said in a very low voice, "Shhhh. I'll buy you something tasty when we go shopping in a while." Shopping. Bai Yuma instantly thought of the scene of Bai Feng dragging her around the streets when she was a child, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Coupled with the fact that their relationship hadn't returned to normal the last time they'd gone shopping, both of them had been a bit restrained and had had a bit of an accident that had led to her being dragged by Bai Feng to a place where no one was around to give her a stink eye. Now it's supposed to be the first shopping trip since their relationship was restored, right? Thus, Bai Yuma hastily nodded his head. As for senior sister Yu Yao, then I can only apologize. At this moment, Yu Yao did not know what the two people behind herself were doing. She only saw her skillfully pulling up the bowstring, and her expression gradually became serious. Whoosh! The arrow directly hit the center of the target, followed by several more arrows flying towards the target. Without exception, all hit the bullseye. If you don't look at Yu Yao's height and the miniature bow and arrow in her hand, or if you adjust Yu Yao's height downward to about 10 years old, in that case, the scene is still pretty cool. How's it going, junior brother? Yu Yao put down her bow and arrow, a few proud smiles on her face as she turned to look at Bai Feng. He quickly hid the shadow retaining stone back into his clothes long before Yu Yao turned around, and with a very natural smile on his face, he gave her a thumbs up. Handsome. Well, Yu Yao glanced at him with some suspicion instead. I always feel that it's a bit weird for you to praise senior sister me so bluntly. The expression on Bai Feng's face didn't change much. Instead, he continued to smile and said, how come? Haven't I also been complimenting senior sister on how well your clothes are made? Well, that's also true. Yu Yao nodded, sort of recognizing Bai Feng's explanation. At this time, Gui Wuqing also walked over, her face somewhat surprised. You guys came so early. Humph. Who let someone keep wanting to see me draw a bow in style? Yu Yao snorted lightly and glared at Bai Feng as she spoke. Then she looked at Gui Wuqing and said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, you too, why didn't you advise last night and follow the arching fire there? After all, Yu Yao, you used to be really handsome when you drew your bow. Gui Wuqing smiled back, but it's really my fault. When the training is over, I'll treat you guys to dinner at Pine Crane House. I'm sorry, the two of them are mine today. Yu Yao shook her head. I'll have to invite them along as guests to Jade Linglong in a while. Let's have dinner some other day. Is it the auction in 3 days? Gui Wuqing thought of something. Then I'll wish the auction success in advance. I'm borrowing your advice. This is. The old man from the Jade Linglong auction house stared wide-eyed as he took out a magnifying glass-like spirit artifact and examined it carefully. Surprisingly, it's a rare combination type spirit artifact, even though each of them is only barely up to a 5th grade spirit artifact, and there are still serious flaws. Not even as good as a 4th grade extreme grade spirit weapon, but as long as they are combined together, the flaws will no longer be flaws. The old man carefully stretched out his hand to pick up a spirit weapon, placing it in front of his eyes to scrutinize it. These 5 pieces combined together can even bring out the power of a superb 5th grade spirit weapon, and if they were to be sold, I'm afraid they could fetch the price of a 6th grade spirit weapon. The one who forged this set of spirit weapons must be a master. Then he put down the spirit weapon and asked with a fiery face to the customer in front of him who had covered his face with a bucket hat, do you really want to put this set of spirit weapons up for auction with us? Aha! The guest in the bucket hat nodded and made a muffled sound. Good. I can make the decision to waive half of the handling fee for you. The old man stroked his beard with great excitement. Then he took out a black card and handed it to the guest. The auction will start in 3 days. If you're interested, guest, you must come and take a look. Will do. The guest nodded as he extended his gloved hand to receive the black card, and the old man's sharp eyes noticed that the glove the man was wearing was actually a spirit weapon as well. Upon further consideration that he was able to take out such a precious spirit weapon for auction, I'm afraid that behind him stood an unrivaled weapon refining master. After the guests had left, the old man looked at the spiritual weapon on the table with a fiery face. It just so happened that the Jade Linglong Xianguang City branch had recently been blocked by the local snakes, and lacked auction items that could be pressed to the bottom, and this spiritual weapon had just solved their pressing problem. I heard that Jade Linglong's eldest lady, who was also the real owner of the Xianguang City branch, was coming to Xianguang City recently.
so he could just take this opportunity to claim some credit.
This is Jade Linglong. Then this side is the auction house. If you want to buy something else, you can go to the next room to purchase it. Yu Yao stood at the entrance of Yu Linglong and introduced herself to Bai Feng and Bai Yuma. Come on, let's go inside and have a seat.
She took a step and walked straight into the door of the auction house. And when they had just walked into the auction house, they saw an old man rushing over in a hurry. Eldest miss, why didn't you give the old man a word when you came? Although the old man looked older, he was not slow at all when he ran. He stopped in front of Yu Yao and while panting heavily, he instructed the maid and others at the side. You guys are still not quick to go and prepare the refreshments. Eldest miss, please follow the old man to this side. I followed the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, so I didn't tell my family. Yu Yao didn't have any kind of big lady demeanor. She casually followed behind the old man and inquired about some things about the auction house. Soon, the crowd came to a guest room. Looking expensive wooden chairs were padded with a layer of soft cushions. The table was already filled with all kinds of pastries, and even the aura was a few points thicker as soon as they walked in. Sit casually, sit casually. Yu Yao casually picked a chair and sat down, reaching out to pick up a pastry on the table and ate it. This is a full moon crisp treat. It tastes very good. Bai Feng wasn't restrained, and after sitting down, he also picked up a piece of dim sum and tasted it. At the same time, he also opened the system and scanned it, then realized that there was an additional marking of the Son of Chi on the minimap, but it wasn't in the auction house. When did it appear? He remembered that he hadn't when he woke up this morning, which meant that this Son of Chi should have arrived this morning. And at that moment, the old man's words as he stood next to Yu Yao and reported caught his attention. Missy, this morning someone came to our place to consign an auction. He said and suddenly paused, and his eyes also glanced at the two people who came with Yu Yao. To put it directly, they are my senior siblings, or my partners. Yu Yao waved her hand, adding a heavier tone to the four words partner. You should have heard of them as well. The Bai family's Bai Feng and Bai Yuma siblings. It's that formation genius, Duke Bai, who made the Sealing sect's disciples suffer. The old man was suddenly slightly stunned, and his eyes looked at Bai Feng with a bit more awe. The future achievements of this kind of formation genius were absolutely unlimited, and it was something that should never be offended. He hurriedly turned to Bai Feng and apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai. It's because of my old man's poor eyesight that I didn't recognize you. I'm here to make amends to you. After saying that he was about to bow, Bai Feng quickly reached out and used his aura to stop the other party from bowing. Don't. I don't like this. Just treat it normally like an ordinary guest. Rule number I don't know how many of the rules of survival. Don't be arrogant and bossy like a villain when faced with a normal person with a polite attitude to prevent being killed off by the son of Chakra who smelled it. Mr. White's atmosphere. After praising a few words, the old man continued to report to Yu Yao. Eldest miss, this morning a person placed a set of combination-type spirit weapons with us. All combined together can reach the level of an extreme 5th grade spirit weapon. In this way, we should be able to hold our current auction without any problems. Could it be a son of Chi? Bai Feng was instantly alerted. It was fortunate that he had come with Yu Yao, otherwise he would have missed this news. This plot can be too classic. I just don't know if senior sister Yu Yao will meet him once. For the sake of his life, he could only say sorry to Yu Yao. You can stay with me for the next few days, and let the old man beside you do the work when it comes to pulling together geniuses and whatnot. He would give a few more array discs as compensation when it was over. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Yu Yao nodded. If it wasn't for Bai Feng's portable array, she might have been a bit more excited and would have even looked for a chance to meet him. After all, this person had relieved her of her urgent need and could take out an extreme 5th grade spiritual artifact out of his hand. Someone like this was someone that one had to have a good relationship with. But right now, she had junior brother Bai Feng and the time to pull in other talents, so she might as well pester Bai Feng more in the meantime and make him explode a little more portable formations. Well, it's decided. We'll play more with little senior brother in these few days. And when little senior brother is having fun, maybe we'll have a portable array disc for the next auction. Of course, this talent that provided the spirit weapon still had to be pulled in. Only she was going to let someone else do it. So she nodded. Let's give him an 80% waiver on the processing fee, and you should know what to do with the rest. Yes, Missy. The old man was secretly surprised in his heart that he could be so calm in the face of such a rare spirit weapon and such a talent, worthy of being the eldest miss of the Yu family. Right. These 2 array discs are for you. Be careful. Don't break them. This is the focus of our publicity for this auction. Yu Yao took out 2 sturdy wooden boxes, inside of which were the portable array discs, castrated version, made by Bai Feng. She carefully placed them on the table and reminded the old man to treat them with care. Yes, there was some curiosity on the old man's face.
What kind of treasure was contained in the box that could make even the eldest mistreat it so carefully? Could it be a 7th grade inheritance formation disc? Yu Yao did not rush to explain, but picked up the tea and took a fine sip before saying unhurriedly, "Inside here is a portable array disc. Injecting spiritual energy can open it. These two are the Shin Turtle Array and the Spirit Gathering Array, all of which are of the 5th grade. Only the range size is only half of a normal array." The old man had a contemplative look on his face. Then he asked with a bit of disbelief, "Missy, I'm a bit hard of hearing. It's that by injecting spiritual energy into the array disc you can immediately form an array, and the spiritual energy can be your own, or you can use a spirit stone like a normal array." Yu Yao was not impatient either. On the contrary, she enjoyed the feeling of explaining, especially when she saw the unbelievable look on the other party's face. Her heart burst with pleasure. I can't be the only one in shock. Is this true, Missy? The knowledgeable old man naturally also instantly sensed the value of the portable array disc, and he could already imagine the fireworks of the auction. Even he wanted to postpone the auction. Only 2 days, which is enough time to publicize. No wonder Missy was not excited at all when she saw the combination type spirit weapon. In his place, if he had this thing in his hand, he would also be able to remain calm. Ahem. At most, only a little bit of small excitement. Yu Yao sipped a mouthful of tea and continued slowly. Not only that, when you don't need the array anymore, you can also take the array disc away after closing the array. It can be reused. Holy shit! The old man's eyes were wide open. He even almost took a breath. This kind of array disc can be put into the Jadeling loans once every 10 years large-scale auction for auction, right? The old man hastily reached out and pinched his thigh, and the pain coming from his thigh let him know that Self was not dreaming. Where on earth did Missy get this kind of array disc? Then he suddenly thought of Bai Feng's identity and the achievements he had obtained. Could it be? He subconsciously looked towards Bai Feng, but was shouted at by Yu Yao. Don't think nonsense about the array disc, you know? We only need to tell the guests what function the array disc has. Don't say anything else. Yu Yao's tone was heavy and icy like a mountain pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. Yes, I don't know anything. The old man hurriedly nodded, although he didn't know why he had to hide his own information. But no matter if it was Missy, or a certain array genius, it wasn't something that he could offend. All he had to do was to do what Missy told him to do, right? Well, I don't worry about what you do. Yu Yao's tone became soft once again. Alright, you go deal with the auction. I'm going to bring my senior brothers and sisters to stroll around the auction house. Yes, Missy. The old man quickly left the room and walked down the hallway, his face more than a little emotional. No wonder Missy couldn't look at that refiner. With such a senior apprentice brother around, it really wasn't needed. Of course, it was still necessary to continue to play nice with the refiner, and as a sign of respect, it would be better to let him take the field himself. Inside the room, I didn't see that you had quite the air of a young lady. After the old man left, Bai Feng also looked a lot more casual as he picked up a piece of pastry and joked to Yu Yao with a smile. Alas, after all, a family like ours that deals in business is different from your Bai family. There are people watching you inside and out. Yu Yao stretched. Luckily I joined the Heavenly Sword sect and don't have to bother with all that crap. Alright, let's not talk about this. She jumped down from the chair, casually picking up a few pastries and stuffing them into her own mouth, and said somewhat vaguely, "Let me take you guys around Jade Linglong. Aren't you going to buy any formation materials, junior brother? Then senior sister must give more discounts, yell." Because of the appearance of a new son of Qi, Bai Feng didn't hang around outside for too long, and he returned to the city lord's mansion after buying the array formation materials and accompanying Bai Yuma and Yu Yao for an early dinner. Just as soon as he returned he was shouted at by Lu Meng. "Bai Feng, you're back just in time. Tomorrow we're going to carry out the preparations for the construction of the Grand Formation. I'll first talk to you about the precautions to be taken when constructing the Grand Formation in order to prevent any mishaps from occurring." "Yes, master." Bai Feng nodded, and after talking to Bai Yuma and Yu Yao for a few moments, he walked over to Lu Meng's side and listened to her talk about the precautions to be taken regarding the construction of the Grand Formation. "That's basically it. Things outside the formation don't need us to worry about. Shu Ning Yan, she will help deal with it." Bai Feng nodded in a slightly contemplative manner. A large array is indeed going to be very different from ordinary arrays. For example, one is a small 2-story bungalow and one is a high-rise building with dozens or even more than 100 floors, and it is natural that the latter is going to be much more troublesome to build. However, he had one other point of confusion. Isn't Xinguang City far away from the territory of the Devil Dao? Could there be others who would come to add to the chaos? Could it be other sects? But things like building a large formation were more on the side of the transactional nature of someone else spending money and them contributing, and while it was true that it would make both sides more connected, it wasn't as if it would cause the other side to completely fall to the Heavenly Sword sect. Otherwise,
the northern region would have long been the territory of the spirit sealing sect.
Lu Meng shook her head. You were born in the Bai clan, so you might not be too clear about the cultivation of the earth other than the righteous and demonic paths.
Although the northern domain appears to be ruled by both the righteous and demonic paths, but that's only the top tier of the warring forces, while in the middle and bottom tier of the cultivated earth, which is much more numerous, they mainly consist of scattered cultivators or cultivated earth from small and medium-sized clans.
And even though on the surface they're mostly righteous cultivated earths, in reality, they actually don't really care about the battle between the righteous and the demonic paths, and they care about their own self-interests even more. Bai Feng nodded. Although he didn't go out for many years, it didn't mean that he was close to information. On the contrary, he instead liked to collect some news and rumors from the outside. And the truth was indeed like what Lu Meng said. Although many scattered cultivators are afraid of the cruelty of the devil's way, but they also do not like the righteousness of the road. After all, the righteousness of the road is also not a virtuous generation. The most typical is certain bullying men and women, and will not be seriously punished, dude. Not to mention that the big clans are still firmly occupying the best cultivation resources. These scattered cultivators and small and medium-sized clans can only eat a little bit of the residue, just on the whole to be better than the devil's side of the road on a little bit. Originally they were just a scattered bunch. Then one person united this group of scattered cultivators, and although they still had their own agenda, they also had an additional common goal. Their goal is also very simple. For their self-interest, and do not want one side to be too powerful, it is best if both sides can't help anyone, or even fight to the point of losing, so that they can get the most benefits from both sides. Lu Meng seemed to be in contact with that group of people. She continued in a flat tone, but the big formation will break the balance they hope for. After all, as long as there is a big formation, it will be harder for the devil's way to break through, and it will also increase the difficulty for the devil's way to infiltrate into the territory of the righteous way, or even to cause destruction in the rear of the righteous way. So they will find a way to unite with the devil's way to sabotage the construction of the big formation. And they don't need to do it personally themselves, as long as they spread the news to the devil Dao. Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds. No wonder the Heavenly Sword sect had sent out so many elders this time. Although he had shown notable talent in the Dao of formation, he shouldn't have been able to go out and be protected by so many elders. Now it seemed that it should have been for the purpose of protecting the grand formation from being destroyed by the people of the devil's way. Sorry, that was a bit much. Lu Meng shook her head. Let's continue. I'll tell you about the layout of the grand formation next. Yes, master. While Bai Feng was listening to Lu Meng's narration of the layout of the grand formation, a hint of worry also emerged in the back of his mind. That Black Lotus guy isn't going to take advantage of this, is he? Coupled with the appearance of the son of Qi today, this is even more of an ominous symbol. Something will definitely go wrong with the construction of the grand formation. He had already thought of the subsequent plot. There was an accident in the grand formation. Shanguang City was in danger under the attack of the Devil Dao. All the Heavenly Sword sect elders were entangled by the Devil Dao's experts. Just when the grand formation was about to be destroyed by a few Devil Dao disciples of the younger generation, the son of Qi appeared out of nowhere. First he was mocked by the Devil Dao's disciples for his cultivation, but then the son of Qi crossed the line to beat the Devil Dao's disciples and save the city from the crisis and gained the city lords and city lords' daughters. The city lord and the city lord's daughter appreciated it. But Bai Feng thought of the three sons of Qi that had come together this time, and felt that the plot shouldn't develop so smoothly. Just whether it was in a good direction, or a bad one, he didn't know. For the next 2 days, Bai Feng was also busy, but even so, he still found time to look for Yu Yao to talk about clothes-related matters, and for this reason, he even stayed up all night to draw a few diagrams, firmly locking Yu Yao in the city lord's mansion, preventing her from taking a step closer to the auction house. This one is. Yu Yao's eyes widened, almost on the verge of sticking to the paper. Wedding dress. Bai Feng sat in his chair and crossed his arms. Remember when Mr. Chuanqiu came up with the white theme charts? This is one of them, and it's also the most daring design in my opinion. From hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer ago, marriages were mostly done in red. But Mr. Chuanqiu boldly adopted white, which, besides looking good, added a touch of purity and sanctity. Yu Yao nodded vigorously. What you said, Jun, your brother, is so right. It's true that teacher Chunxiu can bring me new surprises every time. I'm going to live her out this set of clothes tonight. Bai Feng saw Yu Yao's already completely deranged appearance and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Senior sister, just be honest and make clothes in the city lord's mansion. Don't think about the auction for now. Seeing that self's purpose had been achieved, Bai Feng didn't continue to stay in Yu Yao's room and turned around to go and busy himself with the matter of the grand formation. And after he walked away, Bai Yuma suddenly walked out from the other side of the house. Frowning slightly, why was Bai Feng from senior sister Yu Yao's room? Was he discussing about designing clothes? But why didn't he call out to her? Could it be that? She subconsciously clenched her fists, but then she hastily shook her head. It couldn't be. It should be self-overthinking. She walked quickly to Yu Yao's door and raised her hand but hesitated to knock down. What if it's really what she thinks it is? Just when she was hesitating, the door of the room was suddenly opened from inside. Yu Yao saw Bai Yuma standing in front of her own door with a face of surprise. Yuma, you've come at the right time. Come and help senior sister me. White yummy, eh? She walked into the room and took one look at the picture on the table, her brain not turning over for a moment. No, I didn't bring any suitable fabrics. Yu Yao rummaged through the fabrics from her own storage bag. Then she stood up from her chair with a mischievous sound. Yuma, wait for me for a while, I'll be right back. Then, Bai Yuma saw Yu Yao quickly run out, leaving only her standing in place with a dumbfounded look on her face. So what the hell happened? She reached over and picked up the paper on the table. On it were several women. They were doing different actions, but the dresses were all the same. The white wedding dresses were exquisitely well drawn. She had never seen anything like it. Did Bai Feng bring it? And where did he obtain such a drawing? Just as Bai Yuma was pondering, the door to the room was opened once more, and Yu Yao was tugging on Gu Yueching's wrist as she walked in. Sister Gu, you must help me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. It's too much. What the hell is going on? Gu Yueching hadn't figured out what had happened yet, and she subconsciously looked towards Bai Yuma, who was standing in the house, as well as the exquisite wedding dress picture in her hand. Did Mr. Springer draw this picture? She reached out and pointed at the diagram in Bai Yuma's hand, asking Yu Yao at the side. Yu Yao suddenly froze. How do you know about Mr. Chuanqiu? Aren't you Linglong selling the clothes designed by Mr. Chuanqiu? My mom even bought 2 pieces specifically to show her support before when you guys first launched. Gu Yueching explained. If I hadn't investigated out of curiosity, I wouldn't have known that teacher Chunqiu was actually the one who drew the little imperial drawing. So how did you guys collaborate with this kind of painter? But the painting is indeed very beautiful is all. Wait. Yu Yao jumped up in a hurry, reaching out to try to cover her mouth. Stop it. Suddenly, she felt a chill coming from behind self. She subconsciously turned her head, only to see Bai Yuma with a kind smile, walking up to her and bending down to ask, Senior sister, may I ask who teacher Chuanqiu is? Who is it? Yu Yao's forehead had already begun to ooze cold sweat. Why hadn't she told Gu Yueching about this in advance? I'm sorry, little senior brother. For my life, you will sacrifice it. If Bai Yuma ignores you because of this, senior sister me, I will make up for it. The big deal is that in the future, I will go to cook for you. After swearing in her heart, Yu Yao, as if resigned to her fate, sat down disheveledly on the ground and explained briefly. It's that your Bai family has a painter named Chunqiu, who paints very good-looking clothes. So I let my youngest junior brother help me with the book. It's really just a book. And I didn't intend to make that kind of clothes. As you can see, the clothes that Mr. Chunqiu paints are really good-looking. So, in the face of Yu Yao's almost incoherent explanation, Bai Yuma, however, lowered his head and fell into thought. Did their Bai family have someone who was proficient in painting? It's such a hassle just to get ready. Bai Feng stretched. He hadn't gotten a full 8 hours of sleep in several nights, and since Lu Meng had high hopes for him, a lot of the more technical work had been given to him. But finally, I'm busy for the time being. Let's make a few portable array discs first, and give one to Bai Yuma and the others to prevent accidents from occurring during the invasion of the demonic path. He summoned the immortal flame and dissolved the half-finished materials, removing the impurities and leaving only the essentials. The reward that the system forced on him last time happened to be a fire control tip. This was different from the fire control spell, but rather a DLC similar to the one attached to the game proper, allowing the immortal flame to change more in his hands. However, although they were called tips, there were some tips in there that were just too difficult, such as condensing fire into very thin threads, or manipulating the flames to travel through the body, which could remove the toxic residue in the body, and other difficult tips. Okay, first one done. Bai Feng held a palm-sized array disc, and with the first time, the second time was naturally much easier. This was also a composite formation, and shedding its attack and defense capabilities, it was directly multiple phantom formations stacked on top of each other. Make sure that as soon as you get within range of the formation, you get a strong control for a few seconds first. This was also tailored by him considering Bai Yuma's situation. After all, Bai Yuma didn't lack offensive ability and had a flexible body style. Ordinary attacks were simply difficult to get close to, so he simply discarded the defense array and only put in the illusionary array. Once the enemy was caught in the illusionary formation, then White Yuma could decide the winner with a single sword.
Then he continued to make portable array discs.
And considering senior sister Yu Yao's ability,
he stacked 2 defensive formations to ensure that his partner wouldn't be able to hurt him a bit.
Get a defense array for Sulan Shallow as well. Don't expect her to do anything, just don't get into trouble. As for Lin Yan and Luo Chen, giving a flame array disc and an illusion array disc counted out. Bai Feng had been backstabbed multiple times by these two, and he hadn't even wanted to give it, but they had helped him after all, so it was better to give one to each of them. There's not enough material. He stopped what he was doing, and at this time, there were already 3 portable array discs on the table, leaving only Lin Yan's and Luo Chen's still to be done. Ahem, it's not my fault. I'll make it for you next time.
Bai Feng put away the 3 finished array discs as he glanced at the already lit sky.
It was obviously already the next day. It's been a while since I've had an all-nighter.
Bai Feng stretched.
Counting the time, today should be the day of the auction. I guess senior sister Yu Yao should be going to the auction today. It was just as well that he needed to get some materials. Thus, he pushed open the door of the room and walked straight towards the room where Yu Yao resided.
Elder sister,
are you awake?
Bai Feng knocked on the door of the room, only to have it opened within a few seconds. Elder sister, you should not also overnight.
Ah,
he froze before he could finish spitting.
It wasn't Yu Yao who opened the door,
but his sister,
Bai Yuma. It was just that Bai Yuma wasn't wearing a plain robe, but a clean white wedding gown,
with a large amount of lace patterns snaking from the neckline to the waist, along with a few lace flowers embellishing the waist,
and underneath the hemline was a white transparent tulle, which vaguely showed the curve of the calves inside.
Her face was flushed with shyness, but her eyes didn't hide, but stared at him with anticipation.
Yes, is it nice? Was it good? Facing Bai Yuma's expectant eyes,
Bai Feng felt his self's heart go a few points faster.
It looks good. It suits you.
He averted his eyes slightly and patted his chest with a palpitation that was close. He was almost about to have his intimacy turn sour. Bai Yuma wore a smile on her face and reached out to grab Bai Feng's arm.
Let's go inside first. Well, Bai Feng was dragged inside by Bai Yuma, and after a brief moment of dismay, he realized a question. Yuma, why are you here at senior sister Yu Yao's place?
Of course it's senior sister Yu Yao who asked me to help make the clothes. Bai Yuma had a sweet smile on her face. I also contributed to this outfit.
It's not a bad job, right?
After she learned that the dress in the picture was a wedding dress, an idea was uncontrollably generated in her heart, so she didn't dwell on this matter of spring and autumn.
Instead, she spent the night with senior sister Yu Yao to make the wedding dress. Well, it's pretty.
Bai Feng nodded his head and praised. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Senior sister Yu Yao shouldn't have exposed the matter of the two of them trading chuanxiu, right?
Well, there shouldn't be. After all, he's using a separate sheet of paper this time, not the book Spring and Autumn. And, he glanced at Bai Yuma, and looking at the heartfelt smile on her face, he was even more certain of Self's suspicions. If White Yuma knew, she would never be like this. Junior brother, you're here. Yu Yao looked up at Bai Feng, then quickly lowered her head to continue fiddling with the fabric in her own hand. You sure did pull an all-nighter too.
Bai Feng glanced at the cut fabrics on the ground and was impressed.
To be able to make a wedding dress in one night, Yu Yao did have something. Why do you feel Yu Yao's tone is a bit weak? Is it because you're not in good spirits after an all-nighter? At this time, Yu Yao lowered her head, completely afraid to look at Bai Feng. Even the hand that was holding the needle began to tremble. I'm sorry, Junior Master. I really don't blame me for exposing spring and autumn. If you come to my house to buy materials in the future, I'll give you a discount on the discount. Senior sister Gu is also here? Bai Feng saw that on the other side of the room, Gu Yuqing was cutting fabric. Good morning, Senior White. She turned around and just smiled and said hello, then turned around and continued cutting up the fabric. But when she turned around, her face suddenly had more than a little fear on it. She really didn't mean it, and regretted why she hadn't thought more before speaking. She wouldn't be taken out and sunk in the river by an infuriated Bai Feng, would she? Brother, why don't you sit down and rest? I'll get you some tea. Bai Yuma still had a smile on his face and poured a cup of tea for Bai Feng without slowing down. However, his eyes were intentionally looking towards Bai Feng. Yesterday she was thinking about the people in the White family who were good at painting, when something from her childhood suddenly came to mind. She remembers very clearly that one winter when she was a child, Bai Feng had a sudden idea and dragged her to run to the yard, taking a piece of charcoal and scribbling on the ground. Bai Feng's paintings were very different from others. The paintings came out that people or small animals had big eyes, and even the small animals stood like people. And most of all, the shadows on Bai Feng's paintings were very real, and that was a painting method that she had never seen before. It's the same as that wedding picture, or the one on the spring that Yu Yao handed over. Therefore, she had a high degree of certainty that the artist who painted spring and autumn was Bai Feng. Brother,
I heard senior sister Yu Yao say that you provided that picture of the wedding dress. Bai Yuma had just finished speaking when by phone, Yu Yao and Gu Yuqing perked up their ears, and the two who were working on their clothes even stopped what they were doing. Bai phone was a bit nervous inside, but on second thought, since Bai Yuma would ask that, it also meant that senior sister Yu Yao had fooled around and Bai Yuma didn't know about Chuanxiu, so he also regained his mindset and nodded his head and replied rather justifiably, "Yes, I brought it here. It's pretty, isn't it?" At this moment, Yu Yao lowered her head and put her hands together in front of her chest. Is the judgment finally coming? I'm so happy that I was able to make such nice-looking clothes. I hope that in my next life, I will also come across Master Chuanxiu's book and continue to make nice-looking clothes. However, Bai Yumo didn't pursue the matter of Chunxiu as Yu Yao thought. Instead, he walked beside Bai Feng. She bent down slightly, almost lying on Bai Feng's ear, and inquired in a small voice, "Brother, I remember you took me to draw some very nice pictures when I was a kid. Was that picture drawn by you? Tell me. I won't tell anyone else. You remember." Bai Feng looked sideways at Bai Yuma, who was almost in front of his face, then tilted his body silently. Then he nodded. "Well, it's what you think." He didn't deny it. For one thing, the Bai family didn't have a painter at all. Even if he denied it now, it would be exposed when Bai Yuma came home and asked. Not to mention he didn't believe that his old man's mouth would be that tight. Secondly, he was also very sure that Yu Yao didn't betray him. Bai Yuma didn't know about spring and autumn, and with her character she wouldn't read that kind of book, so it didn't matter even if she admitted it. Sure enough, I thought it looked familiar before. Bai Yuma had a smile on his face. What about accidentally discovering one of Bai Feng's little secrets? When she went back, she'd take a look at the books of spring and autumn that Yu Yao had given her, just to learn more about Bai Feng's preferences as well. Bai Feng always felt that there was something else in her smile, but in the next second, she walked up to him and reached out to pinch up the sides of her skirt to lift it up slightly, which was exactly one of the movements in the diagram. "Brother, how is it? It should look pretty much the same as the dress in the picture, right?" He subconsciously glanced downward. Well, sure enough, it was white silk. It was pretty. Nope. He coughed lightly and nodded his head in praise after sizing up Bai Yuma. "Well, it's almost as if she's a fairy that ran out of a picture." He. Bai Yuma laughed a little embarrassed. Then she seemed to think of something, and asked Bai Feng with some curiosity, "By the way, brother, I heard that this outfit is for marriage. So are there any male? What do male clothes look like? And what do male clothes look like?" "There is." Bai Feng nodded, while also glancing at the two people who were making clothes. "But I don't have that diagram on me right now, so I'll ask someone when I get back." "Aha." Bai Yuma hastily nodded, his face vaguely expectant. An idea surfaced in her mind. Could she ask Bai Feng to help try on the clothes after making them? And then she's at. "Well, it's too humiliating. Yuma, why are you blushing?" "No, it's fine." Bai Yuma shook his head in a hurry, his eyes not daring to look at Bai Feng at all. Meanwhile, Yu Yao, who was making clothes on the side, was relieved to see that the battle fire did not rise. "I don't know why Hakufu Mal didn't ask about Hakufu Chuanxiu, but whatever, as long as it's in the past, it's fine. As for later, it doesn't matter if you're drunk today, or if you're sparse in the back." Okay. Yu Yao raised her head. Although she tried to remain calm, she still almost bit her tongue when she opened her mouth. "I remember that today is the day the auction opens. Let's go out for a stroll. We might be able to come across something interesting." Bai Feng looked towards Yu Yao. He had almost forgotten the purpose of this time. It was impossible for Yu Yao to not go to the auction house as Jade Linglong's eldest young lady, and there was no suitable excuse for him to stop it. So there was only one more plan, to tie Yu Yao to his side. So he smiled and said half-jokingly, "All right, senior sister, you have to entertain us well, and it can't be ordinary maidservants. It has to be senior sister, you personally entertain us. If we are entertained well, I will give senior sister you a mysterious gift." Yu Yao was instantly energized. "Oh, since senior brother you've said so, then senior sister, I'll spend today with you guys. The son of Qi has indeed come." Inside the auction house, Bai Feng had already arrived with Yu Yao and was sitting in a box on the second floor of the auction house eating snacks and waiting for the auction to begin. At this moment, a Son of Fortune logo was flashing on the minimap, and at this moment, the Son of Fortune was rushing towards the auction house. "Junior brother, I've already had someone pack the materials you wanted." Yu Yao casually threw a storage bag over. "Let's see if there's anything missing." "So soon? I thought I hadn't paid yet." Bai Feng hastily reached out and took it, making sure the materials were complete before putting it away. "This is senior sister's trust in you." Yu Yao sat on a high chair and pinched up a piece of dim sum and stuffed it into her own mouth. "What's more,
Didn't you consign 2 array discs here with senior sister? Wouldn't it be fine for me to deduct your fees when the auction goes out? I hope it sells for a good price then. By phone glanced at the Minimaps logo between conversations and saw that the Sons of Chi had already arrived at the auction house. So he casually pulled back the curtains a bit and looked toward the auction house doors. Only a man with a black bucket hat on his head walked in. System, query the identity of the other party. Li Ming, male, early Jindan stage, son of an ordinary hunter. Joined the cloud-penetrating sect after his parents' accidental death. Originally, his talent was mediocre, but by chance he fused the soul fragments of an ancient power. I'll go. This son of Qi is a bit powerful. Bai Feng sighed in his heart. Surprisingly, even the ancient great powers had come out. So far, this son of Qi should be the highest in compulsion except for Bai Yuma, who possessed immortal bones. Who? Li Ming looked up and only saw the curtains of a certain box on the second floor move slightly. He frowned slightly. Just now a not-so-comfortable feeling suddenly arose in his heart, as if he had met a nasty person. It's Master One, right? At this time, the old man from the auction house walked over. He had a smile on his face. The old man has been waiting for a long time. Please go with the old man to the second floor box. The auction will start in a while. Aha. Li Ming put away his distracting thoughts and nodded, following the old man to the second floor. Only before entering the box, he glanced at the one he had noticed when he was downstairs. This son of luck is quite vigilant. Is it because the luck value is too much, causing the hate value to rise as well? Bai Feng's face was pensive. Speaking of this hate value, it seemed like it wouldn't take effect on Qi Luck sons that he already knew. At least the 3 Qi Luck sons in the Heavenly Sword sect were normal when they faced him. Instead, the new sons of Qi that he encountered were all quite hostile to him. Even if she removes the licking dog of the Spirit Sealing sect, the last time she met Suoqiu, she was directly staring at him. It's good to observe more. The auction has begun. Yu Yao reached out and snapped her fingers, only to see the curtains of the box slowly move towards the sides, and the glass behind the curtains emitted a faint white light. In the next second, the glass seemed to turn into a TV screen, with the auctioneer and the auction items appearing directly on the glass. How about this? For this effect, we spent a lot of money and found a lot of formation masters to achieve it. Yu Yao clasped her arms with her hands, her little head slightly cocked with a proud look. It's really good. Bai Feng nodded as he stared at the glass for a few moments. It should have used some of the functions of the shadow retaining stone and then played the recorded images on this glass. If you don't like this, you can also turn it off. Yu Yao held a jade disc, and soon the image on the glass disappeared, revealing the crowd outside the box and the auction platform in the distance. This way others can't see us either. We've gone through a lot of effort to realize this feature. Bai Feng stroked his chin. I seem to know where those oddball array discs came from, so it was forced out by the A's. But I think it's a bit of a waste to have such a big piece of glass just showing the auction process. Bai Feng reached out and picked up the jade disc, redirecting it to the live feed. Since we've used the retaining stone function, why don't we take it a step further? He reached out and pointed at the blank area on the glass. For example, here, we can insert a looping screen, the content of which can be the auction item being auctioned, or even a preview of the next auction item, or even insert advertisements, such as the merchandise that Yulong Linglong is selling hot. And at the beginning, the guests waiting in the box is also a bit boring. It is perfectly possible to play a few interesting videos. Even if it is to introduce the current auction items, it is not difficult to realize this function. It only needs. Before Bai Feng could finish speaking, he felt a small pair of hands on his shoulders. He looked up, only to see Yu Yao glaring at him. Sister? Junior brother? Meeting you is truly a blessing for me. Yu Yao looked excited. Can you remodel the formation? Junior senior brother? Money is not a problem. It's okay, but, please, as long as you're willing to help senior sister me, whatever you ask senior sister to do is fine. Yu Yao kept shaking his shoulders. Even if you ask senior sister me to warm the bed, I'm willing to mouth my teeth. Bai Yuma instantly became alert and quietly moved to Bai Feng's position. Senior sister, calm down. Bai Feng reached out and grabbed Yu Yao's wrist, forcing her small hand away from his shoulder. But Yu Yao didn't give up so simply. She kept wrestling with Bai Feng in an attempt to catch him again. Calm? What do you want me to calm down with? At this moment, Gu Yuqing suddenly stretched out her hand and asked weakly, should I leave for a while first? Cough. Yu Yao suddenly took a step back and sat back down on her own chair. Sorry for losing my temper. Let's rewatch the auction. Only her ears were a little flushed, and it was clear that she wasn't as calm inside as she appeared to be. She couldn't help but reach out and cover her own head. Damn it. I'm so used to having a seizure in front of junior brother that I've forgotten that there are other people around. Especially since Gu Yuqing was still her relative. It was even more embarrassing. Gu Yuqing on the side wasn't embarrassed, and even deliberately smiled and teased. Yu Yo, You and senior brother Bai's relationship is quite good, but it's better to say such things in private. Oh, no, I didn't. The expression on Yu Yao's face finally couldn't be maintained, and she directly turned red, and her speech began to be incoherent. Junior brother, say something. You calm down. Senior sister Gu is obviously joking. Bai Feng reached out and rubbed his forehead. This reaction of yours is really going to make others feel that the two of us have an unclear relationship. Well, when you think about it, it seems that their relationship wasn't supposed to be very normal, referring to having seen spring and autumn together. Wait, this couldn't be a deliberate attempt by senior sister Yu Yao, right? She couldn't be trying to rely on me so that I can work for her for free for nothing, right? He glanced suspiciously at senior sister Yu Yao, but didn't see anything broken from his reddened face. Alright, stop fooling around. The auction has already started. Bai Yuma suddenly spoke out. Then she reached out and picked up a piece of dim sum, placing it at Bai Feng's mouth. Brother, don't tease senior sister either. Come and have a piece of dim sum. Yuma, I'll do it myself. Bai Feng reached out to take the treat, but Bai Yuma didn't stop, instead placing it on his lips with a smile on his face. He had no choice but to open his mouth and eat it. Ugh, is it starting to get to the point where Yuma won't listen too? Bai Feng was savoring the snacks as he rambled on. Brother, do you want more? At that moment, Bai Yuma pinched up another snack and handed it over. Only this time she didn't put it to her mouth, as if she had just gagged him with the snack before. Thanks. Therefore, Bai Feng didn't think much about it as he reached out and took the snack, sending it towards his own mouth. It had to be said that the flavor of the snacks provided by Jade Linglong was still very good, worthy of being the largest auction house in the northern region. Junior brother, do you have anything you want to buy? Yu Yao's emotions seemed to have returned to normal. Only the roots of her ears were still a little red. Senior sister, I can help you introduce the auction items on the stage. Bai Feng nodded. He really had something in mind. I'd like to buy some more specialized array discs. Are there any such auction items in this auction? There really is. Yu Yao pondered for a few seconds. I remember it was a mutilated array disc, packaged for auction along with a few worn-out weapons. Originally we don't accept rags, but these things are said to have been excavated from the meteoric immortal battlefield, and even though the spiritual power has been lost, the weapons themselves are still very mysterious, and there are a lot of guests who are interested in them. Sounds like it's for the sons of Qi. Bai Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He had also heard of the fallen immortal battlefield. Nowadays no one remembers when the fallen immortal battlefield happened, only that it was a long time ago, and it was said that there were still real immortals at that time, and the passageway to the immortal realm wasn't cut off, and the meteoric immortal battlefield, as the name suggests, was a place where immortals had fallen, and it was very dangerous. So far, the meteor immortal battlefield is still a dangerous place, and those who ran into the battlefield with the word immortal in mind in an attempt to find the secret of becoming immortal, almost none of them were able to survive, and most of those who came out also went crazy. However, if one was just poking around the periphery of the battlefield for some treasures from the ancient era, there wouldn't be any danger, on the contrary. And the mutilated array discs and weapons in Yu Yao's mouth should be the ones that the Taobaist had dug up on the periphery of the battlefield. It does interest me a bit. Let's see if we can get a shot. Forget it if it's too expensive. Bai Feng stroked his chin, not to mention the fact that this thing would most likely be targeted by the sons of Qi. He was only slightly curious. It was impossible to spend a large amount of money on a formation disc with unknown effects, let alone one that was still broken. It shouldn't be very expensive. There are often people who dig up broken weapons and such from the periphery of the meteoric immortal battlefield, and the quantity isn't considered rare, so there aren't many people who are willing to spend a lot of money on it. Yu Yao opened her mouth to explain. Well, it's good to shoot and try it later then. Bai Feng nodded, and during the conversation a 5th grade elixir was auctioned off by a cultivator on the first floor, and the next auction item happened to be the mutilated array disc and weapon that Yu Yao had spoken of. Only the auctioneer lifted the spirit cloth covering the auction item, revealing the array plate covered in cracks and the weapons, which were a broken sword and a broken bow. I believe you all know more about the items from the meteoric immortal battlefield. Although the spiritual power has been lost, the patterns and traces on the weapons are still valuable to study, and may be able to glimpse clues to becoming an immortal. I won't go into too much detail here. Let's start the auction straight away. 1 array plate and 2 weapons combined. Starting price 30 medium-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer didn't talk too much nonsense and directly started the auction. 30 medium-grade spirit stones. 35. 45. Soon, sporadic shouts came from below, only that not much was added each time. Apparently just as Yu Yao had said, not many people were willing to spend a large amount of money to buy it since the quantity wasn't considered to be scarce. Did the son of Qi not shoot? Bai Feng glanced at the minimap. and there wasn't much movement in the box that the Sons of Chi belonged to. In other words, this shouldn't be the chance of the Son of Chi, so he could rest assured that he could shoot it. This guest has bid 95 medium-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else bidding? 95 medium-grade spirit stones at a time. 120 medium-grade spirit stones. Worried that there would still be competition if he added $5 at a time, White Maple simply raised it to $120. Junior brother, it's expensive. $110 is enough. Yu Yao on the side anxiously said to Bai Feng, tell me when you shoot. I'll shoot for you. Forgot in the heat of the moment. Bai Feng coughed a little awkwardly, because it was his first time at the auction. He had been wanting to try his hand at bidding, and as a result, he had forgotten about the professional human soil around him. But with the price all out, there was nothing Yu Yao could do. She could only shake her head and sigh. Forget it, 120 medium-grade spirit stones isn't a loss. But if there are still wrongdoers willing to bid, you shouldn't follow. It won't be worth it upwards. Just as she finished speaking, she heard another box on the second floor speak out. 150 medium-grade spirit stones. Yu Yao, where's the money in that? Is anyone else willing to pay that much for a bunch of crap these days? Bai Feng silently put his bidding card down, because the one who spoke out was no one else but the Son of Chi from the second floor box. He couldn't help but mutter, what's wrong with this Son of Chi, bidding only when I bid? Does this Son of Fortune like to step on the bidding point at the end? Meanwhile, the Son of Chi, Li Ming, put down his bidding card with a smile on his lips. For some reason, his mood was suddenly very soothing. Of course, he wasn't intentionally targeting Bai Feng. It was just that he had discovered that the broken bow was hiding something, and that was why he raised the price at the end. I'm afraid that the person who just offered 120 spirit stones should have noticed it as well, but he just didn't dare to be sure. Otherwise that person would have continued to raise the price. I didn't expect there to be something this interesting in an ordinary auction. It's just a pity that no one else recognizes it. Just when he thought he was assured of victory, another voice suddenly sounded from the second floor box. 200. Li Ming instantly frowned as he looked in the direction of the bidding, and it wasn't the one that made him feel annoyed. Could it be that his rivalry with the man had attracted the attention of others? So he raised the price again. 201. The voice rang out again without hesitation. 300. 302. 400. Li Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. Who the hell was this guy? He had a feeling this one shouldn't be so easy to take. Bid in the box. Young master, it's not worth spending so many spirit stones for these few rags. An old man was exhorting a man in a gorgeous dress. It doesn't have to be rags. Otherwise how would someone be willing to spend 302 to purchase it? The man opened his fan and gently fanned it. A wealthy smile on his lips. Not to mention that it doesn't matter even if it's rags. It's just a little bit of money. Ha, how dare you bid? Elder Jing. Bid me 10 top-grade spirit stones. Jing Lao. Spirit stones are very traditionally 100:1. E.g. 100 lower grade equals 1 middle grade. 50 top-grade spirit stones once. 50 top-grade spirit stones twice. 50 top-grade spirit stones 3 times. Sold. Hearing that outrageous price, Bai Feng and Yu Yao both looked at each other a little bit in disbelief. The starting price of this thing was only 30 middle-grade spirit stones. How many times has this been doubled? Which in-grade is this? 50 top-grade spirit stones can collect a whole bunch of rags from the meteoric immortal battlefield. Yu Yao couldn't help but murmur. Could it be that there's a secret hidden inside that I don't know about? Who was that bidder who added 10 top-grade spirit stones at a time? The corners of Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly. This person's guts were really big. He dared to compete with the Son of Chi for the auction item. It didn't end up being contested, but it still cost the Sons of the Air a lot more money. It's the Li family of North Goose City. Yu Yao ate a piece of dim sum to suppress her shock. She chewed the dim sum and vaguely guessed. It should be attracted by the portable array disc. Otherwise it's impossible for the Li family to come to participate in this small auction when they are separated by multiple cities. White Maple. So I'm to blame for this? And so on. He was just alerted when he heard a noise from the system. Drop. Detected that the host has strategized and slightly tricked the Li family and Li Ming into competing with each other, fiercely hitting Li Ming's arrogance. Rewarded with a plus 100 value of Qi, and a plus 10 fire attribute. I fucking knew it. On the other side, Li Ming was in the same unhappy mood staring at the Li family box. Because of this person, he had spent a whole lot of extra money in vain for no reason. Hopefully, the spirit weapons he consigned would make him more money. The Li family box. Young master, we really can't raise the price any further. We came here for the array plate. We can't spend our money on this meaningless crap. Tisk. The young master of the Li family could only shake his head in displeasure. If I had known I would have brought more pocket money. A guy who doesn't even dare to reveal his identity dares to go against my Li family. If it was in North Goose City,
Elder Jing hurriedly interrupted the young master of the Li family.
Shu, young master, don't say anything.
Recently the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect are in Xianguang City.
I know. Let him off the hook this time.
The young master of the Li family waved his hand and continued to look towards the next auction item. There were no more surprises in the auction afterward, and Bai Feng took the opportunity to buy some rare materials. It was just that this auction was clearly a little odd in the eyes of the onlookers. The ones who shouted the price were always the guests on the first floor, while the second floor was hardly moving at all. There are still 3 auction items left in this auction, but each one, a heavyweight, is the focus of this auction. The auctioneer took 2 steps backward as he reached out and grabbed the thick cloth behind him before slowly yanking it down,
revealing rings, earrings, and other molded spirit artifacts hidden underneath. This is a combination of 5th grade spiritual weapons.
Combined together the power is comparable to the 6th grade. Can block the full force of the baby. The power contained within the release can repel the god of transformation,
seriously injuring the baby,
and even wear it on weekdays to accelerate the speed of cultivation. Whether it's for their own use, or to give to the Taoist couples, are very suitable. I believe that all of you know the value of the combination of spiritual weapons.
I'm not going to say anything more.
The starting price is 100 top-grade spirit stones.
150. 200. Chen, will take this spirit weapon. 300. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the sound of scrambling quickly resounded, and even the second floor box, which had not been moving much before, had some people placing bids. This spirit artifact should be the one consigned by the son of Qi. Bai Feng looked at the spirit weapons placed on the table with interest. If they weren't made by the son of Qi, he really wanted to try and compete.
This guest is bidding 514 top-grade spirit stones.
Any more bids? 514 top-grade spirit stones once. 514 top-grade spirit stones twice. 514 top-grade spirit stones 3 times.
Sold.
Ha! This person is a bit unlucky. Yu Yao chewed on a snack in her mouth. From the beginning until now, her mouth didn't seem to stop.
If it wasn't for the portable array discs,
the price of this combined spiritual artifact set should have been a little higher. My mental expectation was for a price of more than 600.
Bai Feng silently turned his head and glanced at Yu Yao. Senior sister, you better eat your dim sum.
Stop talking.
Be careful of spraying dim sum crumbs over to my side.
If it's less, it's less. Don't say it. What if the system hears about it and stuffs him with the Qi luck value again?
Drops. Detected that the host has strategized and easily made Li Ming suffer a small loss. Rewarded with a plus 50 value of Qi and plus 5 talent.
Blanche. Next are the last 2 items of this auction.
The true portable array disc. The auctioneer wore a smile on his face.
Many people may feel curiosity in their hearts. Is there really such a formation disc?
I think saying more is not as useful as experiencing it.
So, he pulled a pair of white gloves out of his pocket, while a maid in a black and white maid's outfit came up,
her long skirt covering her knees, her slender calves wrapped in white silk,
and her upper body minus some fabric,
so that you could vaguely see the deep grooves.
XL.
In her hand was a disc covered with a thick red cloth, and she was greeted with a cheer as soon as she appeared on the stage. Bai Feng stared at the maid servant for a while and silently turned his head towards Yu Yao.
You're quite thoughtful. He. The effect is pretty good, isn't it?
Yu Yao smiled rather proudly. At the first sight of this dress, I felt that it was very suitable for the auction house.
It's actually quite suitable for a tea house.
Bai Feng associated it with a maid cafe, but there's no cafe here.
So a maid tea house would be about right. Replace the tea house's clerk with a maid in a maid outfit, and when a guest comes in, shout, "Welcome home, master."
Then he picked up the treats on the table and reached out to gesture. It's better to have the kind of treats where you can squeeze jam on them and have the maid squeeze a heart on the treats before comparing them to the guests or something like that.
What are you all staring at me for?
Yu Yao stared at Bai Feng, one hand on her chin,
her eyes odd. Junior brother, what kind of stuff do you think about every day? Or do you like this type? Brother, did you turn out to like this? Bai Yuma also looked at Bai Feng, but then she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking.
Even Gu Yuqing looked odd and slightly averted her gaze. I'm simply discussing the application scenarios of maid outfits. The corners of Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly and he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Although he did like maid costumes,
he was really serious about the maid tea house right now. Fortunately, at this time, the auctioneer had already made preparations to open the array disc, once again attracting the attention of the crowd.
He was seen taking the disc from the maid with a pious look on his face, and he slowly placed it on a high table so that all could see it. Then he gently pinched a corner of the red cloth,
and as he slowly jerked it, he revealed the true face of the portable array disc,
a round piece of white jade carved with a pattern.
So, guests, watch this.
The auctioneer slowly placed his hand on the array plate,
and in the next second, the 5th grade spirit gathering array instantly appeared, directly wrapping the auction house. Immediately, the concentration of aura within the auction house doubled more than once. This is the portable array disc. The auctioneer looked up at the crowd. He didn't say much, but the effect was better than anything he could have said. The crowd under the stage didn't make a single sound. Their eyes dead set on the array in the disc. Yu Linglong's propaganda was true. There really was a portable array formation. The auctioneer's hand flicked over the array disc, and at once the spirit gathering array slowly retracted, and the rich aura lost its restraints and began to disperse in all directions. Then, the auction will begin. Since this is also the first time we've obtained this kind of array disc, the starting price is 0. Please raise your bids. 10 top grade spirit stones. $10? How about $50 for a beggar? 100. Don't waste time. 1,000. WOJ, playing so big? 12,000. 2,000. Gentlemen, there's another one behind it. This is just a mere 5th grade spirit gathering formation. There's no need to spend so much money. I'll be happy to. 2005. This price is enough for an array master to build 2 5th grade spirit gathering arrays. Everyone, don't get on top of it. 2006. Ha, this is a spell that can be carried around. How can that kind of hot chicken that can't move be compared to it? 2007. This array disc, Miley family will take it. 3,000. In the box on the second floor. Baifeng had a sense of unreality as he looked at the portable array discs whose prices kept climbing. It's too damn easy to make money as a formation master. Of course, he also knew that this was because people had never seen a portable array disc before, so the prices they shouted at the beginning were all very high, and when the next sale was held it might not be so high. No, not necessarily. When the news of the portable array disc spreads out, it should attract more forces to the auction, and all he has to do is take advantage of the opportunity to categorize and squeeze more out of it. This would give him more funds to continue researching formations, which would in turn increase his own safety. I didn't expect there to be this kind of good stuff in your family's auction in Yuyao. Gu Yuqing looked surprised. Although Yu Linglong had been publicizing the portable array plate for the past 2 days, but because she was more familiar with Yu Linglong, plus she was still busy with the array thing in the past 2 days, it caused her not to pay attention to this auction. She stared at the portable array disc for a while and shook her head with some pity. It's a pity that it's only a spirit gathering array. It won't help me very much. There's still one more. Yu Yao's mouth was tinged with a smile as she didn't point out what the next formation was. Instead she sold a lie. The next one is the real fight. Isn't the next one the spirit gathering array? Gu Yuqing was slightly surprised as she looked at the auctioneer again, and she couldn't help but feel some curiosity in her heart. 3,300 once. 3,300 twice. 3,300 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this guest for taking the first portable array disc. The auctioneer's hand holding the hammer was trembling with excitement. This was the first time he had ever sold at this price. It's none of his business to sell it for that price, but it still thrills him as a hands-on person. In the future, when he met other auctioneers, he could also brag about the auction items he had sold that were above 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. As the maid took away the 5th grade portable array disc, another maid brought up the last portable array disc. Next is the second and final portable array disc. The auctioneer took a deep breath and tried to calm his self-agitated mood. The formation of this array disc is a 5th grade Xian turtle formation, and after our tests, apart from the range being a little smaller, there is no difference between it and a normal Xian turtle formation in terms of defense. He lifted the red cloth covering the disc, revealing the portable array disc inside. He raised his head and scanned the circle of wide-eyed guests on the stage, shouting in a slightly agitated tone, "I'm sure all of you can't wait any longer. I won't say much more. Let's start the auction." As soon as the words fell, the bottom instantly boiled over. 10 top-grade spirit stones. $10? How about $50 for a beggar? 100. Are you 3 here to cause trouble? If you don't have money, be honest and watch the show. I'll pay 3,000. Ha ha ha. The spirit gathering formation is conceded to you, but I will take this Xian turtle formation. 4,000. It's not worth it. 4,000 can invite formation masters to build the Zimu Xian turtle formation. Don't get on top of it. It's just an ordinary Xian turtle formation. 4,005. That's right. Everyone, don't be an ingrate. This array disc isn't worth this price at all. 4,006. What's the point of having a strong formation that can't be carried around? My son's birthday is next month, and he happens to be short of a birthday present. I'll take this formation disc. 5,000. At the same time, Li Ming stared at the portable array disc with a heartbeat. Although he could now produce a 5th grade spirit weapon, the formation was still very different from a spirit weapon, which relied on one's own spirit power. Even if he could use a 5th grade spirit weapon, after all, his Jindan stage cultivation was here, and he would run out of spirit power after using it for a while. But formations are different.
Formations can use spirit stones.
Used properly, the 5th grade Shen turtle formation can even block the attack of the transformation spirit. Can be completely used as a life-saving card? Really, to say that there are any disadvantages is too costly. Damn it. I thought it was just a small branch with nothing good. I should have known to pay more attention to the auction items. In the time he had been thinking, the price had risen to 5,003, but the speed of the shouting had slowed down. Clearly this was the limit of what they could afford. I still have a set of replaced spirit weapons on me, which should translate to a 3,000 upper grade spirit stones. Li Ming kept pondering, a bit reluctant in his heart. He replaced the spiritual weapon is not just in the auction of ordinary goods, but the real fine, and still contains clothes, shoes, gloves, and even necklaces, rings, a whole set of spiritual weapons. If slowly out of the words to sell a 4,000 is not a problem, but there's not much to care about right now. 5,007. Li Ming made up his mind in his mind and immediately shouted out, but I don't have that many spirit stones with me. Can I use a spirit weapon instead of some of the spirit stones? Of course, but please ask the guest to appraise it in the back first. The auctioneer nodded immediately. Obviously not the first time this had happened. Knighting nodded. Good. The auctioneer looked at the others again. If you all also have other items that you wish to pledge, please also come to the back together for appraisal. Yu Yao, what are you stopping me for? Gu Yuqing had a death grip on the wooden plaque that was shouting the price, but Yu Yao was holding her arm in a death grip and wouldn't let go. If the previous spirit gathering formation only interested her somewhat, then the Xian turtle formation was like a heart-shaped arrow piercing into her heart. At the first sight of the Xian turtle formation, she realized its value. Unlike those sword cultivators and body cultivators, as a bow cultivator, although she also had not weak melee combat abilities, after all of her kung fu was in her bow, and she was also easily targeted in battle. But with the Xian turtle formation, it also meant that her safety could be guaranteed, and the enemy would be unable to fight or walk away in the face of the turtle shell. If she didn't care about her, she would turn off the array disc and continue shooting. If she did, she wouldn't be afraid at all if there were fewer people, and if there were more of them, that would serve her purpose of holding the enemy at bay. Therefore, this array disc, she must take it. There will be more later, so don't worry about it yet. Yu Yao really couldn't bear to see Gu Yuqing being an ingrate. She knew very well that the price of portable array discs was inflated right now, and that the price would slowly come down in the future when there were more portable array discs, and that there was absolutely no need to purchase them right now. There will be more in the future? Gu Yuqing stopped her scrambling as she looked surprised. Could it be that you know this formation master? Yu Yao? Who is he? But then she realized that she had blurted out her words and hurriedly covered her mouth. Ahem. Sorry, I was too excited. I forgot that the auction house has to keep the secrets of its customers. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. I still want this portable array disc so bad. Gu Yuqing propped up her chin with one hand. Her eyes kept staring at the Xian turtle formation disc on the stage. The enhancement that this disc brought to a bow cultivator like her was absolutely enormous. Yu Yao secretly glanced at Bai Feng, who had a pensive expression on his face. Junior brother, senior sister, I'm taking good care of you, aren't I? She stretched out her hand and gently poked Bai Feng, using her divine sense to send a voice to him. Do you think you can give me a few more array discs? Bai Feng slanted a glance at Yu Yao. He could tell Yu Yao's intentions at a glance. Well, then I'll give the mystery gift to you, senior sister, in advance. Bai Feng pulled out a formation disc from his storage bag, then gently pushed it in front of Yu Yao. Multiple 5th grade defense formations stacked on top of each other is not comparable to the one at the auction. Yu Yao instantly froze. She trembled as she looked towards the array disc on the table, her tone stuttering. You want me to auction this? Is this something that this small auction house of mine can auction? It's for you to use. Bai Feng pushed the array disc towards Yu Yao's arms. There might be people from the Devil's Way messing around lately, so remember to carry it close to you. Yu Yao stared at Bai Feng motionless, like a stone statue, and it took a couple dozen seconds for her to blink her eyes. Little senior brother. She surfaced with a bright smile, then extended her hand to Bai Feng. Let's get married. Bai Feng? Suddenly, an icy cold line of sight stared at Yu Yao, and she suddenly winced. Her sanity instantly returned, and she then realized what an unbelievable thing she had said. Ahem. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. She quickly waved her hand with a red face and hurriedly changed the topic. But how? Do you, junior brother? Of course my master taught me. Have you forgotten that Master Lu is also my master? Bai Feng winked at Yu Yao, who instantly understood what was going on and hastily nodded. You actually learned it so quickly. Not bad for being the array genius who pressed Sulan's shallow head and shoulders above him. It's just barely learned, and a lot of the time it takes a master's help to get it right. Bai Feng shook his head and replied. He had also thought for a long time, considering that he might encounter an attack from the Devil's Path next, so as long as he and Bai Yuma and the others used the portable array plate, they would definitely be guessed by Gu Yueqing and the others, and instead of letting them think wildly, it would be better to deliberately mislead them. This matter was also acquiesced by Lu Meng, who informed the clan about this matter after he made the portable array. After all, he needed the clan's blessing, and after Lu Meng learned about the portable formation, she consciously or unconsciously reminded him that he could use her as a shield to draw fire. It wasn't about trying to take glory and titles, but as someone who came from the Devil's Way and had been in the loose cultivation for many years, she knew very well that the thing called fame wasn't a good thing a lot of the time, especially when you were still weak. In this way, although he could also create portable array discs, the risk would be much lower, and most of Gu Yueqing's and their attention would only be on the creator. Lu Meng. Right. Yu Ma. This is yours. Bai Feng took out another portable array disc. Unlike senior sisters, this one is an illusion array disc. It can make the enemy fall into an illusionary realm, and at worst it can make the opponent lose their mind for a second. And the illusionary array can be even stronger if you're by my side. Bai Yuma reached out and took it. She stared at the round jade in her hand. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upward, and the words kept echoing in her head, if you were by my side. You? Bai Feng looked at Bai Yuma's giggly and happy face. It was just a gift of a formation disc. Was there a need to be so happy? Bai Yuma instantly came back to her senses. She hurriedly stuffed the array disc into her own clothes and didn't know where she hid it. Her small face was slightly red, but her face was more than a little bit distressed. It feels as if it's always been me who's been receiving the gifts, and I haven't even given you any gifts. It would be the best gift for you to be emotionally stable and not let the system exploit you. Bai Feng spat in his heart, but on the surface, he waved his hand in disinterest. Haven't you always been cooking for me? There aren't many older brothers who can eat meals made by their sister's own hands nowadays. Well, Bai Yuma lowered her head and subconsciously fiddled with her fingers as she pondered what would be a better gift for Bai Feng. Then she thought about how Bai Feng seemed to be interested in maids before, and although it was a bit shameful, she should be able to. No, it's definitely possible. At this moment, after delivering the array discs to Bai Yuma and Yu Yao, Gu Yueqing was also finally reacting. She looked at Yu Yao and then at Bai Feng. Then she inquired in a very low voice, is the portable array disc Master Lu's handiwork? Well, I'd also like to ask if you can help us keep it a secret for now. Bai Feng nodded. I will definitely not tell anyone else. Gu Yueqing hurriedly nodded her head as she took a few deep breaths and asked in a somewhat nervous tone, can I reserve one in advance from you? The price will be according to the current transaction price of the Xian turtle formation. I won't let you suffer. Bai Feng pretended to be generous and waved his hand. No, if you don't mind me as a newcomer. I just need the material fee. Not too much. Not too much. Gu Yueqing hurriedly shook her head. I can't let you suffer. Senior brother Bai. Just follow the transaction price of the Xian turtle formation, and consider the extra as my investment in you. Since senior sister Gu is so adamant about it. Bai Feng nodded seriously after contemplating for a few seconds. I'll do my best, so please senior sister Gu, talk to me about your needs. Well, can I go back and seriously think about it? Gu Yueqing's face was a bit torn. She hadn't yet figured out what formation would be the best match for her. Sure, Bai Feng nodded. He wasn't going to just hide. After all, he was going to stay in the city lord's mansion for a while until the grand formation was completed. If he kept avoiding the other party during this time, this behavior would look strange to the onlookers, and it would also attract the other party's attention, or even hostility. Therefore, in this unavoidable situation nowadays, what he has to do is to just deal with it as an ordinary friend, not to make deep friendships, but also not to deliberately hide from it. Just as several people were talking, the auction came to an end. 5,930 once, 5,930 twice, 5,933 times. Congratulations to this guest for taking the Xian turtle formation disc. Inside the box, Li Ming paralyzed in his chair and let out a breath of air. Although almost all of his family's wealth has been spent, although he is now very heartbroken, but to be able to auction the Xian turtle formation is definitely worth it. After all, spirit stones can be earned again when they are gone. Portable formations can be difficult to encounter when they are gone. He tightened the black clothes on his body and put on a bucket hat to cover himself up tightly. He even used a spiritual weapon to prop up his body to make him appear stronger to get rid of the guys following him after leaving the auction house. Hurry up! Drop! Detected that the host's methods are extremely cruel, using only a defective array disc to cheat away most of Li Ming's family's wealth. And spending money he still has to say thank you to us, rewarded with a plus 200 value of chi, and an increased connection with the immortal flame burning spirit. White maple, F***CK. How is it that the son of Chi shot the array plate?
Also, it's none of my business if the sons of Chi voluntarily spend money on array discs. After viciously cursing the system in his heart, Baifeng then looked at his own rewards. He did feel a trace of connection with the burning spirit now, and maneuvered it with greater ease. At the same time, there was a bit of doubt in the back of his mind. Tuzi, how did you give this reward? Draw according to the host's wishes and current needs. The more the reward's chi value, the better the reward given. On the contrary, the lower the chi value, the easier it is to draw such guaranteed rewards as increasing the full attributes. Baifeng nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the system had been giving him rewards about the fire category lately. He had indeed wanted to increase his proficiency in immortal fire in recent days to speed up the refining of materials. Nope. What I want most is to not stuff me with chakra values. Why are you ignoring it? Unity? Junior brother, the auction is over. Do you have any plans? At this moment, Yu Yao stood up from her chair and reached out to rub her self-same little tummy that was filled with snacks. There, I'm going to buy some things, so I'll trouble senior sister to lead the way. Baifeng looked towards Yu Yao. After getting a huge sum of money, then of course he was going to spend it away. Yu Yao nodded. Good point, let me take you directly to Jade Linglong's warehouse. Tell me what you want directly. I'll personally pack it for you. From now on you'll be my biggest customer. So, Baifeng then drilled into Yu Linglong's warehouse with Yu Yao and very generously bought a whole bunch of materials, and his assets directly shrunk by half. Upon exiting the warehouse, he touched his wallet, which had dried down, and sighed at how easy it was to spend the money. Why do I feel like I'm making money for your families, Jade? He silently glanced at the smiling Yu Yao, having the illusion that self was Yu Linglong's hitman. Illusion, Yu Yao waved her hand. But if you really want to make money for my Jade Linglong auction house, it's not impossible. Baifeng sighed and stuffed the few remaining spirit stones into his storage bag, his eyes looking towards the Yu Linglong's plaque. You wish? I still want your Yu Linglong to make money for me. Yu Yao slightly froze, then replied with a shy face. That, I'm not mentally prepared. What kind of things are you thinking in your little head? I'm talking about me selling things through your family's Yu Linglong. The corner of Baifeng's mouth twitched slightly. You don't really want to rely on me, do you? After all, who made junior-senior brother's conditions so good? Yu Yao had a smile on her lips, but she didn't refute it. The Bai family's youngest master, the future formation master, the creator of the portable formation discs, and handsome, even senior sister. I'm a little bit touched by it. Stop, I would take such words seriously. Baifeng saw Bai Yuma and Guyuqing, who had been waiting for a long time, walk over, so he waved his hand and walked over. Let's go, senior sister. We're going back. Coming. Yu Yao quickly followed, one hand subconsciously touching the array plate kept close to her, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth without realizing it. Did she also finally have a real and pure friend? Finally got rid of it. Li Ming had already changed into white clothes and quietly walked out of the deserted alley. He picked up the array disc that he had obtained at great expense and gently rubbed his fingers over the lubricated surface. It's really good. No wonder those people left the auction house without dying. Originally, after fusing the soul fragments of the ancient powers, he felt that this era today was nothing more than that, limited by the fact that the path to immortality had been cut off. The aura had become thin, and many things were even inferior to the ancient times. But now he's going to take back his self-interested opinion that there are still interesting and good things to come out of this era. I remember that senior sister Gu seems to live in Xianguang City, right? The figure of a woman flashed through his mind, and if he remembered correctly, she seemed to be the daughter of the city lord. Should I pay a visit? He was, after all, alone nowadays and was in great need of a backer. Plus senior sister Gu was also a beautiful woman, so it was indeed possible to pay a visit and make a good relationship. It's just that he doesn't have much money left on him now, and it would be a bit rude to go empty-handed. Just go build a few spirit weapons to earn some money first. He did not head to the blacksmith store, but instead walked quickly towards the west of the city. He remembered that there was a spacious river to the west, and there were very few people during the daytime. So he planned to find a secluded place to build his spirit weapon in the west. But on his way to the west side of the river, he happened to overhear a passerby mention the river. Have you heard? The flower boats on the Xianling River have a new headliner. I heard it's very pretty. I've seen it last night by the river. It's a pity that her face is blocked by the muslin. But from that provocative every move, and those hands playing the zither, I can tell that it's definitely a first-class beauty. Fuck, you're eating alone, aren't you? Why don't you call me when you've got something like this? Didn't I tell you today? We'll go together tonight? Go, must go. Li Ming watched the two walk away, but there was some disdain on his face. What was there to see in a head girl of a greenhouse? Only these mortals would indulge in uninteresting appearances. A few minutes later, he arrived at the river, which did have a couple of flower boats set up, except that the city's flower boats weren't open during the day.
so the river looked a little cold at the moment. It's a nice setting, and there are not many people. He was worried that because of the existence of the flower boat, resulting in the river near the people will be a lot. Now it seems to be okay, even if it makes a little noise, but at most, it will cause the surprise of the women of the greenhouse. How about going to the bottom of the river and refining weapons? Li Ming hid in the shadows and observed for a while, gradually getting an idea in his heart. But just then, the window on the flower boat was suddenly opened, and a woman with her face covered in translucent muslin poked her head out. She seemed to have opened the window to get some air because she was bored, but soon there was a rattling noise coming from inside the house, and she hurriedly closed the window as well. Until the woman closed the window tightly, Li Ming blinked, not to mention, the passerby was quite right. It did look good. How about tonight? No, 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 my generation is an immortal cultivator. How can I be mesmerized by a mere skin? Li Ming hurriedly closed his eyes to suppress the fluctuations in his heart. Another all-nighter. Bai Feng stretched his back, although he no longer needed to sleep after Jin Dan, but probably because he was used to sleeping, 2 days and 2 nights without sleep would still make him feel a little tired. He looked at the array discs on the table. Lin Yan's and Luo Chen's had already been made. It would be good to send them over in a while, but the two of them had been sneaking around for the past 2 days not knowing what they were doing, and the auction house hadn't encountered them. Could it be that they were having some new strange encounter? There was also Su Lan Shallow, who had rarely been seen not following him all the time in the past 2 days, and only when he was in the city lord's mansion would she follow beside him, muttering strange things like replenishing Bai Feng's energy. Speaking of which, Su Lan Shallow's array disc hasn't been delivered yet, so it's good to stop by and see her today. Yesterday, after obtaining the materials, he began his intense and exciting journey of formation research, and put the matter of delivering the formation disc on hold. And just as he was planning to go to Su Lan Shao to deliver the array disc, a sudden gentle knock came on the door. Who is it? Bai Feng stood up and muttered under his breath. Could it be senior sister Yu Yao? But wasn't she busy with clothes all yesterday? And listening to the location where the voice came from, it didn't sound like senior sister Yu Yao. She knocked on the door a little bit lower. Bai Yuma normally wouldn't knock on the door. Could it be that Gu Yuqing had thought of a good demand? When he opened the door, he realized that it was Su Lan Shao standing outside the door. Su Lan Shao lowered her head, her eyes looking left and right with some fear. Anything? Facing Bai Feng's inquiry, Su Lan Shallow's body trembled slightly. She took a few deep breaths and just raised her head to look at Bai Feng's face, then quickly lowered it. Hold. I'm sorry, I meant to ask. Her tone stuttered a little, as if she was going to turn and run away in the next second, but she managed to muster up all her courage and pulled the very smooth array disc out of her pocket. Do you have any more of this kind of array disc? I can exchange it with other array discs. Bai Feng glanced down with some confusion on her face. Isn't this the scrap I gave her earlier? Yes, and there are many. He looked at Su Lan Shao with a puzzled face. Can I ask what you intend to do if you want this? I've been studying this array disc lately, she replied very quietly, and I feel very interesting. Then, as if she realized something, she quickly waved her hand in panic. Forget it if it's something important. Not that it's anything particularly important. Bai Feng was slightly surprised in his heart. It looked as if Su Lan Shao was studying that scrapped array disc of his and seemed to have researched something. He was well aware of how complex the Thousand Formations technique was, not to mention scrapped array discs. Even if the intact array discs were disassembled and laid out in front of ordinary array masters, they wouldn't necessarily be able to read them. It seemed that Su Lan Shallow's talent was even stronger than he expected. If he hadn't met him as an open player, I'm afraid that no one in the entire northern domain would be able to catch up with her in formation. But you're here just in time. Bai Feng's heart soon had an idea. Just as I was a bit busy these days. The result was that Paro sent himself to the door for free. He took out the portable array disc that he had prepared long ago. This is for you. There may be people from the Devil's Path infesting the area recently. Just activate it directly when you encounter danger. Su Lan Shallow subconsciously took it, and it was only after she got her hands on it that she realized how this array plate was different from the others. Overall, it was more like a simple array disc used in sudden battles. But the array pattern on it was much more complex. It was very similar to the abandoned array disc she had studied before, only this one was much more complete. Did you succeed? She stretched out her slender fingers and gently rubbed them over the surface of the array disc, a bit of light flickering in her eyes. It's so pretty, she muttered from the corner of her mouth, her spirit pupils being subconsciously opened, her attention having been completely drawn to the array disc's subtle structure. Several minutes passed before she came back to her senses and hurriedly looked at Bai Feng with some fear. I'm sorry, Bai Feng waved his hand carelessly. It's fine. Do you like this array disc a lot? Well, this is the most exquisite design I've ever seen. Su Lan Shao nodded. Then she reluctantly returned the array disc to Bai Feng. This is too expensive. I can't have it. As I said, there may be people from the devil's way out there lately. Or do you think your self-same life isn't worth this array disc? Sulan Shallow lowered her head. She gently shook her head. I think, it's not worth it. I'm too bad no matter what aspect I'm in. Now I'm just a waste of time if I don't have you. She suddenly realized something and hurriedly explained. What I mean is that I no longer have the means to set up a formation on my own. Is this a blow so great that it is denied directly along with the self? Bai Feng didn't care about her slip of the tongue. Although Su Lan Xiao's current state seemed to be easy to pua, he didn't need a para who had no self-thought and could only work the assembly line. He needed a para who could self-learn and self-improve. Don't get ahead of yourself. You didn't buy your genius title, and although you were once a bit arrogant, you've changed now, haven't you? Bai Feng reached out and took the discarded array disc from Su Lan Xiao's hand. The fact that you brought this array disc to me also means that you gained something from this discarded array disc, right? Su Lan Xiao lowered her head and gently nodded her head. So you should face up to yourself. You're a genius. Bai Feng reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. She subconsciously raised her head and hurriedly lowered it down after seeing Bai Feng's serious expression. However, Bai Feng preempted her by placing his other hand on her head, forcing her to look at him. I'm not being polite. I'm well aware of the difficulty of the 1,000 formations. It's by no means something that can be researched by relying on a discarded formation disc. Su Lan Xiao felt that the scenery in front of her eyes was in a bit of a trance, and even the houses were distorted together, leaving only Bai Feng's face still so clear. Her brain seemed to be messed up into a paste, as if it was a subconscious reply, or perhaps a thought hidden in her heart. She subconsciously murmured, but I still can't compare to you. Of course you can't. I'm a hangman. You're a genius. How can you possibly beat me? The one who's open? Bai Feng laughed and withdrew his hand on her head, a black and white light flickering in the bottom of his eyes. In order to prevent Su Lan Shallow from continuing her self-denial, or even escaping, he used a little trickery to draw out her innermost thoughts with an illusion. It was also thanks to Su Lan Xiao not being defensive towards him. Otherwise it really wouldn't have been that easy to guide her to speak her innermost thoughts. What's open? Su Lan Xiao watched Bai Feng's hand retract, and for some reason felt a bit empty in her heart. It's just that I've gone beyond the understanding of normal people, Bai Feng explained haphazardly. Then he stretched out his hand to Su Lan Xiao. I see that you're interested in portable array discs. Do you want to work with me? I'm too busy to do it alone right now, and I'm in great need of a helper. She froze and looked at Bai Feng. Is it okay for me? Bai Feng nodded and affirmed very directly. Of course, you're the best formation master I've seen so far. I can't think of anyone other than you who could be competent. Well, maybe our master could, but she can be busier than me. Well, if you don't mind. Su Lan Xiao nodded lightly. Then she lowered her head again. Bai Feng didn't care about this small gesture and just took it as business as usual. But if one were to crouch down and look into her expression, one would find that she couldn't help but see a hint of elation on her face. And even she herself didn't know why she was so happy. After handing over the portable array disc, as well as a few discarded array discs to Su Lan Shallow and agreeing on a time for her to come over and help, Bai Feng set off to look for the two people, Lin Yan and Luo Chen. Then, he saw that Lin Yan and Luo Chen were sneaking in through the back door of the city lord's mansion. He stood not far away with a puzzled look on his face. What are you two doing here? I'll go, brother Bai. You scared me. Lin Yan was instantly alert. Even one of his feet had already taken a step towards the door, but when he saw that it was Bai Feng, he was relieved and stopped running. Even Luo Chen was startled. Only he was a little better than Lin Yan and just pretended to walk as if nothing had happened, not turning around and running away. Lin Yan exhaled with some fear. Then he glanced around to make sure no one was there. Then he waved at Bai Feng. Brother Bai, come this way. What the hell are you guys doing? Bai Feng looked skeptical. Why are you acting like thieves? You'll know when you come. Brother Luo and I have been preparing for this thing for days. After Lin Yan finished speaking, he quickly walked towards the place where he lived, followed closely by Luo Chen. Bai Feng was even more puzzled in his heart. Could it be that these two sons of Qi had discovered some secret realm or something like that? So he followed suit. A few minutes later. So, you guys have been preparing for days, and even sneaked out of the house, just to go to Yulinglong to buy women's clothing? Lin Yan hurriedly walked to the window and made sure that there was no one outside the house before closing the window and pulling the curtains. Luo Chen, on the other hand, explained from the side, Senior brother Bai, this is no ordinary women's clothing. Don't you think that these women's clothing look a bit familiar? The women's clothing in the work of Master Springer, right? Bai Feng more than felt familiar. He had seen it on Yu Yao's side a long time ago. I knew that you would be able to recognize it easily. Brother Bai. Lin Yan pulled out a piece of women's clothing from his storage bag, and he also took out two pieces and gave them to Bai Feng. Brother Bai, this is yours. Don't say brother, I'm not mean enough, ha. White Maple. He looked a little confused as he looked at the two women's clothes in his hands. Should I say thank you? You two are so nice. Let me ask. Who are you guys buying women's clothing for? He put down the women's clothing in his hand and looked at both Lin Yan and Luo Chen with a puzzled expression. Don't tell me you guys are planning to wear it yourselves. How can that be? I'm not a pervert. Lin Yan shook his head as he held up the women's clothing in his hand with light in his eyes. Of course it's for collection. I'm even planning to find a carpenter to carve a doll to use for display. At that moment, Luo Chen, who was on the side, made a confused sound. Ha, didn't you buy it for your own wear? By phone in Lin Yan, ? What's wrong with you, little brother? Lin Yan looked odd, and silently moved 2 steps towards Bai Feng's position. No wonder the clothes you buy are quite a bit bigger. Brother Luo. I thought it was because you have unique tastes. Cough. Senior brother Luo. We know you've had your heart broken by a woman, but you can't give up on yourself. Bai Feng also moved 2 steps towards Lin Yan, and the two instantly formed a united front. Lin Yan nodded his head and followed suit to persuade. Yes. There are still quite a few good women in the world. Senior brother Luo, you're just unlucky. What's with that? The corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and there were a few moments of embarrassment on his face. I've long since looked away. What's more, didn't you guys also advise me to think more about myself and find hobbies and interests? Just because we say that doesn't mean it means we're telling you to go dress up in women's clothes. Bai Feng glanced sideways at Lin Yan as if to ask if it was you who said something strange to senior brother Luo. Lin Yan gently shook his head, his eyes tinged with a bit of depression, as if to say that he didn't know why brother Luo would be interested in women's clothing. Well, I thought my idea was pretty good. Luo Chen shook his head, seemingly giving up on the idea of women's clothing. Looks like I'll have to go buy a few smaller sizes. After seeing Luo Chen give up on the idea of female clothing, Bai Feng and Lin Yan let out a sigh of relief in unison. Right, brother Lin. You can prepare a few more dolls. Bai Feng started to think that Lin Yan's hobby was quite good after learning about Luo Chen's idea. I heard that you Linglong and teacher Chuanxiu have reached a deeper cooperation, and teacher Chuanxiu has specially drawn a new figure and new clothes for you Linglong, so they should be available in a few more days. Yeah, Lin Yan waved his fist excitedly. When I get back I'll find a good carpenter to carve me a doll. Bai Feng looked at the two sons of Qi in front of him with a slightly complicated expression. When did these two sons of the air become crooked? One becomes a deadbeat who dresses puppets, and the other attempts to wear women's clothes and comes close to becoming a drag queen. Bai Feng glanced at the system. Phew. Thankfully, the system didn't pop him any weird notifications. Right. Almost forgot the main thing. Bai Feng pulled out 2 array discs from his storage bag. This is the portable array I made. This is a composite flame array. And this is an illusion array. During this time there may be people from the devil's path. In case of danger don't hesitate to activate the array discs directly. The portable array disc that has been rumored in recent days was made by you, brother Bai? Lin Yan's expression was surprised as he reached out and took the flaming array disc. I'll be polite then. If brother Bai lacks any pills feel free to look for me. Luo Chen, on the other hand, sighed. Alas, it's a pity that I don't know how to alchemize pills and weapons, so I really don't have anything to repay. Bai Feng subconsciously thought of the women's clothing that Luo Chen had purchased, and he immediately winced as he waved his hand and said, all damn buddies, what's the point of dwelling on this? If you really feel bad in your heart, senior brother Luo, then kill a few more devil paths when you encounter them. Well, it will be. Luo Chen didn't make any pretense as he nodded after receiving the array disc. By the way, please also help me keep it a secret. I don't want to be exposed just yet. Lin Yan pondered for a few seconds. Then he asked with a puzzled look on his face, but we're both disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, so it should be easy for others to guess your identity, brother Bai. When they see it, right? It's okay, they'll guess themselves toward my master. Master Ryu. Bai Feng waved his hand. He wasn't worried about this. After all, he was only a Jindan stage disciple right now, and in the eyes of the onlookers, even if he was a genius, it would be impossible for him to create a pioneering portable formation, or a 5th grade formation. So there was only one target they could suspect, which was his master, Lu Meng. I have to say how important it is to have a good master who cares about his apprentice. Lin Yan nodded. Since brother Bai and master Lu already have a countermeasure, then I don't need to worry. I don't intend to make this array disc in a recyclable form, so it's not limited to one array disc. Bai Feng stood in front of Su Lanxiao and explained to her, this part isn't difficult, and I'd like you to help me with it. Su Lanxiao hastily nodded. Okay, ask me any questions you have, and I'll teach you the rest of the place once you're proficient. Aha! After narrating for a while, Bai Feng began a new round of production. He did not intend to continue making 5th grade formations, but rather 3rd and 4th grade ones. After all,
He had just sold 2 5th-grade formations. If he took out another 5th-grade formation so soon, what would the customers who had purchased it at the beginning think? That was why he was currently planning to reduce the sale of 5th-grade formations and increase the number of 3rd and 4th-grade formations, as a way to keep the price of 5th-grade formations at a more stable and exorbitant level. When he was able to produce 6th-grade formations, he would increase the sale of 5th-grade formations. On top of that, the multifunctional animation stone that he had expanded based on the animation stone also had an eye on it, and when it was released together with Chuanxio's new book, it should be able to fetch a decent amount of money as well. And if you can get the multifunctional animation stones right, you should be able to make even more money in the future than portable array discs. Just as Foam had made a few portable array discs and was planning to go work on animation stones, the door to his room was suddenly knocked on. Senior brother Bai. I've decided. Pushing open the door, Guyua Qing was standing outside the door, some excitement on her face. I want the golden armor formation, and the range can preferably be smaller. The golden armor formation? Foam remembered that it was a very interesting formation. In game terms, it was a gain buff type of formation. It allowed the defense of the friendly party within the formation to be increased, and there would be a light golden film covering the surface of the body, which was also the origin of the name of the formation. But I haven't done this kind of formation before, so I might need to test it. He pondered for a few seconds, and since it was the first time he had done it, coupled with the fact that gain-type formations were slightly different from ordinary formations, he wasn't confident that he would be able to succeed in one go. So he said to Guyua Qing, please, senior sister Gu, go and call senior sister Yu Yao and Bai Yuma, and then after I produce the array disc, we'll go to the training ground together for the test, so that there are more people and it's safer. Of course, the more important thing was that he didn't want to be alone with Guyua Qing. After all, this person had some connection with the son of Qi, so as long as he maintained a normal friend relationship, it would be fine. Guyua Qing nodded gratefully. Good. Thanks to senior brother Bai. Done. Li Ming opened his eyes and reached out to put away the spirit flame, and he had a longbow and a long sword in front of him. He reached out and picked up the longbow, his fingers gently pulling the bowstring, and the longbow emitted a slight fluctuation. Good bow. He nodded with great satisfaction, and even the depression that had coalesced in his heart because of the extra money he had spent at the auction dissipated a lot. Even in his heart there was a little bit of gratitude. Fortunately at that time, he added money to buy it as well. Otherwise he would have missed such a fine handful of goods. Then he looked at the long sword on the side. Unlike the longbow, this longsword had lost too much power due to the erosion of time, and even after he had carried out careful repairs, it only had 1/10 of its original power. More or less, you can sell it for a little money. Li Ming reached out and picked up the long sword, and after he pondered for a few seconds, he took out a rectangular wooden box from his storage bag and placed the long sword into it. If he were to visit the city lord's mansion, he happened to be missing a gift, so he could use this long sword as a gift. Then he erased the traces of the place and quickly burrowed out of the passage behind him. Bursting out of the passageway, the sunlight streaming down over his head made him subconsciously squint his eyes. He subconsciously glanced at the flower boat on the water, only to find that the window, which had been closed before, was now half open, and at his angle he could just about see the inside of the flower boat. He saw a woman with her face covered with a thin veil, sitting by the window playing the guqin, and even though he was by the river, he could faintly hear the melodious sound of the zither. Beautiful indeed. Li Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just why does this piano sound with a hint of sadness? But before he could distinguish it carefully, he heard a loud noise coming from the ship, and then the window was closed by a rather old female. Li Ming frowned slightly. He was eager to go up and find out what was going on, although he didn't know the woman. In these few seconds, he thought that the other party shouldn't be some ordinary woman of the wind, but had some kind of bitter feelings, but he still resisted the idea of boarding the ship. After all, he and the other party did not know each other well, and a hasty boarding would only result in him being shot down as a pervert. Not to mention he had more pressing matters to attend to right now as well. I didn't expect it to go well. In the training ground, Bai Feng was holding the golden armor formations array disc in his hand, and with Su Lan Xiao's help, the disc was quickly made, but how effective it was still had to be tested. He then handed the array disc to Yu Yao. Senior sister, you try it first. Okay, but why me? Yu Yao reached out and took the array disc. Her face was a bit curious. Shouldn't this kind of test be looking for Guyua Qing, the A side? Because you, senior sister, will consume less energy, the array plate should also be able to be more stable. Aha! Yu Yao nodded, then suddenly realized that something was wrong. She raised her little foot and kicked it Bai Feng's calf. What do you mean, little senior brother? Bai Feng coughed a few times and hurriedly urged Yu Yao. Cough cough, the test is important. Senior sister, start up and try it.
TCH, sooner or later you'll learn the benefits of a small figure. I save a lot of fabric making clothes for myself. Yu Yao muttered about the benefits of a small stature while activating the array disc. Only a golden light flashed, and a layer of translucent golden armor was added to her body. No, the use of golden armor might not be appropriate. It was more like a translucent golden film that covered the entire body along with the clothes. Not bad, not bad. It looks like there shouldn't be any major problems. Bai Feng circled around Yu Yao and nodded with satisfaction. Although there are still some minor flaws like the light being too harsh when activated, but it only needs to be changed a little bit. Well, senior sister closed the array disc. A few minutes later, Bai Feng picked up what could almost be considered the final version of the golden armor formation disc and handed it to Gu Yuqing, who had been waiting at the side for a long time. Senior sister Gu, come and try it out. If you feel any discomfort or inconvenience, feel free to mention it. And when I leave you'll have to go to the Heavenly Sword Sect to look for me if you want to make any more modifications. Aha! Gu Yuqing nodded as she forced herself to hold back her inner excitement and couldn't wait to activate the array disc after receiving it. A gentle golden light flashed by, and a faint film emerged on her body just like Yu Yao's. But before she could feel it in detail, suddenly her brow furrowed in pain and she crouched on the ground with her arms around her body. Sister Gu? Yu Yao, who was staring from the side, saw this and hurried over. What's wrong with you? My upper body hurts. Fart. Well, my lower body hurts too. She gritted her teeth and opened her mouth wide in an effort to breathe. It's also a little hard to breathe. Bai Feng also rushed over when he saw this, and he frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. Senior sister Yu Yao had no problems when she tested. Senior sister Gu, please move your arm a bit. I'll take a look to see where the conflict is. Can you not move away? Gu Yuqing, however, inclined her head away and asked in a very small voice, how can I observe the formation if you don't move away? Bai Feng suddenly realized something, and he suddenly fell silent. I've never heard of the golden armor formation having a size requirement. Could it be because after the formation shrunk, even the golden armor shrunk with it? Or was it because senior sister Gu's figure was too good? If you look closely, it's true that the film is going to look a lot thinner, like it's about to burst. Miscalculation. If he had known, he wouldn't have looked for Yu Yao to test. At this moment, Yu Yao still didn't know what had happened and was still looking at Gu Yuqing with a worried expression. Senior sister Gu, please close the formation first. I think I already know what went wrong. Bai Feng reached out and rubbed his head. This formation was really just like a program. You never knew where the bugs would come out. Well, Gu Yuqing nodded, but then she looked anxious. No, I can't undo it. Impossible. Bai Feng hurriedly turned around and shouted to Su Lan Shallow on the side. Senior sister Su, please help disarm the formation. Su Lan Shao hurried over. She reached out her hand and placed it on Gu Yuqing's body, but after a few seconds she frowned and looked up, shaking her head at Bai Feng. It can't be disarmed. This formation isn't activated to completion. It's stuck. Bai Feng reached out and covered his aching head. Normally, ordinary formations wouldn't have this kind of odd malfunction, but the problem was that he had made the array disc using the 1000 formation stacking method, causing the formation to start up in a different way than ordinary formations. And the bugs were different as well. The probability of bugs in formations made with 1000 formations is more than I thought. No way. Bai Feng let out a breath. Luckily he had left quite a few back doors open. He walked quickly to Gu Yuqing's side, then reached out and placed his hand on her arm. Senior sister Gu, I'm offended. Then the black and white light under his eyes flashed. The translucent film gradually began to weaken, and Gu Yuqing's tightly frowning brows slightly relaxed a little. But immediately after that, cracks suddenly appeared in the film binding Gu Yuqing's chest as well as her buttocks, and quickly expanded to her entire body. Wait, no! Bai Feng hastily withdrew his hand, but it was already too late. As the cracks continued to become more numerous, finally the translucent film covering Gu Yuqing's body reached its limit. Bang! The remaining spiritual energy tilted out along the crack, and the translucent film instantly shattered under the impact of the spiritual energy, and Gu Yuqing, as the closest, naturally received the most impact. Fortunately, there wasn't a lot of spiritual energy left, and with Gu Yuqing's Jindan cultivation at most, she would only be slightly injured. Just, Bai Feng looked at Gu Yuqing slowly turning red cheeks and silently closed his eyes. Sorry. He took off the robe he was wearing and covered Gu Yuqing, who was covered in rags, revealing a large portion of her skin. At this moment, his mind wasn't on the two big, white water spheres, but rather, he had been thinking about the bugs in the formation. Why is this happening? What went wrong? Was the explosive aura left over because the formation wasn't fully activated? Damn it, there's no mention of such a thing in the formation book. No, how could it be in the book? He was using the 1000 formations technique to superimpose the formations. The difference between the two is like one using the Unity engine and the other using the Unreal 5 engine to make Plants vs. Zombies. Even though the gameplay is the same, the way it runs is different. And the bugs that appear are also different. Just as Byphone was pondering the question, a pair of small hands suddenly covered his eyes, and at the same time, he felt his legs being picked up by someone. And even though they were only a few centimeters off the ground, they still smoothly moved him to the side. Junior brother, what's going on? Wasn't it fine when I helped test it before? Yuyao put Byphone down and asked Byphone in a somewhat puzzled tone. There was obviously nothing wrong with her when she tested? Why was there an accident when she switched to Guiyuaqing? Probably because of the difference in stature? Byfeng's eyes were still covered by his small hands. Senior sister Gu is a bit too big. Cough. Too tall. Yuyao suddenly let out a sound of her chest being stabbed with pain as she glanced back at Guiyuaqing. At this time, Guiyuaqing had already put on the robe that Byphone had taken off. And even though this robe was a bit bigger, the position of her breast still held up the loose robe. At once, Yuyao felt even more hurt inside self. Obviously the one who had the accident was Guiyuaqing, but why did she feel like she was the one who was hurt the most? At the same time, Bayuma also looked down. Although she wasn't as flat as Yuyao, but compared to Guiyuaqing, she was still too small. There was an inexplicable feeling of frustration in his heart. No, Byphone didn't necessarily like the big ones either. And the proof was that he had been keeping his distance from Guiyuaqing. Well, that must be it. While Bayuma was comforting herself, Su Lanxiao also looked at Guiyuaqing with envy on her face. Only what she envied wasn't the other party's figure, but the clothes on the other party's body. If only it had been Self who had just conducted the test. Yuma, can you let go of me now? Byphone opened his mouth and asked. He was now eager to take a look at the burst array disc and how he was going to make improvements. Oh, good. Bayuma hurriedly let go of her small hand, but she still followed Byfeng's side closely, while her eyes still looked at Guiyuaqing, who looked embarrassed. From time to time, Senior Sister Gu, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this kind of accident to happen. I'll fix it soon. Byphone somewhat awkwardly arched his hand and apologized. As an apology, I'll give it to Senior Sister Gu for free after the array plate is repaired. I hope Senior Sister Gu doesn't mind. I only hoped that this matter wouldn't spread, or else there would surely be a whole lot of troublesome things to do again, and it might even draw the son of Qi over. It's fine. It's fine. I often have accidents when learning Bao techniques as well, not to mention this new formation. Guiyuaqing hurriedly waved her hand, only a slight blush still lingering on her face. Not to mention that senior brother Bai didn't do it on purpose. I'll still pay for the array disc as usual. Let's talk about this matter afterward. Byphone shook his head and didn't continue to be polite. Let's go back first. Senior sister Gu, also hurry up and go change her clothes. Even though we know that it was an accident, there will always be some gossip when it's seen by onlookers. Aha. Guiyuaqing nodded and subconsciously reached out to tighten the robe on her body. Although she had clothes with her in her storage bag, because of the suddenness of the incident just now, her brain didn't react to it, and when she thought about it, she was already draped in the robes that Byphone had taken off, and it wasn't a good time to take them off and replace them. So, a few people left the training ground in a hurry, but often the more you worry about something, the more it comes. Li Ming walked on the road within the city lord's mansion. At this time, he was laughing and chatting with the gatekeeper. Looking at the direction of travel should be the guest room of the city lord's mansion. Then, he met Byphone and the others who were also going back to their rooms to rest. Senior Sister Gu, what are you? The smile on Li Ming's face suddenly froze. Why was Gu Yueqing's body wearing a robe that didn't fit and still looked like it was worn by a man? Even her face was red. What was going on? Senior Knight? Gu Yueqing's expression was a bit stunned, completely not expecting a disciple of the cloud-piercing sect to pay a visit at this time. Byphone also saw Li Ming for the first time, and he hastily glanced at the system. When did this guy come? Wasn't he still over at the west side of the city before? Damn. When is this system going to come up with a reminder feature? Then he detected an angry line of sight. And even if he didn't look for the source of the line of sight, he knew that it was Li Ming, the son of Qi, who was staring at him. Trouble. If I had known, I would have taken the first step. No, this situation is useless even if I take the first step. Instead, the suspicion is even greater. At this moment, Li Ming was staring at Byphone in death. Although Byphone had already changed into new robes, since he was a lazy dog, he basically wouldn't change his style as long as his clothes were comfortable to wear and weren't ugly, so his clothes were pretty much the same. This led to the fact that even if he was wearing clothes on his body, he could tell at a glance where the clothes Gu Yueqing was wearing were from. Not to mention he was the only male on this team. Li Ming only felt that there was a fire burning in his own heart, not only because of the clothes on Gu Yueqing's body, but also because this person gave him a very bad feeling. Looking at him was very annoying,
and he couldn't wait to go up to scold him a few times and give him a punch. The two together almost ignited the rage in his heart. "You guy, what did you do to senior sister Gu?" He pulled out his longbow, but before he could take aim, two men were faster than him. "Stop! Don't move!" Bai Yumo and Yu Yao quickly stepped forward. The two swords, one taller and one shorter, pointed at Li Ming's neck. Even Su Lan Shao hurriedly took a step forward and protected Bai Feng behind her. Bai Feng looked at Li Ming. He didn't explain. Instead he pulled Su Lan Shao back a step. "Senior sister Gu, he shouldn't be able to listen to me if I come to explain, so I'll trouble you to help explain." Bai Feng is very clear that at this time he carries on explaining, the other party not only do not believe, but instead both sides of the gunpowder flavor will get bigger and bigger. It is better to let the person concerned to explain better, and hope that this son of Qi Luck can listen to it. After seeing that the other party had no intention of striking, Bai Yuma and Yu Yao also put their swords away and, like Bai Feng, quickly retreated behind Gu Yuqing. Li Ming first glared fiercely at Bai Feng, then he looked at Gu Yuqing, who was wearing Bai Feng's robes, and said softly, "Senior sister Gu, go ahead and say it. I won't let them do whatever they want to you." "No, no." Gu Yuqing hurriedly waved her hand as her brain began to race. "We were just at the training ground to cut our gongfu, and there was a little accident in the middle of it." She didn't reveal the matter of the portable array disc. After all, it was something that she promised to keep secret. She didn't even tell her own mother, let alone a senior brother who only had a one-sided relationship. "Senior sister, they are from the Heavenly Sword sect, right?" Li Ming didn't really believe in it. "How can you cut your skills like this? How could one cut their clothes and lose them in a duel?" Taking a step back, even if the clothes were accidentally destroyed during the sparring session, why would they change into male clothes? Especially since this person was surrounded by so many female companions. He must be the kind of dude who coveted beauty. He had heard that the Heavenly Sword sect was very powerful. It must be because senior sister Gu was afraid of offending the Heavenly Sword sect that she was forced to come out and explain herself. So he opened his mouth and continued. "Senior sister, a single escape won't solve anything. It will only be replaced by the other party's aggravation." Gu Yuqing, huh? "No, senior, what kind of stuff are you talking about? Why am I starting to not understand?" Bai Feng felt that this scene had a strong sense of immediacy, like he had seen it somewhere. Oh yeah, it was when he had just joined the Heavenly Sword sect. However, last time it was Yi Tang who sent his little brother to deliberately provoke. This time it was by chance that he came across the son of Qi. Damn it, why did you, the son of luck, come so coincidentally? At this moment, Gu Yuqing still continued to shake her head and explained. "Senior brother, you've misunderstood. We're really just sparring, and you know that this kind of thing isn't absolutely safe, and it's normal for accidents to occur." "Sister." Li Ming clenched his fists. He guessed that it might be because the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect lived here, so she didn't dare to show her dissatisfaction at all. Since that was the case, let him help Gu Yuqing teach the other party a lesson. So he looked at Bai Feng. "Since that's the case, and I'm quite confident in my strength, why don't we have a sparring session as well?" That's a bit of a raw turn of phrase, isn't it? Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. He didn't want to fight the son of Qi. Whether he lost or won, it was disgusting. So he waved his hand and refused. "I'm sorry, I major in formations. I'm not good at sparring. I'd be happy to accompany you if you were to discuss formations with me. And also, please think about it. This isn't some kind of private place. Even if what you think happened, do you think that City Lord Gu would be unable to see it?" Li Ming sneered. Is it not selling out his own daughter in exchange for more benefits? It's not like he hasn't seen this kind of thing before. So he continued. "You mean you don't dare? TSK, this son of Qi is truly not listening to people." But without waiting for Bai Feng to continue refusing, suddenly another voice came from not far away. "Didn't you hear what Brother Bai said? Brother Bai, he's not good at sparring. If you want to fight, I can accompany you." In the next second, Lin Yan landed in front of Bai Feng with a confident smile on his face. "Brother Bai, leave it to me. Let me teach this impolite fellow a lesson." White Maple, why is there another child of fortune? Sons of fortune attract each other, don't they? Who are you? Li Ming narrowed his eyes, not realizing that this guy had quite a few minions. "Remember, little master, my name is Lin Yan." Lin Yan fire fists up his hands. "Next time, take a good look at your brain before you speak. There are so many rumors in this world. It's because of you group of haphazard brainiacs spreading them, and what I hate the most is your group of people who spread rumors. Sure enough, you've been secretly watching from the sidelines for quite some time, haven't you, L? Ha, a bunch of guys who turn black and white upside down." Li Ming didn't show any weakness as he picked up his longbow and knocked an arrow before aiming at Lin Yan. "After I've finished with you, I'll go and have a word with that guy. Where's the argument? You son of Qi really can't use your brain to think things through?"
It couldn't be that this son of Chi belonged to the brainless type, could it? Bai Feng could already imagine the smug face of the system. No matter who lost or won these two, he was a sure loser. He silently looked towards Gu Yuqing, who was a bit confused. Senior sister Gu, can you stop them? I feel that I might not be able to stop it. Although I don't have much contact with senior brother Knight, I have heard about his temperament. He is very confident in himself, even in the face of other disciples' accusations and elders' criticisms. He still insists on his own ideas, and I've even often heard him contradicting the elders. Gu Yuqing wore a bitter smile on her face, but she still took a step forward to try and persuade. Senior brother Knight, stop. This is a misunderstanding. You two should stop fighting. But the two remained in battle as if they hadn't even heard her. She tried to make a move to stop it, but was stopped by an arrow with a ball of fire. Senior sister Gu, when I've finished with this fellow, I'll give you justice. Don't make a move. This kind of disobedient guy will be fine if he beats up. Bai Feng looked at the two people who were already fighting. He only felt a headache. The son of Qi was like a hedgehog. There was no way to start. If he did it now, he would only be stabbed with a handful of thorns. The system would definitely take the opportunity to stuff him with more Qi value. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned his head to Yu Yao and said, "Why don't I go find City Lord Gu to help mediate?" Yu Yao, however, shook her head. After making such a big commotion, I reckon that our master and City Lord Gu would have already known about it. But they haven't shown up now, so I guess they're hiding somewhere to watch the show. City Lord Gu, aren't you going to step in and stop them? Xu Ningyan sat in a small pavilion, holding a teacup in her hand and sipping it carefully. Wait a little longer. City Lord Gu shook his head. Young people are all more fiery, especially since they're still on a roll right now. They won't listen to you no matter what you say at this time. It's better to wait until they're done fighting. Difficult. Lu Meng wasn't optimistic about City Lord Gu's solution. Several of them are high-minded and proud. Even after the fight, it's expected that none of them will obey anyone. What can be done then? Could it be that my daughter accidentally blew up her clothes while playing with the formation? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes at the time of the accident, I would have had a hard time believing it myself. City Lord Gu sighed. It was hard for her to do the same. Chu Ningyan put down her teacup. Regarding this matter, our Heavenly Sword sect can compensate. No, I'm not complaining. City Lord Gu hastily waved his hand. Let the young people settle their matters. We just need to make sure we don't make too much of a mess. But this kind of treatment tends to make a lot of noise, and I'd suggest it's better to stop it sooner rather than later. Lu Meng shook her head. As a person who had been crawling around in loose cultivators for many years, she had seen too many of these things. It was just that if it was two ordinary cultivation earths, it was fine. There was a stronger cultivation earth to persuade them, and it would be fine if they talked it out. The most troublesome thing was this kind of high-minded and proud geniuses, and even she didn't have much of a good way to deal with them. Alas, a headache. City Lord Gu rubbed his head. Forget it, let's just go over and take a look, as Master Lu said. Lin Yan was burning with flames all over his body, like a fire god on earth, but if one looked closely one would find that he had many more wounds on his body, only for the blood to be evaporated by the flames the moment it dripped down. And the state of Li Ming standing in front of him was not much better. His body was covered with blackened marks. Even his hair was half missing. I didn't expect there to be a genius like you in the younger generation, worthy of the Heavenly Sword sect. Li Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked up and stared at Lin Yan. I kind of can't figure out why a genius like you would be the lapdog of such a person. Lin Yan sneered. The relationship between Brother Bai and I is not something you can shake up with a couple of provocations. Or are all the people around you lapdogs? You don't even have a single friend, do you? Li Ming instantly reddened his eyes and gritted his teeth. This is nothing more than your wishful thinking. Time will prove that I am the one who is right. What a tough talker. Lin Yan, on the other hand, laughed. That's why I hate stupid people who ignore the facts and only believe in what they've brainstormed. Sooner or later you will be dragged into the abyss by your wishful thinking. Li Ming pulled up the bowstring again, and a large number of arrows flew towards Lin Yan like shooting stars in the air. Lin Yan transformed into a ball of flame and quickly dodged the rain of flying arrows as he flew rapidly towards Li Ming. Good timing. Li Ming gripped the bow tightly, a layer of black instantly covering the longbow, and in the next second he swung it towards Lin Yan. Inferno Fist. The flame-covered fist smashed directly towards the longbow, and the violent spiritual fluctuations centered on the collision quickly rushed towards the surroundings, and if it wasn't for Bai Feng and the others blocking the escaping spiritual energy in time, I'm afraid that the nearby houses would have suffered. Li Ming and Lin Yan took a few steps back from each other, and in the next second, the two of them battled together once again. A few drops of blood dripped from Lin Yan's fist, and a few more cracks were added to Li Ming's longbow. I really underestimated you. Li Ming glanced at the longbow in his hand with some heartache. He completely did not expect his opponent's physical strength to be so strong. You have indeed underestimated me.
The finger bones of Lin Yan's right hand had been broken and fractured, but he wasn't the slightest bit worried.
Instead, he wore a confident smile. Next time you fight, pay more attention to your surroundings. 5-colored fire bead. Explode it for me.
What? Li Ming quickly looked around, only to see that there were several more beads of different colors around him at some point. He searched to realize what it was the flames sputtering from the battle. Although he quickly raised his bow in defense, he was still a step too late, and the fire beads containing terrifying flames quickly exploded, directly covering him completely. One of his hands had been placed on the array disc he had purchased at great expense, but the expected explosive impact did not come, and he only felt a wave of heat. When he opened his eyes, he realized that all the fire beads that were exploding had been forcefully pinched back.
Alright, let's call it a day. City Lord Gu walked over.
She waved her hand to disperse the seemingly terrifying fire beads and faced the crowd with a kind smile.
I already know about the matter. It's just a misunderstanding. Although Li Ming was saved by City Master Gu, his face did not show the slightest bit of gratitude. Instead he looked up and questioned. Misunderstanding? Could it be that senior sister Gu dressed like this is also a misunderstanding?
It's unavoidable to encounter unforeseen circumstances when cutting gongfu.
City Lord Gu glanced at Li Ming,
somewhat displeased with this disciple of the Piercing Cloud sect who had little manners, and since Bai Feng took off his clothes and covered my daughter's body at the first opportunity. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. He, as expected of the Heavenly Sword sect, as expected of the Xianguang City Lord, inverting black and white is really a good hand. I'd like to know what kind of cuts can only ruin clothes without hurting anyone. Li Ming clenched his fists. Under the successive blows and preconceived conjectures, he was like a gambler with red eyes, unwilling to think that self was mistaken. City Lord Gu, I hope you can remember that senior sister Gu is your daughter, not a tool. City Lord Gu frowned slightly. It seems you don't believe my words. Senior brother knight, you're going a bit too far. Gu Yueqing also frowned. No wonder one could always hear about Li Ming contradicting the elders and clashing with other disciples. With this temper and emotional intelligence, it would be strange for others not to be angry.
What an empty talent.
Li Ming turned his head to look at Gu Yueqing and said with a serious face, Senior sister Gu, I'm also doing this for your own good. Our Piercing Cloud sect isn't a small sect, so we don't need to ingratiate ourselves with people from other sects. Why did I think you were a nice person before? Gu Yueqing's face was already covered in dark clouds. She was close to writing I'm angry on it. Please also leave. Senior brotherly, you're not welcome in our Gu family. Senior sister Gu, you. Li Ming wanted to say something else, but was blocked by City Lord Gu. Her face was expressionless and her tone was icy. Didn't you hear what my daughter was saying? Or do you want to be invited out by me? Good, I hope you don't regret it. Li Ming clenched his teeth and trembled with anger as he turned around and quickly walked out of the City Lord's mansion. Drops. Under the host's calculated plan, the furious Li Ming was not only easily defeated by Lin Yan, but also exposed his own ugliness in front of the Gu family and was severely humiliated, rewarding the value of Qi plus 777, and the birth of a trace of spiritual intelligence in the immortal flame burning spirit. Although Bai Feng had expected it, he couldn't help but tense up when he saw the system notification. God's fucking plan. Isn't Li Ming the brainless bastard asking for it? I can't even persuade him. What did I do? Oh, there's a bug in the array disk I made, but it's not like I did it on purpose. After cursing the system angrily in his heart, he then looked at the current system reward. Recently, when he handled materials, he was indeed giving birth to the idea of wishing that Immortal Flame could handle materials on its own. If nothing else, the system is pretty sweet in this area, but he'd rather not. Don't fucking stuff me with gas value. And after Li Ming left, City Lord Gu sighed. She really didn't understand why the Piercing Cloud sect would cultivate this kind of disciple. She turned her head to Gu Yueqing and admonished, don't interact with him in the future. I have a feeling that sooner or later, he's going to stir up quite a bit of trouble in the future. Aha! Gu Yueqing nodded. Even if City Lord Gu didn't say anything, she wouldn't come into contact with the other party in the future, especially after spending a few days with Bai Feng, the genius. She felt that Li Ming was arrogant and haughty, even to the point of indulging in a world of his own imagination, completely disregarding the advice of others. Alright, you all go back and rest as well. City Lord Gu put on his smile again. Just leave the rest to me. In the meantime, Li Ming's heart was still clogged with a sigh of relief after he left the City Lord's mansion. Since he had fused the soul fragments of an ancient powerhouse, when had he ever suffered such a great loss? He had wanted to leave Xianguang City, but he had come to the west of the city without realizing it. He looked at the flower boats floating down the river and couldn't help but think back to the sad sound of the piano this morning. When he carefully recalled it, it actually resonated a little with his current state of mind. At this he couldn't help but be a little curious about the woman's identity.
Never mind. Just go listen to a song before you leave. I'm sorry. I didn't think this would happen. Gu Yuqing didn't follow Yu Yao and the others away, but purposely stayed for a while, apologizing to Bai Feng with an apologetic face. If she hadn't informed Li Ming of her identity and invited the other party to the city lord's mansion as a guest when she met him before, perhaps today's accident wouldn't have happened. It's fine. It's not your fault. Both you and City Lord Gu explained it, but it can't be helped if the other party doesn't believe it. Bai Feng waved his hand. Although he was depressed in his heart, he wouldn't take it out on unrelated people. But this is, after all. Without waiting for Gu Yuqing to finish, Bai Feng reached out and interrupted. Alright, let's not talk about this upsetting matter. I'll modify the array disk tonight, so you should hurry back to rest as well. Then he glanced at the clothes on Gu Yuqing's body and said somewhat helplessly, after all, if you're seen by other people in this state again, I'm afraid that I really won't be able to wash my hands of it. And you don't want to hear the next day that you have an incestuous relationship with a certain heavenly sword sect disciple, do you? Gu Yuqing immediately blushed. Then I'll take my leave. If there's anything, just look for me. I'll definitely try my best to help. When she finished speaking, she tightened the clothes on her body and left at a quick pace. Ugh, today's luck is really bad. Should I buy a yellow calendar and look at it? Bai Feng sighed. It was even if he happened to meet a son of Qi, but he also happened to be one with a bad brain. Bad luck is really one thing after another. Try not to go out in the last few days. He was just about to push open the door to his room and go back inside to rest when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure. He saw Sulan Shallow shrinking her small head and standing dumbfounded next to him. And when he looked over, she silently turned away and crouched down. White Maple, what's this? By the way, why don't you go back to rest? Seen your sister Su? Hug. Sorry. Sulan Shallow lowered her head, her eyes not daring to look at Bai Feng at all. Did I drag you down? If I wasn't involved, maybe the array disk wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake, and you wouldn't have been misunderstood. Obviously, she had been praised by Bai Feng only yesterday, and had even been invited by him to make a formation disk together, but as a result, this kind of thing had happened on the first day. Would he be disappointed in her? No, this has nothing to do with you. Bai Feng reached out and rubbed his forehead. Why did it feel like each and every one of these people liked to take the blame? Don't think too much. If you think it's self's fault, come and help me optimize the array plate. But, Sulan Shao wanted to say something else, but in the next second, she suddenly let out a cry of surprise, only to see Bai Feng directly tugging on her arm and pulling her up from the ground. There's still a whole lot of work to be done. As my assistant you don't come to help. Do you want me to face that big pile of array disks all by myself? I didn't. Sulan Shallow shook her head in a hurry. If you don't have it, hurry up and come help. Don't sleep tonight if you don't finish. After Bai Feng finished speaking, he tugged her towards the house. It was so hard to get a free Paru to volunteer to help, so how could we let her go so easily? Still crouching on the floor rambling. Must be caused by not having enough work to do. Sulan Shao was just dragged inside by Bai Feng. She stared at Bai Feng's right hand that grabbed her arm, her mind repeating, don't want to sleep tonight if you're not done with your work. Could it be that she was going to spend the night on Bai Feng's side today? Her face blushed more than a little, while there was some hidden anticipation within her. But she was also aware that even if she spent the night she would only be helping to make the array disk and nothing else would happen. But that's enough. She hadn't rested too well in the last few days. The scent left behind by Bai Feng on the quilt had become less and less under the rush of time. And every night her heart demons began to stir. But if she could spend the night in the White Maple house, then she wouldn't need to worry about her mind's demons interfering with her. Even Sulan Shao subconsciously swallowed and couldn't help but lower his head to take a sniff at her body. If she stayed in Bai Feng's house for a few more days, she should be able to get more of Bai Feng's scent on her. Right? Seen your sister Su? Ha, yes. Sulan Shallow hurriedly returned to her senses and carefully looked at Bai Feng. It's still troublesome for you to help make this part of the array disk. I'll go and modify the golden armor formation first, and I might need your help to test it later. Bai Feng handed over the formation disk that was still unfinished from the morning to Sulan Shallow. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Don't think on your own. Good. Sulan Shallow hastily took the array disk and nodded. You can go rest for a while if you're tired. The tea is in the cupboard. Or if you can't, you can lie down on the couch and squint for a while. Bai Feng was not a black-hearted boss, and Paro could rest when he was tired, especially since things like array disks were still relatively mind-consuming. Sulan Shao subconsciously looked at the robe that was taken off on the sofa. Her throat moved slightly, then she hastily collected her eyes. Yes. Well, let's get started then. Bai Feng stretched his body, but he wasn't in a hurry to start. Instead he opened his system and glanced at the mini-map. Ha, why is this Li Ming guy still in the west of the city? Is there anything good over there? He thought hard for a while, and could only remember a river to the west of the city, and beyond that it was. Could it be that the son of Chi has run off to the hook to listen to a song? No wonder he was able to associate so many things from just one piece of clothing. He really wasn't a proper son of Chi. Let's hope this son of Chi is really just listening to the song and not plotting something bad. Otherwise. Flower boat. Knighting sat in a remote corner, his face uninterested as he swept past the women passing in front of him. He was waiting for a girl named Chunner to show up, the same woman he had seen through the window this morning, playing the piano. In order to see her up close and personal, he had specially refined a fourth-grade weapon as a ticket and smoothly boarded the flower boat. After all, although the flower boat was large, the space was still inferior to that of a building, so only those who were generous were qualified to board the flower boat. As for those who don't have the money, then they'll have to stand on the boat outside the flotilla and try to stick their necks out to see it. Miss Chunner is here. Come, give me a hard reward. The qualification to write to Miss Chunner tonight must be mine. Miss Springer, I'm your dog. For a moment, the dandy boats were instantly abuzz. Only a woman in a purple gown walked out. Her face was covered with a translucent veil and her appearance could be vaguely seen. As she walked around, the open gown did not cover her slender thighs in white silk, and the hidden scenery made those present unable to stop themselves from swallowing. But although she was dressed very boldly, she gave off a feeling of innocence, and even more so, she drew the hearts of those present to itch. She walked over to the guqin and slowly sat down. Her face covered by the translucent tulle seemed to have a trace of extra sadness as she slowly stretched out her slender fingers to gently play. Instantly, the seething dinghy fell silent. Yes, that's the one. Li Ming also closed his eyes and savored it, and the sound of the zither with a bit of sadness kept tugging at his heartstrings. Occasionally he would open his eyes to catch a glimpse of the other guests, only to see them staring at Chunner with a demented look on their faces. He let out a somewhat disdainful laugh in his heart, a bunch of superficial guys. It was a waste for Miss Chunner to play the zither to this bunch of idiots. Sure enough, only I can understand the sadness in Miss Chunner's piano. The song ended, and the crowd on the flower boat slowly came back to their senses. It's so good. Not only is Miss Chunner a good-looking person, she plays the zither so well. If I can marry Miss Chunner, I'll make sure she plays the zither for me every day. You're thinking about fart food. Thinking about it is still possible. If I can marry Miss Chunner, I can't afford to let her play the zither every day. She should play me every day. That's right. Better yet, flick me with your foot. I can't help hissing at the thought of Miss Chunner's little stocking-wrapped feet stepping on my body all day. Crooked son. This far down? Shallow. Listening to the people around him talk, Li Ming couldn't help but skim his lips. What a bunch of mundanes who only cared about appearances, completely failing to hear the feelings contained in Miss Chunner's zither. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't know what had happened to Miss Chunner that she had ended up on a flower boat. He recalled the quarrels that came from the flower boat this morning, and feared that Miss Chunner hadn't suffered much here, especially when he overheard other people talking about it and learned that Miss Chunner only sells her art. Many rich people and even young masters of big families were willing to pay a high price in hopes that Miss Chunner would accompany them for a night, but all of them were rejected by Miss Chunner. I'm sure it's because of that Miss Chunner is not well liked, isn't it? I didn't expect to meet a woman who dared to fight with fate here in the flower boat. Perhaps it was the tragic encounter that created her strong character, right? As soon as he thought of this, Li Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. Miss Chunner, I will definitely save you from the flower boat. Let's start the first step by writing a letter to Miss Springer. Thus, he reached out and called for his maid, sending the long sword he had intended to give to Gu Yuqing as a reward. He believed that with this sword, it was enough to take the qualification to write a letter to Miss Chunner tonight. Late night, Chunner sat in her own room, playing with an exquisitely crafted gold bracelet in her hands. Miss, this is tonight's letter. At this time, a young girl wearing green clothes walked in. I heard that it's a disciple from the cloud-piercing sect. He's been very generous with his reward. A 5th-grade spirit weapon was given away when he said so. Humph, looks like he took the bait. Chunner no longer had the innocence and sadness she just had. She had a smile at the corner of her mouth, and her face was a bit more flirtatious. She had noticed it back when Li Ming first came to the west side of the city, and it just so happened that she had a bit of boredom waiting on standby here. So she sprinkled some bait and waited for the fish to take the bait. It might be possible to utilize this person's identity a little, and it was also very interesting to play with the feelings of such righteous geniuses. As long as they showed a little sense of innocence of a young girl in a place like a greenhouse, that group of people would brainstorm themselves and then take the bait. Fish, what did he write? Chunner half reclined in her chair and reached out to pinch a grape and put it in her own mouth. He said he could hear the sadness in your zither, Miss, and asked if you were in some kind of trouble. Miss, oh, that's quite the cheesy question. Chunner let out a light laugh. She stretched out her hand and gently knocked on the table. After a little thought she said to Little Fish, you use a surprised tone back to how he found out. As for the difficulty, just make up a random one. Then thank the other party and let him explode more spirit weapons out. As for his rewarded spirit weapons, you guys take it and share it. Little fish had a delighted face and nodded in a hurry. Yes, miss, it's finally done. Baifeng stretched his back as he looked at the array disc in his hand, and he couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on his face. In order to get a clean slate, he purposely spent a little more material to enhance the golden armor formation, which simply meant that he had adjusted up the parameters of the golden armor formation. The current golden armor formation, in addition to a slight increase in defense, the volume that could be accommodated had also greatly increased. Not to mention Senior Sister Gu. Even if Senior Sister Gu plus City Lord Gu were stacked together, they could all be perfectly accommodated. On top of that, while he was modifying the golden armor formation disc, he also had the whim to make a small toy. Portable array discs had one drawback. In order to be able to maintain the strength, the discs could not be moved, which led to the fact that after activation, the user could only move within the range of the array as well. However, he modified it slightly, greatly reducing the strength of the golden armor formation in exchange for the feature of being able to move. At the same time, he added a little special effect, and the translucent film was pinched to look like armor, sacrificing defense but becoming more handsome. Change, cough, activate. Baifeng picked up the array disc and suddenly thought that Sulan Shallow was still in the house, so he quickly changed his words and lowered his voice, reading in a very low voice. Only a golden light flashed, and a layer of handsome translucent armor was added to his body. It's a pity that it's translucent. I wonder if it can be combined with weapon refining to refine a real armor out of it, and also make up for the shortcomings of low defense. He reached out and knocked on the armor on his body. The defense is really a little low. For the time being, it can only be used as a toy to play handsome. If the battle is still, forget about it. Wait for the time to learn refining later, or wait for the day when the system sends. Yuck! Send a chicken feather. He's going to learn refining on his own. The system crawls for me. Casually putting the array disc away, he turned to look at Su Lanxiao, Senior Sister Su. Today we'll be here first. He suddenly stopped, only to see that Su Lanxiao had fallen asleep on the table at some point, and in front of her was a large pile of already made array discs. That's too much of a fight, isn't it? Baifeng's not so much conscience suddenly ached a little, and he glanced out the window at the sky that had completely darkened, estimating that it should already be 2 or 3 in the morning by this time. Almost had another all-nighter. He shook his head, not shaking Su Lanxiao awake as he gently picked her up and placed her on the couch next to him. Although the sofa was wooden, it was padded with a very soft cushion underneath and was not at all uncomfortable to lie on. Then he casually covered her body with the robe on the sofa, and after covering her he remembered that the Jindan stage wasn't afraid of catching a cold. But it's a little weird to take it away again when the cover is all there. And he remembered that Su Lanxiao had been plagued by heart demons. Asking him for personal items was also to suppress them. It seemed that Su Lanxiao had helped him make so many array discs for the sake of it, so it would be good to give her a little bit of hidden benefits. After doing so, he returned to the table and continued to study the portable formation. And after he left, a hint of redness suddenly surfaced on Su Lanxiao's face as she quietly reached out her hand and tugged the robe covering her upwards, almost covering half of her face before stopping. As early as the moment Baifeng touched her she woke up, but she didn't open her eyes. Instead she continued to pretend to be asleep. She wasn't sure why Self was doing this. If she really had to say, she simply wanted to do it. It feels as if Self is quite despicable, she whispered in her mind. But she didn't stop moving. She rolled over very carefully, then grabbed a corner of her robe close to herself near her mouth and nose with one hand and inhaled gently. So rich and reassuring. Brother, I asked Senior Sister Gu to borrow the kitchen and fried a few small dishes. Let's eat together. Bai Yuma directly pushed open the door to Bai Feng's room, and then saw Bai Feng, who was sitting at the table thinking, and Su Lanxiao, who was lying on the sofa resting. She suddenly froze. Why was Su Lanxiao sleeping in Bai Feng's house? Did Su Lanxiao not go back last night? Is it dawn already? Bai Feng's body leaned back to lean on the back of the chair and raised his arms to stretch. He turned around and realized that Bai Yuma seemed to be staring at Su Lanxiao on the sofa. Then he remembered that Su Lanxiao had worked until the middle of the night and slept directly in his house. Luckily, the one who came in was Bai Yuma. He really couldn't explain it to anyone else. Senior Sister Su was helping me make array discs last night. She was probably too tired and fell asleep directly on her back. I didn't wake her up when I saw that it was already midnight. Bai Feng explained. Is that so? Bai Yuma slightly lowered her head. She didn't disbelieve Bai Feng's explanation, and with her understanding of Bai Feng, he wouldn't do something like that. She reached up and placed her hand where her chest was. Why did she still feel a little stuffy? It was true that human greed couldn't be stopped. Obviously she had thought before that it would be good as long as she could follow Bai Feng. But today, she wants more attention, more care. Brother, you've been busy all night, right? Rest for a while first, let's come and eat. She looked up, a smile returning to her face. Okay, I'll clean up. Bai Feng nodded and reached for the animation stone that was almost transformed. It was something he had made after a busy half-night, adding a number of features. For example, he added a projection function to the animation stone, which can project the picture inside the animation stone onto the wall. In addition to several other functions such as picture appreciation, video switching, progress bar dragging and so on. Because the animation stone was sold together with Chuanxiu, he planned to start with video as an entry point and slowly add new features and even refine the categories. But that was after that, and as a product with a promising future. All he had to do now was lay the groundwork. Bai Feng put away the formation disc he had made, while also glancing at Su Lan Shao, who was lying asleep on the sofa. Should I call senior sister Su to join me? Brother, didn't you say that senior sister Su has been busy all night? Just let her have a good rest first. We'll just leave her a separate copy. Bai Yuma took out the still steaming rice from the wooden box, and the aroma of the rice instantly filled the house. Also, Bai Feng nodded as he picked up his chopsticks and couldn't wait to take a taste. Brother, is it still to your liking? Bai Yuma pretended to be casual as she pulled out the chair beside Bai Feng and sat beside him. She asked him with a slight sideways glance and a smile. Well, it's very good. Your craftsmanship is getting better and better. Bai Feng gave Bai Yuma a thumbs up. Instead, I'm now worrying about what I'm going to do in the future if I can't eat such delicious dishes. It won't be, brother, if you like it, I'll make it for you every day. Bai Yuma's mouth with a smile seems to be praised in a good mood. After all, we are family. She put a slight emphasis on the word family, as if to emphasize it and as if to hide something. If you're going to say that, then I'm going to have to give you an inch. Bai Feng casually joked. Be careful, I'll let you cook for me every day in the future. Bai Yuma didn't reply, but slightly averted her eyes. Obviously it was just a joke, but her heart still indisputably beat faster. Then, as if trying to hide her own embarrassment, she picked up her chopsticks and chucked some dishes into Bai Feng's bowl. Alright, let's eat first. We'll talk about future matters later. So it turns out that Miss Chunner's parents were attacked and killed by a demonic path on their way to run a business. Even the family's property was taken away by a relative, and they were also arranged to marry an old man. TSK, it's true that there aren't a lot of good things in the big families. Luckily, Miss Chunner escaped, but it's a pity that she just got out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's den again, and was tricked into selling her art on a flower boat again. Li Ming had already received a reply from the Chunner girl, and as he scrutinized the letter, word by word, his fists had subconsciously clenched, especially when he thought about his experience yesterday. The daughter of a hallowed city lord would actually grovel to a disciple of the heavenly sword sect because of a little bit of interest, and even put on someone else's clothes and lie to him that nothing had happened. Compared to Miss Chunner, who dared to defy her fate, the two were really far from each other. Why should that kind of person be able to become the city lord while Miss Chunner is reduced to a life of selling her art on a flower boat? He exhaled, seeing the letter thanking him, sharing with him the fruit that Chen's mother had been in a happy mood to present last night, and even urging him not to send such an expensive gift at the end, caring more about how well he was doing in life than a plate of fruit. His heart suddenly warmed a little at the sight of it. Springer is such a good girl. Don't worry, Miss Chunner, I will definitely get you out. Li Ming took a deep look at the flower boat on the river, and as if Chunner had heard his inner cry, the window of the flower boat was suddenly opened, and the Chunner girl probed her head to look out. She wasn't wearing a translucent gauze on her face, and under the light, the face, as innocent and beautiful as he had imagined it to be, appeared clearly in his line of sight. At the same time, Chunner also noticed Li Ming, and her face became more than a little shy as she hurriedly reached out to close the window. It was enough for several seconds before Li Ming came back to his senses, and he took a deep breath, feeling his own heart beating a few moments faster. At the same time his heart was more than a little pleased, although it was only a small accident. But he should be the first one out of all the people to see the real face of Miss Chunner, right? Miss Chunner, wait for me. Li Ming clenched his fists. He no longer stayed. He directly turned around and went straight to the material store. Although he wanted to directly rescue Miss Chunner from the flower boat, he had also heard that the power behind the flower boat was very large, and maybe even had some relationship with that city lord. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against such a behemoth, so he had no choice but to take his time. Let's just go ahead and contract the letters for the next few days. Why is this son of Chi still staying in the west of the city? It couldn't be that he started indulging in female sex after the blow, right? Then this son of Chi's mentality was too bad. Bai Feng looked at the icons on the minimap and always felt that there was something wrong. Could it be that this son of Chi was brewing some kind of plot? No, he definitely couldn't sit around and wait for it to happen. Just go to the west side of the city and insert some eyes. Bai Feng pinched up a talisman.
and a trace of divine sense was cut off and hidden into it. But then he put the talisman away again and looked out the window at the flying birds.
The talisman is still too easily exposed, so it's better to use this one. He glanced at Bayuma, who was washing the dishes. Then he gently walked over to the window. A black and white light flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and in the next second, the flying birds outside the window landed next to the window. Well, Su Lanxiao slowly opened her eyes. She looked down at the clothes on her body, and then looked at the unfamiliar room with some confusion. At once her little face began to redden, and she hastily reached up and pulled her dress upwards to cover herself. But the scent carried on her clothes made her face turn redder. Crap! I was only going to sleep for a while, but I didn't realize I overslept. It was obvious that her sleep quality was poor. Even when she was covered with white maples bedding, she often woke up in the middle of the night, but this time the sleep was unusually solid. Not only did he not have strange nightmares, but he even slept straight through until dawn. Senior Sister Su, are you awake, X? Bai Feng noticed the sound Su Lanxiao made when he woke up. He released the flying bird and turned to look at Su Lanxiao, who had covered her face with her robe. What is this? Is it because you haven't gotten enough sleep, so you're staying in bed with the quilt over your head? Su Lanxiao, who was hiding under the robe, suddenly had a body tremor. She wanted to continue pretending to be asleep, but when she thought that at this time it was dawn, if she pretended to be asleep again, Bai Feng might be more angry. So she quietly tugged down a little bit of fabric, revealing only a pair of eyes, and returned in a very small voice. I'm awake. It's fine. Sleep a little more if you want to. Bai Feng smiled and waved his hand. I sometimes stay in bed. After all, there's nothing better than waking up in the morning and realizing that you can still sleep a little longer. Not to mention that it's really comfortable inside the comforter. Well, Su Lanxiao hastily tugged her robe upwards to cover her face. I don't suppose he knows about the bedding I snuck away with? Her mood is very apprehensive. After all, not only take away people-used bedding, but also do not wear clothes to sleep in it, is really a bit perverted. If Bai Feng found out, she would definitely be alienated as a pervert, right? Wait, she also seems like a pervert now that she's got her head covered in white maples robes. At that thought, she hastily yanked her robe away, revealing most of her reddened little face. Aren't you going to sleep, or is the sun too strong? Do you need me to cover the window? Bai Feng looked towards Su Lanxiao, who had reared her head, because she had worked very hard last night, so he also cared a little more about this outstanding employee. Faced with Bai Feng's inquiry, Su Lanxiao hastily shook her head. No, I've already slept well and will be constructing the grand formation today. Oh yeah, I forgot if you didn't tell me. Bai Feng reached out and patted his head. He had been pondering the portable array disc for the past 2 days and had forgotten the purpose of this trip. After so many days of preparation, it was time to start building the Xianguang city's grand formation. Luckily, I finished modifying Senior Sister Gu's array disc last night. He took out the golden armor formation disc that he finished modifying yesterday and reached out to hand it to Su Lanxiao. Senior Sister Su, please help test it. I'll go get something. Although the capacity of the modified golden armor formation disc was theoretically greatly increased, it was still necessary to test it a bit in order to prevent other bugs from appearing. So, Bai Feng hurried to his own bedroom, picked up a soft pillow and walked out. Then he threw the pillow to Su Lanxiao. Senior Sister Su, please hold the pillow to activate the formation. Ah, good. Su Lanxiao hastily took the pillow. Bai Feng reminded again. Remember to put it on the chest area. Okay. Su Lanxiao nodded her head continuously as she followed Bai Feng's request, cradling the pillow in front of her chest with one hand and activating the formation with the other. In a soft flash of golden light, a translucent film was added to her body and managed to encase the pillow in it. Nice. Bai Feng surveyed it very carefully. There shouldn't be any accidents this time. At this moment, Su Lanxiao was staring tightly at the pillow in her arms, and the rich scent emanating from it made her swallow hard. So much so that I want to take it away. And if I can cuddle with it at night when I sleep, I can definitely suppress the demons. Alright, thank you Senior Sister Su. Bai Feng reached out to close the array disc and put it away. In the future, if Senior Sister Su has any difficulties, feel free to look for me. I'll help. Well, Su Lanxiao nodded, somewhat reluctantly putting the pillow down. Just now when Bai Feng was thanking her, she wanted to say that she wanted this pillow, but this kind of talk was too easy to be taken as a pervert, and it was estimated that Bai Feng would not agree. By the way, we've left a breakfast for you, so Senior Sister Su, you should hurry up and eat it as well. Bai Feng reached out and pointed to the meal that had been set aside separately on the table. When we're done eating, we'll go and deliver the array disc to Senior Sister Gu, and then we'll go and find Master to see what kind of work he's arranged for us. Aha! At the same time, Bai Yuma, who was washing the dishes, also noticed the waking Su Lan Xiao. Her face carried a few moments of suspicion, feeling that this Su Lan Xiao fellow's demeanor seemed a bit off. Although she was aware of the matter of Su Lan Xiao's need for Bai Feng to suppress her heart demons, from Su Lan Xiao's reaction, it always felt like it wasn't just using Bai Feng's items to suppress her heart demons. Sure enough, she couldn't get a liking for the man. Bai Feng handed the array disc over to Gu Yuqing. There were no accidents this time, and he received a generous reward for it. However, this time he couldn't spend his money even if he had money, and the matter of promising Yu Yao to remodel the auction house's array formation would have to be delayed for a while. The most important thing now was to build the Xianguang City Grand Formation. He became busy as a result, and for many days in a row, he was either building formations or being pulled by Lu Meng to observe and learn from the scene. Senior Sister Su, please help fill in the formation patterns in this place. I can't hold out a little bit. I'll go rest for a while first. Well, you hurry up and get some rest. Just leave it to me here. Su Lan Xiao nodded in a hurry and quickly walked over to take over the work of filling the array pattern. This part wasn't very difficult. The hardest part of the framework had already been solved by Bai Feng, and the rest of the work could be completed successfully even by her, provided that Bai Feng didn't stay too far away from her. Thanks. Bai Feng pulled out a recliner from his storage bag and directly lay down on it and squinted. Although he had practiced the forging god law and had the added support of the yin and yang patterns, he was only at Jindan cultivation level after all, and even if it was only to assist in the construction, he was a bit overwhelmed, especially since Lu Meng had added many of her homemade small formations, which added a few more points of difficulty. At this moment, Lu Meng, who was constructing a large formation, stopped her work and glanced at Bai Feng, who was resting on a chair. She didn't feel dissatisfied, but was somewhat shocked in her heart. She had brought Bai Feng along to build a large formation. In addition to teaching him how to build a large formation, there was also some sort of feeler test. She wanted to see where Bai Feng's limits were, so she deliberately didn't lower the difficulty of Bai Feng's work, and thought that he wouldn't be able to keep up for a day or two. But she didn't think that he would really hold up until today when he couldn't hold up to go down for a break early. If her cultivation wasn't too low, she guessed that it was entirely possible for Bai Feng to keep up with her construction speed. What a demonic talent this is. After Lu Meng sighed, she also knew that Bai Feng wasn't just a demonic talent. Unlike Su Lan Xiao, who once liked to be lazy based on his talent, he himself worked very hard. Not only did he learn about formations every day, but he also created a portable formation disc based on the 1,000 formations after obtaining the inheritance of the 1,000 formation sect. She was well aware of how difficult it was to start a new system from the now mature and perfect formation system. Not only did it require a bountiful knowledge of formations, but it also required constant trial and error. But he did it, and this was by no means something that could be wiped out by a single word of talent. So, would you like some tea? A voice in the distance roused her from her thoughts, and she looked at the person who had spoken. It was none other than her personal disciple Su Lan Xiao, except that Su Lan Xiao wasn't speaking to her, but rather to Bai Feng, who was lying on the recliner. As she watched the interaction between the two, she couldn't help a smile emerge from the corner of her mouth. It seemed that she was really right to stay in the Heavenly Sword sect. Su Lan Xiao was unfortunate to have met a genius demon who had completely crushed her in terms of talent, but fortunately, the genius she had met was Bai Feng. She had seen all the help Bai Feng had given Su Lan Xiao, and as she watched Su Lan Xiao slowly come out of her self-imposed isolation and resume her study of formations, the two of them gradually got on better terms. Having the help of such a genius was definitely a very lucky thing for Su Lan Xiao. When Su Lan Xiao got rid of her heart demons under Bai Feng's influence and help, she would definitely be able to go farther than, far beyond her as a master. At this time, Su Lan Xiao did not realize how much high hopes Lu Meng had for her, only to see her reach out and receive the empty teacup, her eyes subconsciously glancing at the mouth of the cup before secretly placing the teacup into her storage bag. And her storage bag was now stuffed with items that Bai Feng had used. At night, many people have already rested, but for some the nightlife is just beginning. Miss Chunner, I'm your dog. Why is Brother Dog shouting so early this time? Ugh. Want to see Miss Springer in white silk? Heresy. Miss Chunner should be bare-legged. I can't even think of how delicious it would be to lick on Miss Chunner's smooth, white thighs. Cowards. I dare you to think. Bare legs to be licked and white silk to be licked, so as to be called sound. The flower boat was as lively as ever, and Li Ming was still sitting in a remote corner as usual, holding a cup of tea in his hand and gently shaking it. In the exchange of letters over the past few days, his relationship with Miss Chunner had gotten better and better. It is Chunner girl to still have illusions about the city's main house. Her reply letter will occasionally reveal the hope that the city's main house can help her idea. He then wrote a letter to the city's main house scolded, but also told her since the experience. And sure enough, after that, she no longer mentioned the matter of the city's main house. However, After this he also knew about Miss Chunner's thoughts, so he subtly mentioned in his letter that even without the help of the city lord's office, he could help Miss Chunner leave the flower boat, so that she could regain her freedom and have a life of her own. Although Miss Chunner didn't agree in her reply, she revealed to him some of the power relations behind the flower boat in her letter and advised him not to be impulsive. Obviously the Springer girl is worried about him. She has a hem in her heart. Li Ming coughed lightly. He was not that kind of superficial person. He just couldn't see a woman with ideals and pursuits trapped on a flower boat. The money on my body is almost spent. Although I can make spirit weapons to sell, but then I won't be able to obtain the qualification to write to Chunner. Li Ming's eyes swept over the personnel on the flower boat. He had a great certainty in his mind that he would be able to get the girl Chunner out of the way. Just tell Chunner tonight so that she can prepare in advance. Gu Yuqing, that woman who was currying favor with the Heavenly Sword sect. Even so, this time he had to save Miss Chunner from the sea of bitterness no matter what he said. So he reached out and called out to one of the maids and tossed the knight's bounty to the other. Meanwhile, Bai Feng stared at the mini-map with a thoughtful face. From the news coming from the birds, Li Ming, this guy is still really listening to music in the hook, and it seems to be on the head. During the day, he was seen hiding to build spiritual weapons, and at night, he would bring the built spiritual weapons on the flower boat, and then reward them to a head girl named Chunner. That said, why is this name a bit familiar? It couldn't be the new vest of the Demoness, could it? However, the Peak Master of the Divine Sword Peak had long ago scouted both the inside and outside of the city, including the flower boat, the place where it was easiest to hide the Devil's Way's human soil. Is it a coincidence? Well, it's better to send a few more birds to keep an eye on the dinghy. Recently, it was the crucial moment for building the Grand Formation, and if the people of the Devil's Way dared to attack the Grand Formation, it would have been in the last few days. Brother, dinner's ready. Bai Yumal walked out from the kitchen with her meal. Originally the guest room didn't have a kitchen, and for that reason she had gotten someone to install a new one. The reason was easy to find. She thought borrowing a kitchen would disturb people and make it inconvenient to deliver groceries, so she might as well install a new kitchen to cook in. Bai Feng felt that Bai Yuma had a point, so he let her be. Brother, I feel as if you've been a bit tired lately. Are you too tired from building the formation? Bai Yuma pulled out the chair beside Bai Feng and just sat beside him and looked at him. Well, after all, large formations are much more complicated than normal formations, not to mention having to juggle learning. Bai Feng picked up a piece of fat and thin pancetta and put it in his mouth. As usual, it was to his taste. It's nice to have a sister who can cook. There's nothing better than coming home to a hot meal after retiring day. Bai Yuma had a thoughtful look on her face. Then she reached out her hand and proposed. Then when you finish eating, why don't I rub your shoulders? Okay. Bai Feng nodded. It just so happens that my shoulders are a bit sore after carving formation patterns for most of the day today. Leave it to me. I have specially gone to read massage-related books. White Yuma faced more than a few points of confident smile. In the future, if you are tired, you can also find me massage. Oh. When Bai Feng saw Bai Yuma's confident look, he smiled and said, I'll have to look forward to it then. After dinner. Brother, just lie down here. Bai Yuma patted the softly cushioned couch with a pillow on top. Then take off your clothes. Still undressing. Ha! Bai Feng thought that he was sitting on a chair to help pinch his shoulders, but he didn't realize that Bai Yuma had made it quite professional. Of course, it will be very ineffective through the clothes. Bai Yuma walked directly in front of him and reached out to help undo his clothes. It's just taking off a top. I'm still your sister. What's there to be ashamed of? Wait, I'll just help myself. Bai Feng interrupted with a quick wave of his hand as he took off the robe on his body as well as the white top inside, and then plopped right down on the couch. Seeing Bai Yuma's impatient look, he didn't really want to discourage her. Brother, then I'll start. Bai Yuma held back her inner excitement as she took a deep breath. Her specially warmed small hands placed on Bai Feng's back. If you're sleepy, you can lie down and rest for a while. Well, Bai Feng casually responded as he felt a pair of warm little hands gently pressing on his back as well as his shoulder position. Although a little rusty and occasionally making mistakes, but overall the pressure was quite comfortable. At the beginning there is a little bit of force, too heavy or too light, but after massaging more for a while, Bai Yuma also gradually became skillful. Not so much as to say that the press of the pain, but also will not be soft and no force, just right to be stuck in a little bit of acid numbness, at most a little bit of soreness to the extent of the sense of pain. It's true that genius is genius everywhere. Gradually, under Bai Yuma's massage, Bai Feng also relaxed, while bouts of drowsiness began to come towards him, so he simply plopped down on the couch and took a nap. Seeing this, Bai Yuma also slowly eased the movements in her hands. Her fingers gently skimmed over Bai Feng's back, and the corners of her mouth grew more than a trace of a satisfied smile. Then she hurriedly put away her smile and reached out to touch the corners of her mouth to make sure that she wasn't showing any ugliness.
and then she continued to rub and knead Bai Feng's shoulders.
Brother. Well, White Maple, get some rest, she muttered in a small voice, quietly exposing a little of that little mind of self's. Miss, the disciple from the cloud-piercing sect said he wants to take you out of here. How do I get back to him? Fish walked to Chunner's room with tonight's letter and asked Chunner, who was reclining on her bed. Looks like there's not much oil left to squeeze. Chunner shook her head with some bemusement. She had thought that the other party, as a talented disciple of the piercing cloud sect, would have some connection with the city lord's daughter, but it turned out that he was the one who had been driven away by the city lord a few days ago, so she also lost interest in this person. And the follow-up letter she directly let the little fish play on its own, which was of little use now after squeezing out the last bit of value. Then just find an excuse to call him over and have the guards beat him up and throw him out. Just a beating? It's fine if you have a better idea. I can leave the decision to you. Chunner glanced at the puzzle-faced little fish. But let me remind you, this is a critical time. Don't do anything that might reveal our identities. The little fish nodded in a hurry. Yes. Go down. Yes. Once Fish closed the door of the room tightly and left, Chunner looked to the closed window. Even without opening the window and looking out, she knew a lickspittle was waiting outside. If it had been before, she would have opened the window and ruffled a bit, watching the dog licker's ugliness develop over time. But now she wasn't in the mood for that. According to the news from the group of loose cultivators, the great formation of Xianguang City was nearing its critical moment, when they would join the people of the Central State Divine Sovereign in making their move. In time she will be able to. Bai Feng, you didn't expect us to meet so soon, did you? She pinched up a spirit fruit that looked like a cherry, and her pink tongue gently licked the surface of the fruit. When she thought of the last encounter, her charming eyes gained a hint of coldness, and her teeth bit heavily through the skin of the spirit fruit, sucking all of the juice and flesh inside the fruit, leaving only a layer of skin. This time, without the secret realm suppressing my cultivation, I'll see how you can still run out of the palm of my hand. You are destined to be the holy son of my sect. Yawn, it feels so good to sleep. Bai Feng yawned as he lifted his head but realized that the sky outside was all lit up. He glanced down at the quilt covering his body, and then remembered that last night, Bai Yuma was giving him a massage. Self had slept for a long time. Bai Feng slowly sat up from the couch, and then he saw Bai Yuma sitting at the other end of the couch resting. Ha, could it be that instead of leaving last night, Baek Umo stayed in his house all night? Brother, you're awake? At this moment, Bai Yuma opened his eyes and snatched at Bai Feng before he could raise his own doubts. Did you sleep well last night? Bai Feng nodded. Well, it's nice. It's been a while since I've slept this comfortably. Then I'll give you a massage every day from now on. Bai Yuma proposed with a smile. There's no need for that, is there? And you also need to cultivate. Bai Feng waved his hand, rejecting this tempting-sounding offer. You don't want to pull down your cultivation just because of these small things. I have worked hard on my cultivation every day. Bai Yuma muttered in a small voice, but she didn't feel disappointed. Or rather she didn't expect Bai Feng to agree, so she continued to propose. Then let me give you a massage during this time. After eliminating the fatigue, you will have more energy the next day, won't you? That's fine. Then I'll trouble you during this time. Bai Feng nodded and didn't refuse this time. After all, constructing a large formation was indeed quite tiring. Well, then it's a deal. Bai Yuma had a winning smile on her lips, as if that was what she was aiming for. Then she got up from the couch and walked quickly towards the kitchen. Brother, what do you want to eat today? Noodles it is. White Maple replied after a few seconds of thought. Bai Yuma skillfully tied on her apron and tied her long hair into a single ponytail. Okay, please wait a moment. He watched Bai Yuma walk into the kitchen, then remembered that Self didn't seem to have asked her why she hadn't gone back to rest. After thinking about it, he simply walked to the door of the kitchen, and saw the White Yuma who was busy inside the kitchen. His heart always felt a little strange, and this scene always felt a little. Brother, what's wrong? Is it because you want to eat other dishes? Bai Yuma turned around and asked Bai Feng with some curiosity. If it's a favor you don't need it, I can handle it alone. Bai Feng stopped thinking when he was interrupted like that. He shook his head and opened his mouth to ask. No, I just wanted to ask. Didn't you go back to rest last night? Oh, it's this thing Bai Yuma slightly averted her eyes, and after several seconds she nodded her head and replied. Well, I didn't really go back last night. Then she hurriedly said. Brother, you may not be too aware that you've been constructing a large formation for the past few days. The Peak Master of Divine Sword Peak captured a group of loose cultivators a few days ago, and they seem to be connected to people from the Devil's Path. I'm afraid that the people from the Devil's Path won't let us build the Xianguang City's large formation, and I'm worried that they're going to be onto you. So, Bai Yuma raised her head and crossed her arms in an undeniable tone. I'll be staying at your place for the next few days. That's our agreement. I said I'd protect you. Ha, Are you going to stay at my place for the next few days? Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds. What Bai Yuma said did have a point. Other than that, there were two of his enemies in the Devil's Path alone, and both of them were not low in status. That demoness who attempted to kidnap him as a holy son aside, let's just talk about the Black Lotus of the Central State. After he destroyed her inheritance, the two of them had formed a bond, and he didn't believe that Guy would let go of such a good opportunity. So he nodded. Then I'll trouble you. A smile grew at the corners of Hakuhom's mouth. I'll help you pack out the other empty room tonight, so you can sleep next to me for a few days. The smile disappeared from Baek Uemo's face. Somewhat undeterred, she retorted. No, if something really goes wrong, I will not be able to catch up next door. I can hit the floor. If not, put a cushion is fine. I can meditate and cultivate in the corner of the room. It won't disturb your sleep. You're making it seem like I'm abusing you. The corners of Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly, but he was still quite happy to see Bai Yuma so concerned about him. How about this? I'll accompany you in the living room to practice with you. It just so happens that I also want to practice my sword technique more. I've been busy with the array formation these past few days, and I've gotten rusty in my sword-wielding movements. White Yuma's heart is a little disappointed, but this result is already very good. You can't get an inch. You have to take it little by little. So she nodded. Yeah, brother, if you don't know anything feel free to ask me. And if you want to find me for sparring you can do that as well. Then I'm welcome to it. Bai Feng hadn't forgotten the other function of the yin and yang tattoo. It was just that he spent more time studying formations. Plus he rarely fought with people, so the other function was put on hold. But now was the perfect time to use it. With the replication of the yin and yang tattoo coupled with the sword Dao fragment, he was confident that he could learn the sword techniques that Bai Yuma excelled in before the battle began. Finished another day of work? So tired. Bai Feng lifted his arms and stretched his body. As the completion of the grand formation continued to increase, the difficulty of building it not only didn't decrease, but instead it got higher and higher. So much so that he was mentally exhausted as if he hadn't slept for 2 or 3 days after completing his self-responsible part. He had originally thought that with the strength of Self's formation de Shang, constructing a large formation wouldn't be easy, but at least it wouldn't be overly difficult. But now he realized it was Self who was wrong. He was indeed able to read the design drawings of the grand formation. Even if many structures with Lu Meng's personal style had been added to the grand formation, he was able to understand them after pondering over them. But the problem was that his cultivation couldn't keep up, like his master, Lu Meng, who hadn't rested since the beginning of the construction and had been building formations non-stop, and him, who had already taken half his life just working for one day. It's still necessary to continue raising your cultivation. Bai Feng sighed. He hadn't stopped cultivating and he had taken all the pills that the clan gave him every month. But nay, with ordinary talent, the growth in his cultivation was really a bit slow. To quickly increase his cultivation, the only thing he could currently rely on was the system. But the problem was, the purpose of him wanting to increase his cultivation was to save his life, and the system would only give him a fierce and wild stuffing of chi luck values to kill him. In the end, even if his cultivation had risen, his hate value would have peaked, and then it would be the sons of chi from all over the world grouping up to brush him as a big boss. It's scary to think about. It's better to take your time. It's just that the talent is ordinary. It's not that you can't practice, you can always boil up the time. In the middle of his thoughts, Bai Feng had already walked to the door of the house. He had just put his hand on the door, but before he could exert any force, the door to the room opened itself. Welcome home, Lord. Cough. Brother. Only White Yuma was wearing a black and white maid's outfit. Her reddened little face was a little shy, her eyes staring tightly at her skirt, not daring to look at Bai Feng. Bai Feng blinked his eyes. He felt that it might be because Self was so tired that he was hallucinating. So he reached out and attempted to close and reopen the door to the room. But in the next second, Bai Yuma hastily stretched out his little feet to jam the door of the room that was about to close, and his hands also tightly grasped the door. Brother, what's wrong? You don't like it? Wait a minute. Why are you wearing a maid's outfit? Bai Feng stopped closing the door. He reached out his hand and rubbed his forehead. To say that he didn't feel confused would be impossible. Because I wanted you to relax more. Bai Yuma's vision shifted slightly, her fingers subconsciously pinching the hem of her skirt. And then I thought of the maid you mentioned at the auction, and it just felt quite appropriate. Sis, I'm happy that you care so much about me, brother, but I don't think that's going to relax me. Seeing that Bai Feng didn't answer for a long time, Bai Yuma quietly raised his head with a somewhat apprehensive expression on his face. Brother, don't you like it? No, I like it a lot. Bai Feng was instantly alert. He must not give the system a single chance, so he hastily shook his head. It's just that I simply don't quite fit in. After all, it's quite a big gap from your usual image. A smile reappeared on White Yuma's face. If you're not used to it, Just look at it more often. Bai Feng was relieved to see Bai Yuma's emotions return.
But fortunately he had quick reflexes.
Alright, brother, I've already made dinner. Hurry up and come inside to eat. While saying that, Bai Yuma reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's arm, tugging him towards the house, looking very impatient. Soon, Bai Feng was seated at the dining table under Bai Yuma's arrangement, and the food was as good as ever. He had thought that Bai Yuma had just changed into a maid's outfit on a whim, but it turned out that after finishing his meal, Bai Feng saw her walking over with a cake-like pastry. It's dessert for today's meal. After Bai Yuma placed the dessert in front of Bai Feng, she took a deep breath and took out a bag filled with red jam from her storage pouch, with a conical shape at the bottom. She pinched the top of the bag and gently squeezed the jam, drawing a heart shape on the pastry. Then she put away the jam and held out her hands a few centimeters in front of her chest to compare hearts. Only she seemed to have overestimated her own cheek, and by the time she was halfway there she was so shy that her brain stopped functioning. She opened her mouth, her speech no longer quite clear. Please, please, please enjoy. If you're shy, you don't have to force yourself, Bai Feng said with some amusement as he looked at Bai Yuma, who was obviously very shy, but tried to do the whole set of movements. First, try the snacks first. White Yuma hands cover the small face, shy at the same time also a little want to cry. Obviously the first time is the best effect, but because of their own shyness to screw up, completely did not achieve the effect she wanted. Bai Feng smiled as he picked up a spoon and dug a spoonful on the pastry, putting it into his mouth and savoring it. Then he gave a thumbs up to Bai Yuma. Well, it's not bad. It feels like the flavors have all tasted a lot better. Woo. After being praised, Bai Yuma didn't feel happy. That wasn't what she wanted to hear. She lowered her head, quickly put away the plates on the table, and ran into the kitchen as if she were escaping. Take your time. I'm going to go wash the plates. I'm telling the truth. Bai Feng smiled and shook his head as he continued to dig into a soft pastry and savored it. After the meal, Bai Feng stood by the window and sprinkled a handful of rice grains, and several small birds quickly landed on the ground and pecked. Eat slowly. There's more. Don't grab it. He sprinkled another handful of rice grains, and the bird, having eaten and drunk its fill, spread its wings and flew toward the west of the city. Ever since he had learned that Li Ming had been listening to music on the flower boat, he had been keeping an eye on the situation in the west of the city. It's just that after so many days of observation, he didn't find anything wrong. If I really want to say it, it's that this guy, Li Ming, is getting on top of things, and the 4th and 5th grade spirit weapons are being sent to the flower boats as if they don't need any money. What exactly is written on the letter? It's so fascinating that the son of Qi can fall deep into it. Bai Feng felt that this matter was a bit fishy, and for this reason he stepped up his surveillance of the flower boats to prevent any accidents. If it wasn't for the fact that the little bird's words were easily detected by him if he was close to nighting, he would have really wanted to take a peek at what the letter said. Other than that, Xianguang City was as calm as usual. Even the loose cultivators who had been foolishly moving around a few days ago had stopped their activities after being beaten up and arrested by the Divine Sword Peak Master. Forget it, let's practice for a while. The most important thing now was to add new undercards, such as stealing a few new sword techniques from Bai Yuma. But there was one more thing he needed to do before practicing, only to see him quickly walk to his own bedroom and take out the immortal flame that had already given birth to a spirit. The immortal flame floated motionlessly on his palm, not looking like it had been born with a spirit. Help me refine these materials. I've taught you before. Now you haven't forgotten, have you? He took out a bunch of materials and placed them on the table, only to see the immortal fire jump a few times. Then it flew towards the materials on the table and began to slowly refine them. After Sulan Shao, he was joined by a new Paru. Well, it's a bit slower, but the quality of the refinement is okay. Bai Feng nodded. It was also considered that Self's hard work in the previous days had not been in vain either. And it was worth mentioning that after Immortal Flame was born with spiritual intelligence, it didn't become as rebellious and mischievous as a bare child. Instead it was like an artificial intelligence that could make simple reactions and learn to deal with simple things. Other than that, it was not at all obvious that it possessed a spirit. It was really what he needed though. He didn't want to teach a toddler who knew nothing about fairy fire from scratch. Times L. It had to be said that the system was quite considerate when it came to rewards, and it would have been better if it hadn't forcefully stuffed the chi luck value. Next it'll be good to get some sword practice with Yuma. Late at night, Li Ming quietly sneaked on top of the flower boat as promised in the letter. He followed the route provided by Chunner, easily avoiding the patrolling guards along the way, and soon arrived at the agreed location. This should be it. Li Ming was wearing a black cloak that blended almost completely into the darkness. He waited for the patrolling guards to leave. Then he stepped out of the darkened corner and reached out to gently push open the door to the room where he had agreed to meet. The room was dark, with only a low brightness oil lamp lit by the bed, and a woman could be vaguely seen sitting on the bed. Springer? Knighting whispered to the woman on the bed.
The woman on the bed turned her head to look at the doorway, and she could faintly be seen reaching out and placing her hand over her mouth, as if to tell him to keep quiet. Li Ming held back his inner excitement as he walked quickly toward the bed. Chun-er, I've come to save you. I've already formulated an escape route. Just, without waiting for him to finish, the room suddenly became bright, and the appearance of the strong light made him subconsciously close his eyes. Do it! A chirping sound rang in his ears, and he hastily opened his eyes, only to find that it wasn't Miss Chun-er sitting on the edge of the bed, but a woman he didn't recognize. At the same time, several burly men came out of the corners of the room to surround him. You're not Chun-er. Who are you? Li Ming quickly pulled out his longbow and pointed it at the woman on the bed. What have you done with Chun-er? You'd better care about yourself first. The woman on the bed had no fear of the longbow in his hand. She slowly stood up from the bed with a disdainful smile on her lips. Take him. At the woman's command, the surrounding burly men instantly erupted with the aura of Jindan, raising their hands and grabbing towards Li Ming's shoulders. Ha! It's really underestimated. Li Ming faced the 5 big only man siege but not the slightest bit of fear. He dodged back and easily flashed through a strong man's grasp, followed by his grip on the longbow and swung it towards one of them. Several other people also struck out when they saw this, and Li Ming didn't dodge or avoid, letting the other party's fists smash into his body. Bang! As soon as the punch went down, he only took a few steps back and didn't seem to have suffered a bit of damage, apparently wearing a spiritual artifact inner armor with notable defensive power on his body. With the enhancement brought about by the spirit weapon, Li Ming, who was only at the early Jindan stage, actually fought 5 late Jindan opponents back and forth. Worthy of being a genius of the cloud-piercing sect, it's just a pity that the person is too stupid. Isn't it good to want a woman to go to your senior sister? Why are you still in love with a windswept woman? Or is it that you don't have much luck with women inside the sect? The woman sat directly on the table, crossed her legs and looked at the besieged Li Ming, and uttered a scoff. I forbid you to talk about Chun-er like that. Li Ming was instantly enraged, but in the next instant, his enemy seized the opportunity and slammed his fist into his face. Although the spirit weapon was able to protect his face from damage as well, the insulting punch still made him furious. And Chun-er, if you like her so much, why don't you redeem her? It couldn't be that you don't have any money, right? The woman's body leaned forward, one hand resting on her chin. If that's the case, if you saved her, you're just letting her suffer in a different place. A weak woman with no money, no power, and good looks. I don't even know how she's going to live down in this world. Or can you bring her into the piercing cloud sect to enjoy her happiness? Not waiting for Li Ming to retort, she was saying to herself again, that's right, you're only satisfying your own desires. Even if Chun-er dies afterward, the most you can do is to come to the grave and sadly chant a few words. I'm not like that. Li Ming was so distracted by what the other party said that he blundered for a while, and was seized by the 5 strong men to pummel him. If it was a normal day, if he thought about it carefully, he would have realized that the other party's words didn't make much sense, and that he was completely imposing his own thoughts on him. But since he was in the middle of a battle, he really didn't have the heart to tell the difference, and he was easily led into a ditch by the other party. Seeing that Li Ming was on the verge of not being able to withstand the 5 people's attack, the woman was ready to throw the last straw that would crush the camel, causing him to completely break his defense. Alas, it's true that geniuses like you who grew up in the clan are just simple. Do you really think Chun-er will like you? She jumped down from the table with a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. You also don't take a piss and look at yourself. Are you good looking or is your family rich and powerful? Why should Chun-er ignore those noble gentlemen and choose you? A guy with no money and no power? Because of your talent? Come on. A genius who hasn't grown up is no shit. Maybe you'll die in the secret realm one day. Besides gamblers who would put their entire fortune on someone like you? You fart. Li Ming's eyes all of a sudden turned a little red. Chun-er is not such a shallow person as you say. When the woman heard Li Ming's retort, she burst out laughing, speaking as if you know her very well. Other than writing letters, have you ever said a word to her? By the woman's words, Li Ming suddenly froze. He realized with a jolt that self really didn't seem to have said a word to the girl Chun-er. Did he really understand Chun-er? Just as he froze, a huge fist appeared in front of him, striking him straight in the face in the next second. Click! The inner armor protecting him was finally overwhelmed and riddled with cracks after many attacks. And at that moment, Li Ming also came to his senses. He gave the woman a fierce look, then turned around and fled towards the outside of the house. Don't let him get away. Do you really think we come and go as we please here? The 5 strong men instantly surrounded him, and without the protection of his inner armor, Li Ming instantly had multiple wounds on his body. But because he was no longer in love with the battle, and even directly sacrificed the precious spirit weapon on his feet, the moment his shoes were covered with cracks, His speed also instantly increased several times, hardened himself against the strong man's attack and directly broke through the window of the flower boat and jumped into the river. Worthy of being a genius of the cloud-piercing sect, he can still let him run away like this. The woman propped her hands on the window and stretched out her head to look at the dark river, originally still planning to catch him and then take all the spiritual weapons and storage bags on him before throwing them out. "Are we still chasing?" a burly man asked as he approached and bowed his head. "No, we're not losing out anyway." The woman shook her head. She didn't want to make a big deal out of this or the Holy Maiden Lord would slaughter her. In the meantime, dropping, detected that the host is superbly calculating. Even used the 100 appearance Holy Maiden to toy with Li Ming's feelings, cheated him out of his money, and finally beat him up. Rewarded with a plus 666 value of chi, and a small success in refining weapons. Bai Feng, who was practicing. Bai Feng looked at the system notification and couldn't help but clench his fists. Now the system was getting better and better at making up excuses to stuff him with chi luck value. He mentally cursed at the system for a few moments, then looked at a name that appeared in the notification. It's really that 100 appearance Holy Maiden guy. Bai Feng felt a bit of a toothache. This guy was really shady. Want to report it? He contemplated the idea for a few seconds, then vetoed it. Since the demonic girl was able to escape the search of the Heavenly Sword sect, it also meant that she had barely revealed her flaws, and he had no evidence to prove that she was the 100 appearance Holy Maiden. If the Heavenly Sword sect went to arrest someone for no reason, not to mention whether or not they could be captured, even if they were captured, it would still scare the snakes, and the demonic path would even be able to utilize this to cause a commotion within the city, stirring up the water completely and making them exhausted. However, it was possible to alert his master and others to deliberately spread some false news or make a little preparation in advance. And he reckoned that the odds were that the demon girl's target would still be him. Thinking of this, Bai Feng took out a piece of jade and made a round amulet after a little carving. Then he hid a trace of his divine sense into it, so that he could distinguish the identity of his teammates through the jade pendant. And even if the demoness made a move to seize the jade pendant, he would still be able to detect it through the divine sense hidden inside. As long as he could apply a mark on the demon girl once she showed up. He had been waiting to mark her with this new feature since the system upgrade was completed. Marking the Son of Chi could be of any use. In his opinion, this function was simply tailor-made for the demon girl. Let's see if she dares to sneak in disguised as someone else in the future. Bai Feng looked towards Bai Yuma, who was meditating and practicing, as he gave a small shout. "Brother, what's wrong?" Bai Yuma opened his eyes. "Is it time to continue practicing with the sword?" "No, I suddenly thought of something." Bai Feng handed the jade pendant in his hand to Bai Yuma. "Remember the demon girl who disguised herself as you in the secret realm? You hang this jade pendant on your body, so that if she were to appear, I could tell the difference between the real and the fake in the first place." Bai Yuma pondered for a few seconds after receiving the jade pendant. Then she raised her head. "Brother, I think relying on the jade pendant alone is a bit insufficient." "Well, do you have any good ideas? I'll follow you every inch of the way in the coming days, not giving the demoness a single chance to get close to you," Bai Yuma replied with a firm look. "Good idea, but you wouldn't be able to tell if the demon girl was disguised as someone else, right?" Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out. Bai Yuma shook his head. "Then let no one else get close to you." "Stop it." Bai Feng covered his forehead with one hand. There is no such simple thing. Unless he also do not go to help build a large array, directly find a basement isolated from people to hide and wait for things to end. But this was impossible when he thought about it. He had come to learn to build a large formation, not to hide in a different place, not to mention the clan. There was no way his two masters would agree. "Alright, don't worry about it." Bai Feng waved his hand. He guessed that his master Chu Ningyan had also considered this matter, and might have a way to deal with the demoness as well. "I'll make a few amulets first, and tomorrow we'll send them to the others together." The two of them, Lin Yan and Luo Chen, also gave one to each other. After all, no one said that a demoness wouldn't disguise herself as a male. As for the most difficult to disguise senior sister Yu Yao, it would be good to send one as well. Otherwise it would be too pathetic if everyone else had one and she was the only one who didn't. While Bai Feng was pondering how to watch out for the demon girl, Li Ming also managed to climb out of the river. Put! He spat out a mouthful of water mixed with blood and glanced back up the river at the flower boats, which didn't seem to be pursued by anyone. However, he didn't stop to heal his wounds, but instead directly fled out of Xinguang City. On the way, he still couldn't help but ponder over what the woman had said. Is Miss Chunna really that kind of person? He felt in the bottom of his heart that it wasn't, that the woman should have said that on purpose to ruin his mindset and thus make a mistake in the battle. However, he didn't dare to really go to Chunna to inquire. What if it was before this incident? He probably wouldn't have been so torn and would have just assumed that the woman was lying to him. But after this sneak attack, he was a little less confident. Li Ming walked somewhat downcast on the road that was flattened by the carriage,
and not long after,
he saw a fire flickering in the dilapidated temple in front of him, and a woman dressed in black was sitting by the campfire. She was frowning slightly,
as if she was suffering from something, and with that pretty face, it was really pitiful. Is it poisoned? Nighting pondered for a few seconds. If it was before, he might have avoided it out of caution. But tonight,
after he had been scolded by a certain woman, a desire to prove himself had arisen in his mind. He wanted to prove that Self wasn't the kind of villain who helped others to fulfill some selfish desire, and that he wasn't worthless, just that this group of people were too blind to see it. So, he walked forward, showing a kind expression and asked, "Don't be nervous, I'm just passing by. It's getting late, can I rest here for a while?" The woman opened her eyes and glanced at the kind-faced Li Ming, and nonchalantly returned, "Get lost." The smile on Li Ming's face suddenly stiffened. Having been beaten up tonight, he already had a stomach full of anger. And now that he was talking nicely, the other party ended up telling him to get lost. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress his self-same temper that was about to explode. "I'm just inquiring. There's no need to be so vicious, right? If you don't roll you'll stay here." The woman directly reached out and gripped the hilt of her sword, her Jindan perfection cultivation instantly bursting out. "Good, I'll roll." Li Ming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, and in the next second, he ran away without looking back. He had just finished fighting with 5 strong men in the late Jindan stage, and at this time, he was in such a poor state that he would not fight with a Jindan perfection again unless he did not want to lose his life. After seeing Li Ming flee, the woman sat down on the ground again and closed her eyes in an effort to suppress the demonic chi that was foolishly stirring in her body. "Black Lotus, don't let me catch a chance, or I'll return the pain I suffered 100-fold to you sooner or later." Drop, detected the host. In short, it is very clever, very despicable and evil. After using the 100 appearance Holy Maiden, and then using Zuoqiu to scare off Li Ming, and ruthlessly hit Li Ming's fragile mentality, rewarding the value of Qi plus 114, and cultivation speed plus 15. White Maple, don't stuff me with rewards when you run out of words. That said, why is Zuoqiu here too? Isn't she from the God Refining sect? It suddenly occurred to him that Zuoqiu appeared to have received the inheritance of the Devil Dao Godly Monarch when she was in the secret realm before. She couldn't have been sent by the Black Lotus, right? That's not right. He remembered that Zuoqiu's weapon had already been broken. How did Black Lotus contact her? Who was located in the Refining God sect? He hoped that the other party was simply passing by. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would really have to handily kill the second son of Qi. #@$. Where's the crazy woman? Li Ming kept cursing angrily as he walked along the road, as if a fire was burning in his heart, almost devouring him. No! He suddenly stopped and pulled out a few pills from his storage bag and swallowed them. Instantly his brain became abnormally clear. He reached out and patted his head with a somewhat fearful expression. Damn it, I almost went off the deep end. The mindset is still a bit poor. He simply sat on the ground with his legs crossed, carefully recalling what had happened during this period of time. That woman was right. I am indeed quite stupid. Upon closer examination, he realized that it was a bit of a coincidence that Chunner showed up at night with the window open, and even the letter was a bit deliberate, but he hadn't noticed a thing about it. In just a few days, he had actually suffered 3 losses on women. I didn't expect that I would also be hurt by female color, and now I'm in such a sorry state. He slowly exhaled. From today onwards, I will cut off female color. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw a bow naturally divine. The thoughts instantly penetrated, and he felt that his own body had become much lighter. Even the spiritual energy in his body had become active. He rose to his feet and disappeared into the unoccupied dense forest at a brisk pace. A few days later, one morning, Li Ming came to another city. He walked out of the spirit weapon store, sold a few low-level spirit weapons to get some money ready to find a place to take a good rest. He was suddenly stopped by a mysterious man. He only saw him covering his clothes and carefully glanced around. "Brother, I have some good goods here, do you want them?" It was hard for me to get it. After this village, there won't be this store anymore. "What is it?" Nighting frowned slightly, his hand already resting on his bow. "Spring and autumn, especially popular. Those young masters of big families all have a copy in hand." Li Ming took Xuanxiu and flipped through a few pages, and suddenly his frown deepened. Women again. But how come this woman is painted so beautifully? It was even better looking than that Chunner girl who cheated him out of his money. His frown gradually unfolded. Yes, the woman in reality was the bogeyman, but the woman in the painting wasn't. The woman in the painting won't cheat him out of his money or betray him. Isn't that much better than the woman in reality? What's more, he is cut off from the reality of the female sex. The painting of the woman can still look at it. After figuring this out, he reached out and pulled out his spirit stone. "How much?" "I'll take it." Back to Xianguang City.
The construction of the Grand Formation had reached a critical moment, and even the Divine Sword Peak Master, who was often unseen, had appeared in the City Lord's mansion. Bai Feng was always observing the flower boat, and if it wasn't for the system notification, he was afraid that he would really think that the demoness wasn't on the flower boat anymore. This demon girl is really sitting still. He had already told his master Chu Ningyan about the demoness, and had also given the jade pendant to Su Lan Shao, Yu Yao, and the others, and all that was left to do was to wait for when the demonic path would start attacking. It feels so tense. Yu Yao took a bite out of a snack. When exactly will the people from the Devil's Way come? I haven't had the heart to make clothes for the past few days. It's better if they don't come. Bai Feng also picked up a snack and ate it. Don't worry too much, senior sister. It's them who should be anxious. Having said that, I still can't help but be nervous. Yu Yao leaned over the table, her pair of short legs swaying in the air. Junior brother, do you have a method to ease your nerves? No. Wait. Bai Feng suddenly frowned. Senior sister, you can stop being nervous. What? The Devil's Way has begun to move. Bai Feng stood up from his chair, and at the same time, several elders and peak masters from the Heavenly Sword sect appeared in the sky above the City Lord's mansion. Yu Yao, huh? That's not the tension relief I'm talking about. Only a thick layer of black smoke suddenly appeared in the sky above Xianguang City, covering almost the entire sky. A flying boat slowly rushed out of the black smoke, heading straight for Xianguang City, while on the bow stood a fierce-looking bald head. The one who came was indeed Blood Slaughter. Chu Ningyan appeared beside Bai Feng and the others at some point, and she looked up at the flying boat as if she had expected it. Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds. Because of the demoness matter, he had specifically gathered information on the Devil's Way. If I remember correctly, Blood Slaughter should be in the late stage of refining the void, cultivating the blood demon technique, with a cruel and murderous character. Even in the Devil's Way, not many people like him. No need to worry. Chu Ningyan glanced at Bai Feng and the others and comforted them with a smile. Blood Slaughter, he hasn't appeared in the conflict with us, and at that time, we guessed that he should have infiltrated into the territory of the righteous path, and we've already made preparations for that early on. As soon as the words fell, a sharp sword chi headed straight for the flying boat. However, in the next second, the bald man pulled out the large sword on his body, and the berserk blood chi rushed up to the sky, directly obliterating the sword chi. Then a few more sword chi flew off, and Blood Slaughter raised his hand again, but this time he suddenly stopped moving. Only a white lotus slowly appeared in midair, and the blood chi he emitted was quickly absorbed and purified by the white lotus. Bai Feng retracted his gaze when he saw this. Although Blood too was in the late refined void stage, the Divine Sword Peak Master was likewise in the late refined void stage, not to mention that they had quite a few other refined void stage elders. It was also just his master who was still at the god transformation stage because she was relatively young, but in terms of combat power, she was not as vain as an ordinary void refining stage cultivation earth, which was one of the reasons why she was able to become the peak master of the Green Bamboo Peak with her god transformation cultivation. Zuoqiu actually entered the city. Bai Feng glanced at the system's minimap and realized that there was an additional icon on the minimap. He had seen that Zuoqiu hadn't entered the city in the past few days, and had thought it was just a coincidence, but now it seemed that maybe she was just looking for an opportunity to enter the city. After all, with her identity as a disciple of the alchemy god sect, it wasn't difficult for her to blend in. Especially in this chaotic situation right now. It was expected that not many people would be interested in suspecting the alchemy god sect disciple who had come to help. Just as Bai Feng was pondering how he was going to deal with Zuoqiu, a black lightning bolt suddenly streaked through the air. The lightning directly hit the floating white lotus, instantly shattering the shield outside of the white lotus, and the white lotus fell down damaged as a result. You're finally here. Blood Slaughter, whose body was already covered in sword wounds, raised his head to look into the air, only to see three figures with black armor floating in midair. One of them had black arcs of electricity wrapped around his hands. The Divine Monarch Organization of the Central State. Chu Ningyan's complexion became grave. It's true that they're the ones who have engaged in cooperation with the northern region's Devil Dao. At the same time, a group of cultivated earth wearing black armor suddenly fell in midair. This group of cultivated earth at the very least possessed the cultivation of the Jingdan stage, and even the leader was still a god of transformation. And the moment they appeared, they flew straight towards the City Lord's mansion. But in the next second, a translucent barrier surfaced over the city. Lu Meng had made some preparations when she built the formation. She had split part of the formation and made it independent to deal with the attacks of the demonic path. After the barrier appeared, the Devil's Way cultivated earth stayed in the air for a moment, and then they all fell down towards the hollow that Lu Meng had deliberately left out. While over there the elite guards of the City Lord's mansion had been laid out early, with the cultivation of the lowest ones being Jingdan. and even the leaders who led the Earth soldiers were all of the harmonized spirit cultivation level. It seemed that they had received some kind of signal, and a riot also broke out in the west of the city, but the Heavenly Sword sect in the city lord's mansion had prepared for it, and it wasn't long before it was suppressed. Through the crows standing on the branches, Bai Feng saw the demonic human soil pouring out of the flower boats being crushed by the Heavenly Sword sect elders who had already ambushed them, but he didn't see the demonic woman's vest. He kept changing viewpoints and finally met the demoness in a house, but in the next second, she suddenly turned her head to look at the bird outside the window. A flirtatious smile appeared on her face, and immediately afterward, White Maple lost that vision. I can't believe I was spotted. Was it because I was too close? Bai Feng hurriedly commanded the other birds to fly towards the house, but by the time the birds flew over, there was no trace of the demoness in the house for a long time. It's true that this kind of petty tactics can't be hidden from a demoness. Fortunately, he had been more cautious before, observing from a distance and not approaching rashly. It's just that the next one is a bit troublesome, and there's no telling what means the demon girl will use to approach him this time. At this time, the Divine Sovereign's people had already made short work of the guards of the city lord's mansion. The Divine Sovereign's cultivation earth seemed to be very different from the stereotypical Devil Dao cultivation earth, and instead of fighting individually, they converged together and directly broke through the guards' blockage. The discipline was even a bit better than the elite soldiers of the city lord's office. At this time, a portion of the scattered cultivators summoned by the city lord and the Heavenly Sword sect joined the fight, and coupled with the guards' desperate attempts to stop them, they barely managed to control the situation. But there were still a few devilish cultivated earths that broke out of the encircling net and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Is this a fucking magic path? Bai Feng couldn't help but spit at the sight. Isn't the devil's way all about doing as you please? No wonder the Divine Sovereign was able to fight against that group of Holy Lands in the central state. It really is something. Chuning Yan had a grave expression on her face as she turned her head to Bai Feng and the others and reminded them, be careful in the next battle, and be careful not to stray too far from me. In the middle of the conversation, there was already a small group of divine monarchs about to rush to the city lord's mansion's door. Pay attention. White Maple and the others are coming. Zuoqiu, who was taking the cultivation soil of the divine monarch on the battlefield to vent her anger, suddenly paused for a moment, and then she raised the knife in her hand and cut off the head of the Jindan stage cultivation soil in front of her with a single slash. I know. She nodded slightly, and then she sought out another god ruler's Jindan stage cultivation earth, breaking the move with a few slashes before cutting off the opponent's head with a single slash once more. But Black Lotus didn't stop her. As if Black Lotus didn't care about the lives of these people. The more so, the more cold Zuoqiu's heart became. I thought I would be a pawn in the hands of the Black Lotus, but now I see that she is just a disposable tool that can be discarded at any time. Originally, with her character, she would never appear in her true form, but the Black Lotus would not allow her to disguise herself, because Black Lotus needed her identity as a disciple of the Refining God sect to get close to Bai Feng and then kill him. As for what would happen to her after Bai Feng's death, I guess Black Lotus didn't care at all. Thinking of this, Zuoqiu's heart became more and more violent. The violet aura stirred up the dust on the ground, and in the next second, the nearby divine monarch cultivation earth lost their heads. Black Lotus remained silent, and instead, the nearby earth soldiers guarding the city couldn't help but applaud her. Worthy of being a disciple of the alchemy god sect, easily doing what we couldn't, making one's blood boil with admiration. Nakyu, it's burning. Everyone go and assist her. Don't let her fall into the demonic path. Zuoqiu looked at the guarding earth soldiers standing beside self, and couldn't help but tsk lightly. This group of people are really nosy. Other than getting injured, was there any other way to avoid meeting up with Bai Feng? She didn't want to die yet. At the same time, Lin Yan, Luo Chen, and the others quickly joined the fight after taking care of the few devil's paths that had rushed out, and with Bai Feng throwing out a few simple formations from time to time, the pressure on the city lord's guards suddenly plummeted. Yu Ma, please keep an eye on the perimeter for me and keep strangers away from me. Bai Feng touched out multiple portable array discs, which were portable array discs that he had modified for special environments. It was much larger in scope, but it also used more array discs, and a total of 5 array discs needed to be set up, so it was much more troublesome to set up. Aha! Bai Yuma stood beside Bai Feng with her sword in hand, and all the demonic paths that approached were all blocked or even killed by her, and if any of the earth soldiers guarding the city accidentally approached while dodging, they would also be driven away by her unceremoniously. Junior brother is setting up a formation. Don't come over and disturb it, all of you. Yu Yao also shielded herself near Bai Feng and opened her mouth to shout at the surrounding earth soldiers guarding the city. If you want to help, drive away the demonic paths that are approaching. With the help of the two of them, no one came close to Bai Feng anymore, and soon he had set up all the array discs. Immediately afterward,
The ground enveloped by the formation seemed as if it had been filled with a large amount of water, and the soil and even the bricks on the ground were no longer hard, but became like a swamp. The devil Dao within the formation instantly had half of their legs sunk into the dirt, and a few people saw this and directly flew up, but the ground instantly drilled out a large number of vines and roots, directly yanking these few devil Dao that took off into the ground. Suddenly, a black aura flashed by, and Bayuma appeared beside Baifeng almost instantly, holding a long sword to block the flying blade. However, in the next second, a black-robed man who exuded a yawning aura suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, and he raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it directly towards the two of them. Baifeng and Bayuma. Yuma, just do it. The bottom of Baifeng's eyes flashed with black and white light, and his thick divine sense seemed to transform into a hard hammer, directly and heavily knocking on the head of the black-clothed man in front of him. The black-clothed man immediately felt his brain spinning, and the movements in his hands slowed down for a few seconds. Bayuma instantly turned from defense to offense the moment Baifeng shouted out, his long sword heading straight for his head. When the man in black came back to his senses from the dizziness, the tip of the sword was already in front of his eyes. The next second his head was run right through. But the man in black didn't die. He quickly retreated backwards, but immediately after that he felt a pain in his abdomen. Looking down, a bamboo sword directly pierced through his abdomen, and the sharp sword chi wreaked havoc in his body. He suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth, and a Yuaning holding a small sword rushed out of his mouth, heading straight for the two. The sharp little sword was like a divine weapon, directly penetrating through the foreheads of the two men, leaving huge bloody holes, but not waiting for him to relax. White Maple and White Yuma, who were supposed to be dead, suddenly turned their heads to look at him. How is that possible? The less than palm-sized villain's face revealed a shocked expression that looked like a real person's. In the next second, his Yuaning was chopped off by Yumo, and to his death. He didn't understand why the two of them were still alive. How come he spit out his firstborn and didn't move? Bayuma is a little puzzled, simply as if he suspects that he is not dying fast enough. He even spits out his own Yuan baby for her to kill. Hit by an illusion. Have you forgotten that your brother and I are also proficient in illusions? Baifeng rubbed his eyes. After fusing the second yin and yang tattoo, it was true that even the illusion techniques had gotten a lot stronger. He hadn't been able to affect Yuaning that easily before this, or else he wouldn't have been blind 4 days when dealing with a Jindan stage Yitang. Brother, are your eyes alright? Bayuma suddenly thought of something. She hastily reached out her hand and placed it near Baifeng's eyes to observe carefully, only relieved when she was sure there was nothing wrong. It's fine. My eyes aren't that fragile. Baifeng waved his hand. Continue to settle these people from the devil Dao. At this moment, Zuoqiu, who was located in the distance, took this scene in, and she couldn't help but feel some pleasure in her heart. Lord Black Lotus, I feel as if I can't get close enough. Why don't we talk about it next time? No, just keep getting closer. Zuoqiu instantly stared with wide eyes. Do you want me to die here? However, in the next second, her body suddenly disobeyed and began to slowly approach towards Baifeng while fighting the demonic path. I hashtag at %. Zuoqiu immediately cursed at the Black Lotus. At the same time, the devil paths present looked like they had been ordered to quickly abandon the enemies in front of them and rush towards Baifeng, even if they were attacked while they were still unresponsive. Zuoqiu saw the scene immediately some chills, which is what Divine Monarch show too. This is clearly all the same as her by the Black Lotus manipulation of the puppets, and she followed her self-same enemy, swinging and slashing as she flew towards Baifeng. Stop! Chu Ningyan appeared in front of Baifeng, and with a raised hand, she cut down the approaching harmonized god cultivation earth with a single sword strike. However, immediately afterward, a large amount of black demonic chi suddenly erupted from the body of a transformation god cultivation earth, which wrapped around his torso and quickly transformed into a delicate woman. Black Lotus? Chu Ningyan frowned as sharp sword momentum spread out from her body, as if it was a sharp sword that had come out of its sheath. She didn't expect that even the god ruler's Black Lotus would come. This group of people were really planning to extend their hands to the northern domain. Black Lotus clasped his hands in front of his chest and laughed lightly. Don't be so nervous. I'm not here to fight with you guys. Let's go to a quiet place and have a chat. How about it? This is really the funniest joke I've ever heard. Chu Ningyan raised the long sword in her hand. I don't have anything to talk about with people like you. You can either leave the northern domain on your own, or I'll send you away. The Black Lotus burst into light laughter. Ha ha ha. Have I gone too long without making a move? Making certain juniors forget my reputation? If it was your main body personally coming over, I might still be a little worried. Chu Ningyan pointed her sword at the Black Lotus, and the aura on her body instantly broke through the transformation spirit and came to refined void. But right now, with you, something that can't even be considered a doppelganger?
Void refining stage? You righteous paths really like to hide your own cultivation. Black Lotus' face became a little more grave, but then she smiled and shook her head. You still aren't clear about the gap between us. My current state is already more than enough to deal with you. After saying that, she took a step forward and a short sword was drilled out of her sleeve towards Chu Ningyan, who also swung her sword to slash. However, in the next second, the short sword suddenly became incredibly soft and directly wrapped around her long sword, followed by Black Lotus's other hand slapping towards her. She quickly raised her hand to retaliate, only to find that Black Lotus's hand transformed into demonic chi and wrapped around it. She quickly burst out her sword chi, shattering the short sword and the demonic chi that was wrapped around her, which allowed her to get rid of Black Lotus's bizarre tactics. Black Lotus was worthy of being one of the Divine Sovereign's top echelons, and with the body of a transfiguration god cultivation earth paired with bizarre means, he was able to pester the void refinement stage Chu Ningyan, and without Chu Ningyan to stop them, the remaining Devil Dao cultivated soil once again rushed towards Bai Feng. Sure enough, I'm staring at me. Bai Feng's brain was spinning rapidly. Even if he had more means, it was impossible to fight against a group of desperate Jindan Yuaning cultivators. All he could do now was to wait for his master to defeat the Black Lotus, or delay until the other elders supported him. Thinking of this, he quickly threw out a few portable array discs, and a formation appeared beside him. At the same time, Lin Yan and Luo Chen and the others also realized the target of this group of devilish paths actions and immediately rushed backwards. Protect brother Bai. Senior brother Bai, be careful. However, this group of devil paths also realized this, and they quickly split off a portion of their group to surge towards Lin Yan, Luo Chen, and the others. They were almost desperate, facing the attacks of Lin Yan and the others without dodging or avoiding, and even when they were seriously injured, they would directly detonate their Jindan or Yuaning to explode themselves. For a time, Lin Yan and the others were hindered in their movements, and even the elite soldiers of the city lord's mansion were blocked by this life-threatening fight, and had to dodge the enemy's self-detonation. Brother, let's retreat. Bai Yuma chopped down the demonic cultivated earth that had forcefully broken through with a single sword, and hastily reached out to grab Bai Feng's wrist, pulling him straight backward. However, the devil's way stuck to them to death, and it was really hard to get rid of them. Bai Feng backed up while throwing out the few remaining portable array discs, but the group of devils seemed to have lost their minds, not dodging or defending at all, and even charging directly into the formation to self-destruct their Jindan and Yuaning, forcibly destroying the formation. He had clearly underestimated the Black Lotus's methods, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he simply couldn't imagine that someone would even use a large number of Jindan and Yuaning stage cultivators as cannon fodder, or rush straight up to blow themselves up just to finish him off. The fifth grade formation simply can't carry a few times in front of the continuous self-detonation of the Yuaning. It's not the problem of the portable array disc. In exchange for a normal formation facing the self-detonation of so many Yuaning, it's also the same as a paper mache. After all, who could be so extravagant as to fill the line with a Yuaning blowing itself up? The one that blew up was still a 5th grade formation, and the resources needed to cultivate a Yuaning could be much higher than a 5th grade formation. The God Sovereign. This forced demonic organization leaving legacies all over the place. It couldn't be just to recruit cannon fodder, right? Bai Feng raised his sword to pierce an enemy's head with Bai Yuma's assistance and quickly threw out the remaining array discs. At this time, he already felt a slight stinging pain in his eyes, and the successive use of divine sense impacts and illusion techniques had almost made his divine sense unable to withstand it. Die! Bai Yuma's body emitted a faint white light, and the long sword in his hand swiftly stabbed towards the enemy that had broken through. Suddenly, a Yuaning disguised as a Jindan suddenly opened its mouth to reveal the Yuaning inside the body the moment it was stabbed, followed by a few cracks surfacing on the surface of the Yuaning. The next second berserk spiritual energy erupted from the Yuaning. Boom! Bai Yuma hastily backed up towards Bai Feng, her body stopping in front of him, and when she was about to be hit by the shockwaves of the self-explosion, she suddenly felt that herself was being held by someone. Don't be a smart ass. I have more life-saving props on me than you do. Bai Feng hugged Bai Yuma tightly. A translucent shell had been added to his body, and a talisman in his hand slowly turned into ash and dissipated. It was the extreme shield armor talisman that the Rune Peak Master had given him before he entered the secret realm. Unfortunately, this thing with one less than one, and there is no way to carry so many times of self-explosion of the first baby, can only be used to save his life at the moment of crisis, or else he directly to the ground to sit down and watch the show is good. Well, Bai Yuma gave a small nod, missing the warmth of Bai Feng's arms, but now was clearly not the time to enjoy it. She exhaled, expelling the distractions from her mind quickly, and gripped her longsword tightly as she looked towards the renewed influx of enemies. But at that moment, a long blade suddenly killed, almost instantly decimating the nearby demonic paths. Many thanks for your help. fellow Daoist. Bai Yuma put down the long sword in her hand and said thanks, but then she realized that the other party had no intention of stopping and immediately frowned. Your Excellency, please also stop. Zuoqiu rushed in front of Bai Yuma and Bai Feng almost in the blink of an eye, the long sword in his hand swiftly stabbing towards the two. Right at the moment he was about to be stabbed, Bai Feng quickly hugged Bai Yuma tightly and stepped back, cupping an instantaneous movement talisman in his hand. Damn it! The battle was so intense that I forgot to observe Zuoqiu's position. Bai Feng didn't hesitate and directly activated the talisman in his hand before Zuoqiu rushed up, but right at that moment, the Black Lotus who was fighting Chu Ningyan in the air looked down. Then a trace of black gas drilled out from Zuoqiu's shadow and quickly wrapped around Bai Feng's feet. And after she did this little action, she was slashed by Chu Ningyan and was almost cut in half. What did you do? Chu Ningyan glanced down at Bai Feng and Bai Yuma, who had already disappeared, and stared at the Black Lotus with an icy expression. He didn't do anything. The Black Lotus let out a light laugh, and the body that was almost chopped in half slowly came together, only for its face to become much paler. Chu Ningyan did not continue to ask. She gently exhaled a breath, and a bamboo forest seemed to emerge beside her. Black Lotus also put away the smile on his face when he saw this, and quickly stepped back. Die if you don't. Bamboo leaves flew about, almost completely surrounding the Black Lotus, and a bamboo leaf landed on her body, leaving a deep scar. At the same time, Bai Feng had successfully shifted to the door of the city lord's mansion, but not waiting for him to breathe a sigh of relief. The demonic chi that was entwined underneath his feet suddenly grew in strength and engulfed him almost instantly. Bai Yuma felt the arm holding herself suddenly loosen, and she subconsciously turned her head to look, and saw the demonic chi wrapping Bai Feng. Brother! She reached out her hand in a hurry, but the next moment she grabbed it. Devilish aura. Surrounded by a dense devilish aura, Bai Feng opened his eyes as he carefully looked around. The surrounding area was desolate, with only the dirt that constantly bubbled up with demonic aura. Not even a single plant could be seen. Looking upwards, the sky was also covered by demonic aura, but strangely enough, even though the air was completely obscured by demonic aura, the place did not appear dim. It was like the secret world he had explored before. When did I get hit? Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds. It shouldn't be a problem with the instantaneous movement talisman. He remembered clearly that he had seen the gate of the city lord's mansion and that Bai Yuma was in his arms at the time. He could only guess that it should be the Black Lotus that was responsible. He didn't continue to think about it. This matter was not important for the time being. The question now was how he was going to leave. Suddenly, the demonic chi around him tumbled up and gradually transformed into a hideous monster that landed on the ground and surrounded him. Bai Feng reached out his hand to touch the jade that the patriarch had given him, not really panicking in his heart. These monsters don't seem to have any spiritual intelligence. He surveyed the monsters around him, which stood stiff and rigid, without a single movement, like a black sculpture. Just then, the monsters suddenly retreated to the sides, and a familiar figure appeared in front of him, only to see Zuoqiu standing in the middle of the monsters. She raised her hand and the magic chi floating on the ground instantly transformed into chains and wrapped around Bai Feng's legs. But the next thing she did was stop moving and a seemingly kind smile appeared on her face. Don't be afraid. How about we have a little chat first? What do you want to talk about? Bai Feng looked down at the chains on his legs, tied tightly, but not unable to break free. He glanced at the demonic aura floating around him, fearing that the next second he broke free, it would turn into new chains to bind him. No, not even necessarily chains. Truth be told, I am also beyond my control. Zuoqiu shrugged. Half of the aura in my body is now contaminated by demonic chi. I can't even control my own body. So, you're asking me for help? Bai Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. You don't look like you're seeking help. No, although I admire your talent and formations, I don't think you can help me release Black Lotus from his control. Zuoqiu shook his head. I just don't want to take the blame. If you want to hate, remember to hate that Black Lotus guy. But you don't seem like someone who would feel guilty over something like this. Not to mention that if you finish me off here, the Heavenly Sword sect and the White family won't let you off the hook for something like this. Bai Feng couldn't understand his opponent's purpose for the moment. Was she stalling for time? Was she preparing some big move? However, he sneaked a glance around with his yin and yang tattoos and didn't find any fluctuations of converging spiritual or magical power. There were also the words coming out of the other party's mouth, as if she wasn't voluntarily cooperating with the Black Lotus, but it was also possible that she was acting for him. Zuoqiu smiled and nodded. She didn't deny it. If you can, I would like you to leave a letter asking them to leave me alone and focus on the Black Lotus. You're kidding, right? Bai Feng looked at Zuoqiu. This guy looks, well, after all, it is the son of Chi Luck. It is still quite good looking, but the heart thinks quite beautiful. Was she trying to provoke his anger? As if the demonic aura had taken advantage of the situation? Of course not. I am very serious. Zhuoqiu shook his head. If you are willing to let me go, I will help you take revenge in the future. The Black Lotus, or even the Divine Sovereign of Zhongzhou, I will definitely destroy it. I can swear. When she spoke of the Black Lotus, a fierce light flashed in her eyes, and Bai Feng, who was on the side, could feel the hatred in her words. Bai Feng stared at her for a while. It seemed that the other party could really be forced, or the other party's level of acting was frighteningly high. Since he wasn't sure of the other party's true purpose, it would be good to play along with her for now. Oh, so, as long as you're spared, you'll go ahead and take out the Black Lotus, or even destroy the Divine Monarch organization? Of course, I'm a man of my word. The smile on Zhuoqiu's face grew more and more kind. She pulled out a pen and paper from her bosom. Come on, write it. Bai Feng took the pen and paper. He looked at Zhuoqiu, who had some impatience on his face. Suddenly a fire flared up and burned the pen and paper to the ground. But, I refuse. I don't have such a big belly. Not to mention that even if I write a suicide note, the Heavenly Sword sect and the Bai family won't let you off so easily. Alas. Also, Zhuoqiu sighed and didn't seem surprised. Then her hands slowly raised. She looked down at her raised right hand. It seems as if Black Lotus is getting impatient. I thought I could delay until the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect broke open this place. I'm sorry, Bai Feng. You've had some bad luck. Before you die, you'll pray that I can escape and avenge you without any problems. The chains on his legs began to spread towards his upper body, and the demonic chi around him transformed into a single sharp sword, and the demonic chi monster began to slowly approach towards him. Instead of fear on his face, Bai Feng raised his head to Zhuoqiu and asked, "So you were just stalling for time?" Zhuoqiu immediately let out a cold laugh. Of course, it's not like I want to die. I definitely can't survive if you die here. I've exhausted all the methods I can think of, but they all failed. That Black Lotus guy has no intention of letting me go back alive. Bai Feng watched as Zhuoqiu drew his longsword, and after learning that the other party was most likely really coerced, an idea loomed in the back of his mind. What if I could help you get rid of the demonic chi in your body, and release the Black Lotus from its control over you? Ha, how is this possible? Zhuoqiu laughed as if he heard some funny joke. Don't talk big, you don't know anything about the Black Lotus and the Divine Sovereign. If you can remove the control of the Black Lotus, I'll give you everything I have. No, if you can really remove the demonic chi in my body, how about I become a dog for you? How do you know if you don't try? Bai Feng looked at the swords and knives stabbing towards him as well as the monsters pouncing on him. He nonchalantly snapped his fingers with his chained hand, and instantly a flame appeared beside him, almost instantly burning the chains on his body, the flying swords and knives as well as the monsters pouncing on him. In the next second, it was like a flame that had encountered gasoline. After destroying the monster, the flames instantly spread out towards the surroundings, burning the sky red, while the demonic chi floating around was as if it had encountered a natural enemy, scattering towards the surroundings one after another. What is this? Zhuoqiu stared wide-eyed. A wave of fire attacked her and she directly fell to sit on the ground. The flames suddenly stopped in front of her. Gusts of heat waves pounded on her body. She could detect the flames that seemed to be able to burn everything with its terrifying power. Even the demonic chi in her body stagnated and was no longer as active as usual. So, what do you think now? Bai Feng stood in the middle of the flames and lowered his head to look at Zhuoqiu. Bai Feng had thought of the immortal flame that could destroy the Black Lotus inheritance when he saw the demonic chi floating around here. Only he hadn't expected that the immortal flame would suppress the demonic chi so much. Are you going to use this flame to suppress the demonic energy in my body? A few moments of hope flashed in Zhuoqiu's eyes. If it was this flame, it might really be able to suppress the demonic chi in her body, thus getting rid of the Black Lotus control over her. No, it's removal. Bai Feng's mouth was tinged with a smile as he took a step forward and the flames moved 1 point closer towards Zhuoqiu. What do you mean? Zhuoqiu's face rarely had more than a few moments of fear. What are you going to do? Don't worry, it will be over soon. Bai Feng slowly walked to Zhuoqiu's front and reached out his hand to grab at her arm. Zhuoqiu's face was horrified as she retreated back and forth with her hands and feet, but the raging burning flames stopped her, and almost instantly, she was pressed to the ground by Bai Feng. But don't move it. I don't care if you accidentally burn something else. Bai Feng pressed his knees against her body and cupped her mouth with one hand. Then he conjured up a strand of immortal fire and shoved it directly into her mouth. Zhuoqiu's eyes instantly widened as her body continued to struggle, and as the flames were swallowed into her body, her originally white skin became red, as if she was a boiled shrimp. She could feel the flames passing through her body, entering her spiritual veins, and even traveling through every corner of her body, burning away the demonic chi that had lurked. But the flames were also searing her body, causing her pain. Stop, don't move. What if you accidentally burn the other vital organs? Bai Feng pressed his hands on Zhuoqiu's shoulders, controlling her to prevent her from rolling around. and at the same time, he also had to guide the immortal fire to burn the demonic chi in her body. But the good thing is that the immortal fire has been born with a little bit of spiritual intelligence, so he only needs to control the general direction, and he can let the immortal fire help control the minutiae. Otherwise, he really didn't dare to use this trick. In case he accidentally killed her, it would be troublesome. System, you didn't expect the reward you gave me to become a bullet that hits you, did you? There was some pleasure in Bai Feng's heart when Zhuqiu said that she was controlled by the Black Lotus. He thought of the fire control tips that the system had given him, and there happened to be one in there that allowed him to manipulate the flames to roam around in his body and incinerate the dandies or poisons in his body. Originally, this technique he did not dare to use on his own body, is too dangerous, but when the immortal fire has a trace of spirit, the success rate will be greatly improved. He also has the certainty to try, and really cannot be stopped in the middle. Divided into multiple treatments is. Most importantly, he remembered clearly that helping the Sons of Qi would not be stuffed by the system with Qi luck values. Although Zhuqiu seemed to be in pain, he was saving her, helping her to get out of the poisonous hands of the Black Lotus. It wasn't any torture or abuse at all. As for why he did not directly kill Zhuqiu, in addition to not wanting to be systematically stuffed with the value of Qi, there is also because Zhuqiu is controlled by the Black Lotus coercion, and has just been delaying the time in an attempt to wait until the Heavenly Sword Sect elders to break through here. If the other side if the first up to do it, he will not be so kind. What's more, he wouldn't try to take out the other party just because of a few clashes. Aside from that bottomless guy Yitang, where had he ever intentionally targeted any other Sons of Qi? After all, he wasn't some murderous demon. At this time, Zhuqiu, who was pressed underneath him, kept letting out roars of pain. Ah, kill me, you fucking killed me. Shut up, you're really going to die if you keep moving. Bai Feng frowned, his hands once again exerting force to firmly fix Zhuqiu's constantly trembling body. You're yelling so loud. What if the system thinks I'm abusing you? She stared wide-eyed. The pain in her body seemed to be on the verge of exceeding the limit of what she could withstand. Her skin, meridians, and even the depths of her bones seemed to be being burned by flames at all times. It was as if she had swallowed a large amount of fuel and was thrown into the flames, burning with a blazing flame from the inside out. But it was as if she had an immortal body that could only endure the burning of the flames and could not even die. If I had known this would happen, I would have preferred to turn myself in to the law enforcement hall. No, I should have jumped off the cliff and killed myself before I came here. Zhuqiu inwardly only felt great regret. Why was she so short-sighted? Why would she accept the inheritance of the Divine Sovereign just for a little bit of power? She constantly cursed the Divine Sovereign, cursed the Black Lotus, cursed the weak and strong refining God sect, and cursed the white. This dare not curse, but the flames inside her didn't stop because of her regret. Instead, they kept traveling deeper and deeper towards her body in search of demonic energy. Gradually, she stopped struggling, or had no strength left to do so. Only tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She just didn't want to be randomly bullied and ultimately killed like her parents, when it was clear that she just craved power like everyone else. But why was she being punished like this? Why was she always so unlucky? Her parents died tragically when she was a child, and she was bullied in her relative's house. And then when she managed to enter the God-refining sect, she was bullied and ostracized by the other disciples because she didn't have a backer. She had worked hard to seize the opportunity to become stronger, and had managed to climb up to Jindan, and even obtained a place to explore the secret realm, only to be targeted by the Black Lotus because of her greed. If there is a next life, I wish I could live in a world where I wouldn't be bullied. Phew. Finally, Bai Feng let go of Zhuqiu's body. He reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This technique was even more treacherous than he had imagined. He almost gave away the Son of Qi, but it's good that it worked out well. He looked down at Zhuqiu, whose clothes were already completely wet with sweat, only to see that she was motionless and staring blankly at the sky, and if not for the fact that her chest was still heaving, he would have even thought that she couldn't carry on and died. Well, it should be fine, right? Bai Feng said with a bit of uncertainty. Then he took out a bottle of water from his storage bag. Then he reached out to help Zhuqiu up. Here, drink some water first. Zhuqiu subconsciously turned her head. Her pupils surfaced the reflection of Bai Feng. The next second she suddenly crawled backwards, her face full of panic. Don't you come near me. Don't worry. It's done. You're free now. The corners of Bai Feng's mouth twitched and he said as gently as possible. Was this method of detoxifying with flames so scary? Luckily he didn't experiment with self. Finished? Zhuqiu looked down at his own arm that was still a little red. Tears could not stop flowing out. Finally finished? Ha ha. Ha. It's finally over. Ah. As Bai Feng watched this scene, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, she couldn't be crazy, could she? Bai Feng watched carefully for a while longer, but fortunately Zhuqiu wasn't that fragile and quickly returned to normal. Only when he looked at him, his eyes still carried a few moments of panic. Drink some water first. He walked over to Zhuoqiu, and this time instead of ducking away with a look of horror on her face, she raised her hand and after a few seconds of hesitation took the water bottle and thanked him very quietly. Thank you. She took the water bottle, feeling as if Bai Feng wasn't that intimidating, and was quite nice, giving her water to drink when it was over. And she could feel that the demonic qi in her body had all but disappeared, and although her cultivation had also fallen to the middle Jindan stage, her spiritual energy was also thicker than ever. What Bai Feng said is true. She really got rid of the Black Lotus control. She finished the water in the bottle in one gulp and turned her head towards Bai Feng, who was standing at the side staring at her drinking, subconsciously thinking of what Self had said before. Really do that? As her sanity gradually returned, she also began to ponder her own situation. She knew very well what would happen to Self next, even if she was coerced by the Black Lotus control, but she had after all made a move on Bai Feng, and when she got out of here, even if she didn't die, her fate would definitely not be good. After all, there was no way that the Refining God sect would go and plead with the Heavenly Sword sect just for the sake of an ordinary disciple like her. Not to mention the fact that she had some relationship with the Black Lotus before. There was also that flame that burned away the demonic energy in her body. Even if she didn't recognize it, she could tell how extraordinary that flame was, especially since she had never heard the rumor that Bai Feng was good at using flames before this. So obviously this was his secret, and she didn't believe that Bai Feng would let her go so easily. Taking a step back, even if she could leave safely, it was highly likely that she would be targeted by the Black Lotus again, and she would rather follow Bai Feng, who was at least a good person, than being controlled by that hateful fellow Black Lotus and sending her to her death. And this might not be a bad thing. Given Bai Feng's talent, his future accomplishments were absolutely unlimited. Instead of returning to the Refining God sect to be punished, it would be better to have a different way out. She was still longing for power, longing to be able to kill that old bitch Black Lotus with her own hands. What is the sacrifice of a little dignity compared to strength and vengeance? So, Zhuoqiu slowly lowered his head. Thank you, I will keep my promise to be your dog. Bai Feng? No, are you serious? Stop. He quickly reached out to stop it. I don't have any interests or fetishes in that area. Let's be normal, shall we? Is it unsatisfactory? Zhuoqiu pondered for a few seconds. Then she slowly bent her body and propped her hands on the ground as she raised her head, her eyes looking towards Bai Feng. How about this? You're playing pretty big. Bai Feng wanted to say something. This sudden scene put his head almost dry burned. He had never seen this kind of scene before. No, he had to prepare his words. What should he say at a time like this? Or not? Zhuoqiu saw that Bai Feng didn't respond. She hesitated for a moment, and finally reached her hand to her own storage bag, and pulled out a spirit beast collar from it, which had been her trophy. Only she didn't expect that this trophy would be used on her today, only to see her put the collar on her own white neck, which still had a dozen centimeters of chain on it. She held back her inner shame, lowered her head and whispered, Master, is this satisfactory? Woof! Bai Feng had been completely dumbfounded. He stretched out his hand to cover his own head. He felt his brain trembling. Fuck you. Not with a mouth and teeth like that. You're the son of luck, aren't you? Where's your dignity as a son of fortune? Do you deserve to be a son of fortune in this condition? Drops. Detected the host ghost animal to the extreme. First tortured Zhuoqiu's body with immortal fire, and then ruthlessly pooed her on the spiritual level, so that Zhuoqiu completely abandoned her dignity and willingly became the host's pet. Rewarded with a chi value of plus 7,788. Jindan consummate cultivation can be claimed in batches, and due to the host's success in taking in the first son of Qi, the reward is upgraded to the immortal law body forging law. Unico, get out of here. I'll fucking kill her. How can you be so gracious? Bai Feng took a few deep breaths and tried to suppress the killing intent that kept pouring out from within. He couldn't be impulsive. The system had already finished rewarding him, and if he did it again, he would have to be forcefully infused by the system with his chi value once more. Zhuoqiu. Hearing Bai Feng shout, Zhuoqiu slowly crawled to his feet and raised his head. Is there something wrong, master? Woof. I feel as if you aren't a person who keeps his promises either, right? Bai Feng squatted down as he stared intently into Zhuoqiu's eyes. Can you tell me why you're doing this? Because, I want to follow my master. When Zhuoqiu saw Bai Feng's cold eyes, endless fear once again welled up inside her. She wanted to avert her eyes, but was forced to stare at him by Bai Feng cupping his chin with his hand. Yeah, then why do you want to be a dog? Aren't there other identities available if you want to follow me? It was clear that Ming Feng was only asking in a soft and gentle voice, but Zhuoqiu felt a strong sense of oppression, as if she wasn't facing a human being, but a giant with magma flowing on its body and flames burning on its surface. She opened her mouth wide,
feeling the flames burning through her body, and the air she drew in was so hot that it roasted her windpipe and lungs with a vague pain. Because, I want to live. I don't want to die. I want power. I want to take revenge on the Black Lotus. Under the extreme fear, Zhuoqiu tears cannot stop flowing down. She is almost a brain of the self inner thoughts spit out. In addition to myself, I have nothing to take out of the hand. Please do not hand me over. Okay. Bai Feng stared at her for a moment. Then he released Zhuoqiu's chin. Zhuoqiu suddenly fell to the ground and panted heavily, his body trembling unceasingly. Thank you, master. Woof. Stand up for me, and don't bark like a dog. Bai Feng stood up. He stared down at Zhuoqiu. That's an order. Yes. Zhuoqiu hurriedly stood up from the ground. Remove the collar for me too. But this time Zhuoqiu shook her head. Her face was a bit scared, but she still gathered her courage and said, please forgive me for refusing. Only wild dogs don't have collars. Bai Feng kept staring at her, but this time she raised her head to meet his gaze, her eyes revealing a bit of stubbornness. Ha! It's really still a son of Qi. This time he saw that it was not that Zhuoqiu really wanted to be his dog. All she wanted was to live all the time, and even longed for more. And being a dog was indeed humiliating, but it also meant that she wanted to bind herself to him, not as a dispensable outsider. As for the collar, it was her way of showing him her self-determination, even her submission. But that behavior didn't bind him. He could have dumped her if he wanted to. No, it wasn't so much a deal as it was begging for a handout from him. He looked thoughtfully at Zhuoqiu, whose face was not apprehensive except for fear, but instead was mixed with a few moments of anticipation. It seemed he had a pretty good image in Zhuoqiu's eyes. Was he thinking he wouldn't say no? Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds and had to say that Zhuoqiu had really guessed right. Nowadays he really wasn't going to say no. After all, the system had stuffed him with the Qi luck value. Wouldn't it be a loss if he just let her go? Secondly, although he had left a little something inside Zhuoqiu's body that could prevent her from divulging some information about him, it was obviously a little more secure to keep her by self's side. There was also the fact that he did want to fuck that old bitch Black Lotus, and in the matter of taking out a devilish villain like Black Lotus, could anyone be more suitable than Zhuoqiu, the son of Qi? He chose to save Zhuoqiu before, but he also had the presence of wanting her to deal with the Black Lotus. The only problem was that there was no way to guarantee the loyalty of a son of Qi like Zhuoqiu. No, it seems like there is no need to guarantee. Tying her up by her side is still easy for the system to take advantage of the loopholes to stuff the Qi value. It is even better to be able to go on his own after resolving the Black Lotus. By that time, he should have already transformed into a god, or even refining emptiness, and Bai Yuma has grown up, so there is no need to worry about the secret being leaked. Well, I accept your offer. A smile reappeared on Bai Feng's face and he extended his hand to Zhuoqiu. Zhuoqiu was slightly relieved. She looked at Bai Feng's outstretched palm and after a few seconds of hesitation put her face on it. Bai Feng looked down at her, and she stared at him with wide eyes. What are you doing? Zhuoqiu had more than a hint of doubt on his face. Isn't that what it means? I've seen senior sisters play with their pets like this before. I mean shaking hands. Bai Feng reached out his other hand and grabbed her face, rubbing her small face vigorously with a ferocious expression. Since you want to have your face rubbed so badly, I'll rub you hard. Yeah, sorry. After ruthlessly toying with Zhuoqiu for a while, Bai Feng then let go of her head. He let out a breath and asked Zhuoqiu, whose hair was rubbed into a mess, do you know how to leave? Not sure. Zhuoqiu shook his head. I only know that this place is a temporary space opened up by Black Lotus with a special spirit weapon. Temporary space? Bai Feng surveyed the barren environment, and it could be said that apart from the ground, there was only an almost endless amount of demonic Qi here. It really doesn't look like any normal secret world. He remembered that none of the temporary spaces were very stable, and it shouldn't be hard to break through. Thinking of this, he first opened the yin and yang lines and scanned the area, quickly discovering a few weak spots, and after pondering for a few seconds, he reached out and summoned the immortal fire burning spirit. Go, burn the nearby demonic aura cleanly for me. In the next second, the immortal fire in his hand shot up into the sky and flew straight in the direction he was pointing, and as the demonic aura was burned away by the flames, the weak area gradually began to distort. It sure worked. The temporary space was different from the secret realm that had been stabilized. It needed to constantly maintain the stability of the space, so Bai Feng guessed that the demonic Qi here should be one of the energy sources that stabilized the space, and as long as most of the demonic Qi was burned off, the temporary space would start to collapse due to the lack of energy. Bai Feng glanced at Zhuoqiu, who was hiding behind him with a scared face, and opened his mouth to remind him, get ready to leave. Yes, master. Zhuoqiu hurriedly nodded. By the way, you reminded me. Bai Feng suddenly reached out and grabbed the chain around her neck. yanking it directly in front of himself as he stared into Zhuoqiu's fear-filled eyes and said in a forceful tone, "Remember, don't mention this in front of the others.
And don't call me master. Just say you're my follower. Even if it's just a servant in return for a favor, or I'll show you what a real bitch is." "Yes, Lord."
"No, young master." Zhuoqiu quickly nodded and quickly changed his words.
Aha.
Only then did Bai Feng release the chains around her neck.
Zhuoqiu doesn't want face.
He still wants face. If other people knew that he had disappeared for a short while and accepted a woman as a dog, then his reputation would be completely finished, and he was afraid that if he went out in the future, he would have to be blocked by the passing sons of Qi to be brushed as experienced babies.
Oh yeah,
and collars. Bai Feng looked towards Zhuoqiu, who lowered her head and didn't dare to speak, slowly reaching out and placing his hand on the position of her neck.
"Behave. I'll take off the collar for you first." In order to prevent Zhuoqiu from refusing, he added,
"At least in front of outsiders you don't wear it. In private you wear it however you like." Zhuoqiu's body stiffened at first, but after hearing Bai Feng's words she nodded and didn't resist, allowing Bai Feng to remove the collar from her neck.
"That."
Zhuoqiu reached out and pointed to the collar in Bai Feng's hand.
"Can this stay with me?"
Okay, no problem." Bai Feng glanced at the ordinary collar in his hand and casually threw it over, while also continuing to admonish,
"Don't forget what I told you. Don't expose our relationship in front of outsiders. And don't get me into trouble."
"Yes."
Zhuoqiu hurriedly nodded.
She didn't put the collar into her storage bag, but instead put it on her own wrist. Bai Feng didn't say much when he saw this,
as long as it wasn't on his neck. Between the two of them talking, as the flames continued to burn,
the space began to distort more and more.
"Go."
Bai Feng reached out and grabbed Zhuoqiu's arm. At the same time he touched the jade that the patriarch had given him just in case. Then he gripped the bamboo sword tightly and swiftly stabbed towards the location of the spatial distortion. Click! The space in front of him was suddenly covered with cracks, and in the next second the space was completely shattered, revealing a blurred street scene. Bai Feng took a direct step inside, and suddenly he felt the sky spinning in front of him,
and his abdomen rolled over. The moment he was about to spit it out,
peace was finally restored before his eyes.
Phew! Finally it's out.
Bai Feng kept taking deep breaths to suppress the feeling of vomiting that was almost ready to well up in his throat. He raised his head and glanced around, realizing that self was not at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. It seemed that he had been flung elsewhere because the temporary space was on the verge of collapsing.
But it's good to still be in the city.
He glanced back at Zhuoqiu and found that she didn't have much of an abnormality other than her face being a bit pale.
Seemingly sensing Bai Feng's confusion, she opened her mouth and explained, "Getting used to it."
"Oh."
Bai Feng nodded and didn't pursue the matter.
He could feel the pain she had endured even from those 3 simple words, and he really didn't know how she had managed to hold out at the hands of the Black Lotus. Just then, a sudden surprised voice sounded not far away. "Brother?" Only to see White Yuma standing on the eaves of the roof looking at him dumbfounded, and then with a relieved expression of joy on his face, he quickly jumped off the roof and rushed towards him.
"Zhuoqiu."
Bai Feng glanced sideways at the somewhat frightened Zhuoqiu.
"Do it."
"Ha?"
Zhuoqiu was first stunned. "Isn't that your sister?" But when she saw Bai Feng's irrefutable expression,
she instantly gritted her teeth and drew her longsword.
"Is it an obedience test?"
"Never mind. Since I've already chosen this path, I don't want to think too much." She took a step forward, heading straight for Bai Yuma.
"By the way, you can't beat her yet. I'll give you a buff."
Bai Feng reached out and snapped his fingers,
igniting the immortal flame remaining in Zhuoqiu's body,
and in the next second her skin began to redden, and if she touched it she would find that her body temperature had risen quite a bit. This was also a small technique of controlling fire, combining the flame with the spiritual energy in the body to enhance one's own power, and even the spiritual energy released would come with a flame attached to it, and because the immortal flame was hidden inside his body, he wasn't worried about being detected by bystanders. Zhuoqiu saw the familiar flames burning in her own body. Heart was first shocked, almost thought that Bai Feng reversed to finish her off, but then she suddenly realized that the flames in her body did not harm her, but instead enhanced her power. So she no longer hesitated and gripped her longsword tightly and swung it hard at Bai Yuma.
"Brother?"
Bai Yuma froze in place with a puzzled look on her face, not understanding why the woman beside Bai Feng was attacking her.
Ding!
She hurriedly held her sword to block, while still looking at Bai Feng with an aggrieved face.
"Brother, why are you doing this? You're really unrepentant."
Bai Feng opened his system and threw a mark at the Bai Yuma in front of him. "But whenever you disguise yourself for someone else, I might have to hesitate for a few seconds."
Tisk!
White Yum instantly put away the aggression on her face.
"How did you find me? The last time was fine."
This time she thought she hadn't made any mistakes.
But why did Bai Feng find out even faster than last time?
"You guess."
Bai Feng smiled. "Or maybe I just simply swindled you."
Bai Yuma frowned slightly.
She didn't believe that it was just swindling her. Bai Feng definitely had methods that could recognize her identity. This is really the first time I've seen it. She once again defended against Zuochio's swing, then raised her other hand to slap towards Zuochio. Zuochio instantly abandoned his sword and also raised his hand to slap at the demoness. Bang! She quickly took a few steps back. Her face grave. This person's cultivation was definitely not Jin Dan. And with the flames, her power was already a few points stronger than when she had previously perfected her Jin Dan. But surprisingly, she was still not a match for this person. Kind of. The demoness looked at the somewhat reddened palm that not only managed to catch her slap, but even hurt her back. She glanced at Zuochio and appeared in front of him almost instantly. Then she raised her leg and kicked at the other party. Zuochio hurriedly used his arms to protect his body, and in the next second, he flew out like a cannonball. Bai Feng hurriedly caught the flying Zuochio, who had long held the last instant movement talisman in his hand. Okay, stop playing. White Feather Mal reached out to touch her own face. The next second, that White Feather Mal's face suddenly turned into another appearance. She was wearing a smile on her face, and her red eyeshadow added a few points of charm. Saint Sun, it's time to go back with me. I'm not interested in being some holy son. Bai Feng glanced down at the talisman in his hand, then put it away. In the middle of the conversation he looked around. Guessing correctly, he was now in a southeastern position away from the battlefield, plus the fact that he came out and ran into a demoness, and the space was blocked off in advance, so I guess he was deliberately thrown here by that old bitch Black Lotus. The demoness had a smile on her lips as she walked slowly towards Bai Feng. I know you have an instant movement talisman in your hand, but do you guess I'll be unprepared? What a masterstroke! Bai Feng slowly backed up. If he remembered correctly, a spirit weapon that could lock up space wasn't something cheap. Should I use the system rewards to break through to Jin Dan perfection? But then it would have to be noticed by the others that something was wrong. Don't make a pointless struggle. Be a good boy and come with me. The demoness walked up to Bai Feng and suddenly a sword stabbed at her, but she only lightly swept it. Then she slapped Zuochio and sent him flying out. By the way, the Black Lotus wants me to finish you off. She slowly raised her right hand. Then I'll settle you first. Then I'll bring the Saint Sun back. Zuochio stared at the demon girl dead on. Sure enough, Black Lotus had no intention of letting her go. Dying? Obviously. She has made so much effort, but she is still tripped up by sufferings again and again. Why fate just refuses to favor her? Just as the demoness hand was about to fall and Bai Feng stopped hesitating, ready to use the system reward, a slightly trembling voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Formation activated. Instantly, the ground lit up with complex and intricate patterns, and the demoness instantly turned her head to look at the distant roof, only to see Sulan's shallow surrounded by array discs. The discs echoed each other with the unfinished grand array, a huge pressure coming towards the demoness. The demoness quickly turned around and reached out to grab towards Bai Feng, but in the next second, a sword chi flashed by and directly chopped off half of her arm. Tisk! The demoness looked deeply at Bai Feng, and in the next second she grabbed the broken arm and stepped backward. A few sword chi landed on her original position, plowing several deep cracks into the ground. Holy Sun! I'll come back to you the next time no one else disturbs us. After saying that, she rushed into a room, and when the sword chi fell into the room, she had long since disappeared. Bai Feng, are you alright? Sulan Shao hurriedly climbed down from the roof and ran all the way to his side. Hug. Sorry, I'm late. No, you came at the right time. It's really thanks to you this time. Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the gradually dissipating patterns on the ground and asked with some curiosity, is the grand formation already completed? No. Sulan Shao shook her head. But Master slightly modified the grand formation and the formation disc I made, allowing me to temporarily borrow the power of the unfinished grand formation. So, Master, she guessed that I would show up here? Sulan Shallow nodded. Well, Master, she said that if you come out from the temporary space, the probability is that you will be forcefully sent by the Black Lotus to the southeast of the city away from the battlefield, because this side receives the least amount of battle ripples. The space is more stable, and it also avoids the Heavenly Sword Sex Elders, so it will be difficult to provide timely support if someone ambushes them, so I'm waiting here in advance. Then she scratched her cheeks in some embarrassment. Actually, Master thought that it might be difficult for you to come out from there. She was all ready to put down her work first and go deduce the location of the temporary space. Looks like I'll have to be thankful afterward. Bai Feng's heart is a little warm, but also some admiration, worthy of the origin in the Devil's Path, and also in the scattered cultivators to crawl and grow up in the Formation Master. Projections are really accurate. If he didn't have Master Lu Meng and Sulan Shallow, he was afraid that he would really fall this time, although he had quite a few life-preserving props on him, but the demoness was trying to capture him, not kill him, so the usefulness of these life-preserving props became smaller instead. When I go back, I have to ask my master, the Patriarch, and the others for a few life preservation props that can counterattack. Of course, I also have to thank you, Senior Sister Sue. Bai Feng smiled and looked at Su Lan Shallow. If Senior Sister Sue needs help or has something she wants, she can tell me, even if it's a bit of an excessive request. Ah, this. Su Lan Shallow instantly had a little red face. I'll go back and think about it first. Take your time and think about it. This promise of mine will always be there for you. Well, as for Zhuo Qiu, who managed to survive on the side, she looked at Su Lan Xiao and then at Bai Feng. She had heard of Su Lan Xiao, but in the rumors wasn't Su Lan Xiao a very arrogant array genius? He had a very poisonous mouth, looked down on other formation masters, and barely bothered when faced with the greetings of his peers. But how did he become like this now? First of all, it shouldn't be the rumors, or else if the rumors were too outrageous, Su Lan Shallow's master would never sit back and do nothing, so it could only be Bai Feng's problem. What did he do? How could he tame such a lofty genius into this? Zhuo Qiu felt that Self had still underestimated Bai Feng, and he was afraid that his talent was even more terrifying than she had imagined. Self has really made the right bet this time. Her heart was very thankful, and the sense of shame she felt inside from being a dog lowered quite a bit when she saw that Su Lan Shallow, a high-minded genius, had been tamed into submission by Bai Feng. Right, Bai Feng, who is she? At this time, Su Lan Shallow reached out and pointed at Zhuo Qiu, asking with some curiosity. It's a long story. While Bai Feng was pondering on how to answer, Zhuo Qiu saw the situation, then helped and said, "My name is Zhuo Qiu. I was previously controlled by the threat of the Black Lotus of the Devil's Path, and thanks to the young master helping me to release the Black Lotus from its control. After this I swore to follow the young master, and to accompany him as the young master's servant." Yeah, that's pretty much it. Bai Feng nodded. "Let's get out of here. I want to check on Bai Yuma first and tell her the news of my return. I hope nothing has gone wrong on the White Yummer's end." Who? White Yum stepped on the corpse of a recently dead enemy, blood dripping down the tip of his sword, and beside her, the bodies of her enemies had been piled up. "Still haven't found the guy." She swept a glance towards the surroundings, took up her pace and took 2 steps towards the front, and suddenly stumbled and half-kneeled on the ground with her sword. Under the high intensity of the battle, the aura in her body had already bottomed out, and there were many more wounds on her body, and her white robe had long been dyed red with blood. After catching her breath for a few seconds, she stood up once more and walked forward. "Yu Ma, rest for a while first." Yu Yao looked at the corpse on the ground, thinking of Bai Yuma's near frenzy just now. There was a bit of fear on her face. "In your current state, even if you find that person, you won't be able to beat her." Bai Yuma was silent for a few seconds. She nodded. Yu Yao was right. Her current state would only add to the chaos even if she found Bai Feng. So she took out an elixir and swallowed it. Not caring about the bloodstains on the ground, she directly sat down cross-legged and began to recover her spiritual energy. Yu Yao was relieved after seeing that Bai Yuma hadn't completely lost her mind due to Bai Feng's disappearance. "Junior sister, you must come back safely." She stood guard beside Bai Yuma and couldn't help but pray in her heart. "Elder sister, I still have a lot of clothes I want to make out for you to see." At this moment, Shu Ningyan, who was pressing Black Lotus to violently beat him in mid-air, suddenly stopped the movement in her hand, and a trace of smile was added to her slightly tired face. "It seems that your plan has failed." Black Lotus didn't say anything, and the expression on her face was no longer the relaxed and laid-back one she had before. Instead, she had a cold face. What a bunch of losers. She glanced at the demonic human soil that had already died, and after seeing that there was no more chance, she directly left, not even leaving a single word behind, leaving behind a corpse that had long since become unrecognizable to fall from the air and fall into a pile of flesh and mud. Only after seeing the Black Lotus leave did Chu Ningyan relax her taut body. The fatigue on her face could no longer be hidden. Worthy of being a devil Dao godly monarch who can fight against that group of holy lands, it's really tricky to fight. She landed on the ground, her body resting against the wall. Although the Black Lotus borrowed the body of the god of transformation cultivation soil, but the means she can use is not limited to the god of transformation. Chu Ningyan guessed that the other party's real cultivation is feared to be in the late stage of the harmonious spirit, or else she will not be so strenuous to fight. At this time, Yu Yao, who was always observing the situation on the battlefield, couldn't wait to trot all the way over after noticing Black Lotus leaving. "Master, little master," he was. Not waiting for her to finish, Chu Ningyan smiled and waved her hand. "Don't worry about it, Bai Feng he has already come." With that, she looked towards the streets in the distance, and at that moment, Bai Feng was rushing towards her with Su Lan Xiao. Yu Yao followed Chu Ningyan's gaze, and a few moments of surprise appeared on her face as she stretched out her hand and quickly ran towards Bai Feng. Junior brother. But one person was faster than her. And almost in the blink of an eye Bai Yuma got up from the ground and ran quickly to Bai Feng. Brother! She excitedly reached out her hand, but stopped in front of his face, and it suddenly occurred to her that self was a little too dirty as she was covered in blood. I'm back. But Bai Feng let out a laugh and opened his arms for a hug. Sorry for making you worry, right? Ooh. Bai Yuma couldn't hold on any longer. She hugged Bai Feng tightly and leaned her head on his shoulder and sobbed in a small voice. I'm sorry. I still couldn't protect you. It's fine. The enemy was too strong this time. I don't blame you. Bai Feng gently patted her back and comforted her. If you really feel self-blame, turn this mood into motivation to cultivate and work hard to become stronger. Well, Bai Yuma nodded gently, her emotions filled with self-blame gradually calming down under Bai Feng's comfort. Good. The mood has stabilized. The corners of Bai Feng's mouth brought a hint of a smile, and nowadays he was becoming more and more skillful when it came to comforting Bai Yuma. Unico, this time, I'm not going to let you take the slightest chance. As Bai Yuma's emotions recovered, her face reddened slightly and she hurriedly let go of Bai Feng. Hug. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Bai Feng smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. It's proper for a sister to rely on her brother, but I can only lend you a shoulder to use is all. Well, Bai Yuma's mood suddenly became a little lost, but she still smiled and nodded. Then she saw the bloodstains that were stuck on Bai Feng's clothes, and said a little shyly, Brother, when we go back you take off your clothes and I'll give you a wash. Go back and talk about it. Bai Feng glanced at the bloodstains on his body and didn't really care. Then he looked at Yu Yao, whose clothes were still relatively clean, and a smile appeared on his face all of a sudden. Elder sister, look at me. I escaped with great difficulty. Aren't you going to give elder brother me a hug? Yu Yao instantly widened her eyes. She stared at Bai Feng's dirty clothes and said with a look of disgust, losing me to worry about you so much. You want to see my joke so much don't you? Despite what she said, she stepped forward, then jumped up and pounced on him for a hug. She wrapped her arms around his neck, more like hanging onto him than hugging, and she asked in a tone that seemed a little offended, Is that okay? Actually I was joking. Bai Feng laughed a little awkwardly. Then he added, I don't know how to do laundry. You wish. Yu Yao got off of Bai Feng's body, and her clothes that were still clean were instantly stained with some blood. I won't even wash it for you if you want to. She turned away with a soft grunt, and the moment she did, her ears reddened slightly. Brother. At that moment, Bai Feng's sleeve was suddenly tugged, and when he turned his head, he saw a slightly frightening expression on Bai Yuma's face, only to see her reaching out and pointing at Zuoqiu behind him. She asked in a cold tone, Why is she here? Cough. This is a bit of a long story. Bai Feng glanced at Chu Ningyan, who was watching the show from afar, so he proposed, Let's go over to Master's side to talk about it. It just so happens that I also have something I need to report. Bai Yuma nodded gently. Only she held Bai Feng's arm tightly with one hand and drew her longsword with the other, always on the lookout for this guy who had been an enemy before. A moment later, Bai Feng and the others walked over to Chu Ningyan. Master, it's good to be back. Chu Ningyan wore a smile on her face. That little guy's identity, Lu Meng, has just told me, so you should first tell us what you encountered in the temporary space. Well, it's like this. Bai Feng opened his mouth to tell about it, but he hid his own immortal fire. After all, immortal fire, this kind of item related to immortal, is very attractive to other cultivation soil. Can keep it secret as much as possible or keep it secret is better. So, she was controlled by the Black Lotus? Chu Ningyan had a contemplative look on her face while still looking at Bai Feng for a few moments. But what surprises me more is that you were able to remove the demonic energy from her body, using flames to drill into her body to burn it. It's really thanks to you for thinking of it. The most outrageous thing was that Bai Feng had even succeeded. Bai Feng smiled somewhat awkwardly. He also knew that this matter was outrageous. At least he had never heard of anyone daring to put spirit fire into their body to burn the toxins in their body, unless they had a fire attribute spirit body. This matter is rather complicated. It also involves the Black Lotus. I'm afraid I can't make a decision. Wait until we return to the Heavenly Sword sect and let the sect leader decide. Chu Ningyan shook her head. Then she looked at Zuoqiu and reached out her hand to point at her forehead. I'll seal your cultivation first. Don't leave the city lord's mansion until you return to the Heavenly Sword sect, or else I won't be merciful just because you're a disciple of the Refining God sect. Yes, Zuoqiu hurriedly nodded, while his heart was relieved. The first hurdle had been passed, and this current situation was so much better than she had expected. She had guessed before that she might be imprisoned, but now it was just a matter of sealing her cultivation as well as restricting her range of motion. It seemed that Bai Feng was valued by the Heavenly Sword sect more than she had imagined, and without Bai Feng's help in pleading for mercy, it wasn't too easy to say whether she would live or not. At this time, Bai Yuma reached out and tugged on Bai Feng's sleeve as she leaned into his ear and said with some dissatisfaction, Brother, Do you really want to take her as a servant? She was even sword fighting against us before. It's too dangerous to keep her around. Don't worry. Your brother, I'm not that stupid. I'm sure I'm going to examine it. Bai Feng waved his hand. And I don't intend to leave it at that. I need a helper against the Black Lotus. And she happens to have spent some time with the Black Lotus. But I still don't feel very reliable. Although Bai Yuma was still a bit dissatisfied. What Bai Feng said made some sense. So he could only nod his head and reluctantly approve of his decision. Seeing that Bai Yuma was still a bit puffed up, Bai Feng immediately reached out and rubbed her puffed up little face. So you should also work hard on your cultivation after you go back. Don't do those chores. Won't the higher your cultivation be, the safer I will be? I can count on you to keep me safe. Well, yes, I'll try to practice hard. Bai Yuma nodded, her inner annoyance dissipating a bit after learning that Bai Feng had no thoughts of adding new bodyguards. Think about it, Zuoqiu is after all an outsider. To protect the safety of self, Bai Feng must be more trusting of her who has the identity of a sister. On the side, Xu Ningyan didn't care about the juniors jostling as she glanced at the divine monarch cultivated earth that had already retreated in defeat in the distance, while the blood slaughter was suddenly in a more dangerous position after losing the assistance of the divine monarch, and could fall at any time. She then turned her head to the crowd and said, "Alright, the battle is almost over, so you guys should hurry back and rest as well." Middle States. In a dimly lit cave, 5 pitch-black figures were sitting in front of a stone tabletop. One man swept a glance at the crowd present. This time should be the largest number of people to come in the past few hundred years, right? Ha. After all, who let the Black Lotus make such a big mess in the northern domain? A sorrowful voice rang out. Now those Holy Lands are very dissatisfied with us. Not only that, Black Lotus, you've gone a little too far. A lanky black figure looked at the delicate black figure. We didn't recruit Cultivation Earth for you to blow up like a firecracker for fun. Yes, it would have been fine if you had one. But in the end, you wasted so many people and even lost. A very small silhouette nodded in response. I'm a little skeptical that you're still able to sit securely in this position. Ha, that's because you guys don't even understand the value of my successor. Black Lotus sneered. If we can succeed, not to mention the Holy Land, even all the sects of the righteous path combined are no match for us. But you failed. The dark figure that spoke first said, don't talk about the future. It's something that doesn't make any sense. Instead it makes you look like a spilling clown. And we don't do the proper way of doing things. I propose that Black Lotus be allowed to fight against the Holy Land as her punishment. Agreed. No comment. Black Lotus half closed his eyes and swept a glance at the people present. Aren't you going to ask my opinion? You started this whole thing. Don't expect us to go wipe your ass. TSK. Alright, I'll go and fool around with that bunch of Holy Land. She sighed as if giving up. I just hope you guys don't regret it in the future. After the Divine Sovereign's people left, Bloodslaughter was naturally no match for the Divine Sword Peak Master. Not to mention that Xu Ningyan had also freed up her hands, and it didn't take long for him to fall and be decapitated by the Divine Sword Peak Master. At this point, the construction of the Great Array was no longer hindered. However, City Lord Gu and the Heavenly Sword Sect didn't relax because of this, and the city was under martial law until the array was completed. And Bai Feng took this opportunity to go and modify the array for the suspended Jade Linglong. Will this advertisement be a bit too small? Yu Yao stroked her chin, constantly putting forward all kinds of reasonable or unreasonable opinions. Party A's face was exposed at this point. And here, I think we should show the clothes I made. A screen is such a big place. You really want to stuff it full of Bai Feng clenched his fists and couldn't help but spit out. Know how to leave white space stuff too full, then instead no one will even look at it. Well, that's also Yu Yao reached out and scratched her cheeks. Then junior brother, you get it yourself. I won't make any random suggestions. You already said it half an hour ago, Bai Feng said with an expressionless face. And after I entered Jade Linglong, you've already said this sentence 3 times, and now it's the 4th time. Ha. Yu Yao laughed awkwardly. This time it's for real. I really don't talk anymore. After saying that, she even reached out her hand to cover her own mouth. Bai Feng sighed and continued to fight to modify this shit mountain code left behind by the last formation master. At this moment, he deeply realized how huge the gap between the great sects and the scattered cultivators was. The big clans generally have a more mature system, and like scattered cultivators, and even small and medium-sized clans, basically rely on don't know where to get the formation book or inheritance, and then blended together by themselves. Simply not a system. Can run up really is a miracle. If it wasn't for the fact that he had yin and yang eyes, something that was comparable to a plug-in, otherwise he felt that if he let his master, Lu Meng, come, he wouldn't even be able to change it. Rebuilding is all much more efficient than changing it a little. Senior sister. You shouldn't save those few dollars next time. Get a professional to build the formation. Bai Feng spat at Yu Yao while modifying the formation. Actually, I hired a very famous formation master nearby at that time. I didn't save any money to come. Yu Yao muttered in a small voice. Then she looked up and stared at Bai Feng, the corner of her mouth with a smile. Then I'll look for a more professional rebuild in the future. Okay. Bai Feng was staring a bit. What are you looking at me for? Who else can be more professional than you? Junior senior brother? Yu Yao instantly pounced. Junior brother? You will definitely promise senior sister to me, right? I charge expensive fees. Bai Feng reached out his hand and pushed Yu Yao's head that was sticking over hard. Don't think about saving money from me. Yu Yao, however, waved her hand in a very atmospheric manner. It's fine. Money is not a problem. If not, I'll share half of the Jade Linglong branch under my name with you. Bai Feng stared at Yu Yao for a few seconds and rubbed his chin skeptically. You're not really craving my body, are you? You're not really craving my body, are you? Where are you thinking? What I mean is that as the eldest miss of Yu Linglong, I won't give you less money even if I divide the store in half. Yu Yao crossed her arms. Her face seemed to say I'm rich. Slaughter me. Then she sized up Bai Feng a few more times with a few smiles at the corners of her mouth. Of course, if you want to find a Taoist couple, you can also come to me. Oh, senior sister me. I won't let go of such a good investment opportunity. So you're investing yourself in this? Bai Feng glanced at Yu Yao, who had a bad smile on her face, and casually spat out. As a qualified businessman, as well as the eldest miss of Yu Linglong, one should have the determination to feed a tiger with one's body. Yu Yao puffed out her own small chest with a rather proud look. Bai Feng stared at Yu Yao for a few seconds. Then he put down the work in his hand and walked slowly towards Yu Yao. Junior senior brother. What are you doing? Without waiting for him to get closer, Yu Yao had already become flustered. Wait, I'm just kidding. I haven't done anything yet. Bai Feng stopped his steps. He had originally planned to wallop Yu Yao to scare her, but as a result, she conceded just 2 steps since. Don't say weird things if you don't have that defense. Yu Yao muttered a few words in a small voice. Well, you at least have a little respect for senior sister me. Respect? That kind of thing was gone long before you gave me Springer. After spitting out a sentence, Bai Feng continued to modify the last bit of the formation. Wasn't that not in the beginning? Yu Yao instantly huffed. Okay, down to business. Bai Feng took a step back. Then he reached out and grabbed Yu Yao's arm, yanking her over. What are you doing? Junior brother? Senior sister, I'm not ready for this. I'm showing you the effects of the modifications. Bai Feng reached out his hand to press down on the struggling Yu Yao. Then he activated the formation. Instead of just displaying the auction table, this time it launches with a loading animation first. I added a loading animation at the very beginning so that it would be more ceremonial. But since you Jade Linglong don't have a symbolic logo, I drew one for you for now. And I'll change it for you when you come up with a suitable logo. It was a cute version of a young girl holding an auction hammer, and as the hammer fell, an empty auction table appeared on the screen. Oh, great! Yu Yao hastily clapped her little hand. Although she couldn't read it, she did feel that it was more interesting. Saying that, why does that little man look a bit familiar? Bai Feng casually replied, because I drew it using you as a prototype. Ha! Yu Yao looked sideways at Bai Feng. You can draw? He. You don't think about whose elder Chun Xiu is? Isn't it normal for me to follow and learn painting for a few days? Bai Feng let out a light laugh, obviously having thought of a countermeasure a long time ago. Then he modulated the formation. I've also added a new function. As he restarted the array, a segment appeared once more after the villain on the screen slammed down his hammer. It was a young girl with a nice figure. She was walking in a lush bamboo forest wearing a long green and white dress. The young girl looked to the camera after a few steps with what seemed like a somewhat forced smile. Gradually the camera began to pull away and the screen slowly turned white. This is the opening advertisement. And the final white screen here allows you to insert the merchandise that has appeared in the remaining Shadowstone. Bai Feng stretched out his hand and explained to Yu Yao. I remember that Yu Linglong seems to have this black card thing, right? When the time comes, you can add an option where black card users can choose to skip the advertisements. Ha! Yu Yao looked at the screen. Then she looked at Bai Feng. Then she reached out and grabbed Bai Feng, tilted her head and said excitedly, Junior brother, you really are a genius. It's too bad that you don't come into business. Doing business is too troublesome. I still prefer to lie down and collect money. When Bai Feng said this, he suddenly thought of something, so he gazed at Yu Yao. Wait, I suddenly have a great idea. What? Yu Yao shrunk her head. Could it be that Bai Feng was really planning to join forces with the Yu family? This kind of thing would at least let her think about it for a few more seconds. Very simple. Bai Feng was on top of his excitement at the moment, tugging Yu Yao over to the table and taking out a pen and paper to explain. I've taken a name for it. It's called technology shareholding. Into shares? Yu Yao scratched her cheeks. The name seemed a bit strange. Bai Feng slowly explained. To put it simply, I'll put out the technology, such as creative ideas like this opening advertisement, as well as providing some interesting merchandise. This will be the focus of the cooperation. And then Yu Yao, you'll be responsible for operating and selling, and then we'll split the money when the end of the year rolls around. Isn't our cooperation with teacher Chuanqiu also like this? Yu Yao was a bit puzzled. It's still not the same. Mr. Chuanqiu only provides the paintings. He doesn't care about anything else. Bai Feng shook his head. But I will ask about, and even participate in business decisions, and even have the right to negate the decisions. Simply put, we opened a store together. You and I are both the owners of the store, and both have the right to manage the store. In reality, this kind of thing is much more complicated. But in a world where commerce is not as developed, this is enough for now. Anyway, Yu Yao was his senior sister, so he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Well, Yu Yao lowered her head and pondered. How did this sound and feel like a husband and wife opening a store together? No. What the hell was I thinking? Little Master obviously didn't mean it. She reached up and cradled her head in an attempt to try and work the stray thought of couples setting up store out of her mind. I see. She raised her head. Somehow a hint of redness had appeared on her face as she stretched out her hand to Bai Feng. Then do as junior brother so says. Ha, so soon? Don't you want to hear my plan first? No need. I believe in junior senior brother you. Yu Yao shook her head. Her sight shifted slightly. It doesn't matter even if I lose money. It's as if I'm investing in junior brother you. After she finished speaking, she looked at Bai Feng again and asked in a small voice. Right. So what's the name of our new store? New store? Bai Feng blinked. What new store? Didn't you say you wanted to open a store together? Yu Yao lowered her head and crossed her arms, her two index fingers poking each other. Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds. Hadn't he just given an example? Oh, that's right. Jade Linglong is after all the Jade family's property. And although Yu Yao is the eldest miss of the Jade family and owns her own store at a young age, she is not at liberty to toss it around. But opening a new store is starting from scratch again. And even with Yu Yao's help, it's probably hard to rise quickly. So he shook his head. Elder sister, you have misunderstood. But I have just thought carefully about it. My request is indeed a bit too much. After all, Jade Linglong is your family's property. And for me to say so does have a meaning of being insatiable, or even turtling up the magpie's nest. Let's follow the kind of method of teacher Chuanqiu. Yu Yao suddenly had a little bit of confusion, but she quickly reacted, and quickly waved her hand. It's okay, this point of right I still have. Just according to what you said, junior brother. In the future, we'll just come together to manage Yu Linglong Ha. Although I'm thankful that you trust me so much, elder sister. It doesn't matter. You can consider it as senior sister's investment in you. Yu Yao stood up and reached out her hand to grab Bai Feng's shoulder, who was sitting on the chair, and said with a serious look. And, even if it fails, you won't watch me living on the streets, junior sister, right? Definitely not. Then it's a deal. Yu Yao let go of Bai Feng's shoulders as she took 2 steps back, her hands behind her back and a few more smiles at the corners of her mouth. Then, let's run Jade Linglong together. By the way, junior brother, is the woman on this screen the Zhuoqiu you brought back earlier? Yu Yao looked at the open screen advertisement again and asked, pointing at the woman on the advertisement. Bai Feng nodded. Yeah, not a bad shot, right? Well, Yu Yao sized up a few more eyes, then turned her head and asked, this dress is sold in my store, right? Where did you get it? Hasn't my store been closed recently? Of course I bought it before this. It just so happened that Zhuoqiu could wear it, so I asked her for a favor. Bai Feng casually replied. I'm very attentive to my senior sister's requests. In fact, the clothes that Zhuoqiu was wearing were the 2 pieces that Lin Yan had given him, and the size of the clothes was just about the same as Zhuoqiu's body. So he let Zhuoqiu change into the new clothes and shoot a commercial. Yu Yao scratched her head. But I don't remember you coming to buy clothes. That said, had junior brother already begun to make preparations when she had suggested that she wanted to commission him to modify the formation? She really can't help but think about it more at this rate. Of course it was commissioned to be bought by someone else. Otherwise it would be too strange for me to buy clothes worn by women. Bai Feng had long prepared an excuse and promptly changed the topic. Well, this matter is not important. What other ideas do you have, senior sister? Hurry up and mention them. I'll change them all for you while I have time. Then senior sister, I'll be polite. Being said so by Bai Feng, Yu Yao was instantly energized and hurriedly mentioned the features that Self wanted piece by piece. The more she spoke, the happier and more excited she became. While Bai Feng's frown deepened. How come the elder sister, who was usually so cute, once she became the A side, the demands she made were all more disgusting than one another? How come it feels like modifying formations for senior sister is even more tiring than constructing great formations? When Bai Feng returned home, he directly plopped down on the couch. At that moment, he saw a small note sitting next to the table on the couch, and reached out to pick it up to see that it was left for him by Bai Yuma. Brother, I've cooked porridge for you in the pot. Make sure you remember to eat on time. Sister really evolved into a mother-ah. Bai Feng smiled and shook his head, getting up and walking to the kitchen to serve himself a bowl of neat porridge. In the last few days, Bai Yuma had been following his master's cultivation, obviously irritated by what had happened before. At this time, the door to his room was knocked a few times. He put down the bowl in his hand and pushed the door open before realizing that it was Zhuoqiu outside the door. Anything? Bai Feng looked at Zhuoqiu, who had his head down and appeared very honest, and opened his mouth to ask. That. Zhuoqiu gazed toward one side, seemingly a little embarrassed. She slowly raised her hand, holding a very small metal ball. Can you carve your name on this? Bai Feng lowered his head and looked at the miniature ball in her hand, his insides filled with confusion. What do you want? I changed the collar slightly. Zhuoqiu slowly raised his head, revealing the black jewelry worn on his neck. The material was still leather, and retained the structure of the metal buckle. Compared to the previous collar, there were more pattern decorations on it, and the edges were modified to be more rounded. It really wasn't that easy to be taken as a spirit animal collar. White maple. No, why must you cling to the collar? I'll hide this one in the bell, so don't worry about finding it. Zhuoqiu took out another metal bell that was just right to wear on top of the collar. Wait, I'll just come right out and say it. Bai Feng reached out and rubbed his forehead. I'm not interested in whether you're a dog or not. I'm only helping you because we share a common enemy. I need you to deal with the Black Lotus. Can you understand that? Well, Zhuoqiu nodded. So can I carve your name on this? I've explained it all for nothing. When Bai Feng saw that the other party was not getting into the oil and salt, he didn't bother to persuade her. Since he wanted to be, then he would fulfill her. He directly took the orb and used his spiritual energy to carve his own name on it. Thank you, young master. Only then did Zhuoqiu sigh in relief and hurriedly took the orb and put it into the bell and wore it around his own neck. It wasn't because she was addicted to being a dog when she was modifying her collar again and letting white maple carve on her bells. Rather, she realized that in recent days, Bai Feng had been really overly cold towards her, as if he was treating a stranger who couldn't even be considered a friend. Even the only time she was approached a few days ago was when she was asked to help with that What's His Name commercial, and she was given a few spirit stones as payment afterward. It created a bit of a crisis in her mind. This was not the kind of relationship she wanted, especially now that she could no longer return to the Refining God sect. Even if she went back, she would be punished by the sect, and in a more serious case she would even be expelled from the sect by having her cultivation wasted. And she didn't want to become a scattered cultivator who had no place to live. So the only thing she could do was to hold on to Bai Feng's thighs. And what she wanted wasn't the kind of maidservant that could be discarded at any time, or even used in exchange by some second generation, but a loyal dog that could follow Bai Feng around. And in order to get that status, she had to show her self-determination to Bai Feng, and the collar around her neck was one of them. After Zhuoqiu put on the bell, he lightly shook it, and then the bell gave out a clear and pleasant ringing sound. Then she thought of something else and hurriedly slipped out a sturdy rope from her storage bag. Right, young master, this is for you. This is. Bai Feng picked up the rope. How this thing looks familiar. He silently glanced at Zhuoqiu. You play quite a big game as a son of Qi. You guys don't have any weird XPS, do you? It's the one. The rope. Zhuoqiu's line of sight was slightly averted. Although she had already made up her mind, she still felt ashamed when mentioning such things. Seeing this, Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. So you can be shy too. He tugged on the rope in his hand, and a scornful grin spread across his face. You caused me to be stuffed by the system with so many Qi luck values, and now you still dare to run to me and jump in front of me face to face, evoking my bad memories. Since this is the case, let's see if I don't take the opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate you, so that you can recognize the reality. Don't think that I'm very nice to talk to like that. Think about being a dog when you recognize reality. So he looked at Zhuoqiu as if he didn't understand. What kind of rope is it? I kind of don't quite understand, eh? Can you explain more? Ha? Zhuoqiu hurriedly raised her head, and then she saw a very disdainful smile on Bai Feng's face, and at once she understood that Bai Feng had said this on purpose. However, one has to bow one's head under the roof, and she could only hold back the shame in her heart and explain. Yes, it's a dog leash. For walking the dog. Well, I understand when I say it like that. Bai Feng nodded. Then his words changed. But why did you give me the dog leash? If you don't make it clearer, I won't understand. It's. Zhuoqiu's face had become red. She gripped the hem of her robe hard. Her body was vaguely trembling a little. Bai Feng felt a burst of pleasure in his heart when he saw this. Hee. If you can't bear it, hurry up and go. What kind of dog is it to be? Just be an honest toolman for me. If you can't say it, don't say it. Don't think about all this nonsense every day. Wait until you finish solving the Black Lotus. I won't even go wherever you go. He waved his hand, but without waiting for him to finish, he saw that Zhuoqiu took a deep breath, and it seemed that he had finally suppressed the sense of shame within him. She raised her head and stared at Bai Feng and said word for word, I'm my master's dog. This leash is to walk me. Please master, use the leash I gave you to walk me. Bai Feng, ? No, how dare you say that? Don't you have any shame, you son of fortune? Dropping, detecting that the host is really a ghost animal to the extreme, even forcing Zhuoqiu to admit that the dog leash was walking her, deepening Zhuoqiu's knowledge of his own identity, rewarding chi luck value plus 213, a guide to raising spiritual pets. Fuck, I was wrong. Brother, I won't dare next time. Please take away the avatar. What am I doing teasing her for nothing? I'll never be mouthy again. After being forcefully stuffed by the system with his chi luck value, Bai Feng was instantly out of the mood. He glanced at Zhuoqiu, whose blush was about to break through the limit, and waved his hand somewhat feebly. Alright, I'll take the rope. You go back to rest as well. Well, goodbye master. Zhuoqiu's heart was relieved. It was good that he agreed. She barely dared to raise her head as she said goodbye to Bai Feng and left quickly. Bai Feng returned to his room, and he began to seriously think about Zhuoqiu. He guessed that Zhuoqiu should have been forced to grab the only lifesaver she could because of her own situation. After all, she was really in a bad situation. Not only had she been in contact with the Black Lotus, but she had also struck out at another clan's talented disciple, especially since the Refining God sect was still a clan that emphasized on the strongest of the weak. She probably wouldn't end up in a very good place when she went back. Looking at it this way, Zhuoqiu's purpose was easy to spot. She undoubtedly wanted to break away from the Refining God sect and become a member of the Heavenly Sword sect. No, even the Bai clan. It had to be said that Zhuoqiu, the son of Qi, was indeed quite bold, daring to decisively give up his identity as a disciple of the Refining God sect and turn into the Bai family as a servant. If we don't solve this problem, Zhuoqiu probably won't give up that easily. Bai Feng tapped his fingers on the table, but for a moment he didn't have the best of both worlds. No, it was self's goal that was wrong. What he was trying to do shouldn't actually be to drive Zhuoqiu away, but to keep her away from him in order to prevent the system from taking advantage of the loopholes to stuff the chi luck value after she acted strangely. Anyway, when the son of Qi becomes stronger, the probability is that they will have a different heart, not willing to be under him, and sooner or later they will have to run away. All he has to do is to dodge this period of time, and directly fast forward to the point where he can utilize the son of Qi to resolve the Black Lotus and then release her to leave. Then let's find an opportunity to let Zhuoqiu go out and practice. Soon, Bai Feng had an idea. To do a full set of drama. In order to prevent Zhuoqiu, the son of Qi, from thinking nonsense, he intends to make a set of portable arrays for Zhuoqiu, and it just so happens that he has been rewarded by the system with a small success in refining. And then he will build a spiritual weapon for Zhuoqiu, and then he will be able to choose a place far away, so that she will be out in the field for years and years of training. However, this matter would have to wait until they returned. After all, Zhuoqiu was still in a state of restricted movement. There doesn't seem to be anything else going on today, so it's good to cultivate for a while. Bai Feng stretched his back and opened the system to start practicing the system rewarded body forging method. He was still quite excited about this same immortal law of body forging, not knowing what surprises this immortal law would bring him. Speaking of which, he had wanted to spit out before. The names of the immortal laws were all quite plainly named. Was this the so-called great way to simplicity? Brother, have you eaten properly? In the evening, White Yum pushed her way in, but then she softened her self-satisfied voice. She looked at Bai Feng, who was meditating and practicing, and carefully walked around him, seeing the empty bowl sitting on the table. But no sooner had she put the bowl away, intending to clean it, the immortal bone inside her suddenly quivered. What's going on? Bai Yuma frowned slightly as she looked up and around until her immortal bones twitched once more when she placed her eyes on Bai Feng. Brother? She put down the empty bowl in her hand, then lightly stepped closer towards Bai Feng, and as she continued to get closer, the immortal bones within her began to tremble unceasingly, as if there was something ahead that attracted the immortal bones. She subconsciously reached out her hand, and immediately after that she suddenly came back to her senses and hastily withdrew her hand, but her body couldn't help but move a few more points closer towards Bai Feng. She sat next to Bai Feng, at this time, but the immortal bone in her body was quiet again, but she could still feel it active. Influenced by the immortal bone, even the aura in her body was running a few points faster. Why is that? Bai Yuma looked at Bai Feng with a puzzled face. She had never encountered anything like this before. she just sat beside Bai Feng, the immortal bones in her body occasionally quivering as if they were thirsting for something. Gradually, the sky outside the window completely darkened, and even the fires inside the servants' houses of the city lord's residence were all extinguished. Only then did Bai Feng open his eyes. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After practicing, he only felt that his body was now full of power. Although he hadn't tested it, he could feel that the strength of his physical body had increased quite a bit. On top of that, there was also a considerable increase in defense, endurance and other aspects. This was still just pure cultivation. If it was paired with quenching the body, the effect should be even better. Worthy of being an immortal method, the effect really didn't disappoint him. Bai Feng stretched his body. When I'm done practicing, I'll no longer be a brittle skin control. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Bai Yuma was sitting beside him, resting, and reduced his movements. When did it come? Bai Feng stared at Bai Yuma, who seemed to be asleep, and muttered in a low voice. But he didn't disturb her. He planned to go and heat up some meat porridge. After practicing the forging god method, he felt that his appetite had gotten a lot better. And just the moment he got up, Bai Yuma suddenly opened his eyes. Brother, are you done practicing? She quickly got up from the ground and stared at Bai Feng for a moment. But this time the fairy bones didn't react much. Bai Feng first nodded. Then he felt that Bai Yuma was looking at him in a slightly strange way. So he opened his mouth and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on me?" That said, "Why are you sitting next to me and resting?" "Well, actually, it's because when you were practicing, the immortal bone in my body was a bit strange." Bai Yuma didn't hide it and told Bai Feng truthfully. "It's like it's longing for something." There's more to this?" Bai Feng was instantly a bit surprised. And almost in an instant he thought of the body forging method he practiced. But why did the immortal bone in Bai Yuma's body not react when he was practicing the god forging method? Was it because of the majoring in divine sense? After he pondered for a few seconds, he then operated the god forging technique. And in the next second, he saw Bai Yuma staring at him closely, as if he was looking at some rare treasure. "Brother, what kind of technique have you practiced?" Bai Yuma reached out and placed his hand on Bai Feng's body, only to feel as if the immortal bones in his body were about to jump out. If she hadn't believed that Bai Feng wouldn't make a move against her, otherwise she would have suspected that he was making preparations to plot against the immortal bones in her body. A rather special gong method. After Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds, he looked up at Bai Yuma and asked with a smile, "Do you want to learn it?" Bai Yuma nodded at once. "Aha! Okay, I'll figure out what I'm going to teach first." After thinking about it, Bai Feng didn't intend to hide the body forging method, but was prepared to teach it to Bai Yuma. After all, the stronger Bai Yuma was, the safer he would be, and he trusted Bai Yuma. Previously, the reason for not teaching the forging divine law was purely because this immortal law was very poorly compatible with Bai Yuma, especially since Bai Yuma was still a relatively pure sword cultivator. Cultivating divine consciousness wasn't very useful. Instead, it would be a waste of energy. But the body forging method was different. Even the single reason that a single immortal bone would react to the body forging method was enough. Not to mention that there was also body forging in the sword method. And even some sword cultivators would specialize in learning a body forging technique. Bai Feng didn't have any reservations and taught the body forging method to Bai Yuma word for word. And as Bai Yuma began to cultivate, a faint white light emanated from the surface of her body. Clearly a reaction from the immortal bones in her body. "Ha!" Bai Feng eeped softly in his heart. Was the compatibility between the body forging method and the immortal bones so good? Surprisingly, even the anomalies came out. He subconsciously thought of his own system. If he followed the system's arrangement to be the villain, then the immortal bone on Bai Yuma's body right now should be his. And so this reward was a bit intriguing. It couldn't be that the forging method really had something to do with the immortal bones, could it? While Bai Feng was scattering his thoughts, the white light on Bai Yuma's body began to fade. But if you look closely, you will find that her skin seems to have become tighter and smoother. And if you get close enough, you can vaguely smell the fragrance if there is one. And even her body has a few more points of the immortal atmosphere that does not eat earthly fire. She slowly opened her eyes. She could feel the changes in her own body. If before the immortal bone was like a foreign object or a spirit vessel placed inside her body independently, then now the immortal bone had perfectly fused into her body and became a part of her. Nowadays, no one could ever remove the immortal bone from her body again. And if she were to forcefully remove it, she would only get a piece of waste bone that could not be fused with anyone else. "Brother, thanks." Bai Yuma reached out and hugged Bai Feng. Before this she had the immortal bone that many people envied. But she felt that it wasn't an immortal bone but a thorn that would take her life at any time. So much so that she looked at anyone as if they were trying to harm her. And she even misunderstood Bai Feng because of it. But now it was also Bai Feng who had completely removed the thorn from her heart. Just as Bai Feng had said before, he really didn't care about the immortal bone in her body. He was only nice to her because she was his sister. Bai Feng didn't know what was going on in Bai Yuma's mind. He reached out and touched her head, and instantly it felt as if his hand felt all different. This one feels so good and silky that you can't even stop it for a little bit. Brother. Bai Yuma in his arms let out a disgruntled sound, and only then did he stop, asking with some embarrassment on his face. By the way, did you succeed in your cultivation? How does it feel? Aha. Bai Yuma was a bit reluctant to let go of Bai Feng. She nodded.
The immortal bone in my body has completely fused with me. Now even if someone forcibly removes it,
it can't be transplanted to someone else. Good thing.
Bai Feng's face was a bit surprised, while his heart gradually affirmed Self's guess. The body forging method might have really been prepared by the system specifically for him to capture the bones. It was just a pity that he didn't choose to dig the bones.
But why give it to him now? Could it be because he hadn't been digging up the bones, causing the system to be unable to deliver the rewards? And after delaying for some time, he simply swung for the fences as well, and casually found a reason to shove the unused feats at him? However, it was also possible that at that time, he subjectively wanted a body-enhancing technique, or objectively, the system thought that he needed a body-enhancing technique, so it took a random technique from the prize pool and threw it at him. Then, since the body-forging method was used to fuse immortal bones, did the god-forging method have other uses as well? Forget it, it didn't matter. Even if it did, he wouldn't necessarily come across it. Brother, the origin of this technique should be very uncomplicated, right? Bai Yuma lightly rolled up her sleeves, revealing those white arms. Even if she ignored the immortal bone fusion, the enhancement brought to her by this technique was not small. It really isn't easy. Bai Feng nodded. This was an immortal law. Even holy places didn't necessarily have a complete copy of the immortal law, so putting it out there would be snatched up. By the way, don't tell anyone else that I found this technique next to the immortal flame, and I've only recently succeeded in cultivating it. He reminded Bai Yuma that he hadn't explicitly said it was an immortal technique, but had just made up an excuse to slightly imply it. Aha. Bai Yuma nodded. Even if Bai Feng didn't remind her, she definitely wouldn't say anything to anyone else. However, I should have shown it to you first if I had known it would be so helpful to you. After the reminder, Bai Feng smiled and shook his head, patching up Self's excuse. It's not too late. Bai Yuma also smiled. At the same time her heart was a little warm. Such an important technique Bai Feng said to give it to her. Even if this technique could make the immortal bones react, he didn't hesitate. Even though she and Bai Feng didn't have a blood relationship, he obviously didn't treat her as an outsider. It was just that when she thought about her relationship with Bai Feng, her heart couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Although the sibling relationship could allow her to approach Bai Feng without qualms, it also resulted in an additional barrier that was difficult to cross. But it didn't matter. She believed that with her own efforts, she could slowly change Bai Feng's impression of her. Brother, it's getting late. Can I stay here tonight? Bai Yuma pretended to look out the already darkened window for a moment. Then he looked at Bai Feng as if he was a little embarrassed and asked, if you want to stay, you can just find a room at random. Bai Feng waved his hand, not caring about such trivial matters. Didn't you stay at my place for a few nights before? Even though it was all cultivation at the time is all. Well, I'm off to clean up my room then. Go go go. At night, Bai Feng was lying on his bed, ready to rest, when Bai Yuma suddenly pushed the door and barged in. Something wrong? I'm a bit too excited to sleep. White Yuma scratched his cheeks with some embarrassment. And I have some questions when I'm practicing the body forging method. Do you have time now? Bai Feng glanced out the darkened window. In fact, he wanted to answer no, but the shameless thing called the system would most likely stuff him with chi luck values after he refused. Thinking about it, he nodded his head directly in agreement. Yes, but I've only just been practicing for a short while, so I don't think I can answer a few questions. Then we can discuss it with each other too. It's better than rambling alone. Bai Yuma smiled and walked in, sitting directly on the edge of Bai Feng's bed. At the same time her heart sighed in relief. Good. One step closer to changing Bai Feng's impression of her. Time passed slowly until a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Bai Feng woke up from his bed in a daze. He reached up to rub his eyes and realized that Bai Yuma was sleeping next to him. He froze for a moment before instantly the memories of last night came flooding back. Oh yeah, last night White Yum came to him to discuss the kung fu. But when did he fall asleep? Well, it seems that it was White Yuma who offered to massage him in order to thank him for his help. And then he agreed. He doesn't remember much beyond that, so I guess he fell asleep again during the massage. Just why was White Yummy sleeping in his bed? At that moment, Bai Yuma reached out to rub her eyes and sat up from the bed as well. Her face seemed a bit confused. Good morning. Morning. After Bai Feng casually replied back, he stared at Bai Yuma and asked, aren't you going to explain? Bai Yumo seemed to have instantly come to her senses. She shrunk her head and seemed to be a little scared as she glanced at Bai Feng.
Then she hurriedly explained that, after I finished my massage, I wanted to rest for a while before going back. As a result, I accidentally fell asleep. Not waiting for by phone to follow up, she hastily added a few more sentences in a somewhat flustered manner. Mainly because last night I thought of some past events. When it used to rain in the summer, didn't we often chat and play in bed? Because we haven't talked in bed together for a long time. So I just laid down on the bed and reminisced about the old times, and ended up accidentally falling asleep. By Yuma saying this, By phone also thought of those things from his childhood. Yuma was afraid of thunder when she was a child, so he often went to her house on thundery nights to keep her company and brush up on his goodwill. At first, she was a bit tough-talking, but when the lightning lit up, she instantly softened and burrowed into his arms with a scared look on her face. And even when he was waiting until Yuma fell asleep and was ready to leave, she was able to wake up with precision and tug at him to keep from leaving. It's kind of funny now that I think about it. Forget it, I won't pursue it this time. By phone waved his hand, then he emphatically reminded. Also, you should pay more attention. You're not a kid anymore. And even though we're brother and sister, sleeping in the same bed and this kind of thing is not good for your reputation if it gets out. Aha, will do. Yuma hastily nodded, but in his heart, he was a bit unimpressed. She didn't accidentally fall asleep last night. She deliberately fell asleep lying next to her. By the way, brother, what would you like for breakfast? Noodles it is. After having breakfast, Yuma continued to look for his master to practice, and by phone began to make array discs. Before he had started long, he heard a light knock on the door. This force, this position, should be Sulan Xiao. By phone pushed open the door to his room, and just as he had guessed, it was indeed Sulan Xiao standing outside the door. I'm here to help. Sulan Xiao lowered her head and asked in a very low voice, do you still need my help in making array discs? Of course, I've used up all my array discs in battle and was looking for your help. By phone nodded. He naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. By the way, I've been needing to make new array discs for the last while. If senior sister Su has time to come over and help, I'll pay for it. Well, Sulan Xiao nodded in a hurry. Payment is not necessary. You have already taught me quite a few things. Then I don't want my used pens either? With a smile on his face, By phone reached into his pocket and pulled out a pencil that was already half short. Once, Sulan's shallow small face suddenly turned a little red. She lowered her head. Her voice was small but firm as she returned. Bai Feng held back his laughter. Every time he saw Sulan shallow like this he couldn't help but want to molest her. He handed her the pencil in his hand. Alright, just kidding. This is for you. The payment is for something else. This time Sulan shallow didn't refuse. She took the pencil with a red face and very carefully put it away in her storage bag. Has the Great Formation finally been built? Bai Feng, who was in the middle of making a formation disc, suddenly sensed something. He put down the work in his hand and quickly walked out of the house, only to see that the sky above the city seemed to be shrouded in a layer of transparent film, with tedious formation patterns constantly flowing above. It looks like it's finally time to go back. He withdrew his gaze, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After finishing this matter of the construction of the Great Formation, there should be no other matters that must require him to go out. It's finally time to take some time off. At this time, Sulan Shallow, who had helped make the array disc, also walked out quickly from his house, and as she looked at the vision in the sky, her heart recoiled. Could she continue to go to Bai Feng's house to help make array discs after returning to the sect? Even if she couldn't spend the night here at Bai Feng's place like she did on the first night, as long as she could stay in Bai Feng's house during the day she would be satisfied. But the construction of this great formation is really time-consuming and laborious. I thought it would be over soon. Bai Feng shook his head and said, "It's actually master, she previously altered the structure of the grand formation in order to be able to activate part of it in advance, which also led to the subsequent construction being a bit more troublesome." Sulan Shallow explained in a small voice from the side. I see. Bai Feng nodded. This matter was also related to him. Without the help of master and Sulan Xiao, it was hard to say if he could escape from the demoness hands. It's a pity that I don't know what master likes. I haven't thought of a gift to give master as a token of appreciation right now. Well, Sulan Shallow lowered her head and pondered for a while. She shook her head. Master, she doesn't seem to have anything of particular interest other than formations. However, she remembered seeing her master reading Chuanqiu occasionally on a few occasions when she was looking for him. But was this something suitable for a gift? Array Bai Feng pondered. Speaking of which, he did have a rather interesting formation. Earlier, the system had rewarded him with a tattered book of terrain formations, and although the utility wasn't great, it was still good to use for research. If there is really no suitable gift, just make a copy of this terrain formation as a gift for Master Lu Meng. Thanks to senior sister Su, I have an idea in mind. Bai Feng gave a thank you.
Sulan Shallow was still pondering about spring and autumn. She came back to her senses when Bai Feng said it, and her face felt a little hot all of a sudden. No, I didn't come up with any ideas either. Speaking of which, should she give her master a gift as well? After solving a difficult problem, Bai Feng looked up at the flickering array patterns above his head and casually chatted. Say, does it take this long to activate a large array? Master should be in the middle of testing the grand formation to prevent any mistakes in the formation in the future, so it should take some time before it's finished. Sulan Xiao also raised her head to look at the array pattern. After following Bai Feng for a few days to make array discs, she also gradually overcame the obstacle in her heart and no longer rejected the array. It was just that when he was alone, he was still a bit flustered, and it was not as calming as staying by Bai Feng's side. So it is. Bai Feng nodded. Testing for bugs, he understood. They didn't have to wait long, and soon the translucent film above their heads faded away, and Lu Meng landed beside Bai Feng and Sulan Xiao. Master. Asterisk 2. Lu Meng waved her hand as she looked at the two of them, Bai Feng and Sulan Xiao. A few more smiles on her slightly tired face. It seems like you guys didn't suffer any harm, and I'm a little more at ease, thanks to the timely rescue by Master and Sister Su. In the face of Bai Feng's thanks, but Lu Meng shook her head. After all, what would happen has something to do with me as well. I was the one who insisted that you come here to help. What's more, she looked at the somewhat evasive Sulan Xiao. A few more smiles on her face. If you really want to be thankful, you only need to thank Lan Xiao. It's enough for me to simply analyze the situation. And she insisted on going to the southeast of the city to wait for. Sulan Xiao's small face instantly turned a little red and muttered in a small voice. But master, when you said that, you just wanted me to go to the southeast of the city and wait, right? Alright, let's not talk about that. Lu Meng smiled and waved her hand. Let's go to Goose City Lord's side to take a look. I guess they can't wait. At the banquet celebrating the successful completion of the Great Formation, Bai Feng was searching for a delicacy that suited his own taste, but his chopsticks had just reached out to a fried glutinous rice ball, and in the next second, a small hand grabbed the glutinous rice ball on the plate before him. He subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see Yu Yao on the side with a provocative smile on her face. Obviously both of them had their eyes on this plate of glutinous rice balls. Senior sister, I need your help to sell a few portable array discs recently. Bai Feng smoothly picked up 2 glutinous rice balls and put them on his own plate after Yu Yao took her hand back. Also, don't use your hands to grab your meals. Aha, just leave it to me. This time you give me a little more time. Let me publicize for a few more days. Yu Yao stuffed the glutinous rice ball into herself's mouth and reached for the chopsticks to reach for the ball again. Also, I've already washed my hands. Other than that, I've crafted a small item that needs your help to look at it. Senior sister, to see if it can be used for sale. Seeing this, Bai Feng once again extended his chopsticks to the glutinous rice ball. Elder sister, you'd better eat less. Be careful of gaining weight if you eat too much. I'll take a look for you once I finish eating this plate of glutinous rice balls. Yu Yao similarly reached out to the glutinous rice ball unwillingly. As for gaining weight, you don't have to worry about it. Senior sister, I am maintaining my own weight. Then the two of them looked at each other, and in the next second, they fought with the chopsticks in their hands. There was a good deal of swordplay. In the end, it was Bai Yuma who took advantage of the two men scrambling and reached out to take away the last glutinous rice ball. And only then did the two men stop what they were doing in their hands and look at the glutinous rice ball in her hand in unison. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Bai Yuma placed the glutinous rice ball in his hand on Bai Feng's plate and took the opportunity to ask him, "Brother, what were you guys just talking about?" With a victor's smile, Bai Feng reached out and picked up the last glutinous rice ball and took a bite before slowly explaining, "I made an item similar to a shadow retaining stone, and I'm going to let senior sister see if there are any improvements that need to be made. And if there aren't any, then I can ask senior sister to help with the sale. Is it something like a portable array disc?" Bai Yuma had a curious look on his face, ignoring Yu Yao who had dropped off to the side muttering unfair. But she did remember that Bai Feng would drum up odd things, such as the faucet in the kitchen that gave out water when she twisted it, and the iron box that gave off cold air, and other odd pieces of furniture. Bai Feng shook his head. "No, the portable array discs are only made by me, plus at most another senior sister Sue, but I have other things to do on weekdays, and selling a few for emergencies once in a while is okay, and doesn't provide a stable income. But isn't everyone else like that?" Bai Yuma was a bit puzzled in his mind. Bai Feng continued to explain, "So, I intend to reduce the difficulty of making it by splitting it up in other methods, hiring low-level formation masters to help make it, and then splicing it together at the end, while I only need to pay them for their labor. But then other people can learn away and carry out their own crafting, right?" Hakuhum asked, a little confused. "Indeed, so I'm going to start in 2 areas." Bai Feng nodded. "One is the trademark. To establish a brand that belongs to us. this is going to be more complicated. Let's leave it aside for now. Secondly, I'll place a small thing inside that will prevent other people from disassembling and breaking it. At the same time, I intend to make each array master responsible for one piece of the parts only. In this way, the other side will be useless in bribing only one or two people. With his means coupled with the 1,000 formations, ordinary formation masters wouldn't be able to crack it, and as for the bigwigs who could, they wouldn't even be able to look at this little thing. In this way, you don't have to worry about being copied, at least for a short time. Compared to Bai Yuma, who knew nothing about business, Yu Yao on the side had already stared wide-eyed. Even the half-eaten glutinous rice ball in her hand didn't hold it properly and fell onto her lap. She didn't care about the glutinous rice ball in her lap, and reached out her hand to grab it by Fang's shoulder. Junior brother, even though I've said it many times, you really are a genius. I'm suddenly so glad that you weren't born in another merchant, or else senior sister me, will definitely be bankrupted by you. Yu Yao's body kept leaning forward, her hands grasping by Fang's clothes, her face almost close to it. Junior brother, let's have a marriage. This time it's for real. With our two families joining forces, we'll definitely be able to break out of the northern region. Please, you must seriously consider it. Cough. Bai Yuma on the side coughed loudly and reached out his hand on Yu Yao's armpit, holding the clinging Yu Yao away from Bai Feng's body. Elder sister, don't joke around about this kind of thing. At least pay attention to your own reputation. But I really can't let go of such a business genius, Yu Yao said with tears in her eyes. Cough. Yuma is right. Senior sister, you should also pay attention to your own reputation. It wasn't the first time Bai Feng had seen Yu Yao having a seizure, but this time it seemed to be even worse than before. And personally, I'm not interested in a marriage. I'd still like to have a relationship that runs both ways. Heroes see eye to eye. At this moment, Yu Yao suddenly grabbed Bai Feng's hand with a bright smile on her face. Actually, senior sister. I also wish to have a two-way running relationship. White Maple. This time, senior sister Yu Yao's seizure was so long. Let's talk about the merchandise. He pulled his hand out of Yu Yao's and took out the prototype that Self had produced in the last few days. It was a square translucent jade, except that the jade was not a whole piece, and from the neatly cut cracks, it seemed to be pieced together from multiple pieces of jade. I named it a shadow retention device, and as long as you insert the special shadow retention stone, it can be used multiple times, and you can choose your own recorded image to view after the retention is over, and you can drag the time bar so you don't have to see it from the beginning to the end. Because of time constraints and the fact that it was a first-generation machine, Bai Feng didn't make it as complicated as he could have. And in addition to the video appreciation, video switching, and progress bar dragging that he had previously added to the animation stone, he only added the photo-taking function. And to increase capacity, he's also using an external stay stone feature, which is simply an external memory card, although it can only hold photos and videos at the moment. After that, he was going to try to combine it with smithing to see if he could create more complex features out of it. Well, Yu Yao also stopped having an epileptic fit after seeing the shadow retainer. She had a thoughtful face. It's indeed much more convenient than the shadow retainer stone, and the sales shouldn't be bad, but I don't dare to pack my bags. Let's try selling it first. It doesn't matter if it doesn't sell. I have other methods. Bai Feng shook his head. Although the photo function was added, he mainly used it as a peripheral for Chuanxiu. After all, it is the first time to try. Some people are willing to buy the best. Do not sell does not matter, and then slowly improve according to market feedback is. Right. I haven't introduced how I'm going to use it yet. Right. Just in time for me to show you guys. Bai Feng picked up the retainer and placed it in front of himself. Then he glanced at Bai Yuma and Yu Yao who were on the side. You two come over here for a moment. It's best to lean next to me. Although Bai Yuma and Yu Yao were puzzled, they still leaned over and looked at the shadow retention device in Bai Feng's hand, only to see the three of them floating on it. Then the retention device made a clicking sound and a picture of the three leaning together appeared on the retention device. Yu Yao let out a light eep and hurriedly approached the shadow retention device to look at it. This function is a bit interesting. How does it work? Just press here. You can take pictures even without inputting spiritual energy. It's just that you need to recharge it with a spirit stone after a long time. Under Bai Feng's teaching, soon Yu Yao mastered the function of taking pictures. She was seen picking up a photo retention device and snapping a picture of the food on the table. White Maple. Why does this scene feel so familiar? What are you guys talking about? Seemingly seeing the odd behavior on their side, Gu Yuqing slowly walked over. She looked at Yu Yao who kept taking pictures and asked with some curiosity. At that moment, Bai Feng suddenly turned his head and stared at her for several seconds until he was a bit embarrassed by looking at her. Then he opened his mouth and asked, Senior Sister Gu, I'd like to ask you for a favor. You said it. Gu Yuqing's face hurriedly took on a serious look. Previously, because of our lack of protection, causing you to nearly be captured by the Black Lotus. I've been at a loss as to how to compensate you. I don't blame you guys for that one. Who would have thought that Black Lotus methods are so bizarre? Bai Feng waved his hand and didn't discuss any further on this matter. I want Senior Sister Gu to help with an advertisement to publicize our upcoming goods on sale. Since Yu Yao's store was located in Xianguang City, he definitely prioritized putting it on sale in Xianguang City, so he had to consider how to attract Xianguang City's customers to buy it, and it just so happened that Gu Yuqing, as the daughter of the city lord, good-looking, with a good figure, and her strength was not weak, she could be considered very famous in Xianguang City. Not even mentioning Xianguang City, but even the several nearby cities had heard of her. It's safe to say that there's no one better to promote merchandise than her. This is simple. Gu Yuqing didn't hesitate and directly nodded her head in agreement. When are we going to get that advertisement? There's no rush for now. Besides the advertisement, I'd also like you, Senior Sister, to take the merchandise and go around a few times to places where there are a lot of people. Bai Feng recounted his own plan. When it's over, if you need to set up an array formation or want a new portable array disk, you can look for me, and I can give you help making it for free. Senior Sister Gu. Although Gu Yuqing was a bit moved, she still waved her hand. No, it's just a small matter. Actually, I might make some other novelty items for sale in the future, so I should still need Senior Sister Gu's help in the future. Bai Feng shook his head. I can't let you work for nothing, Senior Sister Gu. Seeing that Bai Feng had already said so, Gu Yuqing nodded her head and agreed. Then I won't be polite. In the future, if there's anything you need help with, Senior Brother Bai, just feel free to look for me. So let me start by saying what this item we have is. While Bai Feng was explaining the shadow retention device to Gu Yuqing, City Lord Gu and the others took in the scene. She saw that Bai Feng and her own daughter were getting along well, and her heart, which had been suspended for the last few days, had sort of fallen. It was no wonder that she was worried. After all, something had happened to Bai Feng on her turf, and even though there were a number of unforeseen circumstances that had occurred, it was also true that she had failed to protect him. Not to mention whether Bai Feng would complain about them because of this. Even just a little negative impression was not good. After all, a formation genius like Bai Feng, not to mention pulling the strings, it was definitely necessary to have a good relationship. City Lord Gu retracted his gaze and smiled at Chu Ningyan and the others. Young people really do have more active minds, and a small shadow retaining stone can actually be played out. Chu Ningyan sighed. I do hope that he can put his energy into cultivation. No, I do think Bai Feng's method is good. Lu Meng, however, shook her head. You probably don't know how much array masters spend. If you don't have a consistent and stable income, you'll just have to run around like me to build arrays for people, which would instead be even more of a waste of time. Alright, I know that it hasn't been easy for you these past few years. Chu Ningyan waved her hand somewhat helplessly. I just casually said that. Then let's talk about something else interesting. Seeing this, City Lord Gu smiled and changed the topic. I happen to have recently inquired about something interesting. I wonder if you guys have heard of spring and autumn. Yanamu's hand with her chopstick stopped as she leaned forward slightly. Fine. I also only learned of this when I recently investigated the Devil's Way. I thought it was someone from the Devil's Way who was behind this, but I didn't expect it to come from Qinghong City, and strangely enough, no one knows who Chun Xiu is, and a lot of people are speculating that Chun Xiu should have some relationship with the local Bai family. Lu Meng nodded thoughtfully. Well, I remember that his reputation in the area doesn't seem to be low, but there is not a single bit of news flowing out of himself, and there shouldn't be anyone else besides the Bai family who can do that. Yes, I don't know which young man from the Bai clan is delving into this kind of stuff, but I have to say that the drawings are really quite good. City Lord Gu continued with a smile. I've also recently collected 2 more books. Do you guys want to take a look together? At this time, Chu Ningyan, however, frowned slightly with a puzzled expression. What is spring and autumn? Lu Meng silently glanced at her best friend who had grown up in the clan, then waved her hand. It's nothing, just an ordinary little picture book. You won't be interested. Like this? Chu Ningyan always felt that something was not quite right, and at that moment, Lu Meng continued to speak to City Lord Gu. There are more people here, so it's better not to discuss this matter. Let's wait for the discussion to take place in private. What Master Lu said is true. City Lord Gu also realized what was going on and quickly nodded. Then let's talk about other things. I heard that there was another incident over in the Eastern Continent recently. Another conflict between the immortal cultivators and the Eastern Continent dynasty? City Lord Gu shook his head. No, it seems that the emperor who was in his prime passed away some time ago, because his death was too sudden, resulting in no heir being chosen. Now it's a few imperial princesses who are fighting for power.
while the cultivators of the eastern continent seem to be plotting something. I remember that all of the eastern continent's royal families have dragon bloodlines, right? And if I remember correctly, the ones who can become emperors are the ones with the strongest bloodline in the same generation. Lu Meng pondered for a few seconds. To be able to have an emperor with a dragon bloodline pass away in the palace, I'm afraid that there are people within the royal family who are interfering. Chu Ningyan nodded. I'm afraid that the eastern continent will be in chaos in the future. Mom, I'm in pain. It's alright, it'll be alright soon. A beautiful woman with dragon horns on top of her head softly consoled the young girl bound to the chair. The corners of her eyes held tears as she reached out and gently stroked the child's head that only had one small horn left. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you away. Boom! Suddenly, the otherwise calm house suddenly burst into flames, and the young girl bound to the chair stood on the outside of the building, her eyes wide as she subconsciously walked towards the burning house. But the next second, she was picked up by a woman and ran quickly towards a carriage not far away. She lay on the woman's shoulder and stretched out her little hand vigorously towards the burning building. Mom, I'm sorry, Mom can't go with you anymore. The beautiful woman stood in the burning building. The flames turned into a huge wall to stop the enemy dressed in black. She turned her head and looked far away from her own child. She murmured in a small voice, must leave the eastern continent far away from this prison of pain. Then she looked at the black-robed men in front of her once again, a hint of hatred flashing in her eyes. I will not let you harm my child. The flames flared high, engulfing her and the man in black together. While the burning structure seemed unable to hold on any longer and collapsed, everything covered and buried in flames. Mom, a clean-cut, short-haired teenager sat up violently from the floor, and he reached up to touch his vaguely aching head before realizing that everything he had just seen was a dream. He had already left the eastern continent for half a year, but the night he escaped from the eastern continent seemed like it was just yesterday. Is it light already? He looked up at the window and realized that the sun had risen outside, and the warmth of the sun shone through the broken windows and into the broken temple where no one worshipped. Thinking back to these half a year of upheaval, he managed to escape from the eastern continent with great difficulty, but his uncle didn't let him go and sent people to chase him all the way into the central state, and Long Ma, who had escaped with him, also died in the hands of those people in order to cover him. Nowadays, although he had escaped from the pursuit and fled to the northern region in hiding, he had no one of his loved ones left around him, even though his mother wanted him to stay away from the eastern continent, and it would be best if he never came back. How could he possibly hold back the hatred in his heart? Sooner or later, one day, he absolutely had to go back to the eastern continent and take out all the people who had killed his mother and killed Long Ma. Feeling the pain in his head lessen, the teenager got up and pushed open the long rotted wooden door towards the nearest city. The most important thing now was to fill up his stomach first, and only after he had eaten could he continue his revenge. He reached out and touched the pockets of his own clothes. His face suddenly had more than a few points of bitterness. All the way running around had long spent almost all the money on his body. I'm afraid that he would have to stay in Xianguang City for a few more days, to find a way to earn some money before saying anything. It just so happened that there was still some time before the major sects accepted their disciples. So let's poke around the major sects during this time. And just as he entered Xianguang City, thinking about what self could do, the congestion of people in front of Jade Linglong's gate attracted his attention, and he walked up and saw from afar that a piece of paper was posted on the wall in front of him, which read, Jade Linglong recruiting staff, know the knowledge of the array is preferred, do not know it is okay, we teach, training 2 weeks can be on the job work, generous treatment. The teenager blinked. Was this how they all recruited employees in the northern region? What a strange way. He remembered that Jade Linglong was very famous in the northern region, so he thought that the wages should be very high. Why don't you, give it a try? Meanwhile, Bai Feng, who had already returned to the Heavenly Sword sect, suddenly sneezed, and after glancing at the quiet system to make sure there was nothing unexpected, he continued to cultivate. That was quite a thrilling trip you guys took out there. I'm kind of regretting not going over there myself. In the room where the meeting was taking place, the patriarch smiled and flirted with Chu Ningyan and the Divine Sword Peak Master who had just returned. If you want a thrilling and exciting experience, you can come next time. Senior brother. The Divine Sword Peak Master couldn't help but slant a glance at the patriarch. I don't want to go through it again anyway. My heart stopped beating when I saw Bai Feng being trapped by the Black Lotus at that time. I really don't know what the Divine Sovereign's people are doing to capture Bai Feng. A Peak Master couldn't help but mutter. It's probably because they can't stand to see that our righteous path has produced another genius. And the Peak Master on the side said with a smile after hearing his muttering, that's how their group of devil paths are like. If they can't beat them in the open, they come to engage in assassination. And I don't know what price they paid to be able to invite the Black Lotus to make a move. The other Peak Master nodded in agreement. Yeah, next time if we arrange for Bai Feng to go out,
Us old guys who don't have much to do should tag along. I think shouldn't we give Baifeng a couple of life-preserving items to use to fight back? The Peak Master of Rune Peak stroked his own long beard and proposed to the crowd. We got lucky and dodged it this time. But it won't necessarily happen next time. Not bad, that's exactly what I'm thinking. The patriarch nodded. Then he swept a glance at the somewhat restless crowd. This time you guys go through what you're going to deliver first. Don't be as messy as last time and stuff everything into Baifeng's hands. Care a little about your self-image. You're the Peak Masters of the Heavenly Sword sect. Cough. Face can be worth a few dollars. A Peak Master muttered in a low voice. But I've been hoping that someone would rebuild the broken formation on my side that's older than me. The patriarch swept a glance at the person who had spoken. And instantly the Peak Master with a void refining stage cultivation shrank his head like a little chicken. This matter is settled. Next. But without waiting for him to finish, Xu Ningyan spoke up and reminded. There's still a disciple of the God refining sect that hasn't been disposed of. That disciple who was saved by Baifeng? The patriarch pondered for a few seconds. It's indeed a bit hard to handle. What does that disciple himself think? She said that because White Maple saved her from the Black Lotus, she wanted to follow White Maple. This way The patriarch nodded. Then first investigate her origin. This period of time will first be closed in. Not, or trouble you to help watch point it. As for the refining God sect side, I will go to tell them. Even a disciple is not good to watch over. Refining God sect, that group of people are doing what to eat. Xu Ningxian nodded, not having an opinion on the patriarch's decision. Alright, next. The sovereign's face suddenly became serious. You should have all heard about the sudden death of the emperor of the Eastern Continent, right? Right now the Eastern Continent side is very chaotic. Besides the Princess Emperor fighting for power, the Black Dragon seems to have some thoughts about that position as well. Don't let your disciples go to the Eastern Continent to practice for some time in the future. Yes. There is also the fact that there is a princess from the Eastern Continent who is coming to our Heavenly Sword sect to visit and learn, presumably to take refuge, and will be arriving in a short while. So all of you should prepare yourselves. Junior brother, I've already recruited a batch of employees according to your request, and we should be able to start production in another half a month. After Yu Yao received the plan that Baifeng had given him, she simply hated to open Baifeng's head and see how it grew inside. Not only can you come up with such an interesting plan, but you have a lot of guts. After all, in this world, there is something good that everyone is basically hiding, even if it's like alchemists, refiners and merchants working together. It's all one person contracted to make it, plus a few disciples at most. But Baifeng was different. He had moved the assembly line, and when he was researching the production of the shadow retention device, he deliberately split it up, so that although it would reduce the stability and increase the consumption of spiritual energy, the advantage was that multiple people could be involved. And not only did the production speed become faster, but the difficulty of the production was reduced, and it was even possible to completely suppress the cost by recruiting the lowest level of formation masters. And after making them separately, the difficulty for peers to buy employees has also increased greatly. If you want to buy them, you have to buy a group of people, and they must also be employees in charge of different parts in order to be able to do so. So as long as Yu Yao can be a little more careful, there is no need to worry about the retainer being cracked in a short period of time at all. Most importantly still, he didn't need to provide a certain amount of pills or spirit weapons every month like those alchemists and refiners who cooperated with merchants. And he didn't need to waste his time on these repetitive and tedious things. Baifeng nodded. Well, when the time comes, let me take a look at a few of them first, and then increase production if the quality is fine. No problem, but, Yu Yao stared at him for a while. Little senior brother, are you really so relieved to leave it to me? If I'm a bit greedy, I can totally do it on my own without telling you, right? After reading Baifeng's plan, she noticed one of the biggest loopholes in it almost instantly. That was that Baifeng couldn't restrict the making of the retainer. As long as she wanted to, she could completely sneakily open a line and hide it from Baifeng to do it on her own. Even if she didn't know a bit about formations, there was no problem. Could it be that you want to quit the Heavenly Sword sect? Baifeng glanced at Yu Yao. As long as you're still in the Heavenly Sword sect, do you think you can escape? I'm not worried about you. Yu Yao crossed her arms. That's why, senior sister, I care more about credibility. If it were anyone else, I'd probably have to kick you out and go solo. That's why I looked for senior sister to work with you. I do trust you. Senior sister, Baifeng smiled. If it were anyone else, I probably wouldn't even want to sell the array disc. Well, in the face of such a straightforward praise, Yu Yao instead a little overwhelmed. She slightly diverted her eyes. Do not say so direct. Well, senior sister, I'm a little embarrassed. Baifeng was a bit puzzled. But I complimented you so much when you made the clothes. Senior sister, that one is different. Yu Yao shook her head. That's just a compliment on my handiwork. What's different? All in all, It's just not the same. Yu Yao's little face looked towards the side. With a look of you guess yourself. I don't want to explain. Seeing that she wouldn't say anything, Bai Feng didn't continue to pursue the matter, but instead redirected the topic back. By the way, senior sister, you can produce some good-looking shells. After all, I'm all about convenience when I'm making them. And the retainer looks a bit monotonous. Aha, will do. Yu Yao nodded at once. This could be her strong point. Moreover, Bai Feng's previous method of proposing authorization had inspired her that she could also authorize the retainer. That is, customize the retainer with different themes based on different clothes to sell them together. After all, most of the women who buy clothes often are more beautiful. They will not refuse a camera that can capture their most beautiful moments. By the way, this is a portable array disc I recently made. Bai Feng suddenly thought of something, and he took out the array disc he had recently made with Sulan Shallow. This one can't be reused. After putting it down, it's completely fixed like ordinary formations. There's also the fact that the range size of this formation is the same as that of ordinary formations, but it needs to be set up with 5 array discs at one time, and there are also preoccupations with the location. He explained the difference between each array disc, and Yu Yao on the side listened with glowing eyes. After introducing all of them, Bai Feng then turned his head to look at Yu Yao and said with a serious face, I'll leave these array discs to you to help sell. There's no need to sell them in a hurry. Just sell them slowly at your own pace, and then talk to me if there's not enough. All this stuff to me to sell? Yu Yao's hands trembled a little. These array discs were not array discs in her eyes, but a mountain of spirit stones, conservatively estimated that if all of them are sold, they should be able to buy half of her store. Knowing that her store is the famous Jade Linglong Ah in the northern region, even the Jade Linglong branch in a small city is not a cheap goods ah. She could even already see the day when self-store would burst into flames. Most importantly, with something so valuable, Bai Feng had just handed it over to her to handle? Well, and after selling it out, senior sister, you can use that money as you please. Just keep a little bit of the material money for me. Bai Feng nodded. After all, it costs money to make the shadow retention device and train the staff, so in case it fails you can't let senior sister bleed to death, right? Junior brother. Yu Yao turned her head and stared at Bai Feng for a while. Then she took out her handkerchief and wiped the tears that touched the corners of her eyes. Senior sister, I'm really too touched. How about we? Without waiting for Yu Yao to finish, Bai Feng reached ahead and interrupted her. Stop. Don't say anything if you're having a seizure. I've already heard it several times. I haven't said anything yet. How do you know what I'm going to say? Yu Yao instantly returned with some exasperation. So what are you going to say, elder sister? A smile instantly appeared on Yu Yao's face. Marriage. How did I really believe that sister wasn't having a seizure? Just kidding. Yu Yao laughed triumphantly all of a sudden after fooling Bai Feng for a bit. But senior sister, I can indeed give you a little bit of benefits. Oh, like you can let senior sister, I can wear a maid outfit or something like that. Then she stood up from her chair, reaching out with a false grip on her non-existent skirt, and leaned forward slightly to curtsy to Bai Feng. Just like that. Welcome home. Master, do you want to eat first? Or bathe first? Or do you mean eat first? Don't play the spring and autumn teacher stunt. And also, this doesn't seem like something a maid should say, right? Bai Feng reached up and rubbed his forehead as he spat out a series of words. Besides, we're partners. Isn't it normal for me to provide a portion of the funds? It's not funds. It's trust. Yu Yao shook her head and opened her mouth to correct Bai Feng. Senior sister, I'm but very happy that young junior brother you can trust me so much. It's a pity that senior sister I'm a daughter. Or else I'd definitely want to be sworn brothers with you. Bai Feng immediately waved his hand when he saw this. It's fine. Women can also tie the knot. I don't mind. No. Senior sister is just saying. Yu Yao snapped and laughed a few times. It's still partners that suit us better. Well, it better be what it is now. A partnership of 2 people working together to run a small store. Xianguang City. A young man with a clear face stood at the entrance of the auction house. The smile on his face was already a bit stiff. Seeing that another guest had come, he hurriedly walked forward to point the guest inside. After making sure no guests had come, he hastily reached out and rubbed his hard face. He was actually not an employee of Jade Linglong for the time being, and was still in the training period. It was just that the auction had recently opened, and he needed to recruit a few temporary employees to help out. And since he was given more money, he took part in it. He had thought that there wouldn't be many people participating in this kind of ordinary city's auction, but the pomp and circumstance of today's auction had ruthlessly slapped him in the face. It's horrible. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Not only were there a lot of guests coming to the auction house, but also everyone's cultivation was so terrifying. This was still just an auction house in an ordinary city in the northern region. How scary would it be if it was replaced with a big city? Not only were they strong, but there was also this portable array disc, an auction item that he had never heard of.
Although it was difficult to develop formations in the eastern continent because most of the area was islands and oceans, coupled with the fact that the imperial clan claimed to be descended from the dragon clan, and had a general relationship with the northern region and the central region, with very few exchanges, and also looked down on the demon clan in the southern region. This also led to the eastern continent being a little stuck in its ways, and in addition to alchemy, which was developed due to the abundance of herbs, things like formations and artifacts were lagging behind the rest of the region. But that's a lot of backwardness, isn't it? Has the eastern continent been closed to this extent? And yet his uncle, and even his siblings, remain blind to the fact that they are fighting over a little bit of power, which is ridiculous. It was also at this moment that he suddenly felt that revenge wasn't that important, or that his life shouldn't be all about revenge, but he had only vaguely grasped the feeling, but had not yet thought of what self should pursue. Fong Yu, why are you still standing here? Go go go. We're taking a break. At this time, the training member who was also a temporary employee waved at the teenager. The auction has already started. You are unaware of the tussle inside. I'm dropping a tortoise. The price they are shouting for is more than what I've earned in my entire life combined. Fong Yu froze for a few seconds. Then he realized that this person was shouting at Self. He reached out and patted Self's forehead with an apologetic face. Sorry Brother Chen, I just got a bit lost in my thoughts. Could it be that you're thinking about some young lady? Brother Chen smiled and teased. Fong Yu hastily shook his head. No, I was just thinking about formations. After all, it's my first time touching this as well, and I'm worried about being able to learn it well. Hey, who isn't? Brother Chen said rather approvingly. I heard that our boss is very close to the master who made the portable formation. The knowledge of the formation we are learning is from him. If we can learn it well, we might be able to worship him as our teacher. Really? Fong Yu was instantly a bit surprised. Everyone guessed so, and there was no denial from above. Brother Chen stroked his chin. Then he looked mysterious. Brother Fong, you are unaware. Portable formation is currently but only sold in Xianguang City. Apparently it's some kind of deal with the boss of Yulinglong here. And now Yulinglong is making an unprecedented move to teach us formation, saying that afterward she wants us to make a special merchandise. To say that this merchandise has nothing to do with that formation master. Do you believe it? Fong Yu subconsciously shook his head. I even got a piece of news. Brother Chen looked towards the surroundings, then lowered his voice and whispered. This formation master, it is said to be Master Lu Meng of the Heavenly Sword Sect. When Xianguang City was invaded by the Devil Dao some time ago, Xianguang City relied on the portable formations to repel the Devil Dao. So if we are lucky, we might be able to hook up with the Heavenly Sword Sect. There's even such a thing? Fong Yu's eyes widened at once. Brother Chen, you're snubbing newcomers again. At this moment, a playful voice came from the side. Fong Yu subconsciously turned his head to look and realized that it was a man with a skinny figure who was also one of the training employees. How can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air like that? Brother Chen said with wide eyes at once. What innocence? It's all unconfirmed gossip. You're just fooling young people who don't know anything. The thin man snorted. Then he said to Fong Yu, Brother Fong, don't think so much, but Brother Chen is right about one thing. The master who made the portable array disc does know our boss, but it's hard to say if we can meet him or not. TSK, it's no fun talking to you. Brother Chen bristled. Let's go and rest. We have to learn about formations tomorrow. Fong Yu also hurriedly followed them, but in his heart, he had a bit more of a different thought. He wanted to meet this formation master. He wanted to worship him, not only for the sake of revenge, but also for the sake of finding a way out of the eastern continent. The eastern continent must not remain so self-contained. Finally, we're in the northern region. On a luxurious carriage, a woman with dragon horns slightly pulled open the curtains and looked at the bustling pedestrians outside, her heart slightly relieved. Ever since father's death, the palace has been in complete chaos. The whereabouts of the young princess is unknown. The other siblings have been arguing every day over that seat, and recently a fierce conflict even broke out. Although she had no thoughts about that seat, as long as she was located in the palace, she couldn't get rid of the vortex of power, no matter how much she backed down. Even if she explicitly said that Self had no thoughts about the throne, those siblings of hers weren't going to let her off the hook for that. In the end, she was even going to let her go and marry the demon race. She couldn't stand it, so she escaped under the guise of going away to study. What's wrong with everyone? Is that seat that good? The dragoness sighed as she leaned against the cushions. It wasn't a good idea to hide like this. She would have to go back sooner or later. Forget it, let's take a step forward. It was not easy to come to the northern region. It was just right to observe the life of the people in the northern region as well. And it would be even better if he could find a way to calm the chaos in the eastern continent. When she thought of this, she reached out and pulled open the curtains on the carriage and said to the maid who was following her outside, Xiao Jin,
Please gather information about what has happened in the northern region recently. Yes, Your Highness. A princess from the eastern continent is coming to study at the Heavenly Sword Sect? Baifeng frowned slightly. This princess shouldn't be some kind of son of Qi, right? He pondered for a few seconds that it shouldn't be. Characters like this who come from far away and have the status of a princess are either a sidekick to the protagonist or a rateable object, so there shouldn't be too much to worry about. Well, the East Continent side has been quite chaotic lately, so I guess they came over to take refuge. Seven nodded, her eyes constantly staring at him as if she was expecting something. I see. Seven is so reliable. Baifeng instantly smiled and reached out to rub her head, and she squinted her eyes up slightly, enjoying his touch. By the way, brother, I heard that you met the Black Lotus when you were out. Seven seemed to remember something as she lifted her head, her eyes staring at Baifeng. Yeah, met her. Baifeng nodded. This old demoness is insidious. Her cultivation is high and she still uses all the underhanded tricks. But still, your brother and I are skillful and I made her suffer a not-so-small loss. Liar. Xiaoqi lowered her head slightly and muttered in a small voice. I heard that you were almost captured by a demoness. You know it all and you're still asking me? Baifeng reached out and pinched her little face. You've grown up and your wings have hardened. Haven't you even dared to flirt with me? However, Xiaoqi did not resist, but instead asked in a somewhat moody manner. Brother, is it true that this white hair of mine will bring misfortune? How is that possible? If it was really that mysterious, the orphanage I opened would have gone bankrupt long ago. The movement of Baifeng's hand stopped and he pulled his finger gently up at the corner of her mouth to make a smile. Don't be a crybaby. I should be happy that I managed to escape from the hands of that horrible old hag. But, Baifeng let go of Xiaoqi's little face, reached out and grabbed a strand of hair and stroked it delicately. Don't think about it so much. First of all, don't think about cutting your hair. It's not easy for you to keep your hair this long. What a pity to cut it. Well, Seven nodded as she looked down at her self-same long white hair and wondered what she was thinking. Tell you what, how about we change our hairstyles? Seeing that Xiaoqi still seemed to care about her hair, Baifeng opened his mouth and suggested. Hairstyle? Seven looked up a little puzzled. Is it tying your hair up? Pretty much. Baifeng took out a few ribbon-style headbands, which were also attached inside the clothes Lin Yan and the others bought, and now it was just the right time to use them. Lend me the comb. Xiaoqi blinked with some curiosity before handing Baifeng the comb that she used so often. A few minutes later, Baifeng looked at the white double ponytail tied up with a black ribbon in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. I'm sure gray hair is perfect for a double ponytail. He'd wanted to do this long ago, but unfortunately Seven's hair hadn't been long enough when he was at the orphanage, so now he'd finally be able to get what he wanted. Well, was it good? He handed over the mirror and Seven looked at herself in the mirror and subconsciously reached out to touch her hair. Wait, after that I'll have elder sister Yu Yao make a black plaid skirt and pair it with a white top and white silk. No, black silk is fine too. White hair and black silk is also a nice match. Besides that, a white dress or a black gothic skirt is also very nice. Baifeng kept on saying on the sidelines. Well, Seven looked at herself in the mirror. After changing her hairstyle, she did seem a little different, and Baifeng seemed to like the look. Ahem. Sorry for talking a little too much. Baifeng coughed lightly. He always felt infected by Yu Yao after staying with her for a long time. But this hairstyle is relatively rare. Other people might find it strange. If you're not used to it, just take off the headband. Aha. Seven nodded. Then I'll only wear this hairstyle in front of my brother. You'll easily give me an inch with this. Baifeng laughed. Then he suddenly thought of something and quickly put away the smile on his face. Right. Xiaoqi, I'll give you a good thing. He reached out and summoned the immortal flame. And the flame pulsed in his hand. But it was not the least bit warm. Seven blinked, looking at the flame in his hand with some curiosity. She remembered the flame in Baifeng's hand, and it was this immortal flame that had helped her get rid of the Black Lotus inheritance. I will separate a strand of immortal flame and place it in your body. It will protect you from the demonic qi. Baifeng slowly explained that this was a method he had thought of while burning the demonic qi in Zuoqiu's body with immortal flame. After all, the Black Lotus is still watching intently. Plus there is Zuoqiu as an example of being controlled. Giving Xiaoqi a wisp of immortal flame can also prevent the Black Lotus from controlling her with underhanded tricks. Bear with it a little. He drew out a strand of immortal fire and floated it towards Xiaoqi's body. It may hurt at first. If you can't stand it, shout out. Aha. Seven took a deep breath, clenched her fists and closed her eyes. Brother, come on. Baifeng put a strand of the immortal flame that had been separated out into her body. And instantly Xiaoqi's body tensed up, the temperature of her body rapidly rising, and sweat almost wetting her clothes. She clenched her teeth and stifled a muffled grunt. At that moment, Baifeng suddenly sensed that someone was approaching his room, and he raised his hand, but then lowered it. He glanced at the time to make sure that it was not yet evening. and in his heart he could not help but wonder a little. Why did Bayuma come back so early today? And outside the door, Bayuma was walking quickly towards the room door carrying fresh spirit beast meat and vegetables. Because she had a breakthrough in her sword technique today, her master had let her go back to rest early when he saw that she had been working harder over the past few days, so she had specially taken a long detour on her way back to buy spirit beast meat and spirit vegetables, wanting to give Bai Feng a surprise. Bayuma smiled and reached out to place his hand on the door of the room and give it a push, but the door didn't budge. Ha, not home? There was some confusion on her face, and she didn't wait for her to pull out her keys when she suddenly heard a very soft muffled grunt coming from inside the house. If it wasn't for the fact that she had fused her immortal bones and her physical qualities and even her hearing had been enhanced, she was afraid that she wouldn't have been able to hear the subtle muffled grunt. The expression on Bayuma's face instantly froze. This voice is obviously a female issued. Does. Anguish, sadness, and anger instantly flooded her mind. Her hand on the door subconsciously pressed harder, and the sturdy door to her room was almost ready to be removed. Boom! After a loud bang, the door of the room was forcefully pushed open by her. At this time, Bayuma's face was instead devoid of expression, and she walked in with a cold face. Brother, what are you guys doing? After seeing the scene inside the room, White Yuma froze. She first looked at Xiao Qi, who was enduring the pain. Even though she was far away, she could feel the high temperature emanating from Xiao Qi's body, obviously not doing the kind of thing she thought she was doing. Instead it was as if she was being tortured. Then she looked at the somewhat helpless Bai Feng on the side, and couldn't help but feel more than a little puzzled in her embarrassment. It's just that I closed the formation in time, or else you would have been counter-injured by the formation. Bai Feng waved his hand and the door to the room closed once more. Brother, what are you guys doing? Bayuma walked up and asked with some curiosity. Did Xiao Qi make a mistake? No. I'm worried that Black Lotus is targeting Xiao Qi with insidious means, so I separated a strand of immortal fire to deposit into her body to use to protect her. Bai Feng shook his head. Then he looked at Bayuma. Why are you back so early today? I had a breakthrough in my sword technique, and master told me to go back early to rest. Ha, then we'll cut a deal later? Bai Feng was instantly interested. His yin and yang tattoos were already hungry and thirsty. Although his master's swordsmanship is stronger, but he cannot copy it. Or Bayuma is easier to glean. Great, I'll go and cook the rice first. Bayuma smiled and nodded as she picked up the meat and vegetables and glanced at Xiao Qi, who was still enduring the pain. As if to alleviate the misunderstanding she had just had, so she suggested to Bai Feng, let Xiao Qi stay and have a meal together as well. Okay, I'll talk to her when it's over. Bai Feng quietly breathed a sigh of relief, but then he suddenly reacted, no, what am I nervous about? Did the northern region turn out to be so prosperous? The princess of the eastern continent passed through many cities on her way to the heavenly sword sect. At this time she was sitting in the carriage doubting her life. Obviously she was the princess of the eastern continent dynasty. It was reasonable to say that her insights shouldn't be too short, but the period of time that she came to the northern domain gave her the feeling of a rural person entering a city. The large number of people was not to mention that, after all, the eastern continent was mostly islands with a limited population that could be accommodated. And on top of that, the goods sold in the northern region were quite abundant. All kinds of good-looking clothes simply left the eastern continent several blocks away. She couldn't help but buy several pieces, and in addition to the abundant clothes, there were also such magical things as portable formations. Even though she hadn't studied formations, she knew that the thing called a formation wasn't something you could carry around with you, right? She had even seen something called a retainer when she was passing through Xianguang City, and although it hadn't been put up for sale yet, there were already samples for people to play with, and she had fallen in love with it the first time she got her hands on it. This thing is much more convenient and clearer than a leave-behind stone. Even though father and the others have less dealings with places like the central state and the northern domain, there's no ban on exchanges, right? How could the gap between the two places be so great? While the princess was puzzled, a slight sense of crisis could not help but rise in her heart. Not long after the princess of eastern continent left Xianguang City, a young man with a clear face pushed the door and returned to his own room. Sixth sister has actually come to the northern domain. Could it be that the situation in the eastern continent is already so bad? He had a pensive look on his face, because his mother somehow didn't like sixth sister very much, saying that she would bring him down. So his relationship with sixth sister was rather average, and he didn't know much about her, except that he remembered that she didn't like to fight, and she didn't like to show herself. But now that sixth sister had come to the northern domain, was she driven out by the others, or did she run out to avoid the quiet? Either way, it seems to indicate that things aren't looking good for the eastern continent anymore. But what could he do? He didn't even have the courage to meet with his sixth sister. Forget it, let's just keep studying. He shook his head and pulled out the design he would be using for his future work and looked at it. After 2 weeks of short training, in addition to learning the skills he needed to use for his job, he had also mastered the most basic knowledge of low-level formations, and was no longer an illiterate little white man who didn't know anything about formations. But the more he did so, the more he realized how exquisite the next item he produced was, and that the designer was able to skillfully apply the formation to such an extent. Definitely an unparalleled master. It's a shame there's only a small part of it. I really don't know what the full design looks like. He sighed, rather sadly. Yo, Fong Yu, still studying? At that moment, a voice rang in his ears, and he froze for a moment, then reacted. He hurriedly said somewhat apologetically, "Sorry, I was a bit too focused on my reading and didn't notice that Brother Chen was calling out to me. It's fine. It's fine. It's good to work hard. If I had your talent, I'd also read every day. Maybe one day I'll become a real formation master." Brother Chen waved his hand and said with an envious face. Fong Yu laughed and followed suit, bragging, "Brother Chen's talent is also very good. Formation learning is quite solid. And he didn't make a single mistake in the test, but I accidentally made a mistake once because of my haste. No, just good luck." Brother Chen instantly smiled and waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this. In order to celebrate our success in passing the examination, I booked a table at the hotel with the others. Do you want to come along? But didn't you Linglong not allow us to contact each other in private?" Fong Yu had some questions. "Hey, it's all one group, no outsiders." Brother Chen waved his hand. "I specifically asked, as long as I'm not drinking with other groups." After Fong Yu pondered for a few seconds, he still shook his head. "I'm really sorry, I'm shy on my body, so I'd better not go." "It's okay, we'll come along next time we're paid." Brother Chen didn't care, and he left after the two of them chatted a bit more. After Fong Yu watched Brother Chen leave, he refocused his eyes on the design drawings in his hand. After meeting Sixth Sister, his heart grew more and more anxious. Can't rush, rushing will only mess up your thoughts. He took a few deep breaths, and then he pondered the method of meeting with the formation master. Although he had heard that this formation master was from the Heavenly Sword sect, he didn't dare to gamble on the possibility. Not to mention that now that his dragon horns and dragon bloodline were sealed, even if he joined the Heavenly Sword sect, with his current talent, he could only be an ordinary disciple, and wanting to meet the formation master would be an impossibility. Should we give up on this impractical idea? Either he would save up enough money and then enter the Heavenly Sword sect or some other sect and cultivate for a few decades, hundreds of years, or maybe one day in the future he would be lucky and manage to kill his way back to the Eastern continent and take out his uncle who had killed his mother. But he was not willing to do that. He wanted to take a gamble, even if the odds of success were slim, and he wanted more than just revenge. Anyway, let's find a way to climb up to the top of Jade Linglong first. Why is there always a little uneasiness these days? Bai Feng had a pensive face, but the system had been quiet lately, and Bai Yuma recently in a good mood, often looking for him to cut the sword. Zuoqiao was also being watched by his master, and occasionally she did not dare to say strange words. Lin Yan and Luo Chen, these two, it is estimated that they are still being pestered by the people of the Purple Peak. In addition to, could it be that son of Qi from the Spirit Sealing sect? Or is the old bitch Black Lotus secretly planning something else? Never mind, as long as I don't go out, nothing should happen. Bai Feng shook his head. The most important thing now was to increase the means of preserving his life. In the last fight, he found that self had enough means of defense, but not many means of counterattack. This is also the disadvantage of the formation. The formation from the beginning of the establishment is for defense, even if the current formation is not lacking in the means to injure the enemy. But that is also born on the foundation of defense. There is a range limit, and it's not suitable for escape use either. It's a pity that talismans are only at an introductory level. Bai Feng remembered that there were quite a few powerful talismans in the talismans, but it was just a pity that they weren't something he could make at his current level. After pondering for a few moments, he finally focused on weaponsmithing. Perhaps he could find a breakthrough in that. Just then, the door to his room was suddenly opened from the outside, and White Yun walked in with quick steps. "Brother, Master wants us to come over." Bai Feng's heart thumped when he heard these words. It couldn't be that Master, her old man, was planning to let him go out again, right? Could this be the source of the unease in his mind? He raised his head and asked Bai Yuma with a serious look on his face. "Has anything big happened recently?" "No. Bai Yuma first shook her head, but then she seemed to think of something. "If I really want to say, it's that the princess of the Eastern continent has arrived at the Heavenly Sword sect, and Master told us to go over there together to take a look." Paging. Bai Feng was relieved in his heart. So he was just going to pick up the princess. Nope, the princess is pretty dangerous too. It seemed that the source of his uneasiness had been found, and it should be the cause of this Eastern continent princess. It's just a reception for a princess. Do we have to go too? Bai Feng was a bit puzzled.
Normally this kind of thing didn't need to be done by disciples like them,
right? Bai Yuma shook his head. I don't know, but this matter was brought up by the patriarch. And besides us, disciples from other peaks will also go over together. So there should be some kind of consideration, right? Well, I probably know why.
Bai Feng reached out and rubbed his forehead. Odds were that he had encountered the most classic face-saving session. Just as many who were masters would bring their most accomplished disciples around to visit. The patriarch presumably wanted to show off the heavenly sword sex heritage to this group of people from the eastern continent as well. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about.
At most you'll be a mook. What's more,
all the disciples from the other peaks have gone, so if you're the only one who doesn't go, you'll be more likely to attract the attention of others instead.
After all, in many cases, the more you hide instead, the easier it is to draw attention to yourself instead. Just hide among the crowd and no one will notice you instead. Well, provided that the other person is not a child of Qi. Then let's go and see what this East Continent princess looks like. Heavenly Sword Sect.
Bai Feng stood beside Chu Ningyan and watched as the patriarch climbed into conversation with the Eastern Continent powerhouse.
At the same time,
he also swept a glance at the quiet system and determined that the princess,
as well as her guards and attendants, were not harboring any sons of Qi,
which also made him feel slightly relieved. No wonder it's said that the Eastern Continent's royal family has a great relationship with the Dragon Clan, and the Eastern Continent's princess actually has a pair of dragon horns. He glanced at the gorgeously dressed princess of Eastern Continent, and his eyes could never help but rest on her head above the pair of dragon horns.
Is this horn from birth? Then how was she born? Bai Feng couldn't help but ramble on. The princess, who was talking to the sovereign at that moment, didn't know that someone was thinking about something very rude,
and all she had was a sense of urgency in her heart. It's fine that commodities and these things are not as abundant as others.
How come even the talents are so much worse? A randomly picked disciple present in the Eastern Continent would be a genius to be personally drawn in by the emperor.
But the Heavenly Sword sect had a large group of them,
and even apart from the Violet Peak,
which only had one peak master coming, all the other peaks had at least one,
and individually, even as many as 2 or 3.
This was still just the Heavenly Sword sect. One must know that there were 3 other powerful sects in the northern domain that were second only to the Heavenly Sword sect. Just as the princess was mentally spitting on those siblings of her own who were ratty, the Heavenly Sword sect's patriarch suddenly looked at her and asked with a smile, I wonder which peak the 6th princess would like to cultivate at in the future.
This, also please allow me to think about it.
The princess had originally planned to enter the main peak, the Heavenly Sword peak,
to train, but now after seeing so many geniuses,
she was a bit shaken. I can help with recommendations if you don't know how to choose. The patriarch saw the princess looking torn, so he smiled and recommended. I heard that the Eastern Continent is rich in spiritual herbs and has an extremely large number of alchemy masters. If the 6th princess is interested, she can join the Dan Peak and learn from each other. And if she wants to learn the Heavenly Sword sect's most skillful swordsmanship, she can come to either the Heavenly Sword Peak or the Divine Sword Peak.
In addition to that,
the Green Bamboo Peak and the Purple Sky Peak are also both accomplished in the way of the sword.
Well, thanks for the recommendation, Sovereign.
The princess nodded as she pondered over the intelligence she had gathered after entering the northern region, and soon had an answer in her mind. I've heard that Bai Yuma carries the bones of an immortal, and with her early Jindan cultivation she is able to overwhelm disciples of her generation.
Can I join the Green Bamboo Peak where she is located?
She didn't have the intention of pulling in talents for the Eastern Continent, or maybe she still had a little bit of such thoughts before she came to the Heavenly Sword sect. Then after seeing the Heavenly Sword sect's underpinnings, she now had none at all. Although he didn't want to admit it, the Eastern Continent was indeed a little bit worse compared to the Northern Domain. It would be fine if she was an emperor, but she was just a princess now, and even if she wanted to pull the strings, she couldn't pay that price. So all she could do was to try to make good relations with the geniuses of the Northern Domain and make a few more friends.
Sure, the patriarch nodded,
although he could also arrange which peak the princess would go to on his own.
But after all, the other party had spent money and given quite a lot. So this small request of the customer could still be satisfied.
A few hours later,
Bai Feng looked at the little dragon lady in front of him as he fell into silence.
Why did the other party not choose so many peaks,
but chose the Green Bamboo Peak where he was? He's not cursed by the system, is he? This is Green Bamboo Peak.
There are still unused houses over there. The 6th princess can pick a suitable one to live in.
Bai Yuma was practically pressed up against Bai Feng's side.
Her face was expressionless and her tone was flat as she said to the princess, I'm already a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect now.
There's no need to call princess princess.
The princess waved her hand in a hurry. Senior sister and brother can just call me Shui Miao Miao directly. At the same time her heart was a little flustered.
How did it feel as if Bai Yuma was a little hostile towards her? No, Something has to be done. She looked to the man beside Bayuma, and her mind was made up. Let's just start with the topic of Taoist couples first, and then slowly draw closer. So she smiled and opened her mouth to ask, eldest senior sister, is this senior brother your Taoist partner? Won't you introduce him to senior sister? White Maple, I'm her brother. After saying that he glanced at Bayuma again. I've told you not to stick so close. You see that people are going to get the wrong idea. Ha! Shui Miao Miao's eyes widened at once. It's over. How can I make such a big oolong ah?
Also thought I can and White Feather Mal good relationship it. Now it seems I'm afraid I will be White Feather Mal's siblings hate it.
Is not since the life of the Heavenly Sword clan has not yet begun to end it?
Although she knew that Bayuma's older brother had also joined the Heavenly Sword sect,
she remembered that wasn't Bai Feng good at formations? Why would he be at Green Bamboo Peak? Even if the Heavenly Sword sect didn't have a formation peak, then it should still join the main peak. Why isn't there any mention of such important news out there?
Thinking back to the news about Bai Feng that Self had gathered, it was either that he had defeated Grandmaster Lu Meng's disciple to be accepted as a disciple by Lu Meng, or that he had overwhelmed the younger generation of disciples of the Sealing Spirit sect in the mysterious realm, and there was no mention at all about which peak he was in. Just when Shui Miao Miao felt that her future was gray, Bayuma laughed softly instead. Senior sister Shui, don't talk nonsense about such jokes. Hug. Sorry.
Shui Miao Miao's body shivered a little. What did this mean? Was it mocking her?
Bayuma suddenly changed her words and continued to explain with a smile.
But I can understand. After all, my brother and I aren't related by blood, so it's normal to look at it wrong. So that's how it is. Ha!
Shui Miao Miao suddenly froze for a moment as she took a closer look at the two men's appearance.
And indeed they did not look alike at all.
At the same time her mind bubbled over with some colorful short stories she had once read. Could the two of them?
No. Shui Miao Miao, how can you think that way about eldest sister?
They're just siblings who are very close.
Stop putting your strange delusions on other people.
She tried to keep her mind empty in case she accidentally said something rude. Senior sister Shui is coming to the Heavenly Sword sect for the first time.
Right. Do you need us to take you for a walk around the Heavenly Sword sect? Although Bayuma's face was all smiles as it was just now, his tone seemed to have become a bit more enthusiastic. If you, senior sister Shui, feel tired from your exertion, you can also rest for a day, and it's fine to stroll around again tomorrow. Well, just go now.
Shui Miao Miao's brain was still almost in a blank state, but then she suddenly realized that something was wrong.
Why has eldest sister suddenly become so enthusiastic? Didn't she just say the wrong thing? Could it be that eldest sister was looking down on her and was going to take her to a hidden place to ruthlessly do this and that, and then finally do that and this?
Shui Miao Miao suddenly reached out and slapped herself on the cheek. Stop imagining things. This is the Heavenly Sword sect.
Eldest sister shouldn't be able to do that kind of thing. What's wrong? Bayuma was a bit puzzled. Was this some strange custom in the Eastern continent?
Shui Miao Miao hurriedly shook her head.
No, it's nothing, just a little too happy. Bayuma nodded and didn't pursue further. Let's go then. Aha. Shui Miao Miao nodded, just a little bit of panic still in her heart. Shall I go too?
Bai Feng had a bit of reluctance.
He didn't really want to get involved with this princess. Bayuma pulled Bai Feng's arm. Go. It's not easy for people to come here. It's not good to leave them out to dry. Bai Feng sighed. Forget it. He didn't have anything to do anyway, so he accompanied this princess for a stroll. Otherwise, if he left himself suddenly, it would be easy to leave a bad impression on the other party.
This kind of character that was an important supporting role at first glance could not be made deep friends with, but also could not be made bad friends with, or else both would easily attract the attention of the son of Qi behind them.
This is Dan Peak. You can come here to buy any pills you need. Oh, this is the Hall of Tasks. Completing commissions will earn you task points,
which can be exchanged for items such as pills and spirit weapons.
Well, this is Spirit Beast Peak. Besides raising spirit beasts, they also sell spirit beast meat, which tastes great. After Bayuma finished speaking, she didn't just leave like before, but turned her head to look at Bai Feng who was on the side. Let's go in and stroll around. I just happen to need to buy a little bit of spirit beast meat. Brother, do you want to eat roasted meat tonight? Bai Feng nodded. Yes, it just so happens that I haven't eaten for a while. Does senior sister Shui want to come along? Under Bayuma's gaze,
Shui Miao Miao inexplicably had a bit of panic.
She quickly shook her head. I can't. I have other things to do. Let's talk about it later. After saying that, she was relieved in her heart. She always felt that there was a little bit of danger in the way Bayuma looked at her just now. Hopefully it was an illusion. It can't be that eldest sister wants to taste dragon meat, can it? She's not a real dragon. Ha. She wasn't really going to be an ingredient for the two, was she? First this and that, then that and this, and finally that while cutting off her No, 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 don't get any more ideas. Shui Miao Miao clasped her head with both hands, trying to banish the colorful and dangerous thoughts from her own mind. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Have you been reading too many of those books? While suppressing the thoughts that kept popping up in her mind, Shui Miao Miao surreptitiously observed the two people who were talking about what to eat for dinner, and a doubt couldn't help but surface in her heart. Isn't it possible for the Jindan stage to dispel the grain? Although there were quite a few cultivators who occasionally ate to satisfy their appetites, how did it feel like they didn't eat once in a while? And it seemed like it was still Bayuma who was cooking, a genius with immortal bones who was cooking every day? Is this some kind of special cultivation method? 1 hour later, Shui Miao Miao returned to the house that she had chosen for herself. She didn't know how she managed to stroll through the Heavenly Sword sect. Although the time wasn't long, she was tired physically and mentally. Luckily, in the end, what she had imagined didn't happen. Bayuma and Baifeng didn't stay a bit after helping her introduce the Heavenly Sword sect and went straight back. It made her breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time she couldn't help but reach up and tap herself on the head to suppress her exuberant imagination. Really can't read that kind of book anymore. Shui Miao Miao sat in her own room and sighed, staring at her bed. In this environment where no one was around, she subconsciously reached her hand towards her storage bag. Then she suddenly realized something and hurriedly got up to look around before silently pulling the curtains shut. Only after doing this did she pull out a brand new novel from her storage bag, and she subconsciously swallowed. I'm still close to finishing it, and when I do, I'll be able to ban these books. After this little episode with the Princess of Eastern Continent, it seemed that peace had finally come to Baifeng's life. The retention devices are being produced in an organized manner and with perfect quality standards, and the advertisements are starting to get out there. In the clan, Zuoqiu is still confined to his own small house waiting for the results of the investigation, and Bayuma and other sons of Qi have started to cultivate hard after experiencing a difficult battle. Even Princess Shui Miao Miao of the Eastern Continent was working hard to cultivate and practice her sword. It's been so peaceful lately, and there's no son of Qi looking for trouble. What a difference from a while ago. Baifeng held a cup of tea and savored it. He put down the teacup and sighed softly. This was the life he aspired to. Junior brother, I've come to find you. At that moment, the door to his room was violently pushed open, only to see a miniature figure rush straight in. She glanced at the smiling Baifeng. Seeing that the other party didn't spit on her as usual, she was a bit uncomfortable instead. You're in a good mood, that's for sure. It's not like anything major has happened recently, and I can finally enjoy a peaceful life. Baifeng pinched a piece of dessert and put it in his mouth. Senior sister, looking for me for something? The retainer went on sale today, so I came to tell you about it. Yu Yao nonchalantly reached out and grabbed a piece of pastry, saying vaguely as she munched, and there's one of the employees recruited earlier who has great talent. I was wondering how to keep him. Baifeng just glanced at Yu Yao's small, dishonest hand and didn't get angry. Instead, he even pushed the pastry towards her side. This is simple. Sign a new contract with him with high wages and let him stay in Yulinglong as your array master. I did, but the person below told me that he would rather have you instruct him than rewards like spirit stones. Yu Yao kept grabbing snacks and stuffing them into her own mouth, obviously a little depressed. Looks like a relatively pure person. Then don't think about keeping him. It won't work. Baifeng shook his head. This kind of person couldn't be impressed by a few spirit stones. Ugh. Yu Yao sighed. Then she looked at Baifeng, her eyes suddenly flashing with light. Junior brother. Baifeng was scared out of his skin by Yu Yao's whiny voice. Stop. Speak normally for me. Yu Yao coughed lightly with an expectant gaze on her face. Cough. Why don't you take him as a registered disciple? Junior sister. His talent is really good. You have to believe in senior sister's vision. Not interested. Baifeng shook his head. He wasn't interested in taking on disciples at all. Not to mention that I can't have to take on every talented employee as a disciple, right? Alas. It is also Yu Yao sighed. I am sorry. It is senior sister who said the wrong thing. I will think of another way on my own. When Baifeng saw Yu Yao's lost look, he always felt like she was playing him. Never mind. After all, Yu Yao had helped him so much. Not to mention that Yu Yao's proposal just now had given him a new idea. It's actually not hopeless. Baifeng picked up his teacup and took a light sip. Times. Yu Yao instantly raised her head and directly pounced towards him. Junior brother, I knew you had a solution. Named disciples won't work. But, Baifeng reached out and pushed Yu Yao's head away. It's still okay to let me be a teacher. Yu Yao was a bit confused. Teacher? It's that I'll teach him the basics, but I won't train him like a disciple. Baifeng explained briefly. Other than that, when he encounters a difficult problem, he can write and ask me, and I'll help answer it. But he can only do so once every 6 months. Yu Yao nodded after pondering for a few seconds. It does seem like it would work. With your reputation you should be able to keep quite a few people. It might seem like Bai Feng's conditions were stingy, but this was already quite a generous condition for the bottom-tier formation masters. They couldn't even learn all the basics, let alone finding someone to answer their doubts. After all, not all formation masters were that lucky to have a formation master as a mentor. More than that, this is just the lowest grade. Bai Feng shook his head. If he wants to learn more in-depth knowledge, he needs to join the research team. Yu Yao cocked her head. Research team? Similar to a helper. Bai Feng explained. After all, I have limited energy alone, and if I sell more items in the future, I won't be able to take care of all of them, so I'll need a few helpers to help with the subsequent research and improvements. After all, a qualified merchandise definitely needed to continuously introduce new versions based on market feedback, but he probably didn't have that much energy to maintain these things in the future, so he needed a research team to specialize in their production. Even if one day he was suddenly too busy, he could totally let the research team continue the development. If this model can run, he can really make money lying down in the future. Yu Yao nodded thoughtfully, but soon she realized a problem. But then it wouldn't just be teaching a little bit of the basics of formations, would it? What if the employees we've worked so hard to cultivate are bribed by a competitor? Well, this is indeed a problem. So, Bai Feng turned his head to look at Yu Yao with a serious expression. This research team must be separated from Yu Linglong, or it can't be participated by Yu Linglong alone. You mean? Yu Yao was slightly stunned. Almost instantly she understood what Bai Feng meant. Let the Heavenly Sword sect participate as well? Bai Feng nodded. That's right. After all, with just Jade Linglong, even adding the Bai clan wouldn't be enough to qualify. So I would like to put this research team under the name of the Heavenly Sword sect. Junior brother, your guts are really as big as ever. Yu Yao was a little heartbroken, but then she was a little worried. But will the patriarch, his old man, agree? I don't know, but I can give it a try. Bai Feng shook his head. This matter is also beneficial to the Heavenly Sword sect, so I don't think it will reject it. I'll write a plan to try afterward. After all, the clan is also to make money. Like Dan Feng is one of the important sources of income of the Heavenly Sword sect. Not to mention, if the goods can be spread, then it is also equivalent to a large-scale publicity of the Heavenly Sword sect. Increase the proportion of the Heavenly Sword sect in the hearts of the people in the northern region. And in the future, the talented disciples, especially the array of talents, will be more inclined to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Of course, that's the best case scenario. And right now the 8 is not even close. But this matter can't be rushed. There's only one talented employee at the moment. Not to mention that he may not necessarily join yet. Bai Feng waved his hand. Even if a research team is to be built, it's estimated that it will take quite a while. Yu Yao nodded. That's right. Then I'll stabilize the employees with good talent first. Well, it's okay to reveal a little bit about the research team to him, and dangle him with a big pie first. You're so bad, junior brother. After solving the dilemma, Yu Yao grabbed a handful of snacks and sat on the chair next to Bai Feng and began to think about the future. If this matter comes to fruition, junior brother, you'll have your own staff as well, and then we'll be strong enough to join forces and break out of the northern domain. What are you talking about? Bai Feng glanced at Yu Yao. This research team is a commercialized team, so of course you, who understands the needs of the customers, are in charge of managing it. Me? Yu Yao suddenly froze. She stretched out her finger and pointed to herself. Her speech stuttered a little. Junior apprentice brother. Aren't you trusting me a little too much? This wasn't something that could be compared to the previous few array discs. Such an important seat, and it's just handed over to her to manage? Not only did she provide the goods, help train her staff, and provide a large sum of money, but even now she was helping her set up a research team. So how could she be so virtuous? All said and done, I do believe in senior sister's character, and it's not like I really don't care about anything at all. Bai Feng smiled and waved his hand. What's more, this time there's the Heavenly Sword sect involved. Even if senior sister you suddenly became black-hearted and wanted to pit me, but would you dare to pit the Heavenly Sword sect? Of course, the main thing was that he didn't want to care about any team. It was troublesome to think about it. He just wanted to lie down and share the money. But, this kind of thing is really... Yu Yao muttered a few words in a small voice, then she raised her head and said with a serious face, Junior brother, I think we should strengthen our relationship. Bai Feng glanced at Yu Yao. Even without asking he knew what she was going to say. So before she opened her mouth he asked directly in return, Oh, are you going to make a heterosexual brotherhood with me? The expression on Yu Yao's face collapsed. You're not cute anymore. Junior brother, don't be crazy. Let's see how the sales of the retainer are. If the sales are poor, the plan afterward will be useless. A smile resurfaced on Yu Yao's face as she waved her hand. Don't worry about it. I've investigated it before. The customer's willingness to buy is very strong. the sales shouldn't be bad. Oh, I've got a lot to look forward to then. Xianguang City. There are so many people. Fang Yu looked at the dense crowd in front of him, as if he had returned to the day when he was a temporary employee at the auction. But the good thing was that he wasn't working as a temporary employee today. He was just pulled out by Brother Chen's guys to watch the fun. See, I told you, the retainer will definitely sell out, so we don't have to worry about us losing our jobs this time. Right? Brother Chen was chattering as usual. Fang Yu just laughed as he continued to look at the congested crowd. There were more than just cultivated earth in here. He also saw quite a few merchants lining up to buy as well. Even some guests who had traveled from far and wide to attend the auction stayed for a few more days because they had seen the advertising campaign. His heart was very impressed with Yu Linglong and that formation master. But what he admired was not the modification of the shadow retaining stone. After all, he had seen specially customized high-level shadow retaining stones before, and it was actually not difficult for a formation master to want to modify and add these functions, just that not many people wanted them after they were made due to the high price. However, Jade Linglong was different. It had gone so far as to disassemble the shadow retainer and have it made by their employees who weren't even considered to be formation masters, and because of this, the price of the shadow retainer could be considered to be quite inexpensive compared to those customized versions of the high-level shadow retainer stones. He even had the feeling that he had pushed open the door to a new world, and countless thoughts twisted and swirled in his mind. It would be nice to meet that formation master. Fang Yu sighed. Although he had recently caught Yu Linglong's attention because of the array formation talent he had displayed, and he had hastily seized the opportunity to hint that he wanted to be instructed by a master of the array formation, he felt that there was little hope. No, there was simply no hope at all. It was hard to say whether his request would reach the ears of the formation master, and even if the formation master knew about it, he would probably just laugh it off. After all, he was just a small employee with a little bit of talent. At this time, suddenly an employee opened his mouth and asked, "Say, the retainers are selling so well. Have we produced enough retainers to sell in the past few days?" The crowd froze. Brother Chen he looked at the dense crowd and said with a bit of uncertainty, "It should be enough. After all, the price of the shadow retainer isn't low. 5,000 should be able to be sold for several days, right?" Just as the crowd was discussing in whispers, a middle-aged man appeared next to their back. Cough. The crowd rushed to their feet. "Good day, supervisor. The inventory is a bit short. Please go and work an extra shift. Don't worry, I'll give you triple pay for the overtime." Originally, the people were a bit depressed when they heard about overtime work, but once they heard that there would be triple the amount of money for the work, their eyes instantly glowed. "Yes, we'll go to work right away." The middle-aged man nodded. Then he looked at Fang Yu. "Fang Yu, you come with me for a moment." Although Fang Yu was a bit puzzled, he still quickly followed. "Sit, don't be formal." The supervisor personally pulled out the chair and said to Fang Yu, "Your luck is very good. Missy values you." Fang Yu's face was a bit confused. Who was Missy? Seemingly seeing his doubts, the supervisor smiled and explained, "This store of ours is under the name of Miss Jade Linglong, and as Miss Linglong attaches great importance to the shadow retainer, she has also asked the array master for you." Fang Yu was immediately shocked. He simply wanted to reach out and pinch his own face to see if he was dreaming. Happiness comes so suddenly? The supervisor didn't give Fang Yu time to recover. He continued with a smile. "Missy said that the formation master can teach you basic formation knowledge, and that you can write and ask him questions once every 6 months. Fang Yu's face was more than a little dumbfounded. A few seconds had passed before he came back to his senses, and he hurriedly nodded his head, his heart bursting with ecstasy. He hadn't expected self to succeed before this. This is still just the most basic. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the supervisor's face. He lowered his voice. "Don't talk nonsense about the next thing. Missy intends to form a special organization with the formation masters. It is said that the Heavenly Sword sect will be involved as well, and as long as you join you will be able to learn even more in-depth knowledge of formations. You need to work hard. Missy is very optimistic about you." The expression on Fang Yu's face was on the verge of going out of control. This kind of thing he wouldn't even dare to think about when he was dreaming. He quickly nodded his head, his voice carrying a few tremors. "Yes, I promise I won't fail Missy's expectations." He didn't know how he had gotten himself out of the supervisor's room, and his head was spinning until he got back to his workstation. He bet right. He didn't expect to hook up with a formation master so quickly, and in the future, he could even enter the organization formed by the formation master to study, in which case he would have even more opportunities. At the thought, he worked all the harder. Meanwhile, why does it always feel cloudy? By Feng tightened the clothes on his body as he glanced at the system and no new window popped up. That said, hasn't the system been a little too quiet lately? Never mind. It was good to be quiet.
And this could also be a side note that his means of coping with the system's forceful stuffing of his chi luck value was becoming more and more mature.
Central State, Tianyan Holy Land.
A woman was polishing the longsword in her hand, which was emitting a fluorescent glow in her hand.
Clearly not a mortal product. Can't be in a hurry. Wait a little longer. At least until the god of transformation. Can't let that happen again. At that moment,
she suddenly sensed someone visiting and quickly put away the longsword in her hand and unlocked the cave's restrictions.
Senior Sister Yun. Still cultivating, a tall woman walked in with a smile. Although it's good to work hard, don't tire yourself out. Well, I will.
Senior Sister Yun nodded as she looked at the taller woman and asked,
what does Senior Sister Xiao want with me? You really have been cultivating without even leaving the door.
Senior Sister Xiao sighed in a sighing tone. She sat on a chair, her long slender legs folded together. We've been fighting with that group of guys from the Devil's Way for quite a long time now.
Currently we've discovered a divine ruler's stronghold.
Master and the others are thinking of uprooting this stronghold. And the rewards given by the Holy Land are very rich.
Do you want to go together? Let me think about it.
Elder Sister Yun did not answer immediately. She had a pensive look on her face.
Was it another event that was out of the future trajectory?
So she continued to inquire to Senior Sister Xiao.
Say, how did we fight with the Devil Dao? Have those people from the Devil's Way done anything else recently?
They reached their hands to the northern domain, and almost killed a genius from the Heavenly Sword sect. I think it was called by Feng or something. Before Senior Sister Xiao could finish speaking, Senior Sister Yun directly stood up as she quickly walked towards the outside of the cave. Senior Sister Xiao, let's go.
Where to?
Senior Sister Xiao asked with a bit of confusion on her face as she hadn't turned the corner a bit.
Kill the Devil's Way. If I can do it even if I want to. My perseverance isn't something that can be defeated by a book like that. The current me isn't going to be as wishy-washy as I was before.
Shui Miao Miao stops her cultivation,
reaches out and takes out a pen and paper,
and draws a stroke below today's date. But if you look closely you will see that only the last 3 days have an apostrophe underneath the date, while underneath the dates further ahead, there are symbols such as horizontal, vertical, and check marks, and they terminate after sticking to a maximum of 3.
Let's go back to eldest sister today to ask for some swordplay lessons.
She got up and picked up the long sword hanging on the wall, pondering on how to draw closer to the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Swordsmanship was one of the methods that came to mind, and she had practiced it before, making it much easier to regain. A few days ago, she even took advantage of the time when eldest sister and senior brother Bai were practicing with their swords and summoned up the courage to go up and ask for advice. And eldest sister was even very enthusiastic in pointing out to her.
Why did I find eldest sister scary before?
Shui Miao Miao couldn't help but mutter a few words in her heart. It was clear that eldest sister was a very enthusiastic person. Instead, senior white brother seemed to be intentionally distancing himself from her. Could it be that senior white brother and senior sister really have?
No. How come strange thoughts are starting to pop up again?
Shui Miao Miao hastily patted herself on the head.
Then, as if she thought of something,
she picked up her longsword and ran towards the outside. By the way, it seems that the Shadow Retainer is on sale today. I don't know if Xiao Jin and the girls have bought it for me. She specially instructed Xiao Jin and the girls to buy a few more to use for gifts. The first thing is to give one to the eldest senior sister, and then the white senior brother. Forget about it, and also give him a good one. A few moments later, she landed in front of one of the houses of the outer disciples. Because in the spirit of following the customs of the country, she didn't arrange her own attendants to take care of her by her side, but instead arranged them in the area where the outer disciples lived, and practiced with the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect during the weekdays. Seeing that the door was unlocked, Shui Miao Miao directly reached out and pushed open the door to the room. Then she saw that her 3 selfsame maids were gathered together seemingly looking at something.
What are you guys looking at? Did you get the retention device? Shui Miao Miao walked straight up, but saw one of the maids standing up with a panicked face,
and hiding the things in her hand behind herself.
Gong! Your Highness! What is that thing in your hand? Shui Miao Miao instantly frowned. Take it out. Yes. The maid didn't dare to disobey.
She didn't dare to raise her head at all, and with a fearful face, she handed the book in her hand with the words Spring and Autumn written on it to Shui Miao Miao. Shui Miao Miao picked it up and flipped through 2 pages. Her eyes widened for a few seconds. Then she quickly stuffed the book in her hand into her storage bag. Cough. This is the Heavenly Sword sect. What is the decency of reading this kind of book? If people find out that you are reading such a book, what will the others think of us? Confiscated. Yes, I won't dare next time. The maid nodded in a hurry. After Shui Miao Miao finished dealing with the confiscated books, she then spoke of the purpose of the trip. Right. Where's the shadow retention device? Did you buy it? Bought it. Another of the maids hurriedly brought out the shadow retention device, because there were too many people buying it.
It was restricted to one person only, and we only managed to buy 3. Shui Miao Miao reached out and took one of them. The retention device in her hand was not quite the same as the sample machine she had seen before. The whole thing was going to look much better and more beautiful. The casing of the retainer is creamy white and has square, rounded corners and a gold dragon pattern in the lower right corner to make it appear less monotonous. Not bad. This one I like. She nodded in satisfaction and put the remaining 2 away with her. Alright, you guys get some rest too. I'll head back. After that, she couldn't wait to leave. And after Shui Miao Miao left, the servant girl who was hiding the book was instantly relieved and hastily reached out her hand to pat her own chest. Scared me to death. I thought it was going to be the end. Another maid who had followed Shui Miao Miao for a longer period of time smiled and comforted. It's fine. Her Highness is a very good person. At most, it's just confiscation. Yes, before, when Xiao Jin hid in the corner and secretly read a book and was bumped into by Her Highness, she only took the book away. Another person also nodded in agreement with a smile. Don't you mention this matter. The maid who first opened her mouth to comfort her glared at her with some dissatisfaction. I was still relatively young at the time, and I couldn't help but want to read the new book when I bought it. I definitely wouldn't do that now. The first maid reached out and asked, but didn't we just get confiscated again? Little Kim. Who would have guessed that Her Highness would barge right into our room? And Shuanqiu isn't exactly that kind of book, is it? It's just that the women in it are slightly omitted, and there's not even any action of men and women hugging each other. Okay, we'll just go buy it afterward. I'm quite interested in the small comics at the back of the spring and autumn. Although the picture is not as exquisite as the front, the small stories are extraordinarily interesting. Next time we'll prioritize buying the spring and autumn with comics. While the maids were talking about spring and autumn, Shui Miao Miao had also returned to her own room. She took a few glances in the direction of her surroundings, then closed the curtains, before sitting down on the bed and picking up the spring and autumn she had just confiscated and couldn't wait to read through it. Wow! What a great drawing style! How come the northern region is even better than the eastern continent for this kind of book? As Shui Miao Miao flipped through it, she kept letting out exclamations, this shading, this exquisite human structure. It simply finished off the little imperial uncle she had seen before. Compared to Chuanqiu, what Self used to read was just garbage. She kept flipping through it, but her face was more than a little puzzled. Why were they all women in very little clothing? Why were there no images of men and women cuddling together? Until she flipped to the last page and saw the last page of the romance mini-comic with the hero and heroine expressing their feelings for each other and hugging each other. And a little more despair crossed her face. Not this kind of hugging together. Why? Why can't you take another step forward when you're drawing so astringently? Why can't you go astray? Shui Miao Miao's body leaned back, lying on the bed with her eyes staring at the roof in deep thought. She pondered how she was going to find the author of the book, as well as thinking about what it would take to get him to draw a picture of a man and a woman cuddling together. It's a waste of such an astringent style to just draw something as light as this. Ugh. It's so true. It tickles people inside, but they won't go any further. Mizumo sighed as she lifted her book. Most of all, after seeing it so beautifully drawn, she could no longer look at the spicy drawings in the other books. Damn it! Shui Miao Miao let out an unwilling roar. But then she took out her previous collection of books from her storage bag. Luckily, she also had a collection of written works that were barely worth a look. No, but at that moment, Shui Miao Miao suddenly reacted and hurriedly threw the book in her hand aside. I've already made up my mind not to read this kind of stuff. I must endure it. Her face was stoic, her eyes fixed on the roof structure. A few minutes later, her hand crept toward the book she had just tossed out, and by the time she reacted, her hand was already turning the first page. Well, sticking to it for 3 days is already impressive. Just read a few pages a little today to reward myself well. She kept muttering under her breath, her eyes uncontrollably staring at the text on the book. And it's all Chuanqiu's fault. If it wasn't for Chuanqiu, how could I read this kind of stuff? In short, Chuanqiu is fully to blame. Junior brother, there's good news. Yu Yao reached out and kept knocking on Bai Feng's room door. Open the door. Senior sister, haven't you been coming a bit too often lately? Bai Feng pushed open the door to his room somewhat helplessly. What's the news this time? The shadow retainer is sold out. Yu Yao looked excited. Senior sister, I purposely spent a lot of money to buy a few pieces of good spirit beast meat. Call up Yuma, let's celebrate together. A camera is just a camera. Is it even that popular? Bai Feng was a bit surprised and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. But then on second thought, this world already had such things as shadow retaining stones, and many people would buy a few of them to put on their bodies, and there was already an audience for them. Although the shadow retention device is much more expensive than the shadow retention stone, it is much more functional and convenient, and it just fills the upwardly mobile vacancy of the shadow retention stone. Coupled with the fact that Yu Yao had also purposely created a good-looking shell,
along with the advertising campaign and celebrity effect, referring to the fact that Bai Feng had commissioned Gui Wuqing to help bring in the goods. It wasn't that surprising that the retainer was able to sell like hotcakes.
Good. Then let's celebrate tonight. Bai Feng nodded.
It was Yu Yao's treat at her expense anyway, so it was fine for him to tag along for dinner.
I'll go call Yuma over. I'm with you. After that,
the two of them walked towards the next house. Because Bai Yuma's sword technique had made a breakthrough a few days ago, Chu Ningyan suggested that she break through to the late Jindan stage first, and then continue to polish her sword technique when her cultivation level came up. So she basically practiced at her own home during the day. Bai Feng had just reached out and knocked on the door of the room when Yu Yao reached out and tugged on his shirt. That's the princess of the eastern continent, right? It really does have dragon horns. He subconsciously looked towards where Yu Yao was pointing, only to see Shui Miao Miao walking slowly.
Yes, called Shui Miao Miao. Bai Feng nodded. Then he glanced at Yu Yao with some doubt on his face.
I remember she's been living in Green Bamboo Peak for some time now.
Haven't you seen her?
Senior sister, I've been rather busy lately.
I haven't even gone out except to look for you.
Yu Yao shook her head. Then she looked at Shui Miao Miao once again, narrowing her eyes and sizing her up for a few seconds.
That being said, don't I remember that the dragon race's bodies are quite strong? How come this princess looks a bit weak? Bai Yu Yao.
Bai Feng also noticed that Shui Miao Miao's footsteps were a bit wobbly.
Maybe she's practicing harder?
Earlier I even saw her asking Bai Yumo to teach her sword techniques. Although she is a princess, she doesn't have the problem of being spoiled and cultivates quite hard.
Well, Yu Yao nodded. Say, is she heading our way? I guess he's here to ask Yuma to teach him swordsmanship?
Bai Feng stroked his chin and guessed.
At this time, Bai Yuma reached out and pushed open the door of the room.
She looked at the two people who were standing in the doorway of her own house but with their eyes on the other side of the room,
and asked with some confusion,
Brother, senior sister, what are you guys looking at? When Bai Feng heard Bai Yuma's inquiry, he then turned around and explained, we saw senior sister Shui walking towards us,
as if she was coming to look for you. I guess it's to ask for sword techniques again? Bai Yuma nodded.
She still had a good impression of this princess who mistook her and Bai Feng for a Taoist couple.
Brother, do you want to come along? Instead of answering,
Bai Feng smiled at Bai Yuma and asked,
won't you first listen to what the reason is for us coming to you? Is it the clothes thing? Hakuhum asked, cocking his head. No.
Bai Feng shook his head. The sales of the shadow retention device that elder sister and I made were very good, so elder sister bought the finest ingredients intending to celebrate.
Want to come along?
Aha!
Bai Yuma nodded without hesitation. As for the matter of water Miao Miao, anyway, there is plenty of time. After that,
and while Bai Feng and the others were chatting,
Shui Miao Miao, who was rushing towards here from afar, also noticed Bai Feng and the others outside the door, and there was a bit of confusion on her face. Did eldest sister have something to deal with?
I should have known better than to read the book that caused me to waste so much time. Thinking of this, she hurriedly quickened her pace and hurried quickly to Bai Yuma's door. Eldest sister, elder brother Bai. With a smile on her face, Shui Miao Miao waved her hand at Bai Yuma and Bai Feng. Then she placed her eyes on Yu Yao's body with a puzzled look on her face.
Is this little girl the child of one of the elders? So strong. Surprisingly, even such a big little girl has Jindan stage cultivation,
worthy of the heavenly sword sect. So she smiled and opened her mouth to compliment.
Is this the child of one of the elders? So cute looking. White Maple, you're so brave. Even if he didn't look, he could still imagine the kind expression on Yu Yao's face. Since his impression of Shui Miao Miao was quite good, he didn't intend to watch the other party commit suicide, so he coughed lightly and helped explain. Senior sister Shui, you're mistaken. This is senior sister Yu Yao.
Oh, it's,
Shui Miao Miao froze. Division. Sister?
Shui Miao Miao looked towards Bai Feng and asked with a few tremors in her tone as if she was asking for help.
Did senior sister join the heavenly sword sect at a very young age?
No. Senior sister is just simply. Bai Feng tried to search for words in his mind.
More petite and delicate looking.
Hello, senior water sister. Yu Yao also opened her mouth to say to Shui Miao Miao, a smile on her face as she increased her tone on the word senior sister. Shui Miao Miao suddenly had a dull expression, as if the entire world was plunged into darkness.
How I screwed up again.
Shui Miao Miao was almost on the verge of tears as she squeezed out an ugly smile on her face and apologized to Yu Yao. Senior sister, I'm sorry, please forgive me. I'll do anything.
Oh, can do everything?
Yu Yao stared at Shui Miao Miao, her eyes carrying a bit of playfulness.
Yes. Shui Miao Miao lowered her head,
and her body had some trembling. What does senior sister mean by this? Could it be that senior sister is having some strange fetish for her?
No.
This is the heavenly sword sect, and senior sister should be a very good person as well. So stop moving strange delusions into reality.
Nice figure. Yu Yao reached out and pinched her arm. The skin is quite smooth. Welp.
Shui Miao Miao's face was more than a little alarmed.
Could it be that this senior sister really had that kind of fetish? No. There has to be a way out of here. Master. Sister, don't ah. She shrank back, her hands clasping her arms as her body kept moving backward. Senior sister. You don't think you're trying to get senior sister Shui to help you try on the clothes, do you? iPhone could tell almost instantly what Yu Yao was playing at. It can't be helped. Who made you and Yuma both busier?
Yu Yao's face instantly had a few more points of helplessness. The new clothes I made can't be left to eat dust all the time.
Right? Trying on clothes? Shui Miao Miao froze. Wasn't she told to do that kind of thing? Wait, does that mean the plan is to trick her into going in there first?
Then wear something like that.
And then slowly.
She hastily reached up and slapped her face. Stop imagining things.
How could elder sister be that kind of person? Elder sister looks tiny, and the clothes she makes must be the cute kind. What does senior water sister think? Want to come and help me try on the clothes?
Yu Yao smiled and opened her mouth to ask.
Aha, no problem. Shui Miao Miao hurriedly nodded. Senior sister can look for me anytime. I always have time.
Right. She suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly took the shadow retention device out of her storage bag.
And as an apology,
she also handed Yu Yao her own shadow retention device. This is something I saw when I passed by Xinguang City before, and I felt that it was very interesting, so I bought a few more.
I hope that I don't mind.
Bai Feng received the shadow retention device with an odd look on his face. He looked down at Yu Yao and realized that Yu Yao also happened to raise her head to look at him with an odd look on her face. Seeing that their expressions were a bit off, Shui Miao Miao asked with a somewhat nervous expression, "Does that
not like it? No. How to say it?"
Bai Feng shook his head as he stretched out his finger and pointed at Yu Yao.
Senior sister Yu Yao is from the Yu family.
Ha? There was some confusion on Shui Miao Miao's face.
What happened to the Yu family?
Bai Feng continued. Jade Linglong is owned by her family. Ha? Shui Miao Miao had a few more points of surprise on her face. She had naturally heard of Jade Linglong as the largest auction house in the northern region. One could only say that it was worthy of being the Heavenly Sword sect, and that any random disciple had a not-so-small background. Seeing that Shui Miao Miao didn't seem to have responded, Bai Feng continued to explain. There's also the fact that the Jade Linglong store in Xinguang City, which is under senior sister's name, is the same store where you bought the shadow retainer.
Oh, this time, Shui Miao Miao finally reacted.
She looked down at Yu Yao and then at the shadow retention device in her hand. Her expression had some dullness. Also, that means that the shadow retention device was sold by you,
senior sister?
Yu Yao nodded and reached out to slip the shadow retention device back into Shui Miao Miao's hand.
If you like it, I can give you a few better ones.
Thank you, sister. Shui Miao Miao looked at the retention device in her own hand, in a daze. At the same time, the mood is also a few points of sadness. Her carefully prepared gift seems to be unable to send out ah. Bai Yuma saw Bai Feng and Yu Yao molesting Shui Miao Miao before he opened his mouth and asked her, "Senior sister Shui, what is it that you're looking for me for?"
There was some sadness on Shui Miao Miao's face. I just wanted to thank eldest sister for her help during this time. No need. This is what I should do.
Bai Yuma glanced at the retention device in her hand.
Considering Shui Miao Miao's mood, she didn't return it.
I'll take it this time.
Don't give it away next time.
Yes.
Shui Miao Miao nodded.
Her heart gray.
Totally screwed up. Is it true that I'm not good at making friends?
At this time, Yu Yao suddenly opened her mouth and asked,
"By the way, does senior sister Shui want to have dinner together? We are planning to organize a small party to celebrate. Won't it disturb you guys?"
Shui Miao Miao lowered her head and asked in a small voice.
"It won't be. More people are also more lively."
Yu Yao smiled and waved her hand. "Not to mention that I also want to thank senior sister Shui for her support of the shadow retainer.
Then I'll thank senior sister for the invitation." Shui Miao Miao hurriedly nodded,
not letting go of this opportunity to make a good relationship. It's true that senior sister Yu Yao is a very good person, just like senior sister Ah.
I almost misunderstood again just now. Did I really not misunderstand elder sister? Shui Miao Miao's expression was a bit dull.
She looked down at the clothes on her body. It was a green and white cheongsam. There were some light blue patterns on it, and the openings on both sides were slightly higher, and you could vaguely see the thighs that were wrapped in white pantyhose. There's nothing really wrong with it if you just look at the clothes. It's even kinda nice. But Shui Miao Miao remembered very clearly that this dress she had seen in that confiscated spring and autumn book. She was panicking now, not understanding at all why her senior sister would have such a dress.
She didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to self next.
"Senior water sister, have you changed your clothes?"
At this moment,
Yu Yao's voice came from outside, and Shui Miao Miao instantly had a jolt as she hurriedly looked around, but there wasn't any place to hide.
"I'm coming in." After saying that, Yu Yao pushed the door and entered the room.
She looked at Shui Miao Miao, whose face was a little red and whose eyes were constantly dodging. Then she nodded with satisfaction.
Isn't this very good? Senior sister, do I really have to wear this?
Shui Miao Miao weakly opened her mouth and asked.
You don't like it? Facing Yu Yao's questioning,
Shui Miao Miao hastily shook her head.
No, it's just not quite used to being dressed like this.
Then she carefully looked at Yu Yao and asked very quietly.
And this dress? It seems like it's inside spring and autumn, right? How come you've read spring and autumn too? Could it be that spring and autumn has already spread over to the eastern continent?
The corner of Yu Yao's mouth was slightly tugged and there was a little bit of embarrassment on her face. She had thought that a person like Shui Miao Miao who came from the eastern continent should not have seen spring and autumn. That was why she had taken out this outfit.
No, I didn't. It just happened.
I saw my maid reading it and accidentally saw a few pages. Shui Miao Miao's face began to redden and her tone stuttered a bit.
Forget it.
Yu Yao instantly sighed and said with a regretful face, take off these clothes.
I'll change you into a normal one.
Well, Shui Miao Miao was also relieved in her heart she had mixed it up. If her senior sister knew that she,
a princess of the eastern continent, would even read that kind of book in private, her reputation would be completely ruined.
A few minutes later, because he felt that the roasted meat was a bit monotonous,
Bai Feng,
who had successfully drummed up the hot pot, looked at Shui Miao Miao who had changed her clothes, only to see that she was wearing a green and white dress. The style was rather plain, with no flashy decorations, looking not quite like a princess, but instead, like a lively neighboring girl. She walked over to Bai Feng's side, and her face seemed to have finally regained its usual confidence and composure. Isn't senior brother going to go change? I heard senior sister say that we're going to take pictures for souvenirs later.
My clothes are pretty much the same, change or not.
Bai Feng shook his head and continued to control the flame to boil the soup inside the hot pot.
Well, eldest brother is already very handsome in this outfit.
Shui Miao Miao smiled and complimented. To prevent a cold scene she changed the topic and asked,
by the way, where is eldest sister? Did eldest senior sister also go to change her clothes?
She's in the kitchen helping cut up the meat.
She should be out in a little while.
Bai Feng explained simply.
You can find a seat first. No, I'll just go help in the kitchen too.
Shui Miao Miao waved her hand in a hurry. A genius like Bai Yumo was working. How could she dare to sit by the side and be lazy? It was just as well that she could take this opportunity to ask for some swordplay lessons. So she turned and walked quickly toward the kitchen. And shortly after Shui Miao Miao left, Yu Yao also walked over quickly. It was just that unlike Shui Miao Miao's ordinary clothes and dresses, she was actually wearing a greenish-black coat, the hem of which hung directly down to her calves, almost completely wrapping up her entire body, and her hair was actually worn in an unprecedented double ponytail.
Elder sister, are you pulling some kind of contrast? Bai Feng couldn't help but spit at the sight. Junior brother, don't you think my outfit looks familiar?
Yu Yao crossed her arms and with those twin ponytails, she had to say that she was indeed much cuter than before.
Look familiar?
Bai Feng stared at Yu Yao for a few seconds before suddenly thinking of something. He did draw a couple of characters in coats,
which happened to include one character with a lowly body type.
But, if he remembered correctly, inside the coat was a very short,
high-cut cheongsam, the kind where you could see the fat laces. When he thought of this, he looked at Yu Yao with a little more admiration. Elder sister, you have so much guts? You dare to wear out a cheongsam that short? Then do you want to see it? Little senior brother?
A hint of a smile suddenly surfaced on Yu Yao's face, her hand reaching out to the first button of her coat.
As long as you want to. Senior sister might give junior brother you a look. Oh, what you're wearing inside isn't that dress, is it?
Bai Feng instantly skimmed his lips, a small disappointment in his heart. If Yu Yao really dared to wear that dress, she wouldn't even dare to put her hand on top of the button with her cheek.
Junior brother, you should be looking forward to saying you want to see it at this point.
Yu Yao replied with some dissatisfaction.
Alas, it's not easy to fool the little master nowadays.
Then she unbuttoned her coat,
revealing the green and black cheongsam tattooed with gold flowers inside. With Bai Feng guessed the same, the coat in the cheongsam is not the one on the spring and autumn, but a biased moderate cheongsam. The robe hem, although also not long, but also covered the knee down a little bit of the position. The opening fork is not so exaggerated, but wrapped in the legs of the black silk is to add a lot of color. Even if it is a petite body type of the Yu Yao also added a few minutes of mature temperament.
How? Yu Yao slid her coat down below her shoulders, revealing those white shoulders and arms.
Are you going to be mesmerized by senior sister me?
No. With senior sister's size you're probably only able to charm certain lowly controllers. Bai Feng spat out without mercy.
TSK,
it seems that I've been too good to little senior brother these past few days, and I've made you forget that senior sister's dignity is inviolable. Yu Yao clenched her small fists. If you don't roast me a big plate full of roasted meat, don't even think about resting. said as if you still have dignity. Bai Feng spat out a few words in a small voice. And I think with senior sister's body type it's still more suitable for white silk.
And white pantyhose would be fine as well, so as to emphasize senior sister's cute features more. Shut up and quickly go roast me some meat.
Yu Yao crossed her arms. I'm going to let you know today what it means that a senior sister's dignity is inviolable.
Yes, yes.
While Bai Feng was roasting the meat, Yu Yao directly moved a small chair and sat next to him with her legs crossed.
A living, breathing supervisor. But after a few moments, she looked at the busy Bai Feng,
moved her small chair forward a few steps, picked up her chopsticks and picked up the sliced meat and slowly placed it on the grill.
Seeing that you don't know how long you'll be baking alone, it's better to let senior sister help. Shouldn't you subtract the roast then? No, punishment is punishment and help is help.
They are not in conflict.
Brother, it's all cut up already.
Bai Yuma and Shui Miao Miao each walked over with a plate of very thinly sliced meat, and Bai Feng directly dropped the grilling tools in his hands when he saw this.
Senior sister, don't eat roasted meat, come and eat hot pot. Yu Yao was instantly alerted. You're not trying to cheat, are you? No wonder the young master was so obedient this time. Try it first. If you don't think it's good I'll keep grilling it for you.
Bai Feng picked up his chopsticks and picked up a slice of meat and put it into the reddish soup base in the pot.
After 10 seconds or so, he picked up the already cooked slice of meat and once again put it into the sesame sauce dipping sauce and gently tossed it. Then he glanced at the three people who had gathered around him, directly put the meat into his own mouth,
and nodded with satisfaction.
It tastes good. Well, wasn't it for me to taste?
Yu Yao muttered something in a small voice, but she didn't care too much about the matter as she picked up her chopsticks and followed Bai Feng's example of placing the slices of meat into the reddish pot.
Elder sister, I'll just trust you for once. While Shui Miao Miao, who was sitting on the side,
stared at the reddish soup base and frowned tightly. This thing can't be very spicy, right?
Well, it's quite tasty.
Yu Yao's eyes lit up slightly. Then she directly chucked up several pieces of meat and put them into the pot.
You're quite thoughtful, junior brother.
Seeing that Yu Yao were all eating so happily, Shui Miao Miao was also a bit unable to hold back and followed their example,
picking up a slice of meat and putting it into the pot. Seafood just doesn't look like she can eat spicy food, so this pot should just look red and shouldn't be spicy. She analyzed it thus. After 10 seconds or so, she endured the shock on her tongue and silently looked at Bai Feng, who was to the side. That, senior brother, is there any water? Here, this is the milk I had intended for sister. Bai Feng glanced at Yu Yao, who was eating very high, and silently handed the milk that he had prepared in advance to Shui Miao Miao. Thanks. Shui Miao Miao glanced down at the milky white milk and didn't know what she was thinking, but after enduring for a few seconds, she finally picked up the milk and filled it up.
Almost an entire bottle of milk was consumed by her.
She put down the bottle and let out a breath. Phew, saved, and it really is milk. If you can't eat spicy food, have some barbecue. Well, Shui Miao Miao nodded as she glanced at Yu Yao, who had no intention of stopping in the slightest, instantly understanding what it meant to say that a person could not look like a person. A few minutes later, Shui Miao Miao looked at the dark roasted meat in front of herself and fell into deep thought. Why is it so easy to watch Bai Feng grill meat, but so hard to get started on your own? Why don't I help? Bai Feng couldn't even look at it anymore. This meat was expensive, even though it was Yu Yao's treat. He couldn't stand this waste of food. Thanks. Shui Miao Miao lowered her head. If she wasn't still thinking about getting on good terms with Bai Feng, Bai Yuma, and the others, she would have long wanted to dive headfirst into the ground and bury herself. Obviously when she was in the eastern continent she had been quite smooth. Why did she often make mistakes when she arrived in the northern domain? She sighed, resting her chin on the sizzling roast, always feeling like it wasn't the meat that was being roasted, but her. Suddenly I want to go home. It's roasted. Taste it. Bai Feng put the roasted meat on the plate in front of Shui Miao Miao. This is the dipping sauce I made, without the chili. Thank you, elder brother. Shui Miao Miao's mood was a bit low as she placed the roasted meat into her own mouth. Her eyes suddenly lit up slightly. It feels even better than the palace chef's cooking. She suddenly didn't want to go home again. She let out a breath as if to exhale all the depression within her. She stared at the ever-increasing amount of roasted meat on her plate, her saliva slipping indisputably from the corners of her mouth as she murmured in a small voice. Senior brother. Thank you. You're a good person. White Maple, who was grilling meat, ? Junior brother, stop roasting the meat and come take a picture. At this time, Yu Yao, who had already had a good meal, slowly took out the first photo retention device produced by Jade Linglong and waved it by Feng and the others. Come on, everyone come closer. The retainer was held in mid-air by the spiritual energy, and the people sat at the square table and raised their heads, accompanied by a click. The scene of the four of them gathering together to eat hot pot and roasted meat appeared in the retainer. It's been a really long time since I've been back. In Qinghong City,
A man stood in front of a dilapidated house. He reached out and pushed open the door of a room that had long been corrupted and did not care about the dust that had fallen on the chair. He directly sat down. After going out for more than 10 years, this house is surprisingly still there. Did Stone and the others do it? I also don't know how Stone and the others are doing. He only remembered that after he left, Stone and the others, who were several years younger than him, were soon taken in by an orphanage, during which he came back several times and secretly observed for a few days to make sure that the orphanage was really taking care of the children. Then he let go of the last worries in his heart and went to pursue the immortal path with all his heart. It was just that he didn't expect that he would end up like this. If someone from the western region was here, they would have realized that this person was none other than the genius of the Golden Sands sect, Ling Feng, who had become famous a few years ago. However, now that he no longer had the spirit of a genius, and only had the spiritual energy fluctuations of the foundation establishment stage on his body, it was obvious that he had encountered some not-so-good things. Go find a job to make some money first. Not indulging in the memories for too long, he got up and patted the dust on his body, walking quickly towards the house. The street was still as busy as ever. He looked towards a Baozi store on the street, not realizing that it was still there after so many years. At that time, it was from here that he was discovered by an old Taoist who took him as his disciple and brought him to the Golden Sands sect in the western region to embark on the path of cultivation. Cultivation all the way he went smoothly, the bottleneck in the mouth of the elders as if it did not exist. Just more than 10 years to the transformation of God stage. Pressured a number of geniuses in the western region cannot raise their heads, but that was also his peak. The western region was filled with demonic chi in many places due to ancient wars and other reasons. The demonic forces were very rampant, and he was attacked by the demonic path during one of his team-leading missions. In order to protect his own disciples, although he desperately killed the demonic path's saint son, he also suffered a wound from it, and was corrupted by the demonic chi. Then he returned to the clan with his senior brothers and sisters who had escaped death only to be falsely accused by his fellow disciples. His senior sisters and brothers had accused him of being greedy and taking risks, dumping the black pots all over him, the senior brother who had been wasted. Originally, he had planned to testify against himself, but on the day of the trial, several memories suddenly appeared in his mind, memories that his self-testimony didn't have any effect, but instead made the crowd intensify until they died completely. That memory was very real, as if he had personally experienced it, and that was why he gave up his self-certification, gave up his identity as a pro-disciple of the Golden Sands sect, accepted his punishment and voluntarily quit the Golden Sands sect, and returned to Qinghong City with only a limited amount of money for his journey. Brother Ling, is that you? At that moment, a voice rang out behind him, and he turned around to see that it was a burly man. He froze for a moment, recognizing the person despite the change. Stone? Big Brother Ling, it's really you. Stone walked up with an excited face and directly gave him a bear hug. Big Brother Ling, why are you back? Aren't you practicing in the western region? Something happened, and now I'm planning to come back and live here, and I won't even leave in the future. Ling Feng shook his head. Then he smiled and asked, it looks like you've had a good time. When did you start cultivating? It's all at the late stage of chi refining. This is nothing for me. Like Erden and the others have already built their foundations. Stone reached out and touched his head, smiling somewhat embarrassedly. My talent is poor. I've only just reached the late stage of chi refining after such a long time. Ling Feng was instantly a bit surprised. It seems like you guys had some kind of strange encounter. Thanks to the White family's great young master, Stone had gratitude on his face. We orphans without parents rely on the orphanage run by the grand young master to grow up smoothly. We don't have to worry about not having food or having it taken away by others. And the Bai family also teaches us to cultivate and gives us work. I'm working for the Bai family right now, even though it's just carrying some goods. Ling Feng was slightly stunned. He really hadn't thought that the orphanage was actually run by the Bai family's young master. It seems that the rumors aren't always true. I can't believe that I've always thought that the Bai family's young master was a pleasure-seeking playboy. It's also mainly because the eldest young master is too low-key. He never mentions these things to outsiders. Stone nodded. Right. Big Brother Ling, do you want to work with us? The pay is rich, and it just so happens that the Bai family is also relatively short of people these days. Yes. I'll trouble Stone to introduce you guys to me. Ling Feng smiled and nodded. Originally he was unwilling to work for a big family like the Bai family, but the behavior of the Bai family's young master had made him feel a little more favorable towards the Bai family, plus the fact that the Stone had said so, he couldn't refuse. Heavenly Sword sect, drops, detected that the host is able to strategize and win 1,000 miles. The son of Qi, Ling Feng, has joined the Bai family and become a servant of the Bai family under the host's careful design, rewarded with a Qi value of plus 456, sword technique, stabbing technique. Because he slept late last night. Bai Feng,
who was sleeping this morning, opened his eyes and glanced at the system notification after being woken up by the system. At once he sat straight up from the bed. I'm knocking, there's a fire in the backyard. Bai Feng stared at the system notification with a deadpan expression, inwardly completely unable to comprehend where this son of Qi came from. He meowed. Aren't most of these sons of fortune high and mighty? How come there are still people who join the big families as subordinates? Did some relative have an illegitimate child and then leave the mother and father out in the open? Bai Feng reached up and rubbed his forehead. What was he going to do? Leave him alone for now? No, there can be no obstruction. But this person must be investigated. Speaking of which, he remembered that there used to be 3 sons of Qi coming from Qinghong City, only that one of the sons of Qi disappeared not long after he obtained the system, and only occasionally would he see this person make a trip back. Could it be the son of luck? Forget it, just take your time gathering information first. Bai Feng gradually had an idea in his mind. Although this kind of son of Qi who was a subordinate had a count of 1 and was mostly quite dangerous, he should be more honest within a short period of time, or at least he wouldn't explicitly cause trouble. Let's just start with the immortal cultivators who had recently joined the Bai family. The reason was also good to find. He was going to pull the wool over Yu Yao's eyes, saying that he had a cooperation with Yu Linglong and needed a few people with outstanding abilities to help him out. Ugh, it's only been a few days of enjoying the peace and quiet. Ha, Bai Feng sighed. He hadn't even rested properly for a few days since then, and the system and the son of Qi had held it in for him. If this Qi Yunzi doesn't have any bad intentions, then according to the plan, find a chance to get a promotion and send the Qi Yunzi to another city. But if it's the unsuspecting kind, then there's nothing more to say. Yi Tang is quite lonely down there all by himself, so it's just right to send it down to him for company. Big brother Ling, I told you there's no problem. The Bai family is short of people these days. How could they possibly turn you down? Stone had a happy face. Let's go. Let's call up Erden and the others for a drink. Good. Let's not get drunk tonight. Ling Feng nodded, his hand holding the clothes he would wear in the future. Unlike the stones at the Qi refining stage, his position was that of a guard for the stores under the name of the Bai family, and the wages were paid quite generously. At that moment, he suddenly saw a flamboyantly dressed man approaching in front of him, and he hastily reached out and tugged on the stone, leaning toward the roadside. The rock was first a bit puzzled, then he also saw the man walking in front of him, and instead of avoiding it like Ling Feng did, he smiled, saluted and greeted the man. Good afternoon, young Master Rock. The man glanced at Stone and nodded. Well, are you guys going out to dinner? Yeah, my big brother's back and is getting ready to go for a drink together. Drink less, and be careful you won't be able to get up in the morning, and I won't speak for you if you get caught. Stone burst into a few sarcastic laughs. No. I haven't been drunk anywhere lately. After the two of them talked for a few moments, young Master Rock glanced at the sky. It's getting late. I won't bother you anymore. Have a good meal and drink well. With that said he walked slowly away, and Ling Feng, who was standing on the side, had a little bit of confusion. He looked at the man's departing back, and then looked at the stone. Are the people of the White family so good at talking? There aren't any more. Most people don't care much about us, but young Master Rock is an exception. Rock shook his head. Young Master Rock used to have a pretty bad personality, but he was bullied by the eldest young master when he bumped into him, and he was severely beaten by the eldest young master. And after that, the eldest young master used to bring him to work at the orphanage, and that's when we met. Ling Feng, is there even such a person in this world? He had seen many disciples of great families in the western region, but it was really the first time he had seen one like the Bai family's young master. It seems Self was right to enter the White House. If he had known that this was the case, why would he have sacrificed his proximity and traveled to the Golden Sands sect in the western region to cultivate? In the Golden Sands sect, he did not less work, and even often because of their own identity of the northern region of the people were discriminated against by other people, and finally it is because of the demonic erosion will be abandoned by the clan without hesitation. If I had known that it would end up like this, it would have been better to follow the White family with the stone at the beginning of the work. It drops, detected that the host's attack against the weakness of the son of Qi is successful. Ling Feng's loyalty rises, rewarding Qi value plus 123 and full attributes plus 12. Bai Feng, who was lying in bed and lounging around because he was in a bad mood. No, what did I do? I haven't done anything yet. I've only thought about it. Can't I even think about it? Tatsuko, be normal. Bai Feng rubbed his head. In his mind, besides the thought of wanting to strangle this system, there was only full of doubts. Why would the loyalty of the sons of Qi increase? There is good news though. The odds are that this son of Qi is not up to no good. Alas, Bai Feng sighed. His heart was really a bit annoyed. Do we have to make a trip home? No, not to mention the fact that the demon girl guy was always watching. Even if he went back, what could he do? Other than being able to learn what Ling Feng looked like, it seemed like he couldn't do much. If he was transferring the Sons of Qi to another city, then he would be able to do it in the dark even if he didn't go back, and it would still be more hidden. And it was really a bit of an invitation to hatred to meet the Son of Qi with his current Qi value. Forget it, contact Bai Yan and the others afterward and ask them to help me keep an eye on who is working more outstandingly hard. After all, this kind of Son of Qi will never come down honestly. Even if he works honestly, that must be the most prominent one. Then he can follow the plan and logically transfer the Son of Qi to other cities in the name of promotion. No, it would be best if he could be transferred out of the northern region, so that he could go to the central state or other regions to fight, and preferably never come back. After pondering his countermeasures, Bai Feng stretched and climbed straight up from the bed. He didn't have the heart to continue to stay in bed, so he simply went to practice his sword, just to try out how the stabbing technique given by the system was. From the description, the stabbing technique was more of a technique than a sword technique. In addition to being able to enhance sword strokes, special methods can be used to release the stabbing technique by writing it on certain items, such as talisman paper that can carry spiritual energy. Bai Feng walked into the living room and found Bai Yumal walking out of the kitchen with a plate of stir-fried vegetables. She smiled at Bai Feng. There's one more dish. Wait a bit, it'll be ready soon. After that, he went into the kitchen and continued to get busy. Bai Feng, who was now also accustomed to the white yung that was regularly refreshed in the kitchen, did not head to the courtyard to practice his sword, but instead took out a pen and paper and sat down on a chair to scribble away. Soon, the word stab was added to the blank rune paper in his hand, and just by writing this one word, nearly 1/5 of the spiritual energy in his body was consumed. I can't believe it's consuming so much. He picked up the paper with the stabbing character written on it and looked at it twice, and could vaguely detect the sharp sword aura flowing from the rune paper. Brother, what is that in your hand? At this time, Bai Yumal walked over with her meal, her face wearing a bit of surprise. She could clearly feel the sharp sword chi contained in the talisman paper in Bai Feng's hand. A rather special tip. Bai Feng put down the talisman paper in his hand. Let's eat first. After dinner we'll go practice with our swords. In the courtyard behind the house, Bai Feng looked across at Bai Yuma with his bamboo sword in hand. Be careful. He operated his spiritual energy, and his left foot quickly took a step forward, closing the distance while operating the stabbing technique, and the bamboo sword in his hand quickly stabbed out. Bai Yuma's face was more than a little surprised. This time Bai Feng's moves were so much stronger than when he practiced his sword before. She quickly raised her sword to block, and although Bai Feng's attack was stopped, the scattered sword chi was like sharp needles coming at her. Instead of retreating, she directly took a step forward and rushed towards Bai Feng. The sharp sword chi practically grazed her body and flew backwards, directly leaving a small thumb-sized hole in the trees behind her. Yuma, watch out! Instead of raising his sword, Bai Feng took out the stabbing paper he had written on the dining table. The moment he threw it out, the talisman paper turned into sharp sword chi that flew directly towards Bai Yuma. Bai Yuma's eyes widened slightly as her body emitted a faint white light and the long sword in her hand quickly returned to defense. The collision of sword chi and sword chi directly plowed the ground with multiple terrifying scars, and dust flew up for a while. Looks like I won this time. Bai Feng's voice rang in her ears, and she subconsciously turned around to see that a hand landed directly on her head, then rubbed it vigorously. Well, that's cheating. Bai Yuma's small mouth was slightly bulging. Didn't she say she was practicing with a sword? How can you use something like a talisman? If that talisman hadn't disrupted her rhythm, how could she have been so easily caught by Bai Feng? Sorry. I just wanted to try how effective this move is. Bai Feng smiled and shook his head. And it's part of the sword technique, not a talisman. So technically I'm not cheating. Well, it was in no way due to being overpowered by Bai Yuma during sword practice the other day. However, the power of the stabbing technique was stronger than he had imagined. It was still something he had warned about beforehand, but Bai Yuma was still held back for a few seconds. If he engraved the stabbing technique on a more hidden item, he should be able to catch his opponent off guard in a sudden fight. Seeing that Bai Yuma's little mouth was still bulging and there was some embarrassment on her face, Bai Feng softly consoled. How about this? As a token of apology, I can grant you a small request? Really? Bai Yuma blinked. In that case she was welcome. Then I want to move in with you. Bai Feng's eyes instantly narrowed. Negotiable. What do you want? You little girl? Brother, you've misunderstood. But Bai Yuma shook his head. What I mean is to move my house next to yours and build a door to connect it together, so that it will be more convenient for us to practice our swords or discuss our techniques in the future, and I won't have to run back and forth when I cook. After hearing her explanation, Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds. It wouldn't be impossible if it was just a mobile home. Brother, is it okay? Baek Yumal looked up with anticipation on his face. After thinking about it, Bai Feng felt that there was nothing wrong.
Originally the two of their rooms were quite close to each other, and now they were just a little closer together.
So he nodded. Okay, I promise. Yeah, I'm going to move the house over.
Bayuma cheered and turned directly over the fence of the yard and ran towards his own house, as if he was afraid that he would back out.
Is it so urgent?
Baifeng wasn't worried about how Bayuma was going to move the house. After all, they were both at the Jindan stage now, and it was naturally simple to move a small thing like an ordinary house.
Good morning, Brother Bai. By the way, why is there an extra house here in your house? Is it an extension? Early in the morning,
Baifeng saw two sons of Qi in front of his house.
What did you guys want to see me about? Instead of answering their questions, he looked at Lin Yan and Luo Chen outside the door and opened his mouth to ask. Being personally visited by two sons of Qi, it couldn't be something big, right? Just simply came over to hide. Lin Yan's face was a bit embarrassed. What's going on? Have the disciples of the Purple Heavenly Peak not died down yet? Luo Chen nodded, his face somewhat helpless. Not only has it not subsided, there are even more people gathering at my door every day. Baifeng had some speechlessness in his heart. The group of people from Zishao Peak were doing nothing? However, when he thought of the brainless peak master of the Purple Peak who did not know right from wrong, his heart was relieved. Mainly I didn't expect this matter to involve so much. Lin Yan sighed. I thought it was just a rather scheming young disciple trying to gain status and attention, but I didn't realize that it also involved the Devil Dao. Baifeng's expression had a little bit of confusion. Then he boarded his expression and sideways opened his body. Come on, go into the house and talk about it in detail. The three of them sat in front of the coffee table. Baifeng poured a cup of hot tea for each of them, and he took out a packet of melon seeds in the meantime, waiting for Lin Yan to explain. This matter is quite complicated. Lin Yan took a sip of hot tea. I was able to find out about this matter because Brother Luo and I were attacked by assassins when we went out on a quest to avoid the group from the Violet Peak. Well, if it wasn't for Senior Brother Bai's array disc, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it back. Luo Chen nodded. After Senior Brother Lin and I teamed up to defeat this assassin, Senior Brother Lin found out that this assassin came from the Skywolf sect, an assassin organization, so we went to investigate. Baifeng was high on melon seeds, and even though they didn't say so, he could guess that this assassin was hired by a junior disciple of Zishao Peak. This little villain has a lot of guts. How dare he make a move on two sons of Qi at once? What have you investigated? Lin Yan didn't continue to sell his story. He also grabbed a handful of melon seeds and said while getting high, that little disciple of the Violet Peak is the illegitimate son of the Tian Lang sect's master. And we also discovered that the Tian Lang sect master has some dealings with the Devil Dao. Luo Chen then added, how did you guys find out? Baifeng's melon-eating movement stopped. This didn't sound like something that could be casually discovered. Lin Yan simply explained, we encountered a Devil Dao while investigating, and after defeating him, we got the information from his mouth. Baifeng was a bit at a loss as to how to spit out his words, and could only say that he was worthy of being a son of Qi. The people he met while walking along the road were all key figures. After that, we went back and gave the news to the sect, and now the little disciple of the Purple Peak has been taken away by the people from the law enforcement hall. Lin Yan continued, although the results of the investigation are not out yet, but it's been investigated about 8 or 9 times. Compared to this matter of us being attacked by assassins has become a trivial matter in contrast. And have the results of the investigation into your assassination come out? Baifeng was more curious about what happened to that young disciple of Violet Peak than the Devil's Path. Lin Yan nodded. It's out. It's indeed related to the young disciples of the Violet Peak. He even sold Brother Luo, and even some of the Violet Peak's disciples' information to the Skywolf sect, seemingly wanting to get rid of these people who had offended him. Baifeng fell silent. This was no longer the usual audacity. How on earth did Zishao Peak recruit such an extremely talented disciple? Then he asked with some curiosity, then didn't the Violet Peak master who wanted to punish Senior Brother Luo before say anything? We ran out just to avoid her. White Maple, let me ask, is the Violet Peak master blocking the door to punish Senior Brother Luo? Or is he trying to apologize? Baifeng was really a bit curious as to whether or not the Peak master of the Zishao Peak could continue to keep his mouth shut. It's an apology. Lin Yan skimmed his mouth, and she wanted Brother Luo to return to the Violet Peak and said that she was willing to compensate Brother Luo. I poo-poo. What did she do earlier? Right flavor. This plot development could be so right. So, with the mentality of watching the fun, Baifeng also nodded his head and concurred. That's right. The flying sword hit the wall and knew to turn. The snot fell out of his mouth and knew to shake it off. What did he do earlier? If you ask me, Senior Luo shouldn't have any more contact with the Purple Peak. Even if we don't mention that traitor, Senior Luo wasn't treated like a human being during those years at the Purple Peak. Going back to continue being a slave? Don't worry, Senior Brother Bai. Luo Chen.
Can swear on the spot that I will never step foot on the Violet Peak again in my life.
Luo Chen shook his head.
He had already let go of everything in the past as early as the day he practiced the emotionless sword technique, and there was no way he would return to the Purple Peak in the future no matter what he said. Actually, the most important thing right now isn't what Brother Luo thinks. It's how to avoid the Peak Master of the Violet Peak.
Lin Yan sighed. Because I'm on good terms with Brother Luo,
the group of people from the Purple Peak have started blocking my door. I think it's better for you guys to go out and take shelter. It's only a matter of time before the people from the Purple Heavenly Peak find me here. It just so happens that Teacher Chuinchio recently came out with a new limited edition peripheral, and it will be sold along with the new issue of Chuinchio in the next 2 days. Bai Feng didn't want to open his eyes in the morning and see the group of epileptic women from Zishao Peak gathering at his own door. It was a little scary to think about. He had to hurry and send these two people out.
Really?
Lin Yan's eyes immediately lit up and he couldn't sit still.
Directly standing up. Thank you for informing Brother Bai. We won't disturb you. Well, slow down.
Bai Feng waved his hand and watched as Lin Yan and Luo Chen hurriedly left.
Then, not even half an hour after Lin Yan and Luo Chen left,
a sharp knock sounded outside the door.
After pushing open the door,
he looked at the Violet Sky Peak Master standing outside the door in some silence.
Luckily, he had made a timely excuse to send Lin Yan and Luo Chen away before. Otherwise, his house would have become a new battlefield. I'm afraid that, what is it that Peak Master Lu is looking for me for? Did Tatsuya come to you? Peak Master Lu's tone was a bit eager. Completely different from his usual cold appearance.
No. Bai Feng shook his head. Then he pretended to be puzzled and asked,
I heard that Senior Brother Luo didn't join Divine Sword Peak? I wonder what Master Lu Feng is looking for Senior Brother Luo for. Peak Master Lu was silent for a few seconds and didn't answer Bai Feng's query,
but instead shook his head.
Much ado about it. With that, she turned and left. Ha, is the Peak Master of the Purple Heavenly Peak so nice to talk to?
Bai Feng didn't expect the other party to leave so cleanly. He thought that the other party was going to keep pestering him for a while.
Just as he was about to close the door,
he suddenly saw that Chu Ningyan was standing in the distance smiling and waving her hand at him, so he understood something at once.
Master. Chu Ningshan nodded, and despite the distance,
her voice appeared directly in Bai Feng's ears.
In the future, if she dares to come again, you'll just call out to me directly.
Yes,
thank you Master.
Bai Feng hurriedly nodded his head and thanked him. It seemed that his master also knew that the Peak Master of the Purple Peak was a bit epileptic.
Brother, want some fruit? Bai Yumal walked over with a plate of spirit fruits and sat directly beside Bai Feng.
Bai Feng put down his pen and paper. In front of him was a whole sheet of dense text with a few abstract diagrams interspersed with the text. He glanced sideways at Bai Yuma. Why did it feel like Bai Yuma's refreshing in his home had become more frequent since she had moved her house over and right next to each other? It used to be that they only showed up at dinner time, but now they see white yummers passing through his house every now and then during the day. He picked up a spirit fruit and nibbled on it.
Why aren't you practicing today? It's been a morning of cultivation. Bai Yuma shook her head.
Then she asked with some concern. I just saw the Peak Master of the Violet Peak come over for a visit.
She didn't do anything to you, did she?
Bai Feng shook his head.
She's at least a Peak Master. What can she do to me?
And our master is watching. But I've recently heard that the Violet Sky Peak Master's mental state is a bit bad.
Bai Yuma explained in a low voice.
Before, she even died defending a young disciple of the Violet Peak, and it was the Divine Sword Peak Master who stepped in to smooth things over later. Now she wouldn't still want to die to protect that little disciple, would she?
That's not true. Bai Yuma shook her head. After all, the evidence is solid.
Or the Divine Sword Peak Master personally sent the evidence over. But at that time, the Divine Sword Peak Master seemed to have sarcastically said a few words to her, and ever since then her mental state has been a bit poor, and she has been running over to Senior Brother Luo Chen's side every day.
Bai Feng was a bit silent. I haven't heard that the Purple Sky Sword technique would have an effect on a person's IQ. How in the world did the Peak Master of the Purple Sky become the Peak Master? Where do you know so much about this? He looked at Bai Yuma. He remembered that she was either cultivating or practicing her sword on weekdays. I'm at least a big senior sister. Okay, Bai Yuma said with some dissatisfaction. And when I go grocery shopping, I also hear some disciples talking about it. I forgot if you didn't say it. Bai Feng snapped and laughed twice. Mainly because Bai Yuma's presence as a big senior sister was really a bit low. Then he smiled and apologized. Sorry, big senior sister. Senior brother, I'm here to make amends to you. Brother! Bai Yuma instantly became even angrier as she directly reached out and snatched the half-eaten spirit fruit from Bai Feng's hand. No more for you. Bai Feng didn't care. He smiled and shook his head. Alright, no more jokes. I'll finish this part of the textbook first, and after that I'll accompany you to practice with the sword for a while. Well, then say goodbye. Bai Yuma nodded. Then she looked at the densely written words on the paper with some curiosity, only to feel a wave of vertigo. Brother, what's this you've written? Senior sister Yu Yao has an employee with a good talent for formations. I intend to cultivate him and teach him basic formations first. These are the teaching materials I've put together. Bai Feng explained simply. Although there are also some books that recorded the basic formation knowledge, but either the level is a little low, or mixed with many personal perception of the formation road. The foundation of the weak disciple to learn will be very strenuous, but also more dependent on the talent, coupled with the fact that he needs is not a traditional formation master. Do not need employees have any unique insights into the formation road, so simply organize and write their own. After all, it meant that he couldn't afford to be sloppy about whether or not he could make money lying down in the future. Well, White Yum nodded. In that case I'll leave you to it. I'll go ahead and make dinner. After that she walked quickly toward the kitchen. Bai Feng watched Bai Yuma leave and then continued to write the textbook. Halfway through writing he thought of something. Wait, where's that half-eaten spirit fruit of mine? Meanwhile, Bai Yuma, who was cooking in the kitchen, casually threw the spirit fruit kernel without pulp into the trash can. I can join the Heavenly Sword sect? Zuochio's face was a bit surprised. She had thought that Self would continue to be imprisoned for some time, but she didn't expect that not only would the investigation end in such a short period of time, but she would even be able to detach herself from the Refining God sect and turn her head to join the Heavenly Sword sect. Of course, the disciple from the law enforcement hall smiled and nodded. You've helped us quite a bit in the last few days. Our Heavenly Sword sect won't turn down an outstandingly talented and enthusiastic disciple. It seemed that because she was first eroded by the demonic chi infused into her body and then purified by the immortal flame. Nowadays Zuochio was very sensitive to the demonic chi. Even if the other party was only touched by the demonic chi, she was able to detect it, and it was even more precise than the spirit weapons or formations that detect the demonic chi. And it was precisely because of that she detected at a single glance that little disciple from the Violet Peak was hiding an item that contained the demonic chi. Though she didn't know why such a change had occurred in Self, it was clearly not a bad thing. However, she didn't make a sound at first, but instead projected the process from the results and chatted with the people of the law enforcement hall to get close, carefully dropping a little bit of information through questioning and so on, guiding the people of the law enforcement hall to discover the truth. She was able to do this thanks to her relationship with Bai Feng. After all, before the results came out, it wasn't certain that she was still connected to the Devil's Way, but her relationship with Bai Feng was genuine, so the people in the law enforcement hall would be polite to her because of Bai Feng. Senior sister is polite. I'm just doing what I should do. After all, everyone in the Devil's Way should be punished, especially as a victim. I'm very disgusted with this group of disgusting guys in the Devil's Way. Zuochio waved her hand in a hurry. As someone who had climbed up at the bottom of the Refining God sect, she had long practiced what to say when. The law enforcement hall disciple smiled and shook his head. Alright, without further ado, I have other things to do. This is your token. Don't lose it. Yes, senior sister, take care. After Zuochio watched the law enforcement hall disciples leave, she took a deep breath and then exhaled it with force. She clenched her fists, resisting the urge to cheer a few times. Finally, it was completely safe. From now on, she has a bright future ahead of her. By the way, the most important thing right now is, Zuochio suddenly thought of something and hurriedly put away the Heavenly Sword sect's token and quickly ran towards Green Bamboo Peak. What brings you here? Bai Feng pushed open the door and saw Zuochio with some tension on her face standing outside the door, and her heart directly thumped. Wasn't Zuochio's activity restricted? Does that mean the investigation is over? Lord. Facing Bai Feng's dangerous gaze, Zuochio had a jolt and hurriedly changed his address. Young master, I joined the Heavenly Sword sect now. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Well, quite good. Bai Feng wasn't too surprised. After all, Zuochio's talent was really good. Plus she insisted on being his follower. It wasn't surprising that the Heavenly Sword sect would let her join. Cultivate well from now on. The next thing he had to do was to find an opportunity to send Zuochio out for training. However, this matter should be taken slowly. If we directly send Zuochio to a very far away place for training, not to mention that Zuochio might notice something, it is estimated that the Heavenly Sword sect will not agree. After all, Zuochio has just been released, although it is no longer under surveillance, but it must continue to be secretly examined for a period of time. So he planned to currently let Zuochio go to the nearby region for the time being to practice. One, to pave the way for going to other regions afterward, and secondly to meet with Zuochio less often. He was really worried that Zuochio would give him another whole job one day and be caught by the system to ruthlessly stuff the chi value. By the way, young master, I've had some changes in my body recently. Zuochio looked around, then whispered, body changes? Bai Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't done anything to Zuochio, so he moved back a small step. Tell me what has changed. Zuoqiu pretended that she didn't see Bai Feng's backward movement as she lowered her voice. I only recently discovered this. I found that I have become more sensitive to changes in magic qi, and ordinary ways of hiding it simply can't hide it from me. She didn't have the intention to hide it, and told Bai Feng all about self-discovery. For one thing, she knew very well that she was now building up a trusting relationship with Bai Feng, and if she wanted to hide the secret, she would undoubtedly destroy the trust that had been built up so easily between the two, and then it would be even harder for her to become Self's person, and even harder for her to become Bai Feng's loyal dog. Secondly, she is also aware that there is not much she can show for herself, so she is also desperate to increase her value as a way to gain a higher status. After hearing Zuoqiu's explanation, Bai Feng was a bit surprised. He associated it with the immortal flame, but the problem was that he as the immortal flame possessor was not able to perceive the demonic qi, and coupled with the other party's identity as the son of qi, he guessed that Zuoqiu's changes should have nothing to do with the immortal flame, and that it might be that the immortal flame was burning the demonic qi in her body when it changed in a way that he didn't know about. Come inside first, I'll see what's going on. Bai Feng decided to take a good look at it, and if he could develop a special ability, then Zuoqiu could get Black Lotus killed early. The son of qi was only an occasional thunderbolt, but the old bitch Black Lotus was a real threat. After Zuoqiu entered the house, Bai Feng reached out and snapped his fingers, directly activating the formation to isolate himself from the outside world. Then he looked at Zuoqiu, who had a tense face, and reached out to call out the immortal flame. Do you feel it? Zuoqiu stared somewhat fearfully at the immortal fire floating in front of her before shaking her head. No. Well, sure enough it's not the immortal flame. Bai Feng stroked his chin. Then he detached a strand of immortal flame and shot it directly towards Zuoqiu. Almost instantly the immortal flame pierced into her body, and she instantly stared with wide eyes as her body began to redden slightly. Young master? Wait, don't talk. Bai Feng reached out and grabbed Zuoqiu's wrist. He could feel Zuoqiu's body temperature rising rapidly, but the problem was that he hadn't released the immortal fire. He slightly closed his eyes and found that the immortal flame in Zuoqiu's body was being consumed at an extremely fast rate, and the residual immortal flame from before had also disappeared. The immortal flame he left in Zuoqiu's body was devoured? Truly worthy of being a son of qi, he could even absorb and devour immortal flames. He was now a little bit glad that he hadn't just let Zuoqiu leave. Did you feel your body burning some time ago? Bai Feng let go of Zuoqiu's wrist and opened his mouth to ask. Zuoqiu endured the pain of his body's burning and hastily nodded. A while ago there would be occasional, and when it's frequent there can be 3 or 4 times a day. Just like now. Could it be a special divine body? Bai Feng pondered for a few seconds, then he raised his head and a smile appeared on his face. Zuoqiu, do you want to do an experiment? When Zuoqiu saw the smile at the corner of Bai Feng's mouth, she was suddenly a little scared inside. She swallowed and asked in a small voice, what experiment? I want to further stimulate the potential of your body. The process should be painful, but if you don't want to forget it, the choice is yours. Although Bai Feng had a kind smile on his face, a trace of fear surfaced in Zuoqiu's heart. Another fire? A hard smile played at the corners of her mouth. Although she really didn't want to experience the feeling of flames entering her body again, she still nodded her head righteously for the sake of a better future and to be able to become Bai Feng's loyal dog. I do. Very well. Then you choose a comfortable position first. Bai Feng nodded and took out a few precious pills and put them aside. Then he thought for a few seconds before taking out another bottle of spiritual water and a towel. Zuoqiu looked at the precious pills placed beside her, and instead of being a little bit happy, her heart panicked even more. What's wrong? Bai Feng glanced sideways at Zuoqiu, who was still standing beside him. No, nothing. Zuoqiu's face wore an ugly smile as he hurriedly sat down cross-legged. I wish Self would pass out next. Well, I'll start then. Bai Feng began to push the immortal flame, and a large amount of flames surged towards Zuoqiu, only to see that in the next second, Zuoqiu's body was like a black hole with a powerful suction force, absorbing all the flames surrounding her. Well, Zuoqiu instantly clenched her teeth, her hands gripping her own clothes so tightly that even Bai Feng heard the sound of fabric being torn to shreds. Unlike last time, this time she didn't feel any flames traveling through her body, but rather the flames directly integrated into her flesh and blood. She felt as if her entire self was being roasted from the inside out, and her reddened skin was even bubbling with white-hot air. This one wasn't as painful as the last one, but it wasn't all that bearable. Open your mouth. Just as she was about to pass out, a voice suddenly rang in her ears, and she subconsciously opened her mouth slightly. Then a pair of hands cupped her face, and several pills were directly stuffed into her mouth. A cool sensation came to her mouth, and she snapped out of her semi-consciousness as a result. Swallow. Under Bai Feng's order, Zuoqiu hurriedly swallowed the elixir in her mouth, but swallowing the elixir didn't alleviate the high temperature in her body. Only her consciousness became incomparably lucid.
so much so that the pain in her body seemed to be magnified. She even wondered if self had offended Bai Feng somewhere to be so tormented. At this moment, Bai Feng glanced at his left hand, which was reddening from touching Zhuoqiu's face, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. That's too much body temperature. Especially just now when Zhuoqiu was half unconscious, he found that her body was a little out of control. The temperature was rapidly rising. Even some of her clothes had a trace of charred black color. He hastily fed the elixir to make her wake up from her half-coma. All he had to do now was to keep an eye on Zhuoqiu and keep her awake. After a few moments, he realized that Zhuoqiu's body temperature was again beginning to vaguely look a little out of control. So he picked up a towel and wet it with water, then began to gently wipe her face. The move wasn't to cool her down, but to keep her going. Stay awake. Don't fall asleep. Zhuoqiu opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at Bai Feng, who was holding a wet towel. Don't you still want to take revenge on the Black Lotus? Don't you long for great power? Now this power is placed in front of you. As long as you can hold on to it. Come on. Show me your determination. Zhuoqiu nodded as she continued to clench her teeth and continued to endure the physical pain. And once if she couldn't support herself, Bai Feng would feed her an elixir. Gradually, the temperature of Zhuoqiu's body began to drop, but his aura became stronger and stronger. Seeing this, Bai Feng put down the wet towel in his hand. Did it work? He stared at Zhuoqiu. At this time, her skin was no longer red. Instead it was like white jade that was warm and smooth. At the same time, her cultivation had also come to the late Jindan stage. As the temperature continued to drop, Zhuoqiu also opened his eyes. In an instant, flame patterns surfaced on her body surface, and berserk spiritual energy erupted directly from her body. Nice. With a voice ringing in her ears, her raging aura was instantly honest. She quietly shot a glance at Bai Feng, and after realizing that he wasn't angry, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. When she thought about what she had just experienced, her heart became more than a little fearful. It was something she really didn't want to go through a second time. How does it feel? Bai Feng reached out and touched her bare arm, and could detect the high temperatures contained within her body. It was just that he hadn't found a divine body that could correspond to Zhuoqiu's physical characteristics. Very good. Zhuoqiu nodded as she raised her right hand and a flame emerged in her hand. I'm not afraid of demonic chi at all now. Immortal fire? No, that's not right. Bai Feng looked at the flame in Zhuoqiu's hand. Although the flame in her hand was somewhat similar to the immortal fire, it was much weaker in every aspect. Like a weaker version of the immortal fire, it could only be considered a stronger spirit fire. Is it the body of the sun, or the fire spirit body? None of them seemed right. Then he noticed Zhuoqiu's smooth jade-like skin. This was something that could be matched with a divine body. However, if he remembered correctly, that divine body was an unsullied body, but the unsullied body was characterized by the inviolability of all laws, which again did not match up with Zhuoqiu. Could it be some new divine body? Bai Feng guessed in his heart. However, the divine body has not appeared for a long time. The last record of the divine body appeared more than 1,000 years ago. Nowadays it would not be strange if there is any variation. Not to mention that Zhuoqiu did not show the divine body in the beginning, or it was only after she was demonic chi into the body, and then burned by him with the immortal flame. It is not strange to have a little variation. And just as Bai Feng was planning to test Zhuoqiu's divine body, he suddenly noticed that the temperature inside her body was rapidly dropping, while the flame patterns on her body surface were gradually disappearing, and even her skin had returned to its original state, only to be whiter than before. How? What's going on? Zhuoqiu immediately panicked a little. Could it be that she could only last this little while after experiencing so much pain for so long? Hold your horses. Bai Feng reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. He could detect that Zhuoqiu's body was already different from before. Apparently the god body had awakened. It just seemed that the lack of energy had temporarily sunk in. Could it be that his guess was true? That Zhuoqiu's divine body was not complete? Thinking of this, he once again summoned the immortal flame, and under Zhuoqiu's fearful gaze, he placed a small portion of it into her body. Zhuoqiu subconsciously clenched her teeth, and then the familiar blazing sensation came, only it wasn't as strong as before, and it was even a little bit comfortable. While her body once again surfaced with a flame mark, she looked down at herself, more than a little puzzled on her face. It's true. Bai Feng nodded and explained under Zhuoqiu's puzzled gaze. Your divine body isn't complete, or perhaps it hasn't grown, so it needs extra energy to manifest. Zhuoqiu nodded thoughtfully, but it was a pity that she had to be beside Bai Feng if she wanted to exert the full strength of her divine body. No, it was rather a good thing for her. Zhuoqiu instantly realized that if she wanted to use the power of her divine body, then she had to follow Bai Feng. This may seem like a limitation, but it's also an advantage. Just think about it the other way around. Bai Feng had to bring her with him in order for her to maximize her power, which meant that she was bound to Bai Feng. Moreover, Bai Feng had an additional means of controlling her, and this point would also make him feel much more at ease with her, and her position as a loyal dog would be even more secure. Thinking of this, Zuoqiu hurriedly said to Bai Feng, "Master, I will swear to accompany you to the right and left." The corners of Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly. "I was kind enough to help you stimulate your divine body, so how could you still be beneficent? By the way, give me your collar first." Bai Feng glanced at the collar on Zuoqiu's neck. The thing that had caused him to be systematically, he had stuffed a lot of chi value. Originally he was going to make a ring or a bracelet or something, but the chi luck value was all stuffed. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss if he didn't do something about it? "Since you like the collar so much, you can wear it all the time." Although Zuoqiu was a bit puzzled, he still took it off and handed it to Bai Feng. "I'll modify your collar so that it can store flames, and in the future, even if you're not by my side, you can still use the power of your divine body. You just need to find me afterwards to re-inject the flames." Bai Feng took the collar and told Zuoqiu what Self was going to do next, and slightly emphasized that she would be able to use the power of her divine body even if she wasn't by his side. He believed that Zuoqiu, the son of Qi, would definitely begin to float in his mind, and when, after destroying the Black Lotus, he graciously expressed his letting go, then he would reap the friendship of a son of Qi, as well as there would be one less Dark Thunder on his side as well. After all, this kind of thing like the son of Qi is still better as a friend. When the slave or something is too dangerous, there is a certain shameless system staring at him. He is scolding but also dare not scold, do not dare to beat, and even have to care about her physical and mental health, to prevent the system to catch the opportunity to give him to stuff the chi value. So look down, he is the slave. Ah, thank you master. Zuoqiu was thrilled. Bai Feng was actually going to remodel her collar. Did this mean that he had recognized her as a loyal dog? This wasn't something that could be compared to engraving words on a bell. As for the point in Bai Feng's mouth about being able to use the power of his divine body even without being by his side, it also seemed to her that it was an acknowledgement of her status as a loyal dog. After all, when encountering an enemy, many times there was no preparation time. Then when the time came she could use the flames in her collar to awaken her divine body, and then just go back to White Maple to recharge afterwards. "Well, why don't you go back to bed and come by tomorrow to pick it up?" Bai Feng waved his hand, already pondering in his mind how he was going to modify the collar. "Yes, goodbye master." Zuoqiu nodded and quickly left Bai Feng's house. There was no worry in her heart. After all, her status outside was that of a follower of Bai Feng, not to mention that she wasn't a member of the Green Bamboo Peak and was inconvenienced to live here in Bai Feng's place. Shortly after Zuoqiu left, "Brother, how did you just activate the formation?" Bai Yuma pushed the door and walked in. Bai Feng quickly put the collar in his hand into his storage bag when he saw this and casually explained, "Just now, Zuoqiu came over and asked me to help test an item." "Zuoqiu, isn't she being watched by master?" Bai Yuma was instantly alert, especially since she could vaguely see what was just in Bai Feng's hand, and even though he put it away very quickly, she could still vaguely see that it was a collar-like accessory with a small bell on it. Upon closer examination, it did resemble the jewelry worn around Zuoqiu's neck. Her investigation is over and she is now a Heavenly Sword Sect disciple. Bai Feng continued to explain. "She also came to me just now because she had awakened her divine body." Bai Yuma frowned deeper at once. "Then why did she come to you?" "Because I was the one who burned it out, and because she awakened incompletely, she came to me." After hearing Bai Feng's explanation, Bai Yuma then remembered that the demonic chi in Zuoqiu's body had been purified by Bai Feng with immortal flame, and it was because of this reason that Zuoqiu wanted to follow Bai Feng. "Brother, I think it's better for you to be careful and not be paralyzed by some of her actions." Especially when she thought of the collar on Zuoqiu's neck, she felt that this person was very scheming. What kind of collar does a follower wear? What does this person want? "Don't worry, your brother is not that stupid." Bai Feng nodded. He was going to tamper with the collar. After all, the flame in Zuoqiu's body had already been absorbed by her, so he could only change to another method. Then he thought of something and opened his mouth to propose. "By the way, why don't you accompany me for more sword practice in the next 2 days?" He had previously realized that Self's combat experience was poor when he sparred with Bai Yuma, so he intended to make up for that shortcoming. "Good." Bai Yuma nodded. "But this time you can't cheat with talismans." "No, it won't. Last time was an exception. How could I possibly cheat?" Bai Feng silently stuffed the talisman paper with the stabbing trick deeper into his pocket. "Feng Yu, there's a letter for you. It's from the Heavenly Sword Sect." Feng Yu, who had just finished a day's work, didn't even say that he was packing up the materials and tools on his own workstation, and hurriedly walked towards the messenger with quick steps. A few minutes later, he walked back to his dorm room with a large bag of paper bags. "Is it a letter from Missy?" Feng Yu took out the letter in the paper bag. In addition to that, a book of almost 1.5 fingers was placed inside. He first opened the envelope, then he sat up straight in a hurry.
staring at the letter with a serious face and reading it word by word. Time is limited. I wrote a textbook first, and will send you a second one in a few days. If you don't understand anything, you can go and ask the Jade Linglong's formation master, or you can save up and write to ask me. The content was short, but he felt overwhelmed. It was a letter handwritten by the master of formation himself, and the master himself had written him a textbook. He had thought that the formation master would not pay attention to an ordinary employee like him who was just a little bit talented, and although the supervisor had drawn a lot of pies before, he would not be naive enough to think that the pies would be personally delivered to his mouth. And the supervisor had said so much, surely because he wanted him to strive hard for it, but the reality was that the pies had really been delivered to his mouth. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his excitement, before he reached into the paper bag and removed the textbook. The cover of the book was simple, with only the simple words formation, I. He swallowed hard and carefully turned the first page for fear of accidentally dirtying the book. A glance at the table of contents, followed by a careful flip through. He didn't take his eyes off the book until it was completely dark. This book is completely different from the Dan books and other teaching books that he once read. There is no obscure and difficult to understand senses on it, nor does it start to teach people to refine Dan and make formations without teaching them a bit of knowledge. Instead, it splits up the formations and teaches them from the most basic theories, and even after learning a theory, it is immediately followed by the practical steps, coupled with the accompanying diagrams on the book. Even a weakly grounded formation master such as him can easily read it. Worthy of being a formation master. After Fong Yu sighed, he lit a candle flame and continued to hold the book and read. System, raise your cultivation to Jin Dan perfection. Bai Fong sat cross-legged on the bed as his cultivation began to climb rapidly until he reached Jin Dan perfection before slowing to a halt. He opened his eyes and carefully felt the power contained within his body. After the Jin Dan was perfected, he could clearly feel that both the spirit forging method and the body forging method had improved considerably. And even if he didn't need to use formations, he could still compete with early Yuaning cultivated earths nowadays. Even if he encountered a demoness, he would be able to go through a couple of moves with her when he was able to utilize his formation. However, the prerequisite was that the demon girl's strength and cultivation hadn't increased greatly in the meantime. I wish it would be as peaceful as this time in the future. In these 3 months or so there was no son of Qi jumping on his face, there was no demonic path messing up, and under his careful watchfulness, the system also fell silent and didn't stuff him with Qi values in these 3 months or so. In these 3 months or so, Bai Yuma, who had acquired the body forging method, had long since arrived at Jin Dan perfection. Luo Chen had also successfully promoted to Yuaning, and even Lin Yan had some strange encounters during this period, breaking through to Jin Dan perfection a few days earlier than him. In fact, with his talent, it would be better to break through to Jin Dan perfection a few months later. But recently, the central state and the northern domain seemed to have the intention of cooperating, and after that, something big might happen, so he chose to break through to Jin Dan perfection ahead of time to play it safe. For this reason, he even purposely closed his eyes for 7 days and prepared a few expensive pills, making an appearance of cultivating very hard. The retreat is over. It's time to get out. After Bai Feng stretched his back and closed the formation and pushed open the door to his room, he saw Bai Yuma sitting in the living room, seemingly sensing the fluctuation of the formation, with his line of sight placed on the door to his room early on. Brother, congratulations on breaking through to Jin Dan perfection. She stood up, holding back her inner excitement, and walked over to Bai Feng's body with a smile. Anything you want to eat? Let's celebrate tonight. Just have a normal meal. Bai Feng waved his hand. Didn't we not specifically celebrate when you rose to Jin Dan perfection before? Bai Yuma shook his head and retorted. It's not the same. It's not like I was in seclusion for so long like you. I've only been in seclusion for 7 days too, right? Normally that's already pretty fast. You think everyone is like you, making a breakthrough in one night. Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out the words. He even felt that the time of his own seclusion was a bit short. Even for most people this couldn't be called a seclusion. It should be extended for a few more days. Make up a half a month and then come out. Well, 7 days is also a long time. Once I got up in the morning to cook, to do half of it before I remembered that you closed down to go. My newly learned recipes also no one to help taste. The home is also empty, very cold. White Fei-Mo seems to be in a general grumble muttered the first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. But before I joined the Heavenly Sword sect, didn't you already live alone for quite a long time? Before Bai Feng could finish speaking, Bai Yuma interrupted with a voice. I've gotten used to it, and I don't want to go back to the old days when I was alone. Bad. It can't be that after 7 days of seclusion, Bai Yuma's emotions are starting to be unstable, right? Thinking of the system that had been dumbfounded by not seizing the opportunity for more than 3 months, Bai Feng directly reached out and grabbed Bai Yuma's wrist, not intending to give the system a single chance. Come on, let's have a nice dinner tonight and I'll help.
After saying that, he dragged Bai Yuma towards the kitchen without saying a word.
Inside the kitchen,
Bai Feng looked at the large amount of ingredients Bai Yuma had prepared in advance and contemplated for a few seconds. Seeing that she was indeed looking forward to him ending his seclusion as soon as possible.
Why don't we eat hot pot tonight? Well, Bai Yuma nodded.
Then she raised her head and asked in a very small voice,
Brother, in the future when you are in seclusion, can I join you in seclusion and cultivation?
Bai Feng subconsciously looked up at her. If he remembered correctly, most of the time only Dao couples would retreat together,
right? After all, most of the time in the retreat is in a safe environment to concentrate on cultivation and breakthrough.
And most of them are in the private cave. The defense against the outside world will naturally be reduced.
So only two people with a very close relationship will retreat together.
He reached out and flicked his hand on Bai Yuma's forehead. What kind of stuff does your head think about every day? Bai Yuma reached out and covered his forehead.
Some dissatisfied retorted. What's the relationship?
We are the brother and sister who grew up together.
Really speaking, is not much more intimate than the relationship of those Dao couples? What you say makes sense. But it's exempt. Bai Feng refused without hesitation.
Not everything in this world can be done with the phrase close relationship.
But this time,
Bai Yuma seemed to have accumulated some emotions because she hadn't seen him for 7 days.
And didn't give up on it. It's just closed door cultivation. It's not like entering a cave.
Bai Feng was also a bit helpless. But once he thought that the system was still watching intently, he could only continue to persuade.
It's been like this since ancient times. Everyone has already formed a fixed idea. If we really want other people to know that you and I are in closed-door cultivation together, your brother and I are already used to the gossip. But can you think about what other people will think of you? Has it been right since the beginning of time?
Bai Yuma lowered his head and muttered in a small voice. Bai Feng reached out and rubbed his forehead. It was reasonable to say that after all this time,
Bai Yuma's guilt and insecurity should have subsided, right?
Why did it feel like it had worsened instead after he had been in seclusion for 7 days?
I was wrong.
He sighed and reached out to touch Bai Yuma's head.
Next time I won't be in seclusion for such a long time, okay? How about if my next seclusion lasts more than 7 days? I'll be at your disposal?
Bai Yuma suddenly fell silent. Then she shook her head and seemed to have regained her senses as she lowered her head and whispered.
I'm sorry, I was too unreasonable. Please pretend that I didn't say anything and let's continue cooking.
After hearing her apology,
Bai Feng's heart instead panicked even more.
This was simply a precursor to the system stuffing him with chi luck values.
Slow down,
he said as if he had made up his mind about something.
Let's get together at the next retreat. Really? Bai Yuma raised his head with a bit of incredulity on his face.
As if he didn't understand why Bai Feng had suddenly changed his mind.
Bai Feng nodded.
I thought about it carefully.
It's just about cultivating together. Didn't we often discuss cultivation tips and even cultivate together in the living room before? Then we have a deal.
Although Bai Yuma felt that Bai Feng's reasoning was a bit far-fetched. After all, he had just been so firm in his refusal. But such things were unimportant. The point was that Bai Feng had agreed to go into closed-door cultivation together.
Let's get on with the cooking.
Bai Feng was slightly relieved in his heart.
Finally he had fooled around.
In order to prevent the system from stuffing the value of chi luck, he also went out of his way. The big deal is that for a period of time in the future will not be closed for cultivation. As long as she waited until the guilt and security in Bai Yuma's heart disappeared in the future, it was expected that she wouldn't care about such things.
On the dining table, Bai Yuma kept picking up slices of meat and putting them into the pot,
with a smile on her face the whole time,
obviously in a very good mood. Brother, eat more.
Bai Feng picked up a slice of meat and rolled it in the dipping sauce.
While still turning to the busy Bai Yuma, he asked, did anything happen in the past few days while I was in seclusion?
No.
Bai Yuma shook her head.
But then she suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said,
no, there's really one more thing.
The sacred land in Central State and the Northern Region sects have already decided to cooperate. There might be people from the sacred land coming to the Northern Region after some time.
And at that time, according to the tradition, it is estimated that we will have to spar with the sacred land's disciples. It's a real collaboration. Bai Feng nodded, not really surprised.
The previous actions of the divine sovereign Black Lotus had clearly angered the Holy Lands in the Central State. And all of them were relatively good at saving face, while the divine sovereign's act of extending his hand to the northern domain was clearly slapping them in the face. The clans in the northern region were also annoyed because of the divine sovereign's assistance to the northern region's Devil Dao, so it was no surprise that the two sides had joined together to crusade against the Devil Dao. However, he actually cared more about the disciples of the Holy Land than the Devil's Way. There had to be quite a few sons of Qi in here, right? With his current Qi luck value, I'm afraid that he would not be surrounded by sons of Qi luck. The good thing was that he shouldn't need to go on the cutting edge. But if there was a formation-related competition, he probably wouldn't be able to put it off. Hopefully, There were no sons of Qi who were good at formations on the side of the sacred land of the central state. Master Lu Meng should have some knowledge of the formation geniuses in the central state sacred ground, so I'll just go and ask them later. After Bai Feng pondered for a moment, his afterglow suddenly saw that the small bowl in front of self had been stuffed with slices of meat, and had even piled up into a small hill. He silently looked over at Bai Yuma, who was pretending to know nothing, before picking up the small bowl and shoving half of one of the slices of meat into her bowl. Why are you cooking so much? Eat this half yourself. Don't waste food. Oh. Bai Yuma nodded weakly and picked up his chopsticks to the half of the sliced meat that had been separated from Bai Feng's bowl and put it into his own mouth. Later on, I'm going to ask Master Lu about some formation matters, so I don't think I'll be back until later, so you don't have to rush to make dinner, Bai Feng said casually as he ate his meal. In fact, there was usually no need to talk about this kind of small matter, but, considering that Bai Yuma's mood was a bit unstable just now, in order to prevent him from being stuffed by the system with his Qi value within minutes of going out, he planned to inform him in advance. Aha! Bai Yuma nodded, the corners of her mouth unconsciously curling up slightly. It always felt like this scene was like a conversation between a husband and his wife. Then she suddenly thought of something, so she looked up at Bai Feng and asked, Brother, I've encountered some problems in my cultivation. Can we exchange and spar when you return? Alright, I also want to try how much my strength has increased after the Jindan consummation. You've perfected your Jindan so quickly? I remember you've only been in seclusion for 7 days, right? Lu Meng looked at Bai Feng, who had come to visit, with more than a little surprise on her face. This doesn't look like ordinary talent. Bai Feng shook his head. After all, after going through so many battles and taking so many pills, it would be too humiliating if he couldn't break through to Jindan perfection again. It's also true that your experience at the Jindan stage was much more exciting than mine. Lu Meng smiled and nodded. Then she asked, Normally you wouldn't be idly looking for me. Are you looking for me this time because you've encountered any problems with the formation? I also don't want to disturb Master's peace and quiet. Bai Feng nodded somewhat awkwardly. But I do have some questions. And besides that, I also want to ask if there are any more talented formation masters in the Central State Holy Land. The formation masters of the Holy Land Lu Meng pondered for a few seconds. The formations on their side are quite interesting, and they are said to be related to the immortal formations. But in the last few years I haven't heard of any Holy Land that has produced any formation geniuses, and none of them even can match Lan Xiao's talent. When she spoke of Su Lan Xiao, it seemed that she was thinking of her cultivation that had been stagnant due to her heart demon. She sighed. Right. If you don't have anything to do, go find Lan Xiao. She's a bit reluctant to go out lately, and it wasn't much use for me to persuade her a few times. Yes, Master. Bai Feng nodded. At the same time there was some doubt in his heart. He remembered that he had purposely given Su Lan Xiao quite a few of his personal belongings before his seclusion, and a trace of his divine sense had been purposely entwined on them, which should logically be able to block her mind's demons during these 7 days. Is it no longer enough to rely on stick-on items? He decided to make some careful inquiries this time. After all, Su Lan Xiao was his right-hand man. Many of the array discs he brought to auction were made with her help. She couldn't afford to have anything happen to her. Well, if you have any questions, hurry up and finish. I have to keep working on that gift you gave me. You haven't worked it out yet, Master? Bai Feng was a bit surprised, but once he thought about the fact that the remnants of that formation were made by an unknown immortal, it really didn't seem like it would be that easy to study and patch up. No, I don't know where you got such a complicated and profound remnant of the formation from. I only have a little clue even after studying it for so long. Lu Meng shook her head. If you're interested, come and help me study it together when you have time afterward. With your current level you should be able to help me as well. Yes, Master. Bai Feng nodded. He had always been somewhat interested in this terrain formation remnant, only that he couldn't be bothered to study it because he had too many things to do. Now that Master Lu Meng was conducting the leading research, then he naturally wanted to follow along. Su Lan Xiao's home. In a bedroom with closed windows and dim light, Su Lan Xiao was lying on the bed. Multiple personal items that Bai Feng had used were placed beside the bed, and a half-used pencil was still clutched in her hand. It was just that Bai Feng's items could stop the heart demons, but they couldn't stop the emotions from spreading in her heart. While everyone was progressing, even Bai Feng had been in the late Jindan stage long before his seclusion. She had been stuck in the early Jindan stage because of her heart demons. It gave her a sense of panic, a fear that self would be abandoned and ignored because she couldn't keep up. Even when I think of the high spirits I once had as a genius, I feel even more pain and sadness when I see my present inability to improve myself. Senior Sister Su, are you home? At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted her rambling thoughts. The voice is. Su Lan Xiao suddenly had more than a few moments of panic. She didn't know why self had such emotions. Obviously she wanted to meet with Bai Feng,
but now she didn't dare to see the other party. Senior sister Sue? She lifted her hand, but eventually huddled herself inside the covers, pretending she wasn't home. Gradually, the knocking became weaker, and it seemed as if the person knocking had left. While she breathed a sigh of relief, something was lost in her heart. At that moment, she suddenly heard the sound of the door being pushed open, and as footsteps continued to approach, she hastily covered herself with the quilt. How come the bedroom door is even locked? Baifeng pushed the bedroom door with some helplessness on his face. Su Lan Shallow's situation seemed to be even more serious than he had imagined. And if it wasn't for the fact that Lu Meng had anticipated this matter and handed over the key to Su Lan Shallow's room door in advance, he was afraid that he would be stuck in front of her front door. After successfully opening the door, he had thought that he could do it without having to break the door. But he didn't realize that Su Lan Shao's bedroom was also locked, and it was locked from the inside, and there was no key to open it. It turned out to be a forced break at the end of the day. Senior sister Sue, I'm offended. Baifeng's right hand that was pressed against the door began to exert force, and then a formation appeared in front of him. But in the next second, the formation was easily broken and the door to the room was pushed open with his force. Baifeng directly stepped into the dimly lit bedroom, and as he looked at the empty bed, he directly lifted the sheet that was draped on the floor and looked down. He saw Su Lan Shao wrapped in a small quilt and hiding under the bed, staring at him with wide eyes just like that. Senior sister Su, what are you doing? In the face of Baifeng's inquiry, Su Lan Shallow had a red face and shrunk her head into the quilt, just like a chrysalis. After a few seconds of silence, Baifeng directly reached out and dragged out the large silkworm chrysalis under the bed, casually carrying it to the bed. Then he reached out and peeled open the shell of the silkworm chrysalis, revealing the smooth white, translucent red skin of the silkworm inside. Sorry. He silently stopped moving and reached out to help put the shell back over the silkworm. Why doesn't Su Lanson wear clothes when she sleeps? Baifeng sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the silkworm chrysalis that seemed to have no more life activity. And although the atmosphere was very awkward, he didn't leave because of it. After a few minutes, the chrysalis finally seemed to be unable to hold on, and she stuck out half of her head from under the covers, only her eyes still not daring to look at him. Is there something wrong? I should be the one to ask you this. Baifeng stared at Su Lan Shallow and said softly, has senior sister Su encountered any problems recently? Both our master and I are worried about you. No, I'm fine. Su Lan Sha shook her head showing signs of shrinking back again. Senior sister Su, if you continue to talk like this, I can only use tougher tactics. Baifeng reached out and placed his hand on her head, gently peeling back the covers around it to reveal her entire head. Su Lan Shallow's body trembled with the naked eye after losing part of her protective shell. She lowered her head and still said with a stiff upper lip, I'm fine. Really, you guys don't have to care about me, just leave me alone for a while. Senior sister Su, please look at my eyes, please. Baifeng grabbed her cheeks with both hands and moved his head slightly closer, forcing her eyes to only look at him. The bottom of his eyes flashed black and white, and in the next second, Su Lanshao realized that self had appeared in front of a tall but dilapidated house. Here is. She looked up at the familiar building in front of her and couldn't help but clench her fists. Is this your home? Baifeng's voice suddenly rang in her ears, and she subconsciously looked sideways to see him standing beside her, looking up and surveying the building in front of her. He withdrew his gaze and said to Su Lan Shallow with a smile, Senior sister Su, won't you invite me in for a seat? Su Lan Shao nodded after a few seconds of silence. She stepped forward and reached out her hand to push open the old but heavy wooden door. Behind the door was empty, only a few old tables and chairs, but the house was clean. It seemed to be cleaned regularly, not a speck of dust on the old tables and chairs. This used to be a living room for entertaining guests. Su Lan Shallow seemed to be introducing Baifeng, but also seemed to be talking to himself. When I was a child, there was also an expensive teapot and chessboard. My grandpa liked to invite a few friends to sit here and drink tea and play chess when the weather was good. Then when I grew up, the teapot and chessboard were sold. My grandpa no longer drank tea and played chess and every day. He just sat here to stare at his eyes. And then after another half a year, my grandpa was gone too. She walked through the living room and over to a door, reaching out and pushing it open. Inside were several empty bookshelves with only a few tattered miscellaneous books sitting on them. There haven't been many books up here since I was a kid, but I still like to stay here, and I've gone through the miscellaneous books on the shelves several times, imagining a future where I can be like the main characters in the books who aren't bound by their families and do whatever they want. She walked out of the study and continued toward the other rooms. This is where I studied as a child, and my family spent a lot of money on it, but I didn't like it, and I still don't. This little room is where I slept when I was lazy as a child, and then when the adults found out, I hid in the utility room to sleep, and at that time there was still a lot of stuff in there, and then there was less and less stuff in the utility room,
and fewer places to hide. And here, Bai Feng just followed Su Lan Xiao's lead, listening to her recount the events of the past. After strolling through the last room, she stopped, a few more smiles on her face. But I've heard that things have gotten a lot better at home since I started learning formations after my master. And nowadays, this house should no longer look like this raggedy mess that I remember. Bai Feng, you know what? She raised her head to look at him with a few bitter smiles at the corners of her mouth. My parents, and even the entire Su family thought that I could lead the Su family back to its past glory, and I used to be convinced of that. I've never lost before, and I don't think I'll ever lose to anyone else. Even the genius disciples of the Spirit Sealing sect aren't my opponents, and I truly feel that I'm unique, a genius far beyond the rest. Until I met you, a disciple of the Foundation establishment stage but easily defeated me. At that moment, I felt that all the efforts I had ever made, the beliefs I believed in, and even everything I possessed was a joke, and I couldn't accept such a result. I really couldn't accept it. She slowly reached out her hand and grabbed Bai Feng's clothes. Why did you have to appear in the trajectory of my life? Why did the heavens even make a more gifted you appear? The black and white colors under Bai Feng's eyes gradually dissipated as he slowly opened his arms. Do you need me to lend you a shoulder? Or you can beat me up. Do whatever you want. Just this once. She slowly lowered her head and rested it against his chest, muttering in a very small voice. In fact, I've rarely complained anymore. I've figured it out. I'm not really any different from anyone else. I'm not special or unique. And after all this time I think it's time for me to accept my own mediocrity. Thank you, Bai Feng. Thank you for being willing to tolerate me. And thank you for being willing to teach me those array disc knowledge. Senior Sister Su, would you like to hear my evaluation of you? Bai Feng opened his mouth and interrupted her. It's not polite words. It's a sincere and heartfelt evaluation from me. Su Lan Xiao subconsciously raised her head and looked at Bai Feng's serious expression. I think that you, Senior Sister Su, are a genius that far surpasses other formation masters. Bai Feng lifted his right hand and a discarded array disc appeared in his hand. Remember this discarded array disc? Su Lan Xiao looked at the abandoned array disc that had accompanied her for many days and nights and subconsciously nodded. Not only does this array disc use the 1,000 formations, it also contains concepts that seem out of place with today's array system, and even a bit of treason. Su Lan Xiao continued to nod. Before this she had indeed never seen a formation like Bai Feng's that had been dismantled in such a piecemeal fashion. While all the other formation masters were trying to find ways to pursue the Tao of formation, wanting to get a little bit closer to the Tao of formation, he was running wild all the way in the opposite direction. There was almost no feeling for the Tao of formation in his portable formations. There were only cold and rigorous structures, and the Tao of formation didn't seem to be important in his eyes. When you brought this discarded array disc to me, my heart was very surprised at the time. Bai Feng looked into Su Lan Xiao's eyes and said softly, it was also here that your singular genius image in my eyes began to change. He paused for a moment. His tone slowed down, and he said seriously, word by word, you are a genius that far surpasses other formation masters. I don't know how other people see you, but at least in my case, you are definitely a unique genius. Su Lan Xiao lowered her head, but in the next second, her small face was grabbed by two hands again. Bai Feng slowly crouched down, his eyes looking straight at her. Think about the time you were my assistant. Senior Sister Su, you mastered most of the production methods of portable array discs in a very short period of time, were able to clearly understand all sorts of odd, and even a little bit irrational, requests I made, and even occasionally helped me improve the array discs. That's just. Before Su Lan Xiao could finish, she was once again interrupted by Bai Feng. Senior Sister Su, don't deny yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, then you should believe in me as well. If you don't like the word genius, I can put it in another way. You are my indispensable assistant. To give an inappropriate analogy, you and I are just like the relationship between a sword cultivator and a sword, a Dan master and a Dan furnace. A sword cultivator can still fight with less swords, but he can't utilize his maximum strength. A Dan master can also refine Dan without a Dan furnace, but the quality is a bit lower. And I, the one you consider to be a genius, am very much in need of your help as well. Simply put, I need a toolman. Su Lan Xiao's little face was a little red. Her eyes didn't dare to look at Bai Feng. Her voice was very weak. But, I'm only in the early stage of Jindan now, and I probably won't be able to continue to raise my cultivation in the future either. It's a small problem. Bai Feng smiled. He lowered his head and placed his forehead against hers. Immediately after a piece of divine sense was split off by him and left at the edge of Su Lan Xiao's sea of consciousness. Su Lan Xiao's little face instantly turned red. Her brain all seemed to have stopped functioning, and her entire body directly froze in place. Even after Bai Feng moved his forehead away she didn't recover. Senior Sister Su? Ah, yes.
Su Lan Xiao instantly woke up. She lowered her head and subconsciously stretched out her hand to touch her own forehead, which seemed to still have Bai Feng's temperature and touch on it. I left a part of my divine sense in your sea of consciousness. It can protect you from the interference of heart demons, and you shouldn't have to worry about heart demons until you wanting. Bai Feng's tone seemed to be a bit weak. Even his body became a bit more transparent. However, the heart demon was after all born from the weakness within you. Senior Sister Su, I can only help you suppress it temporarily. If you want to go further, you still need to find a way to resolve your inner weaknesses and defeat the heart demon. Thanks. Su Lan Xiao nodded, just looking at her dumbfounded look. She didn't know if she had really listened clearly. If you encounter any problems while cultivating, remember to find me in time. Bai Feng reminded a few more times. Afterwards, if you have time, you can also look for me more often to check and inspect. After all, this is the first time I've done this as well. Well, let's go back. Bai Feng reached out and snapped his fingers, and they returned to Su Lan Xiao's dimly lit bedroom. The two of them still maintained the same movements as when they entered the illusion. He withdrew his hands, while Su Lan Xiao reached out and tugged the quilt upwards, covering his own reddened face, leaving only his eyes still exposed. Senior Sister Su, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Bai Feng stood up. Remember to come be my assistant. Well, Su Lan Xiao nodded very slightly, and it was only after Bai Feng left and made the sound of closing the door of the room tightly that she completely relaxed, her body falling straight backward. When she thought of what Bai Feng had just said, her face couldn't help but redden and burn, and the fear that had been in her heart before had disappeared. Yes, divine sense. She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly checked up on her own sea of consciousness, and soon found a part of the divine sense left behind by Bai Feng from the edge. Won't it have a bad effect if Bai Feng splits out so much divine sense? Su Lan Xiao was a little worried in her heart. After pondering for a few seconds, she carefully extended her own divine sense to wrap Bai Feng's divine sense and dragged it deeper into her sea of consciousness. In order to prevent accidentally injuring her divine sense resulting in an effect on Bai Feng, she had to protect this part of her divine sense. Only after doing this did she start trying to cultivate, and under the protection of Bai Feng's divine sense, without the disturbance of her heart demons, she soon became immersed in her cultivation. At the same time, Bai Feng naturally sensed that the divine sense that had been separated out was being dragged by Su Lan Xiao. Why are you still dragging it deep into the sea of consciousness? Su Lan Xiao shouldn't be so devoid of common sense. Is this something that can be dragged deeper into the sea of consciousness? This was simply putting his little life in his hands. As long as he wanted to, he could completely and directly re-injure Su Lan Xiao's sea of consciousness, and in severe cases, he would even die as a result. If it wasn't because Su Lan Xiao didn't have common sense, then it was because she trusted him too much as well. But it should be good. Bai Feng rubbed his chin, which also showed that his little assistant, Paru, shouldn't run away so simply. Our Holy Land has finally made a deal with the northern region. In a few days we'll be able to go to the northern region to take a look. We haven't been to the northern region yet since we grew up. In a cave, a tall woman sat on a chair and smiled as she spoke to the young girl beside her. Then she thought of something. By the way, Senior Sister Yun, that Bai Feng guy from before, does he know you? It's the first time I've seen you so angry. Could it be your young lover? Senior Yun shook her head expressionlessly. No, his father knows my father. Just like that? The taller woman looked skeptical. My father and his father had fingered it when they were drinking, but then they didn't fulfill it because of something. The woman's brow furrowed slightly. You were withdrawn from the marriage? She did remember that in the past, Senior Sister Yun was unable to cultivate. No, it's something more complicated. Senior Sister Yun shook her head and didn't explain too much. The woman didn't pursue the question. She cocked her head and asked a different question. So are you going to meet him when you arrive in the northern region? Aha! Senior Sister Yun nodded. Although the matter of the sacred ground cooperating with the northern region sect had surprised her a bit, she didn't intend to avoid Bai Feng. She wasn't a pedant who had to wait until she was a transformation spirit before she was willing to meet him. By the way, Yu Ma, I've been having a problem before, Bai Feng said to Bai Yu Ma, who was sitting on the side during a break from sword practice. What? Baek Yu Ma turned to look at him, some curiosity on his face. I haven't been too kind to ask before. If you don't want to talk about it, you cannot answer. Bai Feng first stacked a few layers of armor on himself, then he continued under the gaze of Bai Yu Ma's group. It's just that it seems like I've never heard you talk about the past. It's fine if I don't talk about it. I'm just a little curious. From the time Bai Yu Ma just arrived at his house, he was a little curious. Only at that time he was brushing Bai Yu Ma's goodwill, so he didn't go to reveal her scars. And after that, after the villain system, he dared not to ask even more, for fear of letting Bai Yu Ma think of the sad things, and thus the system would seize the opportunity to stuff the chi value. Now that their relationship has been repaired, and Bai Yuma's mood has stabilized a lot. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and stacked a few layers of armor on himself before he dared to ask the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Bai Yuma was silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. Actually, I'm not too sure. I can only vaguely remember that I followed someone on the run for a very long time. Everyone wanted to harm me. Uncountable people were chasing us until I was entrusted to our father. Was it deliberately hidden? Bai Feng pondered for a while. This matter should be known to his father as well. But before his cultivation caught up with his father, it was expected that his father would not say anything. Forget it, not being able to remember is a good thing for you right now. He smiled and shook his head. We'll talk about it later when we become stronger. And then if you want to retrieve your old memories, I'll accompany you. Well, nodded White Yum. In fact, she didn't want to seek out memories of the past. After all, they really weren't good memories, and she cherished the present more than searching for the past. Her only obsession is to see her parents, whom she can no longer remember. But she knows that they are already dead. Alright, rest is almost done. Let's continue. Bai Feng picked up the wooden sword at the side. You don't have to hold back this time. I want to see where my limits are. 1 minute later, Bai Feng lay on the ground doubting his life. Why was this? Obviously, he had already copied Bai Yuma's moves, and he had also cultivated the body forging method, and even had the assistance of the god forging method. But why was the gap between the two of them so large? Could it be because of that immortal bone in Bai Yuma's body? But he also had a sword Dao fragment. Brother, are you okay? Bai Yuma's face was a little embarrassed, because in the first 30 seconds Bai Feng and her were still able to fight back and forth, so she was not able to close her hand. Bai Feng's eyes rolled slightly to look at Bai Yuma. No good. My pride is hurt and I need a hug to get up. Hug or something. White Yuma's little face reddened a bit. She first looked around to make sure no one was around before bending down. Only this time. Oh, no, I'm kidding. Bai Feng sat up from the ground in a hurry with his hands and feet. Yuma, don't you take everything you say seriously. Only to see Bai Yuma frozen in place, her hands still maintaining the outstretched motion. She stared at Bai Feng, the shyness on her face gradually disappearing and adding a few more points of dissatisfaction. And even her small mouth began to bulge slightly. She reached out and practically lunged to hug him. This is the punishment for lying to me, she cried out as she buried her face into the position of his chest. No, this is a reward, right? Bai Feng spat out in a small voice. Then he reached out and pushed Bai Yuma's little head. Just hug for a while. It's impolite to hug any longer. But Bai Yuma still refused to let go, and even had the temerity to say, no, my self-esteem is also hurt, and I need you, brother, to coax me like when I was a child in order to get better. Are you a child? Bai Feng had already begun to regret. Why did self have to be cheap? That said, hadn't Bai Yuma and him gotten closer lately? And instead of going down the normal route of a brother-sister relationship, had he accidentally opened up another line? No, must watch and observe more. Can't use all my attention on the beware system. But for now, it's better to comfort White Yum first. So he reached out and hugged her and patted her back. Okay, I was wrong. I apologize. I accept the punishment. It was only after a few more seconds that Bai Yuma slowly climbed up from his arms, her little face still a little red. Bai Feng's inner uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. I'm not really going to take the wrong route, am I? Damn system. If the system hadn't used Bai Yuma to forcefully stuff him with chi values, making him shift all his attention to the system, how could he be so passive? Which side of the fence are you on, Tatsuko? After he sprayed the system hard in his heart, he then continued to ask Bai Yuma, will you continue to practice your sword? Bai Yuma's face still retained a slight blush as she shook her head. No, it's already quite late. I haven't cooked yet. How come it feels like even things like cooking seem a bit strange after realizing this matter? Bai Feng pondered. Brother? Hakuhum looked at him with some confusion, and he stopped thinking for the moment and nodded with a smile. It's okay, let's go inside then. Are you the one who practiced the devil's way technique and wantonly slaughtered villagers? Who? A pale man jerked his head back, but there was only a blazing fire in front of him. In the next second, the man was engulfed in flames, letting out miserable cries until he was reduced to ashes. Solve another one. Zuoqiu landed on the ground and reached out to pick up the man's storage bag. Under her precise control, the flames would not damage the storage bag one iota at all. With the mission completed, it's time to go back. I wonder if the master has finished his seclusion. She reached up and touched the collar around her neck. A few more smiles tugging at the corners of her mouth. She had made the right choice. During these 3 months, Bai Feng had not only given her multiple portable formations, but had also helped her build suitable spirit weapons, and she had never felt so safe and wealthy. It could be said that Bai Feng had already treated her as his own person, and all she had to do was to return the favor and prove her own worth.
After she had previously told Bai Feng about her idea of going out to do quests, Bai Feng had actually directly pulled out a bunch of quests that were suitable for her, so it was clear that he had already taken even that into consideration. If there had been a little bit of thought in her mind before this that she felt more ashamed of being a dog and was just compelled to do so, she wouldn't feel that way at all now.
What's wrong with being a dog?
This being Bai Feng's dog was much more comfortable than being some bullshit refining God sect disciple. After completing this quest you should be able to exchange it for a 5th grade spirit gathering pill, and when the foundation is completely solid you can consider breaking through to Yuaning. Zuiqiu pondered over her future plans in her heart.
After her divine body had awakened,
she had also transformed from a disciple with good talent to a true genius. Not only did she break through to the late Jindan stage after awakening her divine body, but she also broke through to Jindan consummation in one fell swoop in just 3 months, and now she had begun to prepare for Yuaning. If there was really any complaint, it was that Bai Feng's attitude towards her was just a bit cold.
Could it be that Bai Feng is hinting at me to take the initiative?
That's right. I remember that the pet dogs that senior sister has are all very enthusiastic. They just pounce on their owners when they see them coming home.
Zuiqiu couldn't help but ramble on. Surprisingly, we're meeting with the Central State Holy Land in Tianluo City?
As the days of the meeting between the Central State Holy Land and the Northern Region sect gradually advanced, Bai Feng also learned the location of the meeting between the two forces. If he remembered correctly,
Tianluo City was a city with a very strong business atmosphere, and Yu Yao's old home, that is, Yu Linglong's headquarters was in Tianluo City, thus Tianluo City was also quite prosperous. However, upon careful consideration, this decision was normal. After all, the Central State Holy Land was cooperating with the Northern Region sects, not just the Heavenly Sword sect,
which was why they chose to select the neutral-leaning Tianluo City for the meeting. I've heard that the auction house in Tianluo City is huge, and there are many rich people who visit the auction house. Should we take this opportunity to make more money? Bai Feng thought seriously for a while, but ultimately rejected this tantalizing thought. After all, this time, the Central State Holy Land was going to come to a lot of people, and there must have been a lot of Sons of Fortune mixed in there. And he didn't believe that this group of Sons of Fortune wouldn't go to the auction house to join in the fun. If he put a few items on the shelves and they were auctioned off by the Son of Luck, this system was afraid that it would catch the opportunity to stuff him with luck values again. Plus, he had recently made a lot of money from his portable array discs and shadow retention devices, so he wasn't short of money for the time being. I hope nothing goes wrong on this trip to Tianluo City. Bai Feng sighed and looked out the window when a knock came from outside the door. He paused in his thoughts and got up to push open the door to his room. I'm here to help. Sulan Shallow lowered her head, her eyes staring at the shoes. Not knowing what came to her mind, her small face instantly became red, and her tone carried a few points of nervousness. Welcome. Bai Feng smiled as he welcomed her inside. He was just about to make a few more array discs for defense to come. Senior sister Su looks a lot better. It's all thanks to you. Sulan's shallow tense face also had a few more smiles. I'm now in the middle Jindan stage. I should be able to do more. Congratulations. Bai Feng made a few polite remarks, while also taking a few quiet glances. It is indeed a little more confident than before, and much less disheveled. Just how is it that when you talk, you're still a little shy, even cautious? The two of them walked to the room where the array plate was made, and instead of rushing to set up the task, Bai Feng moved over 2 chairs. Senior sister Su, you sit first. He placed the 2 chairs side by side while also taking out a translucent stone slab and placing it in front of them. Next I'm going to teach you the additional supplementary part of the 1,000 formations. Wasn't the 1,000 formations I learned before complete enough? Sulan Shao had some surprise, but then she suddenly thought of something. There was a part of the portable formation that she couldn't replicate no matter what. I thought it was because I was out of my depth, but is it because there's still a part missing? But this part is quite difficult. So senior sister Su, don't be discouraged even if you fail the first time. You can set up the 1,000 formations without this part just as well. Bai Feng looked sideways at Sulan Shallow, helping her out in advance. Are you ready? When Sulan Shao heard Bai Feng say this, she immediately raised her spirit. Even if Bai Feng was sitting beside him, she didn't dare to be distracted a bit. Ready. This is a very special formation. Bai Feng slowly burned the immortal pattern onto the stone slab he had prepared in advance, because what was burned was only a small portion, coupled with the fact that he had long since eaten through the immortal patterns. This was how he was able to record some of them on the stone plate made of spirit stones. It was also after a long consideration that he taught a part of the immortal pattern to Sulan Shao. For one, he thought that with Sulan Shao's talent he would be able to learn it, and secondly he was in great need of an assistant who could help him. The last and at the same time the most important thing was that Sulan Shao trusted him enough. After all, she was willing to put part of his divine sense into the depths of her sea of consciousness. It could simply be said that she was trusting him with her little life. Thus, he intended to teach the immortal pattern to Su Lan Shallow, but he couldn't guarantee that Su Lan Shallow would really be able to learn it. So he intentionally lowered the importance of this part, in order to prevent Su Lan Shallow, who had been easily consoled, from falling into a state of self-absorption once again. Well, Su Lan Shao couldn't help but reach out her hand to rub her forehead. Her heart was also filled with doubts. What in the world is this? Self was clearly dizzy and barely able to hold on after only a few seconds of looking at it. Is this really something I can learn? The little bit of self-confidence she had managed to build up inside her was once again shaken up, and just as she was about to give up, her mind suddenly remembered what Bai Feng had told her earlier. You're a genius that far surpasses other formation masters. I don't know what other people think of you, but at least with me, you're definitely a unique genius. Senior sister Su, don't deny yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, then you should also believe in me. She lowered her head, her fingers slightly clenching the hem of her skirt. I should trust Bai Feng. Finally, she loosened her fingers and her spirit pupil opened directly, her eyes once again looking at the formation pattern on the stone slab. She absolutely had to learn this formation, not only to prove to herself, but also to prove that Bai Feng hadn't been wrong. Since Bai Feng believed in her so much, then she must also respond to Bai Feng's expectations. There's no need to work so hard. Just rest for a while if you're tired and then continue learning. Bai Feng on the side couldn't help but voice out a reminder. As a person who had been there before, he was well aware of how difficult it was to master the immortal patterns, and he was genuinely worried that something would go wrong if Su Lan Shallow fought so hard. After all, he was only looking for a paru, not a disposable toolman. But right at this moment, Su Lan Shao suddenly stretched out her right index finger, right next to the stone slab, and slowly but forcefully scratched it. Only halfway through the stroke, she could no longer support herself, and her body went limp and fell to the side. Seeing this, Bai Feng hurriedly reached out and hugged her, while his eyes were still fixed on the slate on the table. Only the first half of the two immortal patterns on the stone slab were almost identical, and it was obvious that Su Lan Shao had already mastered this part. Immortal patterns weren't some kind of doodle that could be drawn just by following it. If one didn't have a mastery of immortal patterns, it was absolutely impossible to memorize or draw them. White maple, did I make it? Su Lan Shallow opened her eyes with great difficulty. At this time she still felt the pain and confusion in her own brain, as if she had been stuffed with the knowledge of 10-finger-thick books in a short period of time. Well, you succeeded. Bai Feng retracted his eyes from the stone slab as he looked towards the nervous-faced Su Lan Shao, his tone becoming a bit softer. You really are a genius that far surpasses others. A smile appeared on Su Lan Shao's face. Great, I didn't let you. Before she could finish, she closed her eyes and leaned into Bai Feng's embrace, letting out even breaths. Bai Feng hurriedly checked, then shook his head somewhat helplessly. It's good to be young. Falling asleep. Su Lan Shao didn't have any problems, simply because she was overworked, so she fell asleep. He got up with Su Lan Shao in his arms and directly put her on the bed in the next bedroom. From today onwards, Su Lan Shallow is no longer an ordinary paru. She can't be allowed to sleep on the sofa anymore, and her treatment and other things have to be upgraded as well. After helping Su Lan Shan cover up the quilt, Bai Feng once again returned to the room where he made the array plate and slowly made it all by himself. Alas, I ended up working by myself in the end. Haha. I did it. Well, White Maple, don't be like that. I'm not mentally prepared for this. Su Lan Shao suddenly opened her confused eyes. She looked at the dimly lit bedroom. Her drowsy brain didn't react. Where's Bai Feng? Didn't I go looking for Bai Feng? Could it be that I'm actually dreaming? She glanced out the window at the darkening sky and at the unfamiliar layout of her bedroom, her foggy brain finally clearing a little. This is not her bedroom. She glanced down at the quilt covering herself, the familiar scent on it making her swallow. No. What kind of stuff are you thinking? She stopped Self's dangerous thoughts in a heartbeat. By the way, didn't I come to help? How come I've been sleeping in Bai Feng's house for a day? No, I can't keep lying around. Although Su Lan Shao had some reluctance in her heart, she still hurriedly climbed up from the bed and reached out to push open the bedroom door. As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw Bai Yuma walking out of the kitchen with her meal. Bai Yuma froze. She first looked at Su Lan Shao and then at the bedroom behind her. She put down the chopsticks in her hand, and that expressionless face gradually gained a bit more of a dangerous aura. Why did you come out of Bai Feng's bedroom? I don't know. Su Lan Shallow took 2 steps back with a scared look on her face. She felt that what Self was facing was not Bai Feng's sister, but an awakened beast. No? Bai Yuma muttered in a small voice and couldn't help but clench her hands into fists. Sure enough, this guy was annoying. What are you arguing about? At this time, Bai Feng pushed open the door and walked out. He first glanced at Bai Yuma, who looked as normal, and then at Su Lan Shallow, who looked a bit scared. so he opened his mouth and explained. Senior sister Sue came to help. I saw that she was too tired and let her go to my bedroom to rest for a while. Brother, it's not a good idea to let her rest in your bedroom, is it? Bayuma said with some dissatisfaction. She hadn't even slept in Bai Feng's bedroom yet. Indeed, that's something I lacked consideration for. Bai Feng nodded without retorting. I'll get a specialized lounge afterward. Then he looked at Su Lanxiong. Right, senior sister Su, want to have a meal together? No, no, Su Lanxiao quickly shook her head. Bayuma was too dangerous. She didn't dare to stay for dinner. I'll go back first. I'll come back tomorrow to help. Well, senior sister Su takes her time. Bai Feng nodded without continuing to stay. After Su Lanxiao left, he said to Bai Yumo, alright, let's eat as well. Well, Bai Yumo lowered his head, his eyes looking towards Bai Feng's bedroom from time to time, not knowing what he was thinking. A few minutes later, Bai Feng, who was sitting at the dining table eating, saw Bai Yumo walk out of the kitchen and then head straight for his bedroom. The next thing he saw was her running out of his room clutching sheets and bedding. Brother, I remember your sheets haven't been changed in ages. I'll go wash them for you. After saying that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Bai Feng, who was watching this scene, slowly chewed the meat in his mouth. It really was the wrong route, wasn't it? Junior brother, do you need a tour guide? On the flying boat heading to Tianluo City, Yu Yao very skillfully pasted over. Tianluo City is much bigger than that small city of Xianguang City, and it's much more interesting as well, so it would be a shame not to take a stroll around more. Bai Feng glanced at Yu Yao and casually replied, I'll go if you treat me. He, that's for sure. This time, Yu Yao didn't have the slightest intention of getting angry. Instead, she had an excited smile on her face. I've already planned it out. We'll go to Drunken Moon Cuisine to have a good meal first. Then we'll go to the Tao Hiong Fong to buy more dim sum. Halfway through we can also go to the various stores to stroll around. And when we're tired, we'll come to my house for a rest and have some dim sum and tea in my little courtyard. Why does it feel like it's all food? There's no place to play? Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out. Then, Junior brother, are you going to go to a greenhouse to listen to music? Yu Yao cocked her head and asked. Almost instantly, Bai Feng noticed a few eyes looking at him. He ignored the glances off to the side and shook his head. No go. It was too easy to refresh the Sons of Qi there, and the level of danger was only higher than the auction. Then just listen to my senior sister's arrangement. Yu Yao's face had a few more smiles on it. What's more, there's nothing interesting about that place in the greenhouse. Why don't you come to my house? The cats dancing in my house are all more interesting than that place in the greenhouse. Bai Feng's curiosity was immediately piqued. If you say so, then I really need to go to your house to see how cats dance. He hadn't seen a cat dance in all his life, and it did sound like it was going to be a lot more fun than listening to music on a hook. While chatting with Yu Yao, Bai Feng also glanced at the others on the flying boat. There were quite a few familiar faces in here. Bai Yuma not to mention. Others such as Lin Yan and Luo Chen, the two sons of Qi, as well as Princess Shui Miao Miao of the Eastern Continent. Su Lanxiao also came up with Lu Meng. Even Zuoqiu was there. On top of that it was the personal disciples of each peak. A much larger number of people than the last time they traveled to Xianguang City. We'll be in the northern region tomorrow, so we'll finally see you again. Sister Yun sat on the flying boat, looking out the window at the scene that sped by, and murmured in a small voice. But technically, she hadn't met with Bai Feng in reality is all. Now that Bai Feng didn't know her either, did she have to disguise herself when she met with him? Otherwise it wouldn't be good to scare him. In that case, how should I greet Bai Feng when I meet him? Nope. Now it's time to think about whether to pretend to meet them by chance, or to pay a special visit. What do you have to do to look natural if it's a chance encounter? Senior Sister Yun couldn't help but ponder. Senior Sister Yun? At this moment, Senior Sister Xiao walked over, and as she looked at the contemplative Senior Sister Yun, she couldn't help but smile and snicker. You're not thinking about that fiancé of yours, are you? Haven't you never met him? That's why there's a bit of nervousness. Senior Sister Yun said in a flat tone. Then she looked at Senior Sister Xiao. Senior Sister Xiao, what do you think I should say when I meet with him? Why does it feel like you've already fallen first before even meeting him? Senior Sister Xiao spat out a sentence, then pondered seriously. Don't your fathers know each other? It's good to start from here. There's more to talk about and you don't have to worry about not knowing what to say halfway through the conversation. Senior Sister Yun nodded thoughtfully. Thanks to Senior Sister Xiao, I already have an idea in my mind. And it won't seem out of place to visit White Maple if you use your father as an excuse. Well, just do it. It's still a hoot. Bai Feng got down from the flying boat. Tianluo City was indeed much bigger than Xianguang City and Chenghong City, and he could even see some merchants in strange clothes on the road, probably coming from places like Zhongzhou and South Domain. Not far away,
The city lord of Tianluo City seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and after some courtesies, the people from the Heavenly Sword sect followed them to the residence they had arranged. On the way, Bai Feng saw many young people taking pictures with their photo retention devices, and even a few of the Sky Sword sect's disciples took out their photo retention devices to take pictures. Are all the retainers sold here? He couldn't help but mutter. Well, my mom really likes shadow retention devices, so she helped promote them. Yu Yao said with a smile as she followed Bai Feng's side. It's a pity that we are too small in other places such as the central state and the southern region, and the transportation costs are high. The shadow retention device is fine. The special shadow retention stone is hard to spread because of the few stores. People in other regions are not willing to spend a lot of money on a disposable high-end shadow retention stone. Otherwise it could be sold to those places in the central state and the southern region. Then just open up the authorization and let the merchants in other regions pay a sum of money every year and then allow them to produce their own special shadow retaining stones. Bai Feng said casually, if we want to spread out the shadow retention devices, we can even just liberalize the production method of the special shadow retention stones and allow other merchants to make them, but we'll explicitly say that they're pirated and take all methods of stopping them besides stopping them, reminding the customers that if they buy the pirated shadow retention stones, they'll be responsible for the consequences of anything that happens to them. Still, Yu Yao directly froze. This was indeed a solution to her biggest pain point, and the product could also be quickly spread out and sold to regions such as the central state and the southern domain, especially since other businesses had recently begun to follow suit and get their hands on retention devices as well. She felt more than a little sense of urgency. Even though there were a lot of problems and the cost was quite a bit higher than theirs, she reached out and grabbed Bai Feng's sleeve. Junior brother, it's outside. There are a lot of people, and it's still your old home. You mustn't go crazy. Seeing this, Bai Feng hurriedly reminded. No, I want to remind you. Yu Yao raised her head and said with a rare serious look, if you come to my house as a guest, don't talk about this kind of stuff. Are you worried that someone else might overhear? Bai Feng nodded. Although Yu Linglong was a whole, but the internal factions were definitely in place. Not to mention Yu Yao, the eldest Miss Yu Linglong. Even her father, the helmsman of Yu Linglong, wasn't one person say. No, I'm worried about another thing. Yu Yao reached out and scratched her cheek, her gaze shifting slightly. Anyway, just don't talk about such things. Although Bai Feng was a bit confused, he still nodded. Alright, let's not talk about this. Let's rest today. Tomorrow I'll take you around Tianluo City. Yu Yao crossed her arms and started chattering about the various cuisines of Tianluo City again. Do you want to eat anything tonight, brother? In the house where the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples were resting, Bai Yuma tied her apron and held a spatula in her hand as she asked Bai Feng in front of her. I thought, didn't have a kitchen here? Bai Feng also took a special look at the other rooms and was pretty sure that the house provided by the city lord's mansion did not come with its own kitchen. Learning from last time's lesson, this time I brought my own pots and everything. Bai Yuma pulled out all sorts of cooking utensils from his storage bag, and I also brought plenty of ingredients. Definitely enough for us to eat for a long time. Bai Feng fell silent, completely unaware that Bai Yuma had even moved the kitchen over. Then eat whatever you want. Then please wait a moment. He looked at Bai Yuma's busy appearance, so he offered, do you need me to help burn the fire? White Yum looked back, a smile appearing on her face. Well, it's needed. Tell me in time when you want to change the size of the flame. He summoned the spirit fire he hadn't used in a long time and dropped it into the bottom of the frying pan. Brother, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Bai Yuma shook his head and continued to stare at the ingredients in the pot. In recent days she had a vague feeling that Bai Feng was a bit off. Although his attitude and whatnot was still the same as usual, she could see that at certain times, his expression would be a bit less natural. Maybe Self was too greedy. Obviously just being by his side was enough, but she couldn't help but still want more. Yum, the food's getting mushy. Ha! Bai Yuma hurriedly looked at the ingredients in the pot and took the spatula and turned it vigorously, then realized that it wasn't mushy. She huffed and puffed and looked at the snickering Bai Feng. Brother dash. Just kidding. And weren't you just in a daze? Bai Feng smiled and reached out to stop the small fist that was gently pounding over. Is there something on your mind? If you can't decide, you can tell me. Whatever it is. Well, it will. Hakuhum nodded softly. But for now let's cook. It's safe to assume that it seems to be a really wrong route. Since when? Exactly? After the meal. While Bai Yuma was washing the dishes, Bai Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. To be honest, this matter was undoubtedly very tricky. Once it was not handled well, the system could be stuffed with bursting chi values, which was also the reason why he had not been able to act. But he was also clear that it would be a problem if he kept dragging it out, which was why he was testing Bai Yuma's attitude a little while he was cooking. And just as he was wrestling with what to do, there was a sudden, gentle knock at the door. Who? Judging from the location of the knock on the door, it shouldn't be Su Lan shallow. Instead it looked like Yu Yao. But Yu Yao knocking on the door wouldn't be so gentle and soft. With doubts, Bai Feng pushed open the door of the room. Outside the door was a young girl with vertical double ponytails. Her body was a little bit petite and thin, but still a little bit taller than Yu Yao. There was some excitement in her eyes, and her eyes were staring at him all the time. But the thing was, he didn't know this person. Which one are you? The young girl didn't rush to answer, but continued to stare at him. It's the living white maple. Finally meeting in reality. Phew. Calm down. Can't be impulsive. Must hold back. Can't make too out of the ordinary actions. No, now is not the time to think about this. Something must be said at this time. We can't keep Bai Feng waiting for too long. Shall I answer to my own name first? Or shall I begin with the fathers on both sides? Well, Bai Feng should have heard of my name from Uncle Bai as well. And my father even went to propose marriage before. So it's okay to just say my name, right? That. Hello? Seeing that the other party hadn't said anything, Bai Feng slowly reached out his hand and waved it in front of her face. May I ask if you're lost? The young girl's expression gradually became firm, only to see her reach out and directly embrace Bai Feng, her head slightly raised, her eyes staring straight at him. Hello? Marriage? Bai Feng? Bai Feng looked at the young girl who was hugging himself. He wondered if he had misheard. What did you just say? Marry. The young girl's voice was firm and clear, and for once he could be sure that he hadn't misheard him. His face was more than a little confused. Whose kid was this? That? We don't seem to know each other at all. Do we? We know each other. The young girl shook her head and replied with great certainty. Seeing how certain the young girl was, Bai Feng was also a little less certain, so he went on to ask, but I don't seem to have much of an impression. Can you tell us when we met? The young girl thought for a few seconds. A long time ago. Bai Feng had some silence. There was nothing wrong with this young girl's brain, right? Any more details on the timing? The young girl pondered for a few more seconds. Well, really, we've known each other since before we were born. What's that? Past lives? Bai Feng had a little bit of powerlessness to spit, while the young girl seemed to be the one who finally reacted as she continued to explain. When I was not yet born, my father and your father made a marriage contract for us. At this point in the explanation, Bai Feng finally reacted. You're Yun Yumir, Uncle Yun's daughter? Yun Yumir nodded. Aha. Wait. Why did Yun Yumyrtle come to the door? What is this situation? And why did she say marriage the moment she opened her mouth? Could it be that she's the type of character that adheres to the marriage contract left behind by her father? There was some confusion in Bai Feng's brain. Then he suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the system to take a look. Then he closed his eyes in agony. Sure enough, it is another. Son of Chi-Ah. Bai Feng, get married. Yun Yue grabbed Bai Feng's clothes and once again said seriously. In the short time she had just had, she had figured out that it was better to get married first than to pretend that she didn't know Bai Feng and get to know him slowly. Wait a minute, Bai Feng hurriedly interrupted. At most, we'll know each other's names, right? That's too fast, isn't it? Yun Yumir tilted her head. Bai Feng continued to strike while the iron was hot. Say, didn't Uncle Yun tell you? If we're going to get married, I'd prefer to get married to someone who knows each other. And since we haven't met at all and arguably don't know each other, let's at least wait until we're familiar with each other before we say anything about marriage? Well, Yun Yue continued to ponder. Then she seemed to have come up with a good idea, reaching out and grabbing Bai Feng's arm and pulling it outward. I know. Bai Feng was a little confused. What are you pulling me for? Yun Yumyrtle turned back and said in a flat tone. Go on a date. No, you don't know anything. In the end, Bai Feng sighed. Facing the son of Qi, he could only continue to persuade him bitterly. Dating that's also done after determining a relationship. We can almost be considered strangers now except for our names. No. Yun Yumyrtle shook her head. We are not strangers. I know you. It's not much of an acquaintance if you've just heard about me. No. I know you very well. Yun Yueyao shook her head again and retorted. I know your preferences and your tastes. Although you often say that self is not a lowly control, but your favorite thing to do is to hug me and read a book, as well as. Bai Feng looked at Yun Yumyo, who kept muttering in a small voice, and a terrifying thought gradually surfaced in his mind, rebirth flow of the son of Qi? Well, are you guessing that I'm a reborn? Yun Yue raised her head, seeming to see through what he was thinking at a glance. You can't be wrong in your guess. But technically, I don't think I am. But the answer is close enough. Bai Feng fell silent for a moment, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Is it really good to tell me such a secret so simply? No problem. I trust you. Yun Yumir nodded. And it's too tiring to pretend to be unrecognizable. Brother, what are you standing in the doorway for? At this time, Bai Yumal walked over quickly, and then she saw Yun Yueyao who was holding Bai Feng. Her brows frowned slightly, while a few more moments of doubt were added to her face. Who was this girl? Could it be senior sister Yu Yao's sister? Bai Feng instantly smelled a hint of danger, but without waiting for him to explain, Yun Yumio snatched a step ahead of him and walked in front of Bai Yuma to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Yun Yumio. You're Bai Feng's sister, right? Yun Yue Myrtle, your Uncle Yun's daughter? Bai Yuma froze for a moment, and then a few senses of crisis inexplicably rose in the bottom of her heart. Why is Yun Yue Myrtle here too? Could it be for the marriage contract? I joined the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and came along with it, and I heard that Bai Feng was here as well, so I came over to pay a visit. Yun Yumir replied flatly. What a normal answer. A completely different person from just now. Bai Feng couldn't help but spit in his heart. Bai Yuma didn't let her guard down because of this. Her face showed a few moments of doubt. Then why did you just hug him? Yun Yeye Myrtle tilted her head with a puzzled expression and replied. What's wrong with me hugging my fiancé? What fiancé? The two of you aren't even engaged. Bai Yuma instantly widened her eyes and couldn't help but retort. And didn't my brother also say that he doesn't intend to marry someone he doesn't know? So I'm here to get acquainted with him. A smile suddenly appeared on Yun Yu Myrtle's face. Then she reached out and hugged Bai Feng's arm. And you're just a younger sister, right? Why are you in such a hurry for Bai Feng and I to get married? Bai Yumo was instantly wound up. Her little face reddened and she flustered herself. I'm just caring. I was wrong. Where is this normal? Bai Feng sighed and hastily intervened to interrupt the two's flaming conversation and looked down at Yun Yumir and warned. Stop. I'll send the guests away if you say something like that again. Yes, I'll stop. Yun Yu Myrtle reached out her hand and made a zipper-pulling motion over her own mouth, but she didn't let go of Bai Feng's arm. He tried to pull out his arm, but he couldn't pull it out at all. Instead, Yun Yue Myrtle hugged him tighter, and he even felt a soft touch coming from his arm. Yun Yumir is not tall, but is so materialistic? He looked down at her as she cocked her head and offered a smile. Just let go of me and let's go inside. Well, all according to you. Yun Yumir nodded and let go of Bai Feng's arm. Inside the house, Bai Feng had just sat on the sofa when Yun Yumio sat directly on his left side, her hands once again embracing his arms, her body almost leaning on his body, while on the other side, Bai Yuma was also not shy to lean closely on his right side, and although she didn't embrace his arms, she also reached out to gently tug on his sleeves. Yun Yumio slightly probed at Bai Yumo with a playful smile on her face, but Bai Yumo lowered her head with a red face, but her hand was unwilling to let go. Obviously, Bai Yuma's face was thinner and was finished off by Yun Yueyao, the thick-skinned one. Not waiting for Bai Feng to say something, Yun Yeye Miao raised her head and grabbed the opportunity to say, Bai Feng, I didn't come to find you to simply meet you. In fact, I should have come back to find you after I had transformed into a god, but I thought about it, and now you're already in a dangerous whirlpool. Plus I just couldn't help myself a little bit. What do you mean? The future is dangerous. Yun Yu Myrtle said softly. If you hadn't studied formations and hadn't joined the Heavenly Sword sect you might have been a little safer. But now you're already on the edge of the stage. So be careful. Dangerous? Bai Feng glanced at Yun Yumir and Bai Yuma. He felt that self was quite dangerous right now. The system could give him the whole big one at any time. Geniuses have appeared too frequently in recent years. Yun Yue leaned on his body once again, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she was enjoying herself. And in the future immortal trails will also appear frequently, and all people will be swept up in them. No one will be able to stay out of it. Bai Feng instantly contemplated. He thought of his own system, and thought of the sons of Qi that had appeared in piles. If there really was a miracle of immortality in the future, then it would really be a catastrophe for this world. He didn't believe that the sons of Qi would get along peacefully, especially since there were quite a few self-serving sons of Qi who would do anything for themselves. You should have had some kind of miraculous encounter and then detached from your future destiny. But I don't know if this is good or bad. Yun Yue continued. But you don't have to worry. I will protect you. For sure. Bai Feng was silent for a few seconds before asking, can I ask what the future me looks like? It's the husband who loves me very much. Yun Yu Myrtle replied in a serious manner. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Well, your destiny changed a long time ago. Even if I told you there would be little reference value. Yun Yue shook her head. You didn't learn formation, and you didn't join the Heavenly Sword sect. So my father brought me to the Bai family, and every day you either chatted with me or drew Shibuya. Isn't this something that can't be said? Well, I probably know. Bai Feng waved his hand in a hurry. It seems that in the future that Yun Yu Myrtle touched, there should be no system for him. But even without the system, why did he even run off to draw Shibuya? On the other hand, Bai Yuma on the side frowned slightly. Obviously she recognized every word they said, but why was it a bit incomprehensible to her when they were linked together? What future? What fate? Even though she knew that the heavenly diffusion Holy Land was the best at fortune-telling. But this was too mysterious. Right? Brother, it's best not to believe this kind of thing. Right. She leaned over to Bai Feng's ear and gently reminded. Without waiting for Bai Feng to reply, Yun Ye Miao looked at Bai Yuma and said, Bai Yuma, I know it's hard for you to believe what I'm saying, but I'd still suggest that it's better for you to make more preparations. You don't want Bai Feng to meet with an accident, do you? What do you mean? Yun Yumir didn't answer Bai Yuma's doubts as she continued to say to herself, Actually, I don't really hate you. After all, we're all pretty much the same person, but I'm not as screwed up as you are is all. Bai Yuma's brow furrowed slightly as she retorted, I'm the one who's different from you. What are you trying to say? For some time to come, I'll trouble you to protect Bai Feng. Yun Ye Myrtle stretched out her fingers to draw circles on Bai Feng's arm. After all, there's no way for me to be by his side all the time. Well, saying that she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly pulled out a small red book from her storage bag. Bai Feng, please sign this first. What's this? Bai Feng picked up the small red book and looked at it. Yun Yue replied in a serious manner. It's a special spirit weapon that can protect you from harm. No, this thing is totally a marriage certificate, right? Bai Feng silently looked at Yun Yu Miao. Can you at least change the words on it? I'll be able to protect you from harm when we're married. White maple. Good point, but I feel like I would have been hurt by the system the moment I signed. Why are you such a shameless person? Bai Yuma grabbed the marriage certificate, his eyes staring at the other party. The anger in his heart was about to spurt out. Well, it's a good thing I prepared a book in advance. Yun Yumir took out another wedding book from her storage bag. This is Bai Yuma's. You sign it together too. Bai Feng, ? Did you just say something? And Bai Yuma's movements were directly fixed, her little face reddening while her eyes had a few more moments of confusion in them. Yun Ye Myrtle replied with a bit of a twist. I'm not 100% sure that I can protect you alone. Doesn't Bai Yuma like you anyway? If it's Bai Yuma, I am able to give in. No, you don't want to start a rumor. After being nailed on this point, Bai Yuma's face was completely red, and she directly retorted incoherently. Yun Yueyao cocked her head, then she stood up and reached out to hug Bai Feng. Then in that case, I'll have him all to myself. Woo! Bai Yuma froze at once, her head lowered, her small mouth bulging slightly, her body trembling continuously. I say, can you at least ask for my opinion? Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out as he reached out and pushed her. Well, it was my oversight. Yun Yumir nodded. Then Bai Feng, what day do you think would be better for us to get married? I have to marry you, don't I? Wait. At this moment, Bai Yuma exhaled a breath. Then she looked up at Yun Yue with a determined face. I don't know what kind of future you see, but even if you don't say it, I will still protect Bai Feng, because this is our agreement. Not necessarily oh. Yun Yumir shook her head. Although I am also responsible, you really didn't protect him well. Just because of your screwed up personality. That's just your guess. White Feather Mist bit her lip. Let's hope it's just my guess. Yun Yue shook her head. I won't make a mistake this time. So what about you? Do you still want to keep screwing up? After you see me and Bai Feng together in the future, you shouldn't be hiding and refusing to see anyone again, right? White Feather Mist moved away to silence. Yun Yue continued. I prefer to protect him than to compete with someone who has no chance of winning. If you are still like this, it means that I have misjudged you. So please withdraw yourself. I won't quit. Bai Yuma clenched her fists, and under Yun Yue's step-by-step pressure, she seemed to have finally made up her mind. I'll protect him, and won't let that thing you're talking about happen. Then she reached out and grabbed the corner of Bai Feng's coat. Her eyes didn't dare to look at him. She lowered her head and whispered, Brother, I also know that my feelings for you may not be right, and you don't have to answer me anything. As long as you're willing to let me continue to stay with you and protect you, that's enough. Bai Feng looked at Bai Yuma, who was far more calm than Self had imagined when this moment came. He had just actually had the thought of stopping the two from arguing, but then the thought was pushed down. For one, he didn't know how to persuade in this situation. It seemed that no matter what he said, he would end up setting off a thunderbolt, and that even if he succeeded in persuading, he would only be delaying the crisis. And even with the prolongation of time, the crisis might become even bigger. And secondly, he found that Yun Yue seemed to be intentionally trying to defuse the matter, and that she wasn't simply arguing. Suddenly, he reached out and took hold of Bai Yuma's wrist. Then, with a forceful tug, dragged her into his own arms amidst her gasps of surprise. After you said that, do you think our brother-sister playing game can continue to be maintained? Brother, Bai Yumo blushed, almost burying her head in his arms. Bai Feng glanced at the motionless system and was slightly relieved. At least for the time being, he should have dodged this big thunderbolt, right? Before this he didn't think it would turn out like this. Even he was ready for a double explosion. He had to be thankful for Yun Yu Miao. Just a little curious as to what kind of future she was in touch with that would make her make such a decision. It sounds like he was injured. No, maybe even dead. Because of the lack of protection from the two, right? At this time, Yun Yue suddenly hugged him tightly, her small face rubbing against his face. Well, even though it was my idea, I'm still a little angry to see you messing around with other women. So you're also getting closer to me. Well, although I'm a bit reluctant to leave, it's time for me to leave. Yen Yumir slowly let go of Bai Feng's arm, but don't worry, the exchange between the Northern Region sect and the Central State Sacred Ground is a long time, so we'll have plenty of time to get along. Then she looked at Bai Yuma. Bai Yuma, protect him. No need for you to say that. At this time, Yun Yue suddenly reached out in and tugged on Bai Feng's sleeve. Right, Bai Feng, please lower your head a bit. I have something for you. What's that? Not another marriage certificate, is it? As soon as Bai Feng lowered his head, he saw Yun Yue standing on her tiptoes to bring her face up. Then a soft touch came to his lips. Drops. Detected that the host sinisterly took away the first kiss of Yun Yue Myrtle. The son of Qi, worthy of being the host, easily did what other villains couldn't do, making one's blood boil and be convinced. Rewarded with plus 332 Qi luck value. Talisman upgraded to a minor accomplishment. Knock you out. Do you hear me, Tatsuko? Knock you out. This is clearly the son of Qi taking my first kiss. I thought you've been honest for so long because your conscience is clearing up, but it turns out you're still not dead. Yun Yumir's hands loosened his cheeks, and a hint of blush was added to his face. This is a short parting kiss. Oh well then, I'm off. With that, she quickly pushed the door open and left. Forget it. By Feng side, the other party was a son of Qi. What could he do? Brother. At that moment, White Yuma's low voice came from the side. What's wrong with Yuma? Bai Feng had just turned around when he saw Bai Yuma's expressionless face approaching, and the next second he had a soft touch on his lips. Drops. It was detected that the host had actually taken the first kiss of the son of Qi, Bai Yuma, one after the other, which was just too scummy. Can other villains do that? Reward the host with plus 333 Qi luck value and plus 1 sword Dao fragment. Tatsuko, did you go to see a movie during the months you weren't around? That said, in all those novels he had ever read where the protagonist was a villain, there were a whole lot of people who slept with the son of Qi, and he was just kissed, so it was nothing at all, right? It's here, isn't it? She kissed here, didn't she? Bai Yuma slowly let go of Bai Feng, her eyes staring straight at his lips. Obviously she had dared to stick up to him by the courage brought about by her anger, which had still not subsided. Her eyes became determined and she stood on her tiptoes to move closer towards Bai Feng once more. But in the next second, Bai Feng suddenly reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, and with a startled cry her anger instantly disappeared for the most part. Then came the soft touch on the lips, and the cry of alarm was blocked. Well, after a few dozen seconds, Bai Feng let go of her, and by now she had completely stopped thinking, her little face already red. Phew, Bai Feng spat out a breath. Zhen Yu Miao that kissed and then ran away. Even so, you this cannot run away as how dare you continue to kiss up? He even wanted to kiss a second time. Did he really think he was some kind of gentleman? Satisfied? He asked softly as he reached up and lifted White Yum's hair. Well, Bai Yuma eyesight dodge, voice as small as a mosquito call. At this point, her head was still dizzy, and it wasn't until Bai Feng let go of her that she barely regained the ability to think a little. So, that. I don't think I'm done with the dishes yet. I'll go ahead and do them. When she finished speaking, she rushed into the room as if she had fled. Bai Feng shook his head. Don't learn how to kiss people if your defense is so low. Then he glanced at the system, and his heart was finally relieved. He was still stuffed with chakra values, but it was so much better today than the bad situation he had expected. Brother, you're awake. The food is almost ready. Early in the morning, after Bai Feng came out of his bedroom, he saw that Bai Yuma had already started to prepare breakfast. A hint of redness gradually surfaced on her face as she looked at Bai Feng, and then she hastily averted her eyes. It was evident that yesterday's events were a bit too exciting for her, and she hadn't slowed down for a night. Bai Feng yawned, which didn't bother him a bit, and he casually asked Bai Yuma, do you need any help? No, just sit at the table and wait. Bai Yuma hastily shook her head, and the movements in her hand became more and more vigorous, and Bai Feng was a little worried that the pot in her hand would not break. She took a few deep breaths in an effort to calm herself before choking on the fumes. Better let me help. White Maple stepped forward and reached out to help blow the fumes away. Well, Bai Yuma was a bit tearful. Why couldn't Self even do such a small thing well anymore? A few minutes later, Bai Feng and Bai Yuma returned to the dining table with their meals. Bai Yuma, who was sitting at the table, stole a glance at Bai Feng, and she carefully leaned her chair towards Bai Feng's position. Should we do something more intimate? Bai, after all, we even kissed yesterday, so it's okay to feed a meal or something today, right? The chopsticks in her hands kept poking at the rice in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel her little face burning at the thought of Bai Feng eating the food on her chopsticks. Yes. Bai Yuma instantly came back to her senses, and it was only then that she realized that she had unconsciously leaned against Bai Feng's body, her eyes staring straight at him, but without waiting for her to avert her eyes. The chopsticks in Bai Feng's hand suddenly reached out to her mouth with a slice of meat on it. Want some? Bai Yuma hardly remembered how she had eaten the slices of meat on Bai Feng's chopsticks. She subconsciously chewed the meat. Her brain seemed to have stopped thinking. Then she suddenly realized that she seemed to have just licked the chopsticks carefully. No, I've already kissed. Bai Feng, this kind of thing is nothing at all. She reached up and rubbed her self-same hot little face, and peeked at Bai Feng, realizing that he didn't seem to care about such trivial matters and was still eating his meal normally. Watching the chopsticks, which she had carefully licked, enter Bai Feng's mouth, she slowly averted her eyes and lowered her head to stare at her own small half-bowl of rice. But it's still so humiliating. Hi, Bai Feng, are you up yet? Senior sister, I'm coming in. Suddenly, a neutral voice came from outside the house, and Bai Yuma almost stood up from his chair with an instant jolt. She first rubbed her reddened little face, but no matter how hard she tried, the blush on her face was hard to get rid of. Then she looked towards her surroundings, and in the next second she rushed into the room in a flash and closed the door. Bai Feng? No, what are you hiding for? Don't act like we're doing something unseemly. Bai Feng shook his head as he slowly got up and walked towards the door of the room. Coming. Senior sister, don't break down the door or climb the window. Since there are still a few clans that haven't arrived, we can stroll around Tianluo City all day today. Yu Yao walked into the house and took a look around. Where's Yuma? Don't you guys always eat together in the morning? Should be washing pots and dishes. We'll be out in a while. Bai Feng casually explained. Does senior sister want to eat breakfast together? No. Senior sister, I need to save my stomach for dim sum later. Yu Yao shook her head. The dim sum at the Tao Xian Fong is very good and highly recommended. You must try it together. You really do have a sweet tooth. Bai Feng spat out. Then he suddenly thought of something, so he asked Yu Yao. By the way, what's your birthday? Senior sister? Why are you asking that? But immortal cultivators don't talk about this anymore. Yu Yao waved her hand. Although some people will celebrate when they turn 100 years old, celebrating the fact that they have freed themselves from the shackles of mortals. But senior sister, I don't like it too much. It always feels like I'm celebrating the fact that I'm getting old. But well, then she suddenly turned her words. If it's little brother you want to give me a birthday, senior sister, I'm also very happy, that is, just on the 3rd of next month. There is less than a month. Alright, I'll remember. Bai Feng nodded, but I won't necessarily be able to make it. So it's better if you don't expect too much. Senior sister, it's fine, as long as you're willing to accompany me for a meal together. Senior sister, I've grown up so much. I haven't celebrated my birthday with friends yet. Yu Yao waved her hand. Alright, let's not talk about this. Call Yuma out. Let's go out for a stroll together. I'll take a look then. Bai Feng walked to the door, but before he could push it open, Bai Yuma had already opened the door and walked out first. Her face was still a little flushed and her eyes were subconsciously averted, but at least she wasn't as out of it as she had just been. Good morning, senior sister. Bai Yuma snorted at Yu Yao. Her mind had returned to normal after cooling down in the house for a while. Good morning. After Yu Yao returned the favor, she couldn't wait to pull Bai Feng and Bai Yuma's hands towards the outside. Since Yuma's out too, let's hurry up and get going. Tianluo City was very prosperous, due to its unique geographical location, coupled with the support of the major chambers of commerce. It could be said that Tianluo City was considered to be the center of commercial activities in the northern region. There are so many people. While surveying the crowd, Bai Feng turned on his system and kept an eye on any Qilux sons approaching, possibly because the Holy Land as well as all the major sects in the northern region had converged here. The concentration of Qilux sons in Tianluo City had also risen to a very terrifying level. It was a good thing that there weren't many sons of Qi who liked to shop for snacks, and most of them refreshed themselves at auctions, vendors, and other locations. Here, little brother, try a piece. Yuma, you also take a piece and try it. Yu Yao handed over the pastries that she had just purchased. At the same time she looked at the nearby crowd and sighed. Haven't been back for a long time. Tianluo City seems to be more lively than before. Is there anything else elder sister would like to buy? Bai Feng picked up the pastry and tasted it. The texture was sandy and not very sweet. It tasted a little like mung bean cake. Not for now. Yu Yao shook her head. What about you? Don't you have anything you want to buy? No, I think you've bought enough already. Senior sister. Bai Feng reached out and lifted the paper-wrapped treats in his hand. Let's just go to your house to see the dancing cat. And although most of the sons of Qi would not be refreshed in this kind of place, it was not unlikely that he would come across sons of Qi wandering around. And with his current Qi value bumping into them, he might have to start some conflicts again. Since junior brother has said so, let's go to my house to rest for a while, Yu Yao said while taking small bites of the pastries. Soon. It didn't take long for Yu Yao to stop in front of a very luxurious gate. This gate feels even more grandiose than my house, Bai Feng said as he looked at the gate in front of him and stroked his chin. Hey, after all, we are businessmen. We just need these flashy things to put on a face. Yu Yao waved her hand and directly reached out to push open the door. Not long after stepping into the courtyard, Bai Feng saw a woman about the same height as Yu Yao walk out of the house. Is that Yu Yao's sister? Their family is really all about the same height. Bai Feng muttered in his mind. Yao, you're finally back. Come, quickly let me see if you've grown taller. The woman quickly walked over to Yu Yao's side, constantly surveying her. Mom, don't do that. My senior brother and sister are still watching. Yu Yao hastily reached out to stop the other party from comparing their heights. Mom? Bai Feng froze for a moment, and he carefully had to take a few glances. The other party's demeanor was indeed more stable and mature than Yu Yao's, except that if he looked at it from the outside alone, she and Yu Yao looked like sisters of about the same age anyways. Oh, these two are the Bai family siblings you mentioned in your letter, right? Yu Yao's mother instantly shifted her eyes to Bai Feng and Bai Yuma as she bowed slightly. Thank you for helping to take care of my daughter. No, I'm the one who has to thank senior sister Yu Yao for taking care of me. Bai Feng waved his hand in a hurry. He could already see that Yu Yao's face had become a bit unkind. I know my daughter's character very well. Yu Yao's mother laughed and shook her head. Then she suddenly took a step forward with a few moments of anticipation on her face. By the way, I wonder when you plan to marry my daughter. Bai Feng, huh? Bai Yuma, ? Mom dash. Yu Yao hurriedly reached out her hand to drag her mother away. I've told you, we're not in that kind of relationship. And on their way out, Bai Feng could even hear the two of them talking. Yao listen to mom's advice. Such a good opportunity doesn't come along very often. Look at the other party's family power, and then look at his talent for formations, as well as his genius-like businessman's mind. It's a profitable investment. Mom, can you stop looking at other people that way all the time? We're friends, great friends. Yao, I know you're thin-skinned, but the more times like this, the more you can't be reserved. Not to mention that the other party doesn't have a Taoist partner yet. If you wait until he has a Taoist partner, it'll be hard for you to stick your nose in. Mom, I told you, we're friends, not met because of interest. A real friendship. He didn't even know who I was when we met in the beginning. White maple. It seemed like he knew what the thing Yu Yao was worried about in his mouth earlier was. A few minutes later, Bai Feng saw an angry Yu Yao walk out of the house. I'm sorry for making you guys laugh. She took a few deep breaths and tried to calm herself. Come on, let's go to my room and rest so my mom shouldn't continue to bother you guys. Facing this situation, Bai Feng didn't know what to say. It's really thanks to senior sister Yu Yao that she was able to grow up smoothly in this environment and didn't grow crooked. Well, it's just the occasional seizure. Bai Yuma's expression was flat as she followed behind Bai Feng towards Yu Yao's room. Perhaps before she might have been a little upset and angry when she encountered this situation, but now there was only inexplicable calmness in her heart. After all, she and Bai Feng were both people who had done that kind of thing before, and a few words of oral high in the area were nothing at all. I've grown too. By the way, sister, what about the cat you said could only dance? Bai Feng sat on a chair sipping tea and eating dim sum, but compared to this delicious dim sum, he was really still more concerned about the cat that could only dance in Yu Yao's mouth. I'm also looking. Yu Yao plopped down next to the window, her eyes looking towards the outside of the house. Strange. Is it because I've been away from home for too long that caused Yuki to forget all about me? As she said that, she simply climbed out from the window. You guys wait for me, I'll go out and look for it. 10 minutes later, Bai Feng heard the sound of his room door being pushed open. He subconsciously looked towards the door. Then he saw Yu Yao with cat ears walk in. Her expression was tinged with a bit of embarrassment, and her eyes were slightly averted as she whispered, I can't find Yuki. Why don't I give you a dance? White maple. I have reason to suspect that you are using the excuse that cats can dance to lure me into your home. Damn. Thanks to him, he thought the world of fairy cultivation didn't have segments where cats could backflip. It's true. I'm not lying to you. Seemingly sensing Bai Feng's skeptical line of sight, Yu Yao reddened her face and hurriedly explained. Then she pulled off the cat's ears on her head and muttered while pinching them. Damn stinky cat. I don't know where it's gone to sleep. Don't let me catch it or I'll have to punish it by forbidding it to eat dried small fishes for a month. And just as Yu Yao was cursing, her mother suddenly poked her head out of the door. Yao, Are you looking for little Snow? It was just sleeping on my lap. Don't blame it, oh. With that, she also handed over a cat with snowy white fur. This cat, like mother and daughter Yu Yao, was also much smaller in size than ordinary cats, with very soulful blue eyes. And at the position of this cat's forehead, there was a stripe similar to an eye. A three-eyed spirit cat? But the bloodline doesn't seem too pure. It's a bit smaller in size, and the lines on its forehead aren't particularly clear. Bai Feng muttered in his mind. It was no wonder that it could learn to dance. Even within the demonic beasts, the three-eyed spirit cat's IQ was a bit higher than other demonic beasts. And this three-eyed spirit cat had the cultivation of an early stage of foundation establishment, and its IQ should be at the level of a human child around 7 or 8 years old. But mom, didn't you used to dislike cats? Yu Yao took Xiao Shui and looked at her mother with a somewhat skeptical face. You actually allowed it to sleep on your lap? It's not because you've gone to the Heavenly Sword sect to cultivate. I'm occasionally lonely at home alone. Yu Yao's mother shook her head with some sadness. Alas, if only I could hold a grandson, so that I wouldn't feel lonely. Preferably a grandson with the word Bai in his surname, who has inherited my daughter's beauty and his father's wisdom, and also has a bit of talent for formations. Well, a grandson's daughter would be fine. You get out. Yu Yao really couldn't take it anymore. She dropped Yuki, reached out and pushed her mother right out the door and unlocked the door. Who? She let out a few breaths of exasperation. If she had known that she wouldn't have brought Bai Feng to her house. Senior sister, calm down. Come have a snack. Instead, Bai Feng was feeling a bit amused nowadays, especially after seeing this defeated look on Yu Yao's face. I should have known I wouldn't have said so much in the letter. Yu Yao took the snack and took a hard bite. Is this the dancing cat you were talking about? Bai Feng reached down and bent over to pick up Snowy, who was sitting on the ground, and gently stroked its head. Instead of dodging, Yuki was very good and enjoyed the touch. It's cute, isn't it? Yu Yao also reached out her hand to touch little Snow. But I remember it seems like it doesn't like to be held by other people. How come it's so well behaved when it meets you? Yuki slightly inclined her head away and rubbed herself against Bai Feng's arms. In 10 minutes before, he was napping on his back at the window when suddenly he was picked up by Yu Yao's mother, who was quietly approaching. Meow. Shoo, don't talk. Yu Yao's mother carried it softly into the house and took out the small dried fish close to half a man's height and placed it in front of it. Meow. It looked at the small dried fish so high, and instead of joy on its face, it took 2 steps back in some fear. How about we make a deal? Yu Yao's mother wore a smile on her face. As long as you can help Yu Yao take down that man beside her, all these dried small fishes will be yours and you can eat dried small fishes until you are full from now on. Meow. It brooded, its eyes constantly glancing at the mountain of dried minnows in front of it. Eventually it nodded. Meow. Time to go back to the present. Xiao Shui looked at Bai Feng, but in her heart, she was a bit of a dilemma. How was it going to help her master take down this man in front of her? He's just a kitty. What can he do? Come on, Yuki, dance. At that moment, it was picked up by Yu Yao from Bai Feng's arms and placed on the ground. There was something silent about it as it looked at the expectant eyes of its own master. Did you just look all over for me so you could make me dance? But in the end it was forced by the pressure of its master to reluctantly lift its little feet and twist its body in front of the crowd. Obviously it is because often see the master alone hiding in the room. So want to coax her happy specially learn to dance. How now it is used by her. And so on. Wasn't this just what it wanted? If its master could take this opportunity to take down this man, then it would have countless dried small fish to eat. At the thought, it twisted even harder. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Junior brother, you play with Snowy first, I'll go see who's knocking on the door. After Yu Yao left, Bai Feng looked at Xiao Shui, who was selling her writhing body, and a certain terrier picture he had once seen while surfing on the internet came to his mind. So he looked at Bai Yuma. Yuma, give me a piece of spirit beast meat. Although Bai Yuma was a bit puzzled, he still took out a piece of spirit beast meat and handed it to Bai Feng. Bai Feng then cut the spirit beast meat into small strips and squatted down with a smile on his face to look at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, I'll teach you a few moves. If you can learn them, this piece of meat will be yours. Xiao Shui's eyes were dead set on the spirit beast meat in front of her. It could feel the spiritual chi contained on it. This was definitely not some ordinary spirit beast meat. This was even more fragrant than dried small fish. Mom, what's wrong with you again? Yu Yao walked out of the room and closed the door with a vigilant face. Don't get so defensive with me, her mother said as she carried a plate of fruit and a plate of snacks. I'm just bringing you fruit and snacks. But Yu Yao was skeptical. It's not drugged in there, is it? How can that be? Am I like that? You think too badly of me, her mother said in a somewhat sad tone. I simply came to deliver fruits and snacks. Yu Yao nodded after pondering for a few seconds. Indeed, drugging or something was too much. Her mother shouldn't have done that even if she was outrageous.
but then her mother smiled and said, and he's still got his sister. So even if he's drugged, it'll have to wait until it's just the two of you. Go 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 go. I'll take the fruits and snacks. You stay away from my room. Yu Yao reached out to accept the fruits and snacks while repelling with a disgruntled face. Real. Have you ever treated your own daughter like this? In the face of Yu Yao's repulsion, she covered her mouth and smiled. But don't you like him too? The feelings in the letter are about to overflow. No, I was appreciating that. Yu Yao retorted a few words somewhat sheepishly. Then she pushed open the door to her room while still barking a few words at her mother. And don't come close to my room or I'll really get angry. With that, she returned to her room and closed the door firmly behind her. Really? Is it that obvious? She leaned against the door, her heart beating fast. After taking a few deep breaths and adjusting herself, she then walked towards Bai Feng and the others with fruits and snacks. Eating fruit? What are you guys doing? Yu Yao saw that Bai Feng was applauding at something. She put down her fruits and came up with some curiosity. All that could be seen was that her Yuki was doing a very strange dance, only to see Little Snow standing on both feet like a human, with its front limbs folded together, while its hind limbs kicked its legs forward in a rather rhythmic manner, and then immediately after, it sat down, using only its front limbs to support the ground, with its hind limbs hanging in the air, and then began to spin around, just like the movements in a street dance. Awesome! Yuki catch! Bai Feng threw out a small piece of spirit beast meat, and Snowy, who was dancing in the street, suddenly had a cold light in her eyes and directly leapt high into the air to bite into the spirit beast meat. And Yu Yao, who was on the side, had frozen. It seemed like she had only been gone for a short while, right? Why did Yuki become like this in such a short period of time? Senior sister, you're back. Bai Feng reached out and picked up Xiao Shui, who was chewing on spirit beast meat, and said to Yu Yao with a smile, I taught you well, didn't I? However, the expression on Yu Yao's face was more than a little dangerous. I suddenly have the feeling that the daughter I worked so hard to raise has been brought up by you. Sorry. Bai Feng simply bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Forget it, if Snowy doesn't want to, it won't fool around with you anyway. Yu Yao sighed, but at that moment, another sharp knock suddenly sounded outside the door. This time, her face was completely black. She opened the door to her room with a quick step. Mom, what's wrong again? Come on, her mother said with a serious look on her face. Your uncles, cousins are back. Yu Yao was a bit puzzled. So what happened? They still bring their own daughters. And that cousin of yours is so outrageous that she has the nerve to bring a little girl of 5. Yu Yao. That's right. How could her relatives let go of the opportunity to get to know Bai Feng? What on earth was I thinking of going home for then? Hurry up. I've already arranged it. You guys will go out directly from the back door. Her mother continued to urge. By the way, you guys should bring Little Snow with you. Your father and I have been quite busy lately. We don't have much time to take care of it. Well, Yu Yao replied with some breathlessness. A few minutes later, Bai Feng hugged Xiao Shui and Bai Yuma together and left the Yu family behind Yu Yao. Sigh. I wouldn't have brought you to my house to play if I had known it would be like this. Yu Yao sighed. I'll treat you guys to dinner at Drunken Moon Cuisine. Can you still eat? Senior sister? Bai Feng glanced at the dim sum in Yu Yao's hand. Be careful of getting fat if you eat too much. Well, we are immortal cultivators. It's not that easy to gain weight. Yu Yao glanced at the snacks in her hand, and in the end, she couldn't leave them behind, and quickly finished the snacks in her hand in 2 or 3 bites. Forget it, let's go back. Why don't senior sister come and practice sword training with us? Moving around more can also prevent gaining weight, Bai Feng said while jerking Xiao Shui in his arms. It just so happened that he had little confidence left from being abused by Bai Yuma and wanted an easier opponent. Good, then it's a deal. Yu Yao nodded. It just so happens that senior sister, I'm a bit bored practicing my sword alone. Did you usually turn out to be practicing your sword? Senior sister? Bai Feng was instantly a bit surprised. He had thought that Yu Yao was either making clothes or being lazy and eating snacks every day. Of course, senior sister. I'm a very diligent person. Among the Jin Dan disciples of Green Bamboo Peak, I'm only a little bit worse than Yuma. Or else why would master be willing to let me come with him? Yu Yao waved her small fist and said, then I really have to look forward to elder sister's valor with a sword. That guy Bai Feng should be going to Tianluo City as well, right? On the spirit ceiling sex flying boat, Yu Pinggan picked up the portable array disc and gently rubbed it. Although there were different opinions outside about the array master who had created the portable array disc, he knew very well that it was the work of Master Lu Meng. And now, he had already cracked the portable array disc to the 7th degree, and had even been able to reproduce an array disc that possessed 70 to 80% of the original array disc's power. It just wasn't as convenient as a portable array disc. Not only did the number of array discs increase from 1 to 3, and there was no way to move them,
but that was because he didn't know much about the Thousand Formation sect's legacy. He believed that as long as Self could learn the legacy of the Thousand Formation sect, he could definitely replicate it completely. As long as he shows his own talent, he can definitely impress Senior Sister Sue, and even Master Lu. As for Baifeng, he didn't care anymore now, especially after learning that Baifeng, after obtaining the precious Thousand Formation sect's inheritance, turned out to have no results at all, and even used the Thousand Formation sect's inheritance to create something as ridiculous as a shadow retention device, which was simply a waste of his own talent. Ridiculous and pathetic. I believe Senior Sister Sue should also be very disappointed in him. In the meantime, I'll teach you the rest of the formation patterns little by little. Senior Sister Sue, you shouldn't push yourself too hard, Baifeng said to Su Lan Shao as he sat down in front of the table with the slate on it. Well, trouble you. Su Lan Shao nodded and whispered back, and I want to help you quickly. Now, Senior Sister Sue, can't you help too? Baifeng smiled and waved his hand. Then he picked up his pen and carved on the stone slab. So, the second part is like this. Su Lan Shao hurriedly came forward. She stared at Baifeng and hesitated for a few seconds before carefully placing her hand on his shoulder. Seeing that Baifeng didn't have much of a reaction, she then approached further. At the same time, her eyes also looked towards the immortal pattern on the stone slab, and she was instantly mesmerized, not even noticing that the small half of her body was almost attached to Baifeng's body in order to see the immortal pattern. It's quite a coincidence that you're here. Baifeng looked at Yun Yumyo, who was standing outside the door. He had just sent the little red-faced Su Lan Shao away, and right after that she came back as a guest. Don't forget that I'm from the Tianyan Holy Land. Yun Yue reached out and grabbed Baifeng's arm and hugged him. It's just a small thing like figuring out when you'll have time or something like that can be done. It always feels as if I don't have much privacy. Baifeng tried to pull his arm out, but it was gripped by her. Don't worry, not everything can be calculated. Yin Yumir looked up at him with a smirking smile on her face. Alright, let's hurry up and go inside. Don't stay at the door. While she said that, she also dragged Baifeng towards the house, and in the process, she also stretched out her little foot to close the door of the room. White Maple, this seems to be my place, right? You really don't think of yourself as an outsider. What did you want to see me about? There is, and it's something very important. Yun Yumir nodded and said in a serious tone. When Baifeng saw this, his expression also became a bit more grave. What is it? Cultivate a relationship with you and then get married. Yun Yumir replied seriously. Then, Yun Yumir took out a wooden chessboard from her storage bag. I also brought over a game. It's the great landlord that you taught me. Let's play together. Didn't you say the future is dangerous? Is it really okay to have fun like this? Baifeng couldn't help but spit. That said, this is Monopoly, right? But there really doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the name. Well, since you have said so. Yun Yue pulled out another gongfu from her storage bag. Then let's double cultivate together. I suddenly want to play Big Landlord. Baifeng was silent for a few seconds before reaching out his hand to touch the wooden chessboard. After all, you can't keep practicing. You need to relax once in a while. The corners of Yun Yue's mouth smiled a bit more as she put the gongfu back into her storage bag and fiddled with the chess pieces and cards she needed to use with Baifeng. This isn't really a normal landlord. She picked up an event card and played with it in her hand. I've recorded a lot of things that will happen in the future on this, and I've added settings for birth and death, as well as a few special modifications that might give a peek into the future. So, arcane? Baifeng was really starting to get interested this time as he picked up a character piece and placed it on the board. I'll take this one then. And the moment he put the piece down, the round head of the chess piece suddenly changed, with a hairstyle and sketchy features very similar to his. I'll take this one then. Yun Yue also picked up a piece and placed it on the board, and the image was also very similar to hers. Even the pieces followed a smaller circle. Then the game begins. Baifeng threw the dice, and at first there wasn't much difference between the gameplay and Monopoly. That is, the events were all replaced with immortal cultivation events, such as falling off a cliff but getting a strange encounter, buying a mysterious gongfu on the street, and other events. My turn. Yin Yumir threw the dice and the character landed on the grid of mysterious events, followed by a bright light emitting from the grid. As the light continued to expand, the chessboard gradually changed its appearance, with many more red happy characters on it, while the chess piece representing Baifeng appeared next to Yun Yumo's chess piece. Good luck! To have triggered the marriage event. Yun Yeyemiao had a smile on her lips and looked up at Baifeng. Come on, let's get married. Why do I get the feeling that you wrapped this dumpling just for this bit of vinegar? Baifeng couldn't help but spit out. And how are we going to play after we get married? My family property to you, or your family property to me? There's still hidden gameplay. Don't rush. Yun Yu Myrtle smiled back. Then, let's start the wedding ceremony. Can I refuse? I'm sorry I can't.
Yen Yumir shook her head with a winning smile on her face. Because we often explore the secret realm together. Our goodwill has already reached 90. You have no reason to refuse. I said how after I opened the secret realm, you'd rather sell your land than purchase tickets to come along with it. Bai Feng was simply a bit powerless to spit. He thought that Yun Myrtle was here to rob him of his chance, but it turned out to be a fucking brush of goodwill. I'm playing Monopoly. You're playing Gal Game, right? And during the time he was spitting, the pieces on the board had already changed. Yun Yumir's villain had a red wedding dress on his body, as well as a red cover on his head, and Bai Feng's villain had changed into the groom's clothes as well. Hey, married. Yun Yueyao didn't know when she came from across the room to Bai Feng's side. She reached out and wrapped her arms around him, her head leaning against his body, just watching the little people on the chessboard perform their humble wedding. With the villain's wedding over and into the cave, the marriage event is over. Bai Feng glanced at his own assets and realized that both of their assets, whether it was cash or land, had all been combined together. Is this a loss for me, or a draw? Bai Feng looked towards Yun Yumio, who was attached to himself. If there was a third person playing, then the two of them belonged to a strong combination, but now there were only the two of them playing, and it was obvious that they couldn't play after they got married. There's no hurry, a new event is coming. Yun Yumir flipped over the top event card, and in the next second the board changed once more. First, the white mist that symbolized aura began to become dense. Second, the secret realms began to appear frequently. And finally, a large number of NPC pieces appeared on the board. Some of them were in the secret realms, while some of them were messing with Bai Feng's and Yun Yumo's turf. And a number of high-level buildings had been destroyed. The time for the recovery of the Immortal Road has come. Seeing this, Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out. This has completely changed from a large landlord to a running table game, right? Come on, let's ascend the Immortal Road together as husband and wife. Yun Myrtle picked up the dice. Hubby, remember the first event is the Spirit Vein Recovery. God damn it, hubby, don't move the game setting to reality. Bai Feng couldn't help but spit out. This is role-playing. Of course I have to bring it in, and the more you get into the role, the more accurate your prophecies of the future will be. So, Yun Yue raised her head. You call me your wife too? Bai Feng returned with an expressionless face. Don't scream. No. Bai Feng reached out and pushed away Yun Yue Miao, who was leaning closer and closer, and hastily changed the topic. Tell me what spiritual vein recovery is first. Seeing that Bai Feng refused to agree, Yun Yue didn't continue to force him, so she explained to him. The originally depleted spiritual veins will re-emerge with spiritual qi, and under the influence of the spiritual veins will grow a lot of spiritual grasses, and at the same time, the nearby spiritual beasts will also undergo mutations. Sounds like a good one. Bai Feng looked at the grid on the board. Many of the areas had changed from ordinary turf to resource turf, but there was also an additional cultivation restriction that required a transformation spirit in order to occupy them. That's right, this is also one of the few stages where one can develop safely and quickly. Yun Yumir nodded. The next thing we need to do is to work hard to obtain resources and then raise our own strength. Then I'll see if there's a way I can purchase resources quickly. Bai Feng had already adapted to this game that had shifted midway from Monopoly play to tabletop running, and he looked at the board on the tabletop in serious contemplation. No, with our current strength it's not enough. Yun Yumir shook her head, then a smug smile appeared on her face as she reached out and drew one of her self-same prop cards. However, I obtained a good dual cultivation technique in the secret realm, which can quickly raise our cultivation. White Maple, you're really fucking playing a gal game. You're getting into the welfare scene right after the guide, aren't you? Can I refuse? Can't. Yun Myrtle reached out and slapped the card in her hand onto the board, and immediately afterward, Bai Feng saw the villain representing the two of them enter the room once more. How long is this going to take? Bai Feng looked at the windy changes on the chessboard, and then he suddenly saw a small person rushing straight towards their residence, and then the duel practice was interrupted. Well, sure enough, it's been interrupted. Yun Miao's face was grave. Her expression clearly had some displeasure. Bai Feng, on the other hand, checked up on the information of the pieces that had broken in, only to see the 5 big words Immortal Bone Possessor directly reflected in his eyes. This board seems to actually tell fortunes. Forget it, let's play here today. Yun Yue reached out and put the chessboard away. And with my current strength, I can't reveal too much about the future. No wonder you've been speaking rather vaguely, but the game event is real. Yun Myrtle said as she leaned against Bai Feng's body. Now you can make preparations. Spiritual vein revival? Bai Feng stroked his chin and thought, this matter could indeed be prepared in advance, especially when he saw the scene of a large group of sons of Qi fighting with each other on the chessboard. He felt a slight chill in his body. With his current value of Qi being swept up in it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive for a day. Gotta be a little more prepared than that.
Just as he was pondering, Yun Yue suddenly came up and whispered, "It is also possible that the marriage incident is included.
That was totally you bullying me into not understanding the game settings and forcing a marriage,
right?" Bai Feng spat. "Never mind the details." At this time, Bai Yuma suddenly pushed the door and walked in. "Brother, let's eat. Tonight." She frowned when she saw Yun Yueyao, who was practically plastered on Bai Feng. "Why are you here too? I'm Bai Feng's fiancé. Isn't it normal for me to be here?"
Yun Yu Myrtle had a smile on her face, then she gently pecked at the corner of Bai Feng's mouth under Bai Yuma's gaze.
"Alright, I'll leave first. I'll see you tomorrow." After saying that, she walked out of the house with slow steps in the sight of Bai Yuma that seemed to want to kill. Why is this guy so annoying? Bai Yuma clenched her fists. To do that kind of thing in front of her, simply not putting her in her eyes at all. She walked quickly to Bai Feng's side,
but not waiting for her to bend closer. She suddenly remembered what she had kissed with Bai Feng earlier, and her face suddenly became more than a hint of redness, and her body gradually softened.
At that moment,
Bai Feng suddenly reached out his hand and yanked her directly into his own arms. Bai Yuma felt the temperature coming from his body.
The anger in her heart instantly dissipated. She lowered her head and whispered, "That, I haven't cooked yet. Do that later. Let me keep holding you for a while."
Bai Yuma placed his hand on Bai Feng's arm that was holding him.
"It seems like a long time since we've cuddled and rested and talked like this. It used to be only when it rained and thundered that you would go into my arms, didn't it? After all, you're very safe in your arms," Bai Yuma muttered in a small voice. After enjoying a few more moments of warmth, she then reluctantly burrowed out of Bai Feng's arms.
She tied her hair up briefly and tied her apron around her.
"I'm going to go cook. Just wait here." When she finished, she walked quickly toward the kitchen. Bai Feng looked at her departing back,
and a smile grew at the corner of his mouth. Bai Yuma was still very coaxable.
On the contrary, he was a bit clueless when facing Yun Yue Myrtle. The other party knew him a bit too well. Speaking of which, all the major clans should be here today, right?
Bai Feng sat on his bed and pondered.
According to tradition, the disciples of each major sect should have a competition today, and this was also an opportunity for each major sect to show off the strength of their own younger generation. Unsurprisingly, he should be on the field as well, and there was a high probability that he would be competing against the Sealing Spirit sect for formations. Speaking of which, he still had some conflicts with the Sealing Spirit sect Son of Chi to come. Was there a way to avoid him? And while he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a rattling at the window. A sideways glance revealed that it was a white kitten picking at his window. "Yuki?" Bai Feng raised his hand and gave a false push. The window was directly pushed open gently by him, and Snowy followed the trend and directly drilled in, jumping onto his bed. "What brings you to my place? Where's Yu Yao?" He reached out and gently tickled Yuki's chin, and Yuki showed his enjoyment. And at that moment, he suddenly heard Yu Yao's voice from outside the window. "Yuki, where have you been running around again? I'll send you back if you keep running around." Bai Feng glanced down at Xiao Shui, who seemed a bit scared, and stroked its cat head vigorously. "Yu Yao is right. Don't run around. This isn't the Yu family. Be careful of being captured by the others." Meow. Little Snow. At this moment, Yu Yao suddenly poked her head out of the window. "Sure enough, it's here with you, junior brother. Good morning, senior sister. Wait, don't climb the window. I'll go open the door for you." But without waiting for Bai Feng to stop him, Yu Yao had already climbed in through the window. Then she quickly walked over to Bai Feng's bedside and directly reached out and grabbed Snowy with one hand, her hands vigorously ravaging on its body. "Snowy, let's see if you still dare to run around." Meow meow meow. Little Snow was aggrieved in his heart. It was obvious that he was helping his master to draw closer to Bai Feng. Why did he have to be bullied by his master instead? Alright, senior sister. You shouldn't bully it too much. Bai Feng stopped it with a smile. "How about this? I'll leave a small door on the door for Little Snow, so if Little Snow wants to come over, she can just come in through the small door." Yu Yao rubbed Xiao Shui with some irritation. "Well, obviously Xiao Shui was raised by me. How come she was abducted by you only a day ago?